Having traversed 2 lifetimes in the realm of cultivation, Zhao Ping'an is reborn in his third life as a humble janitor disciple of the Sword Sect. In pursuit of a tranquil existence that would allow him to ascend to the ranks of high-level cultivators and unravel the enigmatic mysteries of the Tower of Eternal Life, he diligently practices the longevity technique known as the Eternal Life Sword Art. With a steady and composed demeanor, he refrains from impulsiveness, adhering to the principle of non-aggression unless provoked. As time flows swiftly and the world undergoes profound changes, Zhao Ping'an, unbeknownst to himself, has transformed into an ancient relic of the cultivation realm. With a sound moral compass, decisive in matters of life and death, he steadily develops his abilities, aiming for the path of eternal life. Chapter 1. Demoted to a janitor disciple. In a vast world where cultivation is prevalent, the practice not only strengthens the body, but also grants insights into the path of eternal life when pursued to its zenith. Across the mortal realm, from the powerful lords to the common folk, all aspire to the art of cultivation. In the Great Qin, the nation is founded on martial prowess, with the sword sect renowned for its mastery of the sword. Sect master, Zhao Ping'an has aided a traitor of a holy land, resulting in the sword sect facing repercussions from the holy land. He is a sinner of our sect. According to the sect's laws, he ought to have his cultivation revoked and be expelled from the sect. We implore the sect master to revoke Zhao Ping'an's cultivation and cast him out. Within the hall, from the high-ranking elders of the sword sect to the disciples, a chorus of condemnation resounded. Amidst the clamor, Zhao Ping'an's hazy consciousness gradually began to awaken. At that moment, a surge of memories foreign to him flooded his mind. Zhao Ping'an, 18 years old, an ordinary disciple of the sword sect with mediocre fire spirit roots. 3 days prior, upon encountering an extraordinary beauty collapsed outside the sect, he, with a heart of compassion, administered a healing elixir, inadvertently embroiling the sect in a significant predicament. Zhao Ping'an furrowed his brow, his gaze deepening with contemplation. The previous incarnation's unremarkable aptitude, combined with a disposition for altruism, had led to his recent act of kindness being met with disdain and reproach from the majority of the sect. From the perspective of his memories, the beginning of this life appears less than fortuitous. However, this is of little consequence. The most pressing matter at hand is to ascertain whether that entity has manifested within him. With his eyes gently closed, the depths of his mind soon illuminated a pure, crystalline tower that radiated a sacred aura, the Tower of Eternal Life. Zhao Ping'an remains unaware of the tower's origins, yet has dwelled within him since his first sojourn into this realm of cultivation. The tower boasts 9 tiers, each adorned with distinct and ancient engravings. Since my initial arrival in this realm of cultivation, this marks my 3rd life, Zhao Ping'an mused as his consciousness withdrew from the Tower of Eternal Life, beginning to sift through the memories of his previous incarnations. In his first life, he was the scion of a formidable celestial family, endowed with exceptional spirit roots and bolstered by familial resources. In less than a century, he shattered cultivation records, becoming the youngest master of the sword. Alas, in his quest for opportunities beyond mastery, he was treacherously slain during a duel that in his 2nd life, he reincarnated as the son of a powerful minister in a prominent dynasty. Despite possessing only mediocre talents, his mastery of talismanic arts was unparalleled. Regrettably, this dynasty inadvertently offended a formidable terror, and before Li Ping'an could mature, the entire nation was annihilated overnight. Through 2 lifetimes of exploration, I have only unraveled less than 1% of the Long Life Tower's mysteries. If I am not mistaken, only by becoming a powerful immortal can one truly unlock its secrets. With this thought, Zhao Ping'an established a clear goal. In this life, he must become a grand cultivator. Observing Zhao Ping'an lost in thought, the onlookers assumed he was overwhelmed by the scene, rendering him somewhat flustered. Master of Swords, I must object. Junior brother Zhao acted without malice. Had he known that the ailing woman was a wanted criminal of the sacred ground, he would not have offered her assistance. I implore you, Master, to show leniency and consider Zhao's pure character and upright nature in your judgment. Perhaps moved by compassion, a woman named Li Yun, the daughter of the sword sect's leader, stepped forward to advocate for Zhao Ping'an, having always admired his benevolent disposition. Yun, step back. This matter does not concern you. The sword master, exuding an air of authority, cast a glance at Li Yun, signaling her to refrain from interfering. Father. Li Yun attempted to speak again. Step back, the sword master commanded sternly, his expression darkening. Li Yun bit her lip in frustration, yet reluctantly retreated to her original position. The sword master disregarded the others and looked down at Zhao Ping'an, asking in a grave tone, "Zhao Ping'an, do you confess your guilt?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping'an remained remarkably composed. Drawing from his experiences across 2 lifetimes, he recognized that further defense would be futile and simply replied, "I confess." "Very well. Acknowledging that your actions were unintentional and your confession sincere, I hereby strip you of your status as a formal disciple. From this day forth, you shall serve as a menial laborer in the herb garden." In the sword sect, hierarchy was strictly maintained, with disciples categorized into various ranks. Menial laborers held the lowest position, allowed to remain within the sect, but with minimal access to cultivation resources. Though this punishment was not as severe as being stripped of one's cultivation and expelled from the sect, the prospect of continuing one's journey in cultivation appeared bleak. Yet upon hearing the sword master's decree, Zhao Ping'an did not show any distress. Instead, he breathed a sigh of relief as if a burden had been lifted. While the status of a menial laborer was indeed lowly, it still afforded him the title of a disciple of the sword sect, allowing him to benefit from the sect prestige and access some degree of cultivation resources, far preferable to struggling as a wandering cultivator. Master of Swords, you must reconsider. If Zhao Ping'an is treated thus, how shall our sword sect explain ourselves to the sacred ground? Some voiced their dissent, believing the sword master's punishment to be excessively lenient. What grounds do you have to object? Though the sword sect may have waned, we have not yet fallen to the status of a vassal to the Tianxian sacred ground. If we cannot even protect a single disciple, what purpose does the sword sect serve in this world? The sword master's piercing gaze and resolute words left the dissenters speechless. "Take him away." With his command, 2 disciplinary disciples escorted Zhao Ping'an out. "Zhao Ping'an, you are quite fortunate. Thankfully, the sword master is benevolent. You have not been expelled from the sect, nor handed over to the Holy Land. You shall remain in the herb garden henceforth. Fulfill your duties as a mere janitorial disciple, and refrain from causing further troubles for the sect. Good people do not live long henceforth. Avoid engaging in futile endeavors." As they exited the grand hall, an elder disciplinary disciple earnestly cautioned him. Had it not been for the sword master's intervention, Zhao Ping'an would not only have faced expulsion from the sect, but his life might have also been in jeopardy. "Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. I shall remember your words," Zhao Ping'an replied after a brief moment of silence, nodding in acknowledgement. Soon, Zhao Ping'an was brought to the herb garden, located not far from the sword sect's gateway. What brings the 2 esteemed brothers to our humble abode? Upon entering the herb garden, a plump young man approached with a cheerful demeanor. "Son Fatty, this is Zhao Ping'an. From today onward, he will be a janitorial disciple in your herb garden. Take him under your wing," one of the disciplinary disciples said, exchanging glances with the other before leaving Zhao Ping'an behind. "Farewell, esteemed brothers. I will ensure this junior disciple is well accommodated." As he watched the 2 disciplinary disciples depart, Son Fatty's smile gradually faded. He scrutinized Zhao Ping'an with a mocking tone. "So, you are Zhao Ping'an, the troublemaker of the sect. I am Sun Cheng, responsible for overseeing all the janitorial disciples in the herb garden henceforth. You shall address me as senior brother Sun. Bear this in mind. Now that you have arrived in the herb garden, behave yourself. If you stir up any trouble, do not blame me for your demise." Though he appeared harmless, his demeanor at that moment resembled that of a menacing rogue. In response, Zhao Ping'an subtly frowned but quickly regained his composure. Having lived 2 lives, he had encountered all manner of characters and did not take the words to heart. However, it was unwise to provoke a conflict at that moment, so he responded blandly, "I shall heed senior brother Sun's admonition." Sun Qing seemed quite pleased with Zhao Ping'an's reply. "At least you know your place. Follow me, I will show you to your quarters." He gestured for Zhao Ping'an to accompany him. The herb garden sprawled over 1,000 acres, divided into various planting zones, with impressive formations enhancing the growth of spiritual herbs and plants. Besides the medicinal fields, there were rows of houses resembling a small village. Although the conditions in the herb garden paled in comparison to the sword sect, and the treatment of janitorial disciples fell short of that of formal disciples, each janitorial disciple was still allocated a wooden house with a small courtyard. "Hello, Senior Brother Sunday greetings, Senior Brother Sunday, Senior Brother Sun. You look even more handsome today." As Zhao Ping'an arrived, the nearby male and female disciples flattered Sun Fatty with enthusiastic greetings, which nearly gave Zhao Ping'an goosebumps. Sun Fatty was quite pleased with the attitude of the surrounding servant disciples, casually clasping his hands behind his back and nodding to others, exuding an air of self-satisfaction that might lead one to believe he was the ruler of the sword sect. This is the living quarters for the servant disciples. I have selected a residence for you. The wooden house on the right side of the third row will be your abode, Sun Fatty remarked coldly, gesturing dismissively. Following his jur, Zhao Ping'an beheld a dilapidated wooden house. It appeared to have been uninhabited for ages, with weeds overtaking the yard and white cobwebs sprawling outside the house, visible even from a distance. Thank you, Senior Brother Sunday. Despite its stark simplicity, Zhao Ping'an expressed no objections and entered, carrying his belongings. None who have lived in this house have met with a favorable fate. Kid, blame your misfortune, Sun Fatty sneered as he watched Zhao Ping'an obediently step inside, then turned and departed. What a heavy aura of negativity. Upon pushing open the yard gate, Zhao Ping'an felt a chill, as if he had entered an ice cave, enveloped by an unshakable coldness. It appears this house has indeed been vacant for a long time. But no matter, cultivators use the heavens as their blanket and the earth as their bed. Even the most humble dwelling is merely a temporary refuge. Casting a glance at the thick webs and the dust-laden floor, Zhao Ping'an did not rush to clean, but instead sat cross-legged in silence. First layer of the basic sword technique just beginning, he assessed his condition. The basic sword technique was the foundational method of the sword sect, a compulsory practice for every disciple. Although the previous incarnation had limited aptitude, having been in the sect for over 3 years should have sufficed to cultivate it to the second or even third layer under normal circumstances. It appeared that the previous self had not dedicated much attention to cultivation. The basic sword technique is decent, yet ultimately lacks the refinement of the higher tier techniques I acquired in my past life. With 2 lifetimes of cultivation experience, Zhao Ping'an naturally looked down upon such ordinary methods. He closed his eyes, reminiscing about the numerous techniques he had once possessed. The Thunder Tribulation Sword Technique, a high-level metal attribute technique, gathers myriad lightning to vanquish malevolent forces, significantly enhancing the practitioner's combat prowess. The Azure Wave Sutra, a high-level water attribute technique, boasts incredible defensive capabilities, capable of overcoming rigidity with flexibility. The Overbearing Fire Technique, a high-level fire attribute technique, exhibits formidable destructive power, adept at defeating the strong with the weak. While these techniques are powerful, my current aptitude is merely that of a low-grade fire root. They are utterly unsuitable for my practice. Moreover, even if I could manage to cultivate them, they would not elevate me to the realm of a great cultivator. Zhao Ping'an swiftly dismissed these higher-level techniques. Having traversed 2 lifetimes of cultivation, he had come to a profound realization. Only by attaining the pinnacle of great cultivation could one break free from numerous shackles. Thus, it seems I have no choice but to select that peculiar technique acquired from the Longevity Tower. After a prolonged contemplation, Zhao Ping'an took a deep breath and murmured to himself. The Eternal Life Sword Art is the martial technique chosen by Zhao Ping'an. This remarkable method was acquired by him from the Eternal Life Tower before his demise in his second life, blending elements of swordsmanship and vitality cultivation. The significance of this technique lies in its accessibility. It imposes no stringent requirements on the practitioner's innate talent, thus presenting a low threshold for entry. Moreover, it not only aids Zhao Ping'an in ascending to the realm of great immortals, but also extends his lifespan, enriching his vital essence. However, the method's notable drawback is its formidable difficulty, which surpasses that of ordinary techniques by several folds. The Eternal Life Sword Art necessitates cultivation from the Qi refinement stage. Typically, a mortal has a lifespan of 60 years. A Qi refinement practitioner enjoys a century. A foundation establishment cultivator lives for 2 centuries, and a Golden Core practitioner may reach 3 centuries. As for those in the nascent soul stage, they may attain a lifespan of 500 years. Upon practicing the Eternal Life Sword Art, I shall gain double the lifespan compared to others at the same level. Furthermore, it is crucial to note that this art not only fosters vitality, but also intertwines with the sword path, rendering its power far superior to that of other techniques. Zhao Ping'an's eyes gleamed with determination. As long as he navigated this life with prudence, there was no reason he could not ascend to the ranks of great immortals. Having lived through 2 lifetimes, he profoundly understood that in the harsh realm of cultivation, mere strength was insufficient. Survival was paramount. In the past, he had witnessed numerous prodigious cultivators rise to prominence through unparalleled talent and extraordinary fortunes, only to fall victim to the brutalities of conflict, ultimately becoming naught but dust. After solidifying his choice of cultivation method, Zhao Ping'an hesitated no longer and commenced his practice of the eternal life sword art. Thanks to his extensive experience from his previous life, Zhao Ping'an's efficiency in mastering the eternal life sword art was markedly enhanced, counteracting the challenges posed by this formidable technique. First layer of the eternal life sword art. In less than 2 hours, Zhao Ping'an sensed a notable increase in his internal magical energy. Most importantly, at that moment, his energy radiated a profound and enduring aura. My previous incarnation possessed mediocre talent and lacked diligence in cultivation thus. Even though I have now mastered the first layer of the eternal life sword art, my realm remains at the second level of chi refinement. To advance to the third level, I shall require additional time. Alas, the spiritual energy here is sparse were I to cultivate in a place abundant with spiritual essence. My progress would be significantly expedited. Zhao Ping'an lamented, recognizing that the environment of the medicinal garden paled in comparison to that of the sword sect, which boasted a second-tier spiritual vein with an abundance of spiritual energy far exceeding this location. Of course, the benefits of mastering the first layer of the eternal life sword art are evident. Not only has my magical power increased, but my vital essence has also grown more robust. Coupled with the experiences of my past 2 lives, despite currently being at the second level of chi refinement, my mental acuity rivals that of practitioners at the 8th or 9th levels. Zhao Ping'an's gaze was intense as he murmured to himself, his demeanor growing more composed, perhaps due to his cultivation of the eternal life sword art. Just then, a sudden commotion arose from outside. Chapter 3. The Haunted House. As Zhao Ping'an stepped out of the wooden cabin, he noticed a limping servant disciple pacing anxiously outside the gate. "Who are you? Come forth at once." Upon catching sight of Zhao Ping'an, the limping disciple's face exhibited a look of astonishment, prompting him to call out hurriedly, "Senior brother, I have just moved here. Is there something you need?" Zhao Ping'an, observing the disciple's expression, furrowed his brow before inquiring with a hint of displeasure. "Has that gluttonous son sent you to trouble me?" If memory served, he had not wronged that rotund individual. "You've moved in here? You're a newcomer, aren't you? This cabin is notorious within the medicinal garden as the haunted house. How dare you reside here?" The limping disciple gazed at Zhao Ping'an with an expression akin to seeing a ghost, his demeanor exaggerated in its incredulity. "Haunted house." Zhao Ping'an's lips twitched. Soon, he gleaned unsettling information from the disciple. It turned out that the wooden cabin assigned to him by Sun had lain vacant for many years. Furthermore, years prior, any servant disciple who took residence there either met with mysterious death or vanished under strange circumstances. I, Wang the Lame, have lingered in the medicinal garden for so long. Yet I have never seen anyone live here in peace, Wang the Lame anxiously advised, although he was unsure why Zhao Ping'an had chosen this cabin. As a senior servant disciple, he felt it was his duty to warn him. "Wang the Lame, what nonsense are you spouting now?" Just then, an untimely voice emerged. Sun appeared in the distance, hands clasped behind his back, casting a cold, unfriendly glare at Wang the Lame. "Senior brother Sun." Wang's expression shifted, resembling a startled bird. "Zhao, do not heed this fellow's wild tales. This cabin has merely been abandoned for many years. Once cleaned, it is quite decent. It offers seclusion, a beautiful environment, and fresh air. I specifically selected this residence for you. Do not disregard my goodwill, understand?" Sun chuckled with a smile that did not reach his eyes. "Senior brother Sun, you cannot." Wang the Lame began to protest, but was silenced by a fierce glare from Sun, causing him to fall abruptly silent. Zhao Ping'an maintained an impassive facade, yet he discerned the underlying tension. It seemed that Wang the Lame's warnings held some truth. This cabin indeed possessed an unusual aura. However, given the current circumstances, he deemed it unwise to confront Sun directly. Feigning indifference, he replied, "I trust senior brother Sun's words." "Excellent." Sun's smile broadened. "Wang, this disciple here is Zhao Ping'an. He shall join you as a servant disciple in the medicinal garden. Remember your place, do your duty, and refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Otherwise, should any trouble arise, do not blame me for taking action." With a heavy heart, Sun Pongzi gently patted Wang Keizi's shoulder. Though the gesture seemed light and casual, it rendered Wang Keizi pale, his body trembling uncontrollably. "It's nothing. You may all disperse," Sun Pongzi declared after admonishing Wang Keizi, then leisurely departed with his hands clasped behind his back. As Sun Pongzi left, Wang Keizi exhaled a sigh of relief, visibly intimidated by the former. "Brother Wang, thank you for your warning," Zhao Ping'an said, cupping his hands in respect towards Wang Kezi. He sensed no malice from him. You. Well, never mind. I shall return tomorrow. Do take care of yourself. Wang Kezi hesitated, rubbing his sore shoulder before limping away. A haunted house. No wonder it radiates such dense malevolence, Zhao Ping'an mused. After watching Wang Kezi depart, he hesitated for a moment, but ultimately stepped into the wooden cabin. Having cultivated through 2 lifetimes, he was unfazed by the notion of a haunted abode. Even the most terrifying of places could not intimidate him. Yet, recognizing his current fragile state of cultivation, he resolved to prepare some means of defense against any unforeseen occurrences. In his second life, he was the son of a powerful minister, known for his remarkable talent in talisman crafting, which led him to acquire an array of astonishing talisman techniques. Presently, however, his cultivation remained weak, preventing him from unleashing the formidable techniques within the eternal life sword art. With nightfall approaching, he decided to spare some time to draw a few potent talismans for protection. Inside the cabin, Zhao Ping'an retrieved a set of talisman brushes, cinnabar, and talisman paper, some of the most basic and rudimentary materials left behind from his previous life. Spreading out the pristine talisman paper, he meticulously prepared the cinnabar. Inhaling deeply as memories and experiences of talisman crafting from his past life surged forth. As a gentle breeze flowed, his gaze sharpened. In an instant, Zhao Ping'an raised the talisman brush, channeling his vital energy with grace, swiftly sketching on the fresh talisman paper. Within mere breaths, dark red symbols emerged, the ethereal energy shimmering with transcendent waves. Fire Spirit Talisman, a low-grade first-tier talisman, though basic, possessed significant destructive power. With his current cultivation, it was sufficient to threaten practitioners at the 3rd or even 4th level of Qi refinement. Zhao Ping'an tested his skills, finding little rust in his technique. He took up the brush once more, his speed surpassing that of before, executing the movements with practiced ease, soon depicting even more intricate symbols on a second sheet of pristine paper. The energy radiating from this new talisman was several times more formidable than that of the Fire Spirit Talisman. Thunder Light Talisman, a mid-grade first-tier talisman. Zhao Ping'an's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. It was noteworthy that, given his current cultivation level, the ability to inscribe such a talisman was a rarity even among many sects, marking him as a prodigious talisman artist. The power of the Thunder Light Talisman was even greater, possessing a natural restraint against malevolent entities. To ensure safety, Zhao Ping'an meticulously crafted 4 Fire Spirit Talismans and 2 Thunder Light Talismans before finally putting his brush down. Upon completing the talismans, he was drenched in sweat. The art of talisman crafting is indeed a labor-intensive endeavor. With his current cultivation, he could produce a maximum of 8 first-tier talismans each day. Exceeding this limit would lead to a depletion of his magical energy, jeopardizing his foundational strength. As the sun slowly descended, nightfall approached swiftly. The temperature within the wooden cabin plummeted, causing even a Qi refinement cultivator like Zhao Ping'an to feel a chill in his limbs. He lit an oil lamp and then settled into a cross-legged position, gradually closing his eyes. He was determined to uncover the mysterious and malevolent presence lurking within the cabin. As time passed and the darkness deepened, the temperature continued to drop, ultimately cloaking the entire cabin in a layer of frost. Suddenly, an eerie sound of footsteps echoed through the stillness. Have they arrived? Zhao Ping'an opened his eyes, his gaze becoming profound, as if he had sensed something, and he calmly directed his attention toward the wooden door. Chapter 4. What kind of demon is this? Creak. As the wooden door was suddenly thrust open, a chilling gust of wind rushed in. What manner of demon is this? Zhao Ping'an sprang to his feet, a spiritual talisman materializing in his hand, and floated it toward the source of the sinister breeze. Ah! In the next moment, a piercing scream echoed, jarring Zhao Ping'an's eardrums. What are you doing? Zhao Ping'an. The newcomer was both startled and furious, and the talisman, rather inconveniently, had adhered to her most sensitive area. Sister Li, is that you? Zhao Ping'an's face flushed with embarrassment upon recognizing the visitor. It was none other than Li Yun, the daughter of the sword sect's master. With hair cascading like a waterfall and a figure both tall and elegantly curved, Li Yun emanated a delicate fragrance that filled the air. You scoundrel, Zhao Ping'an. I came to visit you with good intentions, and you dare to behave lewdly in my presence? At that moment, she was overwhelmed with shame and anger, for the placement of the talisman was exceedingly inappropriate. Were it not for Zhao Ping'an's innocent expression, she would have been inclined to teach him a lesson. Sister, this is a misunderstanding. Please allow me to explain. Zhao Ping'an's mind raced as he had not anticipated Li Yun's late-night visit. After much effort, he finally elucidated the misunderstanding. So you thought I was a malevolent spirit? Li Yun shot him a fierce glare, her tone tinged with exasperation. Zhao Ping'an, what on earth are you thinking? This is the herb garden of the sword sect, protected by corresponding formations. How could there be any demons or anomalies here? Indeed. You are right, sister, Zhao Ping'an responded sheepishly, nodding in agreement. Li Yun was one of the most talented disciples in the sect, and in her mind, the sword sect was a bastion of righteousness. How could demons possibly exist on this sacred ground? Even if some foolish demon had inadvertently trespassed in the past, it would have been swiftly slain by the sect's cultivators. By the way, sisterly, what brings you here? Seeing Li Yun's emotions somewhat calm, Zhao Ping'an cautiously inquired. He held a favorable impression of her from his prior life, as she had been one of the few to defend him when all others pointed fingers in the sect's great hall. Isn't it all for you? Li Yun replied, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Before Zhao Ping'an could respond, she directly asked, the sword master has demoted you to a menial disciple of the herb garden. Do you feel aggrieved and uncomfortable? At her question, Zhao Ping'an was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly grasped that Li Yun had come specifically to offer him solace. I do feel a bit wronged, but I can accept the sword master's punishment with equanimity. Under Li Yun's piercing gaze, he forced a wry smile in response. Due to the kindness of his previous self, who had inadvertently provided a healing elixir to a traitor of the Tianxian sacred land, the sword sect had demoted him from a formal disciple to a menial role in the herb garden. Zhao Ping'an felt that the punishment was indeed rather severe. Although the realm of immortality is characterized by the law of the jungle and fierce struggles, many cultivators possess their own sense of conscience and justice. Despite their humble origins, they are inherently kind-hearted individuals. Is there truly a fault in being benevolent? Is it really so difficult to be a good person? I know these thoughts linger in your mind. Li Yun shook her head helplessly, then sighed softly and said, Zhao Ping'an, do not blame my father. His actions were born of necessity. In this matter, your original intention to save someone was commendable, yet the mistake lay in the identity of the person you saved, a traitor pursued by the heavenly Xian sacred land. To protect you, the sword master has borne considerable pressure. The heavenly Xian sacred land has vented its ire upon our sect, with many elders proposing to hand you over. Fortunately, the sword master merely demoted you to a servant disciple in the medicine garden, a different means of safeguarding you. Li Yun spoke solemnly, her face grave. The notion that the heavenly Xian sacred land was targeting their sect caused Zhao Ping'an's heart to race, realizing the gravity of the situation. The heavenly Xian sacred land, one of the 3 great sacred lands of the southern county, wielded power exponentially greater than the current sword sect, which was already in decline. Zhao Ping'an had not anticipated that a simple act of kindness from his previous incarnation would escalate into such a significant issue. Now do you understand why my father demoted you to a menial position in the medicine garden? Li Yun remarked, somewhat exasperated, having noticed Zhao Ping'an's expression. She had come specifically to ensure that Zhao Ping'an did not misinterpret the sword master's intentions or develop any biases against the sect. While it is commendable to be a good person, the path of cultivation is brutally unforgiving. Li Yun hoped that Zhao Ping'an would learn to temper his excess kindness and sense of justice to avoid bringing further trouble upon the sect. I understand, Zhao Ping'an replied after a moment of silence, nodding gently. Ping'an, you should remain at ease here. Although you have been relegated to a servant disciple, in my heart, you will always be that easygoing and pure-hearted junior. Whenever you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Li Yun gently patted Zhao Ping'an's shoulder, her tone tender. She wished for him not to despair, even in his new role. Thank you, senior sister. Zhao Ping'an felt a flicker of warmth from Li Yun's concern, a sensation he had not experienced in a long time. It's getting late. I must take my leave. She smiled sweetly, moving toward the door. Tall and fair-skinned, she had just taken a few steps when she suddenly halted. By the way, Zhao Ping'an, this talisman you crafted is quite impressive. Consider it a small gift from me. With a playful shake of the unactivated fire spirit talisman, Li Yun offered Zhao Ping'an a gentle smile before pushing open the wooden door and disappearing into the vastness of the night. As she departed, a faint, refreshing fragrance lingered in the air. It appeared that this senior sisterly had discerned that the talisman was my own handiwork. Zhao Ping'an furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing once more. Currently, I am but a humble disciple tasked with menial duties in the medicinal garden, wholly deprived of the sect's abundant resources. However, should I demonstrate a modicum of proficiency in talisman crafting, perhaps I could alter this predicament.
The night enveloped the surroundings in darkness as a delicate figure stealthily evaded the patrolling disciples and swiftly approached a certain pavilion. Stop! Suddenly,
a deep voice echoed from a short distance away. Li Yun's countenance paled, and she inwardly lamented her misfortune. She stiffly turned her head, following the sound. and beheld the imposing silhouette of the sword master emerging from the depths of darkness. "Where have you been?" the sword master inquired with an air of authority, his voice grave. "Father, refer to me as sword master." The sword master frowned, disapproving of his daughter's increasingly unruly behavior. It was late, and she ought to have been resting, yet she had ventured away from her quarters without permission. "Sword master, I went to the medicinal garden to see Zhao Ping'an." Li Yun realized she could not conceal the truth from her father and recounted her meeting with Zhao Ping'an in a straightforward manner. "What of that young man?" the sword master asked nonchalantly, his expression indifferent. "His disposition remains quite amiable. He harbors no prejudice against the sect," Li Yun replied softly. "Humph, in the pursuit of immortality. One defies the heavens. Virtuous individuals often meet untimely ends," the sword master scoffed. "Father, I have also uncovered something significant regarding Zhao Ping'an." As she spoke, Li Yun produced a talisman, a first-level talisman, the Fire Spirit Talisman. The sword master's eyes brightened as he recognized the origin of the talisman. Chapter 5. The Spirit. As the night passed uneventfully, dawn arrived. A figure, limping slightly, approached the wooden cabin of Zhao Ping'an, gazing at the cabin within arm's reach. He hesitated momentarily before calling out, "Zhao Ping'an, are you still alive?" His words had barely left his lips when the wooden door swung open abruptly, causing him to pale and instinctively step back. "Brother Wang, you have come," Zhao Ping'an greeted, stepping outside and noticing Wang, who was visibly startled. "You spent the entire night here and emerged unscathed," Wang remarked, his tone laced with disbelief. Having lingered in the medicinal garden for an extended period, he had never witnessed anyone daring to stay a night in that house without consequence. What extraordinary ability did Zhao Ping'an possess that kept malevolent spirits at bay? "I am Zhao Ping'an. Naturally, I remain safe and sound." "Brother Wang, this residence may not be as perilous as you suggest," Zhao Ping'an replied with a slight smile, feigning nonchalance. "Junior brother, you are still too young." Wang shook his head, his words hinting at deeper meanings, yet he chose not to elaborate further. He handed Zhao Ping'an a broom and said, "Let us not dwell on this now. We must tidy up first. Otherwise, if that gluttonous son finds out, we shall be in for a punishment." "All right," Zhao Ping'an nodded. Unlike in the past, he was now a lowly servant in the medicinal garden, accountable for its cleanliness every day. Swish! As the broom swept across the ground, dry leaves and dust vanished, quickly revealing a clean patch. This was Zhao Ping'an's first official cleaning of the medicinal garden. Although clad in coarse linen and subjected to the curious gazes of others while engaging in such menial labor, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. Having lived 2 lives, Zhao Ping'an's mindset was as steady as an old dog. This junior brother Zhao was indeed unique. He worked diligently and swiftly. Despite being a novice servant tasked with cleaning the garden, he adapted seamlessly without a hint of awkwardness. Nearby, Wang's eyes widened in surprise. He had assumed that Zhao Ping'an, formerly a formal disciple of the sword sect, would struggle with his demotion to a menial role in the medicinal garden. However, Zhao Ping'an's performance defied his expectations. The medicinal garden spanned 1,000 acres, and the areas requiring attention from the servants included the central plaza and the adjoining residential quarters. Under Wang's guidance, the two completed their cleaning tasks in a single morning. "Junior brother Zhao, you have worked hard. Thanks to you, we finished ahead of schedule. Otherwise, I would have needed an entire day to clean as I usually do," Wang said, a smile illuminating his face as he expressed his appreciation. "You flatter me, brother Wang. I merely fulfill my responsibilities," Zhao Ping'an replied with a calm smile, humbly acknowledging the praise. "Your awareness of duty is commendable," Wang nodded in satisfaction, genuinely appreciating Zhao Ping'an's attitude. In the past, when formal disciples made mistakes and were relegated to the medicinal garden, they often succumbed to despair, merely existing without purpose. Before Zhao Ping'an, however, a starkly different sensation enveloped Wang Kezi. "Brother Wang, do we not need to tidy the other areas?" Zhao Ping'an observed that not far off lay the medicinal fields, where withered grass was heaped like mountains, presenting an untidy appearance. "Junior brother Zhao, the medicinal fields are under the care of designated disciples. It is not within our purview as menial disciples to wander freely there. Moreover, aside from the medicinal fields, there are several areas that are equally off-limits, such as the storeroom of the herb garden and the cave where the overseer resides," Wang Kezi replied, his tone laced with complexity. Although both were menial disciples, those tasked with sweeping were often regarded with disdain within the herb garden, bound by numerous regulations. "By the way, junior brother Zhao, have you perhaps offended Sun Ponzi?" Wang Kezi inquired tentatively. "How could I have offended senior brother Sun upon my arrival at the herb garden?" Zhao Ping'an responded, taken aback, and instinctively shook his head, unsure of Wang Kezi's line of questioning. That is indeed peculiar. Junior brother Zhao, if an opportunity arises, it would be wise for you to vacate that wooden house post-haste. Wang Kezi hesitated, his words trailing off, ultimately choosing not to elaborate further. Zhao Ping'an wished to probe deeper, yet Wang Kezi, limping away, left him no chance. It seemed that the wooden house indeed harbored some mystery. Zhao Ping'an contemplated this, though nothing unusual had transpired the previous night, igniting a flicker of curiosity within him. Subsequently, Zhao Ping'an did not linger, swiftly returning to the wooden house. It was noon, yet within, a faint chill pervaded the air. Zhao Ping'an sat in silence, and as time passed, nightfall descended once more. With his eyes firmly shut, his vital energy circulated, emanating a profound and enduring aura. Tonight, the moonlight was dim, shrouded by dark clouds, and an eerie chill enveloped the quiet courtyard. Abruptly, a shadowy mist flickered into existence amidst the overgrown weeds, seemingly drawn to Zhao Ping'an's presence, racing towards the wooden house. "Return my life! Return my life!" The shrill, mournful cries echoed as frost formed upon the floorboards of the wooden house. The dark mist surged inside, launching a sudden assault on Zhao Ping'an. Instantly, Zhao Ping'an opened his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, a fire spirit talisman had materialized in his hand. As the dark mist approached within 10 feet, he hurled it fiercely. The flames blazed brilliantly, the first-tier talisman unleashing formidable might, the searing heat momentarily suppressing the frigid aura. The dark mist was forced outside, transforming into a pale-faced woman. It was indeed a specter. Zhao Ping'an stepped out of the wooden house, his brow furrowed. A specter embodies the lingering obsessions of those who have met untimely deaths, nourished by dense negative energy. This was the herb garden, safeguarded by corresponding formations. How could a specter manifest here? "Return my life." Temporarily subdued by the fire spirit talisman, the dark-clad woman did not retreat, but rather became emboldened in her ferocity. Her hair hung wildly, and in an instant, her hands elongated, transforming into two menacing bony claws that exuded a terrifying chill, tearing through the roaring flames as they lunged toward Zhao Ping'an's chest. The woman in black possessed eyes that glowed with a haunting red light, reminiscent of a vengeful spirit emerging from the depths of the earth, radiating an overwhelming aura. Such potent malevolence. Zhao Ping'an's expression turned grave. He dared not underestimate her. It was evident that this specter possessed a considerable level of cultivation, and a mere fire spirit talisman would be utterly insufficient for subjugation. Lacking in power, he would compensate with numbers. 3 talismans shot forth simultaneously, their flames roaring with a ferocity several times greater than before, instantly melting the white claws. The woman in black winced in pain, finally realizing she had struck a formidable barrier. She let out a muffled groan and turned to flee. A chilling wind surged, sweeping away the weeds in the courtyard, revealing a concealed, desolate well nearby, into which the woman intended to escape. Yet, Zhao Ping'an would not grant her the opportunity to flee. A lightning talisman surged forth in an instant. As a first-tier talisman, the power of the lightning talisman far surpassed that of the fire spirit talisman, especially since lightning inherently countered malevolent and sinister forces. The lightning erupted, and before the woman in black could plunge into the well, her form was utterly engulfed. Chapter 6. The gathering of Een stone and blood yang grass. A soft crackle echoed as lightning swept across the scene, illuminating the visage of a woman contorted in anguish. The dark, ominous energy surrounding her dissipated as swiftly as melting snow. As the malevolent aura gradually vanished, she began to regain her original appearance. Her hair danced in the air, her features were exquisitely delicate, and her figure was gracefully elongated, emanating a captivating beauty. Though she was merely a spirit at that moment, the aura she radiated was unforgettable. Her form became increasingly transparent, on the verge of vanishing entirely from the realm. "Thank you for liberating me. My name is Zhang Wanqing." The crimson light in her eyes faded, restoring clarity as she expressed her gratitude to Zhao Ping'an. Zhang Wanqing, the prodigy of the sword sect from a century ago. Zhao Ping'an was taken aback, memories from a previous life flooding his mind. 100 years prior, the sword sect had not yet fallen to its current state and was home to many exceptional talents. Zhang Wanqing was a remarkable genius among her peers. Although she was a woman, she shattered the sect's training records upon entering at the tender age of 10, advancing to the 3rd level of qi refinement. Over the next 3 years, she made astonishing progress, becoming the strongest among her contemporaries. At the age of 15, she broke the cultivation record for the entire southern region, breaking free from her constraints and officially entering the foundation establishment stage. Regrettably, she later vanished without a trace. The sword sect mobilized all its resources for 6 months in search of her, yet no clues surfaced. Little did they know, this talent from a century ago had long since fallen, her lingering soul transformed into a malevolent spirit. I never imagined anyone would remember my name. A bittersweet smile graced Zhang Wanqing's lips as her form grew ever more transparent and dim. There are many things within that dry well. Consider them a parting gift for your assistance in my liberation. With this final utterance, her figure abruptly faded, completely disappearing from this realm. Zhao Ping'an's emotions surged, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Had he known this malevolent spirit was the remnant of Zhang Wanqing, he might have acted with greater restraint. Alas, regret was futile now. The dry well? Zhao Ping'an glanced toward the nearby area, where dense weeds had once thrived, now revealing the hidden mouth of a well. The oppressive aura of Yin energy permeated the air. If his intuition served him correctly, the malevolent energy saturating the wooden cabin originated from this very well. Moreover, the transformation of Zhang Wanqing's residual soul into a spirit was intricately linked to this well. As he surveyed the seemingly bottomless pit, Zhao Ping'an's gaze deepened with contemplation. What secrets lay within this well? After a moment of reflection, he resolved to leap down. What appeared to be a narrow, dry well on the surface revealed an expansive world within. Zhao Ping'an descended for dozens of yards, soon arriving in a unique space, a hidden chamber. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized the space was far from cramped, even more spacious than the wooden cabin above. Before him lay a stone, roughly the size of a fist, emanating a soft, milky white glow that illuminated the entire chamber. This stone was none other than the rare and precious Gathering Yin stone. Zhao Ping'an's gaze sharpened as he recognized its origin. The Gathering Yin stone is an exceptionally rare gem born only in places of extreme Yin, containing a formidable and astonishingly frigid energy capable of transforming lingering souls into ethereal spirits. If I am not mistaken, it is indeed this Gathering Yin stone that has enabled Zhang Wanqing's residual soul to manifest as an ethereal spirit, Zhao Ping'an mused softly. For ordinary cultivators, the Yin energy within the Gathering Yin stone represents an ultimate cold energy that is neither usable nor absorbable. Possessing such a stone would hold no significance for them. However, I am different. The Yin energy that others cannot harness does not imply that I cannot. A glimmer of brilliance shone in Zhao Ping'an's eyes as a smile graced his lips. Without the slightest hesitation, he reached out towards the Gathering Yin stone. And in an instant, a torrent of immense Yin energy surged into his body. Under normal circumstances, this overwhelming Yin energy would be sufficient to incapacitate an average cultivator. Yet at this critical moment, the longevity tower in Zhao Ping'an's mind trembled slightly, causing the icy chill to dissipate entirely. All the Yin energy transformed into pure spiritual energy, continuously flowing into Zhao Ping'an's being. This is one of the functions of the longevity tower. Through the exploration of 2 lifetimes, Zhao Ping'an had long discovered that the longevity tower could transmute extreme attribute energies into pure spiritual energy suitable for his cultivation. Indeed, it proved effective. Though the Gathering Yin stone appeared to be merely fist-sized, the Yin energy contained within was astonishingly vigorous. With the aid of the longevity tower, it would provide ample energy for his cultivation for quite some time. Zhao Ping'an carefully stored the Gathering Yin stone. With this stone in his possession, he could cultivate in the medicinal garden without concern for a lack of spiritual energy. At that moment, Zhao Ping'an's attention was suddenly drawn to a plant behind where the Gathering Yin stone had been situated, its entire form glowing with a sanguine hue. Its vibrant, blood-red leaves resembled fish scales. Could it be blood-yang grass? Zhao Ping'an's expression shifted slightly as he stepped forward. Indeed, it was blood-yang grass, and it appeared to be of considerable age. Blood-yang grass is a crucial ingredient for refining the Yuan infant pill, yet its cultivation conditions are exceedingly stringent, requiring periodic watering with fresh human blood. Since cultivating blood-yang grass contravenes the natural order, it has long been prohibited by various factions. Could it be? Zhao Ping'an's expression grew increasingly grave as he quickly connected the dots. Wang Kezi had previously warned him about the peculiarities of the wooden cabin, mentioning that former residents either vanished or met with tragic ends. Tonight, Zhao Ping'an had encountered the ethereal spirit of Zhang Wanqing, and now, in this secret chamber by the dry well, he had discovered both the Gathering Yin stone and the blood-yang grass. The connections among these events weighed heavily on Zhao Ping'an's heart. If he was not mistaken, it seemed someone was exploiting Zhang Wanqing's ethereal spirit to cultivate this blood-yang grass. The individual capable of deceiving the entire sect and utilizing the Gathering Yin stone to forge a Yin spirit, whilst cultivating blood-yang grass beneath the desolate well of the medicinal garden, is undoubtedly not an ordinary character. It appears that I have entangled myself in a rather troublesome predicament. Should that person discover that I have acquired both the gathering stone and the blood-yang grass, they would not let me off lightly. Zhao Ping'an furrowed his brow momentarily, but soon relaxed it. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he had encountered all manner of tempests. Even if someone was indeed pulling the strings from behind the scenes, what of it? As long as Zhao Ping'an could become sufficiently formidable, he would fear no threat. Chapter 7. Abundant Fortunes. Carefully securing the blood-yang flower, Zhao Ping'an meticulously inspected every corner of the underground chamber, ensuring no other items remained before he decided to depart. He left the subterranean sanctum and, to prevent detection, covered the desolate well with overgrown weeds once more. After completing these tasks, Zhao Ping'an inhaled deeply and returned to the wooden cottage. This evening had yielded significant gains with the acquisition of the gathering stone and the blood-yang flower. Yet it also posed certain risks. If the mastermind behind the cultivation of the blood-yang flower learned of Zhao Ping'an's actions tonight, it would be prudent to expect terrifying retribution. The one orchestrating such affairs from the shadows must undoubtedly be a formidable figure of considerable cultivation, perhaps even a high-ranking member within the sect. Thus, even Zhao Ping'an, whose demeanor was typically as steadfast as an ancient oak, felt a hint of urgency for the first time. The blood-yang flower was a crucial ingredient for refining the yuaning pill, which he could not utilize at present. However, with the assistance of the longevity tower, the gathering stone could be transformed into pure spiritual energy to enhance his cultivation speed. Wasting not a moment, he employed the longevity tower to transmute the gathering stone, converting the energy into the spiritual energy he required. With a solemn countenance, Zhao Ping'an settled into a meditative posture and began to circulate the longevity sword technique. As dawn approached, just one night of effort resulted in a noticeable increase in his magical power. Although he practiced the inherently slow-progressing longevity sword technique, the experience from his past life temporarily mitigated the slow advancement. With the additional energy from the gathering stone, the fruits of his overnight cultivation equated to what would have taken him 3 or 4 nights previously. If this continued, a breakthrough for Zhao Ping'an would merely be a matter of time. Junior brother Zhao's knock at the door interrupted Zhao Ping'an's cultivation. He recognized it was Wang the Lame, calling him to tidy up the medicinal garden, an everyday duty for the menial disciples. Brother Wang, Zhao Ping'an said, opening the courtyard door with a smile. You truly have abundant fortunes, Wang the Lame remarked, somewhat surprised to see Zhao Ping'an in good spirits. Though he quickly regained his composure and continued with a smile. This is the first time I've seen anyone stay in this haunted abode for 2 consecutive nights. Thanks to your blessings, brother, Zhao Ping'an replied with a chuckle. Wang the Lame shook his head, opting for silence on the matter as he beckoned Zhao Ping'an to join him in the garden's upkeep. Day after day passed, and swiftly a month slipped by. During this period, Zhao Ping'an had largely adapted to the lifestyle and seclusion. Moreover, since acquiring the gathering stone, his cultivation speed had experienced a remarkable enhancement. Additionally, apart from assisting Wang the Lame in tending to the medicinal garden each morning, Zhao Ping'an devoted nearly all his time to cultivation, advancing at an extraordinary pace. Within the wooden cabin, clad in a robe of azure, Zhao Ping'an sat cross-legged, practicing the longevity sword technique. He appeared dignified and statuesque, seemingly motionless. Yet within him flowed a vibrant and potent magical energy. Grasping the gathering stone, he channeled his fire's spiritual root, and under the transformation of the longevity tower, a continuous stream of spiritual energy surged into his being. Spiritual energy primarily divides into 2 categories: the ubiquitous heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, and the concentrated energy found within spirit crystals and immortal stones. The medicinal garden lacked spiritual veins, rendering the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy relatively sparse. Under normal circumstances, Zhao Ping'an would find it challenging to gather sufficient spiritual energy for cultivation. However, with the longevity tower converting the energy from the gathering stone into pure spiritual energy, he was afforded an environment for cultivation comparable to that of a formal disciple residing in a second-tier spiritual vein of the sect, if not superior. Suddenly, after an indeterminate period, a powerful wave of energy erupted from within Zhao Ping'an, unleashing a tempest that nearly toppled the furniture in the cabin. I never anticipated that the difficulty of mastering the longevity sword technique would exceed my expectations, he remarked solemnly as he opened his eyes. With the advantage of his past life's experiences, the assistance of the energy from the gathering stone, and a month of diligent practice, he had finally succeeded in breaking through, ascending to the 3rd stage of qi refinement. Had he practiced another technique, the combination of various factors would have allowed him to break through several minor realms within a month, potentially reaching the fourth or even fifth stage of qi refinement. Most importantly, Zhao Ping'an's current third stage of qi refinement could only be considered above average among the formal disciples of the sword sect, and merely mediocre among the labor disciples in the medicinal garden, primarily due to the significant shortcomings of his previous incarnation. Zhao Ping'an shook his head in resignation. His former self had been at the bottom among the formal disciples, which explained why, after the incident, only his senior sister Li Yun had interceded on his behalf. His weakness had rendered him the target of scorn from many disciples within the sect. Thus, in this world, without the formidable strength and status that command respect, one should refrain from being overly amiable. Otherwise, when trouble arises, there will be many eager to take advantage of one's misfortune. However, Zhao Ping'an remained unfazed, as long as he continued to cultivate at this pace. Catching up to the other formal disciples was merely a matter of time. His mindset was steady, devoid of any sense of urgency. Having lived 2 lives, he understood well that while the longevity sword technique progresses slowly, it offers the promise of longevity and possesses considerable power. Despite currently being at the 3rd stage of qi refinement, the depth of his magical energy was sufficient to rival that of disciples at the 4th or even 5th stage. "Junior brother Zhao, are you in the cabin?" A familiar voice called from outside the courtyard. Zhao Ping'an concluded his cultivation and promptly pushed open the door, only to behold Wang Kezi waiting at the entrance. "Brother Wang, did we not just finish our tasks this morning?" Zhao Ping'an inquired with a hint of confusion, as they had only recently completed the tidying of the medicinal garden. Under normal circumstances, Wang Kezi would not seek him out until the following morning. "You only ever think about work," Wang Kezi chuckled, having grown somewhat familiar with each other over the course of a month. Zhao Ping'an was efficient in his duties, never complaining, and held himself in high regard, which left a favorable impression on Wang Kezi. Noticing the puzzled expression on Zhao Ping'an's face, Wang Kezi kindly reminded him, "Today marks an important day for the disciples in the medicinal garden to collect their spirit stones. Come with me to the spirit chamber." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping'an's understanding dawned. In the sword sect, both the miscellaneous disciples and the more esteemed formal disciples received spirit stones each month. These spirit stones function similarly to currency in the mortal realm. They can be used to procure essential materials for cultivators or directly absorbed during their practice. Naturally, the treatment afforded to miscellaneous disciples differs from that of formal disciples. Formal disciples of the sword sect typically receive between 10 to 20 spirit stones monthly, while miscellaneous disciples are allotted around 3 to 5 spirit stones. Chapter 8. The favor of noble benefactors. The spirit chamber, akin to the accounting office, was specifically tasked with distributing spirit stones to the miscellaneous disciples of the medicine garden. When Zhao Ping'an and Wang Kezi arrived, a lengthy queue had already formed outside the chamber. "Brother Wang, over here." A youthful-looking, somewhat rotund young man waved at Wang Kezi from within the line. "Daniel, splendid to see you." "Zhao, follow me," Wang Kezi exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he, disregarding the displeased glances of others, led Zhao Ping'an to the front of the line. Zhao Ping'an felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, upon seeing the serpentine line that would take nearly 2 hours to navigate, he hesitated for a moment before resolutely following along. "Brother Wang, you've arrived rather late. Fortunately, I queued here in advance. Otherwise, you would have been waiting until the afternoon." The rotund young man chuckled, clearly pleased to see them. "Thank you, Daniel," Wang Kezi replied, patting his shoulder with gratitude. Quickly recalling something, he introduced Zhao Ping'an. "Ping'an, this is Daniel, another of our medicine garden's cleaning disciples. He took leave to visit family and just returned today. Pleased to meet you, Brother Daniel," Zhao Ping'an greeted, noting the camaraderie between Daniel and Wang Kezi. "Zhao Ping'an, I know you. The fellow who resides in the haunted house, yet remains unharmed. Since we are all cleaning disciples, there's no need for formalities. Just call me Daniel." Daniel said with a hearty laugh and straightforward demeanor. "Ping'an, that's just Daniel's way. Don't take offense," Wang Kezi interjected, clearing his throat. Zhao Ping'an merely smiled in response, choosing not to elaborate further. As the trio conversed, they soon arrived outside the spirit chamber. The main door was firmly shut. Only a small window was open, through which a senior disciple was distributing spirit stones to the miscellaneous disciples. "Daniel, 3 spirit stones," came a detached voice. Daniel perked up and stepped forward eagerly to receive his 3 spirit stones, grateful for the rare opportunity after his recent visit home. Wang Kezi, 5 spirit stones. Wang Kezi was next, stepping forward respectfully to bow to the senior disciple before retrieving his 5 stones with gratitude. Zhao Ping'an, 8 spirit stones. Zhao Ping'an's name was called shortly thereafter. At that moment, many of the miscellaneous disciples in line cast curious glances at him. Even Daniel, and Wang Kezi, who had just received their stones, looked on in bewilderment. Zhao Ping'an had recently been demoted to a miscellaneous disciple. Why was he receiving 8 spirit stones? If he were to receive just 2 more, his treatment would be scarcely different from that of the formal disciples of the sect. Zhao Ping'an found himself pondering. Could it be that there was a miscalculation on their part? Yet such a rudimentary mistake seemed implausible. This senior brother, could he have made an error? Zhao Ping'an approached and inquired softly. The elder disciple responsible for distributing spirit stones cast a glance at Zhao Ping'an and spoke with evident impatience. Enough chatter. Take your spirit stones and step aside. There are many others waiting. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping'an refrained from further comment and, feeling disgruntled, departed with his spirit stones. It felt unjust. All were mere servant disciples, and he, as a cleaning servant, wondered why he was entitled to receive 8 spirit stones. Before he could take more than a few steps, an indignant voice arose from behind him. Others have the favor of influential sect members. Do you? If not, cease your complaints and take what is rightfully yours. The elder disciple within the spirit room snorted, silencing the discontented servant disciples behind him. Favor from the influential? Zhao Ping'an, upon hearing these words, experienced a moment of clarity. Junior brother Zhao, you are truly fortunate, remarked Wang Kezi and Dinyo, exchanging knowing glances and smiles of realization. Zhao Ping'an offered no explanation, as a vivid figure emerged in his mind. If his conjecture were correct, the reason he was granted 8 spirit stones was due to the benevolence of Sister Li Yun. After all, as the daughter of the sword sect's leader and one of the most distinguished talents within the sect, it would be a simple matter for her to arrange for him to receive additional spirit stones each month with a mere word. The thought warmed Zhao Ping'an's heart. The trio made their way outside, with Wang Kezi and Dinyo engaged in light-hearted conversation, deliberating how to allocate their newfound spirit stones. Halt! Just as they were about to leave, a tall and robust figure suddenly obstructed their path. This was a man of formidable stature, clad in the garb of a servant disciple, yet his exposed muscles were well-defined, exuding an overwhelming sense of strength. Diao Ziqiang. Upon recognizing the man's visage, both Wang Kezi and Dinyo's expressions shifted slightly. Wang Kezi, it seems you servant disciples have collected quite a number of spirit stones this time. Might I borrow a few? I shall return them to you on another day, Diao Ziqiang said with a menacing gaze, his eyes particularly lingering on Zhao Ping'an. Diao senior brother, please do not jest. The few spirit stones we servant disciples receive each month are hard-earned through relentless toil. I hope you will show some mercy. Wang Kezi replied, his face betraying discomfort, yet he managed to muster a polite smile to decline. Had it been anyone else, he might have brushed them off. But Diao Ziqiang held considerable influence and was regarded as a bully among the servant disciples in the herb garden. Attracting his attention could lead to dire consequences. Wherever there are people, there exists a world of intrigue. The machinations among the servant disciples in the medicinal garden are often more intricate and brutal than those within the sect itself. Just now, I witnessed something astonishing. A newcomer, having only been in the garden for a month, is already entitled to 8 spirit stones, surpassing my own meager allotment despite my years of service as a servant disciple. Diao Ziqiang's gaze resembled that of a venomous snake, coldly fixated on Zhao Ping'an, evidently targeting him. Wang Kezi found himself at a loss for words. Zhao Ping'an, is it? Regardless of your previous history, once you enter the medicinal garden as a servant disciple, whether you are a dragon or a tiger, you must bow to me. Today, you shall either part with a few spirit stones for my amusement, or you will not leave here unscathed. I will make sure you arrive on your feet, but depart lying down. As Diao Ziqiang advanced, a formidable wave of magical energy emanated from him, coupled with his imposing stature, creating an overwhelming aura. In response, Zhao Ping'an let out a derisive laugh, astonished that someone would dare covet his spirit stones. I am quite eager to see how this unfolds. Zhao Ping'an, far from being intimidated, retorted nonchalantly. Kindness invites exploitation, and a gentle horse is often ridden. He did not seek trouble, yet if someone dared to offend him, Zhao Ping'an would not hesitate to ensure they faced appropriate repercussions. Ping'an, perhaps you should reconsider? Wang Kezi exclaimed, his face paling as he hastily grasped Zhao Ping'an, fearful of his impulsiveness. It was evident that Wang Kezi held a profound trepidation towards Diao Ziqiang. Their commotion quickly attracted the attention of onlookers in the distance. Many servant disciples were unfazed by the spectacle.
For Zhao Ziqiang was known as a petty tyrant within the medicinal garden, having previously bullied numerous newcomers. Furthermore,
the higher-ups tended to turn a blind eye to the conflicts among the ordinary servant disciples. Chapter 9. The Trade Fair. Ping'an, do not act impulsively. As Zhao Ping'an remained unperturbed, seemingly intent on engaging in a contest with Diao Ziqiang, Daniel promptly restrained him. Wang Kezi, you two step aside. Allow me to properly instruct him today. The reaction of Wang Kezi and Daniel elicited a triumphant smile from Diao Ziqiang, who exuded an intimidating aura as he slowly approached Zhao Ping and Diao Shixiao. Here are 3 spirit stones. I humbly ask you to accept them. As Diao Ziqiang was about to strike, Wang Kezi gritted his teeth and produced his share of spirit stones, respectfully presenting them before Diao Ziqiang. Oh, Diao Ziqiang was somewhat taken aback, and his menacing demeanor began to wane. Ping and is inexperienced. I hope Diao Shixiang can forgive him. I trust that, for my sake, you will overlook this minor transgression. Wang Kezi flattered with a smile. Zhao Ping'an observed this and felt perplexed. Wang Shixiang he furrowed his brow, about to speak, but was once again restrained by Daniel. Ping'an, this individual is indeed not to be trifled with, Daniel cautioned in a low voice. Wang Kezi, I never imagined you would go to such lengths to defend him. Very well, I shall grant you this small favor. After we part, make sure to properly admonish this boy. In the herb garden, he should learn to be humble and not too arrogant. Diao Ziqiang cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Ping'an, then unapologetically accepted Wang Kezi's 3 spirit stones. He did not necessarily wish to reprimand Zhao Ping'an. Rather, he felt discomfort seeing the latter receive 8 spirit stones and desired to make a spectacle of it before the crowd. Now, with Wang Kezi voluntarily surrendering several spirit stones to show submission, Diao Ziqiang's objective was accomplished and satisfaction spread across his face. Diao Shixiang, we shall take our leave now. Upon hearing this, Wang Kezi felt a weight lift from his shoulders, exchanging a glance with Daniel as the 3 of them swiftly departed with Zhao Ping'an. Trailing behind, Zhao Ping'an fell into silence, reflecting on how, in 2 lifetimes, he had nearly allowed a petty character to ride roughshod over him. This was somewhat degrading. Had it not been for Wang Kezi and Daniel restraining him moments ago, Zhao Ping'an would have surely taught the other a lesson in humility. Ping'an, are you feeling uncomfortable? Do you not understand why Daniel and I stopped you? Noticing Zhao Ping'an's expression, Wang Kezi suddenly spoke. I do feel a bit puzzled. Wang Shixiao, you should not have given him those 3 spirit stones. Zhao Ping'an expressed his thoughts. Offering spirit stones was akin to voluntarily submitting. Such a display of weakness might encourage the other to take further advantage in the future. Daniel, please explain to Ping'an who Diao Ziqiang really is. Wang Kezi chuckled, dismissing Zhao Ping'an's concerns, instead gesturing for Daniel to elaborate on Diao Ziqiang's background. Ping'an, you should genuinely thank Wang Shixiao. Diao Ziqiang is not someone we mere disciples of menial tasks can afford to provoke. He has been in the herb garden for many years, and both his experience and cultivation far surpass those of ordinary disciples. Moreover, and of utmost significance, his identity is one that cannot be offended. The robust Daniel spoke earnestly. Identity. Is he not, like us, merely a menial disciple of the apothecary garden? Zhao Ping'an inquired, somewhat astonished. Although they were all menial disciples, the ranks within the apothecary garden were distinctly stratified. Daniel shook his head. Continuing his elucidation, Diao Ziqiang dares to act with impunity because he is a registered disciple under the guardianship of the apothecary garden. A registered disciple under the guardianship of the apothecary garden? Zhao Ping'an's brow furrowed. Finally grasping why Wang Kezi and Daniel had advised him against a direct confrontation with Diao Ziqiang. The guardianship of the apothecary garden is held by its highest authority, typically an elder of the sect. Although registered disciples do not hold much weight within the sword sect, being a registered disciple of the apothecary garden signifies a certain status. To put it plainly, it can be regarded as having influential connections. Several registered disciples serve under the guardianship of the apothecary garden. Thus, despite Diao Ziqiang's lack of merit, he wields considerable power simply by virtue of his association with the guardian. Even Sun Pongzi, who is responsible for managing all the menial disciples, must show him a degree of deference. Wang Kezi interjected, adding, though the apothecary garden may not rival the sect, the menial disciples here are often embroiled in intrigue, adhering to a certain code of survival. It was no wonder that Zhao Ping'an was struck by realization. Had he engaged in conflict with Diao Ziqiang, even if he possessed the means to subdue him, such an action could easily provoke the guardian of the apothecary garden. As a menial disciple, offending the guardian would be tantamount to courting death. Wang, about those 3 spirit stones. Zhao Ping'an hesitated for a moment, intending to return the corresponding spirit stones to Wang Kezi. No need. Wang Kezi waved his hand dismissively. I have scrimped and saved to accumulate quite a few spirit stones. 3 stones are of little concern. However, you, Ping'an, are still young and will have many occasions to utilize spirit stones. Thank you, senior brother. I shall remember this kindness. Zhao Ping'an replied, not pressing the matter further. He was indeed in urgent need of spirit stones and decided to defer this debt of gratitude, vowing to repay Wang Kezi when the opportunity arose. We're all brothers. There's no need to stand on ceremony. I simply find your temperament agreeable. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother with anyone else, Wang Kezi said with a chuckle, unperturbed. Wang, you are truly kind to Ping'an. I find myself a bit envious, Daniel grinned, unable to resist teasing. Do not speak nonsense. Had it not been for my assistance when you first arrived at the apothecary garden, you would likely have been expelled by now. Wang Kezi shot Daniel a mock glare. Daniel grinned sheepishly, choosing to remain silent. By the way, Ping'an, there will be a trading event for the menial disciples of the apothecary garden tomorrow. Would you care to join me? Wang Kezi inquired. A trading event? Zhao Ping'an expressed a flicker of interest. Wang Kezi did not conceal anything and introduced to Zhao Ping'an that every month, on the second day when the spirit house distributes spirit stones, the miscellaneous disciples of the medicine garden spontaneously organize a small trading fair to facilitate the exchange of necessary resources. Since my senior brother has extended an invitation, I shall go and broaden my horizons. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Ping'an resolutely agreed. Over the past month, he had diligently practiced. Yet his progress in cultivation was rather slow. He currently lacked crucial means of protection, particularly the talisman brushes and high-quality talisman paper essential for crafting talismans. Superior brushes and paper would enable him to create talismans of greater potency. Initially, Zhao Ping'an had been troubled over how to procure the requisite materials. But now that there was a small trading fair, it presented an excellent opportunity. What about you, Daniel? Wang Kezi turned to the side where Daniel stood. I'll pass, Daniel replied, shaking his head. I need to save some spirit stones for a future breakthrough to a higher realm. He had already attended several trading fairs and was currently lacking in enthusiasm. Chapter 10. The Azure Edge Talismans. The trading fair takes place at the Fuchin Pavilion within the medicinal garden. On the following day, Zhao Ping'an and Wang Kezi arrive at the Fuchin Pavilion. The medicinal garden spans 1,000 acres, traversed by a meandering stream, with the Fuchin Pavilion gracefully perched above it. The scenery here is breathtaking, and the architecture is grand and imposing, standing in stark contrast to the humble quarters of the servant disciples. As it is Zhao Ping'an's first visit, he is taken aback, not expecting such a splendid locale within the medicinal garden. Among the pavilions and terraces, disciples have set up stalls. Some display their wares directly on the ground, while others, more discerning, utilize wooden tables. Zhao Ping'an surveys the bustling scene, noting the throngs of people, with at least 70 or 80 stallholders present. In addition to the majority of servant disciples, a considerable number of formal disciples from various sects are also in attendance. These formal disciples often seize this opportunity to participate in the trading fair, selling off items they no longer require in exchange for spirit stones. Ping'an, isn't it lively here? Feel free to wander around. If you find something you fancy, you can haggle with the stall owners. Just remember, don't be an easy mark. Wang Kezi advises with a grin, and without waiting for Zhao Ping'an's response, he strides towards a nearby stall, clearly familiar with the proceedings, having attended numerous trading fairs before. Observing his companion, Zhao Ping'an also heads towards several nearby stalls. The array of items for sale is eclectic, and astonishingly, some stallholders even offer gossip about certain formal disciples in exchange for spirit stones. Zhao Ping'an quickly traverses many stalls, yet finds only a scant few that sell talisman brushes and talisman paper. The few available options are of such poor quality that he is disinclined to even consider them. How's your browsing going? Shortly after, Wang Kezi reunites with Zhao Ping'an and inquires with a smile. In response, Zhao Ping'an slightly shakes his head. He notices that Wang Kezi is holding a storage bag, seemingly filled with several items he has purchased, but out of respect for their mutual privacy, Zhao Ping'an refrains from asking about them. The selection here is quite varied. Have you found anything that catches your eye? I am fairly familiar with the trading fair, and I might be of assistance, Wang Kezi suggests after observing Zhao Ping'an's demeanor. Brother Wang, are there any talisman-making materials of decent quality available here? Zhao Ping'an ponders for a moment before posing the question. Talisman-making materials? Wang Kezi is momentarily taken aback, appraising Zhao Ping'an before his expression settles into calm contemplation. If you seek talisman-making materials, you might consider seeking out Sister Lu Ningran. Lu Ningran. The name rings a bell for Zhao Ping'an. Yet he finds himself unable to recall the specifics at that moment. That esteemed Sister Lu is indeed a formal disciple of our sect, and notably a rare young talisman master. In past trading events at the herbal garden, she would always bring along materials for talisman crafting, exchanging them with the disciples tending to the garden for necessary items. Wang Kezi explained. It dawned on me. She is the only young talisman master within our sect. Prompted by Wang Kezi's reminder, Zhao Ping'an quickly recalled information about Sister Lu through his previous life's memories. Much like the sect leader Li Yun, Lu Ningran is also quite renowned within the sect. After joining, she displayed a remarkable talent for talisman drawing and officially became a first-tier talisman master 3 years ago. Given that the sword sect primarily focuses on swordsmanship, talisman masters are exceedingly rare. Thus, Lu Ningran has garnered considerable respect due to her crafting abilities. The materials for a first-tier talisman master should suffice for my needs, Zhao Ping'an mused, prompting Wang Kezi to lead him to Lu Ningran's stall. At the Fuchin Tower, in front of a tidy and pristine stall, stood a girl of ethereal grace. Her skin was as white as snow, her hair as black as a waterfall, her eyes bright and clear, adorned in a flowing purple dress that rendered her exceptionally enchanting. Perhaps it was Lu Ningran's extraordinary beauty or the scarcity of those intrigued by talisman crafting, but her stall was largely devoid of visitors. However, passing male disciples would pause at a distance, casting curious or fervent glances toward Lu Ningran. Upon seeing the exquisite Lu Ningran, Wang Kezi transformed into a bashful figure, his confidence waning as he halted a few paces from the stall, hesitant to approach any closer. In contrast, Zhao Ping'an maintained an air of composure. Stepping directly to the stall, with a cursory glance, he nodded to himself. Truly, she was a competent talisman master, as all the talisman paper and brushes he required, even high-quality cinnabar, were readily available. Zhao Shidi is remarkably composed, Wang Kezi thought to himself, impressed by Zhao Ping'an's ease around Sister Lu. How much for this talisman paper? Zhao Ping'an inquired casually, lifting a piece of dark golden talisman paper. Premium talisman paper, 10 spirit stones, Lu Ningran replied, casting a glance at Zhao Ping'an. Her voice light and melodious. And this one? Zhao Ping'an asked, picking up a somewhat rougher piece of talisman paper nearby. Ordinary talisman paper, 2 spirit stones, she answered. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping'an felt a twinge of temptation. With a total of only 8 spirit stones to his name, if he opted for the premium talisman paper, he would likely be unable to procure the remaining crafting materials. Rather than hastily purchasing the talisman paper, he shifted his gaze towards several talisman brushes nearby. These brushes were specifically designed for talisman drawing, though their quality varied. He casually picked up the best quality brush and hesitantly asked, "How much for this brush?" Low-grade magic tool, Jinyun talisman brush, priced at 50 spirit stones, Lu Ningran replied. Her curiosity piqued as she regarded him. 50 spirit stones? Zhao Ping'an cleared his throat and set it down decisively. A penny can indeed defeat a hero. Given his current impoverished state, he could not afford even a low-grade talisman brush. It was all the fault of his previous incarnation, a prodigal who squandered the spiritual stones allocated by the sect, leaving him with nary a coin. Beside him lay a turquoise talisman brush, which appeared remarkably new. The Qingfeng talisman brush was priced at 20 spiritual stones. Lu Ningran smiled faintly and spoke. Zhao Ping'an's lips twitched as he glanced at the last severely worn talisman brush. "What about this black talisman brush?" he inquired, clinging to a glimmer of hope. "This is the most basic black feather talisman brush, capable of producing fewer than 50 more talismans before it becomes utterly unusable. If you truly desire it, I can part with it for merely 6 spiritual stones." Observing the black talisman brush in Zhao Ping'an's hand, Lu Ningran's expression grew somewhat complex. After a moment's hesitation, she said, "I will take it. Additionally, I would like some ordinary talisman paper and a box of vermilion." Zhao Ping'an recognized that her pricing was quite reasonable, even exceedingly favorable, so he decided to purchase the entire set of talisman-making materials in one go. The art of talisman crafting not only requires skill in drawing, but also emphasizes the quality of the materials used. With these specialized materials, the talismans Zhao Ping'an produced would certainly attain a higher caliber. The costs were 2 spiritual stones for the talisman paper, 6 for the talisman brush, and 2 for the vermilion, totaling 10 spiritual stones. Lu Ningran smiled slightly and remarked, "Sister, you are so beautiful. Could you perhaps grant me a discount?" "How about 8 spiritual stones?" Zhao Ping'an said with brazen audacity. It was not that he wished to take advantage, but his entire fortune amounted to merely 8 spiritual stones. "If you can answer my question honestly, I will not only grant you a discount, but could even gift you an additional talisman-making material," Lu Ningran said, as if seeing right through Zhao Ping'an's predicament. Rather than being angered, she smiled. "Sister, please speak. I will answer truthfully." Zhao Ping'an did not refuse. "If I recall correctly, you are Zhao Ping'an, are you not? Are you purchasing these talisman-making materials for someone else, or for your own use?" Lu Ningran asked seriously after a moment's contemplation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping'an quickly understood her intent and had no intention of concealing anything. "Sister, I am indeed Zhao Ping'an. I have recently developed an interest in talisman crafting, so I wish to buy some materials to practice. Is that so? Lu Ningran gazed deeply at Zhao Ping'an. After pondering briefly, she picked up the Qingfeng talisman brush, valued at 20 spiritual stones, and handed it directly to Zhao Ping'an, saying, "Though this Qingfeng talisman brush does not reach the level of a low-grade magical artifact, it far surpasses the severely worn black feather brush. I will give it to you." That. Zhao Ping'an was taken aback, caught in a moment of indecision. Do not misunderstand. I merely believe that if there is a second talisman master among the younger generation of our sect, it could prove beneficial. Observing Zhao Ping'an's hesitation, Lu Ningran offered a gentle smile and spoke. Gazing into Lu Ningran's sincere eyes, Zhao Ping'an seemed to grasp her intentions. "Thank you, senior sister." He ultimately accepted her offer. In the end, Zhao Ping'an paid merely 8 spirit stones to acquire the Qingfeng talisman brush, a stack of talisman paper, and a box of vermilion. Chapter 11. A crime not worthy of death. Thank you, senior sister. Zhao Ping'an expressed his gratitude once more to Lu Ningran before summoning Wang Kezi to depart. As he watched Zhao Ping'an's retreating figure, Lu Ningran's clear gaze deepened with contemplation. Her hair danced in the breeze as she softly murmured, "Had it not been for you gifting her a pill, she might have perished long ago." Unfortunately, Zhao Ping'an had already moved too far away to hear her words. "Ping'an, you truly are fortunate," Wang Kezi remarked with a tone of envy. To have received a Qingfeng talisman brush worth 20 spirit stones from Lu Ningran without any apparent reason. He found it perplexing that someone as exceptional as Lu Ningran would bestow such a valuable gift upon Zhao Ping'an. Perhaps senior sister was simply taken by my good looks and decided to be generous, Zhao Ping'an replied with a slight smile, jesting. In truth, he had a notion of her intentions. As the only young talisman master in the sect, Lu Ningran likely believed in Zhao Ping'an's potential to become a talisman master himself, which prompted her assistance in the form of the talisman brush. Of course, this was merely Zhao Ping'an's simplistic conjecture. "You possess a fair and delicate appearance, truly fitting the role of a pretty boy. Perhaps Lu Ningran genuinely has an interest in you. If that is the case, you might indeed be quite lucky." Wang Kezi mused, taking Zhao Ping'an's words seriously. At this, Zhao Ping'an's lips twitched slightly. Surely, he would not stoop to becoming a gigolo. He would never be the type to rely on a woman's wealth. Nevertheless, he acknowledged the debt he owed Lu Ningran and resolved to repay it when the opportunity arose. Having lived 2 lives, Zhao Ping'an had gained insight into the myriad complexities of the world, recognizing how rare it was to encounter someone willing to lend a helping hand. With the materials for talisman making secured, Zhao Ping'an had no intention of lingering. However, Wang Kezi remained enthusiastic, prompting Zhao Ping'an to bid farewell and return to his dwelling alone. Upon exiting Fuchin Tower, Zhao Ping'an's keen senses detected that he was being followed. A figure, exceedingly stealthy, trailed behind him. Were it not for Zhao Ping'an's formidable spiritual awareness, akin to that of a late-stage qi refining cultivator, most would have been oblivious to the presence of the individual shadowing them. Is it really him? Zhao Ping'an maintained a composed exterior while surreptitiously channeling his potent awareness, akin to a miniature radar, scanning the figure following him. Upon catching sight of the individual, Zhao Ping'an recognized him immediately. It was Diao Ziqiang, who had confronted him outside the spirit chamber not long ago. "I didn't have the chance to teach you a lesson yesterday, but I never expected you to come seeking me today," Zhao Ping'an thought with a cold smirk, feigning ignorance of Diao Ziqiang's pursuit as he continued towards a secluded area. "Humph, this brat has acquired Lu Ningran's Qingfeng talisman brush. If I managed to seize it from him, I could immediately exchange it for 20 spirit stones. Without the protection of Wang the Lame and his companions this time. Let's see how you cope, young man." Diao Ziqiang revealed a sinister smile, his form moving swiftly toward Zhao Ping'an. Soon, Diao Ziqiang found himself in a secluded corner. Yet he looked around and saw no sign of Zhao Ping'an. Where could he be? Wasn't he just here? Diao Ziqiang was filled with confusion. He had witnessed Zhao Ping'an approaching, yet now, after a mere turn, the young man had vanished without a trace. Could it be that he sensed my presence and fled? Diao Ziqiang felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Just as he prepared to depart, a figure suddenly appeared behind him, coldly commanding, "Don't move, it's a robbery." Startled, Diao Ziqiang turned to face the figure cloaked in black, emanating a formidable aura. "Who are you?" Before he could finish his inquiry, the masked individual struck with astonishing speed. Closing the distance in an instant, fingers outstretched towards Diao Ziqiang's face. In a mix of shock and fury, Diao Ziqiang hastily gripped a silver sword and lunged at the assailant. Although he was merely a servant disciple, he had achieved the 3rd level of qi refinement and had practiced foundational sword techniques taught by the sect. Yet, in the next moment, The silver sword was effortlessly seized by the masked figure, whose palm radiated an overwhelming magical force. With a single, forceful motion, Diao Ziqiang's sword was crushed with a resounding crack. Caught off guard, Diao Ziqiang attempted to retreat, but it was too late. A powerful hand struck his neck, rendering him unconscious. So weak, yet you dared to confront me. What gave you the audacity? Zhao Ping'an remarked, removing the cloth covering his face and shaking his head. He had expected Diao Ziqiang to possess some skill, prompting him to employ the power of the longevity sword technique. Yet within a single exchange, his opponent was downed. This left Zhao Ping'an feeling rather disappointed, but he quickly recognized that it was not Diao Ziqiang's weakness that was at play, but rather the formidable power of the magical energy cultivated through the longevity sword technique, enabling him to shatter metal effortlessly. Otherwise, in a typical confrontation of equal standing, such a swift domination would have been unachievable. What to do with this fellow? Looking at the unconscious Diao Ziqiang on the ground, Zhao Ping'an found himself in a quandary. No, this is the medicine garden. My wings are not yet fully grown, and I cannot afford to kill, lest I draw the attention of the sect's higher-ups. Moreover, he is not guilty of a death sentence. After some contemplation, Zhao Ping'an approached and unfastened the storage bag hanging from Diao Ziqiang's waist, then turned and left the area. As the gentle breeze flowed, time passed unmarked until Diao Ziqiang slowly regained consciousness. Am I still alive? His eyes, once dazed, quickly focused as he looked over himself. Relieved to find he was intact. Where's my storage bag? In the next moment, he touched the spot at his waist, and his expression shifted dramatically as he cried out, "Damn it!" The eye painstakingly acquired, and the remaining 20 spirit stones were all in that storage bag. Who, indeed, has pilfered my storage bag? The wails echoed like thunder, resonating throughout the entire medicinal garden. The true culprit, Zhao Ping'an, remained oblivious to Diao Ziqiang's lamentations, for at that moment, he had already retreated to his wooden cabin. Examining his spoils, Zhao Ping'an extracted the storage bag taken from Diao Ziqiang and swiftly unveiled a wooden box containing elixirs, along with a total of 20 spirit stones. This was a condensing chi pill. A mere glance was sufficient for Zhao Ping'an to recognize the origin of this elixir. Although the condensing chi pill is not a rare treasure, it holds significant value for disciples at the chi refinement stage, as it can expedite their cultivation progress. Moreover, Diao Ziqiang's pill gleamed with a lustrous hue, indicating its superior quality. If placed on the market, it would fetch no less than 30 spirit stones, if not more. For disciples in the mid-chi refinement stage, the efficacy of the condensing chi pill is unparalleled. Diao Ziqiang, possessing a cultivation level of chi refinement 3, likely intended this pill to aid his breakthrough to chi refinement 4. Alas, it has fortuitously fallen into my hands. A smile graced Zhao Ping'an's face as he envisioned Diao Ziqiang's fury upon realizing the pill's theft. Such is the nature of the wicked. They require the cunning of their own kind. Had his intentions not turned towards me, Zhao Ping'an would not have seized his storage bag. Furthermore, these 20 spirit stones served to alleviate my previously destitute circumstances. Zhao Ping'an meticulously secured the elixirs and spirit stones before retrieving the materials for talisman crafting that he had purchased at the trading fair: a Qingfeng talisman brush, ordinary talisman paper, and a box of cinnabar. Chapter 12. Second-order talismans. Within the confines of the wooden cabin, Zhao Ping'an gradually closed his eyes. The arcane arts of talisman crafting from his past life flooding his mind. Time slipped away unnoticed until, suddenly, he opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and captivating. With the azure talisman brush in hand, he moved with an effortless grace, channeling his spiritual energy like a delicate thread as he traced intricate designs upon the talisman paper. The spirit control talisman, its faint crimson glyphs flickering into view, emanated a remarkable surge of spiritual energy. This first-order, inferior-grade talisman belonged to the realm of defensive talismans. Quite remarkable, Zhao Ping'an thought to himself. Though the azure brush was not as sophisticated as the high-grade talisman-making artifact he had possessed in his previous life, the fact that he could successfully craft the spirit control talisman in one fluid motion, without any depletion of resources, was a notable achievement at this stage. He did not pause, continuing his swift strokes with the brush, and soon completed 2 additional spirit control talismans before finally halting. The tactile experience was delightful, smooth as silk. Next, he contemplated attempting the Ice Cloud Talisman. The Ice Cloud Talisman, a first-order, superior-grade talisman, boasted greater power than the Lightning Talisman he had previously created. Unlike the Lightning Talisman, the Ice Cloud Talisman was capable of area of effect damage, inflicting devastating destruction within a specified radius. Naturally, the elevated grade of the talisman significantly increased the difficulty of its creation. Zhao Ping'an took a deep breath, centering his focus, and once more lifted his brush to sketch. His movements were swift and fluid, and in an instant, he completed the Ice Cloud Talisman. The blue talisman light shimmered, radiating an even more astonishing energy wave, gradually settling into tranquility as the ink dried. It was a success. Zhao Ping'an felt a tinge of surprise at how smoothly he had crafted his first Ice Cloud Talisman. This was largely due to the skills he had honed in his previous life, coupled with the assistance of the azure brush. Had he employed a lesser quality brush, it might have been impossible to create the Ice Cloud Talisman in such a seamless manner. Emboldened by his success, Zhao Ping'an proceeded to craft 4 more Ice Cloud Talismans, yielding a total of 5. He did not succeed every time. 2 attempts resulted in failures, wasting 2 sheets of talisman paper. Overall, his success rate for crafting the Ice Cloud Talisman hovered around 70%. The process of talisman making consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy, and Zhao Ping'an found himself nearly depleted after successive creations. Fortunately, the spiritual energy cultivated through the longevity sword technique was abundant and restored at a pace far exceeding that of his peers in the same cultivation realm. After resting for half an hour, the energy within him, once somewhat drained, was rejuvenated. At present, my success rate for crafting first-order, inferior-grade talismans is nearly 100%. As for first-order, medium, and superior-grade talismans, my success rate remains around 70 to 80%. However, the power of first-order talismans is limited. They pose a threat only to cultivators in the mid to late stages of qi refinement. Should I encounter a fully realized qi refinement practitioner or one beyond that realm, I would still lack adequate means for self-preservation. Zhao Ping'an pondered deeply. With 12 sheets of talisman paper remaining, rather than utilizing them for first-order talismans, it would be more prudent to attempt crafting second-order talismans. His eyes sparkled with determination as he swiftly reached a resolution. Zhao Ping'an intends to craft exquisite talismans, for only those of the second tier may be deemed as such. In my previous life, I possessed numerous second-tier talismans, yet now, with my cultivation limited to the 3rd layer of qi refinement, I find myself unable to fulfill the requirements for most second-tier creations. However, the inferior second-tier Heavenly Arrow Talisman falls outside these constraints. Moreover, the power of the Heavenly Arrow Talisman is formidable once activated. Even those at the pinnacle of qi refinement would struggle to withstand its onslaught. Zhao Ping'an's expression grew solemn as he resolved to forge the Heavenly Arrow Talisman. To mitigate the risk of insufficient magical energy, he retrieved 5 spirit stones. Rather than immediately commencing the drawing of the talisman, he took a deep breath, focusing his mental acuity, for the complexity of creating a second-tier talisman is magnified several times over. Adequate preparation is paramount, otherwise, failure is almost inevitable. Let us begin. As his words faded, Zhao Ping'an lifted the azure talisman brush. His movements became less fluid, as the brush tip traced the talisman paper. His internal magical energy surged forth like a spring, nearly depleting in an instant. Fortunately, Zhao Ping'an had prepared in advance, one hand grasping the spirit stones to draw forth spiritual energy, while the other continued the talisman creation. However, within moments, beads of sweat began to form on his brow. Suddenly, the brush tip quivered, and the runes ignited rapidly, reducing the entire sheet of talisman paper to ashes. Failure. Zhao Ping'an felt a twinge of regret. He had been so close to success. It was not a deficiency in his skill, but rather the heightened demands of second-tier talismans on their creators. In his previous life, even at the foundation establishment stage, his success rate for crafting second-tier talismans hovered around 50%. Yet, should he succeed in this endeavor, it would enhance Zhao Ping'an's defensive capabilities, becoming one of his trump cards. After resting for an hour, Zhao Ping'an sensed that his magical energy had sufficiently replenished, prompting him to attempt the Heavenly Arrow Talisman once more. Over the course of that day, he endured 5 failures in his quest to create the talisman, until the 6th attempt finally yielded success with the completion of his first Heavenly Arrow Talisman. The following day, he expended the remaining 6 sheets of talisman paper, ultimately crafting a second Heavenly Arrow Talisman. Beyond the consumed talisman paper, Zhao Ping'an had also depleted 10 spirit stones from the 20 he had acquired from Diao Ziqiang. Only half remained. At my current level of cultivation, my success rate for creating the Heavenly Arrow Talisman stands at a mere 20%. Nevertheless, I have succeeded, and my ability to forge second-tier talismans indicates that I am on the cusp of becoming a second-tier talisman master. Should the higher echelons of the sword sect become aware of this, it would undoubtedly leave many in astonishment. A smile graced Zhao Ping'an's face as he remarked lightly, "Talismancers are far from ordinary cultivators. They are both precious and rare. In a sect like the Sword Sect, the emergence of a first-tier talismancer, Lu Ningran, is already considered a prized achievement. Should they discover that Zhao Ping'an can produce second-tier talismans, it would undoubtedly provoke significant upheaval. Naturally, Zhao Ping'an has no intention of revealing the full extent of his abilities, for one must tread carefully lest they attract unwanted attention. If it were to become known that within a mere span of 2 months, a disciple of the Sword Sect, previously lacking substantial knowledge of talismans, has transformed into a talisman master capable of crafting second-tier talismans, it would inevitably arouse the suspicions of those with ulterior motives. Ping'an, are you aware? Just 2 days ago, it was said that someone had robbed Diao Ziqiang. Rumor has it that Diao Ziqiang was infuriated to the point of near madness. Yet he has been unable to identify the perpetrator. On this particular day, while Zhao Ping'an was tidying up the medicinal garden, he overheard the gleeful voice of Wang Kezi. Oh, is that so? Zhao Ping'an feigned surprise, then smiled as he remarked, he truly is unfortunate. Indeed, this wicked man has received his just deserts. It is not that retribution does not come, but rather that the time has yet to arrive. Wang Kezi chuckled heartily, his mood exceedingly pleasant. Chapter 13. The probe of the rotund sun. Listening to the hearty laughter of Wang Quasi, Zhao Ping'an remained silent yet smiled. It seemed that after experiencing a hidden setback, Diao Ziqiang had not suspected Zhao, especially since Zhao had previously given him no opportunity to react. Zhao had consistently presented himself as a cultivator at the second level of qi refinement, while Diao Ziqiang possessed the strength of the third level. Even if doubts lingered, there was no evidence to substantiate them. What are you discussing? You seem to be enjoying yourselves, a sudden, untimely voice interjected during their casual conversation. Brother Sunday. Upon recognizing the speaker, Wang Quasi's smile faltered. Zhao Ping'an, however, remained composed, his gaze towards Sun appearing subtly discerning. Wang Quasi, you were laughing so merrily just now. Surely, you weren't speaking ill of me behind my back. Sun approached with a grin, his seemingly innocent demeanor exuding an underlying cunning. Wang Quasi shivered, hastily retorting, Brother Sun, you jest. I wouldn't dare speak ill of you, even if I had 100 lives. Would you not dare, or would you simply not wish to? Sun's eyes narrowed as he pressed further. I would neither dare nor wish to. Wang Quasi replied cautiously. Oh, is that so? Sun appeared skeptical, seeing Sun's disbelief. Wang Quasi quickly turned to Zhao Ping'an, saying, Ping'an, we truly did not mention Brother Sun, right? Brother Sun, Wang did indeed share a light-hearted jest with me. Without reference to anyone else, Zhao Ping'an thoughtfully interjected to alleviate Wang Quasi's predicament. I certainly believe you both. Sun's expression brightened with satisfaction, then shifted his focus to Zhao Ping'an. He scrutinized Zhao for a moment, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes, though his face remained inscrutable. Feigning concern, Sun cheerfully inquired, Zhao Ping'an, you have been at the medicinal garden for some time now. Have you been comfortable? Thanks to your blessings, brother. I have been quite well, eating heartily and sleeping soundly. Zhao Ping'an replied with a slight smile, maintaining a respectful yet assertive demeanor. That is good to hear. Sun regarded Zhao Ping'an with a deep, penetrating gaze before leisurely departing with his hands clasped behind his back, his rotund figure swaying gently. As Sun's silhouette faded from view, Zhao Ping'an's smile vanished, his bright eyes taking on a more profound depth. Was he just probing me? Could he be aware of the secrets within the withered well? Zhao Ping'an pondered in silence. Yet, he swiftly dismissed the thought. After all, Zhang Waning's lingering spirit had been transformed into a wraith a century ago, and the blood sunflowers cultivated in the secret chamber beneath the well were clearly beyond the capabilities of a mere disciple of the medicinal garden. Perhaps Sun was merely curious and puzzled as to why he could remain unscathed in the so-called haunted wooden house for such an extended period. Certainly, one cannot completely dismiss the suspicions surrounding the corpulent Sun, particularly since it was he who accommodated Zhao Ping'an in that wooden cabin upon his arrival at the medicinal garden. Ping'an, what occupies your thoughts? Inquired Wang Kezi, noticing Zhao Ping'an lost in contemplation. Nothing much. I merely find this senior brother Sun's demeanor rather unfriendly. Zhao Ping'an replied with a slight smile, expressing his sentiments about the hefty figure. Your impression of him indicates that your discernment is quite sound. Within this medicinal garden, Sun is known for his ruthless nature. It would be prudent for you to maintain your distance from him, Wang Kezi cautioned, his tone tinged with a sense of foreboding. I understand, Zhao Ping'an nodded, recognizing that Wang Kezi was looking out for him. Well then, let us return early. These past few days, Dainio has been preoccupied with breaking through his limits. Otherwise, our toil would not have been so arduous. Once he achieves his breakthrough, he ought to treat us to a splendid meal. Wang Kezi waved his hand dismissively, then picked up his broom and turned to leave. Zhao Ping'an did not linger further and swiftly returned to his wooden cabin. Since the dissipating of Zhang Wanqing's spectral presence and the extraction of the gathering stone from the dry well, the cabin no longer exuded the chilling aura it once did. As dusk fell, Zhao Ping'an settled cross-legged on the ground, utilizing the assistance of the longevity tower to absorb the energy of the gathering stone, silently cultivating the longevity sword technique. His vital energy flowed around him, permeated by an overwhelming and enduring aura. Time flew by, and soon 3 months had elapsed. Zhao Ping'an sat in meditation, his robust physique radiating a formidable wave of energy. After this period of cultivation, he had finally reached the pinnacle of the third layer of qi refinement. He retrieved a qi condensation pill, swallowing it without hesitation. This pill was a spoils of war from the earlier encounter with Yao Ziqiang, and it was only at this moment that Zhao Ping'an chose to consume it, seeking to elevate himself further with its potency. As the pill coursed through his body, its powerful essence enveloped him entirely. Zhao Ping'an channeled his energy according to the longevity sword technique, and a tremendous force surged forth from within him. The sheer momentum reverberated through the room, causing furniture to scatter until tranquility was restored after a brief moment. He seamlessly transitioned into the fourth layer of qi refinement. Zhao Ping'an suddenly opened his eyes, acutely aware of the immense power surging through him, significantly stronger than before. This sensation was delightful, were it not for the formidable difficulty inherent in the longevity sword technique. One could surmise that after months of diligent practice coupled with the ingestion of a qi condensation pill, an ordinary cultivator would have easily ascended 1 or 2 minor realms. Zhao Ping'an reflected, his tone laced with complexity. With the longevity tower converting the energy from the gathering stone, his cultivation environment surpassed that of formal disciples within the sect's second-tier spiritual vein. Coupled with the rich experience from his previous life, he had accumulated 2 layers of enhancement. And after 2 months of arduous training, along with the consumption of a qi condensation pill, he had only progressed by 1 minor realm. It must be said that the difficulty of cultivating the eternal life sword technique has exceeded Zhao Ping'an's expectations, and as his realm continues to ascend, the challenges only intensify. Of course, there are gains and losses. While this technique is arduous to master, it bestows longevity and possesses formidable powers that far surpass those of conventional methods. Although I have advanced to the 4th layer of qi refinement, I choose to disguise my cultivation at the 2nd layer to avoid attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives. This strategy will also serve to catch my opponents off guard in future confrontations. After a moment, Zhao Ping'an consciously suppressed his cultivation until it stabilized at the 2nd layer of qi refinement. This was a subtle tactic he mastered in his previous life. Unless he encountered an extraordinarily powerful cultivator at the foundation establishment stage with remarkable spiritual awareness, ordinary qi refinement practitioners would find it challenging to unveil his true capabilities. Chapter 14. The strange happenings in the medicine field. Zhao Ping'an rose slowly, his demeanor serene and unpretentious. In stark contrast to the formidable aura he had displayed upon breaking through his previous limitations, he now appeared transformed. He felt a deep satisfaction with this state of being. Over the past few months, as he practiced the longevity sword technique, Zhao Ping'an had become acutely aware that, with the gradual elevation of his cultivation level, his temperament had subtly matured, growing more composed and self-assured. Furthermore, the technique's effect of prolonging life was manifesting, invigorating him with abundant vitality. Even his skin had become fair and delicate. To the casual observer, rather than appearing more mature, he seemed to have regained a youthful radiance, looking a year or 2 younger. "Ping'an, are you awake?" A familiar voice drifted in from outside the courtyard. Recognizing the voice, Zhao Ping'an knew that Wang Kezi had arrived. He opened the door and immediately spotted Wang Kezi. For the past few months, they had agreed to set off together each morning to tend to the medicinal garden. "Brother Wang, you're a bit earlier than usual today," Zhao Ping'an remarked with a smile, glancing at the sky. "Ping'an, have you forgotten? Today is the day the spirit room distributes spirit stones. If we finish our chores early, we can collect our stones sooner," Wang Kezi said with a chuckle, reminding him. "I almost forgot," Zhao Ping'an admitted, recalling the day's significance. "Brother Wang, Ping'an, you finally arrived." Just as they reached the area designated for their tasks, they spotted Daniel, who had already been waiting for them. "You've arrived earlier than us. Are you also anxious for the spirit stones today?" Wang Kezi teased with a grin upon seeing Daniel. "Brother Wang, you understand me well. I recently broke through my previous limits and have been in dire need of spirit stones. Today's distribution is a welcome opportunity," Daniel replied, grinning widely. He had just advanced to the 3rd level of qi refinement, but had exhausted his accumulated spirit stones. Without Wang Kezi's assistance over the past few months, he would have been in dire straits. The spirit stones available to the disciples of lower ranks were exceedingly scarce, and as one's cultivation level increased, the demand for these stones only intensified. The trio engaged in lively conversation as they tidied up, swiftly clearing a substantial area to a state of cleanliness. By the way, Brother Wang and Ping'an, have you heard the recent news? Daniel inched closer, cautiously inquiring with an air of mystery. Heard what? Zhao Ping'an and Wang Kezi exchanged glances, both puzzled by Daniel's question. Indeed, you two are unaware, Daniel whispered conspiratorially, his tone dropping. I overheard a fellow disciple responsible for the medicine fields mention that something strange has occurred there recently. What kind of strange occurrence? Speak plainly. Wang Kezi urged, curiosity piqued. Disciples in lower ranks often found themselves burdened with grievances, and it was only natural for them to seek out gossip. Although Zhao Ping'an remained silent, he directed his gaze towards Daniel, patiently awaiting his continuation. I have heard that several precious spiritual herbs have mysteriously vanished from the medicinal fields in recent days. Moreover, despite Sun Fatty's investigation spanning 3 days, he has uncovered nothing, leading many of the servant disciples to feel anxious, fearing they might be implicated in this incident. Daniel did not withhold information, succinctly recounting what he had heard. This was indeed a grave matter. Could it be that someone is stealing the spiritual herbs? Wang Qiezi instinctively speculated, yet quickly dismissed his own thought. The medicinal fields are governed by strict regulations. Ordinarily, servant disciples have little chance to steal spiritual herbs, let alone approach them. Furthermore, theft of spiritual herbs is a serious crime, if discovered. The consequences could range from the loss of cultivation and expulsion from the sect to immediate execution. It is unlikely that any rational servant disciple would contemplate such actions. If there were indeed thieves, Sun Fatty would have revealed them by now to establish authority. Danny was not entirely convinced by Wang Chiezi's earlier conjecture. Could it be that an external intruder has infiltrated the medicinal fields to steal the spiritual herbs? Zhao Ping'an pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. From his perspective, although the entire medicinal garden is protected by formations, the sword sect is not renowned for its array techniques, and there are considerable loopholes in various details. Given that the likelihood of internal theft is low, external factors must be at play. Zhao Ping'an's hypothesis seemed plausible. Wang Qiezi considered Zhao Ping'an's words and found them reasonable. Daniel, standing nearby, also nodded in agreement, acknowledging the insight. However, as they were merely servant disciples, they could only engage in idle gossip. Matters of such significance within the medicinal garden were hardly within their purview to comment on. As their conversation continued, the three soon completed their assigned cleaning tasks. After half an hour, since they had arrived early, Zhao Ping'an and the others did not wait long outside the spiritual chamber before receiving their respective spiritual stones. Upon acquiring the stones, Zhao Ping'an contemplated once again visiting the trading fair at the medicinal garden. He had already exhausted the talismans he had purchased from Lu Ningran, and he needed to acquire higher quality talismans. Additionally, Zhao Ping'an had another intention for this visit, to showcase a portion of his talisman-making talent. After all, within a sect, it is essential to display sufficient potential and value to gain favor and nurturing from the organization. Wang Qiezi and Daniel, upon receiving their spiritual stones, had no immediate plans to attend the trading fair, leaving Zhao Ping'an to venture there alone. At Fuchin Tower, shadows flitted about. Zhao Ping'an retrieved several basic talismans and set up a small stall, offering them to the nearby servant disciples. After an hour of effort, he exchanged a few basic talismans for 3 spiritual stones, achieving his goal. Can you create talismans on your own? A graceful figure appeared before Zhao Ping'an's stall. Her hair cascaded like a dark waterfall, her skin as fair and delicate as snow, and her eyes sparkled with clarity and brightness. Dressed in a gown of apricot yellow, she appeared strikingly beautiful. She was none other than Lu Ningran, the young talisman master of the sect. I have met Sister Lu, Zhao Ping'an said modestly. I recently completed a few basic talismans, though my success rate is only 30%. Basic talismans, with a 70% success rate? Lu Ningran's luminous eyes scrutinized Zhao Ping'an before she gently replied, You are quite remarkable. To her, Zhao Ping'an's ability to independently craft a basic talisman, despite being self-taught, was an impressive feat, especially with such a high success rate. This talent rivaled her own when she first embarked on her journey with talismans. Before me, would you care to give it a try? After a moment's contemplation, Lu Ningran produced a set of talisman-making materials and gestured for Zhao Ping'an to demonstrate. Without hesitation, Zhao Ping'an picked up the talisman brush, his movements fluid and graceful as he skillfully outlined a basic talisman infused with remarkable spiritual energy. You did not speak falsely. Observing the elegant flow of the runes and the contained brilliance of the talisman, Lu Ningran's expression brightened with satisfaction. Zhao Ping'an's aptitude surpassed her expectations. I shall gift you this talisman compendium. It contains foundational teachings of talisman arts. Should you have any queries in the future, feel free to seek my guidance. After a brief pause, she added, I will report your achievements to the sect. Thank you, Sister Lu, Zhao Ping'an replied, taken aback by her generosity and expressing his gratitude repeatedly. Though outwardly surprised, his inner calm suggested he had anticipated this moment. Lu Ningran held significant influence within the sect as the only first-tier talisman master among the younger generation, even commanding respect from the higher echelons of the sword sect. Subsequently, Zhao Ping'an assumed the role of a novice in talismans, eagerly inquiring about various aspects of talisman crafting and purchasing a considerable amount of materials from Lu Ningran before taking his leave. Who would have thought you possessed such talent in talisman crafting? Lu Ningran mused softly as she watched Zhao Ping'an's retreating figure. Unbeknownst to her, Zhao Ping'an's true proficiency in talisman crafting far exceeded her imagination. He was already capable of independently creating second-tier talismans, rather than merely being a novice. Chapter 15. Night Patrol. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Zhao Ping'an casually perused the Talisman Grand Compendium gifted by Lu Ningran. This compendium contained the most rudimentary teachings of talismanic inheritance, which held little significance for him. After a brief moment, Zhao Ping'an set the compendium aside and shook his head, acknowledging that while Lu Ningran's intentions were commendable, the book was akin to a superfluous item for him. Much like a champion of advanced mathematics being presented with an elementary math textbook, it served little purpose. He then retrieved several sheets of talisman paper, which differed notably from the coarse paper he had previously acquired. These sheets were more refined and smooth, their quality nearing that of premium talisman paper. With a Qingfeng talisman brush in hand, Zhao Ping'an moved with a graceful fluidity, channeling his ethereal life force like gossamer threads. As he meticulously inscribed the corresponding runes upon the paper's surface, he crafted a spirit-suppressing talisman. The dark golden runes shimmered faintly, with spiritual light rapidly condensing around the ink. The spirit-suppressing talisman, classified as a first-tier superior talisman, primarily served to restrain an opponent's mobility, making it an exceptionally practical and formidable tool. Zhao Ping'an was pleased with the outcome, noting that the contained spiritual energy and the continuous flow of the runic power made this talisman far superior to those made from ordinary coarse paper. He had no intention of halting his work, and shortly after, he continued to sketch, producing a total of 5 spirit-suppressing talismans in a single, fluid motion. Although it was merely a first-tier talisman, the spirit-suppressing talisman was of superior quality, and Zhao Ping'an wasted not a single sheet of paper, achieving a success rate that approached 100%. Should his talisman-making prowess be revealed, it would surely leave many in awe. It is worth noting that not long ago, when Zhao Ping'an had attempted to create a first-tier superior ice cloud talisman, his success rate had only reached 80%. This demonstrated a significant improvement in his talisman-making skills over the recent period. Next, Zhao Ping'an endeavored to create a second-tier talisman, the Sky Arrow Talisman. Previously, his success rate for crafting the Sky Arrow Talisman had been a mere 20%, requiring 5 sheets of talisman paper to yield just 1 talisman. Now, however, he was able to produce 1 Sky Arrow Talisman with only 4 sheets of paper. After 2 hours of dedicated effort, Zhao Ping'an's ethereal life force was nearly depleted. Yet he felt no fatigue, gazing upon the 3 completed Sky Arrow Talismans with satisfaction. In the subsequent days, Zhao Ping'an maintained his routine, focusing on talisman creation and utilizing the Eternal Life Tower to convert the energy of the Gathering Een stones into spiritual energy to aid his cultivation of the Eternal Life sword technique. Although his talisman-making skills advanced easily, mastering the Eternal Life sword technique proved to be a challenging endeavor. Days passed, and his ethereal life force had increased only marginally. Zhao Ping'an remained unperturbed by this slow progress, understanding that the path of cultivation was inherently counterintuitive, and having chosen to pursue the Eternal Life sword technique, he prepared himself mentally for gradual advancement. With a calm mind, he rarely concerned himself with external matters. However, the issue of the stolen medicinal herbs from the fields had escalated, with Wang Kezi and Daniel frequently discussing it during their morning conversations while sweeping the grounds. Zhao Ping'an learned from their conversation that several precious herbs had been stolen in recent days, inciting the wrath of the garden's overseer. Sun, the portly fellow, was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, personally arranging multiple patrols of the garden by the junior disciples, yet to no avail. The continual loss of herbs from the garden posed a grave concern. Should this persist, Sun would likely face severe punishment from the overseer, who had entrusted him with the responsibility of safeguarding the medicinal plots. Dainyu, with a hint of schadenfreude, remarked on Sun's reputation, noting that despite his dubious character, he possessed considerable strength. The question lingered: who could be so audacious as to pilfer herbs from the garden? Wang Kezi, however, did not join in the jest. Instead, he pondered thoughtfully. Brother Wang, why concern ourselves with such matters? If misfortune is to strike, it shall be Sun who bears the brunt, Dainyu replied nonchalantly, adopting an attitude of detachment. Be wary, my friend. Should this situation escalate, it may inevitably entangle us outsiders, Wang Kezi cautioned. He then turned to Zhao Ping'an, eager to hear his perspective. Me? Zhao Ping'an smiled slightly and said, I have no particular insights. I simply hope this issue is resolved swiftly, lest the garden remain in turmoil. You possess a broader vision than that rascal Dainyu, Wang Kezi affirmed with a smile. What do you mean by that, Brother Wang? I too have a grand vision indeed. I merely wish to witness Sun's embarrassment. After all, he often struts about with such arrogance, Dainyu muttered under his breath. What are you all discussing? You seem rather at ease. A shrill voice interrupted their conversation. Dainyu turned to see Sun approaching, his expression turning rigid. Had they conjured his presence by mere mention? Brother Sun, what brings you here? Wang Kezi inquired, shooting a glare at Dainyu before stepping forward with a welcoming smile. I merely came to take a look around, Sun replied, devoid of his usual sly grin, and a shadow of discontent lingered in his brow. Observing the tidiness of their work, he first offered them praise. You three have done well in keeping things orderly. However, his gaze soon shifted, and he continued, Today, I have a task for you three. Should you accomplish it, you shall not be left wanting. Brother Sun, your words are too kind. Whatever the task, we shall give our utmost effort. Wang Kezi responded without hesitation. Yet Zhao Ping'an furrowed his brow, feeling an unsettling premonition. Why would someone of Sun's standing, responsible for the garden's junior disciples, require assistance from mere janitors? Brother Wang, your attitude is commendable. The matter requiring your help is quite straightforward. Precious herbs have been repeatedly stolen from the garden. I have organized several patrols of our brothers, yet we have yielded no results. After several days of toil, the other disciples were utterly exhausted. Thus, I hope you can take turns tonight to patrol the medicinal garden. Sun Pongzi voiced his request. This, Wang Kezi's expression shifted, regretting his hasty agreement. Dainyu hesitated, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. In contrast, Zhao Ping'an appeared remarkably composed, seemingly having anticipated Sun Pongzi's request. What, are you unwilling? Noticing the expressions and reactions of Zhao Ping'an and Dainyu, Sun Pongzi smirked coldly and questioned them. Brother Sun, the medicinal garden has never been within the purview of us lowly sweeping disciples. Perhaps you should. Wang Kezi forced a smile, hoping Sun Pongzi would consult others. Who among us is unaware that the medicinal fields are fraught with peril? Our lowly status as sweeping disciples makes the prospect of patrolling them daunting. If a mishap were to occur, the repercussions would be dire, rendering it a thankless task. Wang Kezi, I am not requesting you. I am commanding you. You would do well to recognize your proper standing, do you understand? Sun Pongzi's eyes narrowed, a menacing glint flashing within. Very well. Faced with Sun Pongzi's unwavering threat, Wang Kezi bit his lip and reluctantly acquiesced. To offend Sun Pongzi in the medicinal garden would undoubtedly lead to disastrous consequences. And you too? Observing Wang Kezi's capitulation, Sun Pongzi turned his gaze to Zhao Ping'an and Dainyu. Since Brother Sun has issued the order, I shall not waver. Dainyu's smile was more akin to a grimace as he reluctantly agreed, though he wore a fade of cheer. Internally, he must have cursed Sun Pongzi 1,000 times over. Brother Sun, is there danger in patrolling the medicinal fields? Zhao Ping'an, however, did not yield as easily as the others. Instead, he inquired. He sensed that the matter was more complicated than mere patrols. You asked too many questions. You are to arrive punctually at the medicinal fields tonight. Remember, do not be late. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind. Sun Pongzi did not respond to Zhao Ping'an, but merely scoffed and turned to leave. Seeing Sun Pongzi's demeanor only further solidified Zhao Ping'an's suspicions. The night's patrol of the medicinal fields would likely not be straightforward, regardless of the danger, since Sun Pongzi had issued the command. The three of them had no choice but to comply. Dainyu sighed, lamenting his ill fortune. It truly was a bad day. One must bow their head beneath the eaves. Wang Kezi also let out a soft sigh. Chapter 16. The red-eyed black ape. Upon witnessing the demeanor of the two individuals, Zhao Ping'an could empathize with their sentiments. Within the medicinal garden, although they were all mere servant disciples, there existed a hierarchy among them. Sun the Fat had considerable influence and wielded significant power. Offending him would likely lead to dire consequences for most. Enough with the complaints. Let us hastily complete our tasks and then return to rest. We shall patrol the medicinal fields together this evening. Wang the Lame consoled as he patted Daniel on the shoulder. Before long, the three had tidied their respective areas and promptly returned to their quarters. As dusk descended, the trio arrived at the medicinal fields as promised. It was Zhao Ping'an's first visit, and he was struck by the vastness of the fields, where various zones were dedicated to the cultivation of extraordinary herbs. The rich aroma of the flora enveloped the air, almost intoxicating in its intensity. Wang the Lame, what brings you servant disciples here? A sudden voice broke the tranquility. A lean man regarded Zhao Ping'an and his companions with a look of surprise. Dengji, brother Deng? Wang the Lame exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, though he quickly donned a smile and approached with a friendly greeting. Daniel, who is this? Zhao Ping'an inquired, noting the impressive aura that the man exuded. He is brother Dengji, a senior servant disciple of the medicinal garden. Unlike us, who merely sweep, he typically oversees the storage and other vital areas. And it is said that his cultivation is quite commendable, Daniel whispered. Brother Deng, it has been a while. You remain as dashing as ever. It brings me immense joy to see you today, Wang the Lame flattered, though his words were somewhat cliché, they seemed to please Dengji. Enough of this flattery. Dengji chuckled, though with a hint of exasperation. What brings you three sweeping disciples to the medicinal fields? Wang the Lame, with a wry smile, recounted the request from Sun the Fat, explaining that they were summoned to patrol the fields. Sun the Fat is rather heartless, indeed, to send you three sweeping disciples on patrol, Dengji remarked, his brow furrowing slightly. Is there something amiss, brother Deng? Wang the Lame pressed for clarification. Are you not aware? Dengji glanced around cautiously before speaking in hushed tones. There have been significant casualties among the servant disciples assigned to patrol the medicinal fields these past few nights. What? Wang the Lame gasped in shock. Zhao Ping'an and Daniel exchanged worried glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. Through Dengji's account, they learned that a number of servant disciples had been attacked by unknown creatures during their night patrols, with several suffering severe injuries. That treacherous Sun the Fat. He knew the patrols were fraught with such peril and failed to inform us. Daniel seethed indignantly. Do not worry. Today I am accompanied by several capable disciples for the patrol. You three should follow closely behind us. Should any situation arise, as your senior, I shall take care of you. Dengji patted his chest, assuring the three with a demeanor reminiscent of a protective elder brother. We are grateful to you, senior brother Deng. This is our small token of appreciation. Please do not refuse. Wang Kezi leaned in, forcefully pressing 2 spirit stones into Dengji's hands. Given our relationship, is there any need for such formalities? Dengji feigned reluctance, yet swiftly accepted the spirit stones. It is only right. Wang Kezi smiled obsequiously, asserting that the world of martial arts is not merely about combat, but also about human connections. Dengji possessed profound cultivation, and the several disciples he brought were no less formidable. Considering the safety of the three, Wang Kezi hoped to secure a measure of assurance with the 2 spirit stones. Alongside Zhao Ping'an and the other 3 cleaning disciples, there were a total of 8 individuals patrolling the medicinal fields that night. As darkness deepened, the patrol commenced. The 8 were divided into 2 teams, with Zhao Ping'an trailing behind Dengji. Brother Wang, Big Nyo, here are the talismans I have drawn. Each of you take one. If you encounter danger, infuse it with your spiritual energy to activate it automatically. Zhao Ping'an pondered before producing 2 talismans, handing one to Wang Kezi and the other to Big Nyo. Talismans? Ping'an, you can draw talismans? Big Nyo expressed surprise. In recent days, I have diligently researched the art of talismans and achieved some results, enabling me to create a few simpler ones. In the event of danger, they can at least provide a momentary defense, Zhao Ping'an explained with a smile, not denying his abilities. If it were not for the good rapport he shared with Wang Kezi and Big Nyo, he would not readily part with the spirit guarding talismans, which were high-grade first-tier talismans that could fetch 3 to 4 spirit stones each if sold. Thank you, Ping'an. Wang Kezi was astonished but did not inquire further, instead accepting the talisman with solemnity. The patrol of the medicinal fields proved to be rather monotonous, and the 3 followed closely behind Dengji without encountering anything unusual. Soon, as the night deepened, the group began to feel drowsy. It seemed that nothing alarming would transpire tonight. Dengji assessed the night sky, noting that only 2 hours remained until dawn. But just as his words faded, a piercing scream echoed from a distance. This is bad. The other team has encountered trouble. Quickly follow me. Dengji's expression changed drastically, all fatigue vanishing as he channeled his spiritual energy, propelling himself at an extraordinary speed toward the direction of the other patrolling disciples. Seeing this, Zhao Ping'an and the others did not hesitate in the slightest and promptly followed suit. Upon their arrival, they found several disciples sprawled unconscious in the medicinal fields. What happened here? Deng Zhi, alarmed and furious, rushed forward to examine the situation, only to discover that several disciples had already lost consciousness. He felt a chilling sensation enveloping him. The several disciple attendants, whom he had personally trained and possessed commendable cultivation, now lay sprawled on the ground. He scanned his surroundings with heightened vigilance. The darkness was pervasive, yielding no clues. A sense of unease washed over Wang Kezi as he gazed at the fallen attendants. What should be done? Dainyu swallowed hard, anxiety evident in his demeanor. Only Zhao Ping'an maintained a semblance of calm. His spiritual awareness was remarkably potent, rivaling that of an 8th or 9th level qi refining cultivator. Be cautious of what lies behind you, Zhao Ping'an suddenly warned Deng Zhi, as if sensing an impending threat. With a startling thud, a shadow erupted from the earth, its massive claws lunging towards Deng Zhi's back. The strike was ferocious. Should it connect, Deng Zhi would likely suffer grievous injury, if not meet his demise. Fortunately, Zhao Ping'an's timely warning allowed Deng Zhi to retaliate with a punch, his mana swirling around his fist, imbuing it with formidable power. Yet, in the next instant, Deng Zhi let out a muffled groan. His body jolted as if struck by an unseen force, staggering several meters back. It was at this moment that Zhao Ping'an finally discerned the visage of the shadow. It was a monkey, entirely cloaked in black fur, its eyes glowing with a sinister red light, and possessing 2 lengthy tails that lent it a frightful appearance. Red-eyed black ape, Deng Zhi exclaimed in recognition of the creature. This was a ferocious spirit beast, adept at earth evasion techniques, explaining its ability to traverse freely within the defended medicinal fields. Chapter 17. The Power of Talismans. Brother Deng, are you all right? Do you need our assistance? Wang Kezi inquired anxiously, gazing at Deng Zhi. The crimson-eyed black ape, towering at a height of a man, exuded an overwhelming aura of menace, instilling a palpable sense of dread among all present, even from a distance. No need. I can handle this beast myself. You merely watch and witness how I assert my dominance over it, Deng Zhi replied, waving his hand dismissively, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he regarded the crimson-eyed black ape. He was confident in his formidable cultivation, believing he could subdue the creature, which he suspected to be the true culprit behind the recent thefts of spirit herbs. Should he succeed in capturing it single-handedly, it would be a significant triumph. Furthermore, having previously accepted Wang Kezi's spirit stones, he felt the need to maintain his authoritative demeanor before the mere servant disciples. Though Deng Zhi boasted confidently, the crimson-eyed black ape was unyielding. With a thunderous roar, the beast leapt an impressive 3 yards, lunging directly at Deng Zhi. You foolish creature, seeking your own demise. Deng Zhi remained calm, seizing a long sword with ease. He silently channeled his spiritual energy, unleashing an impressive aura, the blade shimmering with a faint azure light, striking the crimson-eyed black ape at an acute angle. Yet, before the sword could descend, the ape let out a ferocious growl. With claws as strong as divine gold, it seized the sword and, with a powerful twist, shattered it effortlessly. The crimson-eyed black ape, akin to a small mountain, collided with Deng Zhi, sending him hurtling backward, blood spewing forth. Brother Deng, do you need our help? Wang Kezi stood in stunned silence, bewildered by Deng Zhi's earlier claims of confidence against this formidable beast, now seemingly at a complete disadvantage. Nearby, Dinyo's face turned ashen with fear. Only Zhao Ping'an maintained his composure, recognizing Deng Zhi's considerable prowess, which was nearing the 4th level of qi refinement. However, the crimson-eyed black ape was no ordinary spirit beast. It would likely require a cultivator at least at the mid or late stages of qi refinement to subdue it. It's no trouble, I merely underestimated it. Watch how I deal with it now. Earth-shattering palm. Deng Zhi, still defiant, summoned his utmost spiritual energy, his hands enveloped in a faint crimson light, attempting to crush the crimson-eyed black ape with his bare hands. But soon, a piercing scream escaped him as the ape broke both of his hands in an instant. Wang Kezi, come to my aid. Deng Zhi cried out in agony, his earlier bravado starkly contrasting his current state of distress. Brother Deng, hold on. We'll fetch help. Wang Kezi responded, retreating in alarm, urging Zhao Ping'an and Dinyo, if we don't flee now, when will we? It was evident to even the most naive observer that if Deng Zhi, nearing the 4th level of qi refinement, was so severely injured by the crimson-eyed black ape, their attempt to confront it would be tantamount to courting death. Wang Kezi's movement, though cautious, drew the attention of the crimson-eyed black ape. With a deafening roar, The ground trembled violently as the crimson-eyed black ape momentarily abandoned Deng Ji, hurtling towards the limping Wang. In the shroud of night, its speed was nearly unparalleled, appearing instantaneously behind Wang. This is bad. Wang, trembling with fear, found himself devoid of any will to resist. Brother Wang, use the talisman, came Zhao Ping'an's timely reminder. Instinctively, Wang channeled his energy into the spirit-binding talisman. The runes illuminated, transforming into a myriad of threads that ensnared the rushing crimson-eyed black ape. Caught off guard, the creature's limbs were temporarily restrained, and despite its furious roars, it could not easily break free from the talisman's power. Ping'an, your talisman possesses such formidable power, Wang exclaimed, astonished and elated, not expecting that a seemingly ordinary talisman could restrain the ferocious beast. Crack! Just as his words fell, the surface of the crimson-eyed black ape erupted with dark light, its muscles swelling with newfound strength, easily shattering the spirit-binding talisman's hold and regaining its mobility. Wang's heart sank, and he fled in terror. This scene left Zhao Ping'an somewhat astonished. The spirit-binding talisman, a high-grade first-tier talisman, could not contain the beast for long. This creature truly possessed remarkable prowess. The speed of the crimson-eyed black ape surged, and just as its claws were about to rend Wang apart, a radiant light from runes ignited once more, weaving countless threads to ensnare its limbs again. In a critical moment, Zhao Ping'an activated two spirit-binding talismans simultaneously, unleashing a stronger talismanic force that temporarily immobilized the crimson-eyed black ape. Insufficient quality compensated by sheer power. That was close. Wang rushed to Zhao Ping'an's side, his heart racing. Had Ping'an not intervened in time, he would have faced severe injury or worse. What manner of beast is this? It's terrifying, muttered Dainio, approaching with a hint of anxiety. This creature is formidable. Even my talismans can only delay its actions at best, Zhao Ping'an replied solemnly. Indeed, no sooner had he spoken than the power of the two spirit-binding talismans faltered. With a more terrifying roar, the crimson-eyed black ape broke free once again, exuding an even more fearsome aura as it charged towards Zhao Ping'an. We're doomed. We must flee at once, Dainio urged, his face etched with despair. Zhao, do you have any other plans? Wang asked urgently, aware that with the ape's speed, their escape seemed utterly hopeless. Zhao Ping'an paid no heed to their concerns, as the crimson-eyed black ape closed in at a breakneck pace. He calmly retrieved several ice cloud talismans. His eyes gleamed with determination, and when the beast was within mere yards, he activated 3 ice cloud talismans simultaneously. The spirit-binding talismans served defensive purposes, while the ice cloud talismans were meant for area attack. Given the proximity, even the mighty crimson-eyed black ape had no hope of evasion. Boom! Countless ice spikes erupted with a force akin to a surging tide, hurtling towards the red-eyed black ape. With a piercing shriek, the creature was caught off guard, grievously wounded by the barrage of ice, and it fell heavily to the ground. Seizing the moment, Zhao Ping'an produced several talismans, including the Fire Spirit Talisman and the Thunderlight Talisman. As his spiritual energy surged into them, they unleashed a simultaneous onslaught, engulfing the red-eyed black ape in a cataclysm of flames and lightning that illuminated the pitch-dark night. The air resonated with its anguished cries as the relentless assault from Zhao Ping'an's multitude of talismans inflicted severe damage upon the creature, singeing its fur and leaving numerous bloodied gashes across its body. Ping'an, you are formidable, exclaimed Wang Xiaozi and Dainio, astonished and delighted, raising their thumbs in admiration. However, their elation was short-lived. As the flames and lightning dissipated, the red-eyed black ape remained standing. This beast, with its tough hide and resilient flesh, had not sustained a fatal blow. Instead, it had awakened its primal ferocity, letting out a low growl. A dark aura surged around it, and to their astonishment, a second tail sprouted from its rear. With this transformation, its power escalated dramatically, rendering it several times more fearsome than before. A two-tailed red-eyed black ape. Zhao Ping'an's expression shifted, recognizing the formidable nature of this creature. The ordinary red-eyed black ape already possessed strength comparable to that of a mid-stage chi refinement practitioner, and a two-tailed variant would require the intervention of a late-stage practitioner to subdue. Was he left with no choice but to reveal his trump card? Reaching into his pocket, he retrieved a second-tier talisman, the Heavenly Arrow Talisman, his ultimate weapon. How audacious of this beast to wreak havoc in the medicinal fields. Just then, a stern voice echoed, and a rotund figure plummeted from the sky like a celestial meteor, crashing down upon the red-eyed black ape. Sun Fatty. Wang Xiaozi and Dainio gasped in unison at the timely arrival of the corpulent figure. Zhao Ping'an was equally taken aback, surprised by Sun Fatty's sudden appearance. It seemed a bit too fortuitous, but regardless, he was relieved that someone could confront the red-eyed black ape, sparing him the need to reveal all his hidden cards. Despite his seemingly heavy form, Sun Fatty exhibited remarkable agility, unleashing an incredible force that temporarily subdued the two-tailed red-eyed black ape. As the overseer of the medicinal garden's errand disciples, Sun Fatty was indeed powerful, possessing late-stage chi refinement cultivation. In mere moments, he had once again brought the injured red-eyed black ape crashing to the ground, without allowing the creature a moment to retaliate. Sun Fatty drew a short sword from his sleeve, swiftly severing its head. "Well done, Wang Xiaozi and Dinyo," he said with a beaming smile as he approached the trio after dispatching the red-eyed black ape. "Brother Sun," Wang the Lame said, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Even a fool could discern that the arrival of the corpulent Sun was not a mere coincidence, but rather a premeditated move. "I have long suspected that the one behind the theft of the medicinal herbs from the fields is a spirit beast capable of circumventing array formations. Tonight, we shall conveniently use you to lure it out and eliminate it once and for all. Speaking of which, my ability to slay this crimson-eyed black ape owes much to the contributions of the three of you," Sun remarked with a calm and indifferent tone. Chapter 18. The approach. Brother Sun's strategic brilliance fills me with utmost admiration. The ability to vanquish such a ferocious beast is entirely attributable to his astonishing prowess, and bears little connection to our own capabilities. Although Wang, the limping fellow, felt a twinge of discomfort, he still resorted to flattering Brother Sunday. His remarks were indicative of his desire to avoid competing for credit, lest he provoke discontent. Listening to Brother Sun, it became evident that he regarded us merely as bait. Dainyu, however, was not so easily placated, muttering his dissatisfaction under his breath. To be used as bait is indeed a privilege. One ought to learn from Wang to survive in the medicinal garden. Brother Sun, with keen ears, cast a glance at Dainyu and scoffed. Sensing the underlying hostility in Brother Sun's tone, Dainyu quickly withdrew, silenced by his trepidation. "Zhao Ping'an, your performance was commendable. I am merely curious. Where did you acquire the talismans that ensnared the red-eyed black ape?" At this moment, Brother Sun's gaze fell upon Zhao Ping'an, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. "Brother Sun, you may not be aware, but Ping'an possesses a remarkable talent for talisman crafting and sought guidance from senior sister Lu Ningran months ago." Wang interjected before Zhao Ping'an could respond. "Lu Ningran, I see," Brother Sun mused, choosing not to pursue the inquiry further. "The matter here has been settled. You may return now," he declared, waving his hand to dismiss the three of them. It is utterly outrageous that Brother Sun was aware of the dangers within the medicinal fields, yet chose not to inform us, instead using us, the menial disciples, as bait to lure the red-eyed black ape. Once outside the medicinal garden, Dainyu vented his frustrations. Had it not been for Zhao Ping'an's formidable talismans that evening, their trio might have met their demise. Such is fate, Wang sighed, understanding Dainyu's sentiments, yet shaking his head. The menial disciples, the lowest tier within the medicinal garden, bore no psychological burden from Brother Sun's commands, even if he refrained from warning them of the perils. What could they do in the face of such overwhelming power and authority? Brother Sun could easily manipulate them at will. "Ping'an, what are you pondering?" Wang inquired, noticing Zhao Ping'an's silence. "I am merely curious. Did that deceased red-eyed black ape truly steal the spiritual herbs from the medicinal garden? Furthermore, from whence did this spiritual beast originate?" Zhao Ping'an mused thoughtfully. "Undoubtedly, it was that creature." Wang articulated his thoughts, adding, "The red-eyed black ape is a spiritual beast with the ability to burrow underground. The defensive formations of the medicinal garden would be utterly ineffective against it. As for the origins of this beast, it likely stumbled into the medicinal garden by chance, as spiritual beasts are invariably drawn to spiritual herbs and exotic flora." Zhao Ping'an merely smiled faintly in response, choosing not to elaborate further. He harbored a sense of foreboding, sensing that the situation was far more intricate than it appeared. "Indeed, Ping'an, I must extend my heartfelt gratitude to you this evening. Were it not for your talismans, my life would have been in jeopardy," Wang Kazi expressed with profound appreciation, recalling something. "Brother Wang, there is no need for such formality between us," Zhao Ping'an replied with a gentle smile. "Ahem, since you have said that, may I perhaps request 2 more talismans?" Wang Kazi coughed lightly, unabashedly making his request. "Ping'an, if you do not mind. I too would like to ask for another pair of talismans," Dinyo chimed in, unabashedly pressing his case. "Of course, however, the crafting of talismans requires specific materials. Brother Wang and Dinyo, you understand." Zhao Ping and smile hinted at unspoken implications. We comprehend. The two exchanged glances, quickly grasping the meaning. Under Zhao Ping and subtle prompting, Wang Kezi and Dinyo each produced 3 spirit stones, exchanging them for 2 talismans. Having witnessed the formidable power of Zhao Ping and talismans, both recognized their value. Indeed, even if it required 4 or 5 spirit stones for a single talisman, it would be exceedingly worthwhile. As the group returned to their respective abodes, Sun Pengzi, who had just finished tending to the medicinal fields, made his way to a pavilion. Lord Guardian, I have uncovered the details of the matter. The beast that has been stealing spirit herbs and injuring our disciples is a formidable red-eyed black ape, which I have slain this evening, Sun Pengzi reported respectfully. Before him sat a figure, half enshrouded in darkness, rendering their true visage indistinguishable. A spirit beast, the red-eyed black ape? No wonder it was able to infiltrate the medicinal fields and pilfer our herbs. You have performed excellently, a deep voice affirmed Sun Pengzi's efforts. Thank you for your praise, Lord Guardian. But Sun Pengzi hesitated, his thoughts lingering. But what? The Guardian inquired, his tone calm, yet probing. I examined the corpse of the red-eyed black ape. It is not an ordinary spirit beast. It possesses 2 tails, and evidence suggests it has been raised by someone as a ferocious beast. Sun Pengzi eventually articulated his suspicions after a moment's contemplation. 2-tailed red-eyed black ape? The Guardian was taken aback, yet quickly regained composure, stating, I understand. I shall report this matter to the Sword Master and commend you for your efforts. Thank you, Lord Guardian. Sun Pengzi's face brightened, and he humbly withdrew. The rarity of red-eyed black apes is already notable, and one with 2 tails is exceedingly rare, likely cultivated only by the Frostmoon sect, which stands in opposition to the Sword sect. This matter demands immediate communication with the Sword Master. The Guardian of the medicinal fields spoke gravely, rising slowly. In the ensuing days, tranquility reigned in the medicinal fields, as if the incident involving the red-eyed black ape had never transpired. Aside from the daily maintenance of the medicinal garden, Zhao Ping'an devoted his remaining time either to cultivating the eternal life sword technique or practicing talisman drawing. Before long, 3 days had elapsed. On this particular day, Zhao Ping'an, engrossed in his cultivation within the wooden cabin, was abruptly roused by a knock at the door. Senior brother's son, what brings you here? As Zhao Ping'an opened the door, he was met with the sight of the corpulent son, whose presence was both familiar and jovial, exuding an aura of harmlessness. It seems you are quite surprised by my visit, Sun remarked, his smile as broad as ever. Zhao Ping'an, feeling a mix of astonishment and flattery, replied, Senior brother's son, given your myriad responsibilities, it is indeed an unexpected honor for you to take the time to come see me. His words flowed smoothly, polished and refined, rivaling even those of the notorious Wang. You certainly know how to flatter, Sun replied, his satisfaction evident, far surpassing Wang and Dainyu in eloquence. I have come today to discuss a matter with you, he continued, cutting straight to the chase. Zhao Ping'an, would you consider working under my command? Sun wasted no time with pleasantries, directly extending his invitation. Taken aback, Zhao Ping'an hadn't anticipated that Sun's visit was to recruit him. As his thoughts whirled, understanding dawned upon him. It was likely his recent display of talisman-making prowess while stalling the crimson-eyed black ape that had caught Sun's attention, prompting this personal outreach. Senior brother Sun, I must admit, I find your words a bit perplexing. Am I not already fulfilling my duties as a lowly cleaning apprentice under your supervision? Zhao Ping'an feigned ignorance. Posing the question in return. Zhao Ping'an, you are an astute individual. I trust you grasp the essence of my words. As you are aware, cleaning apprentices hold the lowest status in the herb garden. Should you choose to become one of my trusted confidants, I assure you that your prospects within the herb garden will flourish, and even a return to the ranks of formal disciples will be well within reach. Sun, undeterred by Zhao Ping'an's act of confusion, spoke with a measured patience. Chapter 19. The sect's investment. With a beaming smile, Sun Fatty gazed at Zhao Ping'an, patiently awaiting the latter's response. The implications of his words were clear. As long as Zhao Ping'an possessed a modicum of intelligence, he would grasp Sun Fatty's intent. The man was seeking to win Zhao Ping'an over. Sun Fatty's overture was likely motivated by an appreciation for Zhao Ping'an's remarkable talisman-making skills. As thoughts swirled in Zhao Ping'an's mind, he quickly discerned the other party's intentions. Just days prior, while patrolling the medicinal fields, Zhao Ping'an had employed a few talismans to subdue the ferocious crimson-eyed black ape, showcasing his unique talent in talisman crafting. This exceptional display may have prompted Sun Fatty to adopt a more conciliatory approach. The profession of a talisman master is exceedingly coveted, particularly within the sword sect, renowned for its swordsmanship heritage, where the number of talisman masters is alarmingly scant. In Sun Fatty's eyes, Zhao Ping'an might not yet qualify as a true talisman master. Yet his exhibited prowess hinted at immense potential. Were it not for this, Sun Fatty would not have personally sought him out. Brother Sun, I believe that serving as a mere errand boy is quite satisfactory. I appreciate your goodwill. Zhao Ping'an politely declined after a brief moment of hesitation. His refusal was grounded in two primary reasons. Firstly, having been reborn as a cultivator, he possessed a sense of pride that rendered him disinclined to become a subordinate to another. Secondly, he harbored a distrust of Sun Fatty, who had initially positioned him in a treacherous abode haunted by silver spirits. Therefore, weighing these considerations, Zhao Ping'an firmly rejected Sun Fatty's overtures. Oh. Sun Fatty expressed surprise upon hearing Zhao Ping'an's polite refusal. It was well known that countless errand disciples within the medicinal garden yearned to become his confidants. Zhao Ping'an, are you certain? Refusing my invitation carries significant implications, you realize? Sun Fatty's smile gradually faded as he scrutinized Zhao Ping'an with an intense gaze. I do not know. However, I do know that having come to the medicinal garden, I shall fulfill the duties of an errand boy, Zhao Ping'an replied with measured confidence. Quite intriguing, Sun Fatty remarked, his eyes narrowing, a glint of menace flickering within. Very well. Since you are unwilling, I shall not impose upon you as your senior. However, do not come to regret this decision. With a cold laugh, Sun Fatty turned on his heel, preparing to depart. Safe travels, brother Sun. Zhao Ping'an replied with a faint smile, unperturbed by Sun Fatty's words. This man harbored considerable ambition. Having spurned his advances today, Zhao Ping'an anticipated that, given Sun Fatty's nature, he would undoubtedly seek opportunities to undermine him in the future. However, now was not the time to confront him directly. As he watched Sun Fatty's figure gradually recede, Zhao Ping'an pondered thoughtfully. Time passed swiftly, and half a month had elapsed since the incident involving the crimson-eyed black ape's theft of the spiritual herbs. Following his rejection of Sun Fatty's proposal, the workload of Zhao Ping'an and several other errand disciples had significantly increased. Under the deliberate arrangement of the corpulent Sun, the medicinal fields, previously exempt from the cleaning duties of the menial disciples, have now been included in their daily chores. This has elicited incessant lamentations from Wang and Daniel. Previously, their responsibilities were confined to a few designated areas within the herb garden, allowing the trio to complete their tasks in less than a morning. However, with the increase in workload, they now find themselves laboring from dawn until noon, barely managing to clean the specified zones. Brother Wang, what madness has possessed Sun? Is he treating us like beasts of burden? Danielle, drenched in sweat and nearly collapsing from exhaustion, complained. I cannot fathom it either. The last time we followed his orders to patrol the medicinal fields and assisted him in dispatching a spirit beast that was pilfering herbal treasures, one would expect a reward. Yet now, he burdens us with even more cleaning tasks daily, truly outrageous. Even the usually composed Wang expressed his dissatisfaction, perplexed by Sun's inexplicable behavior towards them. Listening to their grievances, Zhao Ping'an remained remarkably calm and silent, for he had anticipated this outcome. Having rejected Sun's overtures, it was inevitable that the latter would seek an opportunity to impose difficulties upon him. Moreover, this fell well within Sun's authority, regardless of Wang and Daniel's discontent. It bore no significance. Under the blazing sun, the trio finally managed to clean all designated areas by midday. After parting ways with Wang and Daniel, Zhao Ping'an returned directly to his wooden abode. As he approached the entrance, he keenly sensed something amiss. The door, which had been closed, was now ajar. Zhao Ping'an, you have returned. Before he could step inside, a striking figure emerged from within the house, dressed in a flowing white robe. Her graceful form was none other than Li Yun, the daughter of the sword master. With skin as fair as snow, cascading ebony hair, and bright eyes adorned with a radiant smile, she gazed at Zhao Ping'an. Senior sister Li, what brings you here? Zhao Ping'an inquired, somewhat taken aback by her unexpected visit after some time. He held a favorable impression of Li Yun. However, the disparity in their statuses, he, a mere menial disciple tasked with cleaning the herb garden, and she, the cherished jewel of the sect's leader, was quite pronounced. Pray do tell. Do I detect a hint of unwelcomeness in your tone? Are you, perchance, contemplating employing talismans against me again? Li Yun playfully narrowed her eyes, feigning displeasure. I would not dare. Zhao Ping'an chuckled awkwardly, aware that she still recalled their previous misunderstanding. Enough of the jesting. I come bearing gifts. Upon catching a glimpse of Zhao Ping'an's uncomfortable expression, Li Yun erupted into laughter before adopting a serious demeanor. I have brought something for you. Before Zhao Ping'an could inquire further, she produced a bag and tossed it to him. Instinctively, he caught it and soon discerned its contents, an abundance of spirit stones, brimming with spiritual energy, numbering over 100. Spirit stones? Sister, what is this? Zhao Ping'an was taken aback. unable to comprehend why the other party would bestow upon him such a substantial number of spirit stones. Over 100 spirit stones represented a considerable fortune, even for an official disciple of the sect. Don't look at me with that gaze. These spirit stones were specifically allocated for you by the sect. Li Yun, seemingly seeing through Zhao Ping'an's confusion, smiled and explained, not long ago, Lu Ningran reported your talent in talisman crafting to the sect. Otherwise, you would not have received this sum of spirit stones. You should express your gratitude to her. Senior Sister Lu? Zhao Ping'an was somewhat bewildered. It turned out that Lu Ningran had recently brought attention to his remarkable potential in talisman crafting, which garnered the interest of the sect's higher-ups, allowing him to receive this wealth. However, this was not merely a reward. Rather, it was an investment from the sect. The sword sect had a singular inheritance and was severely lacking in talents proficient in the art of talismans. Hence, when a promising candidate with such potential was discovered, they would be provided with appropriate resources for cultivation. Years ago, when Lu Ningran first revealed her aptitude for talisman crafting, she, too, had benefited from an outpouring of resources from the sect. Thus, Zhao Ping'an's favorable treatment was not an isolated incident. You are quite remarkable. Silently becoming a disciple admired by Lu Ningran. Do you realize how high her standards are? There are very few among the younger generation whom she regards favorably. Li Yun teased with a smile. I suspect that my acquisition of these spirit stones is not solely due to Senior Sister Lu, Zhao Ping'an mused, choosing to ignore Li Yun's jest and instead inquired with a grin. While Lu Ningran held a significant position within the sect, he doubted that the sect would be willing to allocate over 100 spirit stones solely based on her word. He believed Li Yun must have played a role in this decision. Just take the spirit stones without questioning so much. Li Yun's smile faltered, and she shot Zhao Ping'an a glare, somewhat exasperated. Zhao Ping'an's speculation was not unfounded. The reason the sect was willing to invest such a substantial sum in him was not solely due to Lu Ningran's report. More importantly, it was because she had once brought Zhao Ping'an's talismans to her father, the sword master, who had taken notice. Otherwise, even if the sect recognized Zhao Ping'an's potential, it would have been improbable for them to provide such a considerable amount of spirit stones for his cultivation. Chapter 20. Tension in the air upon witnessing Li Yun's reaction. Zhao Ping'an merely smiled and chose not to probe further. At times, many matters need not be dissected to their core. A mutual understanding suffices. By the way, Zhao Ping'an, to what extent have your talisman crafting skills advanced? Have you attained the level of a first-tier talisman master? Li Yun's sweet smile faded, replaced by a solemn inquiry. Her bright, captivating eyes fixed intently on Zhao Ping'an, eagerly awaiting his response. For the sword sect, the rarity of even a first-tier talisman master cannot be overstated. Should Zhao Ping'an achieve this status, he might perhaps shed his current identity and rejoin the ranks of the sword sect as an official disciple. Surely not, Zhao Ping'an replied, seemingly anticipating Li Yun's question. He shook his head, then continued, as for my precise level, I am uncertain. However, I have a 60% confidence in crafting a low-grade first-tier talisman and a 30% chance for a mid-grade one. As for a high-grade first-tier talisman, I possess less than a 10% assurance. His words were notably measured, carefully concealing the true extent of his talisman crafting abilities. In the ruthless realm of cultivation, even with those closest to him, one must not readily unveil all facets of one's strength and capabilities. This has been one of Zhao Ping'an's vital lessons learned across 2 lifetimes. 60% confidence in crafting a low-grade first-tier talisman? That is quite commendable. Upon hearing this, Li Yun did not feel disheartened. Rather, her eyes sparkled with delight. Zhao Ping'an's talisman crafting prowess exceeded her expectations. If this trend continues, it would not be long before another first-tier talisman master emerges among the younger generation of the sword sect. When you become a first-tier talisman master, I shall plead with my father to reinstate you as an official disciple of the sect, Li Yun said, her smile radiant and encouraging as she addressed Zhao Ping'an. Let us hope for that, Zhao Ping'an replied sheepishly, harboring little expectation of regaining his status as an official disciple. As long as he could acquire sufficient cultivation resources within the sect, he would be content even to remain as a humble errant disciple in this medicinal garden. You must strive diligently. I am awaiting your transformation into a true talisman master, Li Yun encouraged him once more, her eyes brimming with support before she prepared to turn away. By the way, Zhao Ping'an, if it is not necessary, please refrain from leaving the medicinal garden during this time. The sect is rather unsettled lately, Li Yun suddenly recalled, offering Zhao Ping'an a serious warning. The sect is unsettled? Zhao Ping'an expressed surprise. Although the sword sect had waned, its foundation remained. Could there be rogue elements daring to disrupt their territory? You may not yet be aware. But recent conflicts have arisen between our sect and the Frost Moon sect. The Frost Moon is backed by the heavenly Xian Holy Land, and there have already been several skirmishes at the borders shared between our sect and theirs. Li Yun sighed softly, her tone grave. The Frost Moon sect? After a brief contemplation, Zhao Ping'an swiftly conjured information regarding this sect in his mind. The Frost Moon sect borders the Sword sect, and its influence is nearly comparable to that of the Sword sect. In the past, the two sects have experienced friction for various reasons, but judging by Li Yun's tone, this conflict appears to be exceptionally grave. Moreover, the Frost Moon sect has received support from the heavenly Xian sacred land. Could this be related to the traitor who was once saved by the predecessor of the heavenly Xian sacred land? Upon this realization, Zhao Ping'an's heart raced. Understanding Li Yun's intention in reminding him to remain within the medicinal garden recently, grateful for the reminder from his senior sister, he assured her he would stay put. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Ping'an expressed his gratitude to Li Yun. Well, I must return now. Li Yun flashed a sweet smile, choosing not to linger, and soon vanished from Zhao Ping'an's sight. With her departure, the wooden cabin returned to tranquility once more. With the 100 spirit stones gifted by senior sister Li, he could visit the sect's artifact refining pavilion to exchange for a superior quality magical artifact. Upon returning indoors, Zhao Ping'an began to contemplate his next moves. Given the disputes between the Sword sect and the Frost Moon sect, he needed to prepare accordingly, enhancing his own strength and capabilities. Time flew by, and the day for distributing spirit stones arrived once again. Zhao Ping'an, feeling financially generous, ventured once more to the Fuchin Tower. His visit was motivated by two primary reasons. First, to express his gratitude to Lu Ningran. Without her reporting to the sect, it would have been difficult for Zhao Ping'an to receive the substantial investment of spirit stones from the sect. Secondly, he sought to explore Fuchin Tower for any suitable magical artifacts that might serve his needs. Unfortunately, most of the transactions within Fuchin Tower were conducted among the miscellaneous disciples of the medicinal garden, leaving him unable to find the desired magical tools. Under Lu Ningran's guidance, Zhao Ping'an eventually made his way to the artifact refining pavilion. This pavilion is dedicated to selling magical artifacts specifically for Sword sect disciples. As long as one is a disciple of the Sword sect and possesses sufficient spirit stones, they can exchange for powerful artifacts. Zhao Ping'an spent an hour within the pavilion, and after careful selection, he finally acquired a commendable mid-grade magical artifact, the Cold Light Sword. As the name suggests, the sword is forged from extremely cold dark iron, making it exceptionally durable, and its quality ranks among the finest in its category. Of course, a superior artifact comes at a steep price. The Cold Light Sword alone cost Zhao Ping'an a painful expenditure of over 100 spirit stones, a result of haggling with the disciples of the refining pavilion. Otherwise, even if he sold all his possessions, he would still be unable to afford it. Upon obtaining the Cold Light Sword, Zhao Ping'an returned directly to his wooden cabin, employing the appropriate techniques to refine the artifact, quickly becoming adept with it. In the days that followed, Zhao Ping'an practiced diligently while quietly monitoring the situation between the Sword sect and the Frost Moon sect. Within a mere few days, news of the conflict had spread throughout the entire Sword sect. Even among the relatively isolated miscellaneous disciples of the medicinal garden, discussions were rampant. According to the whispers Zhao Ping'an overheard, a spiritual spring had been discovered at the border between the Sword sect and the Frost Moon sect. The spiritual spring, though inferior to the spiritual vein, remains a rare resource for cultivation. In a bid to seize this spiritual spring, the Frost Moon sect injured several disciples of the Sword sect. Naturally, the Sword sect would not stand idly by and dispatch two elders accompanied by a group of disciples to the site of the incident, engaging in a tense standoff with the forces of the Frost Moon sect. Logically, this spiritual spring is situated closer to the Sword sect's territory, and under normal circumstances, it should fall under their jurisdiction. However, the Frost Moon sect displayed an audacious demeanor, seemingly intent on provoking a conflict between the two sects, showing no inclination to apologize or retreat. As time passed, the situation escalated rather than eased. The medicinal herbs in the medicinal garden, designated for treating injuries, were continuously harvested and processed into healing elixirs under the direction of the garden's overseer, dispatched in batches to the sect, ever prepared for an impending conflict. Brother Wang, peace. Zhao Ping'an remarked. Recently, the sect has summoned the menial disciples of the medicinal garden to transport supplies to the front lines, and I have already answered the call. On that day, while Zhao Ping'an and Wang, the limping one, were tidying up, they suddenly overheard the news from Daniel, who expressed his intention to respond to the sect's summons and head to the front lines. What? Daniel, have you lost your mind? Wang exclaimed, startled. Zhao Ping'an remained silent, but cast a look of astonishment toward Daniel. The situation between the Sword Sect and the Frost Moon Sect had grown increasingly dire, with supplies for healing, such as elixirs, being transported to the front in substantial quantities. Such endeavors necessitated a corresponding number of menial disciples to ensure logistical support, as the number of formal disciples within the Sword Sect was limited. After all, conflicts and skirmishes between sects are not mere fleeting encounters among a handful of cultivators. Once they escalate and prolong, the resources required for medicinal supplies far exceed what the disciples can carry in their storage bags. I am not mad. Responding to the sect's summons will allow me to acquire more spirit stones. I must accumulate sufficient spirit stones to have a chance at breaking through to a higher level. Therefore, I wish to take this risk, Daniel said with a hearty smile, revealing his intentions without reservation. He had learned that the forces of the Sword Sect and the Frost Moon Sect had already begun to clash at the front lines. To ensure logistical support for the sect, the medicinal garden had arranged for menial disciples to transport supplies to the front at regular intervals. However, this task was fraught with danger, and few menial disciples were willing to volunteer for such a perilous duty. After all, if intercepted and attacked by members of the Frost Moon Sect, one's very life could be at stake. Yet, as the adage goes, greater risks lead to greater rewards. Those willing to serve as transporters of elixirs could earn between 20 to 30 spirit stones for each successful delivery. Chapter 21. Escalating Tensions. Daniel. The task of delivering medicine to the front lines is indeed a perilous undertaking. The situation ahead is exceedingly dire. It seems that almost every day, members from various sects and the Frost Moon Sect suffer casualties. As mere servant disciples, our status is lowly and our strength feeble. Should we recklessly involve ourselves in such conflicts, even 10 lives would not suffice to endure the consequences. Wang, the lame, stepped forward, earnestly attempting to dissuade Daniel. Brother Wang, I am well aware of this. However, you know my limited aptitude. I lack even a low-grade spiritual root. If I rely solely on arduous self-cultivation, I will gain little progress. I do not wish to spend my life merely as a menial servant. The sect has a regulation that any servant disciple who can reach the 5th level of chi refinement, regardless of age or innate potential, may be promoted to a formal disciple. I wish to take a chance. As long as I have sufficient spirit stones, I am confident I can strive for a higher realm. Daniel paused in silence, but remained steadfast in his convictions. Are you foolish? What use are spirit stones if you lose your life? Ping'an, you must help me persuade him, Wang lamented, casting a hopeful glance at Zhao Ping'an, wishing he would join in discouraging Daniel. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping'an pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Daniel, have you truly thought this through? As Brother Wang has mentioned, transporting medicine to the front lines is no trivial matter. In truth, Zhao Ping'an could empathize with Daniel's feelings. Servant disciples inherently lack the qualifications of formal sect members, and their treatment is far inferior. For a servant like Daniel, relying solely on his own abilities for cultivation would likely lead him to a life of obscurity within the medicinal garden. To accelerate his cultivation, he must acquire more spirit stones, using the abundant spiritual energy within them to continuously enhance his own abilities. Ping'an, Brother Wang, you need not persuade me further. I have contemplated this for several days. I do not wish to live my life subjected to the disdain of others, forever relegated to sweeping the floors as a servant, Daniel declared earnestly. On the surface, Daniel appeared simple-minded, yet within him resided a fervent desire for self-improvement and the acknowledgement of others. Although working in the medicinal garden as a servant may provide a sense of security, it subjects him to the scornful gazes of his peers. Young and unjaded, unlike Wang, who had grown weary with time, Daniel was resolute in his determination to risk everything for the sake of acquiring spirit stones and elevating his cultivation. Daniel is not an isolated case. In Zhao Ping'an's 2 lifetimes, he has encountered numerous individuals like him. Some, by sheer luck, reaped substantial rewards from their risks, while others met their demise along the perilous path. Then, take care of yourself. May your path in the immortal way be ever flourishing. Zhao Ping'an sighed deeply, offering his farewell. You. Very well. Wang, witnessing Daniel's unwavering resolve, sighed softly and ceased his attempts to dissuade him. After that day, only Zhao Ping'an and Wang remained to tend to the medicinal garden. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Since the Great Bull responded to the sect's call, there has been no news returned. The distance from the sect's front lines to the medicinal garden is considerable, compounded by Zhao Ping'an's limited channels for information, rendering it difficult to ascertain the specific circumstances at the front. However, according to a recent mention by Wang Kezi, it is said that the healing supplies in the medicinal garden have been nearly depleted, indicating that the casualties among the sect disciples are likely significant. This exemplifies the brutal conflicts that exist between the forces of cultivation, rife with cruelty and bloodshed, where both sides may pay a heavy price at any moment. Inside the wooden cabin, Zhao Ping'an sat cross-legged, his longevity magic powerful and enduring, holding the gathering Yin stone, with the assistance of the longevity tower within him. The dense Yin energy was continuously transformed into the pure spiritual energy he required. Zhao Ping'an's form radiated a faint sheen, appearing like a sacred being exuding celestial light from a distance. He had reached the 5th level of qi refinement. Sensing the vigorous and abundant longevity magic within him, Zhao Ping'an slowly opened his eyes. After 6 months of diligent cultivation, he had finally elevated his realm from the 4th to the 5th level of qi refinement. His longevity magic flowed like a gentle stream, continuously nourishing his limbs and bones, endowing him with robust and surging strength. Although his cultivation had advanced, the longevity sword technique remained at the 1st level. The unique technique acquired from the longevity tower was indeed of inconceivable difficulty. Zhao Ping'an's eyes sparkled with determination as he spoke softly to himself. According to his conjecture, to elevate the longevity sword technique to the 2nd level, he would need to reach the 6th level of qi refinement, at which point the power of his longevity magic would begin to reveal itself. Noticing the dawn breaking outside, Zhao Ping'an restrained his formidable aura, then took up a broom and stepped outside to meet with Wang Kezi, commencing their daily cleaning tasks together. Zhao Shidi, Wang Kezi. Just as the two were tidying up, a voice suddenly echoed. Zhao Ping'an and Wang Kezi turned simultaneously toward the sound, spotting a somewhat familiar figure, wrapped in multiple bandages. Deng Ji, brother Deng? Wang Kezi exclaimed, recognizing the individual. Zhao Ping'an recalled that during their patrol of the medicinal fields, he, Wang Kezi, and the Great Bull had once battled alongside this brother Deng against the red-eyed black ape. Haha, long time no see. Deng Ji grinned widely, approaching the two with a warm greeting. Brother Deng, your injuries. Wang Kezi expressed surprise, stepping closer to observe the bandages enveloping Deng Ji's upper body. Oh, don't mention it. Half a year ago, I answered the sect's call to escort supplies to the front lines, and this is the result. Due to severe injuries, I had no choice but to return to the medicinal garden to recuperate for a while. Deng Ji replied with a hint of luck in his tone, forcing a wry smile. His hands were also heavily bandaged, presenting a rather pitiful sight. The current situation on the battlefield appears decidedly grim. Even a capable servant disciple like Deng Ji has sustained such grievous injuries, indicating an increasingly tense atmosphere. Zhao Ping'an pondered silently. Brother Deng, I never anticipated that you would heed the call of the sect. Wang Kezi remarked with a sense of admiration for Deng Ji's bravery. He first expressed concern for Deng Ji's wounds before inquiring whether he had encountered Daniel. There are few servant disciples who have answered the sect's summons. And given the complexity of the circumstances, I have not seen him, Deng Ji replied, shaking his head. The servant disciples assigned to deliver medicinal supplies to the front lines had several distinct routes, and Deng Ji had traversed one of them. It was entirely plausible that Daniel was responsible for another route, hence their paths had not crossed. During their leisurely conversation, Deng Ji began to recount what he knew about the front lines to Zhao Ping'an and Wang Kezi. The sect had officially entered into conflict with the Frostmoon sect, and skirmishes had already occurred involving not only disciples, but even elder-level figures. The casualties on both sides had been exceedingly severe. Within just 6 months, numerous servant disciples involved in the transport of medicinal supplies had perished alongside the formal disciples of the sect. Deng Ji considered himself fortunate to have escaped with his life. Nearly all the servant disciples who had accompanied him in responding to the sect's call had met a tragic end. As the two great sects waged war, their confrontations extended beyond direct combat to deliberately targeting each other's logistical support. The risks faced by the servant disciples transporting medicinal supplies were continuously escalating. The number of servants available for delivering supplies to the front lines had begun to dwindle, and it was rumored that the medicinal garden had recently started mandating servant disciples to participate. You both should remain vigilant, Deng Ji advised, perhaps out of camaraderie from their previous shared struggles, before departing without delay. Zhao Ping'an and Wang Kezi exchanged glances, both recognizing the gravity of the situation. Chapter 22. A stroke of bad luck. The situation at the forefront is even more perilous than the rumors suggest. Will it directly impact us? The lowly disciples responsible for menial tasks? Wang, the limping man, inquired anxiously of Zhao Ping'an. His primary concern stemmed from the last words spoken by Deng Ji before his departure, indicating that the apothecary garden had recently begun mandating the lowly disciples to partake in the transportation of medicinal supplies. It should not be the case. Brother Wang, do not fret. Zhao Ping'an, discerning his unease, offered a gentle smile as reassurance. Under normal circumstances, both of them were merely lowly disciples tasked with maintaining cleanliness in designated areas of the apothecary garden, even if dangerous missions were to arise. It ought not to fall upon them. Let us hope so. Sigh. I wonder how Daniu is faring. Wang, filled with melancholy, reflected that before Zhao Ping'an's arrival at the apothecary garden, Daniu had been his closest companion. Now, half a year had passed without a single word from him. Observing Wang's despondent demeanor, Zhao Ping'an chose to remain silent and continued tidying the remaining areas. Although the work of a lowly disciple was somewhat monotonous, Zhao Ping'an had long since grown accustomed to it. Days turned into weeks, and just as Zhao Ping'an believed that he and Wang would remain largely unscathed by the sect's disputes, fate proved otherwise. One day, having just completed their cleaning duties, before they could even set down their brooms, a fellow lowly disciple approached with a cold demeanor, stating, "By the order of Senior Brother Sun, all lowly disciples are to assemble at the square for a meeting. Lin Shitty, what has transpired? Could you divulge a bit?" Wang recognized the newcomer, a trusted confidant of the corpulent son named Lin Jia. Wang attempted to engage him, hoping to glean some insight. "Wang, do not pry. You shall find out once you arrive." Lin Jia's demeanor remained unyielding as he turned and departed. What arrogance! Not even a simple inquiry could be entertained. Wang shook his head in resignation. "Brother Wang, has Senior Brother Sun ever summoned the lowly disciples for a meeting before?" Zhao Ping'an sensed something amiss and casually asked. "Rarely. Moreover, to gather the lowly disciples at the square for a meeting clearly indicates that something significant has occurred. I have an ominous premonition. Ping'an, we must remain vigilant." Wang's expression grew grave as he spoke. Without further delay, they made their way to the square within the apothecary garden. Upon their arrival, Zhao Ping'an noted that, besides himself and Wang, numerous lowly disciples, both male and female, had already congregated, forming a dense assembly that appeared to number around 80 or 90 individuals. Though there were initially over 100 lowly disciples within the apothecary garden, recent casualties during the transportation of medicinal supplies had reduced their ranks to fewer than 100. "Everyone is present," declared Sun, his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the crowd with a smile. "I have summoned you all today primarily to announce a significant matter. Recently, it has come to everyone's attention that a conflict has arisen between the sect and the Frost Moon sect, resulting in considerable casualties among the formal disciples. The medicinal herbs and elixirs from our apothecary garden are urgently needed by the disciples at the forefront." At this juncture, Sun, the portly figure, raised his voice slightly and continued. "In order to assist the sect in mitigating casualties, the overseer has decided to increase the supply of essential medicines, necessitating the allocation of more personnel for their transportation." As his words hung in the air, the surrounding auxiliary disciples exchanged glances, many displaying expressions of astonishment and alarm. "Brother Sun, what do you mean by this? Are we being compelled to transport medicines to the front lines? I have heard that it is exceedingly perilous there. Many of our fellow brothers who previously undertook such tasks have suffered grievous fates," voiced one disgruntled auxiliary disciple. "Indeed, we refuse to engage in the transportation of medicines. Whoever is enticed by the rewards of spirit stones may volunteer themselves," echoed another, prompting a chorus of agreement. The square erupted into a cacophony as numerous auxiliary disciples voiced their dissent, unwilling to wade into such treacherous waters. It was absurd. While the prospect of generous rewards for aiding the sect in transporting medicines to the forefront was alluring, it was a gamble with their very lives. A moment of carelessness could cost them everything. No amount of spirit stones would hold value in the face of death. "Curse it! This Sun has summoned us here for no good," Wang, the lame disciple, muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, Zhao Ping'an remained silent, keen to observe the tricks up Sun's sleeve. "Everyone, please remain calm. I do not intend to force anyone into the transportation of medicines. However, given the sect's current predicament, it is imperative that we, as auxiliary disciples, step forward. Am I not correct?" Sun scanned the crowd, his eyes glinting with determination. Clearing his throat, he continued, "After discussions with the overseer, we have concluded that a lottery system will determine which auxiliary disciples are selected for each transportation task, ensuring fairness for all. Of course, those chosen will receive a substantial reward of spirit stones for participating in a single task, and shall be exempt from future lotteries." With that, Sun disregarded the crowd's reactions and gestured for his confidant, Lin Jia, to produce the lottery box. As the box swirled, each draw revealed a wooden slip inscribed with a name. Jiang Sheng, Yu Wei, Hu Shuelian. Each name that Sun announced was met with expressions of despair from the auxiliary disciples. In a brief span, 6 names had been drawn. Yet the lottery was far from over. "May the divine protect me," Please do not let my name be called, for I have no desire to meet an untimely demise." Wang clasped his hands together, murmuring anxiously. He felt a surge of tension and unease, fearing that Sun would utter his name. "Brother Wang, do not be anxious." In the midst of numerous menial disciples, the probability dictated that, even with a stroke of ill fortune, our names would not be called. Zhao Ping'an smiled faintly, offering solace to Wang the Lame. Yet, in the very next moment, Zhao Ping'an's smile faltered, as the announcement came with unexpected swiftness. "Zhao Ping'an." Zhao's heart sank. "Junior brother Zhao." Wang the Lame gasped, casting a sympathetic glance towards him. Before Wang could finish his sentence, another voice echoed, nearly causing him to faint from shock. Fortunately, Zhao Ping'an reacted swiftly, supporting Wang just in time. "Junior brother, do you possess a mouth blessed by the heavens? You claimed our names would not be called, and yet here we are." Wang lamented, tears of frustration welling in his eyes, realizing they had called upon the wrath of the deities. "Our luck is indeed rather unfortunate." Zhao Ping'an's lips twitched, sharing in the despair. As the crowd dispersed, only 8 unfortunate souls remained in the square, including Zhao Ping'an and Wang the Lame. "Senior brother Sun, as mere cleaning disciples, if we are to partake in the task of transporting medicine, who will tend to the herb garden?" Wang the Lame implored, clinging to a flicker of hope. He approached the corpulent Sun with a facade of respect, despite having recently uttered unflattering words toward him. "Enough of your prattle, Wang. This outcome is determined by lot. Whether you are a menial disciple or the son of a guard, if your name is drawn, you must fulfill the task of transporting medicine. Besides, it is merely a brief assignment. You can return to your duties in the herb garden thereafter. Do not mistake this for a trivial endeavor. It is a rare opportunity. Should you successfully deliver the medicine, the rewards will amount to several months' worth of spirit stones for you cleaning disciples." With that, Sun dismissed Wang and his companion, leaving them to their dismay. "It's over," Wang lamented, feeling despondent. "Brother Wang, do not lose heart. Perhaps this task will not be fraught with peril," Zhao Ping'an offered, attempting to uplift his spirits. "Ping'an, I beseech you, refrain from speaking. I fear your words may seal my fate," Wang replied, his expression a portrait of despair. Zhao Ping'an chuckled awkwardly, at a loss for words. He had not anticipated the striking coincidence of their names being drawn in front of so many. Were it not for the public nature of the drawing, he might have suspected foul play on Sun's part. Although Zhao Ping'an was reluctant to face danger, the outcome of the drawing was now public. Unless he left the herb garden, there was no escaping this fate. Chapter 23. A Dog's Life 2 days later. Under the guidance of a formal disciple from the sect, 8 minor disciples, including Zhao Ping'an and Wang Kezi, set forth from the medicinal garden, transporting the necessary pharmaceutical supplies. According to Zhao Ping'an's knowledge, the quantity of supplies being escorted was substantial, prompting the sect to assign a formal disciple to oversee the operation entirely, ensuring that no mishaps occurred along the way. This formal disciple, Tian Da, was a taciturn individual whose demeanor suggested a certain lack of eloquence. Upon departing the medicinal garden, the group did not take to the skies. Instead, they rode on swift spiritual steeds. These steeds bore a resemblance to fine horses, but possessed endurance and speed far surpassing that of ordinary mounts. Trailing behind them were 3 horse-drawn carriages, pulled by spiritual steeds, laden with heavy supplies. Zhao Ping'an furrowed his brow, pondering why the sword sect, despite the considerable quantity of supplies, did not utilize any flying artifacts for transport. This conspicuous arrangement for transporting goods seemed rather blatant, and it would be challenging to avoid detection by those with ulterior motives as they neared the battleground of the 2 sections. "Ping'an, what troubles your mind?" Wang Kezi inquired. Noticing Zhao Ping'an's contemplative demeanor, Zhao Ping'an did not conceal his unease and voiced his concerns. "Do you think the sect desires to avoid using flying artifacts for transporting supplies? You must understand that even the most inferior flying artifact is of superior quality, and there are but a few within the entire sect. As the sword sect, what we lack most are artifacts and talismans," Wang Kezi explained, shaking his head. Despite his role as a menial disciple, his experience surpassed that of many formal disciples, granting him a keen understanding of the sect's circumstances. For instance, in regards to transporting supplies, the sect not only lacked flying artifacts but also suitable storage artifacts. If they had appropriate storage devices, they could effortlessly transfer the supplies to the battlefield without exhausting so much manpower. "Now I understand," Zhao Ping'an remarked, a dawning realization lighting his expression. To put it plainly, the sword sect was rather impoverished. If they were financially robust, there would be no need for such labor-intensive transport of supplies. However, this poverty was relative to other sects of cultivation. For individual cultivators, the sword sect, despite its diminished stature, remained a formidable entity with substantial heritage. Their conversation did not escape the notice of others. Tian cast a glance at the two, remaining silent, while the other minor disciples engaged in hushed discussions. As dusk approached, the group selected a suitable spot to rest. Senior Brother Tian, may I inquire how much further we have to the front lines? Asked a robust minor disciple named Go Wenbin, who approached Tian with respect. Unlike his fellow minor disciples, who appeared disheartened by their assignment, he maintained a spirited enthusiasm throughout the journey. According to our current pace, we shall reach the sect's front lines in 3 days, Tian replied, settling into a meditative posture. 3 days? The disciples of the lower ranks exchanged glances, apprehensive of what lay ahead. If Tian's words held true, this round trip would consume 6 days. Should unforeseen circumstances arise, the collective effort would yield little reward. At that moment, they fully grasped why most of the auxiliary disciples were reluctant to partake in the transportation of supplies. It was far from the simplicity they had envisioned. Not only did it demand considerable time, but the inherent dangers were substantial. Were it not for the generous rewards of spirit stones offered by the sect, few would likely volunteer for such tasks. Seemingly attuned to the group's sentiments, Tian surveyed them briefly before extracting a handful of spirit stones from his miniature storage. Each of you will receive 5 spirit stones. As his words resonated, 5 luminous spirit stones materialized in the hands of each disciple. The spirit stones have been distributed. How wonderful! Wang Kezi, who had been in low spirits, felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the gleaming stones in his grasp. Previously, during the monthly distribution of spirit stones, he could only receive 7 or 8 at most, often settling for 5 or 6. On just the first day of escorting medicinal supplies, Tian had bestowed upon them a sum equivalent to what the auxiliary disciples would earn in a month. Thank you, Brother Tian. Apart from Zhao Ping'an, who maintained his composure, the other auxiliary disciples mirrored Wang Kezi's exuberance, their earlier discontent dissipating. As long as you accompany me in transporting this batch of medicine, you will receive additional spirit stones each day. Tian stated expressionlessly before closing his eyes in meditation. This Brother Tian is quite generous, Zhao Ping'an noted, his keen instincts sensing something amiss. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't the rewards of spirit stones only be dispensed upon the successful delivery of supplies? Yet, according to Tian, as long as they obediently followed him, they would earn an extra 5 spirit stones daily. This suggested that the task of transporting the supplies might be more perilous than anticipated, and Zhao Ping'an pondered the implications. If spirit stones were likened to wealth, then Tian's gesture was akin to offering money to secure loyalty. In what circumstances would such reassurances be necessary? It could only be under the foreboding shadow of danger. True to his word, Tian distributed spirit stones daily. Soon, the 3rd day arrived. Stay alert. We shall reach the sect's frontier in less than an hour, he urged. As long as we successfully deliver the medicinal supplies, your task will be complete. In the wilderness, Tian led the way, followed by Zhao Ping'an and the other auxiliary disciples. After 2 or 3 days of relentless travel, fatigue began to set in. Yet Zhao Ping'an, invigorated by his practice of the eternal life sword technique, felt neither weariness nor exhaustion. Furthermore, during their breaks, he had discreetly crafted several potent talismans. We are nearly there. After navigating through a chaotic thicket of stones, Tian exhaled a sigh of relief, as the frontier of the sect lay not far ahead. Zhao Ping'an turned his gaze towards the sound and beheld a hillside in the distance, lush and verdant, abundant with thriving trees, exuding an invigorating vitality. How wonderful! We are finally nearing our destination. This journey has been smooth and safe at last. Wang Kezi also revealed a smile, finally relaxing. The other miscellaneous disciples cheered, laying aside the unease and vigilance they had harbored over the past few days. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the ground beneath them violently ruptured, and a volley of scorching arrows shot forth at perilous angles, swiftly hurtling towards the escort team. This is bad, an ambush. Tian's expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed. Protect the medicinal supplies. The miscellaneous disciples, startled and confused, instinctively shielded the 3 carts behind them. Shadows of swords danced, and magical shields were summoned as everyone deployed their respective defenses. Despite Tian's timely warning, 3 of the disciples were slightly delayed, and the incoming arrows pierced their chests, causing them to fall lifelessly to the ground. This is disastrous. Wang Kezi's face turned pale with fright, prompting him to leap from his spirited steed. In this critical moment, Zhao Ping'an swiftly seized him, narrowly evading several arrows that whizzed past. Having lived 2 lives, Zhao Ping'an possessed formidable awareness. The instant the chaos erupted, he had already made a preemptive assessment, allowing him to respond with composure and calmness. The brats from the sword sect think they can transport the medicinal supplies without consulting our Frostmoon sect? Today, not only will we seize your supplies, but your lives shall be forfeit as well. From both sides, 3 figures emerged, brandishing weapons as they charged towards the disarrayed transport team. The leader, a lean and muscular figure wielding a black spear, advanced directly towards Tianda. His countenance was cold, and the aura of his magical energy indicated he had reached the 7th level of chi refinement. With a black spear as his weapon. Could it be that you are Wang Chun, an official disciple of the Frostmoon sect? Tianda's face turned ashen, filled with both shock and fury. Chapter 24. If one does not kill me, I shall not kill indeed. Prepare to meet your demise. Wang Chun's voice was frigid as he thrust his spear forward with the swiftness of a striking dragon, aimed directly at Tianda's face. In that moment of urgency, Tianda recognized the futility of a direct confrontation and swiftly retreated to evade the devastating blow. His countenance darkened, despite his heightened vigilance along the journey. He had not anticipated an ambush by the disciples of the Frostmoon sect just as he neared the sect's perimeter. Their intent was not merely to seize the medicinal supplies, but to annihilate all the members of the sword sect present. Be quick and decisive, Wang Chun sneered, as the dark-hued spear emanated a faint, ominous glow, unleashing an astonishing heat as it came crashing down upon Tianda with the force of thunder. Meanwhile, the other 4 disciples of the Frostmoon sect, following closely behind Wang Chun, exhibited ferocious prowess, each possessing a cultivation level of the 4th or 5th layer of chi refinement. Among them, a long-haired woman gestured with her delicate hand, causing the ground to writhe as a formidable spirit beast, towering 3 zhong and exuding a fierce aura, emerged under her command, charging towards the nearest servant disciple of the medicinal garden, the red-eyed black ape. Recognizing the beast, Zhao Ping'an raised an eyebrow, surprised to encounter such a formidable creature once again since that fateful night on patrol. In an instant, his mind churned, grasping an unsettling truth. Do not be afraid. Let us unite against these foes. I am certain that the disciples at the sect's perimeter will soon arrive to assist us. Observing the dire situation, Tianda bellowed in an attempt to rally the spirits of his comrades. He brandished his sword to confront Wang Chun, the blade radiating a subtle aura. As each clash between them stirred up a tempestuous gale, while Tianda managed to hold Wang Chun at bay, the remaining disciples of the Frostmoon sect had already surged forward. Many of the servant disciples, in their panic, attempted to retaliate, but the disparity in strength proved catastrophic, resulting in them being sent sprawling, bloodied, and beaten. The scene was overwhelmingly one-sided, with the servant disciples in disarray. This place is far too perilous. I must retreat to the safety of the medicinal garden. Wang Xiaozi's face turned pale as regret washed over him. He fled towards the sect's border. Zhao Ping'an, perceiving the gravity of the situation, shouted to the others. They were not far from the sword sect's front lines. If the servant disciples could make a dash in that direction, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, the overwhelming odds would lead to unimaginable consequences. Thinking of escaping? Let us see if my spirit beast agrees. The long-haired woman smiled menacingly, signaling the red-eyed black ape to intercept the fleeing individuals. Crack! The fastest servant disciple barely had time to react before the red-eyed black ape crushed his neck. Eliminate them all. Leave no survivors, the long-haired woman commanded coldly. The red-eyed black ape, swift as the wind, charged towards Zhao Ping'an and Wang Xiaozi. At this moment, only Zhao Ping'an and Wang Xiaozi, along with 2 other servant disciples, remained, facing an exceptionally grim predicament. Opposing them were not only the red-eyed black ape under the long-haired woman's control, but also 3 other formidable disciples from the Frostmoon sect. Zhao Ping'an understood that he could not afford to remain passive. Before the crimson-eyed black ape could close the distance, a talisman was suddenly launched. As the runic light illuminated, it transformed into a fireball, enveloping the crimson-eyed black ape. This was a low-grade first-tier talisman, the Fire Spirit Talisman. Caught off guard, the crimson-eyed black ape was scorched, with its fur nearly charred black. However, its tough skin and robust physique rendered it unharmed. The Fire Spirit Talisman posed a threat to cultivators at the 3rd or 4th level of chi refinement, yet it had minimal effect on the crimson-eyed black ape, which let out a furious roar and lunged at Zhao Ping'an with even greater speed. Observing this, Zhao Ping'an felt no fear. Rather, he prepared himself. He activated 2 more Fire Spirit Talismans, which slowed the ape's advance. The crimson-eyed black ape continued to bellow in rage, nearly losing its sanity as it recklessly charged within half a yard of Zhao Ping'an. At that moment, a talisman shimmering with a cerulean glow suddenly appeared before the ape. The crimson-eyed black ape, somewhat perplexed, instinctively reached out to grab it. The talisman activated abruptly, unleashing a barrage of ice spikes that tore through the ape's tough exterior with a thunderous force, piercing its body completely. This was a high-grade first-tier talisman. The Ice Cloud Talisman. Under such close quarters, the Ice Cloud Talisman exhibited its maximum potency. The crimson-eyed black ape had no means of evasion and sustained the full brunt of the attack. This particular crimson-eyed black ape was not as formidable as the one previously encountered in the medicinal field. Thud! The bloodied crimson-eyed black ape collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Ping'an, you are truly impressive, exclaimed Wang Kezi, who had been hiding behind, giving Zhao Ping'an a thumbs up. You dare to harm my spirit pet. A long-haired woman, filled with rage, charged at Zhao Ping'an with great speed. She leaped high, resembling a predatory bird in flight, descending upon Zhao Ping'an with an overwhelming intent to kill. Her murderous aura fixed firmly on him. At the 5th level of Qi refinement, Zhao Ping'an sensed her magical fluctuations and raised an eyebrow, quickly regaining his composure. To him, the long-haired woman demonstrated commendable control over the crimson-eyed black ape. However, her reckless assault revealed numerous openings. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Ping'an propelled himself forward, swiftly closing the distance to the long-haired woman. He casually struck out, gathering his life force in his palm, emanating an astonishing wave of energy. Xiaolon, be careful. Wang Chun, engaged in battle with Tianda, noticed the unfolding scene and hurriedly warned her. Xiaolon, the long-haired woman, reacted quickly, while still in midair. She unleashed several sharp arrows from her sleeve, aiming to turn the advancing Zhao Ping'an into a pincushion. Yet Zhao Ping'an seemed to have anticipated this, leaving behind afterimages as he deftly evaded all the arrows by mere fractions. Die! Just then, the long-haired woman seized her moment of retaliation, gathering a formidable force in her palm and striking down towards Zhao Ping'an. In the next instant, however, Zhao Ping'an refrained from a direct confrontation, well aware that at this moment, his cultivation was merely at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, rendering him incapable of engaging her in a head-on clash. His recently executed gesture was merely a ruse. A talisman shot forth from Zhao Ping'an's left hand, arriving before the long-haired woman had time to react. No. The long-haired woman was struck with horror as the symbol glowed ominously, enveloping her entire being in a dreadful surge of lightning. It was a first-grade mid-tier talisman. The Lightning Talisman. This female disciple of the Frost Moon sect found herself utterly charred by the onslaught of Zhao Ping'an's lightning, her body blackened. And though a faint breath still lingered, she lay gravely injured and incapable of further combat. Splendidly executed. Witnessing this scene, Tianda was both astonished and elated, never having anticipated that the seemingly unremarkable Zhao Ping'an possessed such remarkable talismanic prowess. Cursed be it. Wang Chun fumed with rage, his aura swelling violently as he wielded a black spear with formidable force. With a sweeping motion, he sent Tianda staggering backward several meters. Sharing the same cultivation level of the 7th stage of Qi refinement, Wang Chun's combat prowess surpassed that of Tianda. Unhindered by Tianda's presence, Wang Chun stomped heavily upon the ground, causing it to tremble, his momentum surging as he charged towards Zhao Ping'an with lethal intent. This is bad. Zhao Ping'an realized the peril of the situation. Your opponent is me. Just as Zhao Ping'an braced himself, the suddenly repelled Tianda roared, his magical energy surging with fervor. He rushed forward with his sword, aiming a strike at Wang Chun from behind. Tianda was acutely aware that he must restrain Wang Chun, otherwise their survival was utterly bleak. What are you, to dare obstruct me? Wang Chun turned, thrusting his spear with ferocity, the violent force driving Tianda back once more. Brother Tian, I shall assist you. At that moment, a figure appeared behind Tianda. It was the servant disciple, Go Wenbin. Stand back. This is beyond your capacity to interfere. Before Tianda could finish his warning, a sharp pain pierced his chest as a deadly sword penetrated through his back. You. Tianda turned. Disbelief etched upon his face as he beheld Go Wenbin. He could hardly fathom that this servant disciple would betray him at such a critical juncture. This shocking turn of events caused Zhao Ping'an's expression to shift as well, astonished that Go Wenbin would strike Tianda at such a pivotal moment. Go Wenbin, have you lost your mind? Wang Chaozi exclaimed, both shocked and furious. Just when they had barely stabilized the precarious situation with Zhao Ping'an's successful attack on the long-haired woman, the traitor Go Wenbin had emerged, tipping the balance back into chaos. Brother Tian, do not blame me. If blame must be assigned, let it fall upon your decision to partake in this transport mission. Go Wenbin coldly smiled as he forcefully drove the sword deeper into Tianda's body. You have performed admirably. Wang Chun's face displayed satisfaction, as if he had long anticipated Go Wenbin's allegiance. Tianda's complexion turned ashen. He wished to utter something. Yet as blood poured forth, he lacked the strength even to speak, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. It's over. We are doomed. Wang Xiaozi's face was a mask of despair, utterly at a loss for what to do. Zhao Ping'an furrowed his brows tightly, but harbored no intention of surrendering, quietly devising a strategy to turn the tide. You few, deal with those two. This lad is mine. Wang Chun signaled Guo Wenbin and the other disciples of the Shuangyue sect to encircle Wang Kezi and another miscellaneous disciple, while he himself strode forward with a long spear towards Zhao Ping'an. Brother Wang, hold your ground. Zhao Ping'an uttered these words, and before Wang Kezi could react, he suddenly dashed toward the forefront of the sect, seeking to summon reinforcements. Is that even possible? Wang Chun let out a chilling smile, his foot pressing firmly down, leveraging the immense rebound force to leap high in pursuit of Zhao Ping'an. The two engaged in a chase, quickly covering a distance. However, it was evident that Wang Chun was faster. Before long, Zhao Ping'an was intercepted. Dare to harm my junior sister. Where do you think you can escape to? Wang Chun approached with his spear, exuding a fierce aura, resembling a tiger fixated on its prey, instilling a sense of dread. How do you know I am fleeing? Zhao Ping'an replied with a smile that was not quite a smile, countering the pursuit. Do not feign bravado. Do not think that a few talismans can withstand me. Prepare to meet your end. Sensing Zhao Ping'an's unwavering confidence, Wang Chun felt a slight unease. To avert further complications, he swung his spear with deadly intent toward the latter. This strike was powerful, accompanied by a thunderous sound that pierced the air. Zhao Ping'an remained unperturbed, casually releasing several talismans that soared through the air, forming an impenetrable defensive barrier against the attack. The spirit control talismans, though merely first-tier low-grade, could, when layered, barely withstand Wang Chun's ferocious assault. Wang Chun's eyes glinted with malice as his spear trembled violently. The seemingly robust barrier crumbled instantly. The tip of his spear aimed directly at Zhao Ping'an's throat. The spear glimmered faintly, and his magical energy surged around him, showing no signs of restraint, intent on delivering a fatal blow to Zhao Ping'an. Just as the spear tip was about to pierce through, Zhao Ping'an smiled slightly, revealing a talisman adorned with golden patterns in his palm. The talisman radiated an astonishing aura. This is... Wang Chun's expression changed drastically as he sensed an unprecedented danger. However, it was too late to withdraw his spear. The golden light erupted suddenly, shattering Wang Chun's formidable black spear, and his vision twisted as he plummeted from midair. Wang Chun beheld the remnants of his spear and the sight of his own headless corpse. Behind the corpse, a golden arrow of light illuminated a significant portion of the sky. How could this be? Wang Chun felt a mix of shock and reluctance as his consciousness was engulfed by an endless darkness. To perish beneath a second-tier heavenly arrow talisman is, in a way, your honor. Zhao Ping'an's expression remained calm as he murmured softly to himself. Unperturbed by fame or disgrace, his state of mind was remarkably serene, devoid of any guilt from taking a life. Having lived 2 lives, Zhao Ping'an's resolve was unyielding. Had Wang Chun not insisted on killing him, he would not have met such a fate. As the saying goes, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. If one does not kill me, I shall not kill them. Chapter 25. A mixture of belief and doubt. After vanquishing Wang Chun, Zhao Ping'an did not hastily depart. Instead, he rummaged through the storage bag of his fallen adversary. It must be said that the assets of a formal disciple of the Frost Moon sect were indeed considerable. Within his diminutive storage bag, Zhao Ping'an discovered 300 spirit stones and a rather exquisite magical artifact, the Silver Dragon Armor. This defensive artifact was of middling quality, belonging to the mid-tier level of magical implements. Once he confirmed a thorough search, Zhao Ping'an ignited Wang Chun's corpse using a fire spirit talisman, incinerating it to ashes before burying the remains with earth. Thus, no traces would remain. As long as there were no threads to follow, no one would know that I single-handedly dispatched you, and naturally, my capabilities would remain concealed. Having completed his task, Zhao Ping'an prepared to return and ascertain the fate of Wang and the crippled one. He fervently hoped that nothing would befall Wang, as he was the only servant disciple with whom he had formed a rapport in the medicinal garden. However, before he could venture too far, he heard the sound of something slicing through the air. Zhao Ping'an's heart raced, and he circulated his internal energy, bracing himself for another confrontation. Following the sound, he beheld a woman in white, anxiously searching the vicinity while treading upon her flying sword. It was senior sister Li Yun. Zhao Ping'an instantly recognized her as the daughter of the sect leader, Li Yun. Thank heavens, I have finally found you, exclaimed Li Yun, drawing closer on her sword, her face alight with surprise. Are you unharmed? Concern etched across her features, she inquired. She was tall and graceful, with exquisitely beautiful features, her skin as pale as snow, emanating a faint fragrance. I am well. Senior Sister Li, what brings you here? Zhao Ping'an replied with a slight smile, then posed his question. I am a formal disciple of the sect and had arrived earlier to participate in the battle at the front lines. When the elders learned of disturbances here, they dispatched me along with a few other formal disciples to investigate and promptly rescue a servant disciple who was besieged by the Frostmoon sect. She cast a reproachful glance at Zhao Ping'an. And you, instead of remaining safely in the medicinal garden, have taken it upon yourself to transport medicinal supplies? Zhao Ping'an forced a sheepish smile, uncertain of how to respond. When Li Yun had previously visited him in the medicinal garden, she had cautioned him to remain there. Yet Zhao Ping'an had been compelled to partake in this supply transport due to being drawn by the rotund sun. Through Li Yun's account, Zhao Ping'an learned that after he had lured Wang Chun away, the sect members had detected the commotion from the battle. Led by Li Yun, several formal disciples arrived just in time. Wu Wenbin and the disciples of the Frostmoon sect had not even the chance to flee, as they were swiftly dispatched by Li Yun and her companions. Wang, though sustaining some superficial injuries, was rescued in time, while another servant disciple was not so fortunate. Concerned for Zhao Ping'an's safety, Wang had entrusted Li Yun to seek him out without delay. By the way, what of Wang Chun from the Frostmoon sect? Hearing the words of the servant disciple named Wang Kazi, Li Yun's expression turned stern as she inquired about his whereabouts. I initially diverted his attention, and he relentlessly pursued me. However, upon realizing he could not catch up, Wang Chun retreated in due time. Zhao Ping'an fabricated an excuse after some contemplation. Despite Li Yun's kindness towards him, Zhao Ping'an was reluctant to disclose the fact that he had single-handedly eliminated Wang Chun. If this information were to spread, it might earn him great merit, but it would also attract unwanted attention. Zhao Ping'an understood all too well the adage that tall trees catch the wind. Wang Chun was indeed a formidable opponent, and managing to delay him was no small feat. Zhao Ping'an, you have done exceptionally well. Upon hearing this, Li Yun was taken aback for a moment. Then a smile graced her face as she patted Zhao Ping'an's shoulder. Her gesture seemed casual, yet a subtle wave of magical energy rippled during the moment of contact. Zhao Ping'an remained outwardly composed, yet he was acutely aware that Li Yun did not fully trust his words and was intentionally probing him. Thank you for your praise, Senior Sister. Zhao Ping'an replied with a grin, feigning ignorance. He had skillfully suppressed his cultivation to the third level of qi refinement and possessed the Changxing Tower within him. It was not merely Li Yun's casual probing that he needed to worry about, even if the Sword Sect's leader were to personally test him. As long as Zhao Ping'an wished to conceal his true cultivation, it would be futile. Third level of qi refinement. Indeed, a flicker of surprise crossed Li Yun's beautiful eyes, but she quickly regained her composure, failing to detect any anomaly. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yun accepted Zhao Ping'an's explanation. After all, how could a servant disciple at the third level of qi refinement possibly engage in combat with Wang Chun, who was at the seventh level? It was likely, as Zhao Ping'an suggested, that he had used talismans to hold off Wang Chun, who, seeing the time dragging on, had no choice but to withdraw. Senior Sister Li, is something amiss? Are you feeling unwell? Noticing Li Yun's silence, Zhao Ping'an feigned concern. No, I'm merely pondering, she replied. Wang Chun is no ordinary adversary, and your ability to delay him is commendable. Had it not been for your intervention, our sect would have likely faced severe losses in both resources and personnel. Li Yun smiled gently, her demeanor returning to normal. She bestowed upon Zhao Ping'an considerable recognition. I was simply fortunate. I was terrified at the time, Zhao Ping'an humbly remarked. Let's go, return with me. Li Yun said no more, leading Zhao Ping'an back to the front area of the sect, where the elders presided and numerous powerful formal disciples were stationed. Yunling's sword. Li Yun formed a hand sign, and a flying sword swiftly appeared before her. Her movements graceful and light as she leapt onto the sword's body. Senior Sister, this flying sword is so impressive. Zhao Ping'an's eyes sparkled. Flying artifacts were rare within the sword sect, and a flying sword was exceedingly scarce. Li Yun's sword was undoubtedly a magnificent treasure. Of course, it is splendid. This exquisite flying sword was a birthday gift from my father last year, and it is said to have cost several thousand spirit stones to procure. Li Yun spoke with a hint of pride. Although the sword master was often quite strict with her, he also indulged her immensely. Several thousand spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping'an could not help but gasp in astonishment. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and get on. Seeing that Zhao Ping'an remained unmoved, Li Yun rolled her eyes and urged him. She stood atop the hovering flying sword, gesturing for Zhao Ping'an to join her promptly. Zhao Ping'an hesitated for a moment, but eventually stepped aboard. The space on the flying sword was limited, causing him to press closely against Li Yun's back. The enchanting fragrance emanating from the beautiful girl almost overwhelming him. Hold on tight. Li Yun's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she maintained her composure, channeling her mana to propel the flying sword forward with great speed. Chapter 26. Return to the herb garden a quarter of an hour later. Zhao Ping'an followed Li Yun to the forefront of the sect. The area was heavily guarded, with large tents rising from the once desolate wilderness. Moreover, formidable formations encircled the perimeter, ready to alert and defend against any approaching formidable foes. Ping'an. As soon as Zhao Ping'an touched down, a limping figure rushed towards him. It was none other than Wang Kezi. Brother Wang, Zhao Ping'an beamed, greeting him. I am truly relieved to see you unharmed. I nearly thought we would never meet again. Wang Kezi, both astonished and overjoyed, seemed ready to embrace Zhao Ping'an, were it not for the inappropriateness of the occasion. Previously, upon witnessing Zhao Ping'an lead Wang Chun away alone, he feared for his safety. In Wang Kezi's eyes, despite Zhao Ping'an's exceptional talisman skills, it would be difficult to contend with Wang Chun, who was at the late stage of qi refinement. Brother Wang, have you forgotten? My name is Zhao Ping'an. I am naturally blessed and not so easily met with misfortune. Zhao Ping'an jested with a self-deprecating smile. You rascal. Wang Kezi chuckled in return, relief evident on his face. The two engaged in conversation as if oblivious to their surroundings. After Zhao Ping'an's departure, Wang Kezi and another servant disciple had been ambushed by traitors, including Go Wenbin. The servant disciple was swiftly slain, while Wang Kezi managed to hold off his attackers momentarily with the protective talisman Zhao Ping'an had gifted him, allowing him to survive until Li Yun and others arrived. For this reason, Wang Kezi felt a profound gratitude towards Zhao Ping'an. Had it not been for the talismans, he might have met the same grim fate as the other servant disciples. Subsequently, under Li Yun's arrangement, Zhao Ping'an and Wang Kezi received spirit stone rewards for their delivery of medicinal supplies. Perhaps due to their commendable performance during the task, Zhao Ping'an was awarded an additional 20 spirit stones, bringing his total to 50. Wang Kezi also received a considerable sum, totaling over 30 spirit stones, making the journey worthwhile. After receiving their rewards, Zhao Ping'an and Wang Kezi inquired about Dinyo's whereabouts. However, the situation at the sect's forefront was intricate, and despite their efforts, they were unable to ascertain any information regarding Dinyo. This was not unexpected, as the prolonged conflict between the Sword Sect and Frost Moon Sect had resulted in significant casualties among the disciples, with some still unaccounted for. It was challenging to obtain specific information regarding any disciple, let alone an unremarkable servant disciple. On the following day at the sect's forefront, Li Yun warned Zhao Ping'an. The sect is on the verge of engaging in more intense confrontations with the Frost Moon Sect in the coming days. The danger here is escalating. You should return to the herb garden as soon as possible. She donned a flowing white robe, her long hair, which had once cascaded down, now elegantly tied up, exuding a refreshing and capable demeanor that revealed a distinctly different aura of beauty. Her delicate features were solemn as she softly cautioned Zhao Ping'an. The clashes between sects were perilous and brutal, often resulting in casualties numbering in the dozens or even hundreds. Although Zhao Ping'an possessed commendable talismanic skills, should he be ensnared in such conflicts, his meager cultivation would leave him oblivious to his demise. Thank you for your reminder, Senior Sisterly. I indeed intend to heed your advice, Zhao Ping'an responded, sensing Li Yun's goodwill. He had no desire to linger any longer, for the medicinal garden was a relatively safe haven, unlike the trepidation that accompanied his current surroundings. This talisman is one I painstakingly crafted not long ago. Consider it a gift from me to you, Senior Sister. Before departing, Zhao Ping'an produced a spirit-restraining talisman and earnestly presented it to Li Yun. He held her in high regard and hoped she would remain unscathed amid the impending turmoil. In the Sword Sect, there were few who harbored genuine goodwill towards Zhao Ping'an without ulterior motives. Li Yun was taken aback, not expecting Zhao Ping'an to have the ability to create such a high-tier talisman. Previously, before the true onset of hostilities between the Sword Sect and Frost Moon Sect, she had inquired about Zhao Ping'an's talisman-making prowess, to which he had claimed only a tenuous grasp of crafting high-quality, first-tier talismans. Had his skills indeed improved in the past half-year? Li Yun mused quietly to herself. Thank you, Ping'an. She accepted the talisman with gratitude, refraining from probing further into Zhao Ping'an's current capabilities, as excessive questioning could be unwelcome. On that day, under Li Yun's watchful gaze, Zhao Ping'an and Wang Kezi departed from the sect's front lines, heading towards the medicinal garden. Their return journey was remarkably smooth. 3 days later, they successfully arrived back at the garden. Initially, they had set out with 8 miscellaneous disciples under Tianda's guidance, Yet now only Zhao Ping'an and Wang Kezi returned. The mishaps concerning the transport of medicinal supplies were impossible to conceal from the other disciples in the garden, yet what could be done? Under Sun Pengzi's coercive arrangements, the draw for the second round of supply transport commenced as usual. Although perilous, this second endeavor yielded substantial rewards, including spoils taken from Wang Chun. Zhao Ping'an now possessed over 300 spirit stones. It seemed prudent to attend the trading fair at Fuchin Tower once more. Zhao Ping'an's eyes glimmered as he murmured to himself. For him, the quantity of spirit stones was inconsequential. What mattered was their conversion into resources capable of enhancing his strength. Having lived 2 lives, Zhao Ping'an understood all too well that in this brutal and sanguinary realm of cultivation, one must possess sufficient power to endure, lest they become prey to the whims of others. In this lifetime, he aspires to develop steadily, avoiding entanglements in various conflicts whenever possible. However, should he find himself inevitably drawn into such turmoil, he must possess the strength for self-preservation. Chapter 27. A glimmer of intrigue days later. It was once again time for the monthly distribution of spiritual stones at the medicinal garden, coinciding with the commencement of the trading fair at Fuchin Tower. Zhao Ping'an, well-versed in the surroundings, swiftly made his way to a familiar stall. Beneath the resplendent moonlight stood a girl, her skin fair and delicate, her figure graceful and ethereal, exuding an undeniable elegance. However, unlike before, a handsome young man accompanied her this time. The young man, possessing a commendable demeanor, attempted to engage in conversation with Lu Ningran. Yet she maintained a frosty countenance, deliberately keeping her distance. Senior Sister Lu, Zhao Ping'an called out, somewhat surprised by the scene before him, yet he approached to greet her. He had become quite familiar with Lu Ningran. Ever since his initial purchase of talisman-making materials from her, he had made it a point to procure the necessary supplies from her at every subsequent trading fair. Junior brother Zhao, you have arrived. Lu Ningran's beautiful eyes sparkled upon seeing him, as though she had spotted a beacon of hope. Ningran, who is this? The handsome young man, noticing Lu Ningran's gaze towards Zhao Ping'an, raised an eyebrow and stepped closer, scrutinizing Zhao Ping'an. Upon observing the latter's garb as a lowly servant disciple, a trace of disdain flickered in his eyes, albeit subtly enough to escape Zhao Ping'an's notice. If you wish to know, you may inquire yourself, Lu Ningran replied coldly, evidently perturbed by his presence. The young man's smile faltered momentarily, yet he quickly regained his composure, not allowing her words to incite anger. This junior brother. I am Cheng Liang, a formal disciple of the sect. My father is a guest elder in our order. May I ask for your name? Greetings, senior brother. I am Zhao Ping'an. Zhao Ping'an replied with measured composure. Zhao Ping'an. Ah, I recall now. You are the one who saved the trader from the heavenly Xian sacred land, leading to our sect's enmity with them, ultimately resulting in the sword master relegating you to the medicinal garden as a menial servant, correct? Cheng Liang's realization brought forth a glint of contempt in his gaze. Had it not been for Zhao Ping'an's inadvertent rescue of the trader, perhaps the sword sect would not have offended the heavenly Xian sacred land, which now covertly supported the Frost Moon sect in their oppression of the sword sect. Cheng Liang, what nonsense are you spouting? Lu Ningran frowned, clearly dismayed by his deliberate provocation, which was intended to reopen Zhao Ping'an's wounds. My apologies. I tend to speak my mind. I hope you won't take offense, Cheng Liang replied with a sheepish grin, tinged with a hint of mockery. It matters not. These are merely truths. Zhao Ping'an responded with a slight smile, undeterred by the remarks. Having lived 2 lives, he was naturally not inclined to engage in conflict over a few careless words. Sister Lu, I wish to purchase some exquisite talisman paper from you. Zhao Ping'an stated his intention directly, without any circumlocution. Exquisite talisman paper? Lu Ningran scrutinized Zhao Ping'an with a keen gaze before inquiring, have you become a first-tier talisman master? Almost, Zhao Ping'an replied modestly with a smile. In truth, his proficiency in talisman crafting had nearly brought him to the threshold of becoming a second-tier master, and revealing a fraction of his skills to Lu Ningran was merely a means to procure the exquisite talisman paper more easily. Lu Ningran appeared somewhat astonished, her eyes reflecting disbelief as she regarded Zhao Ping'an. It was hard to fathom that it had been less than a year since he first visited her to acquire talisman-making materials. If a mere servant in the medicinal garden could attain the status of a first-tier talisman master, would that not imply that anyone could achieve such a feat? At that moment, an untimely scoff interrupted the exchange. Ningran, some lowly servants may speak fancifully to gain your attention. Do not take their words to heart. Cheng Liang remarked with a shake of his head, advising Lu Ningran. Are you implying that I, a mere cleaning servant, am lying? Zhao Ping'an queried, turning to Cheng Liang upon discerning the insinuation in his words. Brother Zhao, what is your opinion? Cheng Liang retorted with a cold smirk, continuing. You are merely a servant in the medicinal garden. If you were truly a first-tier talisman master, would that not mean that everyone in the sword sect could become a talisman master? You ought to recognize your humble position and refrain from fabricating tales to attract Ningran's notice. His tone bore an unmistakable hint of warning. In Cheng Liang's perspective, among the younger generation of the sword sect, Lu Ningran was the only first-tier talisman master. The idea that a servant from the medicinal garden could claim such an achievement was laughable. He believed Zhao Ping'an was merely fabricating a story to garner Lu Ningran's attention and favor. Brother Zhao, is what you say truly the case? Lu Ningran inquired, her belief wavering as she listened to Cheng Liang's words. It was indeed difficult to accept that Zhao Ping'an had become a first-tier talisman master through self-study in less than a year without any guidance from a talisman expert. If Sister Lu shares your skepticism, consider my words mere folly. Nevertheless, I still wish to purchase some of that exquisite talisman paper, Zhao Ping'an replied, remaining composed and resolute. Zhao Ping'an, you seem to be putting on an act. Lu Ningran commented, and with a tone of disapproval, she added, even if you possess exquisite talisman paper, I would advise against selling it to someone like him. It would be wise to minimize your contact with him to preserve your reputation. Seeing Zhao Ping'an's reaction only reinforced Cheng Liang's suspicions, leading him to conclude that Zhao Ping'an was merely posturing, attempting to draw Lu Ningran's attention by claiming to be a first-tier talisman master. This, Brother Cheng, I can understand your pursuit of Sister Lu, for the desire for beauty is universal. However, it is rather excessive to suggest that she refrained from selling exquisite talisman paper to me. Zhao Ping'an maintained his smile, though it had grown somewhat frosty. The other party, time and again, has targeted and ridiculed me, truly believing that Zhao Ping'an is easy to talk to, lacking in temper. Is this excessive? You dare to lie before us both, while Ning Ran, with her gentle nature, refrains from complicating matters for you. Yet I am different, for I harbor a profound disdain for those who speak nothing but deceit. If you are dissatisfied, we can engage in a contest of talisman crafting. I have only studied talismans for 2 or 3 years, yet I possess the confidence to surpass you. As he spoke, Cheng Liang cast a provocative glance at Zhao Ping'an. Zhao Shidi, do not acquiesce to him. Cheng Liang's proficiency in talismans, albeit not as refined as that of other formal disciples in the sect, still held some merit. Just then, Lu Ningran hurried forward, hoping to prevent Zhao Ping'an from entering into conflict. Although she harbored doubts regarding Zhao Ping'an's status as a first-tier talisman master, she wished to avoid a direct confrontation between him and Cheng Liang, primarily concerned for Zhao Ping'an's well-being. Lu Shiji, do not fret. Zhao Ping'an offered a slight smile, turning his gaze toward Cheng Liang, responding, let us compete then. Since the other party was so aggressive, he would impart a profound lesson. You possess quite the audacity. Upon hearing Zhao Ping'an's agreement, Cheng Liang's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he continued with a mischievous grin. However, since this is a contest, there must be appropriate stakes, correct? How about this? If you lose, you shall kneel before everyone and proclaim thrice that you are a lying turtle. With that, Cheng Liang smiled at Zhao Ping'an. Not acceptable. Zhao Ping'an shook his head in disapproval. It was not that he opposed the notion of stakes. Rather, he found this wager to be trivial. Are you afraid? Cheng Liang raised an eyebrow. Since we are wagering, let us stake something of genuine value. If I lose, I shall sever one of my arms. If you lose, you too shall sacrifice an arm. Zhao Ping'an's expression remained calm as he spoke slowly. Cheng Liang hesitated momentarily, yet soon regained his confidence, replying, agreed. What now? Lu Ningran furrowed her brow tightly, taken aback by the escalating tension between Zhao Ping'an and Cheng Liang. Even if she intervened again, it would likely prove futile. The commotion of Zhao Ping'an and Cheng Liang's contest of talisman drawing quickly attracted a crowd of curious disciples. I shall compete with Zhao Shidi in talisman crafting. I invite you all to bear witness, Cheng Liang announced to the gathering, then gestured to Zhao Ping'an, saying, please, Zhao Shidi, go ahead. The contest was straightforward. Based on their respective knowledge, whoever crafted a talisman of superior grade would emerge victorious. If I were to draw first, I fear Cheng Shixiang would have no chance. Thus, I kindly asked Cheng Shixiang to begin. Zhao Ping'an replied with a gentle smile, indicating for Cheng Liang to proceed. To be so arrogant as to this extent is indeed a rarity. Cheng Liang scoffed, unwilling to defer any longer. Before the crowd, he casually grasped a talisman brush. Focusing his energy, he swiftly wielded the brush, and with the surge of spiritual power at its tip, intricate symbols began to emerge on the pristine talisman paper. Cheng Liang's movements were remarkably decisive. Moments later, as the light of the runes illuminated the surroundings, a complete talisman, shimmering with a bluish hue, suddenly appeared before the onlookers. It was a first-tier mid-grade talisman, the Wind Control Talisman. Cheng Liang's face bore a look of satisfaction. Although his innate talent for talisman crafting was not as exceptional as Lu Ningran's, he possessed commendable aptitude. Today, he had performed extraordinarily well, managing to produce this talisman with just a single piece of talisman paper. The Wind Control Talisman, despite being merely a first-tier mid-grade talisman, was not without its complexities. Even my own success rate in crafting this talisman could only be maintained at 90%, never reaching a complete assurance. Indeed, Cheng Liang's proficiency in talisman crafting was rather impressive. Witnessing this scene, Lu Ningran felt a surge of astonishment. The surrounding disciples nodded in agreement, engaging in animated discussions, praising Cheng Liang's remarkable skill in talisman crafting. He has a bit of talent, but not much, Zhao Ping'an remarked with a sidelong glance, offering a private critique. Your turn, he thought, as Cheng Liang, catching the murmurs of the crowd, cast a derisive glance at Zhao Ping'an, seemingly confident in his superiority. Zhao Shidi, Lu Ningran hesitated, her words unspoken. Zhao Ping'an smiled faintly, aware that Lu Ningran still harbored some doubts about him. Under the attentive gazes of Lu Ningran and the others, Zhao Ping'an closed his eyes, memories of past talisman crafting techniques and experiences flooding his mind. What a show-off. Let's see how you concede later. Cheng Liang sneered, believing victory was assured. After a brief moment, Zhao Ping'an suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and focused. He grasped the talisman brush with effortless grace, his movements fluid and unimpeded. The ethereal essence of his long-lasting mana danced like fine threads, flowing from the tip of the brush onto the talisman paper, swiftly outlining the corresponding runes. The Dragon Fire Talisman, the dark red runes, as the spiritual light converged, quickly solidified into form. The Dragon Fire Talisman, a first-tier superior grade talisman. Witnessing this, Lu Ningran gasped in astonishment. Beside her, Cheng Liang's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a portrait of incredulity. Chapter 28. Stirring the higher UPS. Although both are categorized as first-tier talismans, the intricacies involved in crafting a superior first-tier talisman as opposed to a medium-grade one are worlds apart. Despite Cheng Liang's ability to create medium-grade talismans, the prospect of him attempting to forge a superior first-tier talisman, regardless of the quantity of materials expended, would likely culminate in failure. Furthermore, the Dragonfire Talisman, being one of the more challenging talismans within the superior first-tier category, rendered Zhao Ping'an's accomplishment undeniably impressive, garnering the respect of onlookers. Brother Cheng, shall we compare? Zhao Ping'an inquired with a smile. Cheng Liang's face turned ashen. Had it not been for the occasion, he would have unleashed a torrent of curses. Compare? What is there to compare? Unless I can produce an equivalent superior first-tier talisman, I cannot hope to surpass Zhao Ping'an. Furious beyond measure, he was taken aback by the exceptional talisman-making skills of a mere servant from the medicinal garden. Junior brother Zhao, your talisman-making prowess is extraordinary, I concede. Cheng Liang admitted, his expression shifting through various shades of defeat, ultimately relenting in front of Lu Ningran and their numerous peers. He realized he could not evade the consequences of his wager. Zhao Ping'an regarded him with renewed interest upon hearing his swift concession. Now that the elder brother has admitted defeat, shall we fulfill the terms of our wager? Zhao Ping'an said with a cheerful demeanor. Oh, brother Zhao. Cheng Liang's countenance changed as he forced a smile. It was my fault earlier. Could we possibly alter the terms of the wager? The prospect of losing an arm would irreparably hinder his future training. Junior brother Zhao. At that moment, Lu Ningran interjected, casting a meaningful glance towards Zhao Ping'an. She was aware of Cheng Liang's background and wished to prevent any deadly enmity from forming between them, which could lead to unforeseen dangers. Disregarding Lu Ningran's subtle signals, Zhao Ping'an turned to Cheng Liang and asked, Brother Cheng, if I were to lose this time, would you allow me to alter the wager? Cheng Liang found himself momentarily speechless. Had he emerged victorious, he would not have made things easy for Zhao Ping'an, insisting he forfeit an arm before the crowd. Brother Cheng, what are you waiting for? Do you require my assistance? Zhao Ping'an said with a teasing smile. Zhao Ping'an, one should leave a thread for future encounters, Cheng Liang retorted, growing increasingly agitated. Are you truly willing to go this far? Brother Cheng, do you intend to play tricks? Zhao Ping'an inquired playfully. Cheng Liang sighed, finally conceding. Very well, I, Cheng Liang, will accept my fate and forfeit an arm. Before the spectators, his expression darkened as he raised his right hand, poised to strike down upon his left arm. Bang! In the next instant, a hand shot forth with blinding speed, effectively blocking Cheng Liang's strike. What is the meaning of this, Zhao Ping'an? Cheng Liang exclaimed, a mixture of shock and rage flooding his features as he glared at Zhao Ping'an. who had halted his hand. I was merely jesting with Brother Chung. I hope you won't take offense, Zhao Ping'an replied lightly. Upon reaching this point, Zhao Ping'an paused momentarily before continuing. I believe it would be prudent to alter our wager. If Brother Chung does not mind, let us put forth 300 spirit stones as the stake for this match. Chung Liang stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for words. His gaze towards Zhao Ping'an bore a hint of complexity, yet he swiftly regained his composure, scoffing lightly as he retorted, "This is your proposal, not a plea from me." The exchange of 300 spirit stones for an arm was undeniably a lucrative deal, provided Chung Liang possessed even a modicum of sense. Soon, he handed over the 300 spirit stones to Zhao Ping'an, departing without uttering a farewell to Lu Ningran, turning away under the scrutiny of onlookers. His sense of humiliation was overwhelming. The thought of lingering any longer was unbearable. As a formal disciple of the sect, endowed with both prestige and strength, to falter before a mere servant from the medicinal garden in the presence of his admired goddess was an ordeal few could endure. Brother Zhao, I truly did not anticipate your rapid advancement in talisman crafting, Lu Ningran remarked, her luminous eyes fixed intently upon Zhao Ping'an after Chung Liang's departure. Her gaze was clear, imbued with curiosity and inquiry, reminiscent of their initial acquaintance. I must also express my gratitude to Senior Sister Lu for gifting me the Talisman Compendium, which has deepened my understanding and proficiency in the art of talismans. Zhao Ping'an responded modestly, a smile gracing his lips. The Talisman Compendium encompasses fundamental principles. Your swift ascent to a first-tier talisman master must harbor other mysteries, Lu Ningran observed, her smile enchanting, as if she could see through Zhao Ping'an's facade. Her exquisite features and alabaster skin radiated a warmth akin to a blooming garden, providing a refreshing sensation akin to a spring breeze. Zhao Ping'an opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated. Do not fret. Every individual possesses their own secrets, and I shall not pry where it is unwarranted. I am simply delighted that our sect has welcomed its second first-tier talisman master among the younger generation, Lu Ningran interjected, her cheerful demeanor unwavering. Thank you, Senior Sister Lu. Zhao Ping'an replied earnestly, a smile illuminating his face. Subsequently, he procured fine talisman paper and additional crafting materials from Lu Ningran. With the 300 spirit stones from Chung Liang, Zhao Ping'an's financial confidence surged, prompting him to nearly deplete the majority of talisman crafting supplies at her stall. With such remarkable talent in talisman crafting and a certain depth of character, Zhao Ping'an's future appears boundless. Previously, many within the sect deemed him mediocre, a mere good-natured individual. It now seems they may have severely misjudged him. Watching Zhao Ping'an's retreating figure, Lu Ningran mused softly to herself. In that day, news of Zhao Ping'an's match with Chung Liang swiftly spread throughout much of the sect, even reaching the ears of the higher echelons. How intriguing. Among the younger generation of our sect, a second first-tier talisman master has emerged, and he is none other than Zhao Ping'an, relegated to the status of a servant in the medicinal garden. In the past, Zhao Ping'an exhibited mediocrity, never revealing the slightest aptitude for talisman crafting. Could it be that his talent in this art emerged only after his encounter with the trader from the celestial Xian sacred land? An elder of the sect murmured to himself upon receiving this news, unbeknownst to Zhao Ping'an. His recent competition with Chung Liang in talisman crafting had attracted the attention of the sect's higher-ups. At this moment, he had returned to his wooden cabin, where exquisite talisman paper lay meticulously arranged before him. With my current cultivation at the 5th level of Qi refinement, I can attempt to create some second-tier talismans, which possess less stringent requirements. However, compared to first-tier talismans, the complexity of crafting second-tier talismans has escalated significantly, and even with exquisite paper, the success rate may still be rather low. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Ping'an recognized that in order to enhance his protective techniques, it was essential to try his hand at crafting second-tier exquisite talismans. Previously, he had managed to create a low-quality second-tier talisman, the Heavenly Arrow Talisman, but the success rate was dismally low. Now, with the aid of exquisite talisman paper and a marked improvement in his cultivation, the difficulty should be somewhat alleviated. Chapter 29. Aurora Talisman. In my previous life, I possessed a considerable number of second-tier talismans. Now, with my cultivation at the 5th level of Qi refinement, I am capable of crafting several types of second-tier talismans. However, the creation of second-tier talismans is exceedingly challenging. Apart from the previously crafted Heavenly Arrow Talisman, the Aurora Talisman stands out as the most beneficial to me at this moment. Though its power does not rival that of the Heavenly Arrow Talisman, once activated, it can temporarily elevate the user's cultivation by a small realm for 1 hour, without any adverse effects. Zhao Ping'an pondered for a moment and resolved to create the Aurora Talisman. Firstly, The success rate for the Aurora Talisman is relatively higher compared to other second-tier talismans. And secondly, it aligns well with Zhao Ping'an's current level of cultivation. The creation of second-tier talismans demands a high degree of magical energy, so to prevent depletion, he took out 10 spirit stones in advance. Rather than immediately commencing the talisman drawing, Zhao Ping'an closed his eyes, silently reminiscing about the talisman-making techniques and relevant experiences from his past life. He began. After a brief moment, Zhao Ping'an inhaled deeply and grasped the Qingfeng talisman brush. With the experience from crafting the Heavenly Arrow talisman, his movements this time were much more fluid. One hand drew upon the spirit energy from the spirit stones, while the other wielded the brush, gracefully sketching on the premium talisman paper without a hint of hesitation. The light of the runes flickered continuously, and beads of sweat began to form on Zhao Ping'an's forehead. Suddenly, the Qingfeng talisman brush trembled violently, causing the previously bright runes to dissipate rapidly, and the exquisite talisman paper was reduced to ash. Regrettably, he was just a stroke away from success. Thus, he faced yet another failure. Zhao Ping'an felt a twinge of disappointment, acknowledging that second-tier talismans still posed a significant challenge for him. Although he had made progress in both his cultivation and talisman-making skills compared to before, the demands of second-tier talismans were exceptionally high. Even in his past life, during the foundation establishment stage, his success rate for crafting second-tier talismans barely reached 50%. Despite the high level of difficulty, once the Aurora talisman was successfully crafted, Zhao Ping'an would gain an additional means of protection. Given the ongoing conflicts between the Sword Sect and Frostmoon Sect, and the less than peaceful atmosphere within his own sect, Zhao Ping'an felt compelled to bolster his defenses against any unforeseen circumstances. After resting for half an hour to replenish his magical energy, Zhao Ping'an proceeded with the second attempt at talisman making. This time, he was even more cautious, channeling his magical essence through the brush. As the last rune's light illuminated the air, he finally succeeded in crafting the second-tier inferior Aurora talisman. Without pausing, Zhao Ping'an dedicated the entire day to his efforts. After enduring 10 failures, he managed to produce 3 Aurora talismans, 2 of which were successful. At my current level, the success rate for crafting the Aurora talisman stands at approximately 25%. After exhausting over 10 pieces of premium talisman paper and dozens of spirit stones, Zhao Ping'an ultimately obtained 4 Aurora talismans. He felt a sense of satisfaction with this outcome. The following morning, as dawn broke, Zhao Ping'an took up a broom, ready to join Wang Kezi in tidying the herb garden. Junior brother Zhao. As Zhao Ping'an stepped out, a voice reached his ears. Following the sound, he spotted son Fatty ambling toward him with a cheerful grin. Son, with his round face and large ears, sported a prominent belly and ambled along with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding a certain authority. Senior brother son, Zhao Ping'an exclaimed, somewhat taken aback but quickly regaining his composure. I have heard about yesterday's events. Congratulations, junior brother Zhao. It is truly remarkable to rise from being a mere janitor in the medicinal garden to a first-tier talisman master within our sect, son Fatty chuckled, his eyes crinkling with delight. Realization dawned on Zhao Ping'an. It was no wonder son had sought him out so early in the day. It was to celebrate his ascension to a first-tier talisman master. I merely had good fortune. I would not dare trouble senior brother to personally extend your congratulations, Zhao Ping'an replied with a slight smile, maintaining a humble demeanor. Junior brother Zhao, humility is a virtue. I did not come solely to offer my congratulations. There is a reward arranged for you by the sect, son Fatty said with a sycophantic smile, producing a storage bag with a flourish. Zhao Ping'an's achievement had stirred the higher-ups in the sect, prompting them to send son with a corresponding reward. In the sword sect, talisman masters were a rare and coveted profession. Among the younger generation, Zhao Ping'an was only the second to attain such status, following Lu Ningran. The sect, known for its clear rewards and punishments, naturally had to acknowledge his accomplishment. Thank you, senior brother, and thank you to the sect. Zhao Ping'an graciously accepted the storage bag without any hesitation. Junior brother Zhao, I have wronged you in the past. I hope you can forgive me. Should you require assistance in the medicinal garden in the future, do not hesitate to call on me. I will do my utmost to help, without a second thought, son Fatty said, his face beaming with a smile. Now that Zhao Ping'an was a first-tier talisman master, he held a certain weight within the sect. Even if son Fatty had previously looked down upon him, he now had to tread carefully. Senior brother son, you are too kind. I owe much to your guidance during my time here. Without it, I would not be where I am today. Your kindness will not be forgotten. Zhao Ping'an responded with a smile, uttering polite words. He would never forget that son Fatty had arranged for him to live in a haunted house upon his arrival in the medicinal garden. Upon hearing this, Sun Fatty's expression momentarily stiffened before he quickly regained his composure, awkwardly chuckling. Junior brother Zhao, I see your current residence is rather modest. Perhaps I could arrange for you to move to the west side, where there is a far superior courtyard, with a setting that surpasses this one by leaps and bounds. Consider it my apology. No need for that. I find my current abode quite satisfactory. If senior brother has no other matters to attend to, I must return to my cleaning duties, Zhao Ping'an replied, not wishing to linger further, and he picked up a broom and departed from the wooden hut. This fellow likely harbors a grudge against me. Since he refused to reconcile, do not blame me for being ruthless. Watching Zhao Ping'an's retreating figure, Sun Fatty's eyes narrowed, a chilling glimmer flickering within them. Unbeknownst to Zhao Ping'an, who was preoccupied with examining the storage bag sent by the other party using his spiritual sense, Sun Fatty harbored his own thoughts. The sect's generosity was substantial, providing a total of 500 spirit stones. Zhao Ping'an was taken aback. For a formal disciple of the sect, 500 spirit stones represented a considerable fortune, sufficient for him to indulge for a while. In the days that followed, Zhao Ping'an continued his routine, rising each morning to help Wang the Lame tend to the herb garden. After their work in the garden, he would either spend his free time enhancing his talisman-making skills or practicing the eternal life sword technique. Before long, a month had slipped by. Chapter 30. With a face of malice in the wooden cabin, Zhao Ping'an sat cross-legged on the floor, exuding a remarkable aura as his profound longevity magic enveloped him. Clutched in his hand was the gathering stone, which, under the influence of the longevity tower, incessantly transformed the surging energy into the pure spiritual essence he required. Zhao Ping'an's expression remained serene, a faint glow radiating from his body, even his hair shimmering with a crystalline brilliance. Having reached the second layer of the longevity sword technique, he slowly opened his eyes, revealing deep, obsidian depths. A flicker of astonishment crossed his face. He had not anticipated that through his diligent efforts during this period, he would advance to the second layer of the longevity sword technique ahead of schedule. Originally, Zhao Ping'an had estimated that he would need to reach the 6th level of qi refinement to attain this stage. Most likely, the energy from the gathering stone, once transformed in the longevity tower, proved to be more refined than that from ordinary spiritual stones. Coupled with the experience from his past life, this allowed him to expedite his breakthrough to the second layer of the longevity sword technique. After a moment of contemplation, he swiftly grasped the reason behind his progress. At this moment, he could distinctly sense that his longevity magic was significantly stronger, having increased several-fold compared to before. Prior to his breakthrough, the longevity magic felt like a meager trickle, barely sufficient. Now, after the breakthrough, it surged within him like a roaring river, experiencing a qualitative enhancement. Whether it was influenced by the technique or due to Zhao Ping'an's unwavering resolve, he displayed no trace of elation despite the corresponding advancement in his magical abilities. Indeed, upon reaching the second layer, the effects of the longevity magic began to manifest. As the magic coursed through his limbs and bones, his flesh and skin became imbued with vitality, and even his blood surged with newfound vigor. Zhao Ping'an silently contemplated his transformation, soon realizing the astonishing efficacy of the longevity magic. Its power, however, did not end there, with the long-lasting and profound longevity magic augmenting his capabilities. Zhao Ping'an's stamina and magical duels increased substantially, and his recovery abilities surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Moreover, under the blessing of the longevity magic, he could even evade the corrosive effects of toxins. Unfortunately, he had not made progress in his cultivation. Otherwise, reaching the 6th level of qi refinement would have significantly enhanced his strength. A hint of regret flickered across Zhao Ping'an's face. Acknowledging the drawback of the longevity sword technique, the pace of cultivation was several times slower than that of ordinary techniques. This was still the result of various factors aiding him. Otherwise, for an average person to cultivate this technique to his current level would require a decade or more. As the dawn light crept through the window, Zhao Ping'an ceased his meditation and rose, taking a broom and stepping outside. Peaceful. Just as he exited the courtyard, Zhao Ping'an spotted Wang the Lame. Compared to before, Wang appeared to be in much better spirits lately. Since successfully escorting a shipment of supplies without incident, he had earned a considerable amount of spiritual stones. With these stones, Wang had broken through his previous limitations, advancing to the 4th level of qi refinement. Given his mediocre talents, achieving such a level was commendable. Brother Wang, you seem quite spirited today, Zhao Ping'an jestingly remarked. Look at what you're saying. I feel quite sprightly every day. Wang Kezi chuckled heartily in response. Ever since their last mission of escorting supplies, their camaraderie had deepened, with daily exchanges of banter while they swept the floors. By the way, Ping'an, have you heard the news? There has been another incident in the medicine garden. Suddenly, while sweeping, Zhao Ping'an caught Wang Kezi lowering his voice conspiratorially. Oh, Zhao Ping'an's interest piqued. He understood Wang Kezi's character. If it were merely trivial gossip among fellow disciples, the latter would not exhibit such a demeanor. I've heard that several servant disciples have gone missing without explanation in the past few days. Sun Pongzi has dispatched people to investigate for days. Yet there has been no progress. The atmosphere among the servant disciples is tense, as they speculate that there may be some supernatural disturbances in the garden. Wang Kezi's expression turned grave as he spoke. Supernatural disturbances? Zhao Ping'an inwardly shook his head. The medicine garden was fortified with protective formations. And following the recent incident with the red-eyed black ape, any potential vulnerabilities in the formations had been mended. Thus, the likelihood of such occurrences was nearly non-existent. Ping'an, be cautious and avoid going out alone for the time being. I've heard that the missing servant disciples all disappeared after leaving their quarters alone. I can't shake the feeling that this matter is far from simple. Wang Kezi offered his earnest advice. With the Sword Sect and Frost Moon Sect embroiled in fierce conflict, the medicine garden was also in a state of unrest, for wherever there are people, there exists intrigue. Rest assured, Brother Wang, I will be vigilant. Zhao Ping'an nodded, aware that Wang Kezi was only looking out for his well-being. Meanwhile, in a heavily guarded pavilion, Sun Pongzi knelt on one knee, and before him sat a figure partially shrouded in darkness, rendering their gender indiscernible. In just 5 short days, 6 servant disciples have vanished inexplicably, and you have yet to uncover any useful leads. The guard's tone was somber, tinged with clear displeasure. With the sect engaged in warfare against the Frost Moon Sect, many servant disciples had been dispatched to the front lines for logistical support, making the current shortage of personnel all the more critical, compounded by the recent spate of disappearances. Even though the guard maintained a calm demeanor, impatience was beginning to surface. Rest assured, my lord, I have already assigned people to pursue the investigation. I am confident that results will surface shortly. Sun Pongzi, feeling somewhat guilty, fervently assured him. Sun Pongzi, my patience is limited. I grant you but 2 more days. Should there be no results by then, do not blame me for revoking your position. The guard's voice turned icy, laced with a hint of threat. I will not disappoint you. Sun Pongzi took a deep breath, reaffirming his commitment. That will be all. You may leave. The guard waved his hand, signaling Sun Pongzi to depart. My lord, I have arranged for my subordinates to prepare medicinal dishes for you, containing precious herbs. Please accept this as my apology. Upon hearing this, Sun the Fatty did not immediately withdraw. Instead, he presented a steaming bowl of medicinal congee. You are quite attentive. You may set the congee aside. The guardian of the medicinal garden did not refuse, for he partook of the congee regularly to restore his health. Sun the Fatty was well aware of this necessity, and thus prepared in advance each time. It was precisely due to this diligence that the guardian held Sun the Fatty in higher regard. Otherwise, his position would have long been revoked. The tides of fortune shift, and your days of commanding from a lofty perch are numbered. Stepping outside, the obsequious expression on Sun the Fatty's face vanished, replaced by a sinister gleam. Chapter 31. The conspiracy. 2 days later, all the servant disciples gathered in the square. As Zhao Ping'an was meditating, he suddenly heard a cold voice reverberating throughout the medicinal garden. Even from a distance, he could perceive a powerful surge of spiritual energy, if he was not mistaken. It was the voice of the garden's guardian. The guardian had always been shrouded in mystery, wielding the utmost authority within the garden, and no one dared to provoke his formidable presence. Upon arriving at the square, Zhao Ping'an encountered Wang Kezi. Before they could exchange any words, they noticed that all the other servant disciples had already assembled, the atmosphere grave and somber, with nearly everyone remaining silent. On ordinary days, Sun Pongzi, who instilled fear among the servant disciples, now stood motionless like a child caught in wrongdoing. The guardian, cloaked in an expansive robe that obscured his form, scanned the gathered disciples with his icy gaze. By now, you should be aware that several servant disciples have gone missing from the medicinal garden, and the situation has escalated. His voice was sharp as he continued. This matter has drawn the attention of the sect. I have summoned you here to resolve it once and for all. At this juncture, the guardian paused briefly, then turned his gaze towards Sun Pongzi. Understanding the cue, Sun Pongzi promptly stepped forward. With a beaming smile, he addressed the assembled crowd. Dear junior brothers and sisters, thanks to the guardian's keen oversight, I have dispatched individuals to investigate and have identified a suspect. He deliberately halted, awaiting the reactions of those present. A suspect? Could the perpetrator be someone from within the medicinal garden? The other servant disciples exchanged glances, murmuring among themselves. Zhao Ping'an felt a twinge of surprise. Had Sun Pongzi actually uncovered the culprit? Yet, an ominous premonition lingered within him, suggesting that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. Sun Pengzi, who was the suspect? The guardian prompted, urging him to continue, regardless of who it was. If the evidence was irrefutable, he would personally administer justice to restore peace to the garden. The suspect is Sun Pengzi raised his hand, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes, and slowly, under the scrutiny of the crowd, pointed towards Zhao Ping'an. It is you, Zhao Ping'an. At the utterance of Sun Pengzi's words, an uproar erupted throughout the assembly. The surrounding servant disciples, save for Wang Kezi, instinctively took several steps back, creating a considerable distance from Zhao Ping'an. The suspect is me? Zhao Ping'an felt a mix of anger and amusement. He had initially adopted an indifferent attitude, never expecting to find himself branded as a suspect. Sun Pengzi was either mentally unstable or deliberately fabricating accusations. Given the circumstances, the latter seemed highly plausible. He remained composed, casting a cold glance at Sun Pengzi, eager to discern the nature of this ruse. Unless there were concrete proofs, it would not be so easy for them to frame Zhao Ping'an based solely on mere words. Senior brother's son, have you made an error? Ping'an is an honest and straightforward individual who has never committed any heinous acts. How could he possibly be a suspect? Wang, the limping man, was somewhat perplexed and hastily came to Zhao Ping'an's defense. Since I dare to accuse him, I must have evidence. Just as Wang's words fell, Sun, the plump man, casually produced 2 fragments of talismans. Guard, please take a look. The guard of the medicine garden accepted the talisman fragments, scrutinizing them for a moment before pondering. This is a fragment of a first-tier cleansing talisman. The cleansing talisman, a high-quality auxiliary talisman of the first tier, can temporarily erase a person's aura and magical fluctuations. If used under the cover of night, it can even create a certain degree of invisibility in conjunction with the dark surroundings. Indeed, I discovered this while investigating the disappearances of several errand disciples. Someone used a cleansing talisman to abduct those isolated errand disciples. In the entire medicine garden, the only errand disciple capable of crafting a first-tier high-quality talisman is likely you. Zhao Ping'an's son chuckled coldly, his demeanor suggesting he was confident of Zhao Ping'an's guilt. It was widely known that Zhao Ping'an had recently become a first-tier talisman master, making it quite difficult for him to deny the accusations. Ping'an. Upon hearing this, Wang's gaze towards Zhao Ping'an showed a hint of uncertainty, for he had witnessed the prowess of Zhao Ping'an's talismans. Zhao Ping'an, do you confess to your crimes? The guard's tone was icy, his gaze toward Zhao Ping'an laced with a hint of murderous intent. Although Zhao Ping'an had recently ascended to the status of a first-tier talisman master, if he were indeed found guilty, he would face execution. Just because I can craft talismans, does that make me a murderer? How utterly ridiculous. Zhao Ping'an understood that remaining silent would jeopardize his situation. He remained composed, neither servile nor arrogant, and stated, moreover, I have never created a cleansing talisman. This talisman has no connection to me. Furthermore, from dawn until noon, I have been working alongside Brother Wang to clean the garden, and during the remaining time, I have been meditating in the wooden cabin. If I were truly the murderer, how could I have evaded the notice of my fellow disciples? Zhao Ping'an's eloquence rendered him irrefutable. His reasoning was sound, and his demeanor was assured, presenting no semblance of the calmness one would expect from a true criminal. Ping'an is correct. I can vouch for him. We have been cleaning the medicine garden together nearly every morning. Wang suddenly realized and affirmed. Zhao Ping'an makes a valid point. If he were the murderer, how could he have concealed his actions from others? The errand disciples, who initially harbored doubts about Zhao Ping'an, began to find merit in his statements. Son, do you truly have no other evidence? The guard of the medicine garden, not foolish, directed a questioning gaze at Sunday. Merely 2 fragments of talismans were indeed insufficient. Sun Fatty was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Zhao Ping'an to respond with such composure and to present his defense so logically. You might have the assistance of accomplices, he pondered, articulating his suspicion. Nonetheless, he was adamant in asserting that Zhao Ping'an was the perpetrator. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping'an smiled faintly, casting an incredulous glance at Sun Fatty, and slowly replied. Senior brother's son, while one may indulge in food indiscriminately, one should not speak recklessly. I have only recently arrived at the medicinal garden, and compared to your extensive experience as a servant disciple, if I were to have accomplices, how many must yours possess? Moreover, if I truly had any accomplices, I would appreciate your pointing them out for all to see. Sun Fatty's expression shifted slightly, momentarily at a loss for a retort. After all, Zhao Ping'an's words resonated with truth. He had indeed been at the medicinal garden for a shorter duration than the other servant disciples. And even if he desired to form alliances, he likely lacked the time and energy for such endeavors. Conversely, it was they, the seasoned servant disciples, who were more inclined to form cliques. Zhao Ping'an, disinterested in further debate with Sun Fatty, recognized the futility of continuing this line of discourse. He turned to the guardian of the medicinal garden and requested, "Respected guardian, if it is not too much trouble, may I examine the 2 fragments of talismans?" "Certainly." After observing Zhao Ping'an's demeanor, the guardian's suspicions diminished, and after a moment's hesitation, he handed the 2 talisman fragments to him. Gazing at the fragments in his hands, Zhao Ping'an displayed a moment of surprise, though he quickly regained his composure. "Did you discern any clues?" The guardian, aware that Zhao Ping'an was a first-tier talisman master and having noticed the subtle change in his expression, inquired. "These 2 talisman fragments do not originate from within the sect, but rather from outside it," Zhao Ping'an stated thoughtfully. "Do not spout nonsense, Zhao Ping'an," Sun Fatty retorted, his face paling slightly as he spoke. Casting a sidelong glance at the somewhat anxious Sun Fatty, Zhao Ping'an continued unabated. "If my memory serves me correctly, the materials for talisman crafting within the sword sect adhere to specific procurement regulations. For instance, the talisman paper, regardless of quality, predominantly comes from the Qingmu bamboo of Shiyuan Mountain. However, the paper of these 2 talisman fragments is relatively soft and crafted from the Yushan bamboo of China Valley." At this juncture, Zhao Ping'an smiled subtly, fixing his gaze on Sun Fatty, and queried, "Senior brother Sun, may I inquire which sect generally acquires talisman paper from China Valley?" That. Sun Fatty's heart raced as he realized he had made a critical error. According to the Guardian's knowledge, the Frost Moon sect primarily procured its talisman paper materials from China Valley. The Guardian furrowed his brow and spoke solemnly. Upon finishing, he quickly grasped the implications, directing a cold stare at Sun Fatty. Enlightened by Zhao Ping'an's revelations, even the most obtuse Guardian could deduce that Sun Fatty had deliberately sought to frame Zhao Ping'an. Most importantly, how did the talismans of the Frost Moon sect come to be in the medicinal garden? And how had Sun Fatty acquired them? Upon this realization, the Guardian of the medicinal garden felt his power surge, advancing menacingly towards the rotund sun. At this moment, all the miscellaneous disciples present suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, murmuring among themselves as they regarded Sunday. Initially startled by the approaching Guardian, Sun quickly regained his composure. He cast a scornful glance at Zhao Ping'an and remarked, I intended to orchestrate a splendid performance to teach you a lesson, but unexpectedly, it has become my own undoing. Nevertheless, it matters not. This shall come to an end." With that declaration, he wore a triumphant smile before the gathering. Suddenly, as his words echoed in the air, one by one, the miscellaneous disciples began to froth at the mouth and collapsed. Poison. Chapter 32. Zhao Ping'an takes action in the blink of an eye. Nearly all the servant disciples present collapsed to the ground. What kind of poison is this? It is not only colorless and tasteless, but also remarkably potent. Zhao Ping'an's heart raced with alarm as he prepared to activate his talisman for protection. However, to his astonishment, the toxin that had just entered his body began to dissipate rapidly, neutralized by his innate longevity mana. Indeed, after breaking through to the second layer of the longevity sword technique, the longevity mana allowed him to evade the corrosive effects of the poison to a certain extent. Sun the Fat dared to incapacitate everyone present with poison, undoubtedly possessing some hidden trump card, to avoid becoming the primary target of his schemes. Zhao Ping'an hesitated briefly before feigning unconsciousness beside Wang the Lame. "You scoundrel! How dare you resort to poison? You have long been plotting this." The keeper of the medicinal garden was furiously indignant, his limbs growing heavy and weak, even one as formidable as he was affected by the toxin. Keeper, do not struggle any longer. The toxin coursing through your veins is far more concentrated than that of the others. Over the years, I have discreetly added many potent substances to the medicinal dishes you have received. With your current foundation-building cultivation, how much strength do you still possess?" Sun the Fat declared triumphantly, a chilling glint in his eyes as he regarded the keeper. No wonder. The keeper's expression shifted dramatically, a mix of shock and rage washing over him. It turned out that Sun the Fat had orchestrated such elaborate schemes for this very day, and regrettably, he had been oblivious to the machinations at play. "I have treated you well. Why would you betray me? Why betray the entire sect?" The keeper inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure as he attempted to circulate his mana to suppress the poison within him. "Treated me well? I toiled like a beast in the medicinal garden for 10 years, yet could not become an official disciple of the sect, all because of my age and mediocre aptitude. What is there to miss about such a sect?" Sun the Fat scoffed, his voice laced with bitterness. Although he held authority over nearly all the servant disciples in the garden, In the eyes of the true disciples, he was merely inconsequential, a mere footnote within the sect. Sun the Fat had long grown weary of being a mere figurehead among the servant disciples. The Frostmoon sect has promised me that as long as I transport the spiritual herbs from the medicinal garden and utterly destroy this place, I shall be granted the status of an elder guest in their ranks. At that time, I will command the winds and rain. What joy that will be! A smirk danced on his lips as he regarded the keeper and the others with mockery. Do not blame me. Blame yourselves for standing in my way. As soon as his words fell, Sun the Fat sprang into action. His chubby hand unfurled, unleashing dark red threads that sliced through the air like razor-sharp blades, targeting the keeper of the medicinal garden and all the servant disciples present. These crimson threads were no ordinary substance. They were a formidable magical artifact. I am not dead yet. Destroying the medicinal garden will not be so simple. The guardian of the medicine garden appeared somewhat pale, unable to suppress the toxins coursing through his body, and he unleashed a powerful palm strike. His hand, remarkably fair and shimmering with a faint aura of magical energy, expanded into a colossal white hand that not only intercepted the crimson threads aimed at him, but also thwarted those directed elsewhere. Observing this, the corpulent Sun chuckled coldly, igniting the red threads, which erupted into a furious blaze that enveloped the guardian's magical palm. With a muffled groan, the guardian staggered backward, droplets of crimson blood staining the ground. It was not that the guardian was weak. Rather, the toxins had severely diminished his strength, reducing his full capabilities to less than half. Otherwise, not even 100 of Sun's ilk would suffice to challenge him. It seemed the toxins had fully manifested. Sun's eyes glinted with malice. He had merely been testing the waters, still wary of the guardian's prowess. Now that he recognized the guardian's utter vulnerability, all reservations dissipated. Sun once more urged the crimson threads forward, a dense wave surging toward the guardian. The guardian struggled to fend them off, compelled to retreat, as her once ample robe, capable of enveloping her entire form, was torn apart by the slicing threads. As the voluminous garment fell away, her true identity was unveiled, a young and strikingly beautiful woman. Her brows were elegantly arched, her skin as radiant as jade, and her figure exuded an air of unassailable grace. It was truly unexpected that the esteemed guardian of the medicine garden was a woman. I had once suspected the reason behind your constant concealment beneath that expansive robe. It seems you sought to mask your true identity. You are quite lovely. Should you choose to surrender and join me, I might consider sparing your life. Sun grinned wickedly, attempting to lure the guardian with enticing words. Traitor, you shall not succeed, the guardian retorted coldly, her pallor betraying her resolve to resist. Then you shall perish. Sun narrowed his eyes, directing the crimson threads, sharp and cunning as serpents, towards her. The guardian gritted her teeth, grasping a silver sword that transformed into a flurry of terrifying afterimages, severing all the red threads. However, at that moment, a glimmer of mockery flickered in Sun's gaze. Suddenly, the ground erupted, and a shadow emerged, materializing behind the guardian like a specter, delivering a devastating blow to her back. Blood spewed from her mouth as she nearly collapsed, her complexion turning as pale as parchment. The red-eyed black ape. Only then did she recognize the creature that had inflicted such harm upon her. A half-human-sized red-eyed black ape. Indeed, Sun boasted, though this red-eyed black ape is not as formidable as the one I previously unleashed in the medicine field, it suffices to incapacitate you at this critical juncture. Sun's laughter echoed triumphantly. So it was you who orchestrated the chaos in the medicine field. The guardian of the medicinal garden was consumed by an extraordinary rage. Yet his fury proved futile in the face of impending doom. Die. Seizing the opportunity while the guardian lay grievously wounded, the rotund Sun charged forward with great ferocity. Simultaneously, a half-man, half-beast red-eyed black ape surged from the opposite side, converging upon the guardian. The unlikely duo, a man and a beast, launched a coordinated assault, plunging the guardian into a state of despair as he envisioned his tragic demise. Just when the situation appeared most dire, two talismans materialized behind Sun and the red-eyed black ape with astonishing swiftness. As the pale blue runes illuminated the air, a torrential rain of ice spikes descended upon them. It was at this critical moment that Zhao Ping'an chose to make his move. Chapter 33. The might of the talisman, it was not good. Sun the Fat's expression shifted dramatically, and he sought to evade, but it was already too late. The first-tier superior talisman, the Ice Cloud Talisman. This talisman was designed for group attacks, and at such close range, even a late-stage chi refinement practitioner would find it challenging to withstand its onslaught. Ice shards fell like rain, completely enveloping both man and beast. When the frigid energy dissipated, The once ferocious red-eyed black ape had been reduced to a puddle of mush. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sun the Fat was mysteriously adorned with a silver protective armor that emanated a faint, ethereal glow, shielding him from the recent ferocious assault. "It's you, Zhao Ping'an. How did you evade the poison?" Sun the Fat exclaimed, a mix of astonishment and fury in his voice. The blood-melting powder he employed was colorless and odorless, making it exceedingly difficult for even late-stage qi refinement practitioners to resist. "Quite the coincidence. I happen to possess a small artifact that defends against toxins, hence I did not fall into your trap," Zhao Ping'an replied, standing up with an expression of solemnity. He had intentionally stated this, for the poison that had invaded him had long since been neutralized by the longevity magic within him. "Zhao Ping'an, you are unharmed. This is truly wonderful. Together, we may yet defeat Sun the Fat," the female guard of the medicine garden exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with hope. As a first-tier talisman master, Zhao Ping'an could unleash his unique abilities as long as he remained unaffected by the poison. If the two of them joined forces, perhaps there was a glimmer of hope to turn the tide of battle. With a waste like him? Sun the Fat sneered contemptuously. To him, Zhao Ping'an appeared to be merely at the third layer of qi refinement. He doubted that a first-tier talisman master could wield much power. With this thought, Sun the Fat suddenly spread his fingers wide, gathering a tempest of red threads that coalesced into a fierce whip, descending upon the guard of the medicine garden. Simultaneously, his other palm rose, conjuring clusters of crimson flames that surged like a wild wind toward Zhao Ping'an. In the face of Sun the Fat's onslaught, Zhao Ping'an remained remarkably composed, effortlessly producing several talismans to cast. In an instant, flashes of electricity intertwined with the raging flames, the two forces quickly dissolving into nothingness. Seeing this, Sun the Fat maintained an impassive facade, yet inwardly he felt a tremor of astonishment. "Guard, I will hold him at bay," Zhao Ping'an declared. Grabbing another handful of talismans, including a first-tier inferior fire spirit talisman and a first-tier medium thunderlight talisman. For him, a talisman master, talismans were in abundance. As 5 or 6 talismans shot forth, flames and lightning instantaneously surged towards Sun the Fat. "Foolish. Do you think you can thwart me with these talismans?" Sun the Fat sneered, his gaze toward Zhao Ping'an laced with derision. With a casual motion, he struck, his palm brimming with power, shattering several talismans into fragments. Yet just then, 2 more talismans followed in rapid succession. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Ping'an activated 3 first-tier superior ice cloud talismans simultaneously. Their potency magnified several times over compared to before. Boom. Despite the protective armor, Sun the Fat was still jolted back by the icy aura, frost enveloping his entire being. It was fortunate that he possessed profound cultivation. Otherwise, any other cultivator would have been slain on the spot. Indeed, this scene brought a glimmer of joy to the guardian of the medicinal garden, who had not anticipated that Zhao Ping'an could momentarily restrain Sun the Fat. "Cursed wretch, prepare to witness my true strength." Sun the Fat, thoroughly enraged, contorted his already plump face into a frightful grimace. With a furious roar, a surge of violent energy erupted from within him. Having cultivated to the 8th layer of qi refinement, he now broke through to the 9th layer in an instant as his momentum soared. This was the genuine prowess of Sun the Fat. He had always been cautious in concealing his strength, but now, in his quest to annihilate the medicinal garden, he unleashed all his power. With a single slap, Sun the Fat obliterated several talismans Zhao Ping'an had launched, reducing them to mere ashes before they could even activate. The 9th layer of qi refinement. Zhao Ping'an's heart raced. Sun the Fat was far more formidable than he had anticipated. If he did not employ his true abilities and second-tier talismans, he would struggle to contend with him. Sun the Fat's figure darted towards Zhao Ping'an with astonishing speed, resembling a descending bird of prey, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Fortunately, Zhao Ping'an's spiritual awareness was formidable, rivaling that of late-stage qi refinement cultivators. Upon sensing the other's intent, he swiftly retreated, creating a sufficient distance for safety. "Die!" Sun the Fat's gaze turned icy as he unleashed a punch, empowered by surging magical energy. The force transformed into visible qi, hurtling towards Zhao Ping'an with blinding speed. This strike was nearly unavoidable. In a critical moment, Zhao Ping'an grasped the mid-grade magical weapon, the Frostlight Sword, he had exchanged for at the sect's artifact hall. Boom. The Frostlight Sword trembled violently. With its might, Zhao Ping'an barely managed to block Sun the Fat's blow. Yet, the overwhelming force numbed his hands. "Stay composed. I shall assist you." The guardian of the medicinal garden noticed Zhao Ping'an's struggle and swiftly shattered Sun the Fat's crimson thread, unleashing an astonishing wave of magical energy. She summoned a blue umbrella, directing it towards Sun the Fat with a fierce cry. Sun the Fat seemed to have anticipated this, not even glancing back as he delivered a powerful punch, effortlessly sending the blue umbrella flying. The Guardian's complexion turned pale. The poison within her ravaged her strength, leaving her with barely a fraction of her power. Nevertheless, she once again formed a hand seal, causing the blue umbrella to suddenly unfurl, emitting a captivating azure light that shot forth like arrows towards Sun the Fat. Bang! Even someone as formidable as Sun the Fat was pushed back by the azure beams. Had it not been for the remarkable defense of his armor, any other late-stage chi refinement cultivator might have sustained injuries. Get lost. The corpulent Sun produced a talisman, which erupted in a dazzling golden light, transforming into a massive golden hand that effortlessly swatted away the azure umbrella. The force of the attack did not relent, striking down upon the Guardian of the medicinal garden. With a resounding thud, the Guardian was unable to evade the blow, sent sprawling several meters away. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Her energy diminished significantly, leaving her bereft of the strength to continue the fight. I shall slay you first, Zhao Ping'an. Sun's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he charged at Zhao Ping'an once more. Catch me if you can, Zhao Ping'an retorted, casually affixing an Aurora talisman to himself, which instantly enhanced his speed and magical power to a higher echelon. After deftly avoiding Sun's assault, he wasted no time in fleeing into the distance. This was not merely a retreat. Zhao Ping'an aimed to lure Sun to a more advantageous location before unleashing his hidden trump card to eliminate him. Do not escape, Sun commanded, conjuring a golden carpet that hovered in the air. He leapt onto it, soaring after Zhao Ping'an with unwavering confidence, believing he had the entire medicinal garden under his control. As long as Zhao Ping'an remained within its confines, no one could come to his aid. Despite the tremendous boost from the Aurora talisman, Zhao Ping'an found himself unable to shake off the relentless pursuit of Sunday. In mere moments, Sun had closed the distance between them. Yet, instead of continuing his flight, Zhao Ping'an abruptly halted. Why have you stopped running? Sun mocked, assuming Zhao Ping'an had surrendered. With a calm demeanor, Zhao Ping'an regarded Sun with a glint of icy resolve. Perish. Sensing an ominous turn of events, Sun instinctively raised his hand to cast a spell, channeling his magic to conjure a colossal palm imprint meant to obliterate Zhao Ping'an on the spot. But just then, before the imprint could descend, a beam of golden light illuminated the sky. The immense palm imprint shattered, and before Sun could react, he felt a chill on his forehead. Upon instinctively touching it, he discovered a blood hole had inexplicably appeared on his brow. With a thud, Sun's eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground as a lifeless corpse. Second-tier talisman, Heavenly Arrow Talisman. Caught off guard, even with his profound cultivation, Sun was decisively slain by Zhao Ping'an. Chapter 34. Spoils of War Today. The grievances between us have been thoroughly resolved. Gazing upon the lifeless form of Sun Fatty, Zhao Ping'an felt not an ounce of guilt. Rather, he experienced a sense of exhilaration. It is worth noting that when he first arrived at the medicinal garden, Sun Fatty had treated him with great hostility, even arranging for him to stay in a haunted house plagued by malevolent spirits. From that moment, Zhao Ping'an had harbored a poor impression of Sun Fatty. Now, with the opportunity to eliminate him, it could be seen as a resolution to their long-standing enmity. With Sun Fatty's demise, the previously levitating flying carpet began to descend gently to the ground. Sun Fatty must have possessed numerous valuable items. Zhao Ping'an's eyes glimmered with determination as he rummaged through Sun Fatty's storage pouch. After confirming there was nothing left behind, he casually retrieved 2 fire spirit talismans and ignited Sun Fatty's remains. Once the flames had consumed most of the body, Zhao Ping'an delivered a final kick, sending the remnants into the turbulent stream, with the water aiding in erasing every last trace. After disposing of Sun Fatty's body, Zhao Ping'an made his way toward the central square. Most of the miscellaneous disciples had already succumbed to unconsciousness, leaving only the guards of the medicinal garden with a flicker of awareness remaining. Zhao Ping'an, are you unharmed? Where's Sun Fatty? The guard, struggling to lift her head, caught sight of Zhao Ping'an approaching. Her once exquisite features had turned pale, the toxins within her body wreaking havoc, leaving her on the brink of death. I have lured Sun Fatty away. Do you possess any antidotes? Zhao Ping'an inquired, noting the guard's dire condition. There are antidotes in my storage pouch, the guard replied weakly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping'an wasted no time, swiftly retrieving the antidote from her pouch and urging the guard to take it without delay. As the antidote entered her system, the guard's complexion improved significantly. I owe you my gratitude. Had it not been for your diversion of Sun Fatty, it is likely that all of us in the medicinal field would. The guard's beautiful eyes lowered, her voice frail. I too am a disciple of the medicinal garden, "It is my duty to assist," Zhao Ping'an responded humbly, not seeking glory for his actions. What transpired here? Just as the two were conversing, a sudden rush of air broke the silence, and several figures soared in from beyond the medicinal field. At the forefront was a tall and robust figure, exuding an imposing presence. "It is Elder Maple and his companions. They must have received the distress signal I sent while you distracted Sun Fatty." Finally prompting the sect to investigate the anomaly, the guard recognized them. Struggling to stand with Zhao Ping'an's support. Not long after Zhao Ping'an had administered the antidote, Elder Maple and several official disciples arrived at the medicinal garden. The scene before them was one of utter devastation, leaving Elder Maple and the others astonished. After inquiring, they learned that this chaos had been orchestrated by Sun Fatty in collusion with the Frostmoon sect, with the intent to annihilate the entire medicinal garden. Upon discovering the truth, Elder Maple was consumed by an extraordinary rage. He left 2 formal disciples to assist Zhao Ping'an and the medicinal garden in managing the subsequent affairs, while he took several individuals to pursue the rotund sun. Of course, the real sun had already been slain by Zhao Ping'an. Even if Elder Maple and his companions were to chase after him, it would be exceedingly difficult to uncover any clues. On that day, the medicinal garden was nearly devastated, and Sun's collusion with the Frostmoon sect sent shockwaves through the entire Sword sect. That evening, after aiding other servant disciples in dispelling toxins, Zhao Ping'an finally returned to his wooden cabin. It was time to inspect the spoils. Upon returning, Zhao Ping'an retrieved the storage pouch from Sun's body. The wealth contained within was quite substantial. As he perused the contents of the pouch, his eyes gleamed with astonishment. Inside, there were over 500 spirit stones, a considerable fortune for a leader overseeing hundreds of servant disciples in the medicinal garden. However, the spirit stones were secondary. The true treasure lay in the numerous spirit herbs stored within the pouch. These herbs, which Sun had secretly amassed over time, were collectively worth no less than 1,000 spirit stones. In addition to these, Zhao Ping'an also uncovered the flying carpet that Sun had used. This artifact, although not of the highest quality, was still valued at no less than 1,000 spirit stones. Sun was indeed extraordinarily affluent. Continuing his search, Zhao Ping'an found not only the carpet, but also a protective armor. He had witnessed the armor's formidable power during their battle, having shielded Sun from countless attacks. It was a fine artifact. Both the armor and the carpet, in Zhao Ping'an's estimation, reached the level of mid-grade magical treasures. Within the storage pouch, he also discovered a jade box. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the sight of a crystalline pill. It was a gathering essence pill. Zhao Ping'an's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated that Sun would possess such a precious elixir. The gathering essence pill was several times rarer than the qi condensation pill and held immense significance for late-stage qi refinement cultivators. Moreover, this particular pill was of exceptional quality. If auctioned, it could fetch hundreds or even thousands of spirit stones. The gathering essence pill could enhance the cultivation of late-stage qi refinement practitioners. And if Zhao Ping'an's conjecture was correct, it was likely that Sun had intended to use it to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Alas, this pill had now become his. With a smile, Zhao Ping'an carefully stored the gathering essence pill away. The bounty was indeed rich, leaving him quite satisfied. However, he remained grounded, acutely aware of the bloody and ruthless nature of the cultivation world. Had he not possessed the second-tier talismans, the outcome might have been drastically different. His own strength was still far too feeble. He must devise every possible means to elevate his power, to avoid becoming a stepping stone for others. One must possess extraordinary confidence and capabilities. As Zhao Ping'an meticulously counted his spoils, a mysterious figure loomed atop a distant mountain far from the medicinal garden. The night had deepened, and several hours had elapsed since the appointed time. Why had he yet to make an appearance? Could it be that he had faltered? A middle-aged man, his visage tinged with melancholy, furrowed his brow and murmured to himself. Yang Hong felt a sense of reluctance. Over the years, he had discreetly provided substantial resources to Sun Fatty to undermine the Sword sect's medicinal garden. Would all his efforts be in vain? If so, he would be unable to account for this failure to the higher echelons of the Frostmoon sect. Chapter 35. Refusal. The following day, as dawn broke, a humble disciple approached to inform Zhao Ping'an that the keeper of the medicinal garden had summoned him. Zhao Ping'an, taken aback momentarily, quickly regained his composure. After a brief hesitation, he followed the disciple to the keeper's quarters. "Zhao Ping'an, you may enter," came the keeper's cool voice as he arrived before a pavilion. The interior was spacious and well lit, with the keeper casually seated on the ground. Her flowing robe could not conceal her enchanting figure. She appeared much revitalized, having purged the toxins from her body, exuding an aura of quiet authority and formidable presence. "Greetings, Keeper," Zhao Ping'an said with respect yet without servility, performing a respectful bow. "Please, no need for formalities. The medicinal garden narrowly escaped destruction yesterday, and it was thanks to you that it was spared from calamity. I have always been one to distinguish between reward and punishment, so here are 500 spirit stones as a token of my appreciation." As she spoke, the keeper effortlessly produced a bag of spirit stones and sent it into Zhao Ping'an's hands from across the room. "Thank you, Keeper." Zhao Ping'an accepted the spirit stones without hesitation. He had aspirations to craft higher-tier talismans, which would require considerable resources. Thus, even a reward of a few dozen spirit stones would be welcomed. "No need for thanks. You have earned this." The keeper's eyes sparkled with interest as she continued. "Zhao Ping'an, I find you to be quite clever, with notable talent in talisman crafting. How would you feel about being promoted to the position of senior disciple, overseeing all the servant disciples in the medicinal garden?" Upon witnessing Zhao Ping'an accept her gift, the keeper was impressed. He was a rare first-tier talisman master among the younger generation of the sect, and his performance in yesterday's confrontation revealed remarkable intellect and depth of character. This was precisely why the keeper had summoned him as soon as her condition had improved. "Keeper, I believe being a lowly servant disciple suits me just fine. As for the position of senior servant disciple, I think I shall decline." Zhao Ping'an replied unexpectedly after a moment of contemplation. "Oh, do you consider the role of senior servant disciple beneath your previous status as an official disciple of the sect?" the keeper asked, her brow furrowing in surprise. "Not at all," Zhao Ping'an shook his head, clarifying, "ever since I was relegated to the medicinal garden as a servant disciple, I have come to terms with my circumstances. For me, being a humble servant is quite satisfactory, as it relieves me from excessive concerns, burdens, and pressures." Zhao Ping'an's refusal was not born from disdain for the position offered by the keeper, but rather a desire to avoid entangling himself in matters that would drain his focus. In this new life, he aspired solely to cultivate the eternal life sword technique and unlock the true mysteries of the eternal life tower. If one were to assume the role of the master brother of the apothecary garden, one would have to shoulder the daily burdens akin to the former son, fretting over the myriad affairs of the garden, leaving scant time for personal cultivation. Your perspective is indeed rather unique. The guardian of the apothecary garden, with her bright and penetrating gaze, regarded Zhao Ping'an intently. It is worth noting that the position of master brother among the miscellaneous disciples of the apothecary garden is a coveted aspiration for many, yet Zhao Ping'an brazenly declined it to her face. "I hope you can understand," Zhao Ping'an expressed, tinged with a hint of regret. "Very well, you may leave." The guardian waved her hand, signaling Zhao Ping'an to depart. She did not press him further, for he was no longer an ordinary miscellaneous disciple, but a first-tier talisman master with remarkable talent, who had, just yesterday, diverted the former son to save the apothecary garden. Despite her immense authority, the guardian refrained from compelling Zhao Ping'an at this moment. Not lingering any longer, Zhao Ping'an performed a respectful bow to the guardian once more before exiting the pavilion. "This young man is extraordinary. His reluctance to accept the position of master brother likely indicates he harbors loftier ambitions," the guardian mused softly, her gaze deepening as she watched Zhao Ping'an's retreating figure. Upon leaving the guardian's abode, Zhao Ping'an chose not to return to his wooden cabin. Instead, he took a broom and joined Wang the Lame, and together they tidied the designated areas of the apothecary garden. "Ping'an, I owe you a debt of gratitude for yesterday. They say it was fortunate that you led away the former son. Otherwise, we might all have met a grim fate," Wang the Lame remarked, still haunted by the events of the previous day. "Brother Wang, there's no need for such formality between us. That matter is now behind us," Zhao Ping'an replied with a gentle smile, signaling Wang to cast aside his concerns. "Having spent many years in this apothecary garden, I count my acquaintance with you as one of my greatest fortunes," Wang the Lame said, somewhat ruefully. It was not mere sentimentality. He recognized that Zhao Ping'an had indeed saved him on multiple occasions. Besides the previous day's events, there was also the time when he transported supplies to the front lines. Had it not been for Zhao Ping'an's talismans, he would have long since perished like other miscellaneous disciples. "By the way, Ping'an, what has become of that former son?" Wang the Lame inquired after a moment's hesitation. "I am uncertain. After leading him away yesterday, I have not heard from him since. He has likely fled to the Frost Moon sect to evade the sect's pursuit," Zhao Ping'an responded somewhat dismissively. The true former son had been vanquished by his own hand, his body reduced to ash. "I never would have imagined that the former son would forsake the position of master brother to collude with the Frost Moon sect. I always knew he was no good," Wang the Lame lamented, expressing his indignation. In the days that followed, Zhao Ping'an continued his routine, rising each morning to clean the apothecary garden alongside Wang the Lame. while dedicating the remainder of his time to cultivating the eternal life sword technique and crafting talismans. Time flies swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. During this period, the conflict between the Sword Sect and the Frost Moon Sect has intensified remarkably. What initially began as a skirmish between the two sects of cultivators, confined to the front line, has gradually encroached upon their respective rear territories as time has progressed. On numerous occasions, disciples of the Frost Moon Sect have stealthily infiltrated the Sword Sect's mountain gates, launching audacious and terrifying assaults. Naturally, the disciples of the Sword Sect have not taken this lying down, retaliating with similar tactics against the encampments of the Frost Moon Sect. The casualties on both sides have escalated dramatically, to the extent that even the auxiliary disciples dispatched by the Medicine Garden to secure logistical support are becoming increasingly insufficient. On this particular day, Zhao Ping'an, who was engrossed in his cultivation within a wooden abode, was abruptly roused by a knock at the door. "Zhao Ping'an, are you inside?" A melodious and delicate voice drifted into Zhao Ping'an's ears from the courtyard. The voice seemed somewhat familiar to him. After a moment's hesitation, he made his way towards the door. Chapter 36. The sixth layer of Qi refinement. As the gates swung open, Zhao Ping'an immediately caught sight of a familiar figure. The woman, with her lustrous black hair tied back, donned a sleek black combat outfit. Her exquisite features and delicate, fair skin radiated an undeniable aura of both strength and beauty. Senior Sister Li. Upon recognizing her, Zhao Ping'an was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Li Yun, who had been engaged in frontline battles, would return to the sect. "Surprised to see me?" Li Yun remarked, rolling her eyes at Zhao Ping'an's expression, her tone somewhat irritable. "Indeed, a bit. When did you return to the sect, senior sister?" Zhao Ping'an replied with a sheepish smile, eager to inquire further. "I just got back a couple of days ago. You've done quite well for yourself. You're now a first-tier talisman master among the younger generation of our sect. I heard that the herbal garden's overseer wanted to make you the senior apprentice, but you turned him down," Li Yun observed, her gaze fixed on Zhao Ping'an with a hint of amusement. Although she had spent most of her time at the sect's frontline, as the daughter of the sect leader, she was well informed about the happenings within the herbal garden. "Senior sister, you're quite well informed. Nothing escapes your notice," Zhao Ping'an flattered her aptly. "Well, I'm here today not for pleasantries, but to discuss a potential business venture with you," Li Yun stated directly. "Business?" Zhao Ping'an asked, a look of surprise crossing his face as he patiently awaited her elaboration. "In the past 6 months, the conflict between our sect and the Frost Moon Sect has intensified. With the backing of the Heavenly Abyss Sacred Land, the Frost Moon Sect has grown increasingly arrogant. Zhao Ping'an, I trust you are aware that our sect's situation has become precarious," Li Yun said, her expression turning serious as she detailed the current state of the Sword Sect. Nodding in understanding, Zhao Ping'an acknowledged that although he rarely paid attention to external matters, he had gleaned from Wang Kezi and other miscellaneous disciples that the Sword Sect faced significant challenges. Several of their outposts had been attacked, resulting in considerable losses of disciples. To bolster the combat capabilities of our disciples, the sect plans to establish a talisman pavilion to address the shortage of talismans. "I have recommended you as one of the talisman masters," Li Yun revealed without reservation, disclosing her true purpose for seeking Zhao Ping'an. "Senior sister, I have only recently become a first-tier talisman master. I fear I might not be up to the task. Moreover, I am still merely a cleaning apprentice in the herbal garden." Zhao Ping'an coughed lightly, hastily declining the offer. "The establishment of the talisman pavilion is indeed a commendable initiative, but I am somewhat reluctant to take on the role of a talisman master there. I prefer to have my own time for cultivation," Zhao Ping'an admitted, a hint of reluctance in his voice. "Zhao Ping'an, I anticipated you would respond this way. However, becoming a talisman master in the talisman pavilion does not conflict with your duties as a cleaning apprentice in the herbal garden. It is essential to recognize that this presents a rare opportunity for merit." Anticipating Zhao Ping'an's reaction, Li Yun cast him a sidelong glance and proceeded to elucidate. "Do you believe that the talisman masters of the talisman pavilion enjoy only benefits without drawbacks? The talisman pavilion can supply you with ample materials for talisman crafting. Your only obligation is to periodically fulfill basic talisman-making tasks for the sect. Moreover, upon completing these tasks, the sect will reward you with spirit stones, alleviating your worries about the scarcity of resources." At this juncture, Li Yun paused, observing Zhao Ping'an's response. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Ping'an appeared less resistant. It is crucial to understand that whether he continues his cultivation or engages in talisman crafting, he requires additional resources. Relying solely on the meager spirit stones he receives as a lowly disciple is utterly insufficient for his consumption. Zhao Ping'an's eyes gleamed as he pondered for a moment before inquiring, Sisterly, does becoming a talisman master at the Talisman Pavilion necessitate daily attendance there? Not at all, Li Yun replied, shaking her head. So, there are no stringent restrictions? I merely need to complete the talisman tasks periodically? Zhao Ping'an sought confirmation. Rest assured, I would never lead you astray, Li Yun replied with a charming smile. Given the dire circumstances facing the sword sect, her recommendation for Zhao Ping'an to become a talisman master was rooted in the hope that this opportunity would allow him to earn merit, subsequently enabling her to petition the sword master for his reinstatement as a formal disciple of the sword sect. Under these circumstances, becoming a talisman master at the Talisman Pavilion does not seem unappealing, Zhao Ping'an reflected aloud. I knew you would agree. As long as you consent, I shall arrange everything forthwith, Li Yun said with a smile, denying Zhao Ping'an the chance for second thoughts as she strode purposefully away from the medicinal garden. Sister Li truly acts with remarkable decisiveness, Zhao Ping'an mused, shaking his head as he watched her depart. Once Li Yun had left, the wooden cabin returned to its tranquil state. Although her words were enticing, becoming a talisman master might not be as effortless as it appeared. The conflict between the Sword Sect and Frostmoon Sect was intensifying, and should the sect falter, he too would be adversely affected. It was imperative that he continue to enhance his abilities to confront any unforeseen threats. Zhao Ping'an settled into a meditative posture and retrieved a pill, specifically the Gathering Yuan pill he had obtained from Sun Fatty 6 months prior. Initially, he had intended to reserve this pill for future use, but given the escalating tension within the sect, he resolved to consume it promptly to convert it into his own strength. As the pill was ingested, a surge of pure energy coursed through Zhao Ping'an's limbs and bones. His surrounding magical energy surged, and his already formidable aura expanded at a visibly rapid pace. Throughout the past 6 months, Zhao Ping'an had diligently maintained his cultivation routine, yet due to the slow progression of the Eternal Life Sword technique, his true realm remained at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Now, as the efficacy of this essence-gathering pill manifests, Zhao Ping'an experiences a remarkable and palpable enhancement in his previously stagnated cultivation. In a mere instant, the magical energy within him surges significantly. With a resonant hum echoing through his body, Zhao Ping'an finally shatters the shackles of his limitations, ascending directly to the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Although this is merely a modest advancement, Zhao Ping'an profoundly senses that his strength has multiplied several-fold compared to before, with an inexhaustible power coursing through his limbs and bones. It feels as if, at his whim, he could effortlessly shatter the very fabric of the world with a mere gesture. This sensation arises from the overwhelming surge of power. Chapter 37, Strengthening the Body, 6th level of Qi refinement to be precise. It is the 6th level of Qi refinement at the age of 20. Zhao Ping'an's expression was serene as he softly murmured to himself. Although he had ascended to a minor realm, his tranquility of mind remained unshaken, devoid of significant emotional fluctuations. Perhaps the influence of cultivating the Eternal Life Sword technique had rendered his mentality increasingly steadfast. Zhao Ping'an was acutely aware that his current level of cultivation was still insignificant when compared to genuine cultivators of the immortal realms. Defying the heavens through cultivation, his entry into the 6th level of Qi refinement marked his formal transition into the latter stages of this practice, thus extending his lifespan correspondingly. However, the Eternal Life Sword technique became progressively more challenging to master as one advanced. Without acquiring higher quality elixirs, it would be arduous to achieve such rapid elevation in cultivation as he had today. With his cultivation now reaching the latter stages of Qi refinement, he could employ numerous techniques from his past life. Beyond the creation of talismans, enhancing his physical strength would equally augment his overall prowess. Zhao Ping'an pondered thoughtfully. In his previous life, apart from talisman crafting, he had mastered an array of methods to enhance strength, with the most practical being the training of the physical body. Most cultivators placed considerable emphasis on refining their spiritual power, often neglecting the conditioning of their physical forms. In combat, should one's physical strength be sufficiently formidable, it could even render certain magical techniques inconsequential, inflicting terrifying damage upon adversaries. Previously, Zhao Ping'an's cultivation had been rather feeble, lacking the foundational conditions to enhance his physical strength. Now, having officially entered the latter stages of Qi refinement, he could indeed endeavor to bolster his physical capabilities, effectively compensating for his prior deficiencies. There existed numerous methods to strengthen the body, yet the most suitable for him at present was the 9 turns golden body technique that he had mastered in his former life. Zhao Ping'an contemplated for a moment, and a powerful method of body refinement swiftly materialized in his mind. The 9 turns golden body technique was exceptionally well suited to Zhao Ping'an's current state. imposing minimal requirements on cultivation levels, and its formidable power promised that, should he cultivate it to perfection, his physical strength could rival that of top-tier magical artifacts. To practice the 9 turns golden body technique, one required the aid of precious medicinal baths, and fortunately, the numerous spiritual herbs he had previously acquired from Sun Fatty would prove invaluable. Zhao Ping'an's thoughts flowed as he retrieved the precious spiritual herbs from his earlier scavenging of Sun Fatty. These herbs were of considerable worth. Initially, Zhao Ping'an had planned to find a suitable opportunity to dispose of them, but now he could forego that hassle. Zhao Ping'an shed his garments and settled into a wooden tub brimming with the rare spiritual herbs. He then silently commenced the operation of the 9 turns golden body technique. As steam rose, his skin flushed with heat, radiating a faint golden glow, while the herbs within the tub visibly lost their luster. With the advantage of past life experience, Zhao Ping'an found himself adept at practicing the 9 turns golden body technique with the herb's assistance. In just half an hour, his skin had become translucent and resilient, and a potent force circulated beneath the surface, distinct from his internal spiritual power, coursing through his flesh and sinew, rendering his physique extraordinarily robust and powerful. After 3 time periods had elapsed, Zhao Ping'an finally emerged from the wooden barrel brimming with herbs. He stretched lazily, the sound of his joints cracking resembling the popping of fried beans. Over the following days, Zhao Ping'an diligently practiced the 9 turns golden body technique using the herbs he had scavenged from Sun Fatty, thereby augmenting his physical strength. Soon enough, he officially advanced to the first layer of the 9 turns golden body technique. Benefiting from the effects of the longevity spell, Zhao Ping'an's vitality surged, and as his physical prowess grew more robust, he appeared noticeably more spirited and youthful. On this particular day, just as dawn broke, Zhao Ping'an prepared to follow his usual routine, taking up a broom to clean the herb garden. Ping'an, just as he stepped out of the wooden cottage, he heard the familiar voice of Wang the cripple. "Brother Wang," Zhao Ping'an greeted with a subtle smile. "Ping'an, look who has returned." Wang the cripple stepped aside, revealing a tall figure behind him. Following the sound, Zhao Ping'an beheld a somewhat familiar face, Dinyo, who had once been a fellow disciple responsible for sweeping. "Ping'an, long time no see," Dinyo said, his face bearing the marks of hardship. Despite his imposing stature, he now appeared somewhat stooped. "Dinyo," Zhao Ping'an replied, somewhat astonished at Dinyo's return to the herb garden. It was known that when the Sword Sect first clashed with the Frostmoon Sect, Dinyo had voluntarily answered the call to serve on the front lines, only to later vanish without a trace. When Zhao Ping'an and Wang the cripple had been escorted by Sun Fatty to deliver supplies to the front, they had sought information about Dinyo but found none. "It's me. I have returned," Dinyo said with a bashful smile. Zhao Ping'an noticed that Dinyo's left sleeve hung empty, and his smile lacked the former brightness, tinged with a hint of gravity. The 3 of them reunited, sharing countless stories. Through Dinyo's account, Zhao Ping'an and Wang the cripple learned that Dinyo, as one of the first disciples to respond to the sect's call for logistical support, had faced considerable peril. Initially tasked with transporting medicinal supplies, Dinyo was later assigned to guard the logistics warehouse at the front lines. This explained why Zhao Ping'an and Wang the cripple had been unable to find any news about him. According to Dinyo, while guarding the logistics warehouse, he had received a substantial reward of spirit stones, which had significantly aided his cultivation during that period. However, following an assault by disciples of the Frostmoon Sect on the Sword Sect's logistics warehouse, Dinyo had paid the price with the loss of one of his arms. Consequently, he was compelled to withdraw from the front lines and return to the herb garden as a mere sweeper. Upon hearing Dinyo's tale, Zhao Ping'an felt a pang of sympathy. The loss of an arm signified a grievous setback, nearly extinguishing the hope of continuing on the path of cultivation. "Ping'an, I heard from Brother Wang that you are now a first-tier talisman master. Could you possibly teach me how to craft talismans?" Dinyo asked suddenly, a glimmer of hope illuminating his gaze as he looked toward Zhao Ping'an. "Big Bull, it's not that I don't wish to teach you. Mastering the art of talisman crafting requires an extraordinary gift. Given your current state, I fear." Zhao Ping'an shook his head, leaving his words unspoken. "Very well. It is entirely my fault for being so foolishly blinded by ambition, yearning solely to amass more spirit stones, which has led me to this predicament. Had I known it would turn out this way, I would have heeded your and Brother Wang's advice and remained as a humble janitor in the herb garden. That would have been far better." Big Bull sighed, his voice tinged with regret. "Big Bull, do not dwell in sorrow. The fact that you have returned to the herb garden safely is already a significant blessing. Let us not forget that during this time, countless janitors and formal disciples have perished at the front lines." Wang the Lame stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Big Bull's shoulder. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Ping'an couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh, acknowledging the harsh reality of the world of cultivation. Big Bull, having initially responded to the sect's call and received a considerable reward of spirit stones that enhanced his cultivation, now faced the bitter irony of losing an arm and returning to the herb garden as a mere janitor, a choice born out of sheer resignation. Chapter 38. The assessment of the chief talismonger regarding Daniu's predicament. Zhao Ping'an felt a modicum of sympathy, yet refrained from overt displays of concern. The world of cultivation is merciless. Having chosen to heed the call of the sect, Daniu must bear the corresponding risks. In his 2 lifetimes, Zhao Ping'an had witnessed numerous bloody conflicts and the rise and swift fall of many prodigies. Thus, in this lifetime, to ascend smoothly and become a true cultivator, he must cultivate steadily. In the days that followed Daniu's return, the previously solitary task of the herb garden was now shared among 3 disciples. The increase in manpower allowed them to complete their chores in a timely manner, often finishing before noon, which afforded Zhao Ping'an more leisure time. One day, having just finished tidying the herb garden, Zhao Ping'an had yet to retreat to his humble abode for rest when a familiar voice called out to him. Zhao Ping'an. Not far off, a graceful figure stood, capturing the attention of several male disciples. Senior Sister Li. Zhao Ping'an instantly recognized Li Yun. Do not ask questions. Come with me at once, she said, her smile enchanting yet her tone brooking no argument. Zhao Ping'an hesitated momentarily, but seeing her resolute demeanor, he quelled his curiosity and followed her. Under Li Yun's guidance, they quickly exited the herb garden and headed toward the core area of the sword sect. Li Yun, with her slender figure and fair, delicate skin, was the cherished daughter of the sect's sword master, a true jewel of their order. In contrast, Zhao Ping'an, clad in the unremarkable robes of a menial disciple, attracted much attention as the two walked together. Here we are, she announced as they arrived at the newly established Talismonger Pavilion. Shortly thereafter, Li Yun came to a halt, smiling as she spoke. Zhao Ping'an followed her gaze to behold a magnificent structure, the words Talismonger Pavilion gleaming in gold upon the archway, strikingly prominent. Greetings, Senior Sister Li. A young man emerged from the pavilion to greet them. He was handsome and donned a pristine robe of a formal disciple, radiating warmth toward Li Yun. Junior brother Zhao Ping'an, whom I have nominated as the 5th talismonger of the pavilion. Li Yun introduced Zhao Ping'an to the young man, who was evidently familiar with her. No need for such formalities. Just call me Zhou Cheng, he replied humbly, then appraised Zhao Ping'an with a hint of surprise. So you are Zhao Ping'an. I have heard your name before. It is indeed a great fortune to finally meet you. His demeanor was exceedingly cordial, showing no disdain for Zhao Ping'an's station as a menial disciple. You flatter me, Senior Brother Zhou. Zhao Ping'an responded with a polite smile. Senior Sister, the chief talismonger awaits you inside. Please, do enter. Zhou Cheng gestured for them to proceed into the Talismonger Pavilion. Very well. Li Yun nodded slightly and beckoned Zhao Ping'an to follow her. The Falu Pavilion was remarkably spacious, divided into various sections, including a dedicated reception room and secret chambers for the sect's talismanic artisans. Clearly a familiar visitor, Li Yun led Zhao Ping'an swiftly to the grand hall within the pavilion. Inside the hall, an elderly man was already waiting. With his flowing white hair, although advanced in years, he possessed a tall and robust stature, emanating an imposing presence. Greetings, Elder Cheng. Upon spotting the elder, Li Yun stepped forward to pay her respects. Yun girl, is this the talisman master you recommended? The elder's voice dripped with skepticism. A mere servant disciple aspires to be a talisman master in the Falu Pavilion? Wouldn't this cause a fit of laughter? Noticing the servant's attire adorning Zhao Ping'an, the elder's brow furrowed, casting a disdainful glance at him. Though the sect may be in need of talisman masters, surely, we need not resort to a mere servant from the herbal garden? As an elder of the sect and the chief talisman master of the Falu Pavilion, his impression of Zhao Ping'an was far from favorable. Upon hearing this, Li Yun's delicate visage shifted slightly, and she quickly glanced at Zhao Ping'an. Noticing that he remained unperturbed, she allowed herself a small sigh of relief. Elder Cheng, the sect does not stipulate that talisman masters joining the Falu Pavilion must be formal disciples. I implore you to cast aside your biases, Li Yun asserted, her tone firm yet respectful. Humph, let me see what capabilities this individual possesses that have garnered your admiration. Elder Cheng scoffed dismissively. A servant disciple, even with some innate talent for crafting talismans, will ultimately not amount to much. Zhao Ping'an, meet Elder Cheng. The chief talisman master of the sect, Li Yun signaled to Zhao Ping'an, providing an introduction. Zhao Ping'an remained remarkably composed, unaffected by the elder's condescension. Since he is the talisman master recommended by Yun girl, I shall grant you a chance. Before my eyes, Utilize the 10 sheets of premium talisman paper before you to produce no fewer than 3 first-tier superior talismans. Should you succeed, I will permit your entry into the Falu Pavilion. If you fail, do not blame me for denying Yun Girl's request, and kindly return from whence you came. Elder Chung stated, his expression unyielding. At this juncture, Zhao Ping'an finally comprehended that Li Yun had brought him to the Falu Pavilion to undergo the assessment set by the Chief Talisman Master. Ping'an, do not overthink it. This is a fundamental examination that every talisman master joining the Falu Pavilion must undergo. You must give it your all, Li Yun encouraged him, her gaze filled with hope. If he could successfully join the Falu Pavilion, his status within the sect would undoubtedly elevate. Senior Sister Li, I will do my utmost. Zhao Ping'an replied with a gentle smile, acknowledging her expectations. Do not waste time. Commence at once, Elder Chung urged, his brow slightly furrowed. Elder Chung, might there be specific requirements for crafting first-tier superior talismans? Zhao Ping'an did not immediately proceed to create the talisman, but instead inquired of Elder Chung. None at all. Elder Chung replied, waving his hand with an air of impatience. That is splendid, Zhao Ping'an remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips as he grasped the talisman brush. During these past days, aside from practicing the Eternal Life Sword technique, Zhao Ping'an dedicated most of his time to talisman crafting, and his skills had improved significantly since his initial attempts. Not only could he produce first-tier superior talismans, but he also boasted a commendable success rate in crafting second-tier inferior talismans, should he choose to engage in such endeavors. With the power of eternal life coursing through him, he infused spiritual energy from the brush tip, swiftly delineating the corresponding runes upon the pristine talisman paper. Zhao Ping'an's movements were fluid and precise, in mere moments. A talisman took shape. This lad. Elder Cheng's expression shifted, astonished by the rapid completion of Zhao Ping'an's first talisman. Even more surprising was Zhao Ping'an's refusal to pause. His profound and enduring life force enabled him to energetically complete 3 talismans in one go. He continued to sketch upon the talisman paper without a hint of hesitation, as the spiritual energy flowed from the brush tip and the ink dried. In less than a quarter of an hour, 3 talismans were consecutively completed. Remarkably, Zhao Ping'an wasted not a single piece of exquisite talisman paper. Even the untrained Li Yun watched in awe at his seamless crafting technique. Here are 3 first-tier superior talismans for your review, Elder Chung, Zhao Ping'an declared, placing the completed talismans before him, their rune power contained, and the spiritual energy emanating with a magnificent and formidable presence. Chapter 39. The Talisman Pavilion's Crafting Rewards First-Grade Superior Talisman, Spirit Suppression Talisman. Gazing at the 3 talismans radiating powerful waves of spiritual energy, Elder Chung was left utterly speechless, unable to remain seated in his grand chair, and instead stood up abruptly. His astonishment was palpable as he glanced at Zhao Ping'an, his perception having undergone a complete transformation. It is worth noting that for a first-grade talisman master, crafting a first-grade superior talisman is not an arduous task. However, to produce 3 first-grade superior talismans in one go, without any loss, as Zhao Ping'an did, is a feat that eludes the vast majority of first-grade talisman masters. Zhao Ping'an's talisman-making skills had surpassed all his expectations. Have you truly only recently become a first-grade talisman master? Elder Cheng struggled to regain his composure, repeatedly confirming with Zhao Ping'an. Indeed, I have only just recently attained the rank of a first-grade talisman master, Zhao Ping'an replied with a subtle smile, downplaying the achievement. Upon hearing this, Elder Cheng's expression fluctuated between joy and concern, ultimately settling into a tone of admiration as he remarked, "Truly, the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. You have left me in awe." He then officially declared, "I hereby announce that you have passed the assessment and shall henceforth be the 5th talisman master of the Talisman Pavilion." As he spoke, Elder Chung extended a golden token towards Zhao Ping'an. This golden token not only represented the identity of a talisman master within the Talisman Pavilion, but it also functioned as a magical artifact, capable of transmitting talisman crafting tasks issued by the pavilion. "Congratulations, Brother Zhao," Li Yun exclaimed with bright eyes, offering her heartfelt congratulations. Elder Cheng's respect for Zhao Ping'an's skills filled her with joy, affirming her initial judgment of his potential. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Ping'an and Li Yun departed the Talisman Pavilion together. Li Yun wore a radiant smile, appearing even more jubilant than Zhao Ping'an, as if she herself had become a talisman master. "Sister Li, what is the background of Elder Chung?" Zhao Ping'an inquired after a moment's hesitation. "Elder Chung is a talisman master from our sword sect, and his crafting skills are nearing the level of a 3rd-grade talisman master. By the way, he has a junior named Chung Liang, with whom you seem to have had a prior conflict," Li Yun recalled with a smile. Cheng Liang? Zhao Ping'an suddenly understood, realizing why Elder Cheng had been unfriendly towards him. He was indeed Cheng Liang's elder. Previously, when Zhao Ping'an sought out Lu Ningran, he had clashed with Cheng Liang, who had looked down upon him, leading to a public demonstration of their talisman crafting skills. Zhao Ping'an had decisively triumphed over Cheng Liang, and news of his becoming a first-grade talisman master had spread throughout the sect as a result. There is one more thing I forgot to mention. The fourth talisman master of the Talisman Pavilion is Lu Ningran. She recently became the only second-grade talisman master among the younger generation of our sect, Li Yun continued, her smile enchanting. Senior sister Lu is also a talisman master of the pavilion and has attained the rank of second grade? Zhao Ping'an responded with surprise, though he quickly regained his composure. As a prodigy in the art of talisman crafting within the sword sect, Lu Ningran's mastery of talisman techniques is indeed profound, and her ascension to the rank of a second-tier talisman master is only to be expected. Currently, her status within the sect is on the rise. If you ever have the opportunity, it would be wise to cultivate a good relationship with her, Li Yun gently advised, understanding the connection between Zhao Ping'an and Lu Ningran. She hoped that Zhao would gain guidance from Lu, thus paving his way to also attain the level of a second-tier talisman master in the future. Lu's senior sister is already a second-tier talisman master. Even if I attempt to get closer, she may not be inclined to acknowledge me, Zhao Ping'an remarked, shaking his head in self-deprecation. Do you truly lack confidence in yourself? Li Yun retorted with an exasperated roll of her eyes. Of course I have confidence, especially when it comes to getting close to you, senior sister Li. In that regard, I am quite assured. Zhao Ping'an quickly shifted his tone, offering a sheepish grin. You. Li Yun appeared at a loss for words, her expression suddenly reminiscent of some embarrassing past, causing her cheeks to flush a delicate shade of red. Noticing her reaction, Zhao Ping'an realized she had misunderstood his intentions and hurriedly clarified. Senior sister Li, I was merely jesting. Please do not take it the wrong way. I am not misunderstanding anything. Li Yun shot him a glare before turning on her heel and departing without a backward glance. The intricacies of her thoughts truly eluded him. Their conversation had flowed so smoothly, yet she left just like that. Gazing at her retreating figure, Zhao Ping'an felt a moment of bewilderment. After a brief interval, he returned to the wooden cabin. Before he could settle down to rest, the golden token, a symbol of his identity as a talisman master, suddenly radiated heat. Talisman crafting task from the Talisman Pavilion. 15 first-tier, medium-grade, Thunder talismans. Zhao Ping'an was taken aback. He had not anticipated receiving a corresponding talisman crafting task so soon after becoming a talisman master. The first-tier medium-grade Thunder talismans were offensive talismans, which, if activated by a mid-stage Qi refinement disciple of the sword sect, could potentially pose a threat even to late-stage cultivators when unleashed unexpectedly. For Zhao Ping'an, crafting such talismans presented little difficulty. After a moment's hesitation, he accepted the task without further ado. He retrieved his azure talisman brush and the requisite materials, promptly commencing the drawing of the talismans. Zhao Ping'an's talisman crafting skills had already advanced to the brink of second-tier mastery. Thus, his success rate in producing first-tier superior-grade talismans was notably high, let alone the medium-grade variety. In less than half an hour, he completed all 15 Thunder talismans. Once the talismans were finished, Zhao Ping'an utilized the golden token to contact the Talisman Pavilion. It was not long before a handsome young man appeared outside his wooden cabin. Greetings, Talisman Master Zhao. The young man was none other than Zhou Cheng, the steward of the Talisman Pavilion, whom Zhao Ping'an had encountered not long ago. Now that Zhao Ping'an was a talisman master, his status surpassed that of the steward, prompting Zhou to address him with a tone filled with respect. Brother Zhou, here are the 15 Thunder talismans I have just crafted. Zhao Ping'an entrusted the Thunder talisman to Zhou Cheng. The efficiency of the talisman master was astonishing. Zhou Cheng was somewhat taken aback, yet he swiftly regained his composure. Upon receiving the Thunder talisman, he produced a storage bag and respectfully presented it to Zhao Ping'an, stating, the contents of this storage bag are the rewards for completing the talisman crafting task assigned by the Talisman Pavilion. I kindly ask Master Zhao to peruse it. At these words, Zhao Ping'an did not decline, accepting the storage bag without hesitation. Soon after, Zhou Cheng departed with the Thunder talisman in hand. Once back in the wooden cottage, Zhao Ping'an opened the storage bag to inspect its contents, a satisfied smile gracing his face. To craft 15 Thunder talismans, I merely expended the requisite talisman paper and vermilion powder. However, this storage bag contains not only the necessary materials for crafting, but also a reward of 50 spirit stones. It seems that assuming the position of Talisman Master at the Talisman Pavilion indeed proves to be quite advantageous for me. At least I need not worry excessively about cultivation resources in the future, he murmured softly to himself. In the days that followed, Zhao Ping'an accepted 3 additional talisman crafting tasks through the token, reaping numerous rewards. It must be said that the Talisman Pavilion's efficiency was remarkable, and the rewards were exceedingly generous. Before long, a month had passed. The significance of the Talisman Pavilion gradually became apparent. The disciples of the Sword Sect received substantial assistance from the talismans, resulting in a corresponding enhancement of their combat prowess. Initially, the Sword Sect found itself in a position of absolute disadvantage. However, with the aid of the talismans provided by the Talisman Pavilion, the Sword Sect not only repelled the onslaught of the Frostmoon Sect, but also launched a fierce counterattack. In a swift turn of events, the Sword Sect reversed its fortunes, causing the Frostmoon Sect to suffer successive defeats. Chapter 40. The second-grade middle-class talismans. What has transpired recently? The disciples of the Sword Sect have experienced a remarkable surge in combat prowess, resulting in significant casualties among our Frostmoon Sect members during battles. Within the Grand Hall of the Frostmoon Sect, a high-ranking elder growled in a low voice, causing the entire palace to tremble. Elder, I have already dispatched individuals to investigate. A month ago, the Sword Sect established the Talisman Pavilion, specifically to equip their disciples with corresponding talismans, which have greatly enhanced their combat abilities. An elder responsible for intelligence within the Frostmoon Sect solemnly reported. The Talisman Pavilion? I never expected that. With the Sword Sect's pride, they would resort to means beyond the sword path. However, the Frostmoon Sect is not to be trifled with. Since they have chosen to play by their own rules, they should not blame us for employing other tactics. The elder of the Frostmoon Sect sneered repeatedly. In a wooden cabin, Zhao Ping'an sat cross-legged, his longevity magic profound and extensive, emanating powerful fluctuations. He held a spirit-gathering stone, and with the aid of the longevity tower, countless frigid energies were continuously transformed into spiritual power that could be refined and absorbed. Indeed, as one progresses in their cultivation, the difficulty of mastering the longevity sword art increases exponentially. After dedicating a month to training, my longevity magic has only seen a slight increase. At this pace, without a span of 1 or 2 years, it would be arduous to elevate this technique to the 3rd layer. Zhao Ping'an slowly opened his eyes and spoke with a hint of complexity in his tone. Since breaking through to the 2nd layer of the longevity sword art, he had sensed the difficulty had increased several-fold. Previously, after dedicating 1 or 2 months to arduous practice, his longevity magic would at least see a notable increase. Now, however, it only rose by a fraction. At this rate of cultivation, it is uncertain how long it will take. Fortunately, this technique offers the benefit of longevity. Otherwise, Zhao Ping'an might find it challenging to persist. In the short term, significant advancements in both technique and cultivation are hard to achieve. I must delve deeply into the realm of talismans. Zhao Ping'an's eyes gleamed with determination as he murmured to himself. With my current level of cultivation, I can indeed attempt to create second-grade middle-class talismans. In my previous life, I mastered many second-grade middle-class talismans, but their creation requirements were relatively low. Only the second-grade middle-class talisman, the Mountain Suppression Talisman, stands out. The Mountain Suppression Talisman is an offensive talisman, its power surpassing that of the Heavenly Arrow Talisman Zhao Ping'an crafted previously by several folds. However, the difficulty of creating this talisman is exceedingly high. Even in his past life, while at the foundation establishment stage, his success rate was merely 30%. Now, in the late stage of chi refinement, his probability of success would likely be even lower. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Ping'an resolved to attempt crafting the Mountain Suppression Talisman. Its formidable power, once successfully created, would provide him with an additional trump card. He casually retrieved the materials for talisman crafting, laying out dozens of exquisite talisman papers before him. Now, he is a talisman master in the Talisman Pavilion, and naturally, he lacks for materials to craft talismans. During this period, Zhao Ping'an has accumulated a considerable amount of spirit stones, allowing him to indulge extravagantly. However, rather than hastily forging talismans, Zhao Ping'an quietly closed his eyes, and memories of various talisman techniques and experiences from his previous life surged forth. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, their gaze sharp and electric, focusing intently. He lifted the azure talisman brush in his right hand, his movements flowing like a gentle stream, devoid of any unfamiliarity. The life force, akin to a wisp of silk, ebbed and flowed at the brush's tip, continuously sketching on the talisman paper. The light of the runes illuminated, but quickly dimmed, followed by the complete incineration of the exquisite talisman paper into ash. Failure. Zhao Ping'an furrowed his brow slightly, but felt no surprise. The difficulty of crafting the mountain suppression talisman far surpassed that of the inferior second-order sky arrow talisman and the aurora talisman. After replenishing his mana with spirit stones, Zhao Ping'an grasped the azure brush once more. With the prior failure in mind, he became more cautious as the mana at the brush's tip surged. Intricate and profound runes began to take shape. Unfortunately, just as Zhao Ping'an was on the verge of success, the once radiant talisman light dimmed again. Another failure. Zhao Ping'an felt a twinge of regret but remained undaunted, having long prepared himself mentally for such outcomes. After replenishing his mana with spirit stones, he continued his attempts to craft the mountain suppression talisman. Before long, 2 hours had passed, and Zhao Ping'an's complexion had paled slightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He had expended 9 pieces of exquisite talisman paper, each time failing at the final step. The crafting of a second-order intermediate talisman proved to be even more challenging than anticipated. Setting down the azure brush, he resolved to rest before attempting again. Crafting talismans was not as simple as it appeared. It not only drained mana, but also consumed significant mental energy. Furthermore, attempting to create a second-order intermediate talisman at his current chi refining late-stage cultivation was rather ambitious. After half an hour of recuperation, Zhao Ping'an resumed his efforts. This time, the process was relatively smooth, and he successfully crafted the mountain suppression talisman. The dark red runes glimmered subtly, and powerful waves of spiritual energy surged forth from the surface of the talisman paper. After expending 10 pieces of exquisite talisman paper, Zhao Ping'an succeeded in creating one second-order intermediate talisman, yielding a success rate of merely around 10%. Subsequently, Zhao Ping'an replenished his expended mana with spirit stones and, using the remaining exquisite talisman paper, crafted 2 more mountain suppression talismans. By the end of the day, he had consumed 30 pieces of exquisite talisman paper, ultimately acquiring 3 second-order intermediate talismans. He found this outcome quite satisfactory. The mountain suppression talisman, being a second-order intermediate talisman, wielded power several times greater than that of the sky arrow talisman. With my chi refining late-stage cultivation, invoking this talisman would enable me to confront even ordinary foundation establishment cultivators head-on. Zhao Ping'an displayed a satisfied expression as he carefully stored away the 3 mountain suppression talismans. Ping'an, I need to descend the mountain for a while. In the next few days, I'll leave the task of tidying up the herb garden to you and Dinyo, said Wang Xiaozi one day as Zhao Ping'an was tidying the herb garden. Brother Wang, you are going down the mountain? Before Zhao Ping'an could utter a word, Dinyo exclaimed in surprise. Ever since he became acquainted with Wang Xiaozi, Dinyo had never heard of the latter descending the mountain. Thus, the sudden news of his intention to do so in the near future was quite astonishing. Indeed, a letter from home has arrived, informing me that my elder is seriously ill and requires my return. Wang Xiaozi sighed lightly as he spoke. He had been a disciple of the sword sect for over a decade, transforming from an ambitious youth into a middle-aged man whose aspirations had waned. Wang Xiaozi had hoped to remain in the medicinal garden as a humble laborer, yet worldly concerns ultimately tethered him. Wang, how long do you anticipate your absence will be? Should you need any assistance, do not hesitate to ask, Zhao Ping'an remarked, noticing the worry etched upon his companion's brow. It could be 3 to 5 days, or perhaps 1 to 2 months. Wang Xiaozi pondered thoughtfully before responding earnestly. Wang, you must return promptly. Both Ping'an and I cannot do without you, Dinyo said. A hint of concern in his voice. Zhao Ping'an nodded in agreement, echoing Dinyo's sentiments. Indeed, we hope for your swift return, Wang. Rest assured, I am merely descending to attend to mundane matters. Once everything is resolved, I shall return at the earliest opportunity, Wang Xiaozi smiled, though his expression bore a trace of reluctance. That day, Wang Xiaozi departed the medicinal garden and made his way down the mountain. Chapter 41. As some descend the mountain, others ascend. As the number of menial disciples in the herb garden continued to dwindle, the overseer, considering various factors, promptly requested the sect to replenish the garden with a fresh batch of newcomers shortly after the departure of Wang the Lame. This new group comprised more than 30 individuals, predominantly young aspirants who, despite failing the rigorous assessments for formal discipleship at the sword sect, possessed a certain foundation in the art of cultivation. With the infusion of this youthful vigor, the herb garden became significantly more vibrant than before. Here lies the herb garden. While it may not compare with the esteemed disciples of the sword sect, I am resolute in my belief that with diligent training, I shall have the opportunity to transcend my current status as a menial disciple and ascend to become a formal disciple of the sword sect. I must strive with all my might. A youthful figure with a cherubic visage declared, his gaze unwavering and his conviction palpable. This scene was witnessed by Zhao Ping'an and Daniyu, who were engaged in tidying the herb garden. Ping'an, do you recall? When I first arrived at the herb garden, I, too, harbored the same sentiments as they do now, believing that if I persevered in my training, I would eventually emerge as a distinguished disciple of the sword sect. Daniyu remarked, a hint of nostalgia gracing his demeanor as he glanced at the fresh-faced newcomers not far away. Do you still hold that belief? Zhao Ping'an inquired softly after a moment of contemplation. Daniyu chuckled wryly, responding, now, I find my previous thoughts rather naive, akin to an unattainable dream. Perhaps you are unaware, but senior brother Wang has remained here for over a decade, yet he remains an unremarkable menial disciple. The path from menial disciple to formal disciple is fraught with insurmountable challenges. At this juncture, Daniyu's expression shifted to one of bitter resignation as he continued. The pursuit of immortality and cultivation is a daunting endeavor. Everyone yearns for transcendence and eternal life, yet how many truly achieve their aspirations? He cast his gaze downward, reflecting on the loss of his arm, a visage marred by an air of helplessness. Do not dwell too much on it. Sometimes, striving too hard yields no fruit. It is better to let things unfold naturally, Zhao Ping'an offered, placing a reassuring hand on Daniyu's shoulder. He understood Daniyu's plight, forever since the latter's tragic loss. His once buoyant spirit had dimmed, giving way to silence and melancholy. Although Zhao Ping'an felt sympathy for his friend, he was powerless to alleviate his suffering. The path of immortality is merciless. Daniyu, lacking exceptional talent and now burdened with a physical limitation, faced an uphill battle to maintain even his current level of cultivation, let alone aspire to greater heights. Ah, how I envy you. If only I possessed your talent for talismans, Daniyu sighed, his tone tinged with admiration. To him, Zhao Ping'an, despite sharing the same status as a menial disciple, exhibited remarkable aptitude in talisman crafting, and it seemed likely that he would soon return to the sword sect as a formal disciple. Zhao Ping'an fell silent, unsure of how to respond. The two soon completed their tasks in the herb garden and retreated to their respective abodes. At that moment, Zhao Ping'an noticed the golden token in his embrace vibrating, signaling the latest task from the rune pavilion. The task entailed the creation of 31st-tier superior cleansing talismans. Observing the task requirements displayed on the golden token, Zhao Ping'an exhibited a hint of astonishment. Although the cleansing talisman is classified as a first-tier superior talisman, it serves as an auxiliary talisman capable of purifying toxins and resisting diseases. The tasks issued by the rune pavilion are typically aligned with the requests of the sword sect. The sect's demand for such a considerable quantity of cleansing talismans suggested a potential shift in the circumstances at the front lines. Zhao Ping'an mused with a pensive gaze. Uncertain of the sect's motives behind the substantial request for cleansing talismans, Zhao Ping'an, however, did not hesitate to accept the task. Previously, in crafting a second-tier intermediate talisman, he had expended a certain amount of materials and spirit stones, and completing this task would provide an opportunity for replenishment. The tier of the cleansing talisman was not particularly high, rendering the crafting process relatively uncomplicated for Zhao Ping'an at this stage. Within less than a day, he had successfully produced all 30 cleansing talismans, connecting with the rune pavilion through the golden token. It took less than an hour for the attendant Zhou Cheng to arrive personally at Zhao Ping'an's doorstep. Master Zhao, your efficiency remains impressively swift. Zhou Cheng greeted him with a broad smile, offering a flattering remark. As an attendant of the rune pavilion, his primary duty was to assist the various talisman masters. Thank you, Brother Zhou, for your efforts, Zhao Ping'an replied with a slight smile, casually handing the completed cleansing talismans to Zhou Cheng. By the way, may I inquire why the sect requires such a large number of cleansing talismans? Zhao Ping'an hesitated for a moment before succumbing to his curiosity. Master Zhao, you might not be aware, but recently, the Frost Moon sect has employed numerous insidious tactics, and our sect's disciples have been afflicted by poison and plague. Consequently, the sect has tasked the rune pavilion with producing a significant quantity of cleansing talismans. Zhou Cheng candidly disclosed the information he had learned. That explains it, Zhao Ping'an realized with clarity. This is the reward for the talisman-making task. I must hasten back to the rune pavilion. Until next time, Master Zhao. Zhou Cheng did not linger long. After delivering the crafting rewards to Zhao Ping'an, he departed from the medicinal garden. Upon a brief inspection, Zhao Ping'an discovered the rewards to be quite substantial, comprising not only crafting materials, but also a generous 60 spirit stones. He pondered, wondering how long the conflict between the sect and the Frost Moon sect would endure. Generally speaking, the struggles among cultivation sects are exceptionally ruthless. differing from the skirmishes between secular powers, sometimes lasting for years or even longer until one side is utterly vanquished. The Sword Sect is relatively weak, while the Frost Moon Sect enjoys covert support from a sacred ground. Thus, in the event of a protracted conflict, the Sword Sect may not emerge victorious. Contemplating this, Zhao Ping'an silently resolved that it would be prudent to prepare for the future. As the sun descended, the twilight enveloped the entire medicinal garden. Zhao Ping'an, utilizing the spiritual stones acquired from today's talisman crafting, continued his silent cultivation of the eternal life sword technique. At that moment, a mysterious silhouette approached the wooden cabin where Zhao Ping'an resided. If memory serves correctly, the relic left by the elder should be concealed within the desolate well beneath this very cabin. After the passage of countless years, I hope that it remains undiscovered. The enigmatic figure murmured to himself. Under the cloak of the night, he effortlessly scaled the courtyard wall and arrived directly before Zhao Ping'an's wooden abode. Inside the cabin, Zhao Ping'an, who was deep in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Chapter 42. Do you wish to kill me? You are not worthy if I am not mistaken. The entrance to that desolate well should be in this vicinity. Should I obtain that object, I would have the opportunity to take the final step and naturally become a figure of authority within the sect. Upon entering the courtyard, the mysterious figure's gaze was profound as he surveyed his surroundings. He exuded an air of confidence, bolstered by his formidable cultivation and the presence of a magical artifact that concealed his spiritual fluctuations. Even though the medicinal garden was under the watch of foundational-level cultivators, they would find it exceedingly difficult to detect his presence without employing probing techniques. Furthermore, the mysterious figure had inquired beforehand and discovered that the nearby residents were merely lowly servant disciples of the medicinal garden, posing little threat to him. He found it. After a thorough search, the mysterious figure's eyes brightened upon discovering the concealed entrance to the desolate well. Indeed, the elder did not deceive me. With a look of delight, he prepared to descend into the underground space through the well's mouth. Why do you visit at this late hour? At that moment, a faint voice suddenly pierced the tranquil night, shattering the silence. The mysterious figure paused, turning towards the sound, and saw a young man standing not far away. The young man wore a blue linen robe, his figure tall and slender, with a strikingly handsome and cold visage, particularly his pair of dark and profound eyes, as if they could see through everything. A servant disciple of the medicinal garden? Noticing Zhao Ping'an's attire, the mysterious figure revealed a trace of disdain. With a somewhat frosty expression, he inquired, "Who are you? How did you discover my presence?" The mysterious figure possessed a magical artifact that concealed his aura under normal circumstances. Unless a foundational-level cultivator conducted a meticulous search, it would be exceedingly difficult to detect him. I noticed you the moment you climbed over the courtyard wall. As for who I am, should that not be a question I pose to you? Zhao Ping'an retorted with a mocking smile. Having lived 2 lives, his soul's strength far surpassed that of ordinary cultivators, and his spiritual sense approached that of foundational-level practitioners, allowing him to detect the mysterious figure's presence at such close proximity. Very well. Since you have discovered me, I shall deal with you first. The mysterious figure clearly had no intention of revealing his identity, his eyes glinting with a fierce killing intent. He casually raised his hand, and in an instant, 5 flags, each the size of chopsticks, shot forth, landing in various corners near the wooden house, swiftly forming a barrier formation. As the formation enveloped the area, any actions taken within would not produce the slightest sound. Are you intent on silencing me? Zhao Ping'an shook his head, continuing, you are rather overbearing, intruding upon my dwelling, and instead of recognizing your error, you harbor murderous intent against me? Enough of your nonsense. Blame yourself for not staying comfortably in your home and seeking death instead. The mysterious figure sneered repeatedly. His actions tonight were shrouded in secrecy, and he could not allow any witness to discover his whereabouts. Thus, Zhao Ping'an must die. The mysterious figure's eyes glinted with menace as he casually struck out with his palm, summoning a swirling mass of black smoke that coalesced into a venomous dragon, hurtling towards Zhao Ping'an. The speed of this attack was astonishing. Even a cultivator at the late stage of qi refinement would find it nearly impossible to evade. Zhao Ping'an raised an eyebrow, recognizing the ferocity of the strike and deciding against a direct confrontation. Since cultivating the 9 transformations of the golden body, his physical prowess had significantly enhanced, enabling him to swiftly sidestep the oncoming black dragon, moving several paces away in an instant to avoid the deadly assault. With a resounding crash, the black dragon struck the wooden floor, eroding a 2-meter-wide pit into the surface. What a clever boy, the mysterious figure remarked, his gaze turning sinister as he forcefully propelled himself forward, diving towards Zhao Ping'an like a soaring goose. The pressure emanating from him was formidable, casting an oppressive aura even before he arrived. From the previous encounter, Zhao Ping'an had discerned that the mysterious figure's cultivation level was several tiers above his own, possibly even a foundational stage expert. He could not afford to let his guard down for an instant. 3 talismans shot forth, aimed directly at the mysterious figure's face. The runic light shimmered, transforming into dazzling bolts of lightning that unleashed a staggering amount of destructive energy. Simultaneously, Zhao Ping'an activated the 3 lightning talismans. Their might sufficient to threaten even a late-stage chi refinement practitioner. A mere parlor trick, the mysterious figure scoffed, casually slapping his palm, causing the talismans to disintegrate into ashes before the lightning could even spread. This scene caused Zhao Ping'an's pupils to constrict. He had underestimated his opponent's strength. With a gesture, the mysterious figure conjured a colossal black hand from the air, its immense magical power coalescing into a claw resembling that of a true dragon, descending upon Zhao Ping'an with blinding speed. Left with no avenue for escape, Zhao Ping'an unleashed 2 more talismans, transforming them into a shower of icy spikes that collided violently with the black hand. The ensuing explosions echoed as the barrage of ice spikes, despite their valiant resistance, was ultimately obliterated. I shall see how many more talismans you possess. The mysterious figure sneered, completely dismissing Zhao Ping'an. He produced a black cloth bag, which expanded in the wind to form a canopy that loomed over Zhao Ping'an. Simultaneously, green ghostly flames ignited on the surface of the canopy, exuding a chilling and sinister aura. This formidable magical artifact was more than capable of easily suppressing a late-stage chi refinement cultivator. Zhao Ping'an's heart raced as he unleashed a flurry of over a dozen ice cloud talismans, each bursting forth with terrifying power. The ghostly flames flickered and extinguished under the barrage of ice cloud talismans, causing the entire canopy to tremble violently, as if on the verge of bursting apart. The mysterious figure, taken aback, had not anticipated that a mere servant disciple from a medicinal garden would wield such an impressive array of powerful talismans. Yet, he remained unfazed. With a surge of his immense magical energy, the canopy swelled further, consuming all the attacks from the ice cloud talismans entirely. The prowess of this individual is at least at the 9th layer of chi refinement, with one foot almost stepping into the foundation establishment stage. Zhao Ping'an's expression darkened. It is known that the simultaneous detonation of over a dozen ice cloud talismans possesses power that could rival that of a second-tier talisman. Yet, such overwhelming force was effortlessly thwarted by his opponent, revealing the terrifying strength he wielded. "Boy, prepare to meet your demise," the enigmatic figure declared coldly, as he summoned an oppressive celestial curtain that swiftly enveloped Zhao Ping'an, leaving him no avenue for retreat. "Wait," Zhao Ping'an called out, halting the impending doom. The mysterious man's brow furrowed, perplexed by Zhao Ping'an's intent. "Even in death, allow me to understand who you truly are," Zhao Ping'an proclaimed, feigning resignation. "Haha, to inquire about my name is beyond your station, yet I shall divulge that my purpose tonight is to claim the treasure hidden within the dry well of your courtyard. Securing that treasure will facilitate my ascension to become a powerful elder of the sword sect," the mysterious figure asserted with unwavering confidence. In his estimation, Zhao Ping'an's escape routes had been thoroughly severed, rendering the disclosure of information inconsequential. "If I am not mistaken, you seek the Bloodyong herb?" Zhao Ping'an suddenly remarked, a grin spreading across his face as realization dawned upon him. "The Bloodyong herb? How do you know of it?" the mysterious man inquired, astonished and incredulous. He could not fathom how this mere servant disciple was privy to the secrets of the dry well, a secret he had painstakingly uncovered. "I am well aware. For the Bloodyong herb resides upon my very person," Zhao Ping'an stated confidently, as if anticipating the man's astonishment. "Upon your person? How can that be?" The mysterious man was both astonished and suspicious. "Boy, you must be deceiving me. I shall first eliminate you, and then seek the Bloodyong herb." The mysterious man quickly regained his composure, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Regardless of Zhao Ping'an's knowledge of the herb, he deemed it imperative to eradicate him entirely. The celestial curtain descended like a mountain, poised to crush Zhao Ping'an with lethal force. However, Zhao Ping'an remained calm, devoid of any trepidation. Just as the curtain was about to strike, a golden talisman was activated. A radiant golden light illuminated the night, carving an arc through the air and effortlessly tearing apart the black curtain, surging toward the mysterious man with the swiftness of lightning. "Not good," the mysterious man gasped, both alarmed and enraged. He had not anticipated such a formidable countermeasure from Zhao Ping'an. Sensing a palpable threat, he hastily summoned a bronze shield to defend himself. Rip! In the next moment, the bronze shield was torn asunder, the golden light retaining its momentum as it struck the astonished, mysterious man with devastating force. Bang! The mysterious man was sent reeling, blood spewing forth as he was hurled several meters away. A second-tier low-grade talisman, the Celestial Arrow Talisman. To attempt my life is beyond your capability, Zhao Ping'an scoffed, relishing in the surprise attack. Even a genuine Foundation establishment cultivator would find it arduous to withstand the terrifying blow of a second-tier talisman. Believing that this strike would either severely wound or even slay the mysterious figure, Zhao Ping'an cursed under his breath. Just as his words faded into the air, the enigmatic individual, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly roared back to his feet. Blood covered his body, and a shattered protective armor was exposed at his chest. This very armor had shielded him from the most lethal blow. A second-tier talisman nearly cost me my life, but fortunately, my spiritual jade armor absorbed the impact, the mysterious man muttered, his complexion pale. Although his energy had diminished significantly, he still possessed a measure of combat strength. With the ferocity of a wolf, he glared at Zhao Ping'an, his eyes gleaming with malevolence. You are no ordinary servant disciple. But what of it? Surely, you have exhausted all your means by now? A sinister smile crept upon his lips as he spoke, gradually advancing towards Zhao Ping'an, his overwhelming presence crushing the latter's spirit. Who says I am out of options? As the mysterious man approached, Zhao Ping'an smiled faintly and drew forth another talisman. The runes illuminated, transforming into an imposing phantom reminiscent of a mountain, surging forth with the force of a thunderclap to annihilate the mysterious figure. What? The mysterious man's eyes widened in terror as he sensed a danger far more potent than the earlier talisman, a terrifying aura that was several times more intense. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee, yet the mountain-like phantom had already materialized overhead, descending with an utterly fearsome force. No! A piercing scream echoed as the mysterious man found himself utterly incapable of resistance, crushed under the weight of the phantom and disintegrating into a mist of crimson that scattered through the air. Chapter 43. Inquiries Indeed, the second-tier mid-grade talisman. The Mountain Suppression Talisman possesses power that far surpasses that of the Sky Arrow Talisman. Zhao Ping'an wore a satisfied expression. Without the Mountain Suppression Talisman, he would have had little confidence in defeating his adversary. Based on his estimations, the true cultivation level of his opponent must be at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Under normal circumstances, Zhao Ping'an would stand no chance against such a foe based solely on his own cultivation. However, with his mastery of second-tier talismans, he was able to vanquish the enemy on the spot. This exemplifies the advantages of being a talisman master, as long as one can craft potent talismans. Even with modest personal cultivation, one can unleash formidable and astounding destructive power. Of course, for an ordinary cultivator to become a competent talisman master is a challenge more arduous than breaking through cultivation realms. After all, becoming a talisman master requires an immense investment of resources. At that moment, as the blood mist dissipated, a somewhat damaged storage bag came into view. Zhao Ping'an hesitated briefly but ultimately decided to claim the storage bag left behind by his opponent. After all, it was a trophy of his victory. A token of identity? Upon inspecting the storage bag, Zhao Ping'an quickly discovered a crucial item. The jade token, scarcely the size of a palm, bore pertinent identity information. It identified its owner as a formal disciple of the sword sect, Jikong. Zhao Ping'an was somewhat taken aback. If he was not mistaken, the mysterious individual he had just slain was indeed Jikong, a formal disciple of the sword sect. This was the first time Zhao Ping'an had heard of this person. Although his previous incarnation was also a formal disciple of the sword sect, his social circle had been exceedingly limited, and due to his character and lack of strength, he had faced considerable ostracism from other disciples. According to Jikong's earlier remarks, he had learned of the secret beneath the dry well from an elder of the sect. Could it be that the elder he mentioned was the one who orchestrated the cultivation of the blood sungrass? Zhao Ping'an's expression grew grave. If his speculation were correct, then by killing Jikong today, the matter would not only be unresolved, but would likely attract the attention of the elder behind the scenes. Yet, with the deed already done, there was no use in regretting. He set aside his thoughts and continued to examine the contents of the storage bag. It must be said, as a formal disciple of the sect, Jikong's possessions were indeed immensely valuable. A brief inspection revealed that the storage bag contained over 800 spirit stones, along with 2 inferior-grade magical artifacts, a Taiha sword that shimmered with a green light, and a vial capable of spewing toxic flames. Together, these 2 artifacts were worth nearly 100 spirit stones. Furthermore, Zhao Ping'an noticed a tome within the storage bag. The art of puppetry surprised him. He had not anticipated that this seemingly empty storage bag would hold a manual on puppet techniques. It was noteworthy that most disciples of the sword sect primarily practiced sword techniques, and Ji Kong's avoidance of sword techniques during their earlier encounter was likely an effort to conceal his true identity. Such a character, indeed, had a collection of puppet techniques. In a previous life, Zhao Ping'an had encountered cultivators skilled in the art of puppet manipulation, a craft both bizarre and sinister. Intrigued, he opened the ancient tome, perusing its contents with a hint of curiosity. The nefarious puppet techniques revealed themselves to be driven by the manipulation of goo poison to control the flesh of others. Moments later, a serious expression overtook Zhao Ping'an's countenance. Such an enigmatic method of puppetry, where could Ji Kong have acquired it? Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated his mind, leading to a bold conjecture. Could it be that Ji Kong, whom I had just slain, was merely a puppet? Furrowing his brow, Zhao Ping'an recalled Ji Kong's earlier demeanor, growing increasingly convinced of his hypothesis. His expression shifted between uncertainty and resolve. It seemed that even after the passage of time, there were still those within the sect who coveted the blood-sun grass. Nevertheless, he dismissed further contemplation. Regardless of whether Ji Kong was a puppet or not, anyone who dared to provoke him would pay a price, irrespective of their standing within the sect. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Ping'an soon regained his composure. In this world of cultivation, as long as one's strength was formidable enough, one need not fear any treacherous schemes. He dismantled the array flags surrounding the wooden cabin, placing them alongside Ji Kong's magical artifact. Aside from the spirit stones, he intended to find a suitable opportunity to dispose of these items. Keeping them close would ultimately pose a significant risk. After all, should tonight's events become public knowledge, Zhao Ping'an might find himself falsely accused of slaughtering his fellow disciples. Meanwhile, within the dim confines of a palace in the sword sect, a figure seated on the ground suddenly opened his eyes. His hair fell loosely about him, and his piercing gaze exuded a faint but terrifying aura. Before him, a flickering flame gradually dimmed, ultimately extinguishing after a brief struggle. One piece was lost. Had it been detected by the guardians of the medicinal garden? The figure's expression darkened as he murmured to himself. It seemed necessary for him to visit the medicinal garden personally. As soon as the words left his lips, the figure closed his eyes once more, shrouding the entire hall in darkness. The following day, after tidying up the medicinal garden, Zhao Ping'an did not rush back to the wooden cabin, but instead made his way to the trading fair at Fuchin Tower. Since becoming a talisman master at the Talisman Pavilion, he had not lacked materials for crafting talismans and thus rarely visited the trading fair to procure items. This time, however, he sought information regarding Ji Kong. Although he had dealt the fatal blow, Zhao Ping'an understood that the matter was far from resolved. It was imperative to uncover the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes. The trading fair at Fuchin Tower served not only as a venue for disciples to exchange goods, but also as a place where, for a sufficient number of spirit stones, one could glean various tidbits of information about the sect. For instance, one could learn of which elder had taken additional partners, or of which beautiful senior sister had rejected yet another suitor's advances, among other gossip. Chapter 44. Potential threats. The Fuchin Tower trading fair retained its familiar ambience, yet it was infused with a multitude of new faces. For the disciples from the lower echelons of the sect, this trading fair not only served as a venue for exchanging essential resources, but also as a platform for broadening their horizons. The stall that once belonged to Sister Lu now appeared to have been supplanted by another. Unbeknownst to Zhao Ping'an, he found himself standing before a familiar stall, only to discover that the enchanting and aloof maiden who once presided there had been replaced by a rather portly and somewhat greasy disciple of the sect. 6 flavors vitality pill. 1 is worth 10. For merely 3 spirit stones, you can acquire the coveted iron kidney. The greasy disciple beamed with enthusiasm, fervently hawking his wares. This was his ancestral secret technique, and he sought to exchange it for enough spirit stones to further his own cultivation. My dear junior brother, I notice you appear pale and lacking vitality. Might I suggest you try my 6 flavors vitality pill? Noticing Zhao Ping'an's lingering presence, the greasy disciple approached him with a probing inquiry. Pale and lacking vitality. Zhao Ping'an's lips twitched in irritation. His cultivation of the eternal life sword technique endowed him with abundant and vigorous life force, making it evident that the other was merely fabricating tales to peddle his elixir. My 6 flavors vitality pill is a treasured formula passed down through generations. Many elders and fellow disciples within the sect have consumed it and sung its praises. The greasy disciple continued to boast. I am known as the Iron Kidney. I have no need for your pills. Farewell, Zhao Ping'an retorted, disinterested in further conversation, and turned to leave. He found it rather amusing to ponder what Sister Lu would think if she knew that her original stall had been taken over by a seller of vitality pills. However, upon reflection, Zhao Ping'an recalled that Lu Ningran was now a second-tier talisman master. Her status and standing within the sect had undoubtedly changed. It was likely she would no longer frequent the Fuchin Tower trading fair, and even if she were to learn that her stall had been usurped, she probably would not concern herself with it. As Zhao Ping'an continued his stroll, he noticed an array of eclectic stalls at the Fuchin Tower trading fair, many of which were manned by formal disciples of the sect. He meandered through the fair until he arrived at a rather unassuming stall. Ordinary sect gossip, 1 spirit stone. Sect curiosities and oddities, 2 spirit stones. Interests and hobbies of various beautiful senior and junior sisters, starting at 3 spirit stones. Zhao Ping'an regarded the stall's offerings with intrigue. If he was not mistaken, this was indeed a place where one could glean information about the disciples of the sect. Dear junior brother, do you wish to inquire about secret tales of the sect, or perhaps the interests and hobbies of our lovely senior and junior sisters? My extensive knowledge is nearly infallible. As long as you can afford the requisite spirit stones, I can provide you with any curious tidbits you desire. The young man, who had been idly seated, sprang to his feet upon Zhao Ping'an's arrival, grinning broadly as he addressed him. He was tall and lean, appearing rather unremarkable, yet clad in the official garb of a sect disciple. Although the gossip within the sect may seem somewhat bizarre, there are occasions when numerous outer disciples, or even formal disciples, come to inquire, and the all-knowing informant has profited significantly from this business. After all, cultivators are still human, and as such, they possess a natural curiosity. Senior brother, I wish to inquire about an individual. Zhao Ping'an, with a hint of tentative hope, casually scribbled the name Ji Kong at the stall. Ji Kong. The informant expressed surprise. Judging by Zhao Ping'an's attire, he had assumed that this outer disciple was merely interested in the sect's strange tales, not in the affairs of a formal disciple. Is there something amiss, senior brother? Noticing the informant's astonishment, Zhao Ping'an inquired with a calm demeanor. Not at all. It's just that the formal disciple Ji Kong has been missing for over a month. The informant looked at Zhao Ping'an with a hint of suspicion. Could it be that you are a close friend of Ji Kong? He has been missing for a month? Zhao Ping'an was taken aback, for just last night, Ji Kong had stealthily entered the medicinal garden under the cover of darkness, attempting to acquire the blood sun grass hidden beneath the dry well. I am not a close friend of Senior Ji. I merely received his assistance after joining the sect, and have been hoping for an opportunity to repay him. However, I have not heard from him recently, which prompted my visit. Zhao Ping'an feigned a look of regret as he explained. I see. I am acquainted with Ji Kong. If you do not mind providing a spirit stone, I can share some information about him. The informant contemplated for a moment before speaking. Of course, Zhao Ping'an readily agreed. Soon, through the informant's revelations, Zhao Ping'an learned specific details regarding Ji Kong. Ji Kong had joined the sword sect 8 years prior, becoming a direct disciple of the Elder of Discipline, Duan Wui. He was known for his aloof demeanor and lack of social interactions. A month ago, he had requested to be sent to the front lines to engage in battle, only to subsequently vanish, leading to a mysterious situation. Despite having been missing for a month, Ji Kong seemed to still be present within the sect, suggesting a potential connection to his master, Elder Duan Wui. Zhao Ping'an pondered this notion thoughtfully. The sword sect was heavily fortified, and a formal disciple who had gone missing at the front lines would find it nearly impossible to return without the assistance of the sect's higher-ups, let alone infiltrate the medicinal garden. Furthermore, as an elder of discipline, Duan Wui was well-versed in the core formations of the sect. If Zhao Ping'an's suspicions were correct, it was very likely that Ji Kong was under the influence of Elder Duan Wui, which could explain his presence in the medicinal garden seeking the blood sun grass. Should this hypothesis hold true, it would indicate that Zhao Ping'an was in grave danger, for his adversary was indeed an elder of discipline. To attain such a position within the sect, one would need to possess at least foundational cultivation, and the authority held by such an elder far surpassed that of a mere outer disciple. Of course, this was merely Zhao Ping'an's initial conjecture. There might be other possibilities yet to be uncovered. After handing over a spirit stone to the all-knowing one, Zhao Ping'an did not linger, but instead returned directly to his residence. The pressing matter at hand was to swiftly enhance his own strength. Only with formidable power could he remain unafraid of any threats. A sense of urgency washed over Zhao Ping'an. His current cultivation level seemed rather feeble when compared to true powerhouses. The progress of mastering the eternal life sword technique was sluggish, and relying solely on talismans proved inadequate against formidable adversaries. The only way to address the fundamental issue was to accelerate his cultivation progress. In his previous life, he possessed numerous methods to expedite his advancement, yet presently his cultivation was too weak and he lacked essential resources, rendering many of those methods unusable. Zhao Ping'an furrowed his brow momentarily, but soon relaxed. There was indeed a method suitable for enhancing his cultivation speed, albeit it would require a substantial expenditure of spirit stones. Chapter 45. The Anomaly of the Longevity Tower. The Gathering Spirit Array is a method of cultivation mastered by Zhao Ping'an in his previous life. Under ordinary circumstances, the efficiency with which a typical cultivator extracts spiritual energy from spirit stones and converts it into personal mana is relatively slow, which explains the gradual increase in mana. However, with the enhancement of the Gathering Spirit Array, the efficiency can multiply several times, allowing cultivators to transform the spiritual energy within the stones into their own power at an accelerated rate. This is the array's greatest advantage. Nonetheless, the drawbacks of the Gathering Spirit Array are equally apparent. It requires a substantial amount of spirit stones. Previously, Zhao Ping'an was merely a humble janitor in the medicinal garden, lacking sufficient resources. Now, however, he possesses an additional identity as a talisman master within the Talisman Pavilion, granting him access to a more ample supply of spirit stones, which emboldens him to experiment with this method. Should he find himself short on spirit stones, he can simply undertake more talisman-making tasks. The Gathering Spirit Array necessitates the use of specific array implements. The small array flags acquired from vanquishing Jikong were fortuitously suitable for this purpose. Zhao Ping'an casually retrieved several flags and, through a simple infusion of mana, quickly transformed them into the required implements for the Gathering Spirit Array. With the necessary array instruments in hand, he then produced over 1,000 spirit stones. Indeed, over 1,000 stones. Spirit stones vary significantly in quality, categorized into ordinary, medium-grade, superior, and the finest, top-grade stones. The effectiveness of the array improves with higher quality stones. However, Zhao Ping'an currently possesses only ordinary spirit stones, in lieu of quality. He compensates with quantity. Drawing upon his past experience, he strategically placed the array flags in various corners of the wooden hut. He channeled his longevity mana while reciting the array incantations, continuously infusing the spirit stones into the Gathering Spirit Array. In no time, a small-scale array rapidly took form. With a hum, the instant the array solidified, a torrent of astonishing spiritual energy enveloped Zhao Ping'an entirely. This rich energy permeated his pores, surpassing the efficiency of personally absorbing energy from spirit stones or even drawing from the Longevity Tower-esque conversion of Gathering stones. The Gathering Spirit Array was a success. Zhao Ping'an's eyes sparkled as he murmured to himself. His understanding of arrays was limited, and he had serendipitously acquired the layout for the Gathering Spirit Array in his previous life. Initially, he harbored concerns about successfully establishing it, but it appeared he had unnecessarily worried. Within the confines of the Gathering Spirit Array, the spiritual energy surged abundantly, creating a transcendent environment conducive to cultivation. Furthermore, the energy would not spill over beyond the array, allowing Zhao Ping'an to proceed without fear of attracting attention. Unless someone were to intrude upon the wooden hut, the existence of the Gathering Spirit Array would remain undetected. If 1,000 ordinary spirit stones could construct such an effective Gathering Spirit Array, how astonishing would the results be if it were built with 1,000 top-grade spirit stones? Zhao Ping'an's eyes sparkled with brightness as he indulged in his thoughts. However, he could only entertain such musings. It is known that 10 ordinary quality spirit stones can be exchanged for a single medium quality spirit stone, while 10 medium quality stones are required for one high quality stone. To obtain a supreme quality spirit stone, one must gather 10 high quality stones. Thus, to amass 1,000 supreme quality spirit stones is an astronomical figure. Perhaps even the sect leader of the Sword Sect would find it exceedingly difficult to procure such an amount. After all, the Sword Sect has been declining, having long lost the grandeur that once resonated throughout the entire Qin dynasty's cultivation realm. Casting aside unnecessary thoughts, Zhao Ping'an quietly settled within the spirit gathering array, embarking on his practice of the eternal life sword art. As he silently recited the incantation, spiritual energy surged around him, steadily transforming into the profound life force within his being. Remarkably, within just half an hour, the long-stagnant life force within Zhao Ping'an experienced a rare increment. This astonished him. Previously, despite diligent training over a month, he had only seen a fraction of growth. Now, aided by the spirit gathering array, he had achieved what would have taken him a month in merely half an hour, the results far exceeding his expectations. The life force, deep and enduring, coursed through Zhao Ping'an's body, continuously attracting external spiritual energy. He could distinctly feel that, in addition to the growth of his own magical power, his vitality and strength had also become significantly more robust. While Zhao Ping'an was immersed in his cultivation, a faint tremor resonated from the depths of his mind. Before he could comprehend the sensation, a small tower, exuding an ancient and profound aura, materialized within his consciousness. The Eternal Life Tower? Zhao Ping'an was taken aback, for this tower was shrouded in mystery. Even he could not summon it at will. It had long remained dormant within him. Why was it suddenly stirring now? As Zhao Ping'an observed, the Eternal Life Tower trembled once more, and in an instant, he felt an unprecedented weakness wash over him. The abundant spiritual energy that had been flowing into his body was suddenly diverted, akin to a stream being dammed, as the tower voraciously consumed a significant portion of it. This left Zhao Ping'an momentarily stunned. He had painstakingly utilized the spirit-gathering array to enhance his cultivation difficulty, and before he could relish his progress, the tower emerged to seize the very energy he required. Were it not for the tower's enigmatic nature, Zhao Ping'an might have been tempted to express his frustration vocally. Please, do not consume it all, share a little with me. He implored the Eternal Life Tower within him, his sentiments a mixture of hope and resignation. The majority of the spiritual energy provided by the array had been intercepted by the tower, leaving him with only a meager remnant to absorb. As if comprehending Zhao Ping'an's words, the tower gradually decreased its rate of absorption, allowing him to garner a greater share of the spiritual energy. Thus, in a harmonious balance, they divided the abundant spiritual energy supplied by the spirit-gathering array. As the night passed, with the array's assistance, Zhao Ping'an's life force within his body experienced a rare increase. Under the challenging circumstances of the arduous cultivation of the Eternal Life Art, compounded by the interference of the Eternal Life Tower, the potential for growth within him would have been significantly greater. The assistance of the spirit-gathering array has indeed multiplied the speed of my cultivation manifold. However, the consumption of spirit stones has been markedly substantial, with 100 stones depleted entirely. Zhao Ping'an felt a blend of joy and concern. He was elated by the notable enhancement of his Eternal Life Art, but troubled by the rapid expenditure of 100 spirit stones in a single night. Should this continue, it would be impossible to sustain without several thousand spirit stones each month. It is worth noting that an official disciple of the sect typically earns only a mere 20 spirit stones monthly, and even with opportunities for side earnings, one could not exceed 100 stones. To maintain the spirit-gathering array, Zhao Ping'an would need to expend several thousand spirit stones each month, a revelation that would undoubtedly astonish the disciples of the Sword Sect. Fortunately, Zhao Ping'an still possesses a considerable number of spirit stones, acquired from the defeat of Sun the Fatty and the completion of talisman-making tasks assigned by Ji Kong. After some calculations, he determined that he could sustain the spirit-gathering array for a month. Beyond that, he would need to earn spirit stones vigorously. Thus, to ensure the successful maintenance of the spirit-gathering array, Zhao Ping'an resolved to not squander his resources. From this day forth, he dedicated his spare time after tending to the herb garden to diligently undertake talisman-making tasks at the Talisman Pavilion, striving to earn the requisite spirit stones. Chapter 46. The Seventh Layer of Qi Refinement. Master Zhao. Within this package lies the reward for your recent talisman crafting mission. As you have distinguished yourself as the foremost talisman master in our Talisman Pavilion this month, we have arranged an additional reward of 300 spirit stones for you. Outside the wooden cabin, the steward Zhou Cheng beamed with joy as he presented the storage pouch filled with spirit stones to Zhao Ping'an. Thank you for your trouble, Steward Zhou. Zhao Ping'an replied with a warm smile. In recent days, he had transformed into the epitome of diligence, undertaking every talisman crafting task available in the Talisman Pavilion, which led to Zhou Cheng's commendation today. It is my duty. If all the talisman masters in the pavilion were as dedicated as you, Master Zhao, our disciples fighting on the front lines would surely be overjoyed, Zhou Cheng remarked, lingering a moment longer to engage Zhao Ping'an in conversation. The talismans provided by the pavilion, with only a few exceptions retained for the sect, were primarily destined for the sect's disciples engaged in combat on the front lines. The efficacy of these talismans significantly alleviated the casualties among the disciples in the heat of battle. However, the limited number of talisman masters constrained the quantity of talismans that could be produced. Zhao Ping'an's remarkable output of talismans in recent times was indeed a boon for Zhou Cheng, as the more talismans the pavilion could supply, the greater the contribution to the sect, thereby enhancing his stature within the organization. Steward Zhou, how are matters faring on the front lines? Zhao Ping'an inquired casually, prompted by Zhou Cheng's earlier comments. Not very optimistic, Zhou Cheng replied, shaking his head with a sigh. According to the information I have received, the Frostmoon sect has employed various venomous techniques, resulting in significant losses for our disciples. Fortunately, Sister Li and several elders from our sect arrived on the front lines with timely reinforcements. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Zhou Cheng's familiarity with the situation on the battlefield stemmed from the Talisman Pavilion's primary role in supplying talismans to the sect's frontline disciples. Sister Li has returned to the front lines? Zhao Ping'an raised an eyebrow, realizing why he had not seen Li Yun recently. Despite being a woman, Li Yun was known for her indomitable spirit and remarkable prowess among the younger generation. Since the onset of conflict, she had consistently led the charge, earning widespread respect. Alas, I wonder how long this battle between our sect and the Frostmoon sect will endure. I hope we can count on you for more talismans in the future, Master Zhao. Zhou Cheng sighed, making a humble request. Although there were several talisman masters in the pavilion, the chief talisman master, Elder Cheng, rarely participated in crafting tasks due to his esteemed position. The other talisman masters were preoccupied with their own affairs, making Zhao Ping'an the most diligent and committed among them. Of course, Zhao Ping'an replied with a sheepish smile. If it weren't for the spirit stones, he wouldn't be so industrious. Zhou Cheng, without further delay, took the talismans provided by Zhao Ping'an and returned to the talisman pavilion. In the days that followed, Zhao Ping'an continued to embody the spirit of a diligent scholar, completing talisman-making tasks at the talisman pavilion and receiving the corresponding rewards of spiritual stones. As time gradually elapsed, aided by the spirit-gathering array, Zhao Ping'an's longevity magic continuously flourished. The passage of time in the realm of cultivation is elusive, and before long, a year had swiftly passed. Within the wooden abode, the spirit-gathering array maintained its operation as Zhao Ping'an sat cross-legged on the ground. His appearance remained unchanged, yet due to his practice of the eternal sword technique, his skin had become more delicate, rendering him even more youthful in appearance. The profound and enduring essence of longevity circulated around him, and to an observer, he resembled a majestic, evergreen ancient tree, steadfast and unmoving. Time became a mere whisper, and suddenly, a gentle tremor resonated within Zhao Ping'an's being, unleashing a formidable aura that surged forth from him. This overwhelming presence was astonishing, causing the spiritual energy within the spirit-gathering array to become tumultuous. He had reached the 7th layer of qi refinement. Zhao Ping'an slowly opened his eyes, his gaze bright and penetrating. The cultivation of the eternal sword technique had imparted an even more mysterious and composed aura to him at that moment. Not too shabby, he mused. Over the course of the year, with the aid of the spirit-gathering array, he had not only ascended to the pinnacle of the 2nd layer of the eternal sword technique, but had also advanced his cultivation to the 7th layer of qi refinement. A satisfied expression graced Zhao Ping'an's face as the essence of longevity within him grew increasingly robust. With the elevation of his cultivation level, his overall strength experienced an unprecedented enhancement. Having lived 2 lives, the strength of his soul far surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. Now, with his cultivation elevated, his spiritual awareness had transcended that of typical late-stage qi refinement practitioners, allowing him, in a certain sense, to rival those in the foundational stage. Moreover, with the support of his talisman-making abilities, even though he was still at the 7th layer of qi refinement, he could easily contend with practitioners at the 9th layer and even had the potential to challenge formidable beings in the foundational stage. After solidifying his cultivation level, Zhao Ping'an noticed the dawn breaking outside the window and thus took up a broom to leave the wooden hut. Ping'an, as he stepped outside, he heard someone calling his name from a distance. Turning toward the sound, he beheld a one-armed figure approaching him, none other than Daniu, a fellow servant disciple who shared his duty of sweeping. Over the past year, Daniu's spirits had notably improved. He was no longer as despondent as he had been upon returning to the medicinal garden. Occasionally, a smile would illuminate his face. Despite the loss of an arm, life must go on, and Daniu gradually adopted a more optimistic outlook. In addition to his daily chores, he engaged frequently with other servant disciples in the medicinal garden. In contrast, Zhao Ping'an, after completing his cleaning duties, would return to his wooden abode alone, dedicating his time either to cultivation or talisman making, leading a relatively monotonous existence. Ping'an, do you think Brother Wang will return? He has been down the mountain for a year, Daniu inquired while continuing his sweeping. I am uncertain, but I firmly believe that Brother Wang will indeed come back, Zhao Ping'an replied thoughtfully. A year has elapsed since Wang the Lame descended the mountain. Although the reasons for his prolonged absence remain a mystery, Zhao Ping'an steadfastly believes that one day he shall return to the medicinal garden. There exists no particular rationale for this conviction. It is merely an instinctual feeling that Zhao Ping'an harbors. May it indeed be so. I hope Brother Wang returns soon, for at the very least, it would provide me with a companion for conversation and idle banter, Daniu remarked with an honest smile. Zhao Ping'an also smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. In due course, the designated area of the medicinal garden was meticulously tidied up through their joint efforts. Just then, as Zhao Ping'an contemplated returning to the garden, he was suddenly called to a halt by a voice that was both light and melodious. Chapter 47. Deteriorating situation. Zhao Ping'an turned towards the sound and beheld a girl standing not far away, gazing at him with a cheerful smile. She was clad in a slightly fitted battle attire that accentuated her tall and graceful figure. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her silky black hair cascaded down her shoulders. She exuded not only an enchanting charm, but also a hint of spirited elegance. Senior Sister Li, Zhao Ping'an remarked in surprise, not expecting Li Yun to return to the sect after a year. It has been quite some time. I heard you performed admirably at the Talisman Pavilion recently, so I came to see you as soon as I returned to the sect. Aren't you delighted? Li Yun said, blinking playfully. Before her junior brother, she shed her senior sister demeanor, revealing a lively and adorable side. I am truly flattered. Zhao Ping'an chuckled awkwardly, eager to flatter her. In the year that has passed, your grace has only become more captivating. I almost failed to recognize you just now. Humph, you still possess that silver tongue. Li Yun responded with a playful roll of her eyes. While she feigned indifference, Zhao Ping'an's praise genuinely pleased her. Senior sister, your hand. Zhao Ping'an observed as he noticed her left hand wrapped in white bandages, exuding a faint scent of ointment. It's nothing. Just a minor injury from an ambush by a disciple of the Frost Moon sect. Li Yun dismissed it lightly, as if it were a trivial matter. Though Zhao Ping'an maintained a calm exterior, a shiver of concern coursed through him. Li Yun was among the most formidable of the younger generation in the sword sect and was the daughter of the sword master, adorned with numerous protective artifacts. To have sustained such an injury implied a perilous situation. How dare those people from the Frost Moon sect ambush my senior sister? It is truly despicable. If given the chance, I will surely avenge you, Zhao Ping'an declared indignantly. His words were not mere bravado. Within the sect, Li Yun had shown him considerable kindness, and if the opportunity arose, he genuinely wished to help her reclaim her dignity. You, a mere servant disciple of the herb garden with only a chi refinement level of 3, think you can avenge me? I fear that by the time you come to my aid, I might need to rescue you instead, Li Yun teased, unable to suppress a laugh. Ahem. Senior sister, I meant if the opportunity arises. I am well aware of my own capabilities, Zhao Ping'an replied sheepishly. Very well, since you are so earnest. I shall inform you that the one who injured me is Yuan Chun, a prodigy of the Frost Moon sect's younger generation. Remember to avenge me when the time comes. Li Yun smiled charmingly. I shall remember. Should the opportunity present itself, I will most certainly seek justice for you, Zhao Ping'an vowed solemnly. Are you taking my jest seriously? I was merely teasing you, Li Yun said, rolling her eyes at Zhao Ping'an's earnest expression. She possesses the complete mastery of chi refinement. Yet even she was injured by Yuan Chun. Zhao Ping'an, merely a servant disciple with such frail cultivation, would be no match for Yuan Chun, even if given more time. Enough of that matter. Zhao Ping'an, I have come on behalf of the disciples at the front lines to express our gratitude. Over the past year, the Talisman Pavilion has provided a substantial number of talismans, half of which were crafted by your own hand, significantly reducing the casualties among the disciples. Li Yun's face turned solemn as she earnestly thanked Zhao Ping'an. This was the primary reason for her visit today. Senior sister, there is no need for such formality. It is merely my duty. Zhao Ping'an hastily waved his hand, forcing a smile. Over the past year, his extensive completion of tasks for the Talisman Pavilion was not solely to assist the sect's disciples, but primarily to earn a considerable reward of spirit stones to maintain the gathering's spirit array. Thus, when he saw Li Yun's serious expression of gratitude, he felt somewhat uneasy. You are quite humble. Just as always, you prefer to be the good-natured one. If only the other talisman masters were as dedicated as you, our sect would not find itself in such a dire situation against the Frost Moon sect, Li Yun sighed, expressing her thoughts. Senior sister, how are things faring on the battlefield? Upon hearing Li Yun's words, Zhao Ping'an immediately sensed that the situation was grave. Had the sect's circumstances worsened? The situation remains dire. Ever since the Frost Moon sect resorted to using poison and controlling beasts through various underhanded methods, our casualties have increased significantly. Alarmingly, even several elders of our sect have sustained injuries. If this continues, we may not emerge victorious from this conflict, Li Yun stated candidly. Though the sword sect boasts a long-standing tradition, its focus has been solely on the cultivation of swordsmanship for centuries. In contrast, the Frost Moon sect employs a multitude of diverse techniques and enjoys the covert support of the heavenly Xian sacred land. Prolonged conflict leaves the sword sect at a distinct disadvantage. Should the sword sect be defeated, the the entire sect would face fragmentation. This is a true struggle for survival. The sect's conflict differs from the typical disputes among cultivators. One must either exercise restraint or risk engaging in battle, where one side will undoubtedly triumph while the other faces annihilation. Is the Frost Moon sect truly that formidable? Zhao Ping'an's brow furrowed. When the Talisman Pavilion was first established, the Sword sect had held the upper hand with the aid of talismans. Yet, in such a short span of time, the sect's position had fallen to absolute disadvantage. The Frost Moon sect's strength is formidable, but the crux lies in their covert backing from the heavenly Xian sacred land. Do you think their expertise in poison and beast manipulation was merely conjured by the Frost Moon sect? Moreover, the sect has recently received the latest news that the Frost Moon sect intends to betroth an exceptional female disciple to the heavenly Xian sacred land. Should this endeavor succeed, they would establish an inseparable bond with the sacred land. At that moment, Li Yun gently shook her head, refraining from elaborating further, leaving the implication unspoken. Is there truly no recourse? Zhao Ping'an inquired tentatively. Although he presently occupied the humble position of a janitor within the Sword sect's medicinal garden, he understood that if the sect were to perish, there would be no safe haven beneath a collapsed nest. Zhao Ping'an was determined not to repeat the mistakes of his past life. I do not know. One can only hope that the higher-ups of the sect devise a strategy soon. Well, I must take my leave. Li Yun chose not to speak further and prepared to depart. Senior sister, wait. At that moment, Zhao Ping'an called out to Li Yun, casually producing a talisman. This is a talisman I have just recently succeeded in crafting. Should you encounter any peril, senior sister, you may activate it with your spiritual energy, which will significantly enhance your strength for a brief period. Zhao Ping'an solemnly presented the talisman to Li Yun. The talisman he offered was the Aurora Talisman, a low-grade second-tier talisman. While its lethality may not rival that of the Heavenly Arrow Talisman, it possesses remarkable effects, making it highly suitable for Li Yun's use. Could this be a second-tier talisman? As the daughter of the Sword Master, Li Yun naturally possessed a discerning eye and immediately recognized the grade of the Aurora Talisman. Zhao Ping'an, you. Li Yun hesitated, words unspoken. Senior sister, please accept it. Before she could voice her thoughts, Zhao Ping'an interrupted her with a smile. Very well. After a moment's contemplation, Li Yun ultimately decided to accept it. She cast a deep glance at Zhao Ping'an before turning to leave. Everything was understood without the need for words. Chapter 48. Entering the first layer of the Eternal Tower after departing from the medicinal garden, Li Yun did not return to her residence. Instead, she brought the Aurora Talisman to the Grand Hall where the Sword Master resided. Upon entering, she respectfully saluted her father. How is your injury? The Sword Master appeared imposing, yet his tone conveyed a hint of concern. Upon learning of Li Yun's injury, he promptly dispatched someone to bring her back to the sect. Despite his usual stern demeanor, he was deeply worried for her safety. I am much better now, Li Yun replied softly. That is good, for the time being. Remain in the sect to recuperate and refrain from wandering about, the Sword Master stated firmly. Understood, Li Yun pouted slightly, expressing her reluctance. Well then, unless there is anything else, you may return. I must discuss important matters with the elders shortly. He gestured for her to leave. Li Yun hesitated, contemplating whether to inform her father about the second-tier talisman Zhao Ping'an had given her. Is there something troubling you? Noticing his daughter's unusual demeanor, the Sword Master inquired sharply. Aye. After much hesitation, Li Yun finally produced the Aurora Talisman. Father, this is the second-tier talisman Zhao Ping'an just gifted to me. She recounted her meeting with Zhao Ping'an, hoping to leverage this incident to gain her father's attention on him, thereby assisting Zhao in restoring his status as a formal disciple of the sect. A second-tier talisman? The Sword Master's gaze sharpened as he effortlessly grasped the Aurora Talisman from the air. This is a low-grade second-tier talisman, the Aurora Talisman. It can temporarily enhance the user's strength without any side effects. His eyes sparkled with delight. As the current Sword Master of the Sword sect, his perspective was broad, enabling him to identify such a talisman. Though there were several talisman masters within the sect, a proper inheritance of talismanology was lacking, resulting in the limited effectiveness of the talismans produced by the sect's Talisman Pavilion, with second-tier talismans being exceedingly rare. No side effects. Li Yun was equally astonished at her father's revelation. When Zhao Ping'an had described the talisman earlier, she had been somewhat skeptical, believing that any talisman capable of temporarily boosting strength would invariably entail some drawbacks. Indeed, though this talisman is not of high grade, it is a remarkably rare inheritance. Even Elder Chung has not mastered such a talisman. Are you certain Zhao Ping'an crafted it? The Sword Master's eyes gleamed with intensity as he earnestly sought confirmation from his daughter. Li Yun, not daring to fabricate a lie, responded earnestly under her father's penetrating gaze. If that is the case, then Zhao Ping'an must possess some hidden secrets, previously of modest qualifications. After assisting the trader from the heavenly Xian sacred land, he awakened an exceptionally rare talent for talismans, and now he has even crafted this rare Aurora talisman. The sword master murmured to himself, his gaze becoming profoundly deep. Although other talismancers within the sect had mastered several types of second-tier low-grade talismans, none among the sword sect's talismancers possessed the lineage to create a talisman like the Aurora, which enhances the user's innate capabilities. Yunner, this matter must remain confidential. The sword master advised Li Yun after a moment of contemplation. Understood, Li Yun replied with a gentle nod. Unbeknownst to Zhao Ping'an, the Aurora talisman he casually gifted to Li Yun has entirely captured the sword master's attention. Inside the wooden cabin, Zhao Ping'an sat within the spirit-gathering array. The spiritual energy provided by the array was immensely abundant. However, it was not solely for Zhao Ping'an's cultivation, as over half of the energy was absorbed by the longevity tower. Each time he utilized the spirit-gathering array for cultivation, the longevity tower would invariably emerge to seize the spiritual energy, which explained why, after a year, Zhao Ping'an had only advanced to the 7th layer of qi refining. Otherwise, had the longevity tower not been siphoning off the energy, his current cultivation level would have reached far greater heights. The spiritual energy was exceedingly dense, causing Zhao Ping'an's pores to open wide as he continuously transformed the absorbed energy into solidified longevity mana, following the incantations of the longevity sword art. As his cultivation level rose, the effects of the longevity mana became increasingly evident. As the mana coursed through his body, Zhao Ping'an could distinctly feel his vitality becoming more vigorous. Suddenly, while Zhao Ping'an was immersed in his cultivation, the longevity tower in his mind stirred once more. Zhao Ping'an was somewhat surprised. Was the longevity tower not contentedly absorbing spiritual energy? Why this sudden disturbance? Before he could fully comprehend, the ancient little tower deep within his consciousness erupted with a terrifying wave of energy, instantly drawing Zhao Ping'an's awareness into a void of chaotic space. Where is this? Zhao Ping'an gazed at the unfamiliar surroundings, feeling utterly bewildered. The chaotic mist enveloped the area, reminiscent of the primordial universe before the creation of heaven and earth, giving an impression of an endless abyss. Boom. At that moment, the entire chaotic space trembled violently as a colossal ancient tower rose from the ground. Its immense structure seemed poised to rupture the very fabric of the chaotic void, exuding an ancient aura that transcended the chaos itself. The longevity tower. Zhao Ping'an's gaze sharpened as he looked towards the magnificent tower, his expression suddenly shifting dramatically. He noticed that a grand doorway had appeared on the massive first layer of the tower, emanating a potent energy that seemed to beckon him inside. The first layer of the tower had actually opened. What on earth is happening? Zhao Ping'an was both astonished and puzzled. In his past life, even as a mid-tier cultivator of considerable strength, he could not easily access the interior of the longevity tower. Now, after the longevity tower had absorbed the spiritual energy from the spirit-gathering array for an entire year, it had suddenly opened the gateway to its first layer. With a hint of curiosity and excitement, Zhao Ping'an stepped inside. Upon crossing the threshold, he found himself in an expansive space, where 3 uninscribed stone tablets stood not far away. This was the realm of the first level of the tower. How was it different from what he had encountered in his previous life? Zhao Ping'an felt a twinge of surprise. After all, he had once inadvertently entered the first level of the Changxing Tower in his former existence. Yet the environment he observed then was starkly dissimilar to what lay before him now. Could it be that his rebirth had instigated subtle changes within the Changxing Tower itself? Chapter 49. The coming of the tribulation. In my previous life, I had the fortune to enter the interior of the Eternal Tower, yet at that time, the space was barren and shrouded in chaos. Now, however, the tower housed several enigmatic and mysterious stone tablets. Gazing at the nearby tablets, Zhao Ping'an furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself. A blend of unease and curiosity welled within him. With these complex emotions, he found himself drawn toward the tablets. The surfaces of the 3 stone tablets were exceptionally smooth, emanating a faint, ominous glow, exuding an air of mystery. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Ping'an reached out to touch the nearest tablet. Buzz. The instant his palm made contact, the towering stone tablet trembled violently, releasing an unimaginable aura that enveloped the space. Zhao Ping'an's gaze shifted as he witnessed the previously intact tablet shedding fragments, as if an unseen divine artifact were intricately carving itself within. In no time, it transformed into a grand humanoid statue. The statue depicted a young man, his features sharp and defined, with profoundly deep eyes radiating an overwhelming and astonishing presence. Zhao Ping'an's complexion altered slightly as he murmured, "Is this not the visage of my first life?" In that first life, he was the scion of a formidable celestial family, endowed with exceptional spiritual roots and bolstered by familial resources. Within less than a century, he shattered cultivation records, emerging as the youngest master of the sword. Alas, in the pursuit of transcending to a higher mastery, he was treacherously slain during a duel. A sword master, indeed, is one who independently cultivates the sword to attain the nascent soul stage. As Zhao Ping'an scrutinized the statue, he confirmed without doubt that it was indeed the likeness of his first life. Could there be some hidden significance within? With a hint of hesitation, Zhao Ping'an attempted to channel his mystical energy into the statue. The profound and enduring essence of the eternal power swiftly surged into the statue of his first life, causing its previously dormant form to burst forth with dazzling brilliance, as if it were on the cusp of revival. A formidable aura of swordsmanship erupted from the statue, creating tremors that rippled through the first level of the eternal tower. Sensing an awakening within, Zhao Ping'an closed his eyes, seeking to comprehend the intricacies through the eternal power. Seconds turned to minutes, and after half an hour, he slowly opened his eyes, his gaze now bright and clear. "I finally understand," he mused with a smile. "This statue embodies the fruition of my first life." He continued to reflect. "I never imagined that the eternal tower harbored such profundities, preserving the essence of my first life's achievements. Though I cannot fully assimilate it now, with the aid of the eternal power, I can briefly harness its prowess." Thus, Zhao Ping'an realized he could utilize the eternal power to momentarily draw upon the cultivation realm of his first life. Of course, this method would incur a significant cost, demanding a substantial expenditure of the eternal power. This first tablet indeed represented the fruition of his first life. If I am not mistaken, the remaining 2 stone tablets should contain the Tao fruits of my second and current lives. Zhao Ping'an stepped forward, attempting to infuse his longevity power into the 2 remaining stone tablets. Yet, regardless of how much vitality he infused, the stone tablets remained utterly unresponsive. Could it be that the conditions to unlock the Tao fruits of the remaining lives have not yet been met? Zhao Ping'an pondered, contemplating this possibility. Indeed, the mysteries of the longevity tower are more intricate than I had envisioned. Perhaps only by becoming a high-level cultivator could I unravel all its secrets. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Ping'an mused to himself. He did not immediately depart from the space within the longevity tower. Instead, he meticulously examined his surroundings, ensuring no detail was overlooked before gradually withdrawing his consciousness. As his awareness returned to his physical form, Zhao Ping'an slowly awakened. In my previous life, I too endeavored to have the longevity tower absorb spiritual energy, yet it proved nearly futile at that time. However, in this life, the longevity tower actively draws upon the spiritual energy gathered by the gathering formation, and today, it even pulled me into its internal space, allowing me to witness the Tao fruit of my first life. If I am not mistaken, the longevity tower must have undergone subtle changes, nonetheless. Such changes should bode well for me. With the assistance of the longevity tower, I am determined to become a great cultivator who masters his own fate in this life. Suddenly, as Zhao Ping'an contemplated, a deafening thunderclap echoed from outside. Simultaneously, a heavy, suffocating aura enveloped the entire sword sect, causing all of nature to feel its weight. Recognizing this unusual sense of suffocation, Zhao Ping'an's expression darkened, and he promptly rose to push the door open. Glancing up, he noted that the previously clear sky had been engulfed by ominous clouds converging towards the sect. What a strange occurrence. Is a storm approaching? It does not appear to be a typical downpour, as the storm clouds rumble without releasing rain. As he stepped outside, he observed groups of disciples from the medicinal herb garden huddled together, discussing the celestial phenomenon with animated chatter. Following their gazes, Zhao Ping'an beheld the dark clouds pressing down like mountains, densely packed and nearly covering the surrounding area for dozens of miles. Most alarming was the sight of lightning, coiling like a dragon within the depths of the heavy clouds, exuding a sense of dread and suffocation. It felt as though divine retribution was imminent, targeting none other than the sword sect itself. This resembles a thunder tribulation. Zhao Ping'an's heart raced, and he murmured to himself, could it be that a cultivator within the sword sect is undergoing a thunder tribulation? It is known that only when a golden core practitioner seeks to break through to the nascent soul stage does the heavenly tribulation manifest. Such an overwhelming thunder tribulation could not be provoked by an ordinary cultivator. Could it be that a formidable expert within the sect is preparing to face the tribulation? Given the long-standing heritage of the sword sect, Zhao Ping'an speculated that there must be powerful cultivators among them, yet their true strength remained a mystery. The thunder tribulation descends. Could it be that a master within the sect has achieved a profound level of mastery, thus provoking such phenomena? The guardian of the medicinal garden stood atop the highest tower, her flowing robe failing to conceal her alluring figure. Her bright gaze pierced the overcast sky, and a hint of reverence graced her exquisite countenance. Simultaneously, the sword master emerged from the grand hall, surveying the dense clouds above. He spoke in a deep voice. The Grand Elder has finally taken that pivotal step. Whether he succeeds or not depends on his own destiny. After a moment's hesitation, the sword master conveyed to all disciples of the sect, by the authority of this sword master, all disciples are commanded to return to their abodes. The sect's great formation shall be activated, and no one is permitted to venture outside. His resonant and authoritative voice echoed throughout the entire sect in an instant. Chapter 50. Deep in the back mountain, Great Elder, you must succeed. The anticipation in the air was palpable. If you can successfully transcend the tribulation, our sword sect shall once again have the hope of resurgence. The fate of the sword sect, whether it would continue its decline or reclaim its former glory, depended on the outcome of this very day. Unlike the puzzled disciples of the sect, the higher-ups of the sword sect wore grave expressions, their gazes collectively fixed upon the back mountain of the sect. Over the past 2 to 3 years, the ongoing conflict with the Frost Moon sect had inflicted significant losses upon them. In order to resolve their current predicament, the sword sect desperately needed a powerful cultivator of their own. Only those who had reached the nascent soul realm could truly be considered formidable in the southern prefecture. The decline of the sword sect over the past few centuries was primarily due to the absence of any nascent soul beings. Now, after years of diligent cultivation in the back mountain, the Great Elder was finally poised to take his final step. If he could withstand the impending thunder tribulation, the sword sect would have a genuine chance for revival. Deep within the back mountain, an elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow slowly rose. Despite his seemingly frail and aged physique, he gradually exuded a robust aura, bolstered by the rumbling thunder overhead. Even his hair transformed to a lustrous black. His eyes sparkled with vitality as he gazed at the storm-laden heavens, a hearty laugh escaping his lips. After a century of arduous cultivation, today has finally arrived. I, Gu Changming, shall undoubtedly transcend the thunder tribulation and embark upon the path of immortality. As his words echoed, the elder soared into the air on his sword, an unprecedented momentum erupting from within him. It seemed that the heavens, sensing the elder's provocation, unleashed a blinding bolt of lightning from the firmament above, crashing down mercilessly. What a terrifying thunder tribulation, far more fearsome than I had anticipated. The elder's expression shifted slightly at the sight, yet he gripped his sword and summoned all his strength to resist. A dreadful aura of destruction enveloped the entire sword sect, instilling a profound sense of peril in all present. Indeed, someone was undergoing a tribulation. Such a formidable thunderstorm would not be easily traversed. Zhao Ping'an, whose spiritual strength far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators and whose consciousness rivaled that of foundational practitioners, sensed the situation even from a considerable distance. Cultivators defy the heavens, and thunder tribulations serve as tests from the celestial order. Almost 99% of cultivators find it exceedingly difficult to endure the tribulation. It was uncertain whether this being who had summoned the thunder tribulation within the sword sect would emerge victorious. The thunderous roars persisted for an entire day, the terrifying commotion sending shivers down the spines of the sect's disciples. Meanwhile, the menial disciples in the herb garden were engulfed in anxiety and dread. Only when the clouds dispersed the following day did tranquility return to the sect. Although Zhao Ping'an was deeply curious about the outcome of the tribulation, as a mere menial disciple tasked with sweeping, he felt he lacked the standing to engage with matters concerning the sect's higher-ups. He continued with his routine, diligently sweeping the herb garden by day and returning to his wooden cabin to craft talismans and cultivate. Zhao Ping'an remained oblivious to the affairs beyond his window, focused solely on fulfilling his duties and quietly advancing his cultivation. Yesterday, the sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, presenting a peculiar spectacle. Do you know what transpired? Zhao Ping'an was diligently engaged in his cleaning tasks when Daniyu approached him, speaking in hushed tones. I am unaware, Zhao replied. Oh, have you heard any intriguing rumors? Zhao Ping'an inquired with a slight smile, probing for information. Ever since Daniyu regained his positive demeanor, he had spent most of his time mingling with various disciples, thus acquiring a wealth of information from both within and outside the sect. Whether it be gossip or mere speculation, Daniyu eagerly relayed every tidbit to Zhao Ping'an. I heard that the Grand Elder attempted to transcend the Thunder Tribulation yesterday, seeking to elevate himself to the realm of a nascent soul cultivator. However, he ultimately failed at the final hurdle. Dainyu recounted nervously. The Grand Elder attempted to transcend? He failed. Zhao Ping'an felt a mix of surprise and inevitability. His previous incarnations' memories of the Grand Elder were scant, only aware that he resided in seclusion at the sect's rear mountain, an elusive figure. Indeed, it is quite unfortunate. Had the Grand Elder succeeded, our sword sect would have gained a nascent soul cultivator. At that point, the Frost Moon sect would no longer dare to bully us. Dainyu sighed. I also heard that today the Sword Master, accompanied by nearly all the higher-ups, went to the rear mountain. I wonder how the Grand Elder is faring. Dainyu shared all he knew with Zhao Ping'an. The commotion surrounding this event was substantial. Even if the sect's higher-ups wished to conceal it, they could not. Following the Grand Elder Gu Changming's failure to transcend, the news spread throughout the sect. A failed transcendence often heralded a grim fate. Zhao Ping'an shook his head, murmuring softly to himself, given the terrifying nature of Thunder Tribulations. I became a Sword Dao Master at the nascent soul level in my first life due to the sect's abundant resources and my unparalleled talent. Yet even then, I nearly perished during my own transcendence, narrowly escaping with the aid of 2 protective artifacts. With such significant developments, can the sect remain stable? Dainyu continued anxiously. Many are expressing concerns that if the Frost Moon sect were to strike at this moment, our sword sect could face annihilation. Dainyu, having lost an arm and severed from the path of immortality, dreaded the prospect of dying here. This sentiment resonated with many disciples within the sect. There is no need for concern. Our sword sect possesses profound foundations. Even if the Frost Moon sect were to attack, there are always those who will stand tall against adversity. Zhao Ping'an reassured him, patting Dainyu on the shoulder. While he spoke with such assurance, a flicker of unease lingered within Zhao Ping'an's heart. Should the sect's formidable cultivators fall, its overall strength would inevitably wane, and the dangers faced would be exponentially greater than the current threats. Thus, it became evident that he must prepare for the unforeseen future. As the two conversed, the depths of the rear mountain of the sword sect were already filled with the esteemed members of the clan. Every elder of the sect had gathered before a cave dwelling under the leadership of the sword master. I am not yet at death's door, the old man proclaimed. The sword master shall remain. The rest of you may return. An aged voice emanated from within the cave, signaling the senior members of the sword sect to disperse. As you command. Despite some hesitation, the elders respectfully bowed and subsequently departed, leaving only the sword master behind. Come in, sword master. Upon hearing this voice, the sword master hesitated for a moment before striding boldly into the cave. Illuminated by the dim flicker of candlelight, he beheld an elderly man seated cross-legged upon the ground. The man's gaunt visage was slightly pallid, and the fluctuating aura surrounding him betrayed an alarming frailty. Brother Gu, the sword master took a couple of steps forward, concern etched upon his face. It is truly regrettable. I have fallen just short of victory. Gu Changming slowly opened his eyes and spoke with a tinge of melancholy in his tone. From now on, the sect shall rely entirely upon you. There are numerous healing elixirs and spiritual herbs within the sect. They will undoubtedly aid in your recovery, brother. The sword master expressed unease at the words. Enough, Gu replied. I am a man already on the brink of death. Expending any more treasures would ultimately be in vain. The sect has faced both internal and external turmoil. For these years, you have borne the burden alone. Before I depart this life, I will assist you in dealing with the old adversary from the Frost Moon sect. Even if it means my own demise, I shall take a few down with me. Gu Changming's countenance revealed a resolute determination as he spoke solemnly. Though his energy was nearly extinguished, he felt compelled to contribute his final strength for the preservation of the sect. Half an hour later, the sword master emerged from the cave, his expression heavy with sorrow. He cast one last glance at the dwelling, sighed softly, and turned to leave. Chapter 51. The funeral incident at Frost Moon Gate. The elder of the sword sect has failed his tribulation. Now is the opportune moment for us at Frost Moon Gate to launch a decisive attack against the sword sect. I implore the Grand Elder to issue the command, allowing us and our disciples to assault the sword sect's mountain stronghold. Within the Grand Hall, numerous high-ranking members of Frost Moon Gate gathered, their faces alight with excitement, eagerly rubbing their hands together. Frost Moon Gate possesses its own intelligence network, which promptly informed them of the sword sect elder's failure during the tribulation. Observing the fervent crowd of fellow disciples, the Grand Elder of Frost Moon Gate remained exceptionally composed. Despite his white hair and beard, his towering and robust physique stood like a mountain, exuding a formidable presence without the need for anger. Grand Elder, what are you waiting for? This is the perfect opportunity to strike the Sword Sect. If we conquer them now, Frost Moon Gate's prestige in Southern County will soar to unprecedented heights, urged a middle-aged man with a square face. Indeed, Elder Yang speaks wisely. We beseech you, Grand Elder, to give the order at once, others chimed in, unable to contain their eagerness. Not so fast. As the crowd urged repeatedly, the Grand Elder finally spoke. His piercing gaze swept over the assembly, and he declared solemnly, "We must not hastily attack the Sword Sect at this moment. It is imperative that all disciples currently outside the sect return immediately, and swiftly. Why is that? If we call back our disciples, will we not relinquish the territories we have already seized from the Sword Sect?" The crowd was perplexed. The Sword Sect Elder had failed his tribulation, presenting an ideal opportunity for Frost Moon Gate. Yet the Grand Elder not only refrained from ordering an attack, but instead commanded a retreat. What do you know? The Grand Elder huffed, then explained. Though he has failed, Gu Changming will undoubtedly not perish easily. Before he meets his end, he will unleash a violent rampage, dragging many down with him. Can you fathom the terror of a dying man as madness? As his words echoed, the once boisterous hall fell into a profound silence. The members exchanged glances, hearts racing, realizing the wisdom in the Grand Elder's caution. On that day, Frost Moon Gate recalled all elders and disciples from the outside and activated the protective Grand Array, forbidding anyone from leaving. 2 days later, amidst thick, heavy clouds, an ancient figure stood upon his sword. The elders of Frost Moon Gate are quite astute. It seems they anticipated my intentions and have hidden away like turtles, Gu Changming remarked. His complexion pale, yet his eyes glinting with a chilling intensity as he coldly surveyed the mountain gate of Frost Moon. Zhao Ping'an, however, remained largely oblivious to the outside affairs, diligently sweeping the designated areas of the medicinal garden each morning, while dedicating his afternoons and evenings to cultivation and talisman crafting. For him, the most pressing matter at hand is to diligently enhance his own strength, regardless of the perilous changes that may arise in the future. Only by possessing formidable capabilities can one confront unforeseen dangers. Inside the wooden cabin, Zhao Ping'an is immersed in a tub filled with medicinal herbs. Accompanied by the rich aroma of the herbs, a faint golden light envelopes his exposed skin. Zhao Ping'an is practicing the 9 transformations of the golden body, a technique that augments the physical prowess of the body. Since he began his cultivation over a year ago, Zhao Ping'an regularly bathes in herbal concoctions to solidify his training. As the incantation flows through him, he can distinctly perceive the significant enhancement of his corporeal strength, aided by the longevity magic within him. The swirling golden light is a direct manifestation of this physical power. As the gold intensifies, Zhao Ping'an's vitality surges, reminiscent of a pure-blooded ferocious beast, exuding a formidable and astonishing aura. With a thunderous vibration, the wooden tub nearly threatens to shatter, releasing an overwhelming force from Zhao Ping'an's body. He has reached the 2nd level of the 9 transformations of the golden body. At this moment, Zhao Ping'an suddenly opens his eyes. His gaze is exceptionally captivating, akin to a bolt of lightning flashing through the void. With a swift motion, Zhao Ping'an rises, his lean and robust physique displaying smooth, taut muscle lines. Every inch of his flesh is infused with immense, surging power. His physical strength has multiplied several times over. Now, even without harnessing the longevity magic within him, he can effortlessly lift stones weighing thousands of pounds. As he speaks, Zhao Ping'an casually throws a punch. Bang! What appears to be a random strike generates a punch shadow that slices through the air like lightning, accompanied by a terrifying sonic boom. Such overwhelming power is surprising to Zhao Ping'an. The fact that a mere casual punch can produce a sonic explosion speaks volumes about the terrifying strength gained from reaching the 2nd level of the 9 transformations of the golden body. Should he encounter a practitioner at the late stage of chi refinement, even without employing his magical prowess, a single punch could incapacitate them gravely. Moreover, this is merely the power of the 2nd level of the 9 transformations of the golden body. If he were to elevate it to the 3rd or even the 4th level, he might stand a chance against those at the foundation establishment stage without relying on his cultivation level. Of course, this is merely Zhao Ping'an's speculation. Whether he can attain such strength will remain to be verified upon successful advancement in the future. However, he acknowledges that after reaching the 2nd level of the 9 transformations of the golden body, the difficulty of further cultivating such physical techniques will increase significantly. He must gather more precious spiritual herbs to foster the enhancement of his corporeal strength. Zhao Ping'an reflects thoughtfully. For the first 2 levels of the 9 transformations of the golden body, one only requires ordinary spiritual herbs for the medicinal baths, but as the technique progresses, Rarer and more plentiful spiritual herbs will be necessary, lest the effects of enhancement become elusive. However, he was merely a humble disciple tasked with menial chores in the medicinal garden, a place abundant with various spiritual herbs and exotic plants. As long as he possessed sufficient spirit stones, he could find appropriate channels to exchange for some. In the days that followed, Zhao Ping'an did not indulge in the joy of his breakthrough in corporeal cultivation, but instead activated the spirit-gathering formation to diligently practice the eternal life sword technique. As time passed, a month swiftly elapsed. One day, while Zhao Ping'an was meditating, he was abruptly awakened by the resounding sound of a bell. The deep toll echoed throughout the sword sect, reverberating above the medicinal garden. The bell tolled 311 times, signaling the passing of an elder from the sect. Zhao Ping'an raised an eyebrow and murmured to himself. The bell tolling held great significance within the sword sect, for only those of elder rank who had transcended could warrant such an honor. Could it be the elder who had failed his tribulation? Zhao Ping'an pondered silently before rising and stepping outside, gazing intently towards the direction of the sect's rear mountain. Before long, the news of the great elder Gu Changming's passing indeed spread throughout the sect. All aspired to attain immortality and longevity, oblivious to the perilous path of ascension, where a single misstep could lead to eternal damnation. Zhao Ping'an sighed softly, speaking to himself. 3 days later, a grand funeral was held for the great elder Gu Changming, presided over by the sect master and the upper echelons of the sect. Every prominent figure within the sword sect attended the ceremony at the mountain gate. As a mere disciple of menial tasks in the medicinal garden, Zhao Ping'an lacked the qualifications to join, so he remained diligently fulfilling his duties. Ping'an, today is the great elder's funeral, and the overseer has gone. I hear it is quite lively at the sect, remarked Dainyu, who was sweeping the floor, his tone tinged with longing. If only he were a formal disciple of the sect, he could partake in such a grand ceremony and witness the esteemed figures of the sect. Death is akin to an extinguished lamp. What significance does it hold, regardless of the number of attendees at the funeral? Zhao Ping'an shook his head and replied casually. That is true. You see things quite clearly. Dainyu nodded in agreement, finding Zhao Ping'an's perspective quite reasonable. Suddenly, as the two conversed, a deafening roar erupted from the horizon. Zhao Ping'an instinctively looked up at the sky, where he beheld a blade of light stretching 100 feet, descending with the force of a thunderous tempest towards the mountain gate of the sword sect. The luminous blade exuded an aura of terrifying destruction, chilling the spines of the sect's disciples even before it reached the ground. I, Ling Xiao, lead the elders of the Frost Moon sect to attend the funeral of the old fool Gu. Boomed a hearty laugh that echoed across the heavens as the blade of light descended with lethal precision. Chapter 52. The Shattered Formation. The disciples of the Frost Moon sect are attacking the sect? Zhao Ping'an and Dainyu exchanged glances, their expressions filled with apprehension. Zhao Ping'an remained relatively calm as he gazed at the blade of light cleaving towards the sword sect's mountain gate, though his eyes grew solemn. Such an overwhelming surge of magical energy indicated that the assailant was at least a perfected foundation establishment practitioner, perhaps even a terrifying being of the Golden Core realm. In a sect as formidable as the sword sect, a foundation establishment cultivator was already considered a powerful force. As for those of the Golden Core level, they were truly elite figures reigning supreme. What should we do? Will we be caught in the crossfire here in the medicinal herb garden? Ping'an, perhaps we should flee. Dainyu's complexion paled as he stared at the 100-foot blade of light, his anxiety palpable. Do not worry, the sect surely has powerful figures to respond. Zhao Ping'an signaled him to remain calm. The sword sect, with its ancient legacy, would not be easily breached. Just as the two were conversing, the blade of light descended heavily, carrying with it an overwhelming celestial might, its terrifying energy shaking the heavens. Boom. At a critical moment, the protective formation of the sword sect's mountain gate activated, a dark golden barrier enveloping the entire entrance, successfully thwarting this deadly strike. Ling Xiao, the Grand Elder of the Frost Moon sect. How dare he lead an assault on our sword sect today? Inside the spiritual hall, the higher-ups of the sword sect exchanged anxious glances, unease and tension evident on their faces. Only the sword master remained composed, as if he had anticipated this very scenario. Everyone, follow me to greet our esteemed guests from the Frost Moon sect. The sword master strode forth with confidence, leading the way. The other high-ranking members of the sword sect hesitated for a moment before following suit. In the skies above, led by the Grand Elder of the Frost Moon sect, 5 formidable figures stood proudly, each emanating an imposing and awe-inspiring aura. Besides the old curmudgeon Ling, the 4 elders representing fire, wind, thunder, and lightning from the Frost Moon sect were also present. The sword master's expression darkened slightly as he sensed the gravity of the situation. Yet, he maintained his composure, revealing no emotion to avoid dampening the morale of his followers. Sword master, you have finally shown yourself. I have come with the 4 elders of the Frostmoon sect to attend the funeral of the old curmudgeon Gu. Do you intend to keep us at bay? Hurry and dispel the formation, allowing us to pay our respects in the spiritual hall. Ling Xiao stood with an air of arrogance, mockingly addressing the sword master. He brimmed with confidence, having received reliable news of the death of the sword sect's grand elder Gu Changming. This presented the perfect opportunity for him and the Frostmoon sect to strike. Besides the elders he had brought, more disciples from the Frostmoon sect were making their way from 100 miles away to join the assault. Today, he intended to lead the Frostmoon sect to completely obliterate the sword sect. Ling Xiao, today is the funeral of our grand elder. Do you truly think our sword sect is to be trifled with, arriving here so menacingly? The sword master, exuding authority without anger, declared fiercely, leave at once with your people, or do not blame us if the sword sect wipes you out. Before the assembled elders and disciples, the sword master spoke with a tone of indomitable strength, ensuring the sect's dignity remained intact. Such audacity, relying solely on your group? Ling Xiao, with a disdainful glance, coldly declared, now that the old fool Gu is deceased, I alone possess the power to extinguish your sword sect. If you possess any courage, step forth and meet your demise. He ceased to conceal his overwhelming aura. An astonishing torrent of magical energy surged forth, his formidable presence akin to a dragon breaking through the clouds. If it is battle you seek, then let it commence. The sword master inhaled deeply, and before anyone could react, he shattered the ground beneath him, using the tremendous recoil to soar skyward. Kill. Witnessing the sword master's willingness to engage, Ling Xiao's eyes glimmered ominously, his entire being brimming with murderous intent as he summoned a dark battle blade to cleave towards his opponent. The sword master grasped his sword, which materialized in his hand, exuding an intense and fierce aura, engaging fiercely with Ling Xiao. The two formidable cultivators clashed violently, the resulting waves of magical energy cascading like a tempest throughout the sword sect's gates. Some disciples of lesser cultivation were even affected by the forceful fluctuations, struggling to maintain their footing. Besides the sword master, several elders of the sword sect also took action, battling against the 4 elders of the Frostmoon sect amidst flames, thunder, and lightning. In that moment, the world seemed to turn upside down, with the enemy already at their doorstep. If the cultivators of the sword sect were to cower within their protective formations, their reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Thus, this battle was destined to be brutal. Seizing the opportunity while the sword sect's grand elder had fallen, the formidable warriors of the Frostmoon sect had undoubtedly prepared adequately for this assault. Could the sect withstand this calamity? Zhao Ping'an furrowed his brow, utilizing his formidable spiritual sense to perceive the situation at the mountain gates, even from a considerable distance. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the entire medicinal garden trembled violently. What was happening? What transpired? The servant disciples within the garden displayed expressions of panic, anxiously glancing towards the source of the tremors. Zhao Ping'an followed their gaze and beheld the protective array enveloping the garden suddenly manifesting visible cracks before anyone could react. The fissures multiplied, culminating in a resounding explosion. The medicinal garden was under siege. Zhao Ping'an's heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation. At this moment, the sword sect was under assault from the Frostmoon sect's grand elder and others, leaving them unable to respond adequately. Now, with the garden under attack, timely support was impossible. Boldly daring to strike at the sword sect's garden, I shall ensure you pay dearly for your audacity. At that moment, a figure soared from the garden, emanating an astonishing and formidable presence. It was the guardian of the medicinal garden, clad in voluminous robes. The guardian's exquisite visage was marred by fury as they directed their wrath towards a specific point in the void, unleashing a barrage of magical energy that transformed into countless arrows. Mid-stage Foundation establishment? It seems the information provided by the rotund sun was not entirely accurate. A cold laugh echoed as a towering figure emerged, the target of the barrage. He casually waved his sleeve, and before him, a swirl of purple mist materialized, effortlessly deflecting the barrage of arrows that rained down upon him. This man was none other than Yang Hong, who had once ventured to a hidden location to assist Sun Pongzi. Regrettably, after waiting for several days in vain, he had never encountered Sun Pongzi. Who are you? The guard of the medicinal garden's expression shifted slightly. An entity capable of easily countering her offensive was undoubtedly no ordinary cultivator. It is worth noting that after being ambushed by Sun Pongzi, she had taken time to recuperate. not only recovering from her injuries, but also advancing her cultivation to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. While this rank is not particularly distinguished within the sword sect, among her peers, few could rival her prowess. Me? Yang Hong smiled and proclaimed in a resonant voice, I am Yang Hong, an elder of the Frost Moon sect. His voice echoed throughout the medicinal garden, causing the attendant disciples to become flustered and disoriented. Ghost Hand Yang Hong. The guard's face darkened, clearly familiar with his name. Yang Hong was a seasoned elder of the Frost Moon sect, reputed to have reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment a decade prior, earning the moniker Ghost Hand Yang Hong due to his cultivation of the technique known as 8-arm ghost hand. Without a moment's hesitation, the guard of the medicinal garden activated a distress signal, summoning powerful reinforcements from the sect. This was a new protocol established in the wake of Sun Pengxi's betrayal, enhancing communication between the guard and the sect. Feudal, Yang Hong remarked coldly, observing the guard. His gaze then swept over the other attendant disciples in the garden, chillingly declaring, the rest of the sword sect cannot ensure their own safety. Kneel and surrender, and I may spare your lives. Ping'an, we should flee quickly. Dainyu, trembling with fear, hid behind Zhao Ping'an. This man's aura is terrifying. I feel the guard is no match for him. The other attendant disciples were equally in a state of panic, with some fleeing towards the garden's exit while others cowered behind the guard, creating a scene of utter chaos. Chapter 53. Farewell, Senior. Presently, the sword sect finds itself in a state of disarray, with the medicinal garden being guarded solely by its custodian. The formation protecting the garden has ceased to function, which fills Yang Hong with an overwhelming sense of confidence, convinced that he can easily seize control of the entire garden. Securing the garden would mean a significant loss of vital resources for the sword sect. With a sudden flourish, Yang Hong's fingers spread wide, unleashing a torrent of surging magical energy that transformed into a multitude of spectral hands, descending upon the garden's custodian. Each spectral hand bore an immense force, akin to the combined might of dozens of foundational cultivators. The custodian's demeanor darkened as she summoned a dark golden shield, attempting to withstand the onslaught of this fierce attack. However, with a resounding crash, the shield shattered. Alarmed and fearful, the custodian swiftly drew a gleaming sword, radiating a chilling light, and unleashed its lethal aura, cleaving through the dense array of spectral hands. Yang Hong, witnessing this, let out a cold laugh, his aura intensifying. The myriad spectral hands coalesced into a massive black claw, colliding forcefully with the sword's energy. For a brief moment, the two contrasting powers held firm against one another before the sword energy erupted and the black claw surged forth, propelling the custodian violently backward. She crashed to the ground, and as she attempted to rise, her face paled, and she swiftly lost consciousness. In mere moments, the mid-foundational cultivator guarding the garden had been grievously injured and rendered unconscious by the elder from Frost Moon sect. Flee, we must escape. The remaining disciples, witnessing the defeat of their guardian, scattered in terror like startled birds, desperately seeking refuge from the looming danger. A swarm of ants. Your existence serves no purpose, Yang Hong remarked, noticing the fleeing disciples. A cruel smile crept across his lips as he casually pointed a finger. With a swift motion, a young male disciple, barely having taken a few steps, found his forehead pierced by a beam of light from Yang Hong's finger, collapsing into a lifeless body. Yang Hong strolled forward, as if taking a leisurely walk, flicking his fingers to extinguish the lives of the fleeing disciples. In no time, several bodies lay sprawled across the ground. Ping'an, what should we do? Dainyu trembled in fear, grateful that he had not rushed to escape earlier. Otherwise, he would have met the same fate as his fellow disciples. Yang Hong intended not only to dominate the medicinal garden, but also to eliminate everyone within it. Dainyu, you must hide, Zhao Ping'an said gravely, his eyes deep with thought. If he did not intervene, his own survival would be in jeopardy, given that Yang Hong was a seasoned mid-foundational cultivator. All right, and you? Dainyu raised his head only to find that Zhao Ping'an had vanished without a trace. Ping'an? Dainyu was momentarily stunned, wondering if Zhao Ping'an had fled on his own. He stomped his foot, dismissing the thought, and sought refuge in an adjacent, unoccupied storeroom. With the establishment of this medicinal garden, even if the elders are unable to successfully conquer the sword sect today, they have still achieved significant gains. Yang Hong wore a proud smile. Although Sun, the chubby one, had disappeared innocently, he had nonetheless grasped the secrets of the garden's formations in advance. Without that knowledge, they would have been unable to enter the garden today. Flee, flee, insignificant ants. Your fate is sealed in death. Yang Hong flicked his fingers, and a beam of light shot forth like lightning, piercing through two outer disciples 100 feet away. His laughter echoed throughout the medicinal garden, Suddenly, 3 talismans shot forth, appearing before Yang Hong in an instant. Yang Hong's eyes widened. With but a glance, he froze the talismans mid-air. However, the surface of the talismans ignited with a brilliant light, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that transformed into a storm of ice spikes, hurtling towards Yang Hong. His expression darkened slightly as he waved his hand, summoning a fearsome whirlwind that obliterated the icy projectiles into nothingness. Ice shards fell continuously, as if a heavy snow had descended from the sky. Is it that cowardly rat hiding in the shadows? Do you not hurry and reveal yourself? Yang Hong's voice boomed like thunder, resonating through the surrounding space. The outer disciple, Zhao Ping'an, stepped forth, greeting the elder with calm composure. Dressed in the humble garb of a servant, he appeared lean yet robust, exuding an air of tranquility, as if he were merely an ordinary cultivator rather than standing before a formidable foundation stage expert. An outer disciple? Proficient in talismans? Could you be the sword sect disciple who once saved the traitor of the heavenly Xian sacred ground? Rumored to have been demoted by the sword master to the medicinal garden, yet revealed his talent for talismans a year or two ago, becoming a first-tier talisman master? Yang Hong scrutinized Zhao Ping'an, a cold smirk forming as he accurately recounted the latter's background. You know of me, elder? Zhao Ping'an was taken aback. Could his reputation be so illustrious that even an elder of the Frost Moon sect was well acquainted with him? The previous master of the garden, the chubby son, was my subordinate. He once attempted to annihilate the medicinal garden, yet ultimately vanished. I learned of you through him long ago. Yang Hong snorted, elucidating. Your talent for talismans is commendable, unlike those worthless outer disciples. I offer you a chance. Join the Frost Moon sect as my disciple, and I shall spare your life. Yang Hong spoke from a position of superiority, adopting a tone of clemency. Talismans are highly valued, and there are few legitimate talisman masters within the Frost Moon sect. He recognized Zhao Ping'an's worth. Elder, I appreciate your kindness, but as a disciple of the sword sect, I cannot betray my own. Zhao Ping'an shook his head in refusal, then added calmly, Please leave. Elder, outsiders are not permitted to intrude upon the medicinal garden. Are you jesting? At Zhao Ping'an's words, Yang Hong's gaze turned icy cold. Having shown kindness by offering Zhao Ping'an a chance at life, the recipient not only failed to appreciate it, but audaciously dared to drive him away from the medicinal garden. A clear act of folly. I kindly request the esteemed elder to depart. Zhao Ping'an did not respond. Instead, he reiterated his statement. In the past, upon encountering such a seasoned foundation establishment expert, Zhao Ping'an would have walked away without a moment's hesitation. However, ever since he discovered the existence of his past life's Dao fruit within the Eternal Life Tower, he found himself emboldened with a formidable trump card. Not only would he remain unfazed in the presence of an experienced foundation establishment master, even if a seasoned golden elixir realm practitioner were to appear, Zhao Ping'an would remain composed, refusing a toast only to drink punishment wine. Death. Yang Hong, unable to contain his anger, flicked a finger. A beam of finger light, akin to a fearsome sword, surged forth, aimed directly at Zhao Ping'an's brow with lethal intent. In the next moment, a golden talisman materialized, transforming into a resplendent golden light that effortlessly shattered the finger beam, surging toward Yang Hong with an even more terrifying momentum. A second-tier inferior talisman, the Heavenly Arrow Talisman. A second-tier talisman? Yang Hong was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. He spread his fingers wide, unleashing a torrent of magical energy that coalesced into a pitch-black, ghostly hand, which seized the golden light generated by the Heavenly Arrow Talisman. With a forceful squeeze, the entire talisman was reduced to powder in an instant. In the presence of a seasoned foundation establishment expert, a second-tier inferior talisman was utterly inadequate. The Heavenly Arrow Talisman posed no threat to him. Even a second-tier medium-grade mountain-suppressing talisman would struggle to inflict substantial harm. Observing this scene, Zhao Ping'an felt no surprise. It was not that the second-tier talisman lacked strength, but rather that his opponent's power was overwhelmingly formidable. Such trifling skills, do you dare to challenge me? You are truly courting death. Yang Hong scoffed, then ceased to hold back. With a single step forward, he unleashed a tremendous force that shook the ground. A violent surge of magical energy coalescing into a mass of black mist that rushed toward Zhao Ping'an's face. Zhao Ping'an neither avoided nor dodged, his expression remarkably serene, so calm that it instilled a sense of unease in Yang Hong. Boom! Just as the black mist was about to envelop Zhao Ping'an, an unimaginable aura suddenly descended, akin to a fearsome heavenly might, effortlessly shattering the black mist and, in a crushing manner, immobilizing Yang Hong. This is... Yang Hong's face turned pale, betraying an expression of horror as he sensed an unprecedented aura of danger for the first time. He exerted every ounce of his magical energy. Yet it proved futile, as if an immense mountain bore down upon him, causing his feet to sink into the ground. May the elder depart safely. I shall not see you off, Zhao Ping'an said with a faint smile directed at Yang Hong. As his words fell, before Yang Hong could react, his entire being was torn apart by that formless aura, erupting into a mist of blood that scattered into the sky. This was the aura of the nascent soul stage, capable of taking life merely through its overwhelming presence. Zhao Ping'an, harnessing a portion of the power from the Tao fruit of his first life within the Eternal Life Tower, decisively subdued Yang Hong on the spot. Chapter 54, Faking Death in His First Life. Zhao Ping'an possessed the formidable cultivation of the nascent soul realm. It was evident that even Yang Hong, a seasoned Foundation establishment practitioner, could not withstand the overwhelming pressure emanating from him, let alone any being of the Golden Core stage. Zhao Ping'an stood proudly, his aura undulating around him. With every gesture, he exuded an aura of terrifying power. Casting his gaze around, an oppressive force surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly rendering the nearby servant disciples unconscious under its tremendous weight. To ensure that the previous scene went unseen, Zhao Ping'an employed his nascent soul might, successfully incapacitating all the surrounding servant disciples while simultaneously erasing parts of their memories. Once he accomplished this, Zhao Ping'an focused his thoughts, allowing the once mighty pressure to recede like the ebbing tide, leaving him feeling exceedingly weak. Although his use of the Tao fruit from his past life was brief, it had nearly depleted his life force energy. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself and noticed a storage bag left behind on the ground following Yang Hong's demise. His eyes glimmering with intent, Zhao Ping'an reached out, and an ornate dark golden storage bag materialized in his palm. He refrained from examining its contents immediately, opting instead to return to his wooden cabin to leisurely explore the spoils within. Surely, the storage bag of a seasoned Foundation establishment cultivator would be immensely bountiful. Gu Changming, you are not dead. Suddenly, a voice filled with shock echoed from the direction of the Sword Sect's entrance, belonging to the great elder of the Frost Moon sect. His tone was laced with a hint of fear and chaos, resonating throughout the entirety of the Sword Sect. Simultaneously, an aura of profound terror emanated from the Sword Sect, causing all who sensed it to shudder at their very core. Even from a considerable distance, Zhao Ping'an felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that the Grand Elder of the sect had feigned his death to lure the Frost Moon sect members into a trap? Zhao Ping'an raised an eyebrow, contemplating the implications. If his hypothesis held true, the Grand Elder and his companions from the Frost Moon sect would likely suffer severe losses today. Though the Grand Elder Gu Changming may not have successfully transcended the tribulation, having endured the baptism of lightning, his cultivation would undoubtedly surpass that of ordinary practitioners of the same realm, and the combat prowess he could unleash at death's door would be truly fearsome. Resolving not to dwell further on these thoughts, and confirming that no one had discovered his involvement in Yang Hong's demise, Zhao Ping'an silently departed, seeking to reunite with Danielle. What transpired in the medicinal garden? Just moments after his departure, several figures hastily approached the garden, led by Elder Fingye of the sect. When the rebellion instigated by the Rotund Sun had unsettled the medicinal garden, it was Elder Fingye who first rushed to the scene. His expression grave. Elder Fingye had just detected anomalies in the garden's formation and promptly brought several disciples with him. Since the previous disturbance caused by Sun, the Sword Sect had tightened its surveillance and guarding of the medicinal garden. Noticing the unconscious guards scattered on the ground, Elder Fingye's countenance shifted, and he hurriedly produced a healing pill to administer to one of them. Elder Fingye, the guardian of the medicinal garden, Yu, awoke to find Elder Maple Leaf gazing at her with deep concern etched upon his face. Confusion clouded her eyes as she murmured, "Where is Ghost Hand Yang Hong?" At the mention of Yang Hong, Elder Maple Leaf's expression shifted dramatically, urgency lacing his voice as he questioned, "Guardian, what has transpired here? Where has Ping'an gone? Should I remain hidden, or seize an opportunity to escape the medicinal garden?" Daniel felt a palpable unease. The outside world had grown eerily silent. Yet he hesitated to venture out. Just as uncertainty gripped him, a hand suddenly clasped his shoulder. "Ping'an." Daniel was taken aback, but upon turning to discern the face of his companion, joy illuminated his features. "Where have you been? I thought you had abandoned me." Relief washed over Daniel as he exhaled deeply, only to voice his grievances. "I went to assess the situation outside. The intruder has fled. We should leave this place." Zhao Ping'an smiled faintly, signaling to Daniel that the outside was now safe and there was no need to continue hiding. Really? Could it be that a powerful figure from our sect came to our aid and drove the intruder away? Daniel exclaimed, a mix of astonishment and elation coloring his tone. Zhao Ping'an offered no explanation, instead beckoning Daniel to follow him out of the storeroom. Upon exiting, they were met with the sight of several previously concealed disciples, who had now emerged, clearly indicating that the situation had stabilized. Junior brother's son is dead, and junior sister Wang is gone too. Many of our brothers and sisters have been slain. A young disciple, gazing at the lifeless bodies of his companions, collapsed to the ground in a fit of grief-stricken sobs. Others, upon witnessing the familiar yet cold forms of their peers, displayed a range of sorrowful reactions. Some wept openly, while others fell into a pained silence, and some lingered, sighing deeply. This was the lament of the lower-tier cultivators, treated as mere insects by Yang Hong, who discarded their lives with reckless abandon. The medicinal garden, having recently replenished its ranks with over 100 new disciples, now suffered grievously from Yang Hong's assault, with more than 30 of their number lost to death and injury. What was most perplexing, however, was that after inflicting such devastation upon the garden's disciples, Yang Hong vanished without a trace, leaving no one to ascertain the whereabouts of this seasoned Foundation establishment expert from the Frost Moon sect. Even more absurdly, over a dozen disciples had their memories erased, rendering them unable to recall the bizarre events occurring in Yang Hong's vicinity. The Guardian, still nursing grave injuries, had left Elder Maple Leaf in charge of managing and investigating the situation. Elder Maple Leaf and his companions conducted numerous inquiries at the scene, yet ultimately failed to arrive at a satisfactory conclusion. They exchanged glances, sensing the strangeness of the affair, and reluctantly abandoned their pursuit for further investigation. As night deepened, within the wooden cabin, Zhao Ping'an opened the dark golden storage bag, Yang Hong's personal possession, revealing the wealth amassed by a formidable Foundation establishment cultivator. Indeed, the riches of such a strong individual were astonishing. Zhao Ping'an surveyed the contents, moved by the sheer magnitude of what lay before him. Inside the storage bag, there lay a staggering 6,000 spirit stones. It is worth noting that previously, Zhao Ping'an had toiled tirelessly to complete the talisman-making tasks at the Talisman Pavilion, earning only a few thousand spirit stones over a lengthy period. In addition to the spirit stones, there were two exquisite magical artifacts. Zhao Ping'an continued his examination and discovered that one was a short bow radiating a mysterious glow, while the other was a black battle knife pulsating with intense spiritual energy. In his discerning eyes, both artifacts were of exceptional quality and possessed formidable power, clearly reaching the standard of superior magical artifacts. A single superior magical artifact could rival 10 medium-grade artifacts. Thus, the combined worth of these two superior artifacts was undoubtedly no less than several hundred to 1,000 spirit stones. This was merely Zhao Ping'an's preliminary estimation. If presented at auction, they could potentially fetch an even higher price. As Zhao Ping'an continued to explore the remaining contents of the storage bag, he soon stumbled upon an exceedingly rare jade box. He casually opened the box, and a rich fragrance wafted toward him. Upon closer inspection, he beheld a jade-green elixir before him. This was the Guiyuan pill. Zhao Ping'an's eyes brightened. The Guiyuan pill is an exceptionally rare concoction that aids qi refining practitioners in enhancing their cultivation, its efficacy surpassing that of the gathering yuan pill he had previously consumed by more than tenfold. This pill held immense value, second only to the Foundation establishment pill, which could assist individuals in reaching the Foundation establishment stage. Little did he expect that Yang Hong would possess such a treasure, which now fortuitously fell into his hands. Zhao Ping'an smiled and murmured to himself, contemplating that he had no immediate intention of consuming this precious elixir. Such a rare pill must be reserved for the most critical moments in cultivation to be utilized to its fullest potential. The following day, as dawn approached, Zhao Ping'an, as was his custom, took up a broom to sweep the designated area of the herb garden. Due to Yang Hong's assault on the garden the previous day, several areas had been damaged, resulting in a significant increase in the workload for Zhao Ping'an and Daniel. Ping'an, did you hear? Yesterday, the Grand Elder of the Frost Moon sect led an attack on our sect, but met with utter defeat. Daniel quietly approached, speaking in hushed tones. He was well informed, possessing first-hand knowledge from within the sect. Oh, Zhao Ping'an expressed a flicker of interest. Observing his reaction, Daniel continued, last night, I overheard a senior disciple under Elder Maple mention that our Grand Elder has not yet passed away. During the confrontation between the Grand Elder of the Frost Moon sect and our Sword Master yesterday, he suddenly struck with ferocity, not only gravely wounding the Grand Elder of Frost Moon, but also slaying 2 of their elders. The Frost Moon sect suffered devastating losses. As he spoke, Daniel's eyes sparkled with excitement, seemingly oblivious to the dangers they had faced the day before. Moreover, It is said that today there will be significant movements within the sect, taking advantage of the Frost Moon Grand Elder's injuries to launch a major offensive against the entire Frost Moon sect. Daniel added with a smile, if all goes well, our sword sect could completely vanquish the Frost Moon sect within these 2 days. With hopeful anticipation in his eyes, Daniel thought that as long as the sect could triumph over the Frost Moon sect, they would no longer have to live in fear. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping'an fell into a contemplative silence, confirming his suspicions from the previous day. The sect's esteemed elder had employed a ruse of death to lure the formidable members of the Frost Moon sect into a trap, ultimately securing a resounding victory. The remarkable achievements of the sword sect were not solely due to Elder Gu Changming's feigned demise. It was likely a culmination of the concerted efforts of the sword master and others in collaboration. Indeed, those who ascended to the higher echelons of the sect were anything but ordinary, almost as if to validate Daniel's words. Just as Zhao Ping'an and his companion finished tidying up their designated area, they beheld a dozen figures soaring skyward from the direction of the sword sect's gate, accompanied by a cacophony of spirit steeds whinnying in the distance. All disciples, follow me as we launch an assault on the Frost Moon sect, boomed a resounding voice, prompting the disciples of the sword sect to mobilize alongside the elders. The overwhelming momentum reverberated even through the medicinal fields at a considerable distance. On this day, seizing the opportunity presented by the severe injury of the Frost Moon sect's elder, Ling Xiao, the entire sword sect unleashed its forces to besiege the gates of the Frost Moon sect. Chapter 55. Eighth layer of Qi refinement. Driven by the desire for vengeance for their deceased brothers and sisters, the disciples of the sword sect displayed unparalleled bravery, launching a full-scale assault on the gates of the Frost Moon sect. This fierce battle raged for 3 days and nights. Ultimately, the sword sect nearly obliterated the Frost Moon sect. However, at the most critical moment, an envoy from the heavenly Xian sacred land intervened, thwarting the sword sect's complete annihilation of their rival. When Zhao Ping'an learned of the battle's outcome days later, a hint of regret crossed his countenance. Had it not been for the interference of the heavenly Xian sacred land, the sword sect would have undoubtedly extinguished the Frost Moon sect, thereby restoring their prestige in the southern prefecture and instilling fear in other sects and petty factions. Although the Frost Moon sect remained intact, it had been severely weakened by the conflict and could no longer pose a fundamental threat to the sword sect. Thus, the protracted struggle between the two sects, which had persisted for 2 or 3 years, finally came to a close. Our sect has triumphed. We shall no longer suffer the oppression of the Frost Moon sect. Daniel's face radiated excitement. If not for the provocations of the Frost Moon sect, he would not have answered the call to transport medicinal supplies, nor would he have lost an arm in the ensuing war, shattering his hopes of continuing his cultivation. For him, the mere fact that the sect had defeated the Frost Moon sect was a source of immense exhilaration. Like Daniel, both the formal disciples and the miscellaneous apprentices of the sect were filled with joy, some even celebrating the victorious outcome of this sectarian conflict. As night fell, amidst the booming sounds, fireworks erupted in the night sky, a celebratory display organized by the sword sect in honor of their triumph. The path of immortality is merciless. The living may revel in victory, while the departed remain silent. Gazing at the dazzling fireworks illuminating the sky, Zhao Ping'an sighed softly, murmuring to himself. Having lived 2 lives, he understood increasingly that only the living could savor the true essence of life. Once fallen, all honors and past glories would dissipate like whispers in the wind. I must persist in steady growth. It is only when I am sufficiently powerful that I can truly fear no threat. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Ping'an retreated into his wooden cabin, resuming his silent cultivation. Time flew swiftly, and 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. For cultivators, 2 years is neither long nor short. During this period of recuperation, the sword sect regained much of its vitality, having sustained considerable losses in the prolonged conflict with the Frost Moon sect. Inside the wooden cabin, Zhao Ping'an sat within a gathering spirit formation. His countenance was solemn and dignified, exuding a profound and enduring aura, reminiscent of a majestic tree, resplendent and thriving. Time eluded his perception until suddenly, Zhao Ping'an's body trembled, and his once mighty life force surged dramatically, amplifying his strength significantly in an instant. It was at this moment that Zhao Ping'an slowly opened his eyes, his gaze bright and profound, as if he could penetrate the very fabric of existence. Third layer of the eternal life sword technique. He exhaled deeply as if unburdening himself. After 2 years of relentless and diligent training, he had finally elevated the longevity sword technique to this level. Zhao Ping'an could distinctly perceive that upon reaching the 3rd tier, The longevity mana within him had transformed into a true river, surging forth ceaselessly. In such a state, should Zhao Ping'an engage in combat, even without employing any techniques, he could exhaust his opponent to their demise merely through the consumption of his longevity mana. His longevity mana was profound and enduring, and with the additional advancement of his technique, both its quantity and quality experienced tremendous growth. With the technique having broken through, it was now the optimal moment to consume the elixir. Zhao Ping'an hesitated for a moment before retrieving a jade box, which contained one of the spoils obtained from Yang Hong, the returning Yuan pill. He swallowed the pill whole, and in an instant, a tempestuous surge of medicinal power radiated from his abdomen, permeating through his limbs and bones. Zhao Ping'an appeared to have anticipated this, silently operating his longevity mana to actively refine the power of the elixir. Under the influence of the pill, his skin flushed with heat, and his aura intensified remarkably. Half an hour later, with the assistance of the returning Yuan pill, Zhao Ping'an smoothly transitioned from the 7th to the 8th level of qi refinement, as if the progress was as effortless as water flowing through a channel. Furthermore, his aura did not cease. It continued to surge towards even higher realms. Ultimately, Zhao Ping'an's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the 8th level. Although this was merely a modest elevation in realms, the power coursing through his being had increased several-fold. With the longevity sword technique advancing to the 3rd tier, the potency of his longevity mana had become even more formidable. Zhao Ping'an had finally stepped into the 8th level of qi refinement, his strength having ascended to a new echelon. As anticipated, he had indeed entered the 8th level of qi refinement. He exhaled once more as if shedding a weight. In truth, he could have consumed the returning Yuan pill earlier to break through, but he had chosen to wait for this moment to maximize its effects. Of course, Zhao Ping'an's rate of advancement was not particularly swift. One might even describe it as exceedingly slow. It is important to note that, aided by the spirit gathering array, it had taken him 2 years to elevate the longevity sword technique to the 3rd tier. And only at this moment did he break through to the 8th level of qi refinement. Had it been any other cultivator, they might have already qualified to challenge the foundation establishment stage with such assistance. This slow progression was an inevitable consequence, being the sole drawback of practicing the longevity sword technique. Zhao Ping'an bore no complaints about this. Rather, he felt immense satisfaction. The longevity mana could extend one's life, and as long as he persevered, even if the rate of progression was somewhat languid, he could steadily develop towards the ultimate goal. After consolidating his realm, Zhao Ping'an slowly rose to his feet. The materials for talisman crafting sent from the talisman pavilion had been completely exhausted. Over the past 2 years, his talisman-making skills had improved, and he was now prepared to attempt crafting high-grade 2nd-tier talismans. Relying solely on ordinary materials would no longer suffice. It seemed he needed to personally visit the market at the foot of the mountain. Zhao Ping'an's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he murmured to himself. Over the past 2 years, numerous changes had transpired within the sect, reminiscent of the market at the foot of the mountain, established by the sword sect a year prior. This initiative not only facilitated the exchange of resources among the disciples, but also welcomed small, external cultivation families and sects to reside there. As long as one possessed sufficient spirit stones, they could acquire the desired resources at the market. Furthermore, the talisman's pavilion boasted a shop within the market, dedicated to selling the talismans crafted by Zhao Ping'an and fellow talisman masters. Chapter 56. The Tsundere Girl under normal circumstances. It is quite challenging for the menial disciples of the apothecary garden to enter without prior notice. However, Zhao Ping'an is not merely a menial disciple. He is also a 1st-tier talisman master recognized by the sect. Thus, his access to the apothecary garden is unimpeded. Besides procuring the high-quality materials essential for crafting talismans, he also seeks opportunities in the marketplace to sell the spoils he had previously acquired from others. Those items, having their own origins, would not be secure in his possession. Zhao Ping'an had his own plans, intending to accomplish 2 main tasks in the marketplace: selecting superior talisman crafting materials and disposing of the magical artifacts he had scavenged earlier. With steady footsteps, he made his way towards the foot of the mountain. After about half an hour, he arrived at the bustling and vibrant marketplace. The marketplace resembled a small town, brimming with a plethora of shops lining the streets, while vendors hawked their wares at the periphery. The crowd was immense and ceaseless, with individuals of various appearances, including many disciples of the sword sect clad in sect attire, as well as numerous signs from nearby cultivation families and smaller sects, along with some unaffiliated cultivators. Guarded by the disciplined enforcers of the sword sect, the marketplace was free from the worry of disturbances. Although Zhao Ping'an wore the humble garb of a menial disciple, he nonetheless attracted considerable attention. After all, Since the marketplace's inception a year ago, many formal disciples of the sword sect had visited, yet very few menial disciples from the apothecary garden had been seen. Disregarding the gazes of onlookers, Zhao Ping'an leisurely strolled through the stalls. Esteemed guest, here I possess ancestral gems, each valued at a fortune. Most importantly, these gems are sourced from a mysterious abyss, imbued with its enigmatic aura, capable of calming the mind and enhancing cultivation. You need not spend 1,000 spirit stones, nor 800, or even 500. With just 3 spirit stones, you can acquire an exceptionally rare, multicolored gem. As Zhao Ping'an approached, a glib vendor hastily welcomed him, eager to promote his merchandise. Merely a pile of stones, Zhao Ping'an thought, glancing briefly before shaking his head and moving on to the next stall. He intended to explore these small vendors to see if anything suited his needs. Seeing Zhao Ping'an turn away, the vendor's expression shifted, underestimating the latter's discernment, and he sulkily returned to his post. With so many stalls to choose from, Zhao Ping'an knew he could not examine them all individually, even with ample time. It would take until the next day to finish. Centuries-old talisman brushes, exquisitely crafted and of superior quality. Need talisman brushes? Visit the Sun family stall. A young man was calling out, holding several delicate talisman brushes and advertising to passers-by. May I see those? At that moment, a voice unexpectedly chimed in. The young man turned to see Zhao Ping'an smiling at him. Of course, these talisman brushes were handcrafted by my grandfather. They are not ordinary brushes, possessing qualities that nearly approach the level of inferior magical artifacts. Upon noticing a potential customer, the young man eagerly approached with a smile, presenting several brushes he held. After a moment's inspection, Zhao Ping'an discerned that, in terms of craftsmanship and materials, these brushes were second only to the Qingfeng talisman brush he had once acquired. However, he aspired to create talismans of a higher grade, and these brushes seemed insufficient for his ambitions. Do you have any brushes of superior quality? Zhao Ping'an inquired. Certainly. The young man replied enthusiastically. Our Sun family stall specializes in selling talisman brushes. Please do step inside. Realizing the significance of the business opportunity, he promptly invited Zhao Ping'an to his stall. He gestured for Zhao Ping'an to take a closer look, revealing 5 or 6 brushes displayed among the wares. Some emitted a faint dark sheen, while others exuded a chilling aura. Zhao Ping'an, possessing an exceptional eye, immediately recognized that the fluctuations from these brushes all radiated the essence of inferior magical artifacts. Particularly captivating was the black brush in the center, which subtly emanated an aura that stirred Zhao Ping'an's emotions. This aura was exceedingly elusive, had it not been for Zhao Ping'an's experiences across 2 lifetimes. His soul's strength far surpassing that of ordinary cultivators, a typical person would hardly have perceived it. Esteemed guest, all of these brushes are of inferior magical artifact quality and boast significant origins. This black brush, known as the ink brush, enhances the success rate for crafting first-tier superior talismans, and even for second-tier inferior talismans, it can increase the success rate by 3% with its assistance. Next to it is the wind shock brush, made from exceptionally rare materials, and its effects surpass those of the ink brush, the young man passionately elaborated. Naturally, he was highlighting the most valuable brushes, as securing a sale of even one would yield substantial profit. And what of the black brush in the center? Zhao Ping'an inquired casually, feigning indifference. This brush, the young man hesitated for a moment before slowly responding, is a relic from my grandfather. Although its quality does not match that of the other brushes, it still holds certain commendable effects. His tone was nonchalant, seemingly indifferent to the black brush, which, amidst brushes of similar quality, appeared rather ordinary. I have a keen interest in crafting talismans and quite fancy this black brush. Please offer me a fair price. If it is reasonable, I shall purchase it, Zhao Ping'an stated thoughtfully. If you truly desire it, even though this brush is a relic from my grandfather, I am willing to part with it. How about 200 spirit stones? The young man gritted his teeth, expressing the painful concession. In truth, this had not been a cherished relic from his grandfather, but rather an item he had inadvertently acquired in exchange for a handful of spirit stones. 200 spirit stones? Forget it. I shall not take it, Zhao Ping'an declared, turning to leave. Wait, dear guest, if you find it too expensive, we can certainly negotiate. Upon hearing this, the young man promptly grasped Zhao Ping'an's arm. Zhao Ping'an had not truly intended to leave. He merely stated indifferently, 50 spirit stones, not a single more. All right, it's a deal. The moment Zhao Ping'an's words fell, the young man beamed with delight and eagerly acquiesced. His lack of hesitation and his straightforward demeanor caused Zhao Ping'an's lips to twitch slightly. It appeared he had indeed undervalued the item. Nevertheless, he consoled himself with the thought that he was not in dire need of those spirit stones at the moment. Just as Zhao Ping'an was about to hand over the spirit stones to the young man and procure the black talisman pin, a melodious voice interrupted him. Following the sound, he beheld a girl clad in a purple gown, accompanied by several bodyguards, striding towards them. Her eyes sparkled with intensity as they fixated on the black talisman pin. And without acknowledging Zhao Ping'an, she addressed the young vendor, saying, "I will offer you 300 spirit stones for that talisman pin." Her tone was resolute, exuding an air of determination to possess the black talisman pin. The young man stood dumbfounded. Had he known someone would bid such a price, he would never have sold the pin to Zhao Ping'an. However, having already accepted Zhao Ping'an's spirit stones, it would be rather inappropriate to retract the sale. Zhao Ping'an maintained his composure, intrigued to observe how the vendor would respond. He had already paid. Was the vendor truly contemplating a reversal? "I'm terribly sorry, miss, but I have already sold this pin to the gentleman beside you," the vendor stated apologetically. "If you are keen on purchasing, you may peruse the other talisman pins at my stall. They are all crafted from excellent materials and yield remarkable results." "I want that black talisman pin," the girl retorted, a hint of arrogance in her voice. "My judgment is impeccable. This black talisman pin is exquisitely made and perfectly suited for my study of talisman crafting." As her words concluded, several bodyguards flanking her stepped forward, encircling Zhao Ping'an and the young vendor. The atmosphere grew tense, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. Chapter 57. Stomping in anger, the girl, with her bright eyes and delicate skin, possessed a graceful figure. Yet, at this moment, she appeared somewhat petulant. Fixating on the black talisman pin in Zhao Ping'an's possession, the young man scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words. Naturally, he desired to resell the black talisman pin to this girl. However, having just accepted Zhao Ping'an's spiritual stones, he knew that to abruptly change his mind would tarnish his reputation. "Dear customer, might you consider transferring the black talisman pin to this young lady?" The stall owner, sensing Zhao Ping'an's amiability, hesitated briefly before cautiously posing the question with a tone of negotiation, his eyes glimmering with a hint of hope. "Certainly not," Zhao Ping'an replied, shaking his head. "There is an unwritten rule of precedence in purchasing. Having laid eyes on the item first, he had no reason to relinquish it." "Very well," the young man said, somewhat disappointed yet understanding. "Miss, as you can see, the black talisman pin has indeed been sold. Perhaps you might select another talisman pin instead? Give me the talisman pin, and I shall offer you 350 spiritual stones," the girl declared, her determination evident. It was worth noting her generous offer. 350 spiritual stones could easily procure not just one, but several talisman pins of the same grade. "I'm afraid not. I have taken quite a liking to this talisman pin and have no intention of parting with it," Zhao Ping'an stated, turning to leave, uninterested in further entanglements. "Stop." Before he could take more than a couple of steps, several imposing guards blocked his path. "I am Lin Yu, a member of the esteemed Lin family of cultivators. If you relinquish that talisman pin, I am willing to offer you an additional 50 spiritual stones, 400 in total for that pin." Taking a deep breath, the girl spoke again, her voice both crisp and melodious. "400 spiritual stones? Not interested." Zhao Ping'an shook his head, remaining unmoved. 500 spiritual stones. The girl pressed on, her red lips pursed. The crowd gasped in astonishment. 500 spiritual stones for a mere low-grade magical tool? This is unprecedented. What could possibly make this talisman pin so valuable to the esteemed daughter of the Lin family? They murmured amongst themselves, perplexed at the worth of a single talisman pin. "Oh, how I regret my hasty sale. Had I known the black talisman pin was so valuable, I would never have let it go so quickly," lamented the stall owner, wishing he had recognized the interest of the Lin family daughter before selling it to Zhao Ping'an. "Please step aside. I must leave." Zhao Ping'an maintained his composure. Regardless of the substantial offers, he remained resolute in his decision. The black talisman pin possesses an air of peculiarity. Within it may lie profound secrets that Zhao Ping'an is unwilling to relinquish. "Do not overstep your bounds. It's 1,000 spirit stones," the girl said, biting her pearly teeth. Visibly vexed. "I have already stated that it is not for sale," Zhao Ping'an retorted with irritation. "You." The girl, her delicate face paling with anger, managed to suppress her impulse to lash out, a testament to her inherent poise. Just then, a small golden mouse, the size of a palm, emerged from the cloth bag at her waist, incessantly squeaking at the black talisman pin in Zhao Ping'an's hand. A spirit beast, the treasure mouse. Zhao Ping'an's eyes narrowed, finally grasping the girl's fervent desire for the pin. The treasure mouse is an exceedingly rare spirit beast, possessing a unique sensitivity to extraordinary artifacts, treasures, and even rare celestial herbs. "Little Jean, hide away," the girl commanded, promptly returning the mouse to her bag. She turned to Zhao Ping'an, her tone still haughty. If you do not relinquish the talisman pin today, do not expect to leave. You lot, keep a close watch on him, she ordered. And her guards advanced menacingly towards Zhao Ping'an, their formidable magical energies radiating ominously. Are you intending to make a move against me? This is a market established by the sword sect. Should anyone act recklessly here, none will be able to protect you. Zhao Ping'an scoffed, offering a warning. Humph. I am well aware of the rules here and have no intention of forcibly taking your pen. However, if you do not sell it to me today, you shall not leave, Lin Yu declared, hands on her hips, unapologetically obstinate. Zhao Ping'an furrowed his brow, recognizing her intent to ensnare him. Lin Yu posed little direct threat, but the guards surrounding her emanated magical fluctuations indicative of their fourth and even fifth levels of qi refinement. Currently, Zhao Ping'an's displayed cultivation was merely at the third level of qi refinement. Under the public gaze, should he seek to escape, he would have no choice but to reveal his true level of power. Yet, doing so would expose his genuine capabilities to all eyes. Caught in a dilemma, Zhao Ping'an sensed Lin Yu's understanding of his predicament. She continued, from your attire, it appears you are merely a servant disciple of the sword sect. I do not wish to deliberately trouble you. How about this? I will select one of my guards to spar with you. If you win, I shall gift you 1,000 spirit stones. If you lose, I will still provide you with 1,000 spirit stones. But the black talisman pin must be surrendered to me. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Lin Yu's eyes as she spoke. Originating from the Lin family, a clan of cultivators, she had learned the art of intrigue amidst the complexities of her lineage, possessing wits far exceeding her peers. Zhao Ping'an surmised her ulterior motives, yet he found himself compelled to resolve the matter through this proposed method. With only one guard to contend with, he felt confident that he could easily handle the situation using his outwardly displayed third level of qi refinement. The proposal is quite agreeable. I can acquiesce to your request. Zhao Ping'an replied with commendable straightforwardness. Excellent. Truly befitting of a disciple from the sword sect, Lin Yu's face illuminated with a radiant smile, rendering her even more enchanting. Xiao Wu, you shall deal with him. Remember, do not tarnish the Lin family's reputation. Lin Yu instructed a robust guard with a clear and melodic voice. As you command. The guard responded, his expression stern as he strode directly towards Zhao Ping'an. Towering and muscular, his limbs showcased well-defined muscles, and the palpable aura of his spiritual energy suggested he was on the verge of reaching the fifth level of qi refinement. Soon, the onlookers retreated, granting ample space for the impending duel. In the marketplace, while the sword sect forbade indiscriminate killings and the plundering of goods, there were no explicit regulations against reasonable wagers. Zhao Ping'an assessed his opponent, noting the latter's complete mastery of the fourth level of qi refinement and a commendable martial foundation. His eyes sparkled with insight, instantly discerning the strengths and weaknesses of the challenger. Typically, facing such an opponent, even a fellow cultivator at the same level would find it arduous to achieve victory. However, Zhao Ping'an, equipped with numerous protective techniques, could easily handle this individual, despite his outward appearance of merely being at the third level of qi refinement. Please, you may strike first, Xiao Wu, with a face as chiseled as stone, indicated Zhao Ping'an to commence. You should make the first move, otherwise, I fear you may not have the opportunity to strike at all, Zhao Ping'an replied with a slight smile. What an arrogant fellow. Is it customary for a mere servant disciple of the sword sect to be so presumptuous? The other guards of the Lin family expressed their indignation upon hearing Zhao Ping'an's words. If he were a formal disciple of the sword sect, it would be understandable. But a servant disciple exhibiting such audacity is intolerable. Lin Yu raised her delicate brows, annoyance evident in her tone. You will pay dearly for your arrogance. Xiao Wu's gaze turned icy, and as his words fell, he lunged forward like a descending tiger, aiming directly at Zhao Ping'an. His fingers clenched into a fist, radiating a potent aura of spiritual energy, exuding a terrifying might. As Xiao Wu's fist approached his face, Zhao Ping'an's lips curled into a smirk, and he casually reached out. Bang! Xiao Wu's forceful punch was effortlessly caught by Zhao Ping'an with a single hand. Xiao Wu was taken aback. Despite his martial prowess and the application of his spiritual energy, even cultivators of the same realm would struggle to withstand his blow. Yet, Zhao Ping'an seemed to dismiss his attack with ease. Most astonishingly, it felt as though his fist was ensnared by an iron vice. No matter how much strength Xiao Wu exerted, he could not budge it in the slightest. A commendable display of strength, but alas, still too feeble, Zhao Ping'an remarked with a smile. Having already cultivated the 9 transformations golden body technique to the second level, his physical might was indeed formidable. allowing him to easily absorb the impact of his opponent's punch. Thunderous fist technique. Xiao Wu, filled with both astonishment and fury, realized escape was futile. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned the power within, unleashing a fierce punch imbued with a terrifying aura that surged towards Zhao Ping'an with the force of a thunderbolt. The punch, searing hot, resembled bolts of lightning, relentlessly striking at Zhao Ping'an from all directions. Zhao Ping'an remained steadfast, his life force swirling around him as he nonchalantly raised a hand before him. Where his hand passed, the lightning-like punch disintegrated instantaneously, and under the augmentation of his life force, the seemingly casual gesture contained an unfathomable might. With a resounding crash, before anyone could grasp the situation, Xiao Wu let out a wretched cry, his body hurtling through the air like a marionette severed from its strings. Crashing heavily several meters away, his complexion turned ashen, blood spewed from his mouth, and just as he attempted to rise, his eyes rolled back, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. In a mere strike, Zhao Ping'an had rendered the Lin family guard, who had achieved the pinnacle of the fourth layer of qi refinement, gravely injured and unconscious. Such was a fraction of Zhao Ping'an's power. A wave of shock swept through the onlookers, their gazes fixed on Zhao Ping'an with a mix of disbelief and awe, akin to gazing upon a monster. The Lin family guards stood dumbfounded, momentarily at a loss for words. How could this be? Truly worthless. Lin Yu first expressed surprise, swiftly followed by a surge of fury, stamping his feet in frustration. I haven't even exerted my full strength, yet you have already fallen. How dull, Zhao Ping'an remarked, shaking his head with indifference. The assembled crowd exchanged glances, and soon silence enveloped the atmosphere. Chapter 58. A curious turn of events. I have emerged victorious. 1,000 spirit stones. Are they still valid? Zhao Ping'an remarked with a smile, casting a glance at the irate Lin Yu. Here you go. I shall remember this debt. When we meet again, I will surely collect. Lin Yu bit her crimson lip, handing over the 1,000 spirit stones to Zhao Ping'an before turning her back and departing with several guards from the Lin family. Being the cherished jewel of the Lin family, she had never encountered loss before. To suffer such a public humiliation, losing 1,000 spirit stones without cause, was utterly disgraceful. Rest assured, I do not intend to default. How curious this is. Should there be another contest of this nature, do be sure to include me, Zhao Ping'an called out, waving as she hastily quickened her pace. Eager to escape this den of gossip, she could not afford such embarrassment. In these times, the youth are indeed extravagantly generous. Zhao Ping'an shook his head and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, proceeded onward, swiftly disappearing into the throngs of people. Subsequently, Zhao Ping'an meandered through numerous stalls, acquiring various materials for talisman crafting. Although the talisman pavilion also provided crafting materials, they were predominantly rudimentary. To create second-tier medium quality, or even attempt second-tier high-quality talismans, superior ingredients such as fine vermilion and specialized paper were essential. After procuring the necessary materials, Zhao Ping'an contemplated and ultimately resolved to visit the Talisman Pavilion storefront. Since the sect's triumph over the Frost Moon sect 2 years prior, he had undertaken several talisman crafting tasks for the pavilion, which reportedly sold the majority of their talismans in the market, generating substantial profits for the sect. As a talisman master, this was Zhao Ping'an's inaugural visit to the storefront. He arrived at the most bustling section of the market, where an imposing shop came into view, the Talisman Pavilion. Upon observing the shop's sign, Zhao Ping'an was reassured he had not erred in his search. The establishment was bustling with patrons, indicating a thriving business. Master Zhao. Just as Zhao Ping'an stepped into the shop, a voice startled him, immediately recognizing him. He turned in surprise to see a handsome young man approaching him. You are Cheng Liang? Zhao Ping'an identified the individual. Previously, when he had visited Lu Ningrand's stall to procure talisman materials, he had clashed with Cheng Liang. Moreover, Cheng Liang's father was the current chief elder of the Talisman Pavilion. Ah, Master Zhao, you still remember me? Cheng Liang chuckled, his previous animosity towards Zhao Ping'an seemingly dissipated. He was now the manager assigned by the sect to oversee the market shop, which had sold the most popular products over the past year, several talismans provided by Zhao Ping'an. To be frank, Zhao Ping'an's contributions were significant to the shop's current success. Indeed, I remember. You are a junior of Elder Cheng. It is thanks to Elder Cheng's open-mindedness that I was able to join the Talisman Pavilion after passing the assessment, Zhao Ping'an replied with a gentle smile. Master Zhao, you jest. Your ascension to the esteemed position of Talisman Master at the Talisman Pavilion is solely attributable to your own diligence and innate talent. My father often speaks of you, praising you as the most responsible master among the few at the Talisman Pavilion, and he has urged me to learn from you when we meet. Cheng Liang chuckled awkwardly, flattering Zhao Ping'an. Over the years, he has grown more composed and mature, no longer displaying the recklessness and impulsiveness of his youth, now adept at endearing himself to Zhao Ping'an. In terms of talismanic arts, Elder Cheng is truly the preeminent figure within our sect. I still have much to learn, Zhao Ping'an replied, shaking his head, refusing to be swayed by Cheng Liang's mere flattery. You are too modest, Master Zhao. Cheng Liang would not allow Zhao Ping'an to stand any longer and said, Please, come inside. Let us converse over tea. As he spoke, he ushered Zhao Ping'an indoors. Master Cheng, may I inquire who this is? A shop assistant approached. Noticing Zhao Ping'an dressed in the garb of a sect's miscellaneous disciple, and yet seeing Cheng Liang's respectful demeanor, could not refrain from asking. Quickly, fetch some tea and prepare the guest room. This gentleman is a master from the Talisman Pavilion, Cheng Liang scolded, noticing the assistant's lack of discernment. A master from the Talisman Pavilion? The assistant was taken aback, his gaze towards Zhao Ping'an transformed, and he hurriedly scurried off to prepare tea. Zhao Ping'an observed this with a smile, remaining silent. It seemed that his appearance in the garb of a miscellaneous disciple evoked a certain disdain, and had it not been for his identity as a master, he might not have received such treatment today. At last, he comprehended why, in the past, Denyo had been so fervently dedicated to enhancing his cultivation, dreaming of becoming an official disciple of the sect. By the way, Brother Cheng, how has Sister Lu been lately? Just as he settled into his seat, Zhao Ping'an suddenly recalled something and inquired of Cheng Liang. Since Lu Ningran's ascension to the rank of second-tier talisman master, Zhao Ping'an had not seen her, nor heard any news about her. Cheng Liang, who harbored feelings for Lu Ningran and was still the shopkeeper in the marketplace, should have some knowledge of her circumstances. Master Zhao, you may simply call me Cheng Liang. I truly do not merit the title of brother. Since Sister Lu's breakthrough to second-tier talisman master, I have heard she has been in seclusion for the past 2 years, diligently studying talismanic arts, and has not emerged. Cheng Liang's face bore a hint of bitterness as he relayed what he knew to Zhao Ping'an. Zhao Ping'an felt a sudden clarity, realizing why he had not heard of Lu Ningran. It turned out she had been in seclusion for 2 years to refine her skills. For cultivators, seclusion is a common practice, with some elders remaining in isolation for years or even decades. In comparison, Lu Ningran's 2-year seclusion is rather unremarkable. Tea has arrived. As the two conversed, the assistant brought forth steaming cups of tea. This was no ordinary brew, but rather a spirit tea that calms the heart and mind, reserved for those of distinction. You may leave now. Upon noticing that the attendant had finished serving tea yet lingered, Cheng Liang furrowed his brow and offered a gentle reminder. He intended to seize this opportunity to mend his relationship with Zhao Ping'an, especially considering the latter's remarkable talent in talisman crafting. Even his father, Elder Cheng, had remarked that should Zhao develop further, his proficiency in talismans could rival that of the esteemed Lu Ningran. Master Cheng, the attendant hesitated, not out of reluctance to depart, but rather to convey important news. Speak plainly, Cheng Liang urged, having observed the attendant's demeanor. The Lin family has arrived, the attendant stammered. They are demanding to see you. The Lin family? Could it be that individual? Cheng Liang's expression shifted, and his mind raced. Turning to Zhao Ping'an, he offered an apologetic smile. Master Zhao, please enjoy your tea at your leisure. I must attend to a matter briefly. I shall return shortly. Not a problem. Zhao Ping'an nodded, indicating for Cheng Liang to attend to his affairs. Having received Zhao Ping'an's consent, Cheng Liang departed the VIP room with the attendant. This tea is delightful, Zhao Ping'an remarked, savoring the beverage without any haste to leave. His visit to the Talisman Pavilion was twofold: to assess the situation and to inquire with Cheng Liang about reputable merchants within the market. He possessed a considerable amount of spoils that required a suitable venue for sale, for retaining them would ultimately be rather imprudent. Chapter 59. The Rare Treasures Pavilion. I am indifferent. I simply wish to meet the talisman masters of your Talisman Pavilion. If you refuse to introduce me, I shall linger here indefinitely. Just as Zhao Ping'an was savoring his fine tea, a sudden commotion erupted outside. The sound was oddly familiar. Zhao Ping'an set down his cup, hesitating whether to venture out. All right. Miss Lin, I must confess, I am rather intimidated by you. Fortunately, there happens to be a talisman master from the Talisman Pavilion in our shop today. I shall facilitate an introduction for you. However, let us agree that if the master is unwilling to meet you, there is nothing we can do. Before Zhao Ping'an could rise, he heard Cheng Liang's voice, tinged with helplessness. Creak. At that moment, the door to the VIP room swung open, revealing Cheng Liang, whose expression was somewhat grim. Master Zhao, I have a matter I wish to entrust to you. I am uncertain if it is appropriate. Cheng Liang forced a smile, stammering as he spoke. Speak plainly. Zhao Ping'an waved his hand dismissively. It is as follows. The young lady from the esteemed Lin family has arrived at our establishment, wishing to meet the talisman masters of our pavilion. The other masters are engaged within the sect, and since you are present in our shop, I thought to request your attendance. This young lady is a valued customer of our shop, spending thousands of spirit stones monthly on talismans. She is indeed one of our major patrons, and she desires to commission a second-tier beast control talisman. Cheng Liang relayed the reasoning with a hint of hesitation. Is the young lady from the Lin family named Lin Yu? Zhao Ping'an inquired, initially surprised, then followed up with a question. Indeed, her name is Lin Yu. Do you know her, Master Zhao? Cheng Liang's eyes lit up. Let us go. Take me to meet her. A smile graced Zhao Ping'an's face, as he sensed a certain connection with this Lin Yu. He set down his teacup, signaling for Cheng Liang to lead the way. Very well. Cheng Liang was quite pleased with Zhao Ping'an's agreement. In truth, Lin Yu had previously visited the shop multiple times, seeking to meet the sect's talisman masters. Cheng Liang had always found excuses to dissuade her, but this time, he could no longer evade, and thus had to muster the courage to invite Zhao Ping'an to step forward. Though the Lin family may not possess the same influence as the sword sect, they certainly hold a considerable position in the southern prefecture. Master Cheng, if you do not agree to assist me in introducing the talisman master of your sect, do not blame me for making a scene today. Someone, block the entrance. No one is to enter or exit. Seeing that Cheng Liang was delayed, Lin Yu grew somewhat incensed. She had encountered some issues earlier and was already in a foul mood. The shopkeeper of the talisman pavilion's continued evasion only stoked her ire. Over the past few months, she had sought to meet the talisman masters of the sword sect repeatedly, only to be met with Cheng Liang's subtle refusals and delays. Were it not for the fact that the sword sect housed the only skilled talisman masters capable of crafting second-tier talismans within a radius of hundreds of miles, she would not have returned here time and again. Wait, the talisman master has arrived. As tensions escalated, Cheng Liang swiftly emerged from the VIP room, exclaiming loudly, "Is there truly a talisman master? You are not deceiving me, are you?" Lin Yuxiu furrowed her brows, her skepticism evident. "Please welcome Master Zhao." Cheng Liang refrained from responding to her query, instead stepping aside to reveal a figure behind him. The assembly turned their gaze towards this individual, a young man of striking countenance and luminous eyes. He possessed a tall and slender frame, exuding a remarkable composure with every gesture. "Is it you?" Lin Yuxiu gasped in disbelief. It was astonishing to encounter once more the rascal who had swindled her out of 1,000 spirit stones. "We meet again. Not long ago. You mentioned settling accounts upon our next encounter." Zhao Ping'an greeted Lin Yuxiu with a cheerful smile. "How could it possibly be you? Are you certain you are a talisman master from the talisman pavilion?" Lin Yuxiu asked, her teeth clenched in irritation. The sight of this man, who had caused her misfortune, was enough to sour anyone's mood. "Miss Lin, allow me to introduce this esteemed individual. He is Zhao Ping'an, the fifth-ranking talisman master of the talisman pavilion. Additionally, I must inform you that over half of the talismans sold by the pavilion in the past year were crafted by Master Zhao himself." Cheng Liang interjected, sensing Lin Yuxiu's discontent towards Zhao Ping'an. "It is indeed a talisman master from the talisman pavilion," Lin Yuxiu exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Cheng Liang, being the shopkeeper, was not one to speak falsely. Zhao Ping'an chuckled softly, self-deprecatingly remarking, "Is there truly room for doubt? A mere servant disciple. Yet he is a talisman master of the sword sect. Unheard of," Lin Yuxiu murmured under her breath. "Miss Lin, what are you muttering about? Did you not request to meet our sect's talisman master? Now that Master Zhao is here, you may speak your mind," Cheng Liang chuckled. Inside the VIP room, Lin Yuxiu and Zhao Ping'an sat across from one another, their gazes locked in a silent standoff. Lin Yuxiu's hair cascaded like a dark waterfall, her complexion fair and delicate, her features exquisitely beautiful. Though her figure had not fully matured, it possessed an enchanting allure, complemented by a subtle, refreshing fragrance that lingered in the air. "Master Zhao, I have a request." Lin Yuxiu finally broke the silence, her lips parting delicately after a prolonged stare. Her expression was complex, yet necessity compelled her to lower her defenses. "Please, do tell." Zhao Ping'an remained composed, savoring his spirit tea as he replied, "What is it you seek?" "I require the crafting of second-tier beast-taming talismans. I am willing to offer 3,000 spirit stones as compensation," Lin Yuxiu stated earnestly, her voice barely above a whisper. "A beast-taming talisman, a second-tier low-grade talisman. However, the complexity of its creation rivals that of a second-tier mid-grade talisman, and I presume the quantity you require is not merely 1 or 2. Zhao Ping'an raised an eyebrow, inquiring slowly, "Indeed, I need more than 10 beast-taming talismans. The more, the better. Of course, I will provide the materials for their creation," Lin Yuxiu hastily added. Biting her lip, Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping'an fell into silence, quickly grasping why Cheng Liang had repeatedly refrained from introducing Lin Yu to the talismanic master of their sect. The production of beast-taming talismans is exceedingly arduous. An ordinary first-tier talisman master lacks the requisite capabilities. Meanwhile, second-tier masters such as Elder Cheng and Lu Ningran are preoccupied with far more pressing matters. While they might be able to create 1 or 2 beast-taming talismans, producing them in bulk would require more time and energy than they could afford. After all, for individuals of their caliber, investing time and effort into such tasks is far less advantageous than crafting higher-tier talismans. Master Zhao, regarding the previous matter, my apologies. I sincerely hope you might assist me. Lin Yu said hastily, sensing Zhao Ping'an's silence as a possible sign of displeasure over past events. Miss Lin, while my temperament may not be expansive, I am not so petty, Zhao Ping'an replied, aware of her misunderstanding. The primary issue lies in the complexity of creating beast-taming talismans, which exceeds my current capabilities. To be candid, I am capable of attempting second-tier talismans, though the success rate would likely be quite low. If you are not averse to the potential waste of materials, I am willing to make the attempt. Of course, if you find this unacceptable, you may seek out other second-tier masters within the sect. Lin Yu, no fool, immediately recognized the opportunity in his words. Master Zhao, if you are willing to try, I do not mind how much material is wasted. It is exceedingly rare to encounter a second-tier talisman master from the sword sect, and they may not even entertain my request. It is far better to allow you to give it a go. Moreover, having frequently purchased talismans from the Talisman Pavilion and having utilized many crafted by Zhao Ping'an, she found him to be quite reliable. The two swiftly negotiated the details. Half an hour later, Lin Yu left a golden copper coin with Zhao Ping'an before departing. This was no ordinary currency, but a communication talisman capable of transmitting messages over great distances. Master Zhao, have you agreed to Miss Lin's request? That entails crafting second-tier talismans. Cheng Liang exclaimed, astonished and curious as he inquired of Zhao Ping'an. It is of no concern, my talisman crafting skills have improved recently, and I can attempt to produce second-tier talismans. Even if I fail, I need not worry about wasting materials. Consider it an opportunity for me to try my hand at second-tier talismans, Zhao Ping'an responded somewhat dismissively, not wishing to reveal his true abilities lest he attract undue attention from those with ulterior motives. By the way, Senior Brother Cheng, I have a matter I wish to inquire about, Zhao Ping'an casually remarked. An hour later, Zhao Ping'an arrived before an imposing structure. This was the Rare Treasures Pavilion that Cheng Liang had mentioned, a place that could procure a variety of items with a degree of confidentiality. He did not rush inside but instead sought out a secluded spot, whereupon his features began to shift. This was a minor technique he had mastered in his previous life, capable of altering not only his appearance but also his aura to a certain extent. With the assistance of a minor spell, Zhao Ping'an transformed into a formidable figure, striding with measured steps towards the interior of the Rare Treasures Pavilion. Welcome, esteemed guest, an elderly shopkeeper standing at the entrance cordially invited Zhao Ping'an inside. Chapter 60, A Death Beyond Redemption. Esteemed guest, our Rare Treasures Pavilion is replete with an array of extraordinary curiosities. May I inquire what you wish to procure? As soon as he stepped into the shop, the elderly proprietor greeted warmly. I have not come to acquire treasures, but rather to dispose of some items, replied Zhao Ping'an, disguising himself as a robust figure, his voice resonant and deep. Dispose of items? The old man's eyes gleamed as he appraised Zhao Ping'an from head to toe, and he promptly said with a smile, in that case, let us converse in a more private chamber. Soon, the two arrived at a secluded room deep within the shop. Esteemed guest, this chamber is protected by a formation. Please present the items you wish to sell, and allow this old man to assess their value. The proprietor said with a flattering tone. Here they are. Zhao Ping'an casually produced a storage bag, filled with spoils he had previously acquired from others. 2 superior-grade magical artifacts, along with several mid-grade ones. The old man examined the items, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Initially, he had presumed Zhao Ping'an to be unremarkable, but now he realized he had stumbled upon a significant transaction. The value of superior-grade artifacts is exceptionally high. The 2 Zhao Ping'an provided were spoils from the deceased Yang Hong, renowned for their quality and power. The worth of these 2 alone could surpass 1,000 spirit stones. Make me an offer, Zhao Ping'an remarked, casting a casual glance at the old man, unperturbed by the prospect of being deceived, for he had discreetly inquired about the going rates for artifact repurchase prior to his arrival. Esteemed guest, the artifacts you present are of commendable quality. Based on our calculations, we at Rare Treasures Pavilion are willing to offer you 2,300 spirit stones for the lot. How does that strike you? The old man inquired tentatively. In addition to the 2 superior-grade artifacts, Zhao Ping'an had nearly 10 mid to low-grade artifacts. Collectively, their market value could reach 3,000 spirit stones. Yet the pavilion would naturally need to adjust the price to ensure a profit. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Ping'an found the offered price to be in line with his expectations, and thus he nodded lightly, agreed. Excellent. We have a deal. The old man's face lit up with joy, envisioning the substantial profit he would reap from selling these artifacts, potentially nearing 1,000 spirit stones. With just a few words exchanged, he had secured a considerable profit. Before long, Zhao Ping'an received the spirit stones. He had no intention of lingering, bidding farewell to the old man as he made his way toward the exit. The artifacts he had sold included a few that belonged to a formidable cultivator from the Frostmoon sect. Was there a special significance to his presence? Perhaps he harbored numerous other treasures, presenting himself as a veritable windfall. As he watched Zhao Ping'an's figure fade into the distance, the old shopkeeper's smile vanished, his eyes turning cold and profound. Xiao Sanzi, you continue to tend to the shop. I must step out for a moment. After a brief hesitation, the old shopkeeper summoned a young assistant to oversee the store, then swiftly turned to exit. After leaving the rare treasures pavilion, Zhao Ping'an did not hastily revert to his original appearance. Instead, he meandered through the marketplace several times, ensuring no one was tailing him before making his way out. Just moments after departing the marketplace, Zhao Ping'an's heart skipped a beat as he sensed an unusual presence with his formidable spiritual awareness. The trace was rather discreet, nearly eluding my detection. Alas, it still revealed itself. Zhao Ping'an scoffed softly and abruptly quickened his pace toward a secluded area ahead. This is bad. Has he discovered me? Is he attempting to shake me off? I must act preemptively. Not far away, an elderly figure grew anxious upon seeing Zhao Ping'an dash toward a small hillside. Hastening to follow. Where is he? He was just here. Arriving at the hillside, the old shopkeeper wore a perplexed expression, unable to locate Zhao Ping'an, who seemed to have vanished into thin air. This cannot be right. I tampered with the spirit stones I gave him. There's no way I should have lost track of him. The old shopkeeper glanced around, muttering to himself. What are you searching for? At that moment, a calm voice unexpectedly resonated from behind the old shopkeeper. The hairs on his neck stood on end as he swiftly turned, and there stood Zhao Ping'an. You. The old shopkeeper was both astonished and suspicious, wondering how Zhao Ping'an had stealthily circled behind him. Shopkeeper, why aren't you minding your business at the Rare Treasures Pavilion? What brings you to this desolate wilderness? Zhao Ping'an, disguised as a burly man, grinned widely, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Now that you've uncovered my presence, I shall no longer conceal my intentions. If I am not mistaken, you possess a considerable amount of valuable items. Surrender them to me, or you shall not leave here alive. The old shopkeeper's gaze turned menacing, his previously amiable demeanor transforming into one of ferocity. This is the domain of the Sword Sect. Do you dare to rob here, unafraid of being suppressed by the cultivators of the Sword Sect? Zhao Ping'an's voice was stern and commanding. This place is remote and deserted. While the Sword Sect is powerful, it cannot oversee every corner. To be frank, there have been several incidents of murder and treasure theft in the marketplace. I have already committed a few. Today, you are simply unfortunate to be my target. As the last words fell, the old shopkeeper wasted no time in launching his attack. Whoosh! The sound of swords slicing through the air echoed as 3 palm-sized flying swords, under the old shopkeeper's control, shot toward Zhao Ping'an with blinding speed. Flying swords. Zhao Ping'an felt a wave of surprise. Before me stands an elderly man, seemingly possessing only the cultivation of the 9th layer of chi refinement, yet wielding 3 swords capable of piercing the heavens and taking lives. It is worth noting that even within sects, few elders possess their own flying swords. These are the trump cards I have kept hidden. Even a foundation-building expert would find themselves at my mercy. The old shopkeeper's voice was frosty as he manipulated the flying swords, directing them with an exceedingly cunning angle towards Zhao Ping'an. Old fool. Zhao Ping'an frowned slightly, swiftly unleashing 3 talismans that erupted into a flurry of icy spikes, attempting to thwart the assault of the swords. 3 ice cloud talismans ignited simultaneously. Bang! However, before the full might of the ice cloud talismans could manifest, the 3 flying swords, swift as lightning, sliced through the talisman's defenses, continuing their relentless advance towards Zhao Ping'an. Realizing the formidable power of these swords, Zhao Ping'an did not hesitate, producing a golden talisman once more. Futile. Before my flying swords, what use are a few talismans? The old shopkeeper sneered with arrogance. Yet, before his laughter could fade, a beam of golden light streaked across the sky with the force of thunder, crashing heavily upon the 3 swords. Instantly, the swords dimmed as if struck by a tremendous force, plummeting to the ground. Impossible. The old shopkeeper's expression changed abruptly, and then he came to a dreadful realization, exclaiming, "A second-tier talisman. Indeed, and now you shall meet your end." Zhao Ping'an glared coldly, continuing to channel the celestial arrow talisman. The blinding golden light surging forth towards the old shopkeeper with lethal intent. "This is bad." The old shopkeeper, filled with dread, summoned all his magical energy to form a deep blue barrier, attempting to shield himself from the talisman's assault. Simultaneously, a suit of black gold armor materialized around his body. Bang! Bang! Yet, before the terrifying power of the second-tier talisman, the old shopkeeper's barrier shattered, followed swiftly by an explosion of his black gold armor. He let out a piercing scream as he was hurled several meters away. Before his body could even touch the ground, he had already succumbed to death, reduced to a lifeless corpse. "You have committed countless evils. Death is your due." Zhao Ping'an snorted coldly, feeling no remorse for taking a life. Had the old shopkeeper not coveted the treasures upon him, he would not have resorted to such violence. "If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them." Noticing a storage bag hanging from the shopkeeper's corpse, Zhao Ping'an reached out and grasped it effortlessly. He then produced a fire spirit talisman, incinerating the old shopkeeper's remains into ashes. Having dealt with the scene, Zhao Ping'an chose not to linger, departing without delay. Whoosh! Whoosh! Shortly after Zhao Ping'an's departure, two figures emerged, cutting through the air. Observing the aftermath of the battle, one of them exclaimed angrily, "A skirmish has just taken place here. Could it be that someone has yet again engaged in treasure hunting and murder outside the market? This is infuriating. This marks the third incident this month. As disciples of the Sword Sect, we must uncover the true culprit behind this." Chapter 61. A fortuitous windfall. At this moment, Zhao Ping'an had reverted to his true form and returned to the medicinal garden. "Brother Zhao, greetings." Along the way, numerous servant disciples greeted him warmly. Over the years, although Zhao Ping'an had seldom interacted with the other servant disciples, his esteemed position as a talisman master had elevated his status above that of many ordinary servants in the garden. Thus, even without initiating conversation, many of the garden's servants would approach him with friendly salutations. Among them were a few charming female disciples, their bright, enchanting eyes fixed intently upon Zhao Ping'an. Regrettably, he remained indifferent, merely nodding lightly in acknowledgement. Before long, Zhao Ping'an arrived at the entrance of his wooden cabin. "Brother, have you seen my ball?" Just as he was about to push the door open, a sweet, youthful voice called out from behind him, causing him to pause. Turning around, he beheld a plump, adorable boy of about 5 or 6 years, with gem-like bright eyes gazing earnestly at him. The child's cherubic features and innocent demeanor radiated an undeniable cuteness. "Your ball is over there," Zhao Ping'an noted, observing a round ball rolling back and forth several meters away, and he pointed it out to the boy. The child's eyes lit up, and he stumbled toward the ball, embracing it tightly in his arms. "Whose child is this?" "If I remember correctly, children are not permitted in the medicinal garden," Zhao Ping'an pondered aloud with a hint of curiosity. "Ping'an." Just as he was musing over this, a familiar voice echoed from a distance. "Brother Wang." Zhao Ping'an turned to see Wang the Lame approaching with a noticeable limp. Wang appeared to have aged considerably, with several new wrinkles etched upon his face, yet upon seeing Zhao Ping'an, his initially weary eyes sparkled with a glimmer of joy. "When did you return?" Zhao Ping'an asked, surprised and delighted by Wang's unexpected reappearance after 3 years. During this time, Zhao Ping'an had occasionally thought of Wang, who had offered him much guidance and care upon his arrival at the medicinal garden. "I just returned today, and I brought little Chang'er to visit you," Wang replied with a smile. He had suddenly descended the mountain years ago, disappearing for 2 to 3 years, only to finally return to the garden today. "Uncle, look at my ball. Isn't it beautiful?" As they conversed, the young boy scampered over to Wang's side, clutching his leg and grinning as he inquired, "Little Cheng, is this child your?" Zhao Ping'an asked, surprised and hesitating. "He is my nephew, named Wang Cheng," Wang explained with a gentle smile. "Cheng'er, go greet Uncle Zhao." As he spoke, Wang gestured for the child to step forward and say hello to Zhao Ping'an. "Uncle, he looks so young. He should be called brother instead," young Wang Cheng said in a childish voice to Zhao Ping'an. Although Zhao Ping'an was in his 20s, the practice of the eternal sword technique had rendered him with the youthful appearance of an 18 or 19-year-old lad, making him appear remarkably youthful. "Ping'an, the child knows not what he speaks. Do not take offense," Wang Kazi remarked with a mix of amusement and exasperation, explaining to Zhao Ping'an as he observed his nephew's words. "Not at all. I quite like him addressing me this way," Zhao Ping'an replied, unfazed by the loss of a familial rank. After all, how could he begrudge a child? "By the way, Wang Shixiao, where have you been all these years?" Zhao Ping'an inquired softly. Initially, Wang Kezi had mentioned he would return within a few months, yet 3 years had passed without a word, not even a letter. What could have transpired? Wang Kezi hesitated, seemingly struggling to find the right words. Finally, he sighed gently and said, Ping'an, let us discuss what occurred after my descent later. Today, I primarily came to see you. Let us not dwell on unpleasant matters. Zhao Ping'an, sensing the unspoken weight in Wang Kezi's words, refrained from pressing further. He shifted the conversation to the happenings in the medicinal garden over the years, as well as the recent changes in the sword sect. Young Wang Chong, for his part, remained remarkably well-behaved, playing with his ball without interrupting the adult's conversation. By the way, Wang Shixiao, do you intend to keep this child in the medicinal garden? Zhao Ping'an suddenly asked. Indeed. Little Cheng's parents have passed away, leaving me as his only remaining relative. I brought him here in hopes of looking after him. Rest assured, I have received permission from the overseer. She has made an exception to allow little Cheng to stay here, Wang Kezi explained with a broad smile. Then it seems our team of sweeping and miscellaneous disciples has gained a new member, Zhao Ping'an teased with a grin. Naturally, little Cheng. Uncle will take you to sweep and work each morning. Wang Kezi laughed, jesting with the boy who was engrossed in his ball. From Wang Kezi's expression, Zhao Ping'an could discern the deep affection he held for his nephew, Wang Cheng. Half an hour later, Wang Kezi hoisted his nephew onto his shoulders, exchanged farewells with Zhao Ping'an, and the two departed in playful spirits. If Zhao Ping'an's intuition served him right, Wang Shixiang must have encountered numerous extraordinary events during his 3 years away. With a soft sigh, he turned and returned to his wooden cabin. The news of Wang Kezi's return to the medicinal garden with his 5 or 6-year-old nephew quickly spread throughout the entire garden. Inside the cabin, Zhao Ping'an retrieved a storage pouch, a prized possession obtained from the old shopkeeper. The treasure seeker is robbed, and the murderer is slain. Such is the cycle of cause and effect. Zhao Ping'an's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he employed his divine sense to inspect the contents of the storage bag. As expected, the treasures within were astonishingly abundant. How many times had this old wretch engaged in such murderous plundering? Zhao Ping'an was somewhat taken aback. The riches contained in the storage bag far exceeded his expectations, even surpassing the wealth he had obtained from the late Yang Hong's storage bag. He channeled his magical power and emptied the contents of the storage bag. First emerged a pile of lustrous spirit stones, some 4,700 in total. Following that were several manuals, though they were of middling to low rank. Each one could fetch hundreds of spirit stones if sold. It is important to note that in the cultivation realm of Daqin, manuals are exceedingly precious, their worth surpassing that of most magical artifacts. Clang. Next, a set of flying swords tumbled forth from the storage bag. These were the 3 flying swords previously wielded by the old shopkeeper. Not merely 3, but a total of 12 flying swords. This constituted a complete sword formation. Zhao Ping'an examined them closely, revealing a hint of astonishment. Each sword possessed the quality of a superior magical artifact, forming a flawless sword formation. The reason the old shopkeeper could only summon 3 swords during their battle was due to his insufficient cultivation level. Such a sword formation could not be fully controlled nor its true power unleashed without at least a foundation establishment level of cultivation. This was indeed a rare treasure. Zhao Ping'an's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had stumbled upon a great fortune. With this sword formation, he need not worry about lacking suitable weaponry. It was worth noting that the frostlight sword he had previously exchanged at the refining pavilion was merely a medium-grade magical artifact, and even in a one-on-one duel, its quality paled in comparison to any of the swords within this formation. Besides the sword formation, there were more items within. Zhao Ping'an suppressed his emotions and continued to retrieve the contents of the storage bag. He uncovered a wooden box, exuding a delicate fragrance, crafted from a millennium-old fragrant wood. Moreover, it bore protective seals. Could it contain some rare treasure? Zhao Ping'an's discerning eye recognized the box's exceptional nature. Without hesitation, he unleashed a surge of longevity magic, effortlessly dispelling the seals on the box's surface, and opened it. In an instant, golden light burst forth, revealing a pill that resembled solid gold, capturing Zhao Ping'an's attention. The rich aroma of the pill nearly filled the entire wooden cabin. The black gold pill. Zhao Ping'an's gaze sharpened, and he felt his throat dry. The black gold pill was an exceedingly rare elixir, 10 times more precious than the return yuan pill he had previously consumed, and in a certain sense, its value was only slightly inferior to that of the foundation establishment pill, which could aid one in stepping into the foundation establishment realm. Any practitioner in the Qi refinement stage who is able to consume the black gold pill will, regardless of their innate talent, the cultivation method they practice, or any obstacles they encounter, be able to elevate their cultivation to the next minor realm on the very same day. This singular elixir, if placed up for auction in the outside world, would undoubtedly command a value no less than 5,000 spirit stones. Chapter 62. The white jade symbol pin. This elixir has truly fallen into my hands, Zhao Ping'an murmured to himself, a smile gracing his lips. However, he refrained from consuming it hastily. Instead, he carefully stored it away. Such a potion, capable of enhancing one's cultivation, must be utilized to its fullest potential. He resolved to wait until he was in the most optimal state of practice before partaking. Murder and treasure theft may provide a swift path to resources. Zhao Ping'an contemplated inwardly. Yet, after a brief moment of reflection, he shook his head, a self-deprecating smile forming as he remarked. But such methods are detrimental to the heavens and could easily lead one astray into the path of evil. In this life, I shall pursue steady growth, unless absolutely necessary. I will refrain from engaging in such deeds. Having traversed 2 lifetimes of cultivation, Zhao Ping'an understood well that excessive bloodshed could tarnish one's heart and sow seeds of peril for future advancement. After securing the elixir, Zhao Ping'an turned his attention to the array of 12 flying swords. He did not hasten to refine them. Instead, he meticulously verified that each sword was in perfect condition before infusing them with his life force, attempting to manipulate the swords. With a resounding clang, as he channeled his life force, 3 flying swords rose into the air simultaneously. Zhao Ping'an's eyes gleamed at the sight, prompting him to increase the flow of his life force. Moments later, another dark blue sword wobbled into the sky. At this juncture, Zhao Ping'an felt a strain. Keeping 4 swords aloft had already consumed a significant portion of his life force. It was important to note that this was without the added strain of wielding the swords against an opponent. Otherwise, his life force would likely be depleted entirely. Manipulating the flying swords proved more challenging than I had anticipated. My life force is indeed profound and abundant. Yet with my current cultivation at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, I can barely manage to control 4 swords. To command all 12 in an array, one must at least possess the foundational cultivation stage. Zhao Ping'an's expression turned serious as he pondered. Previously, the deceased old shopkeeper at the 9th layer of Qi refinement could simultaneously wield 3 swords. Although Zhao Ping'an's cultivation was not as advanced, his life force was robust and deep, thus rendering him somewhat superior to the old shopkeeper. Of course, to unleash the true power of the flying swords, Zhao Ping'an would need to engage in continuous practice and mastery. The following day, as dawn broke, Zhao Ping'an took a broom and ventured out to tidy up the designated area of the herb garden. Unlike before, he was not alone. This time, Wang Kezi and the young boy Wang Cheng joined him alongside Danielle. After visiting Zhao Ping'an the previous day, Wang Kezi had sought out Danielle, so he was already aware of Wang Kezi's return to the herb garden. The 3 worked cheerfully, their camaraderie allowing them to complete their tasks much more swiftly than before. Although young Wang Cheng was still adjusting to the herb garden, he remained obediently by their side, without causing any disruptions. By midday, the 3 had successfully tidied up the designated area of the herb garden. Upon Zhao Ping'an's return to the wooden cabin, he beheld a familiar silhouette awaiting him just beyond the courtyard, Zhao Fushi. As Zhao Ping'an approached, Cheng Liang, who had been waiting for quite some time, stepped forward to greet him. "Senior brother Cheng, you have arrived," Zhao Ping'an remarked, exhibiting no surprise at Cheng Liang's visit, as if he had anticipated it all along. "Zhao Fushi, here are the materials provided by the Lin family for crafting the beast control talismans. Please inspect them and verify their accuracy," Cheng Liang said with a cheerful demeanor. Zhao Ping'an merely swept his divine sense over the items and promptly accepted them. Lin Yu had indeed kept his word. The materials were ample and sufficient to produce over 20 beast control talismans. "The materials are quite complete. Senior brother Cheng, you may return now. By the way, please convey to the Lin family that my attempt at crafting the beast control talismans will require some time, at least a few months, or as long as a year and a half," Zhao Ping'an stated. "Not a problem," Cheng Liang nodded in agreement, and without further delay, he departed back to the merchant shops within the town. Inside the wooden cabin, Zhao Ping'an retrieved high-quality talisman paper and cinnabar, and then produced a black talisman brush. This brush had been acquired just yesterday from a young vendor at a market stall, and it had sparked a minor conflict with Lin Yu. The brush felt icy to the touch. Even in a casual grip, Zhao Ping'an could sense a faint chill emanating from it. Indeed, this talisman brush bore an air of peculiarity. As he studied it for a moment, a sudden realization illuminated his eyes. He channeled his longevity magic, and with a swift grasp of the brush, it erupted with a crisp crack, disintegrating into a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, a hidden treasure was revealed within the black brush, a smaller, entirely white talisman brush, radiating an astonishingly intense energy. a talisman brush concealed within another. The emanation from this brush suggested it was at least a superior-grade magical tool. Zhao Ping'an was taken aback. No wonder the black brush had captured Lin Yu's attention. The true gem was the mysterious white jade talisman brush concealed within. The white jade brush exuded a subtle chill, suspended in midair without any apparent force acting upon it, imbued with an aura of ancient vitality. Zhao Ping'an's gaze deepened. This white jade brush was extraordinary, likely of superior-grade quality, possibly even more. He instinctively reached for the white jade brush and grasped it firmly. In an instant, a powerful surge of energy flowed from the white jade brush into Zhao Ping'an's being. Zhao Ping'an was momentarily stunned, disbelief etched across his face. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a torrent of chaotic memories surged into his mind with overwhelming force. Fortunately, Zhao Ping'an's soul was far more resilient than that of an ordinary individual. Otherwise, any typical cultivator would likely have been overwhelmed by such an experience. After a brief moment, the white jade talisman brush returned to tranquility. Zhao Ping'an's complexion paled slightly, but he was relieved to find that he had successfully absorbed all the energy. At this moment, a torrent of memories surged within him, revealing hundreds, even thousands, of different methods for crafting talismans. The inheritance of talismans. What rank could this jade talisman brush possibly be? Could it be some extraordinary treasure surpassing the level of magical artifacts? Zhao Ping'an was both astonished and perplexed, murmuring to himself. With his discerning eye, he was unable to penetrate the true rank of the white jade brush. It is known that artifacts capable of carrying inherited memories are far beyond ordinary magical implements. However, the vibrations emitted by the white jade brush bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a superior magical artifact. For a moment, even the well-informed Zhao Ping'an found himself at a loss. It seemed I have stumbled upon a genuine treasure. Regardless of what this brush may be, it is now mine. Having come into my possession, Zhao Ping'an took a deep breath, soon regaining his composure. To test the efficacy of the white jade brush, he casually attempted to create a talisman. Holding the brush in one hand, his life essence surged at its tip, effortlessly sketching on the exquisite talisman paper. His movements were as fluid as flowing water, devoid of any hesitation. The brilliance of the runes intensified with each stroke of the brush, ultimately merging into the talisman paper itself. In an instant, a deep crimson talisman manifested before Zhao Ping'an. A low-grade first-tier talisman, the Fire Spirit Talisman. Zhao Ping'an activated it immediately. Boom! A terrifying blaze engulfed the entire wooden cabin, the searing heat threatening to reduce everything in its vicinity to ashes. Zhao Ping'an could not help but exclaim, murmuring, "Is this truly still the Fire Spirit Talisman? Its power has increased by 1 or 2 tiers. Previously, the Fire Spirit Talisman, when activated, would only manifest a fireball encompassing a few meters. Now it had transformed into a colossal flame capable of engulfing the entire cabin, its might having surged dramatically. Could this be the function of the white jade brush? The ability to enhance the power of talismans? Zhao Ping'an pondered this revelation, and then proceeded to craft several different types of talismans with the white jade brush, activating them one by one to test their effects. Shortly thereafter, a smile graced Zhao Ping'an's face as he confirmed that any talisman crafted with the white jade brush had its power elevated by a tier. This is no mere talisman brush. It is indeed a rare treasure. Chapter 63. Unpleasant speculation. The white jade talisman pen possesses the remarkable ability to elevate the quality of talismans by 1 tier. This means that even a low-grade first-tier talisman, when crafted with this pen, can unleash power comparable to that of a mid-grade first-tier talisman. This revelation opened Zhao Ping'an's eyes, even in his past life. He had never encountered such an extraordinary talisman pen. If he were to utilize this pen to create the Sky Arrow Talisman and the Mountain Suppression Talisman, could it be possible that the power of second-tier talismans would similarly ascend a level? With a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, Zhao Ping'an promptly began to experiment with crafting second-tier talismans. His skills in talisman making had significantly advanced compared to before, resulting in a notably higher success rate for creating the Sky Arrow Talisman and the Mountain Suppression Talisman. Before long, 3 Sky Arrow Talismans and 3 Mountain Suppression Talismans lay before him. The Sky Arrow Talisman is classified as a low-grade second-tier talisman, while the Mountain Suppression Talisman falls into the category of mid-grade second-tier talismans. Both are formidable offensive talismans with immense destructive potential. The runes were solidified, and the spiritual energy was contained, surpassing the quality of those he had previously crafted with ordinary talisman pens. If his assumptions were correct, the power of the second-tier talismans created with the white jade pen had indeed increased by a tier, akin to other first-tier talismans. Zhao Ping'an refrained from activating them. These were second-tier talismans, and if unleashed, they could obliterate not just a wooden house, but potentially the entire courtyard in mere moments. Moreover, the materials, effort, and spiritual energy consumed in crafting a single second-tier talisman were substantial. Zhao Ping'an was not so extravagant as to casually test the power of second-tier talismans. Naturally, given that his talisman-making skills were now exceedingly close to that of a second-tier talisman master, he could discern the considerable enhancement in quality of the second-tier talismans produced with the white jade pen. This was excellent. With the assistance of this talisman pen, his path in the realm of talisman making would undoubtedly become more assured. Additionally, the talisman legacy it bestowed upon him was vast and would prove invaluable as his crafting skills progressed. Content and satisfied, Zhao Ping'an carefully stored the white jade talisman pen. He then retrieved the Qingfeng talisman pen he had acquired from Lu Ningran and commenced the creation of beast control talismans. This was part of the transaction established with the Lin family. For Zhao Ping'an at this moment, crafting the beast control talismans presented little challenge. The reason he had requested Cheng Liang to relay to the Lin family that a certain amount of time would be required was to avoid revealing his true talisman-making prowess. After all, the wood that stands out from the forest is bound to be blown down by the wind. Maintaining a degree of secrecy regarding his genuine abilities would ensure he possessed sufficient capacity to navigate potential dangers in the future. With premium talisman paper spread before him, Zhao Ping'an focused intently. Moments later, as the life-giving spiritual energy surged, the pen danced fluidly across the paper, sketching with grace. Meanwhile, within a beautifully adorned building, Lin family's young lady sat in a state of melancholy. Before her, several guards of the Lin family dared not breathe audibly. Lin Yu, resting her chin on her hands, bore a delicate and beautiful visage tinged with worry, softly murmuring to herself, "Can Zhao Ping'an truly assist me in crafting 10 beast control talismans? If, after 6 months, I am unable to complete the coming-of-age trial within my family without the aid of the beast-taming talismans, it would not only bring shame upon my father, but also." Although I had previously chosen to trust Zhao Ping'an with this transaction, my heart remains unsettled upon returning to the Lin family. The importance of the beast-taming talismans cannot be overstated. They are intrinsically linked to my status as a young lady of the Lin clan. Alas, Lin Yu pondered, her head beginning to ache, as she gently rubbed her delicate, jade-like hands together. "Pray tell, do you think that Zhao can assist me in crafting these talismans?" In her agitated state, Lin Yu cast a glance at her guards, unable to restrain her curiosity. Historically, she seldom engaged in conversation with them, but today her troubled heart yearned for companionship. "Rest assured, Miss," spoke the leading guard in a deep voice. "The sword sect possesses considerable resources. Since that talisman master Zhao has already committed, he undoubtedly has the confidence to fulfill your request. There is no need for excessive worry." He was acutely aware of Lin Yu's concerns. The guards chosen to serve her were clearly perceptive individuals. Yet, what if he fails to deliver? If that were to happen, my standing within the Lin family would surely plummet. Lin Yu shook her head gently, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. Despite her whimsical and somewhat haughty demeanor, it was merely a fade. In a family rife with cunning and deceit, one must possess a degree of shrewdness. Otherwise, even the legitimate daughter of the family could easily meet her demise. In 6 months, she would participate in the family's adult assessment, which was particularly arduous this time due to external interference, necessitating the assistance of the beast-taming talismans to navigate the challenges. Failure would not only tarnish her father's reputation, but would also inflict a significant blow to her own power and standing within the clan. Conversely, should she succeed, she would emerge as a true heir to the family, gaining wealth and influence. "Enough," she finally declared, her impatience surfacing. "You may leave. I wish to change and bathe." "At your command." The guards exchanged glances before retreating from the room. Once alone, Lin Yu deftly unfastened her garments, revealing her enchanting figure, and stepped into the well-prepared water basin. The rising steam concealed her alluring silhouette. As the night passed, Zhao Ping'an nearly exhausted his magical energy, having squandered several materials in the process. Yet he successfully crafted 15 beast-taming talismans. Finally completed, he murmured to himself, drenched in sweat. He noted the dawn breaking outside, and, without further hesitation, pushed open the door to join Wang Kezi and Daniel in tidying up the herb garden. "Ping'an, Brother Wang, have you heard the news?" Just as Zhao Ping'an began his tasks, Daniel approached, leaning in to whisper to him and Wang Kezi. "What news?" Wang the Lame expressed his confusion, aware that Daniel was well informed. Could it be that some significant event had transpired within the sect? Zhao Ping'an also gazed at Daniel with a look of bewilderment. It seems you are still unaware. I have heard from others that several incidents involving treasure theft and murder have recently occurred outside the market at the foot of the mountain. The disciples of the Discipline Hall are conducting thorough investigations, not only interrogating the outsiders in the market, but also searching and questioning the disciples within the sect. This has caused a great uproar, unsettling the entire sect. Moreover, I have been informed that today they intend to come to our medicinal garden for inquiries. Daniel said solemnly, his expression grave. The disciples of the Discipline Hall are coming to our medicinal garden for an investigation? How absurd. With the murders and treasure thefts occurring outside the market, why would they choose to investigate here? Do they suspect that the culprit is one of the lowly servants of the medicinal garden? It's utterly ridiculous, Wang the Lame scoffed, mocking the situation. Ping'an, why are you so silent? Wang the Lame inquired, noticing Zhao Ping'an's reticence. I sense that the situation is more complicated than it appears. The arrival of the Discipline Hall's disciples at our medicinal garden for an investigation may indicate that they have uncovered some clues, Zhao Ping'an replied calmly, his expression thoughtful. He was not particularly concerned for himself, as he had meticulously disposed of the old shopkeeper's body, leaving no trace at the scene. However, Zhao Ping'an felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss. The investigation by the Discipline Hall's disciples in the medicinal garden was indeed peculiar. Could it be? Suddenly, an unsettling thought crossed Zhao Ping'an's mind. Chapter 64. The Disciple of Precept's Peace. What troubles you? Zhao Shidi, are you alright? Noticing that Zhao Ping'an's complexion appeared somewhat off, both Wang Kezi and Daniel turned their gazes toward him simultaneously. It's nothing. I merely practiced for an entire night yesterday and feel a bit fatigued. Zhao Ping'an smiled and casually fabricated an excuse. You truly are diligent. However, it's been a few years since you joined us. And why do you still remain at the third level of qi refinement? Your pace of advancement seems rather sluggish, Wang Kezi expressed with concern. If you encounter any challenges in your cultivation, do not hesitate to seek guidance from the formal disciples of the sect. Do not toil away in solitude. His words were not meant to mock Zhao Ping'an's slow progress. Rather, he harbored genuine worry for his well-being. When he descended the mountain, Zhao Ping'an had already attained the third level of qi refinement, and now, several years later, he found himself in the same state. Given Zhao Ping'an's aptitude, he likely paled in comparison to Wang Kezi's past self. It is worth noting that despite dealing with mundane affairs down the mountain, Wang Kezi's cultivation had not stagnated. He had now reached the consummate fourth level of qi refinement and was on the verge of breaking into the fifth level. Brother Wang makes a valid point. Ping'an, have you encountered any difficulties in your cultivation? Daniel inquired with concern as well. Although he had lost the potential to become a formidable practitioner due to his severed arm, he had still experienced a gradual enhancement in his own cultivation over the years. In contrast, Zhao Ping'an seemed to show almost no growth, and had not Wang Kezi brought it up today, Daniel might have overlooked this matter entirely. To him, Zhao Ping'an's identity as a talisman master was sufficient. Even if his cultivation was lacking, he could still navigate the sect relatively well. I am fine. You are overthinking it. My cultivation method is somewhat unique, which accounts for my relatively slow progress, and you are well aware of my aptitude, Zhao Ping'an replied with a slight smile. In truth, his actual cultivation level had reached the 8th level of qi refinement. Through talismans and various means, Zhao Ping'an's overall combat prowess approached that of a foundation establishment expert. Yet he had consistently disguised his level as merely the third. This facade led Wang Kezi and Daniel to mistakenly believe that he had not progressed in his cultivation at all. If that is the case, then all is well. Ping'an, we are friends, so if you ever face any issues, feel free to confide in us. While we may not be able to offer much assistance, we can certainly provide some advice. After all, 3 heads are better than 1, Wang Kezi advised, resembling an elder brother. Daniel nodded in agreement beside him. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping'an felt a warmth in his heart. Since arriving at the medicinal garden, he had encountered numerous dangers. Yet he had also forged bonds with 2 admirable friends. Before long, with the combined efforts of the 3, the designated area of the medicinal garden was thoroughly cleaned. Wang Kezi, carrying Wang Cheng, was the first to depart, and after exchanging farewells with Daniel, Zhao Ping'an returned directly to his wooden cabin. Are you Zhao Ping'an? As Zhao Ping'an approached the entrance of the courtyard, a chilling voice suddenly pierced the air from a short distance away. Turning towards the sound, he beheld 2 tall and imposing disciples of the sect striding purposefully towards him. Their expressions far from amicable. Disciples of the disciplinary hall, Zhao Ping'an observed their formal attire, adorned with the emblem of a small sword at the collar, which signified their identity as disciples of the sword sect's disciplinary hall. I am Zhao Ping'an. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, esteemed seniors? Though somewhat taken aback, Zhao Ping'an maintained his composure addressing them with a respectful yet assertive demeanor. 2 days prior, you departed from the medicinal garden to the market at the foot of the mountain, did you not? The older of the 2 disciplinary disciples inquired in a cold tone, his rugged face betraying no warmth, as he scrutinized Zhao Ping'an with an expression akin to that of a judge assessing a criminal. Indeed, I did. My visit was primarily to attend to some matters at the talisman shop within the market, Zhao Ping'an replied candidly, not concealing the truth. Under normal circumstances, it was quite difficult for the servant disciples to exit the medicinal garden. So his departure to the market 2 days ago could be easily traced by anyone with a mind to investigate. Excellent. You shall accompany us now, the 2 disciplinary disciples asserted, advancing towards Zhao Ping'an with the intent to take him away. Wait a moment. Where exactly do you intend to take me? Zhao Ping'an's brows furrowed in concern as he realized they were attempting to apprehend him without any explanation or presentation of proper sect regulations, which was not in accordance with standard protocol. Even if they suspected him of murder and theft, they were required to bear a decree from the disciplinary hall to have the authority to take him away. Enough with your prattle. We do not owe explanations to anyone when executing our duties in the disciplinary hall. Come with us immediately, or do not blame us for our ruthlessness. The other disciplinary disciple barked, his demeanor aggressive and ready for confrontation. The more anxious they became, the more Zhao Ping'an sensed something amiss. Remaining calm, he asserted with unwavering conviction, this is the medicinal garden, and if you intend to take me away, you must seek permission from the garden's guards. Otherwise, it would be an overreach and against the rules. He deliberately raised his voice, drawing the attention of several passing servant disciples. The guards of the medicinal garden are of no consequence to us. We act under the orders of Elder Duan. Zhao Ping'an, do you dare defy Elder Duan's command? Are you seeking death? Elder Duan. A chill ran down Zhao Ping'an's spine as he grasped the gravity of the situation. If he was not mistaken, these 2 disciplinary disciples were likely dispatched by the disciplinary Elder Duan Wuyo under the pretext of investigating the murder and theft that occurred outside the market, intending to forcibly take him away. Now that he understood their motives, Zhao Ping'an was resolute in his decision not to leave the medicinal garden. Du Jie, do not act recklessly, the older disciplinary disciple, Wang Yu, interjected, preventing the younger disciple from carrying out his aggressive intentions. Immediately, he coldly addressed Zhao Ping'an. Zhao Ping'an, we suspect your involvement in the recent murder and robbery incident that occurred outside the market. Therefore, in accordance with Elder Duan's instructions, we must escort you to the discipline hall for an investigation. We kindly ask for your cooperation. What if I refuse to cooperate? Zhao Ping'an raised an eyebrow and retorted. Are you certain of that? Wang Yu's expression darkened. Despite speaking in a calm and polite manner, the other party still dared to defy him. Did he truly believe he was easy to deal with? Wang Yu stepped forward, a fierce and menacing aura erupting from him, enveloping Zhao Ping'an. The 9th level of Qi refinement, perfected. Zhao Ping'an's heart sank. The opponent was on the verge of entering the foundation establishment stage. While he could reveal his true strength or other means to defeat him, doing so in front of everyone would only solidify the suspicion of his involvement in murder and robbery. For a moment, Zhao Ping'an found himself in a precarious position. The discipline hall wielded significant power. How dare 2 disciples of the discipline hall come to our apothecary garden and flaunt their authority? Just as Zhao Ping'an's situation grew dire, a cool voice suddenly rang out, shattering the oppressive aura surrounding him. Bang! Before Wang Yu and Du Jie, the 2 disciples of the discipline hall, could react. An invisible force suppressed them, causing them to kneel on the ground, their knees sinking deep into the earth. A graceful figure clad in a flowing robe appeared, her bright and fierce gaze fixed upon the 2 men. Greetings, Lord Guardian. Greetings, Guardian. Upon seeing this figure, the nearby servant disciples hurriedly bowed in respect. Lord Guardian. Zhao Ping'an also bowed respectfully, astonished that the Guardian of the apothecary garden had come to his aid. The Guardian of the apothecary garden. Wang Yu's expression changed drastically, revealing a look of horror. Beside him, Du Jie lost the earlier bravado, his face turning ashen with fear. Chapter 65. Maintenance please, there is no need for formalities. The Guardian of the medicinal garden nodded, her delicate features illuminated by the soft glow of her porcelain-like skin. Though enveloped in a voluminous robe, her graceful and alluring silhouette remained impossible to overlook. Whose disciples are you? Did your master not instruct you to pay your respects upon encountering an elder of the sect? The Guardian cast a cold glance at the anxious Wang Yu and his companion, demanding an answer. We are disciples of the discipline hall, Wang Yu and Du Jie. We greet you, Guardian of the medicinal garden. Realizing their lapse, Wang Yu and Du Jie hastily bowed in respect. You possess quite the audacity. Intruding upon my domain without my consent, intending to take away my people. Who granted you such authority? The guardian's expression turned frosty, her tone laced with displeasure. In response to the guardian's inquiry, we are merely carrying out orders. Zhao Ping'an is suspected of murder and theft. An elder Duan instructed us to bring him back to the discipline hall for questioning. Wang Yu confessed, inwardly lamenting the unexpected complications that had arisen. He had anticipated a smooth operation in apprehending Zhao Ping'an, yet he had not expected to provoke the guardian's ire. Her evident concern for Zhao Ping'an suggested that their mission would likely be thwarted. Elder Duan Weiyao? What right does that old curmudgeon have to dictate terms in my medicinal garden? You are to leave at once. Should you dare to trespass again and bully the disciples of the medicinal garden, do not blame me for retaliating disproportionately. Upon hearing Wang Yu's response, the guardian's eyes flashed momentarily before she spoke coldly. We must take this individual with us. He is suspected of murder and theft outside the foot of the mountain. This is an order from Elder Duan. Du Jie, somewhat stubborn, instinctively retorted. A mere servant disciple of the medicinal garden with a cultivation level of only the 3rd tier of qi refinement is suspected of murder and theft? Do you not find that absurd? The guardian's expression darkened as she directly challenged them. Does the discipline hall possess irrefutable evidence? Or are there eyewitnesses? If not, what right do you have to apprehend him? At that moment, both Wang Yu and Du Jie were rendered speechless. Historically, their actions in the discipline hall had been domineering, and even the slightest suspicion allowed them to seize individuals without hesitation. However, they had not anticipated encountering such resistance from Zhao Ping'an today. Leave. The guardian enunciated each word with precision, her formidable aura as a foundation establishment cultivator crashing down upon Wang Yu and Du Jie like a tempest. The two staggered, nearly losing their footing. Farewell. Sensing the unfavorable turn of events, Wang Yu grasped Du Jie and turned to depart. As they retreated in disgrace, the farcical confrontation drew to a close. Disperse, the guardian commanded, signaling for everyone to leave. Quickly, the onlooking servant disciples vacated the area, restoring tranquility to the scene. Thank you, esteemed guardian, for your intervention. Zhao Ping'an approached and offered a respectful bow to the guardian. Today, had it not been for the intervention of another, I would surely have been taken to the discipline hall. Zhao Ping'an, whom have you offended within the discipline hall? The guard of the medicinal garden, with deep-set beautiful eyes, inquired of Zhao Ping'an with an expressionless demeanor. Sir guard, I am merely a humble disciple responsible for sweeping, and I have always been honest and diligent. How could I ever dare to offend someone from the discipline hall? Zhao Ping'an replied with a bitter smile. Are you quite certain? The fact that old curmudgeon, Duan Wui, sent someone specifically to apprehend you must surely have its reasons. Otherwise, with his temperament, he would never have bothered to seek you out, the guard expressed. Skepticism lacing his tone as he scrutinized Zhao Ping'an, hoping to extract some information. I truly do not know, Zhao Ping'an responded, ever since I arrived at the medicinal garden. As you are aware, I have kept to myself and rarely ventured outside. I have no idea where I might have offended Elder Duan of the discipline hall. This is simply an unforeseen calamity. Although Zhao Ping'an understood the underlying reasons for the trouble brought upon him by the disciplined disciples, he was determined to deny any wrongdoing in front of the guard. You do present a valid point. Could it be that the old man has lost his mind, or perhaps has taken an interest in your talismanic skills? The guard, observing the sincerity in Zhao Ping'an's tone, began to waver in his disbelief, pondering the situation thoughtfully. Sir guard, it is your protection that has spared me today from disaster. What shall I do if they come seeking me again in the future? Zhao Ping'an inquired, a flicker of trepidation crossing his features, purposely displaying such emotions in hopes that the guard would continue to watch over him. Fear not. So long as you have not committed any wrongdoing, there is no need to fear any specters at your door. Just remain within the medicinal garden as much as possible, with my presence here. Even the likes of Duan Wui would find it difficult to trouble you. The guard reassured him with a gentle smile. By the way, in the event of any complications, should I be in seclusion, you may seek assistance from my named disciple, Diao Ziqiang, the guard added thoughtfully. Very well. Thank you, Sir Guard. Zhao Ping'an exhaled a sigh of relief, expressing his gratitude once more. He recalled Diao Ziqiang, not long after arriving at the medicinal garden. He had a confrontation with him during his first allocation of spirit stones. Subsequently, years ago, after Sun Pongzi betrayed the garden, the position of the chief disciple for the miscellaneous disciples remained vacant until 2 years prior, when the guard elevated Diao Ziqiang to fill that role. There is no need for thanks. You are one of us in the medicinal garden, and it is only natural that I protect you. Your talent for talisman crafting is commendable, yet your aptitude for cultivation leaves much to be desired. If time permits, you should delve deeper into the path of cultivation, for that is the essence of it all. The guard kindly advised, departing without awaiting Zhao Ping'an's response. Sir Guard seems to believe I lack diligence in my cultivation. Nonetheless, it is evident that he cares for my well-being. As Zhao Ping'an watched the keeper of the medicinal garden fade from view, a smile graced his lips as he murmured to himself. In truth, he had exerted tremendous effort in his cultivation. However, the progress of his practice of the eternal life sword technique was painfully slow. Furthermore, the FAOD of his current cultivation, which was merely at the third level of chi refinement, led the keeper to mistakenly believe that he had not devoted himself diligently to his training over the years. Nonetheless, Zhao Ping'an felt a deep sense of gratitude towards the keeper. Had she not interceded today, his visit to the discipline hall would have likely resulted in significant trouble. If I am not mistaken, the disciple of the discipline hall sent by Duan Huaya was likely due to my previous confrontation with Ji Kong. He is probably the mastermind behind Ji Kong's quest for the blood yang herb beneath the desolate well. Thanks to the keeper's protection today, I narrowly avoided a predicament. However, should Duan Huaya choose to confront me directly in the future, how shall I respond? Upon returning to his wooden abode, Zhao Ping'an furrowed his brow, feeling a weighty pressure settle upon him. Chapter 66, Second-Rank Talismancer, Part 3. At present, I possess the cultivation of the 8th layer of Qi refining, and with the aid of talismanic techniques, I should be able to contend against an ordinary foundational stage expert. However, that elder Duan Huaya, a senior member of the discipline hall, presents a formidable challenge. Without the assistance of the Dao fruit from my previous life, relying solely on my current cultivation and talismanic abilities would render me unable to match him. Zhao Ping'an furrowed his brows, but soon they relaxed. It seems I must endeavor to craft talismans of even greater potency in advance. He quickly devised a plan. Prior to this, he had descended the mountain to the market in search of superior materials for talisman crafting, aiming to attempt the creation of higher-grade talismans. Originally, Zhao Ping'an intended to wait a while longer, allowing his skills in talisman crafting to improve further before embarking on this endeavor. But circumstances now necessitated that he proceed sooner than anticipated. With the assistance of the white jade talisman brush, my success rate in crafting second-rank superior talismans should see a marked improvement. I believe there exists a considerable opportunity in attempting to create a second-rank superior talisman. In my previous life, I possessed limited knowledge of second-rank superior talismans, all requiring foundational stage cultivation. Yet, among the talisman legacy obtained from the white jade brush, there exists a talisman known as the Tiger's Roar, perfectly suited to my current situation. As Zhao Ping'an's thoughts flowed, he resolved to attempt crafting the Tiger's Roar talisman. The Tiger's Roar talisman, a second-rank superior talisman, ranks among the most formidable offensive talismans within its tier. Once activated by magical energy, it unleashes a sonic wave akin to the roar of a white tiger, capable of shattering powerful foes into fragments in an instant. The power of such a talisman, when employed unexpectedly, could even pose a threat to seasoned foundational stage experts. Moreover, it is of utmost importance that the Tiger's Roar talisman does not necessitate the constraints of foundational stage cultivation. Zhao Ping'an, currently at the 8th layer of Qi refining, can still attempt its creation. Zhao Ping'an retrieved the white jade brush, its pristine and glistening body emanating a subtle chill that heightened his clarity and focus. Taking a deep breath, he refrained from hasty attempts and instead concentrated his attention, repeatedly recalling the steps involved in crafting the Tiger's Roar talisman. He closed his eyes tightly, holding his breath and centering himself to achieve optimal mental state. Half an hour passed, and Zhao Ping'an suddenly opened his eyes, their clarity shining brightly. Grasping the white jade brush, he summoned the profound and enduring life force within him. Under the influence of the brush, this life energy flowed like fine threads, continuously etching upon the exquisite talisman paper of exceptional quality. This time, unlike previous attempts, Zhao Ping'an's movements were somewhat sluggish, and his speed of drawing was notably slow. Each rune he inscribed seemed to demand immense effort. In an instant, beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead, and the once abundant life energy diminished considerably. With a sudden jolt of his hand, before he could react, the entire sheet of premium talisman paper ignited rapidly, instantly turning to ash. Failure. Zhao Ping'an's brow creased slightly as he murmured to himself. He did not display any signs of frustration. The creation of a second-rank superior talisman is, at the very least, several times more challenging than that of a second-rank medium talisman. Although aided by the exquisite jade talisman brush, achieving success remains elusive without numerous failures. Zhao Ping'an hesitated momentarily, refraining from immediately embarking on the second attempt. Instead, he set down the jade brush and retrieved several spirit stones to replenish his own spiritual energy. Crafting a high-quality second-tier talisman necessitates one to be in prime condition. Even the slightest imperfection could spell disaster. While restoring his mana, Zhao Ping'an reflected on the previous endeavor, analyzing the reasons for his failure. Before long, an hour had elapsed. Zhao Ping'an endeavored to create the Tiger Roar talisman once more. This time, his movements were somewhat more fluid compared to his last attempt, and his control over both mana and brushwork appeared markedly more precise. On the previously blank premium talisman paper, intricate runes began to materialize under Zhao Ping'an's deft strokes, soon covering more than half of the surface. However, at that moment, as the light of the runes ignited, the seemingly tranquil talisman paper erupted into a conflagration once again. Another failure. Zhao Ping'an felt a pang of regret. He had progressed beyond the halfway mark in crafting the Tiger Roar talisman, and if he could have maintained his composure, he might have garnered additional experience. Consequently, Zhao Ping'an continued to strive, failing time and again. The challenge of creating a high-quality second-tier talisman proved to be tenfold more arduous than he had anticipated. After 5 days and nights of relentless effort, he still had not succeeded in producing the Tiger Roar talisman. Had it been another, the psychological burden might have become unbearable, leading to immediate abandonment of the task. However, Zhao Ping'an understood that, beyond the requisite talent, the key to talisman crafting lies in persistent experimentation and diligent effort. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Only through continual attempts and repetitive endeavors can one enhance their mastery of talisman crafting. The Tiger Roar talisman was unfamiliar to Zhao Ping'an, as he had never crafted it in his past life, leaving him quite unacquainted with the necessary techniques. Moreover, although he possessed an 8th-layer Qi refining cultivation, his realm still fell short for creating a high-quality second-tier talisman. Additionally, Zhao Ping'an's grasp of talisman techniques exhibited certain minor deficiencies. He endeavored to calm his mind, continually reflecting on the lessons learned from his failures. Each attempt at crafting a talisman bore slight improvements over the last. Despite the substantial material costs, Zhao Ping'an's considerable wealth afforded him the means to sustain such expenditures. You two are utterly useless. You couldn't even bring back a mere cleaning disciple. Just as Zhao Ping'an immersed himself in his pursuit of the Tiger Roar talisman, Wang Yu and Du Jia, having recently returned to the discipline hall, faced the ire of Elder Duan Wuyo. Dressed in a flowing golden robe, the elder's towering and robust figure exuded an air of authority. To fail at such a trivial task is a disgrace to our discipline hall. Duan Wuyo snorted coldly, a hint of anger in his voice. Please, Elder Duan, do not be angry. The issue primarily lies with the guard of the medicinal garden who shielded Zhao Ping'an. Otherwise, my junior brother Du and I would not have returned empty-handed, Wang Yu hastily explained. Indeed, it is all the fault of that medicinal garden guard, Du Jia quickly concurred, recounting the incident of their thwarted attempt to apprehend Zhao Ping'an. I see. You may leave now. After listening to the accounts of the two individuals, Duan Wuyo's anger subsided somewhat, and he gestured for them to leave. Wang Yu and Du Jia exchanged glances, both feeling as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. They hurriedly exited, anxious that even a moment's delay might incur the stern wrath of the elder Duan. You little wretch, how dare you oppose me, the guardian of the medicinal garden? It seems you have grown far too comfortable in your little domain, Duan Wuyo said coldly, his expression darkening after the two had departed. However, he was acutely aware that, even with his presence, the protection of the medicinal garden would likely prevent him from taking Zhao Ping'an away. With a sigh, he resolved to seek alternative methods. 2 months passed, and Zhao Ping'an remained calm, persistently endeavoring to create the Tiger Roar talisman. In his wooden cabin, he wielded a white jade talisman brush, moving it with fluid grace across the exquisite talisman paper. The ethereal essence of life flowed delicately from the tip of his brush, tracing intricate runes that shimmered with spiritual energy. The light of the runes grew ever brighter, and with the final stroke, the entire sheet of talisman paper began to radiate softly. Success! Zhao Ping'an exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Powerful waves of energy emanated from the talisman paper, and a spectral image of a fierce tiger coalesced from the runes, its overwhelming presence enveloping the entire cabin. This was a second-tier superior talisman, the Tiger Roar talisman. After 3 months and the expenditure of countless sheets of fine talisman paper, he had finally succeeded in crafting this talisman. Given the circumstances, my success rate for producing second-tier superior talismans is merely 1% or even less. The difficulty of creating such talismans is tenfold what I had anticipated, Zhao Ping'an remarked, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. He did not lament the materials consumed. Rather, he acknowledged that while his talisman-making skills had improved, he still found himself lacking in the creation of second-tier superior talismans. Nevertheless, he felt reassured that he had achieved success at least. According to the regulations of the various cultivation sects in Nanjun, a talisman master capable of independently crafting second-tier superior talismans was recognized as having truly entered the ranks of second-tier talisman masters. If word of this were to spread, it would surely reverberate throughout the entire sect. A smile graced Zhao Ping'an's face as he mused softly to himself. At my age, I am barely in my 20s. Yet I have successfully crafted a second-tier superior talisman. I am a bona fide second-tier talisman master. Even younger than Lu Ningran was when she attained that status. Such potential would undoubtedly make waves in any sect. Of course, Zhao Ping'an had no intention of revealing his second-tier talisman master status just yet, for an overly conspicuous display of talent might not serve him well. In his previous life, he had witnessed too many prodigies rise only to face dismal fates. In this life, he understood that he must pursue a steady path in cultivation, striving to conceal his true capabilities whenever possible. Following his initial success, Zhao Ping'an continued to experiment, hoping to master the art of crafting the Tiger Roar talisman and enhance his success rate. He devoted himself to meticulous study, continually summarizing his experiences in crafting talismans, and within the subsequent month, he successfully produced the second and third Tiger Howl talismans. Originally, the success rate for creating the Tiger Howl talisman was less than 1%, but Zhao Ping'an managed to elevate it to 5%. In practical terms, this meant that for every 100 sheets of exquisite talisman paper he utilized, he could produce 5 Tiger Howl talismans. Naturally, as Zhao Ping'an's skills in talisman crafting continued to improve, the success rate would gradually increase. With 3 Tiger Howl talismans in hand, he now possessed an additional trump card. A smile graced Zhao Ping'an's face as he solemnly stored the 3 talismans away. At that moment, he noticed a subtle vibration emanating from the golden copper plate within his storage pouch. This plate was the contact talisman bestowed upon him by the young lady of the Lin family. It seemed she was eagerly in need of beast-controlling talismans. 3 months had elapsed since their last meeting, and it was nearly time to provide a definitive response to the Lin family. Zhao Ping'an pondered for a moment before retrieving the golden copper plate. Chapter 67. You are truly kind in the VIP room of the Fu Lu Pavilion. Lin Yu gazed at Zhao Ping'an with a mix of curiosity and uncertainty. Master Zhao, are you certain that you have successfully crafted the beast-taming talismans? I have set aside significant matters to come see you, and I sincerely hope you are not toying with me. Previously, she had approached Zhao Ping'an with tentative intentions, merely inquiring through a communication artifact, not expecting to hear that he had indeed completed the talismans. Overjoyed, she had dismissed pressing family obligations to arrive here at the earliest opportunity. However, a sense of unease lingered within her. The beast-taming talismans were of paramount importance to her. She also harbored concerns regarding the quality of the talismans Zhao Ping'an had created, wondering if they would meet her standards. Noticing the change in Lin Yu's expression, Zhao Ping'an smiled gently, understanding her thoughts. He decided to forego unnecessary chatter and casually produced 10 beast-taming talismans. You need not worry, he remarked nonchalantly. The spiritual energy emanating from the 10 talismans enveloped the entire VIP room. Indeed, they are the beast-taming talismans. This is splendid. Lin Yu struggled to maintain her composure, her face alight with excitement and joy. Clad in a delicate lavender dress, her figure was graceful, her skin fair and exquisite, and her already beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance at that moment. The way she looked at Zhao Ping'an transformed entirely, akin to a fervent admirer gazing at their idol, her eyes glimmering with admiration. The spiritual energy was subdued, yet the talismans radiated a rich aura of runes, exhibiting remarkable quality, surpassing even those she had encountered within her family. As Lin Yu accepted the talismans and examined them, her smile grew ever more radiant. I am glad to hear you are satisfied, Miss Lin. I have devoted considerable effort over the past few months to crafting these talismans, and it was only a few days ago that I managed to assemble 10 of them. Zhao Ping'an said with a wry smile, deliberately phrasing it this way to conceal his true talisman crafting skills. Had Lin Yu known that he had effortlessly completed the talismans in just one night, the news could very well have stirred up a commotion. You have worked hard. Master Zhao, here is your payment, a total of 4,000 spirit stones. The additional 1,000 is a bonus for your efforts, Lin Yu said, seemingly misunderstanding the situation as she handed him 4,000 spirit stones, 1,000 more than the originally agreed amount. This. Zhao Ping'an was momentarily taken aback. It seemed the young lady from the Lin family was rather extravagant. Even formal disciples of the sword sect would find it nearly impossible to accumulate 1,000 spirit stones without years of frugality and saving. Please, do not be modest. Accept my heartfelt gratitude. You have truly been of great assistance to me this time, Lin Yu said with a playful blink and a bright smile. Hearing her words, Zhao Ping'an pondered for a moment before replying. Miss Lin, I appreciate your kindness. However, the promised remuneration is fixed. Not a single spirit stone more shall I take. With that, Zhao Ping'an casually took 3,000 spirit stones and returned the remaining stones to Lin Yu. His rationale was twofold. Firstly, Zhao Ping'an had no need for an additional 1,000 spirit stones, and secondly, Lin Yu was a distinguished daughter of the Lin family, holding significant influence within her clan. Rather than accept the extra 1,000 spirit stones, he preferred to graciously decline, thereby fostering a more favorable impression of himself in her eyes. Zhao Ping'an was confident that, following this encounter, Lin Yu would seek him out for any future talisman needs rather than the talisman pavilion. Upon witnessing Zhao Ping'an's principled demeanor, Lin Yu was initially taken aback, her beautiful eyes subsequently sparkling with admiration. In her melodious voice, she earnestly remarked, Zhao, your integrity is truly commendable. The beast control talisman is of utmost importance to me. Since you did not accept the extra 1,000 spirit stones today, consider it a favor owed to you. If you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to come to the Lin family. Zhao Ping'an smiled in response, saying, Miss Lin, there is no need for such formality. If you have any future needs regarding talismans, I am willing to assist within my capabilities. You have a kind heart, Lin Yu expressed, genuinely touched by his response. Little did she know that Zhao Ping'an could effortlessly craft numerous beast control talismans, far less laborious than he had implied. Moments later, Lin Yu left the talisman pavilion, satisfied with her beast control talismans. With the endorsement of this esteemed daughter of the Lin family, it was likely that others from the Lin family would seek him out directly for their talisman needs, bypassing the sect and thereby increasing his potential profits. Zhao Ping'an mused to himself about winning Lin Yu's favor, which was not a premeditated scheme but rather a spontaneous act. The Lin family was a formidable force in the southern county's cultivation circles. Cultivating a good relationship with them would not only yield tangible benefits, but also provide him with a reliable ally. After all, in the realm of cultivation, talent and hard work alone are insufficient. One must also possess connections and a solid backing. This necessity for connections was one of the reasons Zhao Ping'an chose to remain within the sword sect after his rebirth. Had he become a rogue cultivator without protection or influence, even with extraordinary talent, he could easily fall victim to a powerful adversary, facing death before he had a chance to truly grow. Zhao, did you craft 10 beast control talismans and complete the transaction with the young lady from the Lin family? As Zhao Ping'an exited the VIP room, the eager Cheng Liang approached him, whispering in inquiry. Initially, Cheng Liang had been skeptical of Zhao Ping'an, doubting his ability to produce the talismans in a matter of months to fulfill the Lin family's request. However, upon witnessing Lin Yu's radiant joy as she left the talisman pavilion, he realized that the situation was far more intricate than he had anticipated. Although the beast-taming rune is merely a low-grade second-tier talisman, its production difficulty rivals that of a mid-grade second-tier talisman. If Zhao Ping'an is capable of crafting the beast-taming rune, it suggests he may also attempt the creation of mid-grade second-tier talismans. Within the sword sect, talismancers are exceedingly rare, and those who can forge mid-grade second-tier talismans are even more scarce. It is not an exaggeration to assert that those who can produce mid-grade second-tier talismans are on the cusp of becoming second-tier talismancers, standing as elite figures among their peers. Senior Brother Cheng, I have exerted considerable effort to barely succeed in crafting the beast-taming rune, thus fulfilling my transaction with the young lady from the Lin family. Zhao Ping'an replied with a modest smile. Congratulations, Talisman Master Zhao, for stepping 1 foot into the realm of second-tier talismancers. If the higher-ups of our sect were to know, it would certainly cause quite a stir, Cheng Liang remarked with evident respect in his voice. He comprehended the significance of having a talismancer capable of producing mid-grade second-tier talismans for the sect. Do not misunderstand, Senior Brother. My current success rate for crafting the beast-taming rune is exceedingly low, and as for mid-grade second-tier talismans, there have yet to be any genuine successful examples. I am still quite distant from truly entering the ranks of second-tier talismancers, Zhao Ping'an explained with a smile, concerned that Cheng Liang might misinterpret his words. That is still within reach, Talisman Master Zhao, do not be so modest. Cheng Liang replied with a sheepish smile, offering flattery. He felt a pang of envy towards Zhao Ping'an's accomplishments. Had he possessed such innate talent for talisman crafting, he could have advanced beyond merely managing the talisman shop, perhaps even ascending to the upper echelons of the sect. Zhao Ping'an took no heed of Cheng Liang's flattery and, after exchanging a few more words, took his leave. Junior Brother Zhao. Just as he stepped out of the talisman shop, a gentle and melodious voice reached his ears. Chapter 68. The True Essence Talisman Technique. Zhao Ping'an, upon hearing the sound, turned his gaze and beheld a captivating woman approaching him gracefully from a distance. Her bright eyes and pearly teeth, coupled with her delicate and luminous skin, were adorned by a flowing purple gown that accentuated her enchanting figure, rendering her utterly charming. "Senior Sister Lu," Zhao Ping'an exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with surprise. He had not anticipated encountering Lu Ningran here today, especially since it had been over 3 years since their last meeting. Back then, Lu Ningran had achieved the status of a second-tier talisman master and subsequently retreated into seclusion for her cultivation. Just recently, Zhao Ping'an had inquired about her well-being from Cheng Liang. "Junior brother Zhao, it has been quite a while. How have you been?" Lu Ningran smiled sweetly, her beauty blossoming like a flower in full bloom. "Thanks to your concern, senior sister, I have been quite well," Zhao Ping'an replied with a shy smile. "Junior brother Zhao, I heard you have been assisting the young lady of the Lin family in crafting beast-taming talismans?" Lu Ningran inquired with genuine interest. The creation of beast-taming talismans is as challenging as that of second-tier mid-grade talismans. "How is your progress?" After a moment of small talk, Lu Ningran recalled something and asked Zhao Ping'an with concern. "Senior sister, how did you come to know about this?" Zhao Ping'an asked, slightly astonished. Could it be that Lu Ningran had come here specifically regarding his commitment to help the Lin family's daughter with the talismans? "Not long after I emerged from my seclusion, Cheng Liang visited me and casually mentioned it," Lu Ningran replied. "Here are some beast-taming talismans I crafted. If you have not yet succeeded in your endeavor with the Lin family, please take these for your use." As she spoke, Lu Ningran produced over a dozen beast-taming talismans, gesturing for Zhao Ping'an to accept them. For her, as a second-tier talisman master, crafting a few talismans was hardly a significant feat. Zhao Ping'an was initially taken aback, but soon enlightenment dawned upon him. Lu Ningran had likely come here out of concern for him, worried that he could not fulfill his agreement with the Lin family's daughter, and thus had made these talismans to aid him. "Senior sister, I truly appreciate your kindness, but I have already completed my transaction with the Lin family's daughter," Zhao Ping'an said with a smile, declining to accept the beast-taming talismans. "Completed already? Have you truly created the beast-taming talismans all by yourself?" Lu Ningran, perceptive and astute, immediately grasped the implication behind Zhao Ping'an's words. Zhao Ping'an nodded gently in affirmation. "Junior brother Zhao, I did not misjudge you. Your talent for talisman crafting is indeed remarkable. In just a mere 2 to 3 years, you have achieved such significant advancement." Lu Ningran's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed at Zhao Ping'an for a moment, her tone laced with astonishment. When they first met, he was merely a humble disciple sweeping the grounds of the medicinal garden, yet now, not long after, he could independently craft beast-taming talismans. Such a level of progress was truly impressive, even to Lu Ningran. "Please, senior sister, do not flatter me. I have merely been thrust into the fray. Fortunately, my talisman skills have improved over the years. Otherwise, I would have undoubtedly made a fool of myself," Zhao Ping'an replied with a bashful smile. "You are being overly modest." After a moment's contemplation, Lu Ningran casually retrieved a tome and handed it directly to Zhao Ping'an. "This is the True Element Talisman Sutra, which contains records of numerous talisman traditions from the Southern County sections. I present it to you, hoping it proves beneficial." Lu Ningran spoke earnestly. This talisman heritage was of a much higher caliber than the talisman compendium she had previously gifted him, and it was within its pages that Lu Ningran had uncovered the opportunity to break through to the second tier as a talisman master. "Senior sister, this is far too precious," Zhao Ping'an responded, somewhat taken aback and attempting to decline the generous gift. "Do not be so polite, junior brother Zhao. Your ability to craft beast-taming talismans indicates that you have already reached the level of a senior first-tier talisman master, with great potential to become a second-tier master in the future. Consider this my early investment in you." Lu Ningran smiled gently and added, "Who knows, in the future, I may require your assistance in talisman cultivation or other matters." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping'an's expression grew serious as he replied, "Since senior sister has expressed such confidence in me, I shall not dare to refuse any longer. Whenever you need my aid, I shall do my utmost to assist you within my capabilities. That is all I need to hear. Should you encounter any difficulties in talisman crafting, you may always seek me out." With that, Lu Ningran bestowed a sweet smile upon Zhao Ping'an before gracefully departing. "This senior sister Lu certainly seems to care for me quite a bit," Zhao Ping'an mused to himself as he watched her alluring figure recede. Holding the True Element Talisman Sutra, he pondered a question. Could Lu Ningran's kindness towards him truly be motivated solely by his potential in talisman crafting? Oh, but it was futile to dwell on such thoughts. Cultivating a connection with a remarkably gifted second-tier talisman master within the sect certainly bore its advantages, with minimal risks involved. Shaking his head, he dismissed his musings and made his way toward the medicinal garden. Zhao Ping'an's accomplishment in crafting the beast-taming talismans and fulfilling his transaction with the daughter of the Lin family was an event of considerable significance, one that could not evade the attention of the sect's discerning individuals. As he returned to the medicinal garden, news of his achievement had swiftly circulated. The beast-taming talismans were deemed comparable to second-tier mid-grade talismans. The complexity of its creation far exceeds what an ordinary first-tier talisman master can accomplish alone. In just a few short years, Zhao Ping'an's proficiency in talisman crafting has seen remarkable advancement. The esteemed elder Cheng of the Talisman Pavilion first learned of this development from his son, Cheng Liang, and he pondered thoughtfully while stroking his chin. His eyes, dark and profound, reflected a solemnity that rendered his emotions inscrutable, whether joy or concern remained ambiguous. After all, the emergence of numerous rising talisman masters within the sect could pose a threat to his established position as a veteran talisman master. In the Great Hall of the Sword Sect, Li Yun rushed to her father, the sword master, after receiving the news. "Father, I have just learned that Brother Zhao can now produce beast control talisman. His current talisman crafting skills have reached the level of a seasoned first-tier master. I implore you, restore Brother Zhao's status as a formal disciple." She had previously promised to assist Zhao Ping'an in regaining his official disciple status within the sect. Indeed, Zhao Ping'an's talisman skills had significantly improved. Yet, what intrigued her father even more was the fact that he had never displayed any talent for cultivation or talisman crafting prior to the incident where he saved the trader from the heavenly Xian sacred land, after which he revealed astonishing talisman crafting abilities. "My dear, consider this carefully. Could he have received some form of inheritance from that individual, or—" The sword master sat with an air of authority, his resolute visage cloaked in solemnity. Over the past few years, he had been observant of Zhao Ping'an, whose performance in the medicinal garden was both astonishing and somewhat bewildering. He could not help but speculate whether Zhao Ping'an had encountered some fortuitous opportunity after rescuing the trader from the heavenly Xian sacred land. "Father, do you suspect Brother Zhao?" Li Yun's delicate brows furrowed, finally grasping the gravity of the situation. "My dear, I do not harbor doubts intentionally. I must consider the broader implications as the sect leader. Although we have triumphed over the Frost Moon sect and strengthened the Sword sect's prominence, we have also forged genuine animosities with the heavenly Xian sacred land. Furthermore, it has come to my knowledge that not long ago, the trader who fled the heavenly Xian sacred land killed several pursuers, inciting outrage among the sacred land's ranks. Zhao Ping'an has had contact with that individual, and if we were to restore his status as a formal disciple now, the heavenly Xian sacred land would not take it lightly. They might even covertly support a second Frost Moon sect to suppress our sword sect." The sword master spoke with a heavy tone, deliberating slowly. Given the circumstances surrounding the heavenly Xian sacred land, he could not, for the time being, grant Zhao Ping'an the title of formal disciple. Even if Zhao Ping'an's talisman skills were to reach extraordinary heights, it would not suffice to secure his status as a formal disciple. Otherwise, should we provoke the heavenly Xian sacred land to the brink, it would spell an incalculable disaster for the sword sect. Chapter 69. Enigmatic. Outside the wooden cottage, a young boy was playing with a spherical object, accompanied by a slender figure, who gazed at him with affectionate indulgence. Brother Wang. From a distance, Zhao Ping'an recognized the duo as Uncle Wang and his nephew. The little boy, junior brother Zhao. Wang, the limping man, greeted Zhao Ping'an with a smile. Brother, Wang Cheng, the lively child, bounced towards Zhao Ping'an. Having spent the past few months accompanying Uncle Wang each morning to tend the medicinal garden, thus becoming quite familiar with Zhao Ping'an. Unlike his interactions with others, Wang Cheng addressed Zhao Ping'an as brother, while referring to others as uncles, aunts, or elder relatives. This innocent choice of address inadvertently lowered Zhao Ping'an's social standing among peers. Yet the child's naivety led him to believe Zhao Ping'an appeared youthful, prompting his affectionate title. The child's innocent words were endearing, and Zhao Ping'an took no offense. Finding the address rather pleasing to hear, he lifted Wang Cheng effortlessly, resting him upon his shoulders. Wang Cheng, have you been obedient and listened to your uncle these past few days? Zhao Ping'an inquired with a smile. Of course, I have been good. Uncle has been teaching me to read, and I'm learning quickly. Wang Cheng replied with a proud lift of his chin, his voice sweet and childlike. That is splendid. Here is a reward for you. As he spoke, Zhao Ping'an retrieved a piece of candy, which he had purchased earlier that day at the talisman shop in the market, intending to occasionally treat this little one in the future. Wang Cheng's eyes sparkled with delight as he accepted the candy with his chubby hands, dancing joyfully. Ping'an, you spoil him too much. This lad was always fond of such treats back in the valley, Wang remarked with a smile, taking Wang Cheng from Zhao Ping'an's arms. By the way, Ping'an, have those disciples from the discipline hall troubled you again in the past few days? Wang's expression turned serious as he recalled a previous incident. 3 months prior, 2 disciples from the discipline hall had caused trouble for Zhao Ping'an in the medicinal garden. Fortunately, the garden's guardians had intervened. Although the ensuing chaos had stirred considerable commotion, Wang had been particularly concerned about this matter, often leveraging his connections to keep an eye on the situation with the discipline hall for Zhao Ping'an. Having recently learned some significant information, he had brought Wang Cheng to visit Zhao Ping'an today. No, Brother Wang, why do you ask so suddenly? Zhao Ping'an responded, a look of puzzlement crossing his face. I just received news that one of the disciples who previously troubled you, I believe his name was Du Jie, has mysteriously disappeared a few days ago, Wang said, his tone grave and deliberate. If it were another disciple of the discipline who had gone missing, it would hardly concern Zhao Ping'an. However, Du Jie had nearly clashed with Zhao Ping'an in the medicinal garden a few months prior. Should someone choose to investigate, Zhao Ping'an would undoubtedly fall within the realm of suspicion. The disappearance of disciplined disciple Du Jie? Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping'an furrowed his brow, sensing an unusual air. It is worth noting that Ji Kong, who had intruded upon the premises searching for the blood sun grass beneath the dry well, was also a figure missing for several months from the sect. Could Du Jie's disappearance be akin to Ji Kong's prior incident? As this thought crossed Zhao Ping'an's mind, his expression grew increasingly grave. According to his earlier conjectures, Du Jie was likely not truly missing. He may have been manipulated by Duan Wui through puppet secret arts, temporarily vanishing from the public eye. If this were the case, he would need to exercise caution. Ping'an, be careful in the recent days. I fear the disciplinary hall may come seeking you. Wang Kezi observed Zhao Ping'an's unusual demeanor and softly cautioned him. Brother Wang, I understand. Zhao Ping'an replied with a nod. After exchanging a few more words, Wang Kezi soon departed with the lively and adorable Wang Cheng. The elder of discipline, Duan Wui, remained an enormous hidden threat. Zhao Ping'an's gaze deepened as he murmured to himself. His current strength and status were insufficient to contend with that elder, and all he could do was heighten his vigilance to prevent unforeseen troubles. Of course, it was not that Zhao Ping'an feared Duan Wui. With the aid of his past life as Dao Fruit, dealing with an elder of discipline would be a mere trifle. Yet, such an approach could very well expose his secrets to the scrutiny of numerous formidable beings. Previously, he had dared to utilize the Dao Fruit to subdue Yang Hong of the Frost Moon sect precisely because the sect's cultivators were attacking the Sword sect's gates, and no true cultivators had taken note of Zhao Ping'an's anomalies. Otherwise, should his secrets be unveiled, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thus, unless faced with a life or death situation, Zhao Ping'an would never lightly wield the power of his past life as Dao Fruit. In the realm of cultivation, there are always greater heights and more formidable beings. If he were to become the target of a true cultivator, not only would his steady growth be impeded, but he would also confront dreadful repercussions. As long as I fortify my defenses, unless Duan Wui personally intervenes, he would not pose a threat to me, even if he can manipulate puppets. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Ping'an swiftly regained his composure. To ensure his safety, he utilized his longevity magic to set up several concealed and intricate warning formations within the courtyard. Should an outsider employ secret arts to intrude, even if they could evade his perception, they would nonetheless be detected by the formations. After arranging the warning formations, Zhao Ping'an returned to his wooden abode to examine the true Yuan talisman technique gifted to him by Lu Ningran. Initially, he had assumed this talisman inheritance would be akin to the talisman compendium previously given by Lu Ningran, merely covering the basics of talisman arts. However, upon further inspection, his expression grew grave and solemn. This tome of talismanic lore is truly extraordinary, as it elucidates numerous methods of talisman crafting, some of which remarkably overlap with certain traditions found within the Baiyu talisman brush. It is indeed a rare and precious compendium of talismanic inheritance. Zhao Ping'an's countenance grew serious as he murmured to himself. Merely in terms of value, this talismanic manuscript could serve as the foundation for a small sect's legacy. Such a treasured volume prompts one to ponder the origins of Lu Ningran's acquisition. It is evident that this talismanic text, which even someone of his stature regards as invaluable, must possess exceptional significance. Intrigued, Zhao Ping'an considered that senior sister Lu appears to have an extraordinary background. Otherwise, how could she so casually present such a remarkable manuscript to him? Lu Ningran holds considerable renown within the Sword sect. Yet little is known about her life and lineage. Her origins seem to remain an enigma within the confines of the sect. Chapter 70. The Ascendance of the Mighty. Although the True Essence Talisman technique contains many overlapping principles with the Bayou Talisman Brush's teachings, it nonetheless provides substantial assistance to Zhao Ping'an, serving as a valuable reference for his own talisman craft. Over the course of several days, Zhao Ping'an dedicated himself to the study of the True Essence Talisman technique, resulting in a significant enhancement of his talisman skills. In the days that followed, Zhao Ping'an adhered to his usual routine. He tended to the medicinal garden in the mornings and devoted his remaining hours to cultivation or talisman crafting. Seasons changed. Time flowed like an unceasing river, and before long, 5 years had elapsed. The sword sect remained much as it had been, neither flourishing nor decaying. Within the wooden cabin, Zhao Ping'an sat cross-legged. His posture was upright, his long black hair cascading over his shoulders, and a faint golden glow enveloped his skin. From a distance, he appeared untouched by the passage of time, retaining the youthful visage of his earlier days. In that moment, he resembled a divine being, exuding a profound and enduring aura. The spirit-gathering array continued to function, channeling a torrent of vibrant spiritual energy into Zhao Ping'an's body, amplifying the already formidable and profound longevity magic within him. With a gentle hum, his body trembled, and his aura surged dramatically. At this instant, his longevity magic swelled, transforming from a flowing river into a magnificent torrent. Akin to a vast river spanning hundreds of miles, he had broken through to the 4th layer of the longevity sword technique. Slowly, Zhao Ping'an opened his eyes, which were deep and dark, as if capable of perceiving the essence of all things. After 5 years of diligent practice, he had elevated the originally 3-layered longevity sword technique to its 4th layer. Though this advancement represented only a minor progression, he could distinctly sense that his longevity magic had not only grown in strength, but had also become significantly purer. Channeling his longevity magic into his right hand, a vibrant green luminescence radiated forth. Surprised, Zhao Ping'an instinctively placed his hand against a nearby wooden pillar. The lively green glow emanating from his palm spread along the length of the pillar, and in the blink of an eye, the previously lifeless wood blossomed with vitality. Tender green leaves sprouted forth, akin to a withered tree reborn, emanating a vigorous life force. As the longevity magic continued to flow from his hand, the wooden pillar trembled slightly, its surface cracking as fresh branches burst forth, threatening to transform into a grand tree. Realizing the potential catastrophe, Zhao Ping'an hastily ceased the flow of his longevity magic, preventing the rejuvenated pillar from breaking through the cabin's confines. The rebirth of the withered wood. Could this be the power of the 4th layer of the longevity sword technique? Surely, there must be more to it, Zhao Ping'an mused, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. The cultivation of the eternal sword technique progresses slowly, yet as one ascends through the realms of this art, its corresponding power begins to unfurl magnificently. Zhao Ping'an increasingly perceives that his initial choice to practice this technique was indeed a sagacious one. However, with the elevation of his cultivation level, the challenges of training also escalate. Previously, Zhao Ping'an expended approximately a year to advance the eternal sword technique by a single realm. Yet, this time, it took him a full 5 years to elevate his practice to the 4th tier. Had he chosen another technique, bolstered by the spirit-gathering array and informed by his past life's experience, he might have already reached a consummate stage of cultivation. This is the inherent flaw of the eternal sword technique. The greater the mastery, the more formidable the trials become. Now, having achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, it is the opportune moment for further advancement. I should also enhance my own prowess, Zhao Ping'an murmured, as he retrieved a precious elixir, the black gold pill, obtained from vanquishing the old steward of the rare treasures pavilion. He had withheld from consuming this pill until now, waiting for the perfect moment to maximize its efficacy. Although Zhao Ping'an could indeed break through his current limitations without the aid of the black gold pill, the results would not be as gratifying. As the pill entered his being, a surge of fervent energy instantly enveloped Zhao Ping'an's limbs and core. The potency of the black gold pill surpassed that of any elixir he had previously ingested, being tenfold more effective than the returning essence pill. Zhao Ping'an channeled the life force of the eternal sword technique, transforming this wild medicinal energy into a strength that fused with his own essence, akin to taming a ferocious beast. With the assistance of the black gold pill, Zhao Ping'an swiftly ascended from the 8th to the 9th layer of qi refinement. Moreover, upon reaching the 9th layer, his aura continued to surge, striving towards an even higher realm of cultivation. At that moment, Zhao Ping'an's presence was overwhelmingly potent. An hour later, the fluctuations of his power finally settled, and he astonishingly found himself at the rarefied stage of complete mastery of the 9th layer of qi refinement. Just half a step remained for him to challenge the Foundation establishment realm. This is the true essence of the black gold pill, without its aid. Zhao Ping'an could have reached the 9th layer, but would not have attained its full realization. While the 9th layer of qi refinement and its perfected state may appear identical, a profound disparity exists between them. It is no exaggeration to declare that an individual at the perfected 9th layer could effortlessly dominate a multitude of practitioners at the mere 9th layer. The perfected 9th layer is but a single step away from the Foundation establishment stage. Next, he must prepare the Foundation establishment pill. Only by successfully establishing his foundation and entering that realm can he be considered a true cultivator. Zhao Ping'an muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming with determination. Though he had achieved the perfected 9th layer and his strength had significantly increased, a sense of dissatisfaction lingered within him. After all, in comparison to his past life, as long as he remained outside the Foundation establishment realm, he felt inherently feeble. Zhao Ping'an inhaled deeply, and the once mighty aura of his life force dissipated significantly in an instant. He skillfully concealed his true realm, presenting himself as merely a practitioner at the 3rd level of qi refinement. Unless a golden core cultivator employed secret techniques, no one should be able to discern Zhao Ping'an's genuine cultivation level. Suddenly, a deep tolling of a bell resonated in the air. The Grand Elder had passed away, and the disciples of the sect were to observe 3 days of mourning. At the same time, a commanding voice echoed throughout the sword sect. It was the voice of the sword master, the Grand Elder, Gu Changming. Zhao Ping'an raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the news of the Grand Elder's demise. 7 years prior, the Grand Elder had feigned death, deceiving several formidable members of the Frost Moon sect and aiding the sword sect in securing victory in their conflict. This act had garnered Gu Changming unmatched prestige within the sect. However, it was a lamentable truth that he had ultimately failed in his tribulation, and merely surviving until now was a testament to his resilience. With the passing of a golden core expert, the foundation of the sword sect had undeniably diminished. The path of immortality is merciless. Even a Grand Elder, should they fail to attain eternal life, must inevitably return to dust. Zhao Ping'an shook his head, softly reflecting. In his past 2 lives, he had witnessed such occurrences all too often. Regardless of their lofty status as masters of grand sects or legendary figures who once stirred the cultivation world, if they did not grasp the essence of immortality, their ultimate fate would mirror that of ordinary mortals, reduced to but a mere handful of earth. Chapter 71. Arriving with a letter, it was time to tend to the medicinal garden. Zhao Ping'an ceased his musings, grasped the broom, and stepped outside. Despite the passing of Elder Gu Changming and the sect leader's decree for the entire sect to observe a 3-day mourning period, the chores of sweeping the medicinal garden could not be neglected. For the true low-ranking disciples, the demise of a prominent figure within the sect bore little consequence. After all, the daily lives of these lower-tier disciples rarely intersected with those of the sect's higher echelons. Junior brother Zhao. As Zhao Ping'an exited the courtyard, a voice called out from nearby. Following the sound, he spotted Wang Kezi limping toward him. Brother Wang, why hasn't Wang Cheng accompanied you today? Zhao Ping'an greeted Wang Kezi with a smile and inquired. Typically, Wang Cheng was seldom seen apart from Wang Kezi, but today the young lad was notably absent. That rascal has been a bit unruly lately, insisting on cultivating with me. I imparted some foundational techniques to him and advised him to stay at home and practice diligently. Wang Kezi replied, grinning with a hint of exasperation. That's commendable. He has just turned 10, an age quite suitable for establishing a solid foundation in cultivation. Should he possess spiritual roots, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for him to become a formal disciple of the sect in the future, Zhao Ping'an remarked cheerfully. I dare not harbor such lofty expectations. Moreover, he is but a child, acting on whimsy. I do not anticipate his embarking on the path of immortality. My only wish is for him to live a safe and peaceful life. Wang Kezi sighed softly, his voice tinged with gravity. Lines of weariness etched across his face, and his once lean stature appeared slightly stooped. Over the years, he had devoted the majority of his energy and affection to his nephew, Wang Cheng, rendering him somewhat weathered. His every gesture imbued with a hint of melancholy. With an uncle like you, Wang Cheng is bound to flourish in the future, Zhao Ping'an mused, recognizing Wang Kezi's affection and aspirations for his nephew. Enough flattery, junior brother Zhao. We should hasten to find Daniel and complete our tasks for the day. Wang Kezi interjected, waving his hand dismissively. Before long, the two found Daniel and commenced their usual duties of tidying up the designated areas of the medicinal garden. Zhao Ping'an, typically reticent, preferred to absorb the lively conversations and anecdotes shared by Wang Kezi and Daniel regarding the sect's happenings and gossip. Ping'an, are you quite familiar with that sword master's daughter, Lian? Daniel suddenly inquired, having shifted the subject of conversation away from Wang Kezi. Li Yun? Sister Li? Zhao Ping'an responded, confusion evident in his tone. He was perplexed by Daniel's question and replied, I wouldn't say we are very close. We merely have a slight acquaintance. Oh, I see. Are you aware that Sister Li has recently succeeded in establishing her foundation and is now a foundation-building practitioner within the sect? Had it not been for the passing of the Grand Elder of the Sword Sect today, I had heard that the sect was to hold a banquet in celebration of Sister Li's successful foundation establishment. Daniel shared the news he had acquired with Zhao Ping'an. Sister Li has indeed succeeded in her foundation establishment. Zhao Ping'an was slightly taken aback by this revelation, but soon regained his composure. Li Yun, the daughter of the Sword Master, had already achieved the 9th level of Qi refinement many years ago, and her innate talent for cultivation is among the finest within her peer group in the sect. Thus, her successful transition to the foundation establishment stage was only to be expected. Being the Sword Master's daughter and now a successful cultivator in the foundation establishment realm, Sister Li's status within the sect has undoubtedly ascended to unparalleled heights. Ping'an, if you have the opportunity, you should cultivate a closer relationship with Sister Li. It would greatly benefit you, Wang Qiezi said, thoughtfully advising Zhao Ping'an. Brother Wang is correct. I have heard that Sister Li visited the medicinal garden to seek you out previously. She must have a considerable interest in you. Seize this opportunity well, and you might find yourself in a position of advantage. Remember to look out for me and Brother Wang when that time comes, Dania chimed in, playfully patting Zhao Ping'an on the shoulder. Do not jest. My relationship with Sister Li has only ever been that of ordinary senior and junior disciples. She is the Sword Master's daughter and now a formidable cultivator in the foundation establishment realm. How could she possibly regard me? Zhao Ping'an retorted with a roll of his eyes, somewhat irritated. That is true. While I would love to see you enjoy the fruits of someone else's labor, the odds of that happening are indeed quite slim, Daniel conceded, nodding in agreement with Zhao Ping'an's reasoning. Subsequently, the trio refrained from delving further into this topic and discussed other recent happenings within the sect. Daniel, being well informed, mentioned that the market at the foot of the mountain had become increasingly tumultuous. 5 years prior, incidents of murder and treasure theft had frequently plagued the market, prompting the enforcement hall to initiate investigations and bolster patrols, which significantly reduced such occurrences. However, driven by greed, the recent expansion of the market has attracted wandering cultivators and various sects from 100 miles around, leading to several thefts and murders each month. Notably, a short while ago, 2 disciples of the Sword Sect were slain, inciting the elders of the sect to take personal action in the investigation, yet the culprits remained elusive. In addition to these troubling reports, Daniel relayed rumors of rising turmoil in the southern county where the Sword Sect is located, with malevolent cultivators establishing a heretical sect, slaughtering officials and fellow cultivators, and even harming innocent civilians, inciting widespread outrage. Most of this information was gleaned from hearsay, making it difficult to discern the truth. Yet sharing such tales during work provided a welcome distraction. Time flew by, and under the diligent efforts of the 3, several areas requiring cleaning were thoroughly attended to. After exchanging farewells, Zhao Ping'an parted ways with the others and returned to his wooden abode. Before he had even stepped inside, Zhao Ping'an caught sight of a delicate and enchanting figure waiting outside his wooden cabin. It was a young maiden clad in a light apricot dress, her long hair flowing like silk, and her skin as white and fine as snow. With bright and clear eyes, she was intently scrutinizing Zhao Ping'an's abode. Finding her face somewhat unfamiliar, he could not immediately place her identity and intended to disregard her as he pushed open the door. Wait, are you Zhao Ping'an? At that moment, the young woman called out to him, her voice soft and melodious. I am Zhao Ping'an, and you are? Zhao Ping'an paused, inquiring. I am Tang Fian. Senior Sister Li sent me to find you. She introduced herself, producing a letter and handing it to Zhao Ping'an. Due to the passing of the Grand Elder, Senior Sister Li is observing a 3-day mourning period and is unable to come see you in person. She has asked me to deliver this letter to you. Tang Fian smiled sweetly as she explained. Initially skeptical, Zhao Ping'an observed her sincerity in speech, prompting him to open the envelope and read its contents. In half a month, the Sword Master will host a celebration banquet for Senior Sister Li. She has invited me to attend? Surprised by the unexpected invitation from Li Yun, he had not anticipated that someone would be sent to inform him of the celebration. I have delivered the letter into your hands. Please remember to attend Senior Sister Li's celebration banquet on time, Tang Fian said, casting Zhao Ping'an a lingering look before turning away and departing. Chapter 72. With a smiling face within the Sword Sect. A disciple's breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage is a momentous event. As the daughter of the Sword Master, it is only fitting for Sister Li to celebrate. Yet, why must she invite me? Zhao Ping'an pondered softly, holding the letter in his hand. He held a favorable impression of Li Yun, but their statuses had diverged. She was now a cultivator of Foundation establishment, while he remained a mere servant disciple in the medicinal herb garden, their positions as different as heaven and earth. Nevertheless, since Sister Li sincerely extended her invitation, it would be rather narrow-minded of me to decline. Shaking his head, Zhao Ping'an carefully tucked the letter away. Meanwhile, Tang Fian had left the medicinal herb garden and arrived at a cave dwelling. Sister Li, I have delivered the letter, she said to a stunningly beautiful woman inside. The woman, tall and radiant, exuded an almost ethereal aura with every graceful movement. Indeed, it was Li Yun. Compared to before, Li Yun had matured into a more alluring figure, shedding the youthful innocence of her earlier days as the sword master's daughter. That is sufficient. Had I not been obligated to observe mourning for 3 days on behalf of the Grand Elder, I would have gone to the medicinal herb garden to see him myself. Li Yun replied with a charming smile. Sister, although Zhao Ping'an possesses considerable talent in talisman crafting, he is still merely a servant disciple in the herb garden. Why do you insist on inviting him to your celebration? Now that you are a cultivator of Foundation establishment, it seems unnecessary to associate with someone of such a lowly status. Tang Fian expressed her confusion. Fian, you do not comprehend. Junior brother Zhao possesses an inherently pure character, and his talent in talismans is truly remarkable. Regardless of his current status as a servant disciple, I would gladly invite him to my celebration, even if he were an ordinary mortal. Furthermore, I had previously promised to intercede with my father on his behalf to restore his status as a formal disciple. Yet I have been unable to do so until now. I wish to make amends in another way. Li Yun sighed gently. I still do not understand. Tang Fian shook her head, finding it difficult to grasp Li Yun's perspective. To her, the disparity in their current standings rendered any further association unnecessary. You tend to place too much importance on social hierarchies, Li Yun teased, lightly tapping Tang Fian's smooth forehead with her delicate fingers. The celebration hosted by Sister Li was set to take place in half a month's time. Since he had resolved to attend, Zhao Ping'an realized he needed to prepare some gifts in advance. Upon returning to his wooden cottage, he contemplated, over the years, I have diligently completed numerous talisman tasks issued by the Talisman Pavilion. After accounting for the consumption of the spirit gathering array and daily expenses, I have managed to save up 8,000 spirit stones. However, Sister Li is likely to dismiss any ordinary gift, and I fear that a more extravagant offering may be beyond my means. Although 8,000 spirit stones seem substantial, most must be allocated for the preparation of Foundation establishment pills. For a mere servant disciple, the sum of 8,000 spirit stones is nearly astronomical. Zhao Ping'an has reached the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage, requiring a substantial quantity of spirit stones to prepare for the Foundation establishment pill. The Foundation establishment pill is one of the most coveted elixirs for cultivators in the qi refinement period, as it significantly enhances the success rate of establishing a foundation and increases the likelihood of breaking through to the Foundation establishment realm. There are 2 primary methods to obtain the Foundation establishment pill. One is through the sect, where the sword sect, with its ancient lineage, has dedicated alchemists who provide the pill. However, due to the pill's rarity, one must first make significant contributions to the sect as a formal disciple before being eligible to exchange for it. The second method involves seeking alternatives outside the sect, purchasing it through auctions or commercial establishments. Currently, Zhao Ping'an, as a mere janitor in the herb garden, lacks the qualifications to exchange for the Foundation establishment pill from the sect. Even if he possessed such qualifications, he would refrain from acquiring it through sect channels. Such an action would inevitably raise suspicions among the higher-ups of the sect. It is evident that Zhao Ping'an, possessing at present only the 3rd level of qi refinement, has indeed reached the 9th level's zenith. Should the sect's higher-ups discover this discrepancy, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences, possibly even being treated as a lab rat for dissection and research. It appears that a visit to the market at the foot of the mountain is in order. I must select some gifts for Li Yun while discreetly inquiring whether the Foundation establishment pill is available in circulation at the market. Given that the sect's Grand Elder is observing a 3-day mourning period, the market should be closed. Thus, I shall wait a few days before making my trip. Zhao Ping'an's eyes sparkled with determination as he spoke to himself. 3 days swiftly passed. The mourning period had concluded. The market at the foot of the mountain should have reopened, and today, I shall go and take a look. On this day, after Zhao Ping'an finished tidying up the various areas of the herb garden, he donned a simple attire and made his way beyond the garden's gates. Halt! Just as he reached the entrance of the herb garden, a figure blocked Zhao Ping'an's path. The individual was tall and bore a somewhat stern expression. narrowing his eyes upon seeing Zhao Ping'an. "Brother Diao," Zhao Ping'an greeted with a smile upon recognizing the figure. This was none other than Diao Ziqiang, who had become the senior brother of the herb garden's servants years ago. When Zhao Ping'an first arrived at the herb garden, he had a conflict with Diao Ziqiang during his initial visit to the spirit room to collect spirit stones. Later, on his return from the Fuchin Tower, Zhao Ping'an had even knocked Diao Ziqiang unconscious to seize the spirit stones he possessed. Diao Ziqiang, having been promoted by the garden's overseer years ago, was now responsible for all servant disciples of the herb garden. "Zhao Ping'an, are you planning to leave the herb garden? Are you not aware that without the consent of the overseer and myself, no servant disciple is permitted to leave at will?" Diao Ziqiang, with his hands clasped behind his back, snorted coldly and questioned Zhao Ping'an. "Brother Diao, I sincerely apologize. Sister Li Yun has graciously invited me to her forthcoming celebration banquet, prompting me to venture out to the foot of the mountain market to select some congratulatory gifts. However, this intention slipped my mind." Zhao Ping'an, aware of Diao Ziqiang's tendency to bully the weak while fearing the strong, deliberately mentioned Li Yun's name. The news of Li Yun's breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage has circulated throughout the sect in recent days, and even the miscellaneous disciples in the herb garden are well aware of it. "You mean Sister Li Yun?" Diao Ziqiang inquired, astonished, as he scrutinized Zhao Ping'an from head to toe, before asking, "Did she invite you to the celebration banquet? Do you share some connection with her?" "Our relationship isn't particularly deep, but since Sister Li has extended her kindness, I wouldn't dare to decline," Zhao Ping'an replied modestly with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Diao Ziqiang furrowed his brow momentarily before it relaxed. Initially, he intended to take advantage of his position as the senior brother among the miscellaneous disciples to make things difficult for Zhao Ping'an, but that notion quickly dissipated. He hastily approached, forcing a smile onto his face, and sheepishly remarked, "Junior brother Zhao, I apologize for my earlier bluntness. Had I known of your connection with Sister Li, I certainly wouldn't have dared to obstruct you. Should you encounter any difficulties in the herb garden in the future, please do not hesitate to bring them to my attention. I will do my utmost to assist in any way I can." Diao Ziqiang understood well that if Zhao Ping'an had a connection with the newly promoted foundation establishment cultivator Li Yun, he could not afford to offend him lightly. After all, within the sect, a newly promoted foundation establishment cultivator holds immense potential, and Li Yun is the daughter of the sword master, her future accomplishments beyond imagination. "Brother, you jest. I am merely a miscellaneous disciple and would not dare to trouble you with my trivial matters." Zhao Ping'an chuckled, jesting. To deal with someone like Diao Ziqiang, who shifts with the winds, one must invoke the name of a person of higher status and standing, instilling a sense of caution in the other party. "That is quite enough. I shall not take up any more of your valuable time, so do hurry to the market," Diao Ziqiang said with a forced smile. Chapter 73. Return to the market. Under the watchful gaze of Diao Ziqiang, Zhao Ping'an stepped out of the medicine garden with a steady gait. It was truly unexpected that this young man had connections with the newly advanced foundation cultivator, Li Yun. No wonder the guards at the medicine garden advised me to cultivate a good rapport with him. It seems there was a deeper reason behind it. As Zhao Ping'an's figure gradually faded into the distance, Diao Ziqiang retracted his obsequious smile, his expression shifting to one of ambiguous emotions. "Humph, what is there to be proud of? In the end, he is merely a lowly servant disciple." Diao Ziqiang's eyes turned icy, and after much hesitation, he took out a communication jade talisman and discreetly revealed Zhao Ping'an's whereabouts. Before long, Zhao Ping'an once again arrived at the marketplace at the foot of the mountain. In an effort to avoid drawing attention, he had altered his appearance with a minor secret technique before entering the market, even replacing his servant disciple attire with a flowing azure robe. With this transformation, it became quite difficult for anyone to recognize him. The marketplace had indeed expanded significantly, with a noticeable increase in foot traffic. Upon entering, Zhao Ping'an quickly discerned the changes, muttering to himself. He observed that the number of shops had grown by hundreds since his first visit, and the variety of goods on offer was astonishing. Among them were numerous establishments owned by various cultivation sects, each adorned with their respective insignias. Wandering leisurely, Zhao Ping'an eventually found himself at the entrance of a shop named Zhini Pavilion. If memory serves, this shop was once called Qizhen Pavilion 5 years ago, where I had previously sold many treasures. Later, the old shopkeeper had attempted to ambush me for my possessions, only to meet his demise at my hands. Now, Qizhen Pavilion had transformed into Zhini Pavilion. Zhao Ping'an's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he stepped inside with a composed demeanor. "Welcome, esteemed guest. Our Zhini Pavilion boasts a plethora of treasures. May I inquire what you seek?" As he entered, a mature and composed middle-aged scholar approached him with a broad smile, exuding warmth and hospitality. I have a friend who has recently made a breakthrough in his cultivation, and I wish to select some treasures as a congratulatory gift. Zhao Ping'an stated, revealing his purpose. Ah, celebratory gift. The middle-aged scholar's expression brightened with understanding, and he gestured for Zhao Ping'an to follow him to the left. Please, right this way. Under his guidance, Zhao Ping'an quickly arrived at the innermost part of the shop, where rows of wooden shelves were lined with boxes of varying sizes. Some boxes emanated powerful and astonishing waves of spiritual energy, while others radiated a faint celestial glow. This clearly indicated that the items within were extraordinary treasures. Zhao Ping'an also noted that the decor of Zhini Pavilion was vastly different from that of the former Qijin Pavilion, and the staff members were all unfamiliar faces. If I am not mistaken, the once illustrious Qijin Pavilion should have been taken over after the demise of the old proprietor, evolving into the more expansive Zhini Pavilion we see today. Esteemed guest, within this box lies the most cherished Nanhai pearl. This pearl is imbued with unique spiritual energy. If worn by a cultivator for an extended period, it can refine their magical power to a greater purity. Moreover, it is reasonably priced at merely 500 spirit stones. The middle-aged scholar, beaming with delight, was the first to unveil the initial box, revealing the lustrous pearl within, enthusiastically expounding its virtues to Zhao Ping'an. Though the pearl is commendable, it can only assist cultivators at the initial stage of qi refining in enhancing the purity of their magical power. Zhao Ping'an shook his head, signaling the scholar to present the next treasure. Since he intended to prepare a gift for Li Yun, presenting such commonplace items would seem rather meager. Pray, examine this item instead, the scholar continued. This is a dragon bone, possessing the essence of dragonkind. It was entrusted to us by a recently emerged foundation-building expert. It can be utilized to forge superior magical artifacts. Observing Zhao Ping'an's discerning eye, the middle-aged scholar hastily opened the second wooden box. A piece of bone, roughly the size of a thumb, glimmered with a faint dark luster, coming into Zhao Ping'an's view. Dragon bone. Zhao Ping'an merely cast a glance before unable to suppress a chuckle. This is merely a small fragment of a spirit beast with the bloodline of a flood dragon. It cannot even be considered true dragon bone. I doubt it could even facilitate the crafting of a mid-tier magical artifact. The middle-aged scholar, having been seen through, offered an awkward smile. It seems I underestimated you, esteemed guest. If your shop only offers such items, I shall take my leave to explore other establishments. Zhao Ping'an appeared somewhat disheartened, turning to depart. Please, esteemed guest, wait. The middle-aged scholar interjected, blocking Zhao Ping'an's path with a sycophantic smile. Since you are already here, why not take a look at the treasures we have in the back? If you remain unsatisfied, you may leave at your leisure. Without waiting for Zhao Ping'an's response, the scholar hurried to the last row of shelves and retrieved 3 wooden boxes. Esteemed guest, behold. As his words fell, he immediately opened a wooden box adorned with a golden label, and a radiant golden light illuminated the entire hall. Zhao Ping'an focused his gaze and beheld a golden elixir within the box, shimmering with golden brilliance. From a distance, it resembled molten gold, permeating the air with an astonishing fragrance of medicinal herbs. Wujin pill. Zhao Ping'an was taken aback, not expecting Zhini Pavilion to possess such an elixir. It was noteworthy that after he had slain the old proprietor of Qijin Pavilion, he had obtained a Wujin pill from him. Not long ago, Zhao Ping'an had consumed that very pill, successfully elevating himself to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of qi refining. The efficacy of such elixirs is second only to the foundational pills that aid qi refining cultivators in establishing their foundation. Esteemed guest, you possess a keen eye. This is indeed the Wujin pill. Any cultivator below the foundation building stage who consumes this elixir will immediately ascend 1 minor realm. This singular elixir is priced at 8,000 spirit stones. The middle-aged scholar was quite pleased with Zhao Ping'an's reaction and directly stated his price. Under normal circumstances, the starting bid for the Wujin pill at an auction would not be less than 5,000 spirit stones. The Zhini Pavilion offered it for 8,000 spirit stones, which was somewhat steep yet justifiable. 8,000 spirit stones. Zhao Ping'an had initially harbored some interest, contemplating that although he could no longer consume the Wujin pill, he might purchase it as a modest gift for Li Yun if the price were reasonable. However, upon hearing the sudden quote, his enthusiasm evaporated instantly. After years of painstakingly saving up 8,000 spirit stones for the purpose of acquiring foundation establishment pills, it seemed utterly futile to spend such a sum on a Wujin pill. The Wujin pill had a limited number of uses, and having recently consumed one, it was of no practical use to him even if he were to buy another for himself. As for spending 8,000 spirit stones on a congratulatory gift for Li Yun, Zhao Ping'an had yet to reach such financial extravagance. Let us see the next item. Zhao Ping'an gestured for the middle-aged scholar to open other wooden boxes. Very well, the middle-aged scholar replied, somewhat surprised, but complied with Zhao Ping'an's request. Within this wooden box lay one of the most significant treasures of the establishment. Please take a look, esteemed guest. As his words fell, he opened the second wooden box adorned with a golden label, revealing a brilliant azure light. Zhao Ping'an leaned in for a closer look and beheld a blue necklace, featuring a blue gemstone that emitted a soft glow. A superior magical artifact, the blue crystal jade necklace. This exquisite piece was crafted by a master of qi refinement, capable of withstanding an ordinary strike from a foundation establishment practitioner, even when worn by a qi refinement cultivator. Furthermore, the wearer is impervious to water and fire. Among superior magical artifacts, this is truly a gem of a masterpiece. The middle-aged scholar elaborated meticulously while observing Zhao Ping'an's reaction. His keen eye for discerning customers had always served him well. Despite Zhao Ping'an's unremarkable appearance, it was evident that he possessed extraordinary insight, marking him as a potential significant patron. This item indeed holds merit. Zhao Ping'an approached and examined it for a moment, finally revealing a hint of satisfaction. Esteemed guest, this is one of the most important treasures in our Zhini Pavilion. Although it does not compare to the Wujin pill, its price is 3,000 spirit stones. Noticing Zhao Ping'an's expression, the middle-aged scholar chuckled awkwardly as he announced the price of this item. 3,000 spirit stones? Zhao Ping'an displayed hesitation and inquired, could it be offered at a lower price? It was not that Zhao Ping'an was intent on bargaining. Rather, he genuinely had limited spirit stones. After years of diligently completing tasks at the Talisman's Pavilion, he had finally managed to save 8,000 spirit stones. And parting with a significant portion at once was disheartening for anyone. Esteemed guest, you are a person of discernment. Ordinary superior magical artifacts may not warrant such a price. Yet this one is a true masterpiece among masterpieces. As the saying goes, a thing is worth what it is valued at, do you not agree? The middle-aged scholar chuckled awkwardly, refusing to lower the price even by a single spirit stone, while emphasizing the concept of value to Zhao Ping'an. Zhao Ping'an's lips twitched slightly. After much contemplation, he ultimately acquiesced to the proposed price. Most importantly, he had perused numerous stalls and shops without discovering a suitable treasure to serve as a congratulatory gift. Now that he had finally found a fitting item, he could only endure the financial strain and make the purchase. Given that Li Yun was the daughter of the sect leader and had shown him considerable kindness, Zhao Ping'an deemed it appropriate to spend 3,000 spirit stones on a top-tier magic artifact for her, reluctantly parting with the 3,000 spirit stones. He soon acquired the blue crystal jade necklace. Esteemed guest, would you care to examine this final wooden box? The contents within are even rarer than the blue crystal jade necklace, suggested the middle-aged scholar, noticing Zhao Ping'an's generosity. Oh, then do open it for me, Zhao Ping'an replied, not in a hurry to depart, signaling for the man to reveal its contents. Do pay close attention, the scholar chuckled, and promptly opened the last wooden box adorned with a golden label. Within lay a complex and profound array diagram, which immediately captured Zhao Ping'an's gaze. The diagram, crafted from an unknown material, appeared remarkably smooth and polished, emanating a fierce and astonishing sword intent that permeated the air. Even in the absence of external stimulation, Zhao Ping'an felt a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck, as though he were encircled by countless celestial swords, subtly invoking a sense of danger. Chapter 74. An Inescapable Fate? This aura. Zhao Ping'an felt a subtle chill in his heart, sensing a faint familiarity from the sword diagram before him. The essence emanating from this sword diagram bore some resemblance to the sword formation he had acquired previously. Could there be some connection between them? Zhao Ping'an pondered silently, maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor that concealed his thoughts from prying eyes. Esteemed guest, this sword diagram possesses a remarkable origin. It's worth surpassing that of ordinary top-tier magical artifacts. It is an unparalleled treasure of our Rare Treasures Pavilion. However, the malevolent energy within the sword formation is overwhelmingly fierce, rendering all previous owners unable to master it, resulting in backlash. Consequently, 2 years ago, a foundation establishment expert entrusted this treasure to us. The middle-aged scholar observed Zhao Ping'an's serene expression, mistakenly believing him oblivious to its intricacies, and hastily elaborated. This sword diagram is indeed unique. Yet, my understanding is limited, and I cannot discern its profundities. Perhaps it is best to leave it be. Zhao Ping'an contemplated for a moment before signaling the scholar to close the wooden box, feigning disinterest in the sword diagram. Are you truly not inclined to take another look? The middle-aged scholar inquired, somewhat taken aback. There's no need, Zhao Ping'an replied, shaking his head. Very well. It seems this sword diagram must await another destined individual, the scholar remarked with a hint of disappointment as he sighed. Zhao Ping'an chose not to linger any longer and departed from the Rare Treasures Pavilion with the blue crystal emerald necklace he had purchased. This individual displayed no interest in the sword diagram, indicating he likely had never encountered the old man's sword formation. Curiously, since the old man's demise 5 years ago, that sword formation had vanished without a trace. I intentionally placed the sword diagram in the Rare Treasures Pavilion to lure out the one who possessed the old man's sword formation, yet after such a lengthy period, my efforts have yielded nothing. As he watched Zhao Ping'an's retreating figure, the middle-aged scholar's sycophantic smile faded, revealing a profound expression. Upon exiting the Rare Treasures Pavilion, Zhao Ping'an paused, turning to gaze back at the shop with deep, luminous eyes. The sword formation I obtained from the old manager of the Rare Treasures Pavilion must surely be connected to the sword diagram I just encountered, as their essences are strikingly similar. However, the appearance of the sword formation in the Rare Treasures Pavilion seems like a deliberate bait, as if awaiting a fish to take the hook. This place is rather peculiar. It would be wise to visit less frequently. Zhao Ping'an murmured softly to himself before hastily departing. He did not leave the market immediately. Instead, he wandered about, stopping intermittently, attempting to gather information regarding Foundation establishment pills. Yet, despite his thorough exploration of the market, he found no leads on the pills. Zhao Ping'an felt no disappointment regarding this. It was, after all, within the realm of expectation. Foundation establishment pills are exceedingly rare, even among the sword sect, regarded as extremely valuable treasures. And ordinary market stalls simply do not stock such items. After deliberately circling the market several times and confirming he was not being followed, Zhao Ping'an reverted to his original appearance and headed back towards the herb garden. The lack of information on Foundation establishment pills within the market indicated that he would need to seek alternative channels for procuring them. The sect would undoubtedly be unhelpful. If the higher-ups were to discover my quest for the Foundation establishment pill, it could potentially expose my true strength and background. At present, the last remaining avenue for acquiring the Foundation establishment pill is none other than the esteemed young lady of the Lin family, Lin Yu. Zhao Ping'an's eyes shimmered with contemplation. Previously, he had assisted Lin Yu in crafting beast-taming talismans, thereby incurring a favor from her. Now, in order to procure the Foundation establishment pill, he must invoke that favor prematurely. The Lin family is a formidable force within the Southern Prefecture's cultivation community, and with Lin Yu's assistance, Zhao Ping'an should be able to locate a Foundation establishment pill. For a practitioner at the peak of the Qi refinement stage, the Foundation establishment pill is of paramount importance. Although Zhao Ping'an possesses the cultivation experience from his past life, the successful transition from the peak of Qi refinement to Foundation establishment necessitates the pill. As Zhao Ping'an pondered, a spectral shadow suddenly materialized not far behind him. Sensing an anomaly through his formidable spiritual awareness, he quickly deduced that someone was observing him. Narrowing his eyes, he quickened his pace toward a secluded area ahead. Upon reaching a remote grove, Zhao Ping'an finally halted. He turned around and called out to the empty space behind him. "Since you have been following me for so long, will you not reveal yourself?" As his voice echoed, the surroundings fell silent, as if no one had been tailing him. It seemed merely a figment of his imagination. However, Zhao Ping'an remained unfazed, his expression calm as he fixed his gaze on a particular direction, his eyes bright and profound, as if piercing through all disguises. Suddenly, a peculiar sound emanated from the ground that had been carpeted with fallen leaves. A somewhat translucent figure slowly rose from the earth, revealing its true form. The figure had a somewhat handsome visage, yet his complexion was notably pale, with eyes glowing a ghostly green, exuding an eerie and enchanting aura. Disciplined disciple Du Jie? Recognizing the individual, Zhao Ping'an raised an eyebrow, identifying him instantly. Years prior, disciplined disciple Wang Yu and Du Jie had come to the medicinal garden under the orders of Elder Duan Wui to apprehend him, but they were thwarted by the garden's guards. Subsequently, Du Jie mysteriously vanished, a mystery that remained unsolved to this day. It was unexpected that after 5 years, the missing disciple Du Jie would reappear and follow Zhao Ping'an to this location. "Zhao Ping'an, we meet again. You must be quite surprised," Du Jie grinned, his voice gravelly and low, emanating a strange and sinister presence. "Ah, how fortunate. Should I address you as Brother Du or Elder Duan?" Zhao Ping'an replied with unwavering composure. "Oh, you can discern my methods?" Du Jie's tone shifted to a deep resonance. "It seems my suspicions were indeed correct. The entity beneath the dry well must be within your possession. The previous Jikong was also slain by you, under the manipulation of Du Jie by Duan Wuyo. The green light in his eyes became haunting, revealing a hint of coldness. I do not comprehend your words, Zhao Ping'an remarked, his brow furrowing. However, it is evident that Elder Duan has continuously sent individuals to trouble me. What could possibly be the reason? I am merely a menial disciple tasked with sweeping the medicinal garden. I should not have offended you in any way. Duan Wuyo, with a cold laugh, replied, Do not feign ignorance, Zhao Ping'an. You must be capable of understanding my words. Moreover, your ability to discern my methods indicates that you are far from being as simple as you appear. Today, I am willing to grant you a chance at survival. Surrender the blood sun grass, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, you cannot escape calamity. As he spoke, Duan Wuyo manipulated Du Jie's body from a distance, compelling him to stride toward Zhao Ping'an step by step. At that moment, Du Jie's physique began to swell, resembling a monstrous entity. His muscles bulged ominously, glistening with a bronze hue, exuding a terrifying aura. Chapter 75. The tiger's roar. Though Duan Wuyo's true form had yet to arrive, his ability to manipulate Du Jie from afar still allowed him to exhibit remarkable combat prowess. Under his meticulous crafting, Du Jie's physique exhibited a unique transformation, emanating an aura that instilled a profound sense of danger in Zhao Ping'an. Realizing the inevitability of confrontation, Zhao Ping'an eschewed further dialogue. Before Du Jie could close the distance, he unleashed a talisman that shot forth with alacrity. The luminescence of the rune ignited, morphing into a golden beam that struck at Du Jie with unrelenting ferocity. This was a second-tier low-grade talisman, the Celestial Arrow Talisman. When Zhao Ping'an chose to act, he did so with formidable power. With the aid of the exquisite Bayou Talisman brush, the talisman's might surge to rival that of a mid-grade second-tier assault talisman. The golden radiance expanded dramatically, stretching several yards long, resembling a fearsome sword of light poised to pierce through and obliterate all in its path. Humph! A cold snort escaped Duan Wuyo. As if he had anticipated this turn of events, he commanded Du Jie's body to swell again, the muscles instantly hardening into layers of impenetrable flesh armor, standing like a monstrous entity. Bang! The sound of an explosion echoed as some of the flesh armor shattered, causing the body of Du Jie, under Duan Wuyo's control, to stagger back several steps. Each footfall left distinct imprints upon the ground. The second-tier talisman exhibited considerable power. Yet, to breach my Xuanjia puppet? That is rather fanciful. A sneer resonated as Duan Wuyo spoke through Du Jie's form. The Celestial Arrow Talisman's assault was indeed fierce, but it merely breached a section of the flesh armor, leaving no significant wound behind. This was the result of 5 years of refining Du Jie's corporeal form. A master of puppet techniques, Duan Wuyo had continuously enhanced Du Jie's body. It was no exaggeration to assert that even this formidable flesh was sufficient to overpower ordinary foundational stage cultivators, and in terms of defensive capability, it far surpassed the majority of late foundational stage practitioners. Xuanjia puppet? Zhao Ping'an's expression darkened slightly. It was no wonder Duan Wuyo dared to employ Du Jie's body against him. He had prepared accordingly. The ground trembled, leaving Zhao Ping'an little time to react. As the transformed Du Jie, now a Xuanjia puppet, charged like a frenzied beast, shattering towering trees with the force of a raging tempest. The Xuanjia puppet bore an impassive expression, its eyes glowing with an eerie green light, while its skin was enveloped in a rich bronze hue. Recognizing the futility of a direct confrontation, Zhao Ping'an summoned his life-prolonging magic, becoming as agile as a swallow to evade the Xuanjia puppet's thunderous punch. The force of the punch shattered a massive boulder behind him. Quick-witted, Zhao Ping'an unleashed another talisman, summoning a formidable mountain phantom that descended with overwhelming might, crashing heavily upon the Xuanjia puppet. Boom! The sound of thunder erupted as, caught off guard, the Xuanjia puppet was driven into the ground by the mid-grade second-tier talisman. The Mountain Suppression Talisman. Another second-tier talisman. The Xuanjia puppet's limbs became immobile, enduring all the damage from the Mountain Suppression Talisman, as a significant portion of its flesh armor erupted violently. Du and Wy, both astonished and enraged, could hardly fathom the remarkable prowess of Zhao Ping'an's talismanic techniques. However, he swiftly regained his composure, channeling the formidable power within the Su Nji puppet, unleashing a torrent of terrifying magical energy that surged forth, restoring much of the shattered armor. The Su Nji puppet strained against the earth, preparing to rend asunder the mountainous apparition that loomed over it. Even the town-confining talisman could not deliver a fatal blow. The might of this puppet had transcended that of most mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators, rivaling even certain late-stage practitioners. Zhao Ping'an furrowed his brow. finally grasping the puppet's formidable nature. "Come forth, blade." He no longer held back. His profound and enduring life essence surged as he opened his storage pouch, from which a silver flying sword shot forth like a bolt of lightning. The speed of the sword, enhanced by his life essence, was astonishing, and before the Su-Nji puppet could extricate itself from the mountainous apparition, it hurtled forth with tremendous force, aimed directly at the puppet's eyes. Through their recent encounter, Zhao Ping'an had discerned that the puppet's weakness lay in its ocular region. Xuanjia's radiance. Sensing imminent danger, Du Nwy let out a cold snort, unleashing the puppet's full potential. A surge of magical energy coursed through its limbs, coalescing into a fearsome dark light that erupted from its surface. In an instant, the mountainous apparition shattered, and even the descending silver sword was flung aside by the overwhelming force. With a fierce roar, the Su-Nji puppet burst forth from the ground, crashing through several trees that stood in its path, and in a heartbeat, it was upon Zhao Ping'an. "Die!" Du Nwy's voice was frigid as he commanded the puppet to swing its colossal iron fist, poised to strike Zhao Ping'an's head. He was confident that even if Zhao Ping'an's talismanic abilities were formidable, survival was impossible against such a blow. Zhao Ping'an's pupils constricted, yet he maintained his composure, calling out, "Again, sword." With a resonant clash, two more flying swords shot forth from either side of Zhao Ping'an, their blades gleaming menacingly under the influence of his life essence. They pierced the few still open wounds on the Su-Nji puppet, causing it to momentarily falter. Seizing this opportunity, Zhao Ping'an retreated with a hairbreadth of distance, narrowly evading the fatal strike. Nevertheless, he was still grazed by the ferocious shockwave of the punch. His shoulder garment torn apart, leaving a large bruise. Fortunately, the flow of life essence swiftly cleared the congealed blood. "You possess several flying swords. How delightful. Once I eliminate you, all these treasures shall be mine." The Su-Nji puppet, shaking off the two flying swords, charged at Zhao Ping'an once more like a ferocious beast of steel. Crafted by Du Nwy, the Su-Nji puppet was nearly invulnerable, presenting a formidable challenge even to the strongest of Foundation establishment cultivators. The talismans and flying swords proved ineffective. There was no choice but to resort to his final means. Zhao Ping'an inhaled deeply, then once again summoned 3 flying swords, which transformed into a straight line and shot forth towards the armored puppet with remarkable speed. Each sword was affixed with a talisman, radiating an astonishing aura. "It's futile, cease your struggles." The armored puppet raised its fist and effortlessly deflected the first flying sword. Though the runes illuminated, they failed to inflict any damage upon it. At that moment, the second flying sword descended upon the armored puppet, only to be blocked by its lifted hand. It embedded itself in the puppet's arm, activating the mountain suppression talisman above, which manifested a terrifying illusion of a mountain, pinning the armored puppet to the ground. However, the puppet was prepared. Dark energy surged across its surface, causing the oppressive mountain illusion to dim, poised to break free at any moment. Whoosh! At this juncture, the third flying sword followed swiftly, aiming directly for the puppet's eyes. In the next instant, the armored puppet shut its eyes tightly, as dark energy coalesced on its face, forming a formidable shield that once again thwarted the third flying sword. The runes flared, and the last mountain suppression talisman erupted, shaking the puppet's body violently, yet failing to deliver a fatal blow. "Is this all you are capable of? Prepare to meet your end," Duan Wuya sneered triumphantly, anticipating the moment when the runic power would dissipate, allowing him to command the armored puppet to eliminate Zhao Ping'an completely. "Duan Elder, the outcome is not yet determined. There is no need for such arrogance." A calm voice suddenly resonated. The armored puppet looked up, only to find that Zhao Ping'an had stealthily approached. A golden talisman floated from his hand, landing squarely upon the armored puppet. At this moment, the puppet, preoccupied with countering the 3 flying swords and enduring the power of the 3 talismans, found itself utterly unable to withdraw, at its most vulnerable state. As the golden talisman approached, the armored puppet felt an overwhelming sense of danger emanating from it. Attempting to evade was exceedingly difficult. In the next second, the golden talisman unleashed its full power, accompanied by a thunderous roar akin to a tiger's roar that echoed through the forest. Its terrifying force seemingly capable of shattering the very fabric of reality. The armored puppet cried out in agony, its once indestructible flesh armor shattering under the horrific sound waves. Unable to withstand even for a few seconds, its robust form was torn asunder, ultimately dissipating into a cloud of dust. In an instant, the once formidable armored puppet vanished without a trace, obliterated by the might of the second-tier superior talisman, the Tiger Roar Talisman. With a sigh of relief, Zhao Ping'an felt as though a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He had finally dealt with the armored puppet. Had he been unable to subdue even the second-tier superior talisman, he would have been compelled to resort to the fruits of his past life, an act that would inevitably reveal his true secrets and prevent him from continuing his stay within the sword sect. Chapter 76: Contacting the Lin family. Finally, the formidable Xuanjiao puppet has been dealt with. Had it not been for my years of expertise in manipulating flying swords, coupled with the deployment of talismans, I would have had no chance of subduing such a powerful automaton, Zhao Ping'an mused, his eyes glimmering with insight. The Xuanjiao puppet crafted by Duan Wui is nearly indestructible. Had he not been quick-witted and possessed the hidden trump card of the Tiger Howl Talisman, even a foundational realm cultivator might have struggled against it. However, this does not imply that Zhao Ping'an is inherently superior to foundational realm practitioners. Rather, his extraordinary skill in sword manipulation and the formidable potency of his talismans enabled him to vanquish the Xuanjiao puppet. Presently, Zhao Ping'an's cultivation level stands at the peak of the Qi refinement stage. Yet his diverse array of techniques grants him a combat prowess that significantly surpasses that of typical foundational realm cultivators. This is why he discerned that the Xuanjiao puppet was under the direct control of Duan Wui, yet remained unfazed. The Xuanjiao puppet represents years of Duan Wui's devotion, and with its destruction at my hands, he is bound to experience a backlash. For a while, he should refrain from seeking further troubles with me. Nonetheless, I must swiftly procure foundation establishment pills. Only by advancing to the foundational realm will I possess the true confidence to confront Duan Wui. A glint of determination sparkled in Zhao Ping'an's eyes as he contemplated this. Naturally, he harbored no concerns regarding Duan Wui disclosing today's events. The latter's enigmatic puppet techniques evidently conceal secrets unknown to others. Should Duan Wui reveal Zhao Ping'an's identity, he would inevitably attract the scrutiny of the sect's higher-ups. At this moment, Zhao Ping'an noticed a copper bracelet that had been inadvertently left behind at the site of the puppet's demise. Despite enduring the destruction wrought by the Tiger Howl Talisman, the bracelet remained intact. A storage artifact? Zhao Ping'an discerned its significance at a glance and drew it to him from a distance. The resources and effort invested by Duan Wui in the creation of the Xuanjiao puppet likely meant that it contained a wealth of valuable items. His eyes brightened as he meticulously inspected the bracelet for any abnormalities before securing it, planning to examine its contents upon returning to his residence. After safely stowing away the bracelet, Zhao Ping'an erased any traces of talismans left in the vicinity, ensuring that no connections to him remained before departing the scene. Swish, swish. Shortly after Zhao Ping'an's departure, several figures pierced through the air. What a terrifying battle. It nearly obliterated an entire grove. Could there have been a foundational realm expert engaged in combat here? We have arrived too late. The leading figure, clad in the garb of a sect elder, spoke gravely after surveying the site. Elder Maple Leaf, is it possible that a foundational realm presence was here to commit murder and seize treasures? A disciple stepped forward, speculating. The proximity to the foot of the mountain and the recent spate of heinous murders in the nearby market only heighten our concerns. It is plausible. We must initiate an investigation immediately. Elder Maple Leaf inhaled deeply, his voice resolute. The elder in question is none other than Elder Maple Leaf, who was previously seen in the medicinal garden. During this period, he has been tasked with investigating the incessant murders and treasure thefts occurring outside the marketplace. How infuriating! That young man's talismanic abilities are astonishingly formidable. Could he have ascended to the rank of a second-tier talisman master? While Elder Maple Leaf and his companions continued their investigation, in a secluded chamber, Elder Duan Wui's complexion turned pale as he muttered coldly to himself. His breath was somewhat erratic, and there was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, a consequence of the severe backlash he suffered from the defeat of the Xuanjiao puppet. Even if he had not reached the level of a second-tier talisman master, he was surely perilously close. Ultimately, he had underestimated Zhao Ping'an, that lowly disciple. With the Xuanjiao puppet destroyed, my spiritual consciousness has been gravely damaged, rendering me incapable of taking further action in the near future. I can only wait for another opportunity to deal with that young man. A flicker of unwillingness crossed Duan Wui's face, but he suppressed his anger. Speaking in a subdued tone, he had spent 5 arduous years refining Du Jie's physical form into the Xuanjiao puppet, all to seize the chance to eliminate Zhao Ping'an and acquire the Blood Sun Grass. Now, he faced a significant setback. Duan Wui swallowed his bitter pill, regulating his breath and channeling his internal energy to heal his injuries. Meanwhile, Zhao Ping'an had successfully arrived at the entrance of the medicinal garden. Junior brother Zhao Yu. have returned? Upon seeing Zhao Ping'an's safe return, Diao Ziqiang, who had been waiting at the gate, was initially taken aback, quickly replacing his surprise with a sycophantic smile. Approaching to greet him, "Brother Diao, as the esteemed elder brother of the medicinal garden's miscellaneous disciples, why have you been stationed here? Were you perhaps waiting to see if I would return alive?" Noticing Diao Ziqiang's slightly flustered expression, Zhao Ping'an's thoughts whirled, and he deliberately chose to mock him. Few were privy to the news of his departure from the medicinal garden, yet Duan Wui had still targeted him. The only plausible explanation was that Diao Ziqiang had informed the disciplinary hall. "Junior brother Zhao, what are you saying? I am merely following the orders of the supervising elder, concerned that the miscellaneous disciples might abandon their posts. Thus, I have been here for the past few days." The position of elder brother among the miscellaneous disciples is not easy to maintain, Diao Ziqiang explained with an awkward smile. "Is that so?" Zhao Ping'an replied with a half-smile, then fixed Diao Ziqiang with a penetrating gaze, adding, "I hope brother Diao's earnestness and sense of responsibility will allow you to retain your position as elder brother among the miscellaneous disciples." Having said this, Zhao Ping'an turned and walked away, unwilling to cast another glance at him. This is the medicinal garden. And since Diao Ziqiang is still the elder brother among the miscellaneous disciples, even if Zhao Ping'an confirmed that he had informed Duan Wui, he could not take action against him here. Rather than waste words with him, it was better to return to his quarters promptly. After all, there would be ample opportunity to deal with someone like Diao Ziqiang in the future. It is worth noting that the guards of the medicinal garden regard Zhao Ping'an with a certain favor, and should he wish to manipulate Diao Ziqiang, he may not even need to lift a finger. "Junior brother Zhao, take care. No need for formalities." After watching Zhao Ping'an depart, Diao Ziqiang's expression turned to one of perplexity as he muttered to himself, "This fellow has returned unscathed. Could it be that the discipline hall has failed?" Moments later, Zhao Ping'an re-entered the wooden cabin. He casually retrieved the storage copper bracelet acquired from the vanquished Xuanjia puppet, which stood as his sole trophy. Indeed, it was a storage artifact. The space within was even more capacious than a typical storage bag. He was eager to discover what treasures the Xuanjia puppet had concealed. With that thought, Zhao Ping'an employed his formidable spiritual consciousness to directly unravel the restrictions on the bracelet, delving into its interior. Inside, he discovered a storage space spanning several square meters, and as his consciousness penetrated, he was greeted by a dazzling array of spirit stones, over 30,000 of them. To be precise, it appeared that Duan Wuyo had invested considerable effort into the Xuanjia puppet, as its storage artifact contained such a bountiful hoard. Zhao Ping'an's eyes sparkled. He had previously fretted over a shortage of spirit stones for procuring foundation-building pills, but now, with this significant influx, he had alleviated his immediate concerns. Beyond the spirit stones, Zhao Ping'an also unearthed several high-quality magical artifacts, 2 mid-grade artifacts, the Black Feather Spear and the Cloud Sky Net, as well as a superior-grade artifact, the Purple Spirit Banner. The cumulative worth of these artifacts was certainly no less than 1,500 spirit stones. The Xian Puppet Compendium. This must be the method for crafting the Xuanjia puppet. Zhao Ping'an also stumbled upon a manual on puppet techniques. If he was not mistaken, it detailed the very process of creating the Xuanjia puppet. A cursory glance confirmed his suspicions. To his astonishment, the crafting method for the Xuanjia puppet was exceedingly intricate, requiring not only a physically powerful late-stage qi refinement practitioner, but also a variety of herbs to enhance bodily defenses over several years. Most crucially, it necessitated a portion of the spiritual consciousness from a late-stage foundation establishment practitioner to manipulate the Xuanjia puppet. Zhao Ping'an raised an eyebrow. It seemed that his slaying of the Xuanjia puppet would undoubtedly inflict a substantial backlash upon Duan Wuyo. At the very least, Duan Wuyo's spiritual consciousness would suffer severe damage, likely taking a considerable time to recover, for injuries to the spirit are far more challenging to mend than those to the body. He estimated that Duan Wuyo would be unable to act against him for at least 6 months. Although 6 months was a considerable stretch, he still needed to expedite his search for foundation-building pills to shatter the shackles of the 9th layer of qi refinement and ascend to the true realm of foundation establishment. With his eyes gleaming with resolve, Zhao Ping'an finally retrieved a golden copper coin and activated this communication artifact with his longevity mana. "Master Zhao, have you summoned me?" The coin trembled lightly, and a melodious voice resonated from the other side. It was Lin Yu, the daughter of the Lin family. "Miss Lin, there is a matter I require your assistance with." After a brief hesitation, Zhao Ping'an decided to be forthright, hoping the Lin family could help him in his quest for foundation-building pills. Naturally, he refrained from mentioning his personal need, instead framing it as a request to procure the pills for a senior sister in his sect, thus alleviating Lin Yu's suspicions. Foundation-building pills? Doesn't the sword sect possess foundation-building pills? Lin Yu inquired, her voice laced with uncertainty. The sword sect, with its profound heritage, should surely have its own alchemists dedicated to crafting foundation-building pills. Given that Zhao Ping'an sought assistance for a senior sister within the sect, it seemed unlikely he would need to turn to the sect for help. This senior sister, having made insufficient contributions to the sect, could not exchange her merits for a foundation-building pill, and in her urgent need to break through, she entrusted the matter to me. I kindly ask for your assistance. Miss Lin, Zhao Ping'an elaborated casually. I see, Lin Yu replied, understanding dawning upon her. Since this is a request from Master Zhao, I shall exert my utmost efforts. Though our Lin family may not rival the sword sect, we still hold a respectable reputation in the southern county's cultivation world. And procuring a foundation-building pill should pose no challenge. I will keep you informed. Chapter 77. Replacement. The following day, a 10-year-old boy, wielding a wooden sword, gracefully executed an entire set of sword techniques in a recently cleaned clearing. Ignoring the beads of sweat on his brow, he eagerly turned to Zhao Ping'an and Uncle Daniel, inquiring about their thoughts on his performance. Xiao Cheng, your swordplay is fluid, yet your strength seems somewhat lacking. You need to practice more diligently. Uncle Daniel remarked with a chuckle, addressing Wang Cheng. Over the years, Uncle Daniel's cultivation had improved, now reaching the 5th level of qi refinement. Had it not been for the loss of an arm, he might have already progressed to the 6th or even 7th level. Well versed in the foundational sword techniques of their sect, he quickly discerned Wang Cheng's shortcomings. You are right, Uncle Daniel. However, I have only practiced this set of sword techniques for 3 days. Given a few more days, I am certain I can present an even better performance. Wang Cheng replied earnestly, nodding in acknowledgement. 3 days of practice, and you've mastered the foundational sword techniques to such a degree? You possess quite a talent, Uncle Daniel said, a hint of surprise in his expression. Observing Wang Cheng's proficient maneuvers, one might mistakenly believe he had been training for several months. Hee, Wang Cheng grinned, then turned to the silent Zhao Ping'an, curiously asking, Brother Ping'an, why are you not speaking? Is it that my swordplay lacks finesse? Ping'an, please provide this lad with some feedback. I only imparted the foundational sword techniques to him a few days ago, and now he is parading around. If he has any shortcomings, do not hesitate to point them out, Wang Kezi interjected. He assumed Zhao Ping'an's silence stemmed from differing opinions regarding Wang Cheng's practice of the foundational techniques. Recently, Wang Kezi had begun teaching Wang Cheng the sect's foundational sword techniques and had taken him along to assist with chores, occasionally showcasing his own training before Zhao Ping'an and Uncle Daniel, hoping to receive their insights. Since Wang Cheng practiced the common methods of the sect, he did not attract opposition from others. 3 days of effort, and Xiao Cheng has achieved this level of proficiency. I find that commendable. However, while the movements appear smooth, the comprehension of the techniques still requires refinement, Zhao Ping'an remarked with a slight smile, sharing his perspective. Being a person of considerable stature, he quickly identified the deficiencies in Wang Cheng's recently displayed foundational sword techniques. The foundational sword techniques of the sword sect primarily consist of various combinations of sword moves, aimed at enhancing the physical prowess of the disciples. Wang Cheng possesses commendable talent, having mastered the fundamentals of swordsmanship in a mere 3 days at such a tender age. A feat most rare. However, there remains a certain inadequacy in his comprehension of the sword techniques. Is my understanding of the techniques insufficient? Wang Cheng's face betrayed a hint of confusion upon hearing Zhao Ping'an's words. Take, for instance, this technique. The sword moves with the heart. What may seem like a mere casual initiation is, in truth, imbued with a formidable sword intent. Zhao Ping'an, eager to provide guidance, seized a wooden sword and executed a thrust. The seemingly simple initiation transformed, under Zhao Ping'an's demonstration, into something profoundly different. A terrifying sword aura surged forth, lifting the fallen leaves from the ground around them, as the sword's edge morphed into a torrent, shooting forth with great force. Though it appeared as a straightforward thrust, it felt akin to a heavy hammer descending from above. Such potent sword intent. A chill ran down Wang Xiaozi's spine. Daniel's expression also shifted dramatically, his gaze towards Zhao Ping'an now filled with respect. Even he could not replicate the sheer prowess with which Zhao Ping'an rendered such a simple sword move. Wang Cheng's youthful face was alight with astonishment. The contrast between his own earlier attempt and Zhao Ping'an's current display was as stark as day and night. Some sword techniques may seem soft and lacking in strength, yet conceal within them a tyrannical hidden energy. Mastering the fundamental sword moves requires an understanding of their true purpose, lest they be dismissed as mere ornamentation. Zhao Ping'an returned the wooden sword to Wang Cheng, patting his shoulder with a gravity that underscored his words. I understand now. Thank you, Brother Zhao, for your guidance. Wang Cheng responded eagerly, nodding vigorously before eagerly taking the wooden sword to emulate Zhao Ping'an's recent technique and aura. I was indeed correct to bring this lad to seek your instruction, Wang Xiaozi remarked, joining Zhao Ping'an's side with a sense of admiration. I never anticipated your profound insight into the foundational sword techniques of the sect. Brother Wang, you speak truly. I had not perceived this in you before, Ping'an. You possess remarkable skills. Daniel chimed in with an awkward smile, adding his agreement. I have only scratched the surface of comprehension and cannot compare to Brother Wang and Daniel. Zhao Ping'an humbly replied. Nevertheless, Wang Cheng undoubtedly possesses the talent for cultivation. If Brother Wang nurtures him diligently, it won't be long before this child might truly join the sword sect. May your words bring good fortune. I will rely on you and Daniel to assist in teaching this child, Wang Xiaozi said, observing Wang Cheng with a smile. Brother Wang, you are too kind. This lad is not only your nephew but also ours. Daniel and I will certainly do our utmost to support him, Daniel affirmed, thumping his chest. Indeed, Daniel speaks wisely. Zhao Ping'an nodded in agreement. I consider myself fortunate to have encountered two such brothers in arms as you, Wang Xiaozi said warmly, his heart swelling with gratitude. As their conversation unfolded, the three continued to tidy up, swiftly completing the cleaning of several areas within the medicinal garden. At that moment, Zhao Ping'an recalled an important matter and addressed Daniel. There's something I wish to discuss with you. What is it? Ping'an, we are all deeply bonded brothers. Please speak your mind. Daniel replied with a hint of curiosity, his demeanor straightforward and sincere. Would you like to become the chief errand brother in the medicinal garden? Zhao Ping'an inquired directly after a moment of contemplation. Become the chief errand brother in the medicinal garden? Ping'an, why do you ask that? Even if I desired it, I could never attain such a position. Daniel responded with uncertainty, instinctively doubting the notion. As long as you wish for it, there will be no obstacles. Zhao Ping'an asserted with conviction. Are you suggesting that you would help Daniel secure the position of chief errand brother? That seems rather unrealistic, doesn't it? Currently, the position is held by the registered disciple Diao Ziqiang. Wang Kezi, who had been listening to their conversation, interjected with a look of astonishment and confusion. Brother Wang, do you not believe that Daniel is far more suited for the role of chief errand brother than Diao Ziqiang? Zhao Ping'an responded with a mysterious smile. Absolutely. If Daniel were to assume the position, at the very least, we would no longer be burdened with so much work daily. Perhaps our treatment would even improve. Wang Kezi stated with a sense of entitlement. Indeed, if I could become the chief errand brother, our circumstances would undoubtedly elevate several notches. Alas, having lost an arm, my potential for cultivation has been depleted, and I dare not even dream of such a position. Daniel shook his head, a hint of melancholy in his voice. Had he not been so insistent on venturing to the front lines to earn spirit stones, he would not have lost an arm. Otherwise, he would have had the opportunity to become a formal disciple of the sect. The Sword Sect has specific regulations regarding the promotion of errand disciples to formal disciples. Any errand disciple under the age of 25 who possesses a cultivation level of at least the 5th layer of Qi refinement is eligible to participate in the formal disciple examination. Unfortunately, Daniel has surpassed 25 years of age and lost an arm years ago, barring any unforeseen circumstances. He will likely remain a mere errand disciple for the rest of his life. Hearing Zhao Ping'an mention the possibility of helping him become the chief errand brother in the medicinal garden stirred something within Daniel. Even though he knew it was an unrealistic aspiration. Daniel, just be patient. In a few days, you might just replace Diao Ziqiang, Zhao Ping'an said with a mysterious smile. Offering no further explanation, Daniel and Wang Kezi exchanged glances, both sensing that Zhao Ping'an's thoughts were rather fanciful, yet they hesitated to voice their skepticism in front of him. Seemingly reading their minds, Zhao Ping'an smiled calmly and returned to his dwelling with a broom in hand. To assist Daniel in becoming the chief errand brother of the medicinal garden, the key lies in securing the approval of its overseer. However, to gain the overseer's consent, I must first prepare diligently. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Zhao Ping'an's eyes sparkled with brilliance. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved the materials for talisman crafting, preparing to create another type of second-tier middle-grade talisman. Approximately half an hour later, as the runes fluctuated and pulsed, a purple talisman was successfully crafted. This second-tier middle-grade talisman was the amethyst talisman. Zhao Ping'an's expression reflected satisfaction. Although the amethyst talisman was merely a second-tier middle-grade talisman, it possessed extraordinary defensive power, capable of withstanding a formidable strike from a foundation establishment expert. The reason for crafting such a talisman was not for his own use. Rather, he intended to present it to the guardian of the medicinal garden. This talisman would showcase a portion of Zhao Ping'an's talisman crafting prowess, which he hoped would garner sufficient attention from the guardian. 2 days later, Zhao Ping'an, bearing the amethyst talisman, sought an audience with the guardian of the medicinal garden. The guardian was a lowly disciple responsible for sweeping the grounds, Zhao Ping'an. He requested to meet with the guardian of the medicinal garden. Chapter 78. News of the foundation pill come in. A voice, cool and composed, resounded from within the hall. The guardian of the medicinal garden consented to meet Zhao Ping'an. Were it another ordinary disciple, the guardian would not have exhibited such leisure to grant an audience, but Zhao Ping'an was a different matter entirely. On the surface, he was merely a lowly servant tasked with sweeping the medicinal garden, yet he possessed remarkable expertise in talisman crafting, a fact that the guardian could not overlook. Zhao Ping'an maintained an air of tranquility as he stepped with measured grace into the secluded chamber where the guardian resided. It was not until half an hour later that he emerged from the retreat, returning to his quarters. On that very day, the guardian announced that Daniel would replace Diao Ziqiang as the senior servant of the medicinal garden, relegating the latter to the status of an ordinary servant once more. Damn it! How could the guardian allow Daniel to take my position? Why is this happening? I am the senior servant of the medicinal garden. Upon receiving the news, Diao Ziqiang erupted in rage, unable to fathom the reality before him. He was a disciple of the guardian, albeit a nominal one. Yet he far surpassed the other servants of the medicinal garden. Over the years, he had reaped ample benefits from his status as the senior servant, and now, being suddenly supplanted by Daniel, it was a truth that was difficult for anyone to accept. Who was behind this treachery? No, I must seek an audience with the guardian. Enraged, Diao Ziqiang hastened to request a meeting with the guardian of the medicinal garden, but regrettably, he was denied the opportunity to present his case. After all, he was but a nominal disciple. Zhao Ping'an's ability to craft mid-grade second-tier talismans, such as the amethyst talisman, indicated that he was merely a step away from becoming a second-tier talisman master. If he could secure a favor from a future second-tier talisman master, the dismissal of a mere nominal disciple would be of little consequence. Within the secluded chamber, the guardian, possessing a face of exquisite beauty, delicately pinched the purple talisman, scrutinizing it with keen interest. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to the dejected Diao Ziqiang, Daniel stood frozen in place upon learning that he had become the senior servant of the medicinal garden, only to be overtaken by ecstatic joy as he exclaimed, "Ping'an, is this truly real? Am I now the senior servant of the medicinal garden?" Hearing this, Zhao Ping'an produced a token signifying the identity of the senior servant. Smiling as he remarked, "Do you think I would deceive you? You ought to recognize this token, yes? This is..." Daniel's breath quickened as he fixated on the token that represented the status of the senior servant. "From this day forth, you are the senior servant of the medicinal garden. Remember to pay a visit to the guardian at your earliest convenience," Zhao Ping'an advised. Observing Daniel's reaction as he casually handed over the identity token, with trembling hands, Daniel carefully accepted the token, overwhelmed with excitement and elation. Having lost an arm in the past, he had long since abandoned hope for the future, yet today, a flicker of determination reignited within him. The esteemed identity of the senior brother in the medicinal garden is second only to that of the garden's guardian, a position that all the auxiliary disciples aspire to attain. Previously, Daniel would not have dared to dream of becoming the senior auxiliary brother. Now, he holds the token that symbolizes this status, as if he were lost in a dream. "Ping'an, how on earth did you accomplish this?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Daniel finally regained some composure and inquired of Zhao Ping'an, his gaze fixed intently upon him. Aware that his ascension to the role of senior auxiliary brother was undoubtedly due to the latter's efforts, "I merely spoke a few kind words in front of the garden's guardian. It was a trivial act, and you need not take it to heart," Zhao Ping'an replied, giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder and a warm smile. His decision to elevate Daniel to the position of senior auxiliary brother stemmed from his own considerations. Given that Diao Ziqiang had colluded with the discipline hall and leaked his whereabouts to Duan Wuyo, it was imperative for Zhao Ping'an to appoint a trustworthy individual to this position to prevent similar occurrences. This arrangement would facilitate his comings and goings within the medicinal garden, ensuring that his movements remained undisclosed. "Ping'an, I shall remember this favor. From now on, whatever you require, even if it exceeds my capabilities, I will endeavor to assist you to the best of my ability," Daniel declared solemnly, taking a deep breath and speaking in a voice that was slightly hoarse yet earnest. His expression was one of utmost seriousness. Zhao Ping'an's assistance in securing the role of senior auxiliary brother had bestowed upon him a renewed hope for the continuation of his cultivation journey. Should Daniel adeptly leverage the advantages this position conferred, He might even devise a means to restore his severed arm and reclaim his path in cultivation. After all, methods to aid in the regeneration of a severed limb do exist, albeit at a prohibitive cost, rendering them nearly unattainable for an ordinary auxiliary disciple. However, with Daniel now in the role of senior auxiliary brother, the situation was markedly different. If he could win the favor of the garden's guardian or amass sufficient spirit stones, he would have the opportunity to aid in the restoration of his arm. We are all brothers. Discussing such matters feels formal, Zhao Ping'an suggested, signaling that there was no need for such formality, and he jested, in the future, both Wang Shixiang and I will be relying on your support within the garden. Rest assured, I understand, Daniel replied emphatically, nodding vigorously and casting Zhao Ping an understanding glance. That very night, Wang Chong also learned of Daniel's new status as senior auxiliary brother and, filled with joy, sought Daniel out to celebrate alongside Wang Chong. With Daniel's elevation, the workload of Zhao Ping'an and Wang Chong diminished significantly, and furthermore, the two received additional consideration, earning several more spirit stones each month than their peers. As days swiftly passed, only a few remained until the day of the celebratory banquet for Li Yun. While in his wooden abode, Zhao Ping'an was suddenly alerted by a vigorous tremor emanating from the copper coins within his storage pouch. Master Zhao, the matter you asked me to investigate has yielded new developments. In 2 days, the Yun Family Chamber of Commerce in Juxian City will host a grand auction, rumored to feature 2 foundation-building pills among its offerings. As Zhao Ping'an infused golden copper coins with his life force, a melodious voice resonated from within. It was Lin Yu. The auction organized by the Yun family in Juxian City? At the mention of this, Zhao Ping'an's eyes sparkled with interest. Juxian City lies not far from the Sword Sect, and he had previously passed through it with Wang Kezi and others when he was assigned by Sun Fatty to escort medicinal supplies. Thank you. Zhao Ping'an expressed his gratitude. It was already a considerable feat for the Lin family to help him uncover leads on the foundation-building pills. He dared not hope that Lin Yu would personally procure a pill for him, as the favor he had previously done for her in crafting talismans did not warrant such an act. The value of a foundation-building pill was beyond what Lin Yu could secure alone unless she tapped into the resources and wealth of the Lin family. Thus, Zhao Ping'an resolved to go himself. He must acquire a foundation-building pill. Once he successfully broke through to the foundation-building stage, he would face Zhao Wuyo, who had injured him, with unwavering confidence, even if it took half a year to recuperate. Do you require our Lin family's assistance in securing a foundation-building pill for you, Master Zhao? Lin Yu inquired through the copper coin, hesitating momentarily before asking. She was particularly drawn to Zhao Ping'an's potential in talisman crafting, given his youth and exceptional skills. With sufficient time to develop, he could undoubtedly become a renowned grand talisman master. If the Lin family could invest early, they would surely cultivate a profound friendship with a future luminary in the craft. This opportunity was made possible by Zhao Ping'an's prior assistance in creating the beast-taming talisman, which had enabled her to successfully pass the family assessment, thus establishing her rightful position as the family heir, capable of mobilizing certain Lin family resources. I appreciate your kindness, but my senior sister has already given me instructions, so I must go personally. There is no need to trouble your Lin family, Zhao Ping'an replied with a gentle smile. Should Miss Lin ever require talismans in the future, feel free to seek me out. Very well, Lin Yu responded softly, her beautiful eyes shimmering. Thus, their conversation came to a swift conclusion. Chapter 79. Is it her? The following day, Zhao Ping'an departed from the medicine garden. After Daniel ascended to the position of the chief handyman of the garden, Zhao Ping'an's movements became considerably more seamless, evading detection by others. This marked Zhao Ping'an's second departure from the Sword Sect. The first instance occurred during a conflict with the Frost Moon sect, when he was assigned by the corpulent sun to escort supplies. This time, Zhao Ping'an employed a secret technique to alter his appearance and aura, allowing him to descend the mountain unnoticed by the majority of sect disciples. Technically speaking, neither of these departures could be classified as an official exit from the mountain. Official exits are of great significance within the sect. For instance, certain formal disciples who have attained a certain level of cultivation may choose to descend the mountain to temper their resolve, or some elders, after enduring endless years of seclusion, may opt to emerge and make their mark in the realm of cultivation. Zhao Ping'an's clandestine departure was solely to procure a foundation establishment pill, facilitating his breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. He intended to travel to Juxian City to attend an auction hosted by the Yun family. Juxian City lies 100 miles from the Sword Sect. Zhao Ping'an, riding on a flying carpet, reached the outskirts of Juxian City in just half a day's time. This carpet was a hard-won trophy from his confrontation with Sun, and due to its rarity as a flying artifact, he had chosen to retain it rather than sell it. While the carpet was impressive, its speed was somewhat lacking. If I successfully establish my foundation and become a cultivator of that realm, I would be able to command more flying swords, enabling me to traverse the skies, and I could reach my destination in no time at all. Observing the emergence of a grand city on the horizon, Zhao Ping'an murmured to himself. Upon nearing the city, only a few miles away, Zhao Ping'an stowed away the flying carpet and proceeded on foot. After presenting 3 spiritual stones to the city gate guards, he gained entry into Jushin City. The city sprawled widely, bustling with the comings and goings of countless individuals, far more vibrant than the markets at the foot of the sword sect. At this moment, Zhao Ping'an disguised himself as a burly man with a rugged appearance, exuding an aura of ferocity that deterred ordinary folk from approaching. His fearsome guise was deliberate, intended for a specific purpose. Jushin City was indeed lively. Even a casual stroll revealed an array of diverse shops, accompanied by a substantial number of cultivators in the vicinity. Zhao Ping'an wandered through the streets, absorbing the lively atmosphere of Jushin City. In stark contrast to the relative tranquility of sect life, here, ordinary people and cultivators coexisted harmoniously. Vendors hawked buns and dumplings, while others showcased their swordsmanship, creating a scene of delightful camaraderie. Clear the way, make way for me. However, this harmonious tableau was swiftly shattered by a jarring voice. The thunderous sound of iron hooves echoed from a distance, prompting screams and chaos as people scattered, dust swirling like a dragon in their wake. Zhao Ping'an turned his gaze upon hearing the commotion, spotting a young man in splendid attire galloping on horseback, wielding his whip with ferocity against the crowd, exuding a brash and arrogant demeanor. Following him were a dozen heavily armored guards, each emanating an air of ruthlessness. As they traversed the bustling streets unhindered, some unfortunate souls, unable to evade in time, emitted cries of despair before being violently struck by the powerful legs of the horses, sent sprawling and bleeding. Who is this person? How dare he ride recklessly through Jushin City? Is there truly no one to intervene? Murmured a nearby onlooker, seething with indignation. Shoo, quiet down. That is the son of the city lord of Jushin. He has long been accustomed to his arrogance within the city. Anyone who dares to defy him is courting death. Just last month, several cultivators who angered him were beaten to death in the street, cautioned another. Hastily covering his companion's mouth, Zhao Ping'an, keen of ear, took note of their conversation. He could hardly believe the scene unfolding in Jushin City. Beneath its surface of prosperity lay a hidden, darker reality. Zhao Ping'an shook his head internally. While he possessed a sense of justice, he had no intention of recklessly provoking a powerful and influential young lord simply because he disapproved of his conduct. In this life, Zhao Ping'an sought to develop steadily. He had no inclination to play the role of a misguided hero. Save my child. Please, save her. Amidst the chaos, a woman collapsed, her young daughter tumbling from her arms, perilously close to the cold, unfeeling iron hooves. The young man on horseback noticed the wailing girl. Instead of reining in, he displayed a gleeful expression, shouting, "Who dares obstruct my path shall be trampled by my blood-spirit steed." With that, he urged his powerful steed towards the child. The iron hooves of the beast trampled indiscriminately. Even a cultivator of considerable prowess could not withstand such force. If the frail girl were to be struck, she would surely be reduced to mere fragments. The child is doomed. A cultivator, initially glimmering with intent to rescue, felt disheartened upon seeing the intimidating armored guards trailing the young man and could only sigh in resignation, realizing his limitations. Zhao Ping'an furrowed his brow, hesitating over whether to intervene when suddenly, a radiant rune of light materialized in the air. The rune transformed into a crystal shield, immensely solid, standing defiantly before the child. With a resounding crash, the towering blood-spirit steed collided with the crystal shield, producing a piercing whinny as its massive form was jolted backward. Taken by surprise, the young man lost his balance and tumbled from his mount, landing unceremoniously. What is this? Zhao Ping'an focused intently, a look of astonishment crossing his face as he murmured, "How could she be here?" Before all eyes, the crystal shield gradually dissipated, revealing a graceful and enchanting figure standing before the child. She was a woman of gentle elegance. Her hair cascaded in dark, lustrous waves, her skin as pale and delicate as freshly fallen snow, and her figure was gracefully enchanting. With every gesture, she exuded an aura of gentle elegance. "You are fine now," Lu Ningran softly reassured as she gently helped the little girl to her feet, brushing off the dust from her clothing. The child, momentarily mesmerized by the ethereal beauty before her, forgot her tears. "Thank you," the girl's mother exclaimed, rushing over with palpable excitement. "No need for thanks. Just take her away quickly, Lu Ningran replied with a faint smile, her voice soothing. Without hesitation, the mother whisked the child away, fearful that lingering even a moment longer might invite misfortune. Damn it, how dare you collide with me? At that moment, the young man in splendid attire, supported by guards, slowly rose to his feet. Clutching his bleeding forehead, he fixed a fierce glare at Lu Ningran, his eyes brimming with icy malice. Lu Ningran cast him a fleeting glance, shook her head, and turned to leave. Surround her. I demand that she be brought back for questioning, the young man commanded, unwilling to relent. At his order, a dozen heavily armored guards swiftly encircled Lu Ningran, leaving no room for escape. Senior Sister Lu is a second-tier talisman master, and her skills appear formidable. She should be able to handle this alone, Zhao Ping'an mused, opting to observe the situation rather than intervene. Lu Ningran was shrouded in mystery within their sect, and her unparalleled mastery of talismans suggested that a mere handful of heavily armored guards would pose little challenge for her. Chapter 80. The Auction Indeed. Zhao Ping'an's suspicions were soon validated as the air filled with anguished cries, and the heavy armor of the guards shattered under the pressure, causing several of them to collapse instantaneously. Lu Ningran stood gracefully, her flowing gown resembling that of a divine and ethereal goddess, with a hint of coldness in her gaze. She cast a glance at the well-dressed youth and spoke softly, "The Lord of Jushian City has failed to educate you properly. Allow me to teach you the meaning of respect for others." As her words faded, a burst of talismanic light exploded forth, transforming into a piercing bolt aimed directly at the youth's forehead. "Help me." The youth's face drained of color, realizing he had provoked a formidable adversary, and he scrambled away, crying out in desperation. At that critical moment, a large hand materialized from thin air, shimmering with a faint dark golden hue, and effortlessly crushed the speeding talisman. "To act so recklessly in Jushian City, do you seek death?" A deep and aged voice resonated, and only after a moment did the crowd notice an emaciated elder in voluminous robes had timely intervened before the youth, casting a cold, unkind gaze at Lu Ningran. "Uncle Shun." The youth's expression transformed into one of unrestrained joy upon seeing the elder's arrival, urgently pleading, "Uncle Shun, this witch attempted to harm me. You must suppress her at once." In that instant, he portrayed himself as a victim, conveniently forgetting his earlier reckless gallop that nearly trampled a sweet young girl into the ground. A guest elder of the city lord's mansion, Shen Kuang of the Foundation Establishment Realm. "This young lady's predicament appears perilous," murmured a voice in the crowd, expressing concern for Lu Ningran's situation. "Can Sister Lu handle a Foundation Establishment cultivator?" Zhao Ping'an, disguised as a burly man, revealed a flicker of doubt. Although Lu Ningran possessed remarkable talismanic skills, it remained uncertain whether she could maintain her composure against a practitioner of Foundation establishment. After all, not every talisman master, like Zhao Ping'an, specialized in crafting lethally powerful talismans as their trump card. Should the situation take a turn for the worse, Zhao Ping'an contemplated stepping in personally, mindful of Lu Ningran's past kindness towards him within the sect. "Do not worry, young Master Su Feng. Now that I am here, none shall harm you." Uncle Shun directed his words to the youth before turning his attention to the enchanting Lu Ningran, asserting with a commanding demeanor, "I shall grant you but a single chance. Come forth and apologize to our young master. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless." As he advanced menacingly towards her, Lu Ningran's serene countenance remained unperturbed, as if she were confronting an ordinary cultivator, betraying no hint of trepidation. Without uttering a word, she swiftly unleashed a golden talisman, its radiant energy surging forth, unleashing an unimaginable wave of spiritual power akin to a tempest crashing down upon her opponent. Sensing the terrifying force, even Shen Kuang, at the Foundation establishment level, paled in shock and exclaimed, "A second-tier superior talisman, the Golden Blade Talisman." He had no time to deliberate, instinctively channeling his inner mana, summoning a protective mirror while retreating at an astonishing speed. Shen Kuang's face was etched with terror as he nearly summoned every ounce of his internal power, his retreating figure trailing a series of phantoms. Yet, the golden talisman light had transformed into a blade of light that sliced through the void, aimed directly at his brow with relentless precision. In that moment, every cultivator present felt a chill run down their spine, their hearts pounding with trepidation. Bang! In the next instant, his protective mirror shattered into fragments, and Shen Kuang let out a wretched cry, his body hurled backward, spewing blood. He crashed heavily to the ground, his breath faltering to an alarming degree, and he fainted outright. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd as they turned their astonished gazes towards the elegant Lu Ningran, a second-tier superior talisman, and among the most formidable of its kind, the Golden Blade Talisman. Sister Lu's mastery of talismans surpassed my expectations by a wide margin. Moreover, considering the timing of her talisman activation and her control over her power, it was evident that Sister Lu was far from ordinary. Zhao Ping'an felt a chill run down his spine, astonished that Lu Ningran wielded such capabilities, effortlessly defeating the Foundation establishment cultivator Shenquang. He also noted that, at a crucial moment, Lu Ningran had refrained from unleashing the full power of the Golden Blade Talisman. Otherwise, Shenquang would not merely have been gravely injured and unconscious, but rather, he would have met his demise. Who are you? The richly dressed youth, Su Feng, trembled in shock and fear, his voice quavering. He had always been arrogant and overbearing, dismissing everyone around him. Yet this captivating woman instilled a profound sense of dread within him. Who I am is of no concern to you. Should I encounter you again, should you recklessly gallop through the streets, disregarding the lives of ordinary citizens, do not blame me for taking your head. Lu Ningran's voice was chillingly cold, and with these parting words, she turned to leave. Applause erupted from the crowd, many expressing admiration for Lu Ningran's actions. Under the gaze of the onlookers, her graceful silhouette swiftly vanished into the distance. Unexpectedly, Sister Lu possesses a commendable sense of justice, Zhao Ping'an remarked with a slight smile. He did not linger further and proceeded towards the Yun family's trading house. Having learned in advance through the Lin family about the time and location of the auction, Zhao Ping'an arrived at the Yun family trading house with ease. Yun Yashuan was the venue for this auction. When he arrived, only an hour remained before the auction commenced. The number of participants was far greater than he had anticipated. As Zhao Ping'an surveyed the scene, he found that the upper and lower floors were nearly packed with cultivators from various backgrounds, including independent cultivators with no affiliations and disciples from prestigious clans. He casually selected a discreet spot and patiently awaited the beginning of the auction. It was said that organizing this auction was no small feat for the Yun family, seemingly aimed at raising funds to hire a powerful guardian for their clan. Just as Zhao Ping'an settled in, he overheard nearby whispers discussing the intriguing gossip surrounding the Yun family. He remained silent, relying on his keen sense of hearing to absorb the opinions of those around him. The South County was on the brink of chaos, with the sinister cult, the Inyang sect, wreaking havoc, specifically targeting various merchant associations and influential cultivation clans endowed with abundant resources. The Yun family's trading company, one of the most prominent in Juxian City, naturally had to prepare for the impending storm. Such prudence was only to be expected. One individual sighed softly and remarked, "Indeed, that is true. However, considering the multitude of cultivation sects in South County, not to mention the formidable Tianxian sacred land, why can they not subdue a mere cult?" Another, filled with confusion, inquired further. "You may not be aware," came the response, "but it is said that the Inyang sect is backed by powerful forces, with shadows of dark magic lurking in the background. Moreover, the lack of unity among the major cultivation sects in South County has inevitably allowed the Inyang sect to flourish. As turmoil approaches, we, as solitary cultivators, should make our preparations." A cult, the Inyang sect? Zhao Ping'an pondered. Recalling that he had first heard of the cult's mischief from Dainio, he had not anticipated that matters had escalated to such severity. The auction commenced. Just as he was deep in thought, a resonant laughter echoed throughout the venue, silencing the previously boisterous Yun Yashuan. Chapter 81. Gritting teeth, Zhao Ping'an turned his gaze towards the source of the sound and beheld a raised platform at the center of the hall, several zhang wide. Upon this platform stood a slightly portly elder, a broad smile gracing his face as he addressed the assembled crowd. "Welcome, esteemed friends, to Yun Yashuan. I am Lin Yixing, the host of this auction." He continued, "Let me clarify that the rules of this auction prohibit malicious bidding, verbal threats, and any collusion that may undermine the integrity of the auction. Now, without further ado, let us commence with the first item for bid, the Shengyun armor." The elder smiled warmly, gesturing for two young and beautiful maidens to ascend the stage and present a piece of armor shimmering with a blue-gold hue before the audience. The Shengyun armor is a top-tier magical artifact with extraordinary defensive capabilities. Even a practitioner at the initial stage of qi refinement would find it capable of withstanding a thunderous strike from a Foundation establishment expert. The elder surveyed the crowd once more, continuing his exposition. Such a magnificent protective artifact at the level of top tier is indeed a remarkable life-saving asset. It is no wonder that the Yun family has prepared for this auction with such diligence, unveiling such a stunning first item. The eyes of the assembled cultivators sparkled with excitement, their spirits lifted at the prospect. In the realm of magical artifacts, those with formidable offensive powers and astonishing defensive capabilities are exceedingly rare. Moreover, the Shengyun armor, being a top-tier item, could be deemed a treasure even among numerous cultivation sections. I bid 300 spirit stones, 500 spirit stones, 800 spirit stones. Soon, many cultivators began to raise their bids. After a spirited round of competition, the exquisite top-tier armor was ultimately secured by a young and beautiful female cultivator for the sum of 3,000 spirit stones. Next came the second item for auction, the century-old bloodlingji. The elder's smile widened as he summoned a maiden to present this next item upon a golden tray. Bloodlingji? And over a century old? A gasp echoed through the hall, as many gazes turned to the century-old bloodlingji, their eyes ablaze with desire. The bloodlingji is exceedingly rare, renowned for its life-extending properties. And a specimen aged over a century could potentially grant a common cultivator an extension of at least 10 years, if not more. For youthful cultivators, the bloodlingji may not hold much significance, but for the elder practitioners, its mere presence ignited a fervent gleam in their eyes. I bid 800 spirit stones. An elderly cultivator, his hair as white as snow, immediately declared his offer. 1,000 spirit stones. 1,300 spirit stones. The bidding intensified, culminating in a climax as a seasoned cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement secured the bloodlingji for the price of 3,200 spirit stones. For this elder, while spirit stones could be earned anew, the acquisition of the bloodlingji meant a potential extension of a decade to his lifespan, perhaps granting him the opportunity to strive once more for the foundation establishment realm before his time ran out. The subsequent bidding grew ever more fervent, as item after item of considerable value was auctioned off at exorbitant prices. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen treasures had been claimed. Zhao Ping'an remained as immovable as a statue, hardly casting a glance at the other auction items. His sole purpose for being here was to acquire the foundation establishment pill offered by the Yun Family Chamber of Commerce. Esteemed guests, the next auction item is one that I believe you have eagerly anticipated, the elderly auctioneer stated. I trust you are all familiar with this remarkable item? With a gentle clap of his hands, a beautiful maid appeared, bearing a golden tray adorned with a pill that shimmered with a faint azure hue, exuding a rich medicinal aroma. A foundation establishment pill? Indeed, it is a foundation establishment pill. The majority of the cultivators present displayed expressions of exhilaration, their gazes fixated on the pill atop the tray, their eyes ablaze with fervor. As you may know, the Yun Family Chamber of Commerce recently acquired 2 foundation establishment pills. One has already been bestowed upon an outstanding disciple of the Yun family. Leaving this as the last remaining pill, the elder continued, stroking his beard with a satisfied smile. He was pleased with the crowd's reaction and believed this foundation establishment pill would fetch an impressive price at the auction. Finally, it has been revealed, the foundation establishment pill. Zhao Ping'an narrowed his eyes and murmured softly to himself. 1,000 spirit stones. A young cultivator at the peak of the Qi refinement stage declared solemnly before others could react. How laughable. You think you can acquire the foundation establishment pill for merely 1,000 spirit stones? Someone scoffed, followed by a cold retort. I bid 2,000 spirit stones. 3,000 spirit stones. Hardly had the words left his lips when others eagerly joined the fray, raising the stakes without hesitation. The foundation establishment pill was exceedingly rare. Even within authentic cultivation sects, it was a prized treasure capable of enhancing the probability of a Qi refinement cultivator successfully establishing their foundation. Such a pill, once presented at an auction, would inevitably command a high bid. 5,000 spirit stones. Zhao Ping'an's eyes gleamed with determination as he finally entered the bidding war. To demonstrate his unwavering resolve, he raised the bid by an impressive 2,000 spirit stones. 6,000 spirit stones. I bid 7,000 spirit stones. Other cultivators, unwilling to concede, continued to participate, and soon the price surged to 10,000 spirit stones. At this juncture, many ordinary cultivators found the price untenable, resulting in a significant reduction of participants, yet a dozen or so continued to vie for the pill. 15,000 spirit stones. Zhao Ping'an spoke again, his offer even more audacious, increasing the bid by 5,000 spirit stones. Under no circumstances could he afford to let this opportunity slip away. He must secure the foundation establishment pill. Who is this maniac? Is there no sense of martial ethics? Murmurs of discontent arose among several older Qi refinement cultivators, criticizing Zhao Ping'an for his apparent disregard for propriety. I offer 16,000 spirit stones. An elder who had previously secured the blood spirit grass gritted his teeth, choosing to stand firm against Zhao Ping'an. 20,000 spirit stones. Zhao Ping'an glanced at him, his voice calm, yet resolute. Young man, do not be overly arrogant. 21,000 spirit stones. The elderly monk gritted his teeth in frustration. His frail body made the blood spirit mushroom and foundation establishment pill the most coveted items at this auction. He had anticipated that few could rival his financial prowess, yet he was taken aback by the likes of Zhao Ping'an, a man who casually raised the bid by 4,000 to 5,000 spirit stones, an act that left him astounded. 25,000 spirit stones. Zhao Ping'an remained unperturbed, calmly increasing the bid by another 4,000 spirit stones. He had made thorough preparations for acquiring this foundation establishment pill, possessing 38,000 spirit stones before descending the mountain. To ensure his success, he had completed several talisman-making tasks for the Talisman Pavilion, earning an additional 2,000 spirit stones as reward. It was no exaggeration to say that Zhao Ping'an had a total of 40,000 spirit stones at his disposal, making the acquisition of the pill a mere formality. Enough is enough. The old monk sighed heavily, choosing to forego further bidding on the foundation establishment pill. The 25,000 spirit stones he had offered were already at his limit, and he could not muster any more. With the elder's withdrawal, merely 2 or 3 others remained to contest the bid with Zhao Ping'an. Despite the multitude of cultivators present, the majority were solitary practitioners lacking any significant backing or influence. Once the bidding surpassed 20,000 spirit stones, few could afford to continue. I bid 26,000 spirit stones. The young cultivator who had initially called out hesitated momentarily before rejoining the contest. 27,000 spirit stones. A mysterious figure cloaked in a wide-brimmed hat spoke with an icy detachment. Zhao Ping'an did not even glance at the two and promptly stated, 32,000 spirit stones. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd as his words echoed. Most gazes directed at Zhao Ping'an were tinged with complexity. The value of the foundation establishment pill hovered around 30,000 spirit stones, yet none had anticipated such a bold increment of 5,000 spirit stones from him. This was not merely wealth on display, but rather the ostentation of a nouveau riche. It appears that this foundation establishment pill is beyond my reach. The young cultivator sighed, turning away without a second glance at the pill. Humph, you certainly possess great wealth, but I am equally determined to obtain this foundation establishment pill. I bid 33,000 spirit stones. The mysterious figure scoffed, contemplating for a moment, but resolute in his intentions. 35,000 spirit stones. Zhao Ping'an cast a fleeting glance at him, speaking with a nonchalant air. He had not intended to draw such attention, yet he felt compelled to assert his determination to secure the foundation establishment pill. The mysterious man hesitated, realizing that 35,000 spirit stones surpassed his capacity. 36,000 spirit stones. After a brief moment of indecision, he gritted his teeth and raised his bid once more. 38,000 spirit stones, Zhao Ping'an stated decisively. Very well. I shall concede this foundation establishment pill to you. The mysterious man's voice held a hint of reluctance, yet he refrained from countering the offer any further. Congratulations to this esteemed guest for acquiring the foundation establishment pill for the sum of 38,000 spirit stones. As it became apparent that no further bids would be placed, the elderly auctioneer extended his heartfelt congratulations to Zhao Ping'an. Upon the successful transfer of the spirit stones, Zhao Ping'an, under the fervent gaze of the onlookers, solemnly placed the foundation establishment pill into his storage pouch. Shortly thereafter, without waiting for the auction to conclude, Zhao Ping'an chose to depart the venue. Just as he stepped out, several figures rose almost simultaneously, stealthily following in his wake. Chapter 82, The Sword's Lethal Embrace. It appears that several individuals have set their sights on my foundation establishment pill. As Zhao Ping'an stepped out of Yunyashuan, his formidable spiritual sense detected an anomaly. His demeanor remained composed and serene, with eyes that shone with a profound depth, exuding an air of steadiness in every gesture. Instead of hastily departing the city, Zhao Ping'an deliberately circled through its streets for several laps. Only after 2 hours had elapsed did he successfully shake off the persistent followers trailing him. Confirming with his spiritual sense that no one remained in pursuit, Zhao Ping'an then exited Juxian City with an unhurried grace. He summoned his flying carpet and propelled himself towards the direction of the sword sect with swift determination. Moments later, an instinctive sensation compelled Zhao Ping'an to halt the flying carpet midair. At that very instant, the ground erupted violently, and massive iron chains burst forth from the earth, coalescing into an impenetrable wall of copper and iron that obstructed his path. You have finally arrived. I have awaited your presence for quite some time. A cold voice resonated as a figure clad in black with a wide-brimmed hat approached, his gaze fixated on Zhao Ping'an with malevolent intent. This man was among those who coveted Zhao Ping'an's foundation establishment pill, but unlike the others who trailed him, he had opted to exit the city in advance. Lying in wait at this inevitable juncture, his strategy proved astutely effective as he successfully awaited Zhao Ping'an's arrival. This individual is rather cunning, deliberately positioned here to intercept me. He must possess considerable skills, Zhao Ping'an mused inwardly, maintaining an impassive expression, utilizing his spiritual sense to survey the surroundings. He confirmed that only the hat-wearing man stood before him, allowing him to relax slightly. "Do you intend to seize my foundation establishment pill?" Zhao Ping'an inquired calmly. "Since you are aware, I suggest you surrender the pill promptly. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless." The man with the hat stepped forward, asserting himself with a dominating presence. His aura surged like a pure-blooded ferocious beast, emanating an overwhelming and powerful energy. "It is impossible for me to relinquish the foundation establishment pill. If you insist on taking action, you shall bear the consequences," Zhao Ping'an replied coolly, narrowing his eyes. From the moment he acquired the pill, he understood that leaving Jushian City would not be a trivial matter. Given that his adversary had made his intentions clear, Zhao Ping'an was prepared to confront him resolutely. "Do you comprehend the gravity of your words?" The hat-wearing man chuckled sinisterly, his gaze directed at Zhao Ping'an, tinged with disdain. An even more formidable aura erupted from within him, surging forth as he spoke. A foundation establishment cultivator, Zhao Ping'an thought, taken aback. It was no wonder the man dared to confront him alone, possessing such cultivation prowess. "You, a mere chi refinement cultivator, are unworthy of possessing the foundation establishment pill. Hand it over, and you may leave alive." The man reiterated his coercion. He preferred to avoid a direct confrontation, as revealing his spiritual energy could potentially attract the enemies who had been pursuing him, hence his hope for Zhao Ping'an to voluntarily surrender the pill. "Should you possess the capability, then come and take it," Zhao Ping'an scoffed, exhibiting no trace of fear. "Do not speak of a mere foundation establishment practitioner. Even against a golden core cultivator, Zhao Ping'an remains utterly unperturbed. Seeking death, indeed." The man in the conical hat's expression darkened as he swiftly launched an assault. Thick chains, under his command, surged forth like venomous serpents towards Zhao Ping'an. Without even a glance, Zhao Ping'an leisurely produced a talisman just as the chains were about to strike. The runes ignited with a blinding light, unleashing an unparalleled force that disintegrated the chains into dust. A talisman? The man in the conical hat was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. He took a powerful step forward, using the immense recoil to propel himself like a humanoid behemoth, charging towards Zhao Ping'an in midair. Before he reached his target, his fingers coiled into a fist, channeling a tempestuous surge of spiritual energy that transformed into a razor-sharp fist aura aimed directly at Zhao Ping'an's brow. The might of this strike was immense. Even a mid-foundation establishment cultivator would be gravely injured, if not killed, if struck head-on. Zhao Ping'an's gaze deepened, and he unleashed another talisman, summoning the illusion of a mountain to descend from above. Alarmed, the man in the conical hat's expression shifted dramatically, and he instinctively raised his arm to defend himself. However, in the next instant, he was struck to the ground by a terrifying force. Fortunately, at that critical moment, his vital energy surged, forming an impenetrable crimson armor. Otherwise, any other mid-foundation establishment cultivator would have been reduced to mere fragments by the second-tier mid-grade talisman, the Mountain Suppression Talisman. Even so, the man in the conical hat coughed blood, his hat shattered, revealing a pallid visage. "A second-tier mid-grade talisman. Who exactly are you?" he exclaimed in horror, suppressed by the mountain's illusion. Zhao Ping'an, disinterested in replying, flicked his fingers, and the sound of swords ringing echoed. 3 sword-like projectiles, akin to lightning, erupted from his sleeve, effortlessly piercing through the crimson armor. Before the man in the conical hat could react, they punctured his body in an instant. Blood gushed forth as he let out a wretched scream, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. "With such meager prowess, do you dare to covet my foundation establishment pills? Are you worthy?" Zhao Ping'an shook his head, casually stowing away the 3 flying swords. He then reached out, drawing the storage pouch from the man's waist. To erase any traces of the encounter, he tossed a fire spirit talisman, reducing the man's corpse to ashes before soaring away on his flying carpet. "We have arrived too late. A fierce battle has just transpired here." Not long after Zhao Ping'an's departure, several figures hastily arrived, observing the remnants of the skirmish. Their expressions turned uneasy. As dusk fell, the setting sun bled crimson. Zhao Ping'an shed his disguise and returned to his abode within the medicinal garden. He refrained from hastily consuming the foundation establishment pill, opting instead to examine the storage pouch left behind by the man he had slain. As a thread of consciousness infiltrated the pouch, Zhao Ping'an quickly discerned its contents. Quite a substantial fortune indeed. Zhao Ping'an was somewhat astonished by the sheer abundance of items within the storage bag, far exceeding his expectations. There were a staggering 36,000 spirit stones alone. No wonder this fellow had relinquished his bid for the Foundation establishment pill after I offered 38,000 spirit stones at the auction. It seems he had insufficient funds. Zhao Ping'an mused to himself. In addition to the spirit stones, the storage bag contained 3 mid-grade magical artifacts: the cloud-transcending spear, the iron feather sword, and the Blackwater mirror. The quality of these artifacts was commendable, collectively valued at several hundred spirit stones. Furthermore, Zhao Ping'an discovered several eclectic cultivation manuals within the bag. Although their ranks were not particularly high, they represented a rare and precious lineage for ordinary loose cultivators. There was also an identity token. Zhao Ping'an noted a azure golden token nestled within the storage bag, embossed with a Taiji pattern. Remarkably, this token was crafted from the rare and chillingly cold Xian iron. Did it possess some extraordinary origin? After scrutinizing it for a moment, he murmured to himself. Ultimately, unable to discern any further clues, he carefully stowed it away, pondering that it might prove useful in the future. Chapter 83, Breakthrough, Foundation Establishment Period. After examining the storage bag of the man in the straw hat, Zhao Ping'an retrieved the Foundation Establishment pill. This pill is extraordinarily precious. However, no matter how valuable a medicinal elixir may be, its true efficacy can only be realized when consumed and transformed into strength. At present, my cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the qi refining stage. And with the advantage of my past experiences, I possess an 80% certainty of successfully breaking through with the aid of this Foundation Establishment pill. Zhao Ping'an's eyes sparkled as he murmured to himself. Although the qi refining stage and the Foundation Establishment stage appear to be merely one realm apart, they are, in truth, as different as heaven and earth, separated by an almost insurmountable chasm. The majority of qi refining practitioners in the world find it exceedingly difficult to traverse this divide. This is precisely why Zhao Ping'an had previously deemed the Foundation Establishment pill indispensable. Even with the knowledge gleaned from his past 2 lifetimes, he could not achieve Foundation Establishment on his own. He required the assistance of the pill. The process of Foundation Establishment is a grand affair. If he were to attempt this within the wooden cabin, it would be challenging to ensure that the fluctuations do not leak out, potentially attracting the attention of the guardians of the medicinal garden or other formidable figures from the sect. After a moment of contemplation, an illuminating thought struck Zhao Ping'an. He rose and ventured into the courtyard, where he summoned his magical power to sweep away the weeds concealing the mouth of a dry well. The space beneath the dry well was remarkably concealed. If I were to set up a barrier formation at the entrance, it would undoubtedly prevent any leakage of magical energy during the breakthrough. A smile graced Zhao Ping'an's face as he began to arrange the formation. Soon, a barrier of breath-concealing magic was swiftly established, ensuring that even the most tumultuous disturbances beneath the dry well would be unlikely to affect the outside world. Under the luminous moonlight, Zhao Ping'an descended into the subterranean space beneath the dry well. He quietly sat down, adjusting his mental and physical state. An hour later, a surge of inspiration filled Zhao Ping'an as his body and magical energy reached an unprecedented state of fullness. Without hesitation, he activated the Foundation Establishment mantra, gradually mobilizing the life-sustaining magical energy within him, ultimately gathering it all in his Dantian Sea of Qi. In my past 2 lifetimes, I successfully established my foundation, and this life shall be no exception. Zhao Ping'an's eyes radiated determination, imbued with a steadfast and powerful conviction. Armed with the insights from his previous lives and the profound, enduring life-sustaining magical energy, he felt confident in his ability to break through smoothly. The endeavor of Foundation Establishment carries 2 primary risks. The first risk is that during the ascension to Foundation Establishment, the physical body must endure the refinement of the natural spiritual energy. Some elderly practitioners, due to their frail bodies, find themselves incapable of withstanding the refinement of this energy, leading directly to failure in establishing their foundation. Zhao Ping'an had previously cultivated the 9 transformations of the golden body, thus this risk posed little concern for him. As Zhao Ping'an's aura surged, a continuous stream of spiritual energy flowed into his body. This natural spiritual energy was exceedingly violent, washing through his flesh and even his bones as it entered Zhao Ping'an's form. Fortunately, Zhao Ping'an was well prepared, his body brimming with vitality, and a faint golden luminescence enveloped him, akin to a transcendent deity. Regardless of the ferocity of the elemental energies around him, he remained composed and unperturbed. The second risk lay in the process of advancing to the foundation establishment stage, where ordinary magical power transforms into the more refined true essence. Should the magical power lack purity, it would fail to convert into true essence, resulting in catastrophic backlash and a failed foundation establishment. Many gifted young cultivators, eager to hasten their ascension to the foundation establishment phase, neglected to solidify their foundation during the Qi refinement period, resorting instead to various hastily concocted elixirs, which muddied their magical power. Thus, even if they survived the initial peril, they would find it exceedingly difficult to endure the subsequent trials. Although Zhao Ping'an had previously consumed several breakthrough elixirs, these instances were predicated on the profound and enduring nature of his longevity magical power, further bolstered by the experience of his past lives, eliminating any concerns regarding the purity of his magical power. As the longevity magical power within his dantian continued to refine, it naturally culminated in the transformation into pure true essence. In an instant, Zhao Ping'an successfully transcended the barriers of both body and magical power, seamlessly entering the realm of foundation establishment. However, reaching this stage marked only the commencement of the true dangers. The process of foundation establishment resembled a metamorphosis, encompassing not just the transformation of body and magical power, but also breakthroughs in spirit and vitality. The foundation establishment elixir served as the linchpin for stabilizing these vital energies. The successful metamorphosis of body and magical power was merely the beginning. With the elevation of his essence, spirit, and vitality, any turbulence could precipitate severe backlash, jeopardizing the establishment of his foundation. At this juncture, it was time for the foundation establishment elixir to manifest its potency. The moment had arrived. He consumed the elixir without hesitation. Zhao Ping'an's gaze radiated intensity, and with the elixir's assistance, his already formidable presence intensified dramatically. The momentary chaos of his spirit and vitality subsided into tranquility. In this instant, Zhao Ping'an's mind settled, and his already exceptional consciousness began to expand gradually. Had it not been for the aid of the elixir, he could have barely forced his way into the foundation establishment realm. However, his spirit and vitality would remain unsettled, potentially resulting in failure. Zhao Ping'an exhaled softly, meticulously channeling the power within him. After a brief moment, the invisible elemental energies around him surged forth, coalescing into a vortex of spiritual energy several meters in diameter. The powerful energy fluctuations caused the subterranean space to tremble. Fortunately, the barrier array Zhao Ping'an had previously set up prevented the energy from dissipating. Simultaneously, the magical power within Zhao Ping'an's dantian surged exponentially. He had successfully established his foundation. The aura emanating from Zhao Ping'an resembled a tempest, far surpassing his previous might at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage. At this moment, he had successfully ascended to the foundation establishment realm. In every aspect, magical power, physical form, consciousness, and sensory perception, Zhao Ping'an could distinctly sense an explosive enhancement across the board. This is the immense benefit that comes after successfully establishing a foundation. At the age of 28, Zhao Ping'an ascended to the foundational realm. Though this progress pales in comparison to his previous lives, it can still be considered a late blooming of great potential. Adjusting his breath and sporting a smile, Zhao Ping'an reflected on his slow advancement in the eternal life sword technique. Coupled with the mediocrity of his previous incarnation's aptitude, his foundational cultivation was inherently weak. Thus, reaching the foundational stage is indeed a remarkable feat. Having attained this level, Zhao Ping'an finally possessed a modicum of self-protection, allowing him to invoke a small portion of the numerous techniques from his past life. Moreover, with his elevation to the foundational realm, he no longer needed to be overly concerned about depleting his spiritual energy while crafting second-tier superior talismans. However, rather than indulging in the joys of breaking through, Zhao Ping'an swiftly regained his composure. He casually retrieved a set of sword formations from his storage bag. These spoils were acquired after he vanquished the old shopkeeper. Throughout the years, Zhao Ping'an had comprehended many intricacies of the sword formations, but regrettably, due to insufficient cultivation, he could only manipulate 3 flying swords simultaneously. Back when he was at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, he could manage only 3 flying swords. Now, with his foundational cultivation, he should be capable of commanding even more flying swords. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Zhao Ping'an's eyes. This set of sword formations possessed astonishing lethality, and with each additional flying sword he could control, its power would escalate to terrifying heights. Chapter 84. Taking matters into one's own hands within the sword array. 12 flying swords lie in wait, poised for action. In the past, before his breakthrough, Zhao Ping'an, with a foundational cultivation level of the 9th tier, could only command 3 flying swords. However, now as a foundational practitioner, aided by the cultivation of the eternal life sword technique, his lifespan far exceeds that of his peers, reaching an impressive 200 years. Moreover, his spiritual awareness, physical body, and magical power have experienced unprecedented enhancement, enabling him to wield a greater number of flying swords. Rise. Zhao Ping'an's eyes gleamed with depth and brilliance as the essence of his eternal life magic radiated with a profound and enduring aura. In an instant, he summoned 4 flying swords simultaneously. Each sword, distinct in design, emanated a fierce and astonishing sword intent, as if ready to rend the very fabric of the world. Yet, Zhao Ping'an was not content with this. A continuous stream of eternal life magic surged forth, and another dark-hued flying sword ascended into the air. Now, 5 flying swords hovered beside him, akin to playful fish, rejoicing and resonating with Zhao Ping'an. With a mere thought, the 5 swords, under his command, streaked through the air like bolts of lightning, crashing into the unyielding wall. The swords cleaved through the barrier with such ease, carving out deep gashes as though slicing through tofu. Their formidable power was such that even the sturdiest of defenses would be effortlessly pierced and torn asunder. Furthermore, due to Zhao Ping'an's enhanced spiritual awareness, his control over the flying swords expanded. Even from several dozen meters away, he could manipulate them with ease. Previously, while in the Qi refinement stage, commanding 3 flying swords was sufficient to threaten ordinary foundational practitioners. Now, with 5 swords in flight, he could challenge those in the mid-foundation stage without even invoking talismanic power. Yet, this is not my limit, Zhao Ping'an mused, taking a deep breath. His expression resolute as he pushed his eternal life magic to its utmost. A resonant sword cry echoed as another brilliant golden flying sword slowly ascended. 6 swords unleashed. A satisfied smile graced Zhao Ping'an's face. This was indeed his current pinnacle. The 6 flying swords intertwined, forming an impenetrable barrier around him, capable of shattering any incoming assault in an instant. However, although I can wield 6 flying swords simultaneously, without the means to command them in battle, I cannot fully unleash the true power of this sword array. If my suspicions are correct, the mysterious sword diagram I encountered earlier in the Rare Treasures Pavilion at the foot of the mountain is closely linked to this sword array, likely representing its authentic command techniques. Yet, the pavilion exuded an odd aura. I must refrain from coveting that sword diagram unless absolutely necessary, Zhao Ping'an remarked, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Without the means to command the swords, even with flying swords at my disposal, it would be challenging to exert significant power. In my past life, I mastered several sword command techniques, but only one suits my current level, the Shushan sword command technique, Zhao Ping'an reflected thoughtfully. The Shushan swordsmanship is a technique of sword mastery that he fortuitously acquired in his past life, which can only be practiced upon reaching the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, it is relatively easy to grasp, allowing one to unleash the formidable power of various flying swords in a short span of time. Without much hesitation, Zhao Ping'an closed his eyes, recalling the essential methods of Shushan swordsmanship he had mastered in his previous existence. To fully command the flying sword, one must precisely control every ounce of magical energy and force. For Zhao Ping'an, bolstered by his past experiences, the practice of Shushan swordsmanship became significantly more accessible. The 6 flying swords seemed to sense this, becoming increasingly agile and enchanting, swirling around him like playful fish, driven by Zhao Ping'an's magical energy. For several subsequent days, Zhao Ping'an devoted himself entirely to mastering the sword technique, finding it increasingly effortless to control the 6 flying swords. These swords were as deft as Zhao Ping'an's own limbs. With just a thought, they could unleash astonishing destructive power. Just as Zhao Ping'an was breaking through and honing his swordsmanship, a long-sealed door to a cave within the sword sect slowly creaked open. Indeed, misfortune had turned into fortune. Not only had my injuries healed, but my cultivation had also seen a slight enhancement. A tall figure emerged from the cave, his eyes deep and profound, his face marked by a stern and cold demeanor, exuding an aura of authority with every movement. "Congratulations on your early emergence, Master," said a discipline of the sect, who had been waiting diligently. "I owe my gratitude to you. Had you not procured the exceedingly rare soul-nourishing flower for me, it would have taken me another 6 months to recover." The figure acknowledged with a sidelong glance, expressing his appreciation. "Serving the Master is my fortune," replied the disciple named Zio with a humble smile. "If it weren't for you taking me as your closed-door disciple, I would not have my current standing." "Excellent. I did not misjudge you," said the Master, visibly pleased by his disciple's humility. He then casually produced a pill and tossed it to Zhao, stating, "This is the black gold pill. Upon consuming it, you will be able to break through to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Once I resolve my pressing issues, I will request a foundation establishment pill from the sect leader and personally assist you in establishing your foundation." Upon hearing this, Zhao was overwhelmed with joy. Quickly kneeling and expressing his gratitude, "Thank you, Master. Do not be hasty in your thanks. A while ago, I instructed you to keep an eye on that individual. Have there been any developments?" asked the Master, raising an eyebrow. In response to the Master, "I have gathered information. That person will attend Li Yun's celebratory banquet in a few days, and he is certain to leave the medicinal garden then," Zhao replied with unwavering certainty. "He is attending the banquet of the Sword Master's daughter? This presents a perfect opportunity for me to act personally." A glint of cold light flashed in the Master's eyes. He is a dignified elder of discipline, having lurked within the Sword sect for many years, never encountering defeat at the hands of others. Yet, not long ago, he dispatched a Xuanjiao puppet to assassinate an adversary, only to fail miserably, resulting in the loss of a Xuanjiao puppet and damage to his spiritual consciousness. This is an unbearable humiliation. Thus, upon his return from seclusion, Duan Wui's foremost intention is to seek an opportunity to personally erase that individual. "Master, do you truly intend to take matters into your own hands?" Zhao inquired, noting the coldness of his master's expression, seeking confirmation once more. "Absolutely. Rest assured, as long as we plan meticulously, the other members of the sect will remain oblivious," Duan Wui replied with a chilling smile, exuding confidence. "Then I wish you all the best, Master." Zhao clasped his hands respectfully, bowing his head in compliance. However, from a perspective unseen by Duan Wui, a fleeting smile appeared on his face, only to vanish almost instantly. Chapter 85. The celebration banquet. As time swiftly passed, the day of Li Yun's celebration banquet arrived. Li Yun, the daughter of the Sword Master, held a status that was markedly distinct from ordinary disciples of the Sword sect. Now having attained the foundation establishment stage, she possessed her own independent cave dwelling. After leaving the medicinal herb garden, Zhao Ping'an journeyed southward for approximately an hour until he arrived at a serene mountain peak, Yinshao Peak, the location of senior sister Li's cave dwelling. The mountain was adorned with picturesque scenery and abundant spiritual energy, making it an ideal cultivation site. Junior brother Zhao. Perhaps sensing Zhao Ping'an's presence, a beam of light descended from the sky, revealing the graceful form of Li Yun, who had recently become a foundation establishment cultivator. Clad in a simple dress, her slender waist and fair, luminous skin were complemented by a newfound aura of maturity and elegance, a stark contrast to her previous youthful appearance. "Senior sister, congratulations on your successful foundation establishment. This is my gift for you." Zhao Ping'an beamed with a smile as he presented his gift box. "Your presence is gift enough. What more do you bring?" Li Yun rolled her eyes playfully. She had invited Zhao Ping'an to her celebration with a specific intention, to utilize this occasion to help the other disciples of the sect reassess their perceptions of him and to alter any unfavorable impressions they may have harbored in the past. Senior sister's successful foundation establishment is a momentous event for the sect. If I were to arrive empty-handed, it would seem insincere. Moreover, I have always appreciated your guidance. And presenting a gift is only fitting. Others would envy the opportunity to do the same. Zhao Ping'an chuckled awkwardly, offering his compliments. "You certainly know how to speak well." Hearing this, Li Yun's face brightened with joy. "Let me see what you have prepared for me." As she spoke, she opened the gift box, and a powerful wave of energy surged forth. "This is..." Li Yun's expression changed slightly as she exclaimed, "a top-grade magical artifact." There was a hint of astonishment in her voice. "Ping'an, where did you acquire such a precious item? This is rather extravagant, isn't it?" Being the daughter of the Sword Master, Li Yun was well-versed in the extraordinary qualities of the blue crystal jade necklace, and her inquiry was imbued with uncertainty. She did not question the origins of the top-grade artifact, as she believed Zhao Ping'an to be of good character, far from the type to resort to theft for treasures. Her primary concern was that Zhao Ping'an might have expended too many spirit stones to procure such a gift. Top-grade magical artifacts were a rarity within the sect, and their worth only increased with their quality. Zhao Ping'an, still merely a menial disciple tasked with sweeping in the medicinal herb garden and a first-tier talisman master. Giving away a top-grade artifact seemed excessively lavish. "Rest assured, senior sister, I purchased this top-grade artifact from the Rare Treasures Pavilion at the foot of the mountain. Consider it a token of my appreciation," Zhao Ping'an explained with a smile. During the time when his former self faced condemnation from the sect, Li Yun had been the sole individual to plead on his behalf. Thus, presenting a top-grade artifact, or even several more, was of little consequence to him. The exquisite item in question possesses remarkable quality, surely valued at no less than 1,000 spirit stones, does it not? Li Yun inquired tentatively. Approximately so. Zhao Ping'an replied with a slight pause and a careless demeanor. The blue crystal jade necklace was worth far more than a mere 1,000 spirit stones. It was, in fact, purchased from the Rare Treasures Pavilion for 3,000 spirit stones. Zhao Ping'an hoped that Li Yun would accept it without hesitation, naturally refraining from disclosing its true value. Sister, please accept it, he urged. Do not forget that I am still a talisman master at the Talisman Pavilion, and I have completed numerous talisman tasks there, accumulating a fair amount of spirit stones. Noticing Li Yun's lingering hesitation, Zhao Ping'an hastily added, very well. You mustn't be so extravagant in the future. The path of cultivation is long, and there will be many occasions where spirit stones will be needed, Li Yun remarked with a hint of reproach. At that moment, her demeanor resembled that of a charming wife admonishing her husband for his frivolous spending, warming Zhao Ping'an's heart. Don't just stand there foolishly. Come inside with me, she said, instinctively taking Zhao Ping'an's hand and leading him toward her cave dwelling. Feeling the softness of her delicate hand and the enchanting fragrance that enveloped her, Zhao Ping'an felt a sudden stiffness, mechanically trailing behind her. Inside the cave, a gathering of over a dozen cultivators awaited, each a formal disciple of the sword sect and distinguished figures among their peers. As Zhao Ping'an entered the hall alongside Li Yun, the collective gaze of the assembly fell upon him, their expressions tinged with curiosity and scrutiny. Notably, the affectionate manner in which Li Yun held Zhao Ping'an's hand evoked peculiar looks from the others. Junior brother Zhao, do not feel constrained. These are all your senior brothers and sisters from the sect. Li Yun smiled reassuringly, concerned that Zhao Ping'an might feel pressured. After all, at present, Zhao Ping'an only possessed a cultivation level of the 3rd layer of qi refinement, while the disciples in the hall each boasted levels of the 8th or 9th layer, with 2 or 3 exuding a powerful aura indicative of the foundation establishment stage. Junior sister Li, who might this be? Inquired a robust man radiating the fluctuations of the foundation establishment stage, stepping forward with interest. This is my junior brother, Zhao Ping'an, Li Yun replied with a radiant smile, deliberately omitting Zhao Ping'an's status as a mere servant in the medicinal herb garden, wishing to prevent any disdain from the others. Isn't he just a servant from the medicinal herb garden? Just as Li Yun finished speaking, a crisp voice pierced the air, revealing Zhao Ping'an's true identity. Fei Yan. Li Yun's brows arched slightly, casting an unpleased glance at the speaker, who was none other than Tang Fei Yan, the one who had previously delivered a letter to Zhao Ping'an. Today, Tang Fei Yan donned a light apricot dress, her dark, silky hair cascading gracefully, her bright eyes sparkling, rendering her even more enchanting. Sensing the reprimand in Li Yun's tone, she averted her gaze, feeling somewhat guilty. Tang Feiyan found herself unable to tolerate the situation any longer. Li Yun, now a foundational stage cultivator, had personally gone out to welcome Zhao Ping'an, while she, despite her close relationship with him, did not receive such treatment. Instinctively, she revealed Zhao Ping'an's identity as a menial disciple in the medicinal garden. Oh, I remember now. He is the one who was demoted to a menial disciple for sweeping the medicinal garden after treating the traitor from the heavenly mystic sacred land. It turned out to be this individual. The cultivators present scrutinized Zhao Ping'an, losing interest in approaching him. A few even wore amused smiles. The promotion of senior sister Li was indeed commendable, yet inviting such a person seemed rather inappropriate. Some chuckled softly, expressing their disdain. They did not openly mock or ridicule him, but their attitudes clearly conveyed a sense of contempt towards Zhao Ping'an. Zhao Ping'an, however, had anticipated this reaction, remaining silent and unperturbed. In contrast, Li Yun frowned slightly and clarified, Zhao Shidi is not merely a menial disciple in the medicinal garden. He is also a talisman master in our talisman pavilion. During the conflict between our sect and the Frostmoon sect, most of the talismans used by our brothers and sisters were crafted by him. Li Yun hoped that by highlighting Zhao Ping'an's status as a talisman master, it might evoke some goodwill from the crowd. While there were several talisman masters in the sect, Li Shimi should not show favoritism. Moreover, the real reason behind the conflict with the Frostmoon sect was that someone had aided the traitor from the heavenly mystic sacred land, leading to the sacred land's dissatisfaction with our sword sect, which in turn incited the Frostmoon sect against us. A somewhat rotund foundational stage disciple smiled as he pointed this out, clearly dismissing Li Yun's words and directing his scorn towards Zhao Ping'an. Brother Chongyang, what do you mean by that? Li Yun intended to defend Zhao Ping'an. Forget it, senior sister Li, Zhao Ping'an interjected, gently grasping her hand and smiling. I am content to enjoy my tea from the sidelines today. It is a joyous occasion, and there is no need to dwell on other matters. Zhao Shidi. Li Yun felt a twinge of discomfort. She had hoped to leverage this occasion to enhance Zhao Ping'an's reputation among the other disciples, thereby facilitating his future development within the sect, but it seemed the outcome was the opposite of her intentions. Zhao Ping'an took it all in stride. He understood Li Yun's good intentions, but also recognized that he could not integrate into this circle. Although he held the title of Talisman Master, it still paled in comparison to the promising official disciples before him. Furthermore, many within the sect believed that the initial discord between the Sword Sect and the Frost Moon Sect stemmed from the past assistance rendered to the traitor from the heavenly mystic sacred land. Given the impossibility of integration, Zhao Ping'an settled into a nearby chair and leisurely sipped his spiritual tea. Chapter 86. The highlights of the event. Zhao Ping'an sat alone in a corner, forming a stark contrast to the lively and boisterous hall. Yet, he remained indifferent to the curious gazes of those around him. Li Yun felt a twinge of guilt. However, as the protagonist of the day, she had to attend to the emotions of all present, which precluded her from staying by Zhao Ping'an's side throughout the event. Senior Sister Li, congratulations on your advancement to Foundation establishment. I hope I am not late. At that moment, a gentle voice resonated in everyone's ears. Zhao Ping'an found the voice somewhat familiar and, following its direction, soon spotted a well-known figure, a stunningly beautiful woman with a tall and graceful stature. Her skin as white and lustrous as snow. It was Lu Ningran, the renowned second-tier talisman master of the sect. Her beauty rivaled that of Li Yun, yet her demeanor exuded a delicate charm. Second-tier talisman master, Lu Ningran. She has actually come. The disciples of the Sword Sect brightened at the sight of Lu Ningran, engaging in animated discussions. It was worth noting that while there were many Foundation establishment cultivators within the Sword Sect, they paled in comparison to a second-tier talisman master, a rare existence within the entire sect. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that Lu Ningran was a prodigy of talismans within the Sword Sect, a truly unique talent. Even the Foundation establishment disciples held her in deep admiration. Not only was she breathtakingly beautiful, but her talents and talismans were nothing short of astounding. It is not late at all. I warmly welcome you to my celebration banquet. Seeing Lu Ningran arrive, Li Yun appeared quite pleased, stepping forward to grasp the other's delicate hand, speaking with warmth. Lu Ningran, being a second-tier talisman master, held a status far above that of ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators, even comparable to the elders within the Sword Sect. Her presence at Li Yun's celebration was indeed a testament to Li Yun's standing. That is wonderful. By the way, this is a gift I present to you. As she spoke, Lu Ningran casually produced a gleaming silver talisman, emanating a powerful surge of spiritual energy. A second-tier high-quality talisman, the Zhixiao talisman. Li Yun was taken aback upon seeing the talisman. The value of such a talisman would undoubtedly exceed 3,000 spirit stones at auction. And the Zhixiao talisman possessed both offensive and defensive capabilities, serving as a vital safeguard. True to her status as a second-tier talisman master, she presents a high-quality talisman right away. Not only is Junior Sister Lu beautiful, but she also possesses great discernment. Unlike some who attend Junior Sister Li's celebration without even bringing a gift, some praised Lu Ningran while casting a disparaging glance at Zhao Ping'an, who was seated in the corner sipping tea, unable to suppress their disdain. Since Zhao Ping'an had presented his gift to Li Yun earlier, others had not seen it and instinctively assumed that he had come empty-handed. Senior Sister Li, please accept this. It is a small token of my appreciation. Seeing Li Yun hesitating to accept the talisman, Lu Ningran did not cast a glance at anyone else, but rather spoke softly to him. Very well, thank you. After a moment's hesitation, Li Yun solemnly accepted the Zhixiao talisman. Its immense power as a second-tier high-grade talisman would provide him with an additional means of defense against adversaries. Junior Sister Lu, I am Chongyao. I have heard of your name for a long time, and it is a privilege to meet you here today. At that moment, the corpulent Foundation establishment cultivator who had previously belittled Zhao Ping'an approached with a fawning smile, eager to greet Lu Ningran. Talisman Master Lu, greetings. My name is Others. Emulating him, stepped forward, hoping to leave a favorable impression on Lu Ningran. Within the Sword Sect, there were numerous Foundation establishment cultivators, yet second-tier talisman masters were exceedingly rare, holding significant weight. Moreover, Lu Ningran was young, yet had already attained such mastery, foretelling an illustrious future. These individuals sought to befriend Lu Ningran, anticipating the potential boon of a great talisman master-esque friendship in the future. Noticing the throng of Sword Sect brothers and sisters crowding around to greet her, Lu Ningran furrowed her brow. She was not fond of such gatherings and had no desire to forge friendships with those harboring ulterior motives. Just as she was about to bid farewell to Li Yun, he preemptively spoke. Junior Sister Lu, do not be in haste to leave. Junior brother Zhao is here. Upon hearing this, Lu Ningran's previously furrowed brow relaxed, and a hint of surprise graced her features. Zhao Ping'an is here too? Isn't he over there? Li Yun said with a charming smile, prompting her to follow his gesture. Lu Ningran soon spotted Zhao Ping'an, who was seated alone, savoring tea. Acknowledging her gaze, Zhao Ping'an nodded respectfully from a distance. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she turned to her fellow disciples and apologetically said, "My apologies, everyone. I must go greet junior brother Zhao." With that, she gracefully walked towards Zhao Ping'an, under the astonished gaze of her fellow sword sect disciples. "Senior sister Lu," Zhao Ping'an said, rising to greet her as she approached, not daring to act presumptuously. "May I join you for a cup of tea?" Lu Ningran inquired softly, her eyes bright. "Of course," Zhao Ping'an replied with a knowing smile. The two settled down slowly, sipping spiritual tea while engaging in pleasant conversation. "Junior sister is actually conversing so amiably with that fellow. Are we not as worthy as a mere errand boy in the medicinal garden?" remarked a sword sect disciple, feeling a twinge of jealousy at the sight of their lively exchange. Others exchanged glances, feeling somewhat discontented. It was akin to seeing their idol, a goddess they admired, not only ignoring them, but instead choosing to converse with someone they deemed beneath them. What is happening? Could it be that Lu Ningran shares a profound bond with Zhao Ping'an? Otherwise, how could she, who typically disregards foundation establishment disciples, take the initiative to speak with him? Tang Fian was secretly astonished. It is well known that Lu Ningran, with her aloof and proud demeanor within the sect, rarely takes notice of others. Yet today, she appeared to engage in lively conversation with Zhao Ping'an, their familiarity quite evident. Li Yun, however, felt no surprise at all. She had long been aware of Lu Ningran's admiration for Zhao Ping'an and had previously recommended his talismanic potential to the sect. "Senior sister Lu, it seems that the brothers and sisters from other sects are eager to find an opportunity to get closer to you. Is it really appropriate for you to be here, enjoying tea with me?" Zhao Ping'an jestingly inquired as he poured a cup of spiritual tea for Lu Ningran. "How could it be inappropriate? In my view, aside from Li Yun, you possess the most potential in this hall. It is far more worthwhile to cultivate a relationship with you than with them." Lu Ningran replied with a light chuckle, her tone playfully teasing. Her voice, though soft, resonated in the ears of many disciples present, rather than inciting anger. Her words brought astonishment, as they had not anticipated the usually cold and aloof Lu Ningran to hold Zhao Ping'an in such high regard. Had they known earlier, they certainly would not have dared to ostracize him. "Senior sister Lu, are you complimenting me or mocking me?" Zhao Ping'an asked with a helpless smile. "Your talent for talismans is on par with mine. Of course, I am complimenting you. By the way, how has your study of the True Element Talisman Sutra progressed since I last gifted it to you?" Lu Ningran inquired seriously, recalling their previous discussion. "I have mastered about 60 to 70%, Zhao Ping'an replied humbly after a moment's thought. The talismanic teachings within the True Element Talisman Sutra largely overlap with those from the White Jade Talisman Brush, which Zhao Ping'an had thoroughly mastered long ago. His claim of having achieved only 60 to 70% mastery was, in fact, a conservative estimate. "I knew I was right about you," Lu Ningran said, her beautiful eyes sparkling with satisfaction. "Zhao Ping'an." At that moment, a voice suddenly interrupted. Tang Fian approached Zhao Ping'an, her delicate face displaying a hint of regret as she said, "I apologize for revealing your identity as a servant in the medicinal garden. I hope you can forgive me." After speaking, she stood quietly, awaiting Zhao Ping'an's response like a child who had erred. Initially, Tang Fian had looked down upon Zhao Ping'an, but witnessing the latter's recognition by Lu Ningran prompted her, after much hesitation, to come forward and apologize. "Junior brother Zhao, what has transpired? You haven't caused any trouble for this junior sister, have you?" Lu Ningran remarked playfully, her surprise giving way to a smile as she noted Tang Fian's charming appearance and graceful figure. "Senior sister Lu, how could you say that? I am of pure and kind nature. I would never do anything wrong," Zhao Ping'an explained to Lu Ningran before turning to the somewhat anxious Tang Fian, saying amicably, "I accept your apology. Let bygones be bygones." He cultivated the long life sword technique with a tranquil mind, unaffected by the revelation of his identity as a mere janitor in the medicinal herb garden. Zhao Ping'an's temperament was not so petty. Upon hearing this, Tang Fian felt a slight relief. "May I stay here and enjoy tea with you?" she inquired cautiously after a moment's contemplation. Zhao Ping'an did not respond directly, but instead exchanged a glance with Lu Ningran beside him. "Feel free to sit if you wish. This is Sister Li's cave dwelling, not mine," Lu Ningran replied with a hint of amusement, offering no objection. Lu Ningran, with her fair and delicate skin, possessed a graceful figure that exuded an enchanting charm in every movement. Tang Fian, also strikingly beautiful with her exquisite features, lustrous black hair, and a petite frame, radiated a distinctly different allure. The two women took their places on either side of Zhao Ping'an, captivating the attention of all the male disciples of the sword sect, who were momentarily rendered speechless. I have greeted everyone present. It is now time to sit down and enjoy some tea, Li Yun announced as she approached. Today, she was elegantly attired, her usual boldness softened into a more alluring beauty. With all three women gathered around Zhao Ping'an, the male disciples could hardly contain their envy, yet none dared to voice their discontent. Zhao Ping'an remained calm and composed, engaging in pleasant conversation with the three enchanting ladies. In that moment, even as a mere janitor of the medicinal herb garden, he transcended all present, becoming the true highlight of the gathering. Chapter 87. Confrontation with the Foundation establishment elder. The atmosphere of the celebratory banquet was somewhat peculiar. While others appeared to be reveling in laughter and joy, their gazes frequently drifted towards Zhao Ping'an, who was surrounded by three enchanting ladies. However, Zhao Ping'an maintained an air of nonchalance, engaging in lively conversation with Li Yun and the three fair maidens. Enraptured by the charms of his companions, even Zhao Ping'an, known for his composure, found himself momentarily entranced. As is often the case, joyous moments are fleeting. The banquet soon approached its conclusion. Lu Ningran was the first to rise and bid farewell. Zhao Ping'an, showing no desire to linger, exchanged pleasantries with Li Yun before preparing to return to the medicinal garden. Zhao Shiji, wait a moment. Li Yun suddenly called out just as Zhao Ping'an was about to depart. Li Shiji, do you have something to convey? Zhao Ping'an inquired, somewhat taken aback. Please accept this item, she replied, producing a bright golden Dao armor. Though it is merely a mid-grade magical artifact, its defensive capabilities far exceed many high-grade ones. Consider it my token of gratitude. Li Shiji, isn't this your personal armor? Tang Fian, who had been observing the exchange, interjected in surprise. The golden cloud armor might seem modest in grade, yet its remarkable lineage was well known to Tang Fian. It had been a gift from the sword master to Li Yun, having protected her from several fatal attacks in past battles. She had not anticipated that Li Yun would bestow such a precious item upon Zhao Ping'an as a gesture of appreciation. With a complex expression, Tang Fian felt a sense of relief for having lowered her stance earlier in the banquet to mend her relationship with Zhao Ping'an. To gain the favor of both Li Yun and Lu Ningran was certainly no simple feat for him. Shiji, this is your protective talisman. It would not be appropriate for me to accept it. Zhao Ping'an attempted to decline. You must accept it. This is also my sentiment, Li Yun insisted resolutely. Very well. Given her insistence, Zhao Ping'an had no further reason to refuse and accepted the golden cloud armor with due reverence. Li Shiji, I take my leave. With a respectful bow, Zhao Ping'an departed from Yunxia Peak. Shiji, that golden cloud armor is a protective treasure given to you by the sword master. Although it appears to be a mid-grade magical artifact, its true origin rivals that of any high-grade artifact. Aren't you concerned about inciting the sword master's ire? After watching Zhao Ping'an leave, Tang Fian could not help but voice her concern. Not at all. Consider this protective artifact as my recompense for him. Especially since I was unable to assist Zhao Ping'an in regaining his status as a formal disciple during my last appeal to my father, Li Yun replied, her beautiful eyes gleaming thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, Tang Fian grasped the situation and chose not to press further. Ping'an. Just as Zhao Ping'an descended from Yunxia Peak, he spotted a graceful figure waiting for him ahead. With smooth, lustrous black hair, a tall and enchanting figure, and skin fair and resilient. It was indeed the exquisitely graceful Lu Ningran. Ping'an? Zhao Ping'an furrowed his brow momentarily, but it soon relaxed into a smile. He said, Senior Sister Lu, weren't you supposed to leave first? Why are you still here? Are you waiting for me? Lu Ningran offered a gentle smile, as if she had anticipated Zhao Ping'an's inquiry, and replied softly, there were too many people at the banquet, and some matters were not suitable for discussion. If you are not in a hurry to return to the apothecary garden, follow me to a more appropriate location. I have something important to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping'an hesitated for a moment and tentatively asked, is there something that cannot be said here? This seems rather inappropriate. Lu Ningran shook her head lightly. Very well, Senior Sister Lu, please lead the way, Zhao Ping'an said, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. This way. Lu Ningran's face was adorned with a smile as she guided Zhao Ping'an toward the back mountain of the sword sect. The back mountain was vast, and aside from a few forbidden areas, most parts were seldom trodden, even by the disciples of the sword sect. Senior Sister Lu, are you in a hurry to reclaim the true element talisman technique you lent me last time? Zhao Ping'an casually inquired, gazing at Lu Ningran's figure before him. True element talisman technique. Lu Ningran paused momentarily before responding with a soft laugh. There's no rush. Return it once you've thoroughly studied it. As Lu Ningran's words echoed in his ears, Zhao Ping'an gradually came to a halt. His expression turned serious, and his gaze towards Lu Ningran became increasingly cold. The esteemed elder of the discipline hall had transformed into the prodigious talisman genius Lu Ningran. If this were to spread, it would surely bring ridicule upon the entire sect. Just as Zhao Ping'an's words fell, Lu Ningran abruptly turned, astonishment flickering across her face. How intriguing, you have seen through my disguise. Her voice was deep and hoarse. It was quite simple. Senior sister Lu never calls me by name, and she previously gifted me the talisman technique, true element talisman technique. Not merely lent it, Zhao Ping'an scoffed, continuing his mockery in the entirety of the sect. The only one who would change their appearance and deliberately lead me to a secluded place for ill intent must be you, the elder Duan Wui of the discipline hall. Since you have unveiled my ruse, continuing to pretend holds no purpose, Lu Ningran huffed coldly, and then she dispelled her illusion, revealing her true visage. She was tall and robust, with a face as chiseled as if sculpted by a knife, her dark eyes icy and piercing. Indeed, it was the elder Duan Wui of the discipline hall. Zhao Ping'an, you are indeed remarkable, more extraordinary than I had anticipated. No wonder the likes of Ji Kong and the Xuanjiao puppet could not subdue you before. Duan Wui's gaze was as sharp as a blade, fixed intently upon Zhao Ping'an, a hint of unmasked malice radiating from him. A formidable and terrifying aura surged forth, akin to a tempest, enveloping Zhao Ping'an. It was the pressure of an experienced foundation establishment cultivator, potent enough to instill dread in any cultivator beneath that level. Is this, then, the reason for your presence today? Zhao Ping'an remained unperturbed, as if he had foreseen the unfolding events long before. Duan Wui was searching for an opportunity to strike. Yet had Zhao Ping'an not been biding his time to hunt down his adversary? Indeed, you have seized the blood sunflower from beneath the withered well of the medicinal garden and even vanquished my Xuanjiao puppet. An astonishing secret resides within you. Zhao Ping'an, you were once an utterly mediocre paragon of virtue in the sword sect, yet after rescuing the traitor from the heavenly Xian sacred land, you awakened a remarkable affinity for talismans. Could the enigma surrounding you possibly be linked to the heavenly Xian sacred land? At this juncture, Duan Wui's eyes gleamed with fervor as he regarded Zhao Ping'an, akin to a famished beast that had stumbled upon long-lost sustenance. It appears your repeated assaults against me were motivated by more than just the desire for the blood sunflower. Zhao Ping'an suddenly comprehended, a faint smile gracing his lips. In the presence of a formidable opponent at the foundation establishment stage, he remained composed and unruffled, seemingly dismissive of his adversary's threat. Chapter 88. A sword to the throat. Upon observing Zhao Ping'an's calm demeanor, the chill in Duan Wui's eyes intensified. Nonetheless, he scoffed dismissively, declaring, I am aware you possess certain skills, but today, your demise is inevitable. Zhao Ping'an, recognizing the futility of resistance, suggested, you might as well bind your own hands and await your fate. Any attempts to contend with me will only serve to prolong your suffering. As Duan Wui spoke, he casually summoned several black array flags, establishing a barrier with a diameter of 1,000 meters centered around the two. In doing so, should Zhao Ping'an dare to resist, Duan Wui could strike without fear of attracting the attention of other sect members. This was precisely why he had lured Zhao Ping'an to this secluded location in the rear mountains, far removed from prying eyes. Enveloped in this isolation, he held unwavering confidence in his ability to annihilate Zhao Ping'an. Duan Elder, one must never be overly confident. The outcome of who slays whom remains uncertain. Zhao Ping'an retorted with a derisive laugh. Despite Duan Wui's preparations, he remained unfazed, having reached the foundational realm, no longer a mere qi refining practitioner to be toyed with. Since you are so oblivious to your own peril, I shall personally ensure your passage to the afterlife, Duan Wui proclaimed, his eyes gleaming with lethal intent as he unleashed a fierce attack. With a mere clench of his fist, his mystical energy surged forth, causing the ground to erupt violently. 3 puppets emerged from the earth, their surfaces gleaming like polished stone, encircling Zhao Ping'an from all angles with uncanny precision. Although these puppets may not match the indomitable Xuanjiao puppets of the past, their speed was extraordinary, and the intensity of their assault posed a significant threat to a mid-foundational practitioner. Zhao Ping'an, quick to react, darted away, evading the onslaught of the 3 puppets, while simultaneously launching 3 talismans into the fray. First-tier superior talismans, Ice Cloud talismans. These 3 talismans, crafted previously with a white jade talisman brush, boasted enhanced potency, nearly rivaling that of second-tier inferior talismans in lethality. With his current foundational cultivation, their power surged exponentially. A tempest of ice spikes erupted, effortlessly shattering the puppets' forms, leaving them in ruins. However, just as victory seemed assured, a piercing shriek pierced the air, heralding the arrival of a colossal azure hand, conjured entirely from mystical energy, descending upon Zhao Ping'an with overwhelming force. Zhao Ping'an's pupils contracted as he summoned his life force, erecting an impenetrable barrier of energy before him. The ensuing clash was thunderous. The barrier shattered, yet it bought him a precious half-second to sidestep this lethal strike. Foundational realm? No wonder the Xuanjia puppets I previously dispatched were no match for you. Noticing the fluctuations of Zhao Ping'an's mystical energy, Duan Wuyi's eyes glinted with even greater malice, his murderous intent intensifying. Even if you possess the strength of an initial foundational practitioner, you are ultimately no match for me. Prepare to meet your end. Upon comprehending Zhao Ping'an's true cultivation level, Duan Wuyi appeared somewhat astonished on the surface, yet inwardly he breathed a sigh of relief. After all, his own cultivation had nearly reached the late foundation establishment stage, making it a trivial matter to contend with a young practitioner at the early foundation establishment level. With this thought in mind, Duan Wuyi launched his attack once more. The surrounding spiritual energy surged and soon coalesced into a towering azure beast shadow, emitting a deep roar, akin to a king of beasts pouncing towards Zhao Ping'an. Transforming magical power. Zhao Ping'an glanced sideways. Such a technique could only be executed by cultivators who had attained the late foundation establishment stage. It seemed that although Duan Wuyi had not truly reached that level, he was perilously close. Before the beast shadow could close in, Zhao Ping'an casually unleashed a talisman, its golden light illuminating the heavens as it collided fiercely with the azure beast shadow. This was a second-tier low-grade talisman, the celestial arrow talisman. Even an ordinary celestial arrow talisman could pose a threat to foundation establishment practitioners, and this particular one was crafted with a white jade talisman brush, possessing sufficient power to severely injure seasoned foundation establishment beings. The two distinctly different forces clashed violently, resembling the irreconcilable nature of water and fire, ultimately dissipating with a resounding explosion. Impressive, your talisman techniques are rather exceptional. Nevertheless, you shall still perish. Duan Wuyi stepped forward, his figure leaving behind an afterimage, appearing before Zhao Ping'an in an instant. His fingers curled like claws, radiating waves of magical energy as they lunged towards Zhao Ping'an's brow. Should this claw strike, Zhao Ping'an would not only face death, but also severe injury. Yet, in the face of Duan Wuyi's relentless onslaught, Zhao Ping'an seemed entirely unperturbed, as if he had anticipated this moment. Suddenly, a talisman descended upon his shoulder. This was a second-tier mid-grade talisman, the Aurora Talisman. The Aurora Talisman served as an auxiliary talisman, capable of temporarily enhancing the user's cultivation level, speed, and strength. Empowered by the talisman, Zhao Ping'an's strength surged dramatically, and he unleashed a powerful punch. A faint golden glow enveloped his fist. Duan Wuyi dismissed it with indifference, believing that a mere early foundation establishment practitioner, regardless of their methods, could never pose a threat to him. Boom. In the next moment, their strikes collided. Duan Wuyi's expression shifted dramatically, his hand turned numb, and a torrent of overwhelming power surged through his arm, causing him to stagger backward. With each step he retreated, clear shoe imprints were left upon the ground. It took 7 or 8 steps before Duan Wuyi stabilized himself, suppressing the tumultuous waves of blood energy churning within his chest. What is happening? In an instant, his strength has become so formidable? Duan Wuyi, both astonished and enraged, could hardly believe it. An early foundation establishment practitioner had effortlessly forced him back with a single punch. It was essential to note that he was a seasoned foundation establishment expert, capable of contending with late foundation establishment beings through his peculiar techniques such as puppetry. Zhao Ping'an granted Duan Wuyi little time to react. Empowered by the Aurora Talisman, his strength surged to a new level. He resembled a purebred beast of ferocity. With a single foot, he shattered the ground beneath him, utilizing the immense recoil to leap high into the air, exuding a savage and tempestuous aura as he charged forth. Zhao Ping'an III, a man of considerable combat experience, sensed an ominous sound of a sword resonating from behind him simultaneously. This is not good. Duan Wuyi, startled and agitated, rarely experienced a thread of perilous energy. Qingfeng umbrella, he exclaimed, as a bronze umbrella materialized in his grasp. As the bronze umbrella twirled, runes cascaded forth, forming an impenetrable barrier before him. Zhao Ping'an's full-force punch could not budge the rune barrier in the slightest. Instead, He was jolted back, his arm numb from the recoil. "Humph, do you think you can harm me?" Duan Wui scoffed, infusing his magical energy into the bronze umbrella, unleashing a flurry of silver needles that erupted forth, densely covering the sky and targeting Zhao Ping'an. Zhao Ping'an, though astonished, had no intention of retreating. A flying sword shot forth from behind him. The sword streaked through the void like a bolt of lightning, enveloped in an astonishing aura of sword energy. Clang, clang. Wherever the flying sword passed, the sword energy surged forth, pulverizing all the silver needles in its path, relentlessly hurtling toward Duan Wui's forehead. "A flying sword? You possess such a treasure. Ha ha. I have struck gold." Upon seeing the incoming sword, Duan Wui's expression transformed from concern to delight. The bronze umbrella spun in his hand, emanating tremendous waves of energy, as runes coalesced again to form an insurmountable barrier. Even when the flying sword penetrated 3 inches, it still could not breach the defense. Moreover, as the sword's momentum waned, it became ensnared as if caught in a quagmire, immobilized. "Without the flying sword, let us see how you can contend with me now." After immobilizing Zhao Ping'an's sword, Duan Wui grinned triumphantly, ready to command the bronze umbrella to eliminate his adversary. "Is that so?" Just then, a smile curled upon Zhao Ping'an's lips, creating an enchanting arc. Buzz, buzz. More sword sounds resonated, leaving Duan Wui in disbelief as he witnessed the previously immobilized flying sword suddenly quiver, launching several fierce sword shadows forth. It turned out that the remaining 5 flying swords had concealed themselves within the afterimage of the first sword. Now, under Zhao Ping'an's manipulation, they erupted with their true power, piercing the once impenetrable rune barrier and racing toward Duan Wui at breakneck speed. Panic flickered across Duan Wui's face. He activated the bronze umbrella at any cost, continuously channeling his magical energy to fortify the rune barrier. Yet Zhao Ping'an had already devised a strategy. The 5 flying swords aligned in a straight line, and even though the rune barrier was formidable, it could not withstand them all at that moment. The final flying sword, aided by its companions, finally broke free from the rune barrier, striking Duan Wui like a flash of lightning. Splash! Blood gushed forth as the flying sword pierced through Duan Wui's throat. His vision dimmed, and he instantly lost consciousness, becoming a corpse as cold as ice. The bronze umbrella, devoid of Duan Wui's control, gradually dissipated, ultimately crashing to the ground. "Today, I have finally resolved this hidden peril." Gazing upon the lifeless body of Duan Wui, lying amidst the pool of blood, Zhao Ping'an exhaled a sigh of relief, as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Duan Wui was the sole individual within the sword sect who harbored suspicions regarding Zhao Ping'an's unique and secretive abilities. Such a presence, if allowed to persist, would pose a tremendous threat to Zhao Ping'an. Furthermore, after their recent confrontation, he had attained a remarkably clear understanding of his own capabilities. In terms of cultivation, Zhao Ping'an remained at the initial stage of foundation establishment. However, with the profound and enduring essence of his longevity technique, coupled with his enigmatic swordsmanship and the formidable might of his talismanic arts, his overall combat prowess now approached that of the late stage of foundation establishment. Of course, the successful elimination of Duan Wui was not solely attributable to Zhao Ping'an's remarkable combat strength. Rather, it was primarily due to the opponent's ignorance of his trump cards and tactics. For instance, the swordsmanship he employed took the adversary by surprise, striking when least expected. The bronze umbrella wielded by Duan Wui was indeed impressive, being a superior-grade magical artifact, and thus made for a commendable trophy. Zhao Ping'an reached out with his mind, seizing the bronze umbrella that Duan Wui had recently utilized. Upon examination, he discovered that this umbrella was not only a formidable artifact for both offense and defense, but also possessed storage capabilities. It was no wonder that no storage pouch was found on Duan Wui's corpse. After scrutinizing the umbrella for a moment, Zhao Ping'an recognized its extraordinary nature, particularly its storage function. As a senior elder of the Discipline Hall, Duan Wui's wealth must have been substantial. However, the contents of this storage remained a mystery that Zhao Ping'an would need to explore further upon his return to the medicinal garden. For now, his primary concern was to manage the battlefield and eliminate any traces of his presence. After all, the sudden demise of an elder would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the sect, prompting a thorough investigation by the higher-ups. Chapter 89. The Beast Skin Map. Zhao Ping'an did not hasten to depart. Instead, with a casual motion, he struck the ground, creating a deep pit. He then produced a fire spirit talisman, igniting Duan Wui's lifeless body. Once the remains were nearly reduced to ashes, Zhao Ping'an interred them within the pit, covering it with earth, and meticulously erased all traces of the battle. Even the fragments of talismans scattered on the ground were obliterated by Zhao Ping'an, ensuring that, should the sect's formidable members discover Duan Wuyi's demise, they would find no clues to implicate him. Having completed these tasks, Zhao Ping'an dismantled the surrounding concealment formation, swiftly gathering a few formation flags before making his exit. Simultaneously, within the Sword Sect's Soul Temple, a special area housing the life tokens of the disciples and elders was vigilantly guarded by powerful disciples, barring ordinary individuals from approaching. Suddenly, a dark golden life token erupted in a violent explosion, its cacophony capturing the attention of the two sentinels stationed there. The shattering of the token signified the fall of a Sword Sect member, specifically, Elder Duan's token. Upon seeing Duan Wuyi's name inscribed on the shattered token, the two guards were struck with horror. This was a matter of great significance. They had to report to the Sword Master immediately. Stunned, they exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Before long, the news of Elder Duan Wuyi's demise spread throughout the sect. The Sword Master, filled with fury, commanded Elder Fingye to lead the disciples of the Discipline Hall in a thorough investigation, determined to uncover the body of Duan Wuyi and apprehend the perpetrator. How could the master have faltered? This was inconceivable. What hidden tactics did Zhao Ping'an possess that even a core formation expert could not contend with him? Upon receiving the news of Duan Wuyi's fall, a figure stood in contemplation for a long while, lost in thought. Yet, he soon regained his composure, a smile creeping onto his lips as he murmured, "This is for the best. I have freed myself from his grasp, and now the skies and seas are mine to traverse." This individual was Zio, the disciple sent by Duan Wuyi to monitor Zhao Ping'an's movements. Unbeknownst to Zhao Ping'an, the news of Duan Wuyi's demise sent ripples of shock throughout the sect. At that moment, he had returned to the medicinal garden, back to his abode. Finally, he could tally his spoils. He was eager to discover the extent of wealth possessed by Duan Wuyi, the discipline elder. Zhao Ping'an retrieved a bronze umbrella and infused it with a trace of spiritual energy, extracting the items one by one. With a clatter, piles of radiant spirit stones soon appeared before Zhao Ping'an's gaze, numbering over 50,000. Even with his steady disposition, Zhao Ping'an's eyes gleamed at this sight. Duan Wuyi certainly lived up to his status as a senior elder, amassing such a fortune in spirit stones. With these resources, I shall have enough to sustain me for a considerable duration. A smile graced Zhao Ping'an's face as he proceeded to examine the remaining items. As his magical energy continued to flow, 3 artifacts emanating intense fluctuations suddenly appeared before Zhao Ping'an. These were 3 superior-grade artifacts. Zhao Ping'an immediately discerned that, despite their differing designs, the vibrations they emitted indicated that they were all of superior grade, akin to the bronze umbrella. The first was the Golden Tiger token. By infusing it with magical energy, one could summon the soul of the Golden Tiger, unleashing terrifying destructive power. The second was the Floral Bracelet, capable of releasing a myriad of blossoms, each petal capable of effortlessly cleaving through stone, showcasing formidable strength. The third was the Cloud Departure Cauldron, designed to defend against most attacks, including the Bronze Umbrella. This amounted to 4 superior-grade artifacts, a testament to the considerable wealth possessed by the Elder of the Sword Sect. The combined value of these artifacts alone was worth several thousand spirit stones. Zhao Ping'an carefully stored these artifacts and continued to examine the remaining items, soon discovering several puppet inheritance scrolls, which surpassed the method he had initially obtained for crafting the Xuanjia puppet. However, these crafting techniques were exceedingly cruel, prompting Zhao Ping'an to merely glance at them before shattering them into dust with a sliver of longevity magic, ensuring that such nefarious arts vanished from existence. At that moment, Zhao Ping'an's attention was drawn to a beast skin map. The material of the map was supple to the touch, yet the patterns inscribed upon it were somewhat eerie, seemingly marking a specific location. Unfortunately, it was only half of a map, obscuring the precise coordinates. The Black Mountain Secret Map. Zhao Ping'an squinted as he noticed a few small characters concealed in the lower left corner of the beast skin map. These inscriptions appeared relatively new and likely added by Duan Wuyo. If it were merely an ordinary beast skin map, it would not warrant Duan Wuyo's deliberate preservation. It was very likely a crucial coordinate map detailing an important secret stash. As a senior elder of the Sword Sect, any beast skin map that he chose to keep would undoubtedly hold significance. I shall carefully retain this. Hoping for an opportunity to discover the remaining half of the map in the future, Zhao Ping'an mused, securing the beast skin map with great care. After a brief inventory, Zhao Ping'an found he had acquired 53,000 spirit stones, a beast skin map, and 4 superior grade artifacts. In the days that followed, Zhao Ping'an maintained a low profile. Aside from tending to the herb garden each morning, he remained largely reclusive. The sect had been investigating the tragic demise of Duan Wuyo for several months. Yet there remained no progress whatsoever. Not only had they failed to uncover the mastermind behind the incident, but even Duan Wuyo's body had yet to be discovered. Elder Ping'an was quite troubled, having questioned several disciples under Duan Wuyo multiple times, yet yielding no results. As for the lone disciple aware of Duan Wuyo's final whereabouts, the disciplinary disciple Zio, he remained tight-lipped during Elder Ping'an's inquiries, refraining from disclosing that Duan Wuyo had intended to ambush Zhao Ping'an. He was acutely aware that if even his master Duan Wuyo had been slain, revealing such insider information could very well jeopardize his own life. Moreover, this disciple of Duan Wuyi, being inherently unclean, was initially granted special admission to the Sword Sect's discipline hall through Duan Wuyi's influence. Over the years, with Duan Wuyi's backing, he clandestinely engaged in countless nefarious activities. The transformation of former Sword Sect disciples Ji Kong and Du Jia into Duan Wuyi's puppets can largely be attributed to his machinations. Thus, for a multitude of reasons, even though he was aware of Duan Wuyi's movements prior to his demise, he dared not reveal the truth. Otherwise, unearthing one root would inevitably drag up the mud, resulting in certain and severe punishment from the sect. 5 months later, the sect's investigation into Duan Wuyi's fall concluded without any resolution. Upon learning that the sect had ceased its inquiries, Zhao Ping'an felt a slight relief. Had the higher-ups continued their scrutiny, it was likely they would have uncovered some trace of the truth. In the days that followed, Zhao Ping'an maintained a low profile in his cultivation, refraining from displaying excessive prowess or mastery of talismans. Day after day, year after year, in the blink of an eye, a decade had swiftly passed. Chapter 90. A decade of serenity. The undulating mountains stood majestically against the gentle breeze, while clusters of medicinal trees flourished vibrantly, exuding a subtle, natural fragrance. As the years slipped by, those herbs, once mere inches tall in the medicinal fields, had matured into robust trees with sprawling branches and lush foliage. Amidst the shade of the trees, a tall figure diligently swept the ground, meticulously clearing away the fallen leaves. Clad in the distinctive blue robe of a junior disciple, he nonetheless emanated an extraordinary and ethereal aura. With each gentle wave of the broom, the dust and leaves on the ground dispersed into the void as if adhering to some mystical principle. In an instant, the previously disheveled and dirty ground transformed into a pristine and immaculate expanse. Suddenly, the medicinal trees trembled violently on either side, their leaves soaring through the air as if manipulated by an unseen force, hurtling toward the slender figure like arrows unleashed from a bow. Zhao Ping'an sensed the impending chaos and deftly waved his broom once more, causing the leaves to freeze mid-air, as though time itself had come to a standstill. This child is being mischievous again, he thought, shaking his head. No sooner had he uttered these words than the leaves shot back with astonishing speed, enveloping a figure that had been hiding just beyond the trees. Swish, swish, each leaf darted forth like a bolt of lightning, a cacophony of sound accompanying their swift approach. Zhao Gu, spare me. The figure, witnessing the imminent onslaught of leaves, cried out in alarm. Zhao Ping'an smiled slightly, and with a flick of his fingers, the multitude of leaves disintegrated into fine powder, as though they had never existed. Phew, you nearly scared me to death. A young man emerged from the shadows, still clutching his chest in relief. His features bore a resemblance to Wang Kezi, yet his visage was notably youthful. He was Wang Cheng, the nephew of Wang Kezi. You've done well, young man. Your cultivation has reached the 3rd level of qi refinement, and you are but a step away from advancing to the 4th level. You certainly surpass senior brother Wang, who only broke through to the 2nd level at your age. Zhao Ping'an remarked with a grin, having effortlessly discerned Wang Cheng's cultivation level at a glance. Good heavens, Zhao Gu, it's been over half a year since we last met, and you can still see through my cultivation level at a glance. Are you truly only at the 3rd level of qi refinement? Also, what was that technique you just displayed? Could you teach it to me? Wang Cheng exclaimed, astonished and filled with a tone of eagerness. Over the past decade, Wang Cheng had transformed from a Navi youth into a spirited young man. Yet there remained a hint of regret. His talent and aptitude had not quite sufficed for him to become a formal disciple of the Sword Sect. Wang Kezi had worried for his future, ultimately spending several thousand spirit stones to secure a backdoor admission, allowing Wang Cheng to become a registered disciple under a foundation establishment stage disciple. Although not an official disciple of the sect, being able to follow a foundation establishment stage disciple was, in Wang Kezi's view, far superior to remaining in the medicinal garden. Periodically, Wang Cheng would take the opportunity to return to the medicinal garden to visit his uncle, Wang Kezi, and Zhao Ping'an. He expressed that the usual methods would suffice for now, and that once he became a formal disciple of the sect, he would be able to cultivate superior techniques. Zhao Ping'an offered a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. He surveyed Wang Cheng, noting that the lad had grown taller, stronger, and more robust than before. Becoming a formal disciple? Nothing could be further from the truth. Since 3 years ago, when I became a registered disciple of a foundation-building master, my days have been filled with serving tea and running errands, resembling nothing more than a beast of burden. Not only have I learned nothing, but I am also left weary and aching each day. Wang Cheng scoffed with a hint of resignation in his tone. At this juncture, he cast a hopeful glance at Zhao Ping'an and implored, "Brother Zhao, could you do me a favor and persuade my uncle to release me from the tutelage of that foundation-building master? It is a complete waste of time." He lamented that his progress to the 3rd layer of qi refining had been solely through his own efforts, with no assistance from the master. The reason Wang Cheng had chosen to seek Zhao Ping'an rather than immediately visit his uncle was his hope that Zhao could persuade him. Wang Cheng was well aware of his uncle's stubborn nature. His words would likely fall on deaf ears, whereas Zhao Ping'an's opinions held considerable weight with Wang Kezi. "You came to me for this." Zhao Ping'an shot him an irritated glance, initially thinking Wang Cheng had come to visit him out of fondness after a long separation, only to discover he sought a favor. "Brother Zhao, I beg of you. You are charming and benevolent, my greatest idol. If you speak up, my uncle will surely reconsider." Wang Cheng hurriedly flattered him. "Enough with the flattery. I will find an opportunity to mention this to Brother Wang. But I cannot guarantee it will turn out as you wish," Zhao Ping'an replied with a sigh. "You must understand how much effort Brother Wang invested to have you recognized as a registered disciple. Brother Zhao, I know you and my uncle have high hopes for me, but I truly do not wish to continue as a mere errand boy. It is nothing but a waste of time, and I am not learning anything, let alone advancing to the 5th layer of qi refining to become a formal disciple of the sect." Wang Cheng responded with a hint of desperation. Initially, upon learning he would be a registered disciple of a foundation-building master, he had felt elated, believing he was on a promising path, only to discover that reality was starkly different after several years. Wang Cheng felt utterly helpless, which is why he sought Zhao Ping'an to persuade Wang Kezi. "You are too eager for success, my friend. I shall not admonish you further," Zhao Ping'an remarked, shaking his head with no intention of dissuading Wang Cheng. Although he had watched the other grow up, it was not for him, Zhao Ping'an, to dictate the path they would take. "I knew you were the best, Zhao Ge. By the way, Zhao Ge, why is it that after all these years, you have not only remained ageless but have grown even younger? Have you perhaps mastered some secret technique? Could you share it with my uncle? He has aged significantly in recent years," Wang Cheng jestingly inquired. Over the years, Zhao Ping'an's appearance had not only defied the passage of time, but he appeared even more youthful. Despite being 38, he still resembled a mere 18 or 19-year-old. "There is no secret technique. I merely happened to consume a rejuvenating pill once," Zhao Ping'an explained with a smile. "I see," Wang Cheng responded, enlightened. "The rejuvenating pill is a unique elixir that preserves one's youthful visage, though it cannot halt the decline of bodily functions. You should promptly visit Brother Wang. He hasn't seen you in quite a while. Moreover, he has been unwell lately, so do take good care of him," Zhao Ping'an advised Wang Cheng. "All right." Wang Cheng grinned widely, and then bid farewell to Zhao Ping'an, departing in a flurry. This child possesses decent aptitude, yet his temperament requires further refinement. After watching Wang Cheng leave, Zhao Ping'an picked up his broom and returned directly to his dwelling. Inside the wooden cabin, the spiritual energy was exceptionally dense. The spirit-gathering formation Zhao Ping'an had established years ago, having undergone numerous enhancements, now concentrated far more spiritual energy than it had initially. Over the past decade, despite appearing to remain at the 3rd level of qi refinement without any visible progress, the disciples in the herb garden regarded Zhao Ping'an's cultivation talent as exceedingly mediocre, even inferior to that of Wang Kezi and others. However, Zhao Ping'an's true realm had now reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment, surpassing the level he had attained a decade ago. Furthermore, he had perfected the 4th layer of the eternal life sword art, poised at any moment to break through to the 5th layer. Chapter 91. Unyielding efforts after expending a decade of my life. I have yet to elevate the eternal sword technique to the 5th tier. Indeed, as my cultivation progresses, the challenges inherently multiply. Zhao Ping'an silently attuned himself to the eternal vitality within, murmuring to himself. Over the years, whether in terms of cultivation realm or technique advancement, his progress has become rather sluggish. It is noteworthy that Zhao Ping'an possesses the advantage of prior life experience in cultivation, coupled with the assistance of a spirit-gathering array, which essentially provides him with multiple enhancements. Yet, even with such advantages, Dedicating 10 years to arduous practice has only yielded a slight elevation in the foundation establishment stage. This illustrates that as one delves deeper into the eternal sword technique, the pace of advancement becomes increasingly lethargic. However, there are remarkable benefits as well. Zhao Ping'an's appearance has not succumbed to the ravages of time, but has instead grown more youthful. His skin has taken on a radiant quality, reminiscent of an infant's, firm and elastic. Most importantly, as his eternal vitality becomes more robust, his blood vitality surges, and his aura deepens and lengthens. In the short term, a notable enhancement in my cultivation and techniques seems improbable. I must focus my efforts on talisman crafting. I am now capable of attempting to produce third-tier talismans. Zhao Ping'an's eyes sparkled with determination. Over the years, in addition to cultivating the eternal sword technique, he had devoted a portion of his energy to studying talismans, resulting in a significant improvement in his talisman crafting skills. Not only could he successfully create ordinary second-tier mid-grade talismans, but his success rate for crafting second-tier high-grade talismans had also reached 50%. This implies that for every 2 second-tier high-grade talismans he attempts to produce, one can be successfully crafted, placing him among the elite of second-tier talisman masters. Yet, this is still far from sufficient. Zhao Ping'an is acutely aware that the world of cultivation is rife with deceit and bloody conflict. Only through the continuous strengthening of one's capabilities and power can one navigate steadfastly to the end. The difficulty of crafting third-tier talismans far exceeds that of second-tier talismans by more than tenfold. With my current cultivation at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, the only talisman suitable for me to attempt is the Phoenix Spirit Protection Talisman. Zhao Ping'an raised an eyebrow and softly stated, "The Phoenix Spirit Protection Talisman is a third-tier low-grade talisman, categorized as a defensive talisman. Its crafting threshold is relatively low, allowing talisman masters at the foundation establishment stage to attempt its creation. Furthermore, once activated, this talisman can easily withstand a full-force strike from a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. If Zhao Ping'an can successfully craft this talisman, it would provide him with an additional means of safeguarding his life. Given that the Phoenix Spirit Protection Talisman is indeed a third-tier talisman, ordinary high-quality talisman paper and vermilion cannot withstand the formidable spiritual energy contained within. Superior-grade talisman paper and purple ink vermilion must be procured." Zhao Ping'an pondered thoughtfully and continued, "It appears I shall need to venture out once more. Superior-grade talisman paper and purple ink vermilion are exceedingly precious crafting materials, not even available at the Sword Sect's Talisman Pavilion. Thus, Zhao Ping'an plans to revisit the market at the foot of the mountain. Since the establishment of the market at the foot of the Sword Sect, its scale has been continuously expanding. What began as a mere gathering resembling a small town has, after many years of development, transformed into a stately little city. Amidst the myriad of shops, various cultivators weave through the bustling streets. Although the foot traffic is abundant, the market is no longer as chaotic as it once was. In recent years, incidents of murder and treasure theft have ceased, thanks to the Sword Sect's leadership, which has resolutely decided to regulate the market. Numerous disciples have been deployed for frequent patrols both inside and outside the market to maintain order. Furthermore, 2 seasoned elders of the foundation establishment stage have been assigned to oversee the market personally, ensuring that any nearby conflicts are swiftly quelled by the disciples of the Sword Sect. Zhao Ping'an altered his aura and appearance, disguising himself as a dashing, delicate scholar as he made his way towards the most vibrant and bustling area of the market. Come and see. Freshly delivered tortoise shell hides, perfect for crafting personal armor. Available for just 50 spirit stones. What is personal armor? Gather around. Here, I have ancestral bullwhip pills. Just one will invigorate the blood and transform you into an unstoppable force, a must-have for male cultivators. Only 10 spirit stones for 1 pill. Merchants hawked materials for artifact forging, ancestral secret pills, and even fortune-telling services, beckoning passing cultivators to explore their destinies. These individuals, lacking the support of a sect, must forge their own paths in the pursuit of cultivation. Indeed, being a rogue cultivator is no easy feat, Zhao Ping'an ambled about. Yet he could not find a suitable stall for selling talismans. The Rare Treasures Pavilion? Soon, Zhao Ping'an paused, realizing he had wandered back to a shop he had visited before. This was the very place where he had purchased the blue crystal emerald necklace and discovered a formation diagram that seemed to bear some connection to the sword formation he had once obtained. Over the past decade, the Rare Treasures Pavilion had expanded significantly, with a constant stream of patrons entering and exiting. Well then, I shall venture inside. Zhao Ping'an hesitated momentarily, but then proceeded into the shop. Welcome to the Rare Treasures Pavilion. How may we assist you today? Upon entering, A graceful and youthful woman approached him, her demeanor warm and inviting, her lips red and teeth white. Do you have high-quality talisman paper and purple ink with cinnabar? Zhao Ping'an inquired directly. High-quality talisman paper and purple ink with cinnabar? The woman appeared somewhat surprised at Zhao Ping'an's request, scrutinizing him momentarily before responding. Of course. We have those, but they are materials for crafting advanced talismans. Might you be a talisman master? She cautiously probed. Do not ask too many questions that do not concern you. Just take me to see them, Zhao Ping'an replied, his expression impassive. Very well, this way please. The woman's smile faltered slightly, yet she gestured for Zhao Ping'an to follow her. Soon, under her guidance, Zhao Ping'an ascended to the second floor of the shop. Esteemed guest, within this exquisite box lies the item you seek. The woman approached a cabinet, unveiling 2 silver boxes that revealed a roll of golden talisman paper and a box emanating a violet glow, containing vermilion powder. Both the superior talisman paper and the violet ink vermilion are exceedingly rare materials for talisman crafting, often absent even in numerous cultivation sections. These 2 crafting materials were procured by this establishment after considerable effort. With a charming smile, she elucidated that every item available for sale in the Rare Treasures Pavilion carries significant value. Zhao Ping'an examined the superior talisman paper and violet ink vermilion, and after a moment's contemplation, he nodded slightly, inquiring, what is the total cost of these 2 items? The superior talisman paper is priced at 400 spirit stones, while the violet ink vermilion is 600 spirit stones, the woman replied with a flirtatious smile. In total, that amounts to 1,000 spirit stones. Although somewhat expensive for Zhao Ping'an, it remained within his acceptable range. He was poised to retrieve the spirit stones to purchase these precious crafting materials. Please, wait a moment. If I am not mistaken, you must be a skilled talisman master, correct? The woman hesitated briefly before posing her question again. And what if I am? What if I am not? Must one declare their identity when acquiring goods from the Rare Treasures Pavilion? Zhao Ping'an retorted, somewhat displeased. You misunderstand me, the woman replied quickly, sensing his irritation. Esteemed guest, if you are indeed a talisman master, I can offer you these invaluable crafting materials free of charge, in exchange for your assistance in creating a specific talisman for our shop. Chapter 92. The proprietor of the Rare Treasures Pavilion, are you asking for no payment in return? To assist the Rare Treasures Pavilion in crafting talismans? Zhao Ping'an was somewhat taken aback, but chose to listen attentively as the woman continued. According to her, the Rare Treasures Pavilion was currently seeking a talisman master with skills in talisman crafting. If Zhao Ping'an indeed possessed such expertise, they were willing to offer him 2 precious talisman-making materials as a form of barter, with the expectation that he would assist in creating a talisman for the shop. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of interest sparked in Zhao Ping'an's eyes. His motivation was not mere avarice. Rather, he sensed a potential connection between the Rare Treasures Pavilion and the previously renowned Qijin Pavilion. Moreover, he was intrigued by the mysterious array diagram within the shop. Having previously been feeble in cultivation, he now found himself with the strength of the Foundation establishment realm and saw an opportunity to probe the depths of the Rare Treasures Pavilion. He had always felt a peculiar aura surrounding the Rare Treasures Pavilion, yet he could not quite articulate what was amiss. With this thought in mind, Zhao Ping'an decided to probe further, posing the question, your Rare Treasures Pavilion boasts a grand scale. Is it truly unable to procure the services of a talisman master? The woman responded, the talismans required by our shop cannot be crafted by anyone below the second-tier talisman master. She smiled gently, leaving her statement unfinished. A second-tier talisman master was a rarity even among the major cultivation sects, and given that the Rare Treasures Pavilion lacked direct affiliations with significant powers, it was challenging to secure the assistance of one. This was precisely why she had inquired multiple times whether Zhao Ping'an was a talisman master after observing him purchase talisman-making materials. In her eyes, if he was seeking high-grade talisman paper and purple ink, he was either an exceptionally skilled talisman crafter himself or acquainted with such individuals. In either case, it was worth the Rare Treasures Pavilion's effort to befriend him. A second-tier talisman master is hardly noteworthy. My talisman crafting skills undoubtedly surpass those of the ordinary. However, Zhao Ping'an was aware that merely offering 2 materials was insufficient to persuade him to craft a talisman. He deliberately scoffed, attempting to project an air of superiority. Upon Zhao Ping'an's admission of his identity as a talisman master, the woman's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement as she said, Dear guest, rest assured that if you truly possess talisman crafting skills, our establishment will certainly treat you well. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch the proprietor to discuss this matter with you personally. Zhao Ping'an nodded, encouraging her to return swiftly. In the 3-story Rare Treasures Pavilion, The young woman burst through the door, addressing the middle-aged scholar engrossed in practicing calligraphy with fervor. I found someone. Xiao Han. How many times must I remind you to knock before entering? The middle-aged scholar said with a frown, displaying his displeasure. What have you discovered? Your flustered demeanor is quite unbecoming. Though reprimanded, the young woman pouted in indignation but replied, I found a talisman master. A talisman master? A first-tier one at that is of no use to us. The middle-aged scholar replied dismissively. However, the young woman, known as Xiao Han, added, but he claims that his talisman crafting skills far exceed those of a second-tier master. His confidence is rather grand. Skills that surpass those of a second-tier talisman master? At this moment, the middle-aged scholar halted and inquired solemnly, Are you certain that is exactly what he said? He spoke before me in person, and he came to our shop specifically to purchase high-quality talisman paper and purple ink with red cinnabar. Xiao Han added, High-quality talisman paper and purple ink with red cinnabar are indeed vital materials for crafting third-tier talismans. The middle-aged scholar's eyes lit up as he abruptly discarded his brush and exclaimed, Quickly, take me to see him at once. As he spoke, he rushed out the door. You say I am flustered, yet you yourself are in such a state. Observing the middle-aged scholar's demeanor, Xiao Han murmured softly. Zhao Ping'an waited for a moment and soon saw a middle-aged scholar hurrying toward him, accompanied by a graceful young woman. I am the manager of the Zhani Pavilion. Xiao Yun. It is a pleasure to meet you, fellow Taoist. Approaching Zhao Ping'an, the middle-aged scholar greeted him courteously. Noticing his face, Zhao Ping'an instantly recognized him as the individual who had sold him the jade blue crystal necklace a decade ago. A decade had passed, and the man's appearance had scarcely altered. Even time seemed to have left no trace of wrinkles upon his visage. This individual exuded a vague and inscrutable aura, indicating that he was a formidable cultivator concealing his true level of cultivation. Zhao Ping'an pondered. May I ask your name, fellow Taoist? The middle-aged scholar named Xiao Yun respectfully inquired of Zhao Ping'an. Li Wu. Zhao Ping'an replied expressionlessly, his words terse and striking. This was a name he had fabricated on the spur of the moment. Li Wu. Xiao Yun's expression turned contemplative. He had never heard of such a figure. But he quickly regained his composure and smiled. Ah, so it is Taoist Li. I heard from Xiao Han that you are a talisman master. Zhao Ping'an remained silent, merely nodding slightly. Our shop is in need of a talisman master's assistance. And it is indeed a stroke of fortune for Zhani Pavilion that Taoist Li is willing to lend a hand today. However, this matter is of great importance. May I request Taoist Li to demonstrate his talisman-making skills? It is not that I doubt your capabilities, but rather that it is our shop's policy, Xiao Yun asked awkwardly, attempting to gauge Zhao Ping'an's abilities. After all, he could not naively accept Zhao Ping'an as an accomplished talisman master solely based on his word. He needed to witness it firsthand. Just as he finished speaking, the young woman named Xiao Han brought forth a wooden tray, upon which lay talisman brushes, talisman paper, red cinnabar, and various other materials for talisman making. Zhao Ping'an scoffed lightly, uttering not a word of preamble, and swiftly grasped the talisman brush. With his vital energy flowing ceaselessly, he began to inscribe upon the talisman paper. His movements were fluid and graceful, and in an instant, the once pristine paper was adorned with runes. A powerful surge of spiritual energy erupting forth. Second-tier inferior talisman, heart-calming talisman. This auxiliary talisman enables foundation-building cultivators to calm their minds and enhance their training efficiency, making it a commonly used talisman among the talisman masters of various cultivation sections. In a mere breath, Zhao Ping'an had completed the crafting of this versatile second-tier inferior talisman. Hiss! A second-tier talisman. This scene left Xiao Yun and Xiao Han utterly astonished, both gasping in disbelief. They had encountered highly skilled talismans masters before. Yet witnessing Zhao Ping'an effortlessly craft a second-tier talisman in such a nonchalant manner was almost unprecedented. It is worth noting that even genuine second-tier talismans masters have a success rate of merely 60 to 70% when creating low-grade second-tier talismans. The fact that Zhao Ping'an succeeded with just a single piece of talisman paper indicated that his mastery of talisman crafting far surpassed that of an ordinary second-tier talisman's master. It has been some time since I last crafted talismans, so I may have been slightly slower by a few seconds. I hope you do not mind, Zhao Ping'an said with a modest smile, disregarding their astonishment. Xiao Yun and Xiao Han exchanged glances, speechless and unsure of how to respond. After all, to complete the creation of a second-tier talisman in mere moments and still claim to have been slow, what would it mean if he had been quick? Having witnessed Zhao Ping'an's extraordinary skills, Xiao Yun respectfully ushered him into the VIP room, subsequently instructing Xiao Han to present him with 5,000 spirit stones. In addition to the 2 crafting materials from Master Li, These spirit stones are a token of our goodwill from Zhini Pavilion. I sincerely hope you will accept them. Xiao Yun said, not yet delving into the main topic of discussion, but rather flattering Zhao Ping'an in hopes of securing his favor. As the proprietor of the shop, he understood the importance of seizing this opportunity to forge a closer relationship with such a talented talisman master. He believed that even if it meant giving away a few thousand spirit stones, it would be worth it. Gaining the favor of a master like Zhao Ping'an could potentially bring unforeseen benefits to Zhini Pavilion's business in the future. Very well, since your intentions are so sincere, I would be remiss not to accept, Zhao Ping'an replied, graciously accepting the spirit stones offered to him. Seeing that Zhao Ping'an did not refuse and instead graciously accepted his gift, Xiao Yun's face lit up with joy, and he finally broached the matter at hand. Masterly, our Zhini Pavilion has recently encountered some challenges and is in urgent need of second-tier high-grade talismans, specifically the soul suppression talisman. The more, the better. We kindly request your assistance in this matter. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping'an raised an eyebrow. The soul suppression talisman is an offensive talisman that also serves as a supportive talisman, possessing absolute suppressive power against malevolent spirits and phantoms. Crafting such talismans is immensely taxing on one's magical energy, and even ordinary second-tier talismans masters are often reluctant to forge them. Rest assured, Masterly, we at Zhini Pavilion will provide all necessary crafting materials free of charge. Furthermore, upon completion, we will also offer additional tokens of gratitude, Xiao Yun hurriedly assured. Noticing Zhao Ping'an's expression and fearing he might decline the request, creating high-grade second-tier talismans for you is not out of the question. However, given the unique nature of the soul suppression talisman, I would like to inquire as to why Zhini Pavilion requires such a talisman? Zhao Ping'an pondered for a moment before cautiously posing the question. Xiao Yun hesitated slightly before reluctantly admitting, to be candid, our Zhini Pavilion has recently undertaken a rather peculiar business venture, which necessitates the assistance of soul conjuring talismans. Regrettably, I am unable to divulge further details. With that said, he continued, since you are providing the materials, I shall spare some time to craft a few for you. Noticing that the other party was unwilling to elaborate, Zhao Ping'an chose not to press further and responded accordingly. Thank you, Masterly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun's face lit up with joy. After discussing the particulars with Xiao Yun, Zhao Ping'an departed with the talisman-making materials supplied by Zhini Pavilion, with both parties agreeing to reconvene in 5 days. Shopkeeper, while this individual undoubtedly possesses profound skills in talisman crafting, are you not concerned he may renege on the agreement? In the wake of Zhao Ping'an's departure, the young Han, trailing behind Xiao Yun, inquired. After all, Zhini Pavilion remained oblivious to Zhao Ping'an's true origins, and should he withdraw with the materials, they would be utterly powerless to act. Han, you still possess a certain naivety. It is imperative to recognize that within the entirety of the sword sect market, only our Zhini Pavilion offers high-quality talisman paper and purple ink with vermilion. Without directly addressing her concerns, Xiao Yun replied with a knowing smile. Chapter 93. The Phoenix Guardian Talisman. After departing from the Rare Treasures Pavilion, Zhao Ping'an did not hastily exit the market district. Instead, he deliberately circled around several times to ensure he was not being followed before he left with a sense of relief. Half an hour later, he returned to the medicinal garden. As he stepped through the grand entrance of the garden, a voice reached his ears. Following the sound, he spotted a figure jogging towards him. The individual appeared robust, with a round visage, clad in a striking azure robe adorned with cloud patterns, distinctly different from the attire of ordinary servant disciples. Dainyu. Upon recognizing the person's face, Zhao Ping'an smiled and greeted him. Ah, I finally found you. Where have you been? Dainyu puffed as he reached Zhao Ping'an. I just made a trip to the market at the foot of the mountain, Zhao Ping'an replied with a grin, not concealing the truth. What business does the esteemed senior brother of the medicinal garden's servants have with me? He teased playfully. Esteemed senior brother? We are all brothers here. And if it weren't for your strong recommendation years ago, I wouldn't be in this position. Dainyu quickly waved his hands, then recalled the matter at hand and continued. I was looking for you. Earlier, the overseer mentioned that your cultivation remains at the 3rd level of chi refinement. So he specifically asked me to deliver a recovery pill to you. As he spoke, Dainyu produced a wooden box from his robes, revealing a crystal-clear pill that exuded a faint medicinal fragrance. A recovery pill? Zhao Ping'an was somewhat taken aback. This was indeed a precious elixir, albeit inferior to the black gold pill, yet it held remarkable enhancement properties for cultivators at the chi refinement stage. He had initially thought Dainyu was in a hurry for some urgent matter, only to discover it was merely the overseer sending a pill. For the past decade, my apparent cultivation has remained at the 3rd level of chi refinement. Perhaps the overseer, upon hearing this, considered my talent for cultivation to be lacking and thus sent Dainyu with an elixir to assist me. Zhao Ping'an mused inwardly. Since it is the overseer's intention, I cannot refuse. Dainyu, please convey my gratitude when you return, Zhao Ping'an said earnestly as he accepted the pill without hesitation. He was acutely aware that the overseer had sent the elixir primarily due to his affinity for talisman crafting. Otherwise, for an ordinary servant disciple, the overseer would hardly bestow a glance, let alone a gift of a pill. Rest assured, I will pass on your thanks, Dainyu nodded seriously. He then grinned widely and continued with a hint of envy in his voice. Ping'an, you are truly fortunate to earn the overseer's favor. And you are not doing too shabby yourself. Your cultivation has reached the 7th level of qi refinement. It seems you've also reaped considerable benefits by staying close to the overseer, Zhao Ping'an remarked playfully, aware that Dainyu was jesting with him. Indeed, although my arm has yet to recover, the years spent in the company of the overseer have undeniably provided me with considerable assistance, for which I am profoundly grateful to you. Ping'an, should you encounter any difficulties in the future, remember to confide in me, regardless of my ability to assist. I shall endeavor with all my might, even at the cost of my own life. Dainyu declared, thumping his chest. His current standing is a testament to Zhao Ping'an's support. Otherwise, he would still be the despondent, hope-laden disciple sweeping the herbal garden. Enough of this formality. We are all comrades here, Zhao Ping'an replied, shaking his head, sensing Dainyu's gratitude. Over the years, Dainyu has seldom gathered with him and Wang Kezi, as the responsibilities of being the senior disciple of the servants kept him preoccupied. Nevertheless, his affection for Zhao Ping'an and Wang Kezi remained steadfast, and he took it upon himself to look after them discreetly, not only alleviating their chores, but also ensuring they received a greater share of spirit stones each month than their fellow disciples. Zhao Ping'an was reassured in his judgment. Aiding Dainyu in ascending to the position of the herbal garden senior servant was undoubtedly the right decision. Very well, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave for now. Let us gather again next time with Brother Wang, he stated. After handing the medicinal pills to Zhao Ping'an, Dainyu did not linger but returned to address the myriad trivialities of the herbal garden. Even the overseer had remarked on my stagnant cultivation, offering me a pill to assist my progress. It seems my deliberate facade of being at the 3rd level of qi refinement was indeed a bit too low, leading to considerable misunderstandings about my abilities. Zhao Ping'an chuckled to himself, making his way back to his wooden abode. On the surface, he may only appear to possess the 3rd level of qi refinement, yet unbeknownst to anyone, his true cultivation had reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Isn't Ping'an at the 3rd level of qi refinement? How could he possibly know that I am currently at the 7th level? Dainyu pondered aloud, having walked a short distance before halting in contemplation. A look of skepticism crossed his face, and after a brief moment of reflection, he concluded, it must be a coincidence. Surely just a coincidence. Upon returning to his wooden house, Zhao Ping'an did not hastily attempt to craft the 3rd-tier talismans. The 3rd-tier talismans are fundamentally distinct from their 2nd-tier counterparts. Not only are the materials for their creation exceedingly precious, but they also demand significant consumption of both spiritual energy and mental focus. Zhao Ping'an quietly sat within the spirit-gathering formation, continuously adjusting his breath. After 2 hours, when his state had reached its zenith, he finally opened his eyes. The Phoenix Spirit Protection Talisman, while classified as a low-grade 3rd-tier talisman, possesses a complexity of creation that far surpasses that of the 2nd-tier talismans. Over the past decade, my proficiency in talisman crafting has improved markedly, yet I remain uncertain about my ability to produce a 3rd-tier talisman. Spreading out the high-grade talisman paper and meticulously preparing purple ink and cinnabar, Zhao Ping'an took a deep breath as memories of talisman techniques and crafting experiences from his previous life surged forth. A gentle breeze wafted through the air, and Zhao Ping'an's gaze sharpened with intensity. Swiftly, he grasped his brush, channeling his longevity magic with precision, executing each stroke with remarkable clarity on the pristine white talisman paper. Each mark he inscribed seemed to embody the profound truths of the universe, translating into esoteric runes that were etched into the paper. In but a fleeting moment, a portion of the talisman was adorned with shimmering golden red symbols, pulsating with an extraordinary surge of spiritual energy. Zhao Ping'an's focus remained unwavering as his longevity magic flowed continuously. However, at that very instant, the runic fluctuations abruptly faltered, causing the entire sheet of premium talisman paper to disintegrate into ashes. As anticipated, Zhao Ping'an's inaugural attempt at crafting a 3rd-tier talisman had met with failure. The complexity of the 3rd-tier talisman proved to be as formidable as he had surmised. He murmured softly to himself. Rather than hastily embarking on a second attempt, He seated himself within the spirit-gathering array, replenishing the magical energy he had just expended, until he restored his peak condition before unfurling another pristine sheet of premium talisman paper, ready for his next endeavor. Shortly thereafter, the second sheet too ignited rapidly, disintegrating into ashes suspended in the air. Zhao Ping'an, resolute in demeanor, once again settled down to recover his magical energy before undertaking a third attempt. A full day and night passed, and Zhao Ping'an faced 13 failures, his spirit growing weary, and his longevity magic nearly depleted. The third-tier talisman, the Phoenix Spirit Protection Talisman, must be successfully crafted. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead, yet his gaze remained steadfast and vibrant. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Ping'an once more positioned himself within the spirit-gathering array, adjusting his state for one final attempt. Half an hour later, holding the white jade talisman brush, he refrained from rushing into the creation of the talisman, instead savoring the lessons learned from his prior failures. The greatest obstacle in crafting a third-tier talisman lay in the balance of pressure applied with the brush and the meticulous control of his magical energy. A slight deficit in magical energy rendered the runes deficient in spiritual potency, while an excess led to an overwhelming intensity. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon Zhao Ping'an, prompting him to swiftly set the brush to paper, channeling his abundant longevity magic, which flowed seamlessly from the tip, forming runes that rapidly covered the entire sheet of premium talisman paper. This time, his movements were as fluid as a flowing stream, devoid of any hesitation. With a resounding hum, as the final stroke was completed, the golden-red runes coalesced, radiating an astonishing surge of spiritual energy. The Phoenix Spirit Protection Talisman had finally been realized. Chapter 94. Seeking a new mentor, the third-tier talisman radiated waves of energy that surpassed those of the second-tier talismans by several-fold. With this talisman in hand, I had acquired an additional means of ensuring my survival, even without expending much magical energy. The sheer power of this talisman could effortlessly fend off cultivators at the late Foundation establishment stage. Zhao Ping'an displayed a satisfied smile. The Phoenix Guardian Talisman was a third-tier low-grade talisman, possessing formidable defensive capabilities, unless a formidable presence beyond the Foundation establishment stage intervened. It would be exceedingly difficult for anyone of the same realm to inflict harm upon him. Zhao Ping'an did not cease his talisman crafting endeavors. He aimed to leverage this successful experience to attempt the creation of several more Phoenix Guardian talismans. Soon, 2 days had elapsed. After consuming over 30 sheets of high-grade talisman paper, Zhao Ping'an succeeded in producing 2 additional Phoenix Guardian talismans, bringing his total to 3 third-tier talismans. He felt quite content with this outcome. The difficulty of crafting third-tier talismans was immense, and with his current level of expertise, his success rate stood at a mere 5%. However, with the continuous enhancement of his talisman crafting skills, Zhao Ping'an was confident that he could improve this success rate in the future. Upon acquiring 3 Phoenix Guardian talismans, Zhao Ping'an devoted approximately an hour to crafting 10 high-grade second-tier talismans, the soul-settling talismans. With his current proficiency in talisman crafting, creating the soul-settling talismans posed almost no challenge. What could the Rare Treasures Pavilion possibly want with these soul-settling talismans? Zhao Ping'an pondered to himself. The soul-settling talismans were specifically designed to combat malevolent spirits and demons, rendering them a unique type of talisman. Did the Rare Treasures Pavilion require this talisman to suppress certain malevolent entities? Yet, was it not a shop dedicated to the acquisition and sale of rare treasures? After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Ping'an shook his head, choosing not to delve further into the matter. While the Rare Treasures Pavilion was certainly peculiar, what truly piqued his interest was the enigmatic diagram that appeared to be related to sword formations. It was time to tend to the herb garden. Zhao Ping'an noticed the dawn breaking outside the window, promptly securing all the talismans he had crafted and stepping outside with a broom in hand. The early morning breeze carried a hint of coolness. Junior brother Zhao. Just as he stepped out of the wooden cabin, a familiar voice, long missed, echoed from a distance. Zhao Ping'an turned to see Wang the Lame limping toward him. Senior brother Wang, how is your health? Zhao Ping'an greeted him with a smile. Much better, Wang replied, grinning. After resting for a while, I feel my body has nearly recovered. I appreciate your hard work these past few days. In recent days, Wang had been unwell, his old leg injury flaring up, leaving Zhao Ping'an to manage the herb garden alone until today, when Wang had returned to resume his duties. Compared to a decade ago, the lines on Wang's face had deepened, and he appeared considerably older. Over the years, he had been preoccupied with worries about the future of Wang City, compounded by his lack of innate talent, which had hindered his cultivation progress. It was nothing, Zhao Ping'an replied with a gentle smile. Shall we set off? Yes, Wang agreed. Due to the benevolence of the esteemed elder, the area assigned to the two of them for cleaning was significantly reduced. In merely an hour, they had nearly completed the majority of the tasks at hand. Ah, how swiftly time passes. In a fleeting moment, a decade had slipped by. Now, I find myself somewhat aged, uncertain of how many more years I may have left. Setting aside the broom and gazing upon the enchanting scenery of the medicinal garden, Wang Xiaozi suddenly expressed his sentiments. Brother Wang, what are you saying? You are barely in your 40s. We, practitioners in the qi refining stage, have a lifespan of a century. You are still in the prime of your life. Zhao Ping'an jested with a smile. I suffered a grave injury to my leg in my youth, which diminished my vitality compared to my peers. Hence, my cultivation has progressed slowly. And I fear my days are numbered, Wang Xiaozi replied, shaking his head with a soft sigh. Under normal circumstances, mortals enjoy a lifespan of 60 years, while cultivators in the qi refining stage live for 100. However, due to Wang Xiaozi's leg ailment and his mediocre aptitude, he remained at the 5th level of qi refining even now. Compared to his earlier years, he had indeed aged significantly, with several striking strands of white hair appearing amidst his once thick black locks, giving him an air of subtle decrepitude. Do not dwell on such thoughts, Brother Wang. You still have many splendid years ahead. Moreover, that lad Wang Cheng possesses commendable talent. You should guide him on the true path of cultivation, Zhao Ping'an consoled him. Speaking of that boy irks me greatly. Just a few days ago, he returned, proclaiming his desire to leave the tutelage of that foundation establishment disciple. If it weren't for his unfortunate upbringing, I would have been inclined to reprimand him. Wang Xiaozi's expression darkened as he recalled the unpleasant incident. Over the years, he had selflessly endeavored for Wang Cheng's future, sparing no effort to have him accepted under a foundation establishment cultivator. Yet, rather than cherishing this opportunity, his nephew sought to extricate himself from that mentorship. Wang Cheng has mentioned this to me as well, Zhao Ping'an noted, observing Wang Xiaozi's troubled demeanor. Hesitating for a moment, he continued, Did that boy also bring this up with you? Surely he did not ask you to persuade me to acquiesce to his request? Wang Xiaozi furrowed his brow in concern. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping'an offered a slight smile, indicating his tacit agreement. Humph, that boy is truly being foolish. Zhao Shidi, do not heed his whims, Wang Xiaozi huffed heavily. Brother Wang, I must admit that compelling Wang Cheng to remain under that foundation establishment cultivator may not necessarily be beneficial. Zhao Ping'an mused thoughtfully. What do you mean by that? Wang Xiaozi's frown deepened. Was Zhao Ping'an being swayed by Wang Cheng's words and attempting to persuade him today? Brother Wang, from an outsider's perspective, Wang Cheng does possess notable talent. However, I believe you are somewhat aware of the rules within the sect. As far as I know, Wang Cheng's current master does not enjoy a favorable reputation within the sect, and in recent years, he has not imparted any genuine cultivation techniques, Zhao Ping'an elaborated. This. Wang Xiaozi pondered thoughtfully, recognizing the truth in Zhao Ping'an's words. In the beginning, in his eagerness to have Wang Cheng join the sect of that foundational stage cultivator, Wang Kezi did not take into account the reputation of the individual. Zhao Shidi, do you have any good suggestions? Wang Kezi pondered for a moment and inquired about Zhao Ping'an's thoughts. I believe it would be more beneficial to help him find a responsible and esteemed master rather than allowing Wang Cheng to remain under that foundational stage cultivator. Zhao Ping'an suggested, sensing the moment was ripe. Find another esteemed master? Is that so easily accomplished? A bitter smile crept onto Wang Kezi's lips. Previously, in his effort to aid his nephew Wang Cheng in joining that foundational stage sect, he had nearly exhausted half of his spiritual stones. If he were to seek another master now, he simply lacked the financial means. Without the support of spiritual stones, who among the sect would be willing to mentor Wang Cheng? It seemed almost impossible. If Brother Wang trusts me, I will take full responsibility for this matter, Zhao Ping'an remarked seriously, having discerned Wang Kezi's concerns. He had already thought of a very suitable mentor for Wang Cheng. Zhao Shidi, this is no jest. Are you certain of your assurance? Wang Kezi asked, filled with uncertainty, seeking confirmation. I am fairly confident, about 60 to 70%, Zhao Ping'an replied with conviction. Very well. I trust you. I will write a recommendation for my inept nephew here. Wang Kezi expressed his gratitude earnestly, knowing that Zhao Ping'an's confidence stemmed from his prior successful recommendation of Denyo as the master brother of the medicinal garden's miscellaneous workers. There is no need for such formalities, Zhao Ping'an smiled, signaling Wang Kezi to be less courteous. After parting ways with Wang Kezi, Zhao Ping'an left the medicinal garden and soon arrived at a picturesque peak, which was the residence of Li Yun, known as Yunshao Peak. Zhao Ping'an requests an audience with Senior Sister Li, he declared loudly upon ascending Yunshao Peak. Chapter 95. The county magistrate's visit. As soon as his words fell, A radiant beam of light ascended from the peak of Yunshao Mountain, swiftly descending before Zhao Ping'an. When the brilliance dissipated, it revealed a strikingly beautiful and spirited woman. Her long hair was as dark and smooth as silk, her skin fair and supple, and her eyes sparkled with intelligence. It was none other than Li Yun, the daughter of the sword master. "Junior brother Zhao, what a rare occasion for you to seek me out today," Li Yun inquired with a cheerful smile. Zhao Ping'an, without reservation, articulated his purpose for visiting, succinctly recounting the matters concerning Wang Cheng. Being the daughter of the sword master, and currently a foundational-level cultivator, Li Yun appeared to Zhao Ping'an as the ideal mentor for Wang Cheng, significantly surpassing his current situation. "Is it for this matter that you have come, junior brother Zhao?" Li Yun's bright eyes widened slightly, expressing her surprise upon hearing Zhao Ping'an's account. Before he could respond, she continued, "What is your relationship with this boy named Wang Cheng that compels you to request my guidance for him?" In Li Yun's memory, Zhao Ping'an was known for his upright character and kindness. Even when he was relegated to a menial position in the medicinal garden, he had never sought her aid. Thus, his current request seemed rather unusual. "He is the nephew of a senior brother with whom I share a good rapport, and I have watched him grow since childhood. If it poses any inconvenience for you, senior sister Li, I completely understand," Zhao Ping'an replied, sensing Li Yun's hesitation. His visit was driven by a spirit of trial. If Li Yun were willing to accept Wang Cheng as her disciple, then Wang Xiaozi would no longer need to worry about his nephew's future. Zhao Ping'an's motivation was not solely based on Wang Cheng's potential, but was also influenced by his respect for Wang Xiaozi. When he first entered the medicinal garden, he faced widespread disdain, yet Wang Xiaozi was one of the few who acknowledged him, even cautioning him about residing in a haunted house. Zhao Ping'an was not overly altruistic. Rather, he simply wished to assist Wang Cheng within his capabilities, leaving the outcome to fate. "Since you have made the request, it would be remiss of me to refuse, despite my reservations. However, my identity is somewhat sensitive, and I may not be able to provide adequate guidance to Wang Cheng. Fortunately, I have a suitable candidate in mind who would make an excellent mentor for him," Li Yun contemplated before smiling. "Oh," Zhao Ping'an's interest piqued, encouraging her to elaborate. "Are you familiar with Fian?" Li Yun beamed and continued, "She possesses considerable talent and has diligently cultivated her skills over the years. She has successfully reached the 9th level of qi refinement and is poised to break through to the foundational level within the next few years. If she is willing to mentor your senior brother's nephew, I believe it could be a splendid choice." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping'an fell into contemplation. He had interacted with Tang Fian several times. She was forthright and indeed possessed commendable cultivation aptitude, which likely earned her Li Yun's esteemed regard. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Ping'an promptly replied, "Li Shiji's suggestion is quite commendable. I wonder what Fian thinks. You need not worry about that. If she were to learn of it, she would be overjoyed," Li Yun interjected, anticipating Zhao Ping'an's thoughts. Soon, the two reached a consensus. "By the way, Zhao Shidi, your cultivation has been progressing rather slowly. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to speak up." Before Zhao Ping'an departed, Li Yun observed that even after a decade, he still emanated the aura of a third-layer qi refinement practitioner and gently reminded him, "Rest assured, Shiji, a few days ago, the guardian of the medicinal garden bestowed upon me a revitalizing pill. I believe I shall soon experience a breakthrough." With that, Zhao Ping'an elegantly turned and left. Indeed, Zhao Shidi's mastery of talismans is astonishing, yet regrettably, his aptitude for cultivation leaves much to be desired. Li Yun sighed softly as she watched Zhao Ping'an's retreating figure. "The hour grows late. I must hasten to meet my father to discuss the impending visit of the county magistrate to the mountain." Shaking her head, Li Yun took to her flying sword, transforming into a streak of light as she sped toward the sword sect's grand hall. 2 days later, under the arrangements of Zhao Ping'an and Li Yun, Wang Cheng successfully became a registered disciple under Master Tang Fian. Although Tang Fian had yet to establish her foundation, she was nevertheless an exceptional presence among her peers, her talent only surpassed by Li Yun and a few other prodigies within the sect. Unlike the previous master of Wang Cheng, Tang Fian was straightforward and enthusiastic, willing to dedicate herself to teaching him earnestly. Upon learning of this development, Wang Kezi was immensely pleased and prepared numerous gifts, personally bringing them to express his gratitude to Zhao Ping'an. Zhao Ping'an did not decline and accepted the offerings from Wang Kezi and his nephew, for it was a gesture of goodwill. And even if he found no use for them, it would at least bring some joy to the pair. As another day passed, Zhao Ping'an, armed with a prearranged soul-settling talisman, made his way toward the foot of the mountain to the market. Upon reaching the outskirts of the medicinal garden, he noticed that the once quiet path leading to the market was now guarded by several solemn-faced disciples of the sword sect, each wielding a sword, stationed every 100 meters. Additionally, he encountered several squads of patrolling disciples. Could there have been some heinous act of murder and treasure theft occurring outside the market? Zhao Ping'an raised an eyebrow, pondering to himself. Otherwise, why would the disciples of the sword sect congregate here in such numbers? Excuse me, senior brother, may I inquire what has transpired? Why are there so many sentinels and patrolling brethren in this area? After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhao Ping'an decided to seek clarification. You must be a servant disciple of the medicinal garden, am I correct? A tall and robust disciple of the sword sect queried in a deep voice. Having noticed Zhao Ping'an's attire, indeed, Zhao Ping'an replied with a gentle nod. No wonder you are unaware. The news is rather limited among the servant disciples of the medicinal garden, unlike us formal disciples. The disciple cast him a sidelong glance, then continued with a hint of impatience. 2 days ago, the sword master issued a decree for the sect to enter a state of heightened alert. Beneath the sword sect, both the interior and the exterior must maintain a sentry every 100 meters, ensuring that no suspicious individuals breach the sanctity of the sect. But why is this necessary? Zhao Ping'an felt a flicker of curiosity. Even during the war between the sword sect and the frost moon sect years ago, such rigorous vigilance had not been observed. It matters not to inform you. The disciple of the sword sect replied with a solemn expression and a grave tone. The governor of Nan County is soon to pay us a visit at the sword sect. This is indeed a momentous occasion, and thus, the sect must bolster its defenses. The governor wishes to visit the sword sect? Zhao Ping'an was taken aback. The territory of Nan County is vast, with an innumerable array of cultivation forces, yet among them, the most prominent is not the domineering Tianxian Holy Land nor the waning sword sect, but rather the local government of Nan County. The Great Qin dynasty established itself through martial prowess, and the governor wields significant power, often eclipsing even that of ordinary nobility. In the realm of Nan County, the governor represents the local authority of Great Qin and ranks among the most distinguished individuals. No wonder the sword sect is mobilizing such considerable efforts. It is indeed due to the impending visit of the governor. Should any mishap occur at the sword sect during the governor's visit, the consequences would be unfathomable. Chapter 96. The world beneath the mountain. The governor is about to visit the sword sect. Could there be a significant matter at hand? Zhao Ping'an pondered, as he had never heard of any close ties between the sword sect and the government before. We still have mountains to patrol and no time for idle chatter. If there are no pressing matters, refrain from wandering about aimlessly, said the official disciple, impatience evident in his tone, before turning and walking away. Zhao Ping'an did not take offense at the disciple's attitude. It was only natural for a formal disciple to look down upon the miscellaneous disciples of the medicine garden. It was already a blessing to have his questions answered. Without lingering, Zhao Ping'an made his way to the foot of the mountain. Before entering the market, he sought a secluded spot to employ a secret technique to alter his aura and appearance. In the rare goods pavilion, the flow of people was bustling, and business was thriving. As soon as Zhao Ping'an stepped inside, a woman named Xiaohan noticed him. Masterly, you've come. Upon seeing Zhao Ping'an again, Xiaohan's expression shifted from surprise to delight, her charming smile illuminating her face. Take me to see your manager, Zhao Ping'an said flatly, his demeanor impassive. Of course. Right this way. Under Xiaohan's guidance, Zhao Ping'an soon met the manager of the rare goods pavilion, Xiao Yun. Masterly, your visit today is surely. Xiao Yun began, a hint of anxiety in his voice, hesitating to continue. The soul-subduing talismans have been completed. As he spoke, Zhao Ping'an produced the soul-subduing talismans he had prepared in advance. The soul-subduing talismans are high-grade second-tier talismans specifically designed to combat malevolent spirits and phantoms. A truly unique form of talisman. Indeed, they are soul-subduing talismans, and there are 10 of them. Xiao Yun's eyes brightened with a glimmer of joy. He approached to examine the talismans, feeling increasingly satisfied, then remarked to Zhao Ping'an, Masterly, your efforts are greatly appreciated. With these talismans, we can resolve the challenges facing our rare goods pavilion. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping'an's expression shifted slightly, and he casually inquired, Manager Xiao, what use does your rare goods pavilion have for such talismans? Since the soul-subduing talismans have arrived, I can no longer keep this from you. Masterly, Xiao Yun said, his face turning solemn. To be frank, these talismans are not for our own needs, but rather a request from an extremely esteemed guest of our pavilion. If we fail to meet his demands, we may not be able to continue our business in this market, or even throughout the entire South County. Xiao Yun spoke earnestly, his expression grave. Oh, from your words, it seems this individual must be a person of great significance, Zhao Ping'an remarked, a mixture of surprise and intrigue in his tone. He did not press further, uncertain of the truth behind Xiao Yun's words, and wary that showing excessive curiosity might provoke the manager's disdain. Indeed, he is a person of great stature, one whom our rare goods pavilion cannot afford to offend, Zhao Yun said, a note of lamentation in his voice. By the way, Xiao Han, please bring forth the items I prepared. At that moment, Zhao Yun recalled something and instructed Xiao Han, who was standing nearby. Xiao Han nodded slightly and soon presented a golden tray. Upon this tray rested a turquoise jade tablet alongside a storage pouch. Masterly. Within this storage pouch lies a token of our gratitude from the Rare Treasures Pavilion, containing some spirit stones and various materials for talisman crafting. Zhao Yun explained with a smile, elaborating on the contents of the pouch. You are most considerate. Zhao Ping'an acknowledged with a nod. In addition to this storage pouch, we would like to extend an invitation for you to become a talisman master at our pavilion. This jade tablet signifies your status as an honorary guest of the Rare Treasures Pavilion. Naturally, should you accept this honorary position, we will provide you with complimentary materials for talisman crafting, as well as a monthly allocation of spirit stones. Furthermore, you will enjoy a 30% discount on all purchases at our pavilion. At this juncture, Zhao Yun cautiously inquired, "May I ask for your thoughts on this matter?" He hoped to seize the opportunity to win over the enigmatic talisman master, Zhao Ping'an. Become an honorary guest of your Rare Treasures Pavilion? Zhao Ping'an pondered for a moment before decisively declining. I do not entertain such notions at present. Besides, given my proficiency in talisman crafting, it seems rather ludicrous to think I would join your pavilion for such modest offerings. He deliberately exhibited a hint of displeasure. This, indeed, we have been presumptuous, Zhao Yun remarked, momentarily taken aback by Zhao Ping'an's reaction. However, he quickly regained his composure and replied with a wry smile. If Master Li is not inclined at this time, we shall not press the matter. We simply hope you will continue to support the business of the Rare Treasures Pavilion. Despite Zhao Ping'an's outright rejection, Zhao Yun displayed no trace of resentment. Rather, the more aloof Zhao Ping'an appeared, the more respect he garnered from him. Zhao Yun understood that the more accomplished the talisman master, the greater their inherent pride, and such individuals would not easily align themselves with any faction after just a few encounters. However, he believed that if the Rare Treasures Pavilion could leave a lasting positive impression on Zhao Ping'an, there would still be opportunities for future collaboration. Well, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Zhao Ping'an said, taking the storage pouch gifted by Zhao Yun and rising to depart. Master Li, take care, Zhao Yun said with a beaming smile, watching as Zhao Ping'an left alongside Xiao Han. Manager, you prepared a generous offering of 2,000 spirit stones and premium talisman crafting materials worth several thousand spirit stones. Yet he declined your invitation, and his demeanor was somewhat haughty. Was this not a futile endeavor? Xiao Han furrowed her brows and complained to Zhao Yun after Zhao Ping'an's departure. The contents of the storage pouch were nearly equivalent to half a month's profit for the Rare Treasures Pavilion. Zhao Yun had recklessly given it away as a reward, which seemed quite extravagant. Furthermore, despite such substantial goodwill being extended, the individual rejected the honorary position, leaving her feeling rather unsettled. Valuable? Indeed, it is, Zhao Yun replied, a cryptic smile gracing his lips, reminiscent of a cunning old fox. Xiao Han, it is imperative to demonstrate sufficient sincerity when dealing with such individuals. Though he declined our invitation today, it does not preclude future interactions. This person possesses a mysterious background and is a talisman master, so it is certain that he will engage with our Zhini Pavilion more often in the future, Zhao Yun remarked with a cheerful demeanor. Why? Perhaps he may never visit Zhini Pavilion again, Xiao Han questioned, perplexed. Do not forget, within the entire market, only our Zhini Pavilion can provide high-quality talisman paper and purple ink with cinnabar, Zhao Yun replied with confidence. Ah, I see, Xiao Han enlightenedly responded. Meanwhile, after departing from Zhini Pavilion, Zhao Ping'an ensured that no one was trailing him. He then sought a secluded area to revert to his original appearance before leaving the market and returning to the medicinal garden. Upon reaching his residence in the garden, Zhao Ping'an opened the storage bag given to him by Xiao Yun, quickly revealing a look of astonishment. Inside the bag lay a mountain of spirit stones, no less than 20,000, along with numerous exquisite materials for talisman crafting. Good heavens! Zhini Pavilion is remarkably generous, Zhao Ping'an exclaimed, smacking his lips, suddenly feeling a tinge of regret for having so decisively declined Xiao Yun's invitation. Nevertheless, Zhini Pavilion is peculiar, regardless of the sincerity displayed. I should not become overly entangled with them to avoid unnecessary complications in the future, Zhao Ping'an contemplatively mused. With these spirit stones, he would not need to accept talisman crafting tasks from the Talisman Pavilion for a considerable time to accumulate more spirit stones. Zhao Ping'an extracted some spirit stones from the storage bag and placed them into the spirit gathering array, hastening its operation and enriching the influx of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. He sat quietly, channeling his life force, exuding a profound and enduring aura. For several days thereafter, aside from tidying the medicinal garden each morning, Zhao Ping'an devoted his remaining time to cultivation and enhancing his talisman crafting skills. On one particular morning, having just completed the cleanup of the designated area in the medicinal garden, Zhao Ping'an heard a resounding chime emanating from the direction of the sword sect's gate. The melodious tolling continued for a full quarter of an hour. This is the welcoming bell. It only rings for distinguished guests arriving at the sword sect, Wang Kezi exclaimed, gazing towards the source of the sound with a hint of uncertainty. A few days ago, I overheard some of my fellow disciples mention that the governor of Nanjun would be visiting the sect in the coming days. Could it be him? He was well informed. Unlike Zhao Ping'an, who preferred solitude. Wang Shixiang, why would the governor of Nanjun come to our sect? Although Zhao Ping'an had heard of this matter previously, he feigned ignorance and inquired curiously. Zhao Shidi, you might not be aware, right? Wang Kezi glanced at Zhao Ping'an, his expression becoming somewhat solemn, and continued, currently, South County is in a tumultuous period. I have heard from some disciples returning from the mountains that the people have been living in dire straits these past few years. The Yin-Yang sect has been causing chaos, with malevolent cultivators not only torturing their fellow practitioners, but also indiscriminately slaughtering innocent civilians. Wang Kezi did not withhold any information, relaying everything he had heard to Zhao Ping'an. According to him, the situation in South County was quite grave, with wicked practitioners wreaking havoc and demonic forces in power. The major cultivation sects were preoccupied with their own affairs, and the government was powerless, leaving the populace in a state of despair and suffering. It turned out that the world beneath the mountains was far from peaceful. Zhao Ping'an felt a sense of relief. Grateful that he had not been expelled from the sword sect, it allowed him to remain within the sect and receive necessary protection. Otherwise, had he fallen to the status of a wandering cultivator, he would likely be facing numerous hardships at present. Over the years, he had been oblivious to the matters beyond his window. Not only the world below the mountains, but even the happenings within the sword sect had rarely captured his attention. Had it not been for Wang Kezi's mention today, he would have remained unaware of the dire circumstances in South County. The county governor's unexpected visit to the sword sect likely stemmed from a desire to seek the sect's assistance, Zhao Ping'an mused. Just as the two were conversing, the gates of the sword sect swung open, revealing a multitude of formal disciples standing on either side. Elders and senior members of the sect, led by the sword master, were personally awaiting at this location. Li Yunming, with her radiant eyes and captivating demeanor, followed closely behind the sword master. They're here, someone called out, prompting everyone to turn their gaze towards the mountain gate, where a contingent of armored guards, each mounted on robust spiritual steeds exuding an aura of iron and blood, slowly escorted a carriage towards them. Chapter 97. Upgrading the spirit gathering formation. The carriage appeared exquisite and luxurious. However, its surface bore conspicuous scars left by blades and swords, indicating that it had evidently endured numerous harrowing battles to reach the gates of the sword sect. Halt! At the command of a voice, the grand procession came to a stop before the entrance of the sword sect. Under the gaze of all present, a middle-aged man clad in splendid garments descended slowly from the carriage. His visage was resolute, and his eyes were profound. Upon noticing the figure of the sword master not far ahead, a faint smile graced his face, subtle yet exuding an air of cultured elegance. This man was none other than Jiang Hong, the governor of Nanjun. He remains unchanged. Upon seeing this figure, the sword master let out a cold snort, seemingly displeased. Brotherly, it has been quite some time. Are you prepared to host a feast to welcome me, your weary guest? Jiang Hong smiled warmly, extending a unique greeting to the sword master. Jiang Hong, you are still the same as ever, only concerned with feasting and drinking. You are now a governor. Do you not fear becoming a source of ridicule? The sword master, tall and imposing, scoffed, delivering a sharp retort. The two were well acquainted. Thus their exchanges were anything but ordinary. Feasting and drinking are among life's greatest pleasures. If everyone were like you, perpetually wearing a stern expression, I would surely be driven to despair. Jiang Hong appeared to anticipate the sword master's response, returning the jest with a light-hearted smile. Though they had not met in a long while, their banter resumed instantly upon their reunion. This scene left the disciples of the sect and the governor's guards in disbelief. When had they ever witnessed such an interaction between the sword master and the governor? The crowd exchanged glances, none daring to interject. Jiang Hong, this is my territory. Do not overstep your bounds, the sword master warned, his expression darkening. And what of your territory? Do you intend to personally discipline me? The esteemed governor appointed by the court? I dare you to try? Jiang Hung replied with a grin, seemingly eager to provoke the sword master further. You, the sword master, vexed, turned to leave, but the senior members of the sect hastily restrained him. Uncle Jiang, do you still remember me? Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, Li Yun stepped forward to greet Governor Jiang Hung. You are Little Yun? Jiang Hung initially paused in surprise, then his face lit up with a radiant smile. After so many years, I almost didn't recognize you. You've grown into a young lady, just as beautiful as your mother. Thank you for the compliment, Uncle Jiang. Li Yun replied with a sweet smile. Enough with the pleasantries, let us discuss matters inside. Observing Jiang Heng's intent to continue chatting with his daughter, the sword master interjected with a huff. Little Yun, since I have made the effort to visit the sword sect, why don't you show me around? Jiang Heng, disregarding the sword master, cheerfully proposed to Li Yun. Very well, Uncle Jiang, please come in. Li Yun cast a glance at his father and, noticing his lack of opposition, gently nodded in agreement. On this day, Jiang Heng, the governor of Nanjun, officially paid a visit to the sword sect. Such astonishing news, of course, could not escape the attention of various factions. Although the sword sect had experienced a decline, it remained an invaluable sect of cultivation within Nanjun. Was the governor's visit an indication that the government intended to ally with the sword sect to quell the nefarious forces disturbing Nanjun? In a lakeside pavilion, an elderly man in gray sat cross-legged on the ground. Upon receiving the news, his eyes deepened with contemplation as he murmured softly to himself. Humph. As long as the heavenly Xian Holy Land does not intervene, who in all of Nanjun could stand against our Yin-Yang sect? If the sword sect refrains from involvement, all the better, but should they dare act against us, we shall decisively eradicate them and instill fear into all the cultivation factions of the southern region. Meanwhile, in a mysterious cavern, a middle-aged man with a fearsome visage, upon hearing the news, exhibited no trepidation. Instead, a frenzied grin spread across his face, his laughter resonating into the heavens. At the same moment, Zhao Ping'an quietly remained in his wooden dwelling. To him, the arrival of anyone at the sword sect held little significance. He chose to ignore the external clamor and excitement, preferring to maintain his focus. My current cultivation level is at the mid-stage of foundation building, and the spiritual energy drawn from the previous gathering spirit array is no longer sufficient for my daily practice. It is imperative that I upgrade this array to a more powerful formation. Such an enhancement would greatly increase my cultivation speed. Zhao Ping'an assessed the gathering spirit array before him, murmuring to himself. He possessed numerous methods to enhance cultivation from his previous life, and besides the simple gathering spirit array, he had mastered a more advanced gathering spirit grand array. The efficacy of the grand array surpassed that of the basic array by several times. However, the requirements for setting up a grand array were quite demanding. It necessitated a foundation building realm and a greater expenditure of spirit stones. Previously, Zhao Ping'an's lower cultivation level and limited spirit stones rendered the grand array unnecessary, but now that the opportunity had presented itself, it was time to establish the grand array to aid his practice. With this thought, Zhao Ping'an's gaze hardened. His profound and enduring life force transformed into an invisible hand, directly extracting all the array flags from the gathering spirit array. These flags were artifacts he had acquired after vanquishing Ji Kong, dimly glowing. They would not last much longer even if he chose not to retrieve them today. Sighing softly as he gazed at the flags in his hand, he tightened his grip, and the once sturdy flags instantly cracked, dissipating into fine powder. After disposing of the flags, Zhao Ping'an promptly retrieved several artifacts, spoils from his earlier defeat of Duan Wuyo. Unlike the Gathering Spirit Array, the Gathering Spirit Grand Array did not require specialized array artifacts to maintain. Ordinary artifacts could serve as the core of the formation. Moreover, the higher the grade of the artifacts, the better. Zhao Ping'an swiftly produced 4 exquisite magical artifacts, immediately forming intricate hand seals to channel his intrinsic life force into the array. With a resonant hum, as the artifacts transformed into the core, the original spirit gathering array underwent a dramatic metamorphosis, emanating a surge of array fluctuations several times more potent than before. Observing this, Zhao Ping'an showed no signs of pause. He retrieved hundreds of spirit stones and embedded them into the array. In merely a quarter of an hour, he had transformed the original spirit gathering array into a grand spirit gathering array. The spiritual energy from the heavens and earth surged incessantly, drawn in from all directions, saturating the array with an extraordinarily rich aura. Most impressive, the density of the spiritual energy exceeded that of the previous array by several folds, bringing a satisfied smile to Zhao Ping'an's face. At that moment, the longevity tower within him seemed to sense the shift in external spiritual energy, morphing into a black hole that voraciously absorbed a substantial portion of it. Another interception? Zhao Ping'an couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. The first time he had set up the spirit gathering array, the longevity tower had similarly siphoned off half of the spiritual energy that was rightfully his. Now, having just established the grand spirit gathering array, before he had the chance to sit and cultivate, the longevity tower was once again seizing the vital energy belonging to him. Very well, absorb as you wish, he thought resignedly. After all, you are the golden finger. Zhao Ping'an shook his head, surrendering to the natural course of events. Chapter 98. The transformation of past life's Tao fruit with a resonant hum. The Chongqing tower within Zhao Ping'an's body trembled slightly, as if it comprehended his words, expressing its discontent. It seemed to convey that without its protection, he would have long since perished. Observing this, Zhao Ping'an merely smiled faintly, refraining from further comments. For the origins of the Chongqing tower were shrouded in mystery, and he had yet to grasp its true function. The spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, summoned by the spirit gathering array, was predominantly absorbed by the Chongqing tower, leaving Zhao Ping'an with merely a third of what had been gathered. Nevertheless, with the aid of the spirit gathering array, he discerned that the long-stagnant Chongqing magic power within him had increased perceptibly within half an hour. The efficacy of this spirit gathering array surpassed that of previous formations by several folds. With such assistance, perhaps within the next 2 days, he could elevate the Chongqing sword technique to its 5th level. A smile graced Zhao Ping'an's face as he settled into quiet meditation, diligently practicing. 3 days elapsed. Inside the wooden cabin, the spiritual energy converged from all directions under the spirit gathering array, forming a visible vortex of energy. At the center of this vortex, Zhao Ping'an sat with a dignified aura, akin to an immobile statue, with a faint golden light enveloping his form. From a distance, he appeared as an ethereal deity, radiating a powerful and awe-inspiring presence. His hair glimmered with a crystalline sheen, while the Chongqing magic power surged within him, profound and unending. Suddenly, the golden light surrounding Zhao Ping'an intensified, transforming him into a resplendent sun that nearly illuminated the entire cabin. At that moment, the Chongqing magic power within him surged dramatically, unleashing an overwhelming force that radiated outward. With a breath, Zhao Ping'an opened his eyes, a hint of golden light shimmering within them. He had broken through to the 5th level of the Chongqing sword technique. A smile spread across his face as he spoke to himself. He could distinctly feel that the Chongqing magic power within him had become exponentially pure, and his vitality surged with an abundance of energy, filling every part of his being with boundless strength. Sensing this newfound power, Zhao Ping'an casually extended a finger and lightly flicked it toward the ground. In the next instant, the solid earth trembled slightly, and from the point of contact, spiderweb-like cracks radiated outward in all directions. In a critical moment, Zhao Ping'an swiftly employed his Chongqing magic power to stabilize the wooden cabin. Otherwise, the entire structure would have been shattered by that simple flick. Without exerting any magic power or physical strength, such destruction could be wrought by merely a casual gesture. Was this the transformation brought about by the Chongqing sword technique reaching its 5th level? Zhao Ping'an's eyes sparkled with realization. It was evident that prior to this breakthrough, even utilizing the physical prowess cultivated through the 9 transformations golden body technique, he could not have achieved such a feat clearly. The enhancement of his physical vitality was a direct result of the elevation of the Chongqing sword technique. An intriguing development indeed. To my astonishment, the enhancement of my cultivation has brought about such remarkable changes in my body. It seems my earlier choices were indeed wise. Zhao Ping'an smiled inwardly, contemplating. Suddenly, as if sensing Zhao Ping'an's advancement in his cultivation, the longevity tower began to stir within him. Before he could react, his consciousness was swiftly drawn into the longevity tower. Here is. Zhao Ping'an regained his senses, realizing he had returned to the space within the longevity tower, specifically to the area where he had previously discovered the Tao fruit of his past life. Not far away stood a statue alongside 2 stone tablets. The statue depicted a young man, his features sharp and well-defined, with exceptionally deep-set eyes exuding a formidable aura. As Zhao Ping'an approached the statue, his gaze shifted. He noticed the appearance of the Tao fruit from his first life seemed clearer and more vivid than before, almost as if it were on the verge of revival, with an aura emanating that was significantly more powerful than what he had previously observed. Could it be that my breakthrough to the 5th layer of the longevity sword technique has caused this transformation in the Tao fruit of my first life? Zhao Ping'an pondered, uncertainty clouding his thoughts. To validate his speculation, Zhao Ping'an attempted to channel pure longevity energy into the Tao fruit of his first life. with a resounding boom. As the longevity energy infused the once cold statue, it appeared to awaken completely. An overwhelming aura of a sword master enveloped the entirety of the longevity tower's space. The terrifying energy fluctuations were so intense that they caused the surrounding void to ripple visibly, straining under the pressure. Zhao Ping'an was taken aback. The aura radiating from the statue represented the peak state of his first life. At that pinnacle, he was nearly invincible among his peers in the nascent soul realm, with a sword intent powerful enough to command respect. It should be noted that previously, when Zhao Ping'an had drawn upon the power of the Dao fruit from his past life, the aura he emitted was only comparable to that of an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. I understand now. The enhancement of my cultivation has enabled me to unleash the full power of the Dao fruit from my first life. Witnessing this scene, a spark of realization illuminated Zhao Ping'an's mind, and he quickly grasped the essence of the situation. He also observed that his own longevity energy was rapidly depleting. Utilizing the Dao fruit in this state consumed an immense amount of energy. In mere moments, Zhao Ping'an lost a significant portion of his longevity energy. Ultimately, when Zhao Ping'an's longevity energy was nearly exhausted, the once activated Dao fruit dimmed instantly, and the terrifying aura dissipated swiftly. With my current energy, I can maintain the restored vigor of the Dao fruit from my first life for a mere quarter of an hour. During this brief period, even when faced with a formidable opponent in the nascent soul realm, I would have nothing to fear. With this trump card, I could stand invincible against anyone I encounter henceforth. Zhao Ping'an felt immense satisfaction, and even though he had expended all of his longevity energy, he experienced not a trace of regret. I firmly believe that in the future, as I continue to cultivate the eternal life sword technique, the secrets of the eternal life tower will ultimately be unveiled to me. It is indeed something to look forward to. After Zhao Ping'an finished speaking, he did not linger any longer and voluntarily exited the space within the eternal life tower. Upon returning to his physical body, Zhao Ping'an felt a wave of weakness wash over him, nearly causing him to collapse to the ground. He took a deep breath, retrieved several spirit stones, and seated himself within the spirit gathering array to swiftly restore his eternal life mana. At that very moment, within the main hall of the sword sect, two prominent figures were engaged in discussions regarding matters of great significance to the entire southern county. In recent years, the Inyang sect had grown increasingly audacious, ruthlessly slaughtering the Hung family, the Ma family, and 13 other small to medium-sized cultivation factions. Moreover, they had decimated no fewer than 8 towns in southern county, with even several foundation-building cultivators dispatched by the county magistrate meeting a tragic end at the hands of these malevolent practitioners. Southern county, once home to millions of peaceful citizens, had seen over 100,000 lives lost in the wake of the Inyang sect's rise. As for the casualties among rogue cultivators, they numbered no less than 10,000. The county magistrate, Jiang Hong, bore a stern expression, his tone heavy with gravity. The threat posed by the Inyang sect had escalated to such alarming levels. Upon hearing this, even the usually composed sword master furrowed his brow, incredulous. Otherwise, what do you believe? Jiang Hong scoffed lightly, then continued. The threat of the Inyang sect far surpasses what you cultivators can imagine. Their cruelty exceeds any malevolent practitioners I have encountered before. I trust you are aware of the purpose of my visit to your sword sect? At this point, he paused, his gaze piercing as it rested upon the sword master. Chapter 99. The sword master's uncharacteristic behavior. Unlike the casual demeanor he displayed upon his arrival at the sword sect's gates, the current expression of Jiang Hong, the governor of Nanjun, was grave and imposing, radiating the authority befitting his status. His deep-set eyes fixed intently on the sword master, awaiting a response. As far as I am aware, the Inyang sect, also known as the Inyang cult, poses a significant threat to Nanjun. However, with the government's suppression, it is reasonable to expect that they will soon fade into obscurity. The sword master did not directly respond to Jiang Hong. Instead, he hesitated momentarily before speaking. Li the Mad, why do you utter such grandiose words? If the Inyang sect were so easily dealt with, would I come to your territory to discuss this matter? Jiang Hong, somewhat displeased, bluntly referred to the sword master by his notorious moniker. With a cold snort, he continued, do you require me to be explicit? This governor seeks the support of your sword sect to eradicate the menace posed by the Inyang cult. This is not a request, but a demand from the Nanjun government to you. He exuded an air of authority, demonstrating his unreasonable nature to the fullest. The sword master twitched his lips, a surge of indignation stirring within him. Under normal circumstances, anyone who dared to speak to him in such a manner would have been swiftly silenced. Yet, Jiang Hong was the governor of Nanjun, representing the imperial court of the Great Qin, and despite his anger, he had to maintain his composure. Absolutely not. I refuse your demand. The sword master inhaled deeply, resolutely denying Jiang Hong. As the leader of the sword sect, he understood all too well that acquiescing to Jiang Hong's request to confront the Yin-Yang sect would likely result in heavy losses among his disciples, even if victory were to be achieved. The devastating cost of the battle between the sword sect and the Frost Moon sect still lingered vividly in his memory. Lee the Mad. Jiang Hong's expression darkened, again invoking the sword master's infamous title. Do you comprehend the extent of the Yin-Yang cult's ambitions? According to the information I have just received, the Yin-Yang sect is currently plotting to seize control of more cultivation forces, potentially including your sword sect. Jiang Hong spoke coldly, not as a threat, but as a statement born from intelligence gathered by his spies, who had been monitoring the movements of the Yin-Yang sect. Do you know that just 3 days ago, the moment I set foot in the sword sect, the Yin-Yang sect began their assault on the Frost Moon sect? Moreover, if my estimations are correct, by nightfall today, news of the Frost Moon sect's demise will spread throughout all of Nanjun. Jiang Hong huffed heavily, emphasizing his point. What? Even the composed sword master was taken aback by this revelation. While the Frost Moon sect had diminished in prominence since their defeat by the sword sect many years ago, they still ranked among the top 10 powers in Nanjun. The audacity of the Yin-Yang sect to attack the Frost Moon sect and to have commenced their assault days ago raised unsettling questions. Why had the sword sect received no word of this? Jiang Hong, are you certain you are not jesting? The sword master sought confirmation. Do you think I would deceive you? This governor would not engage in such futile endeavors. Jiang Hong smirked disdainfully and remarked, with that old curmudgeon still at the helm of the Frost Moon sect, even if the Yin-Yang cult mounts a formidable offensive, their annihilation seems unlikely. The sword master hesitated, as he spoke of the old curmudgeon, referring to Ling Xiao, the grand elder of the Frost Moon sect. During the previous conflict between the two sects, the sword sect found itself in a dire predicament, ultimately relying on the ruse of their grand elder, Gu Changming, feigning death to lure Ling Xiao and several other elders of the Frost Moon sect into an ambush. Underestimating their opponent, the Frost Moon sect suffered a crushing defeat, retreating in disarray. Following that, the sword sect launched a counteroffensive against the Frost Moon sect, nearly eradicating them entirely, only to be thwarted by the heavenly profound sacred land. After that cataclysmic battle, the Frost Moon sect lost a significant portion of its elders, and their disciples suffered grievous casualties. Their grand elder, Ling Xiao, sustained severe injuries to his Dao and has since retreated into seclusion, diminishing the once mighty Frost Moon sect's reputation. Ling Xiao, after being severely wounded by your grand elder Gu Changming, fell to the peak of the Foundation establishment realm and has been abandoned by the heavenly profound sacred land for years. The Yin-Yang cult not only boasts Foundation establishment practitioners, but is also rumored to have a formidable Golden Core realm leader at its helm, making the conquest of a diminished Frost Moon sect a trivial endeavor. Anticipating the sword master's reaction, Jiang Heng's gaze deepened as he elucidated this. The sword master was visibly affected. If Jiang Heng's assertions were indeed accurate, the Frost Moon sect would inevitably face obliteration. His expression grew grave. The presence of a Golden Core practitioner within the Yin-Yang cult posed a substantial threat to the sword sect. Moreover, there is another piece of news that may sway your decision to collaborate with our government against the Yin-Yang cult. Jiang Hong added, producing a letter for the sword master to examine closely. Sensing the sword master's demeanor, a smile crept upon Jiang Heng's lips as he presented the correspondence. His personal visit to the sword sect signified he held certain leverage to persuade the sword master towards an alliance. After a moment's hesitation, the sword master tore open the envelope. A mere glance at its contents instantly darkened his countenance, a dreadful aura emanating from him, causing the entire hall to tremble lightly. Unbelievable. That person is still alive, and has even joined the Yin-Yang cult, plotting against our sword sect. The sword master, consumed by rage, crushed the letter in his hand. Had anyone witnessed the sword master in such a state, they would have been utterly astonished. For the sword master is regarded as the most formidable figure within the sword sect, and to see him lose composure in such a manner is a rare occurrence. Typically, the sword master exudes an air of gravitas and composure, rarely revealing such fury. The contents of the letter can be verified. Your sword sect can only survive this calamity through collaboration with me, Jiang Hong stated with a confident smile. This matter is of utmost importance. I must confer with others. The sword master composed himself, responding in a low tone. Very well. Jiang Hong nodded, and as if recalling an important matter, inquired, if I am not mistaken, that esteemed prince has been residing in your sword sect, correct? The sword master's expression subtly shifted, and before he could respond, he heard Jiang Hong continue. Seemingly oblivious to the sword master's reaction, I have been at the sword sect for several days now. It is time I paid a visit to that prince. With that, he disregarded the sword master's response and rose to leave the grand hall. Within the wooden cabin, Zhao Ping'an slowly stood up, his intention to continue his cultivation now absent. Having just advanced the eternal life sword technique to the 5th level, he realized that further training in the short term would yield minimal progress. Cultivation requires a balance of work and rest. One cannot achieve results merely by sitting in meditation every day. Moreover, with the experience of his previous life as his guide, Zhao Ping'an was confident that, given ample time, he would surely develop steadily to the pinnacle of his abilities. Suddenly, a distinct vibration emanated from Zhao Ping'an's storage bag. It was the communication artifact gifted to him by Lin Yu. He extracted a golden copper plate, a look of surprise crossing his face. Over the years, Lin Yu from the Lin family had seldom reached out to him, perhaps due to their last encounter involving the search for a Foundation establishment pill that had fulfilled their obligations to one another. Thus, Zhao Ping'an had almost never sought Lin Yu. He had not anticipated that Lin Yu would take the initiative to contact him through the golden copper plate. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Ping'an infused the golden copper plate with his life force. Is Master Zhao present? This is Lin Yu from the Lin family. A clear and melodious voice resonated through the artifact. Chapter 100. Lin Yu's request. I received a sudden communication from Miss Lin. Could it be that she has urgent matters to discuss? Zhao Ping'an hesitated for a moment before inquiring. Master Zhao, I have an important matter and hope you can assist me, Lin Yu said, her voice tinged with urgency. Please, speak candidly, Zhao Ping'an gestured, indicating that she should proceed without hesitation. Our Lin family is in dire need of someone to forge a batch of Lu Jiaxian talismans. If you, Master Zhao, could lend your expertise, our family would be immensely grateful, Lin Yu stated directly. Second-tier, mid-grade talismans, the Lu Jiaxian? Zhao Ping'an responded with slight surprise. While the Lu Jia talismans are not particularly high in rank, they possess unique defensive properties. It is no exaggeration to say that even a Qi refining stage cultivator could withstand an attack from a Foundation establishment stage practitioner when equipped with such a talisman. Moreover, the complexity of crafting these talismans is considerable, ranked just below other second-tier superior talismans. Even an ordinary second-tier talisman master would find the process far from straightforward. Most crucially, from Lin Yu's tone, it was evident that the Lin family required not just a few talismans, but a substantial quantity. Had the Lin family encountered some predicament that necessitated a large reserve of defensive talismans? Master Zhao, I implore you to assist us, whatever your demands. Our Lin family will strive to meet them, Lin Yu urged, noticing Zhao Ping'an's silence, her anxiety mounting as she feared he might refuse to help. If the quantity is not excessive, I indeed possess the capability to assist in crafting them. However, given Miss Lin's request, it seems, Zhao Ping'an hesitated. Not due to any difficulty, but rather to leverage his position for a higher price. Since Lin Yu had sought him out, it signified that the Lin family truly had no other options. Otherwise, with their influence, enlisting other talisman masters should pose no challenge. With this realization, Zhao Ping'an felt no need for modesty. A lucrative opportunity had presented itself, and it would be a waste not to capitalize on it. Furthermore, interactions within the cultivation world often hinge on mutual benefit. If one were to rely solely on camaraderie, long-term survival would prove difficult. In this life, Zhao Ping'an aimed for steady growth, necessitating ample resources for cultivation. Engaging in reckless violence was not a viable strategy, as misfortune could strike unexpectedly, leading to encounters with formidable adversaries that could spell disaster. He had witnessed such calamities far too often in his previous life. Master Zhao, should you agree to assist us, my Lin family is willing to offer a drop of purple gold leopard's essence blood as part of the compensation, Lin Yu proposed, seemingly attuned to Zhao Ping'an's thoughts as she bit her lip. Purple gold leopard's essence blood? Zhao Ping'an's eyes brightened instantly. The purple gold leopard is an exceptionally powerful beast, and its essence blood holds tremendous value. For an ordinary Qi refining stage cultivator, consuming it could elevate them by a minor realm, while a Foundation establishment stage practitioner would experience an accelerated cultivation rate, rendering its worth even greater than a Foundation establishment pill. Indeed, had this been a previous life, Zhao Ping'an would have looked down upon the essence of such demonic beasts. However, in his current state, with limited cultivation and a modest identity lacking substantial resources, even the precious blood of a beast or a few additional spirit stones would be considered a remarkable boon. It is akin to a once prominent noble who has fallen to the point of struggling for sustenance, who would not light up at the prospect of a hearty meal. If you remain dissatisfied, our Lin family is willing to offer an additional 10,000 spirit stones. Not receiving a response from Zhao Ping'an, Lin Yu, assuming he was unsatisfied, bit her lip and continued. Under ordinary circumstances, Lin Yu would never propose such terms to enlist someone for talisman crafting. But recent news had reached the Lin family that they were being targeted by a formidable force. A dire battle loomed on the horizon for the Lin family. Thus, Lin Yu sought to procure a substantial number of Lu Jiaxian talismans, striving to equip her family's cultivators as best as possible, regardless of the rare treasures at hand. If the Lin family were to fall, such possessions would hold no value. The essence of the purple gold leopard, along with 10,000 spirit stones? Zhao Ping'an cleared his throat and spoke deliberately. Miss Lin, it is not that I am unwilling to assist you, but I am currently engrossed in the study of a unique talisman legacy. Assisting the Lin family in crafting a large quantity of Lu Jiaxian talismans may impede my research and hinder the enhancement of my talisman skills. Moreover, I will include 3 superior-grade magical artifacts. Lin Yu discerned Zhao Ping'an's intent, inhaling deeply as she increased her offer. Given her determination, these would clearly not be ordinary artifacts. Zhao Ping'an felt a twinge of guilt. Just as he hesitated to respond, Lin Yu spoke again. 5 superior-grade magical artifacts. Furthermore, I assure you that each artifact is a treasure from the Lin family's treasury, valued at no less than 1,000 spirit stones. Should Master Zhao help the Lin family in crafting a large batch of Lu Jiaxian talismans, we pledge that, regardless of future circumstances, the Lin family will make every effort to fulfill one of your requests. Seeing Zhao Ping'an still unmoved, Lin Yu bit her crimson lip and unleashed her final gambit. In truth, the Lin family had sought assistance from the Sword Sect's Talisman Pavilion and other talisman craftsmen in the vicinity, offering enticing remuneration. Yet none were willing to undertake the task. In desperation, she turned to Zhao Ping'an. The Lin family required at least 100 talismans, under normal conditions. The value of such a quantity of second-tier mid-grade talismans would be easily offset by a single drop of purple gold leopard essence. Yet, due to the scarcity of talisman masters in the region, particularly those capable of crafting Lu Jiaxian talismans, the Lin family was prepared to spare no expense to enhance the defensive capabilities of its cultivators. Very well, given Miss Lin's earnestness, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to this endeavor. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Ping'an acquiesced. For him, crafting the 6 Jia mystical talismans posed no significant challenge. It merely required some time, given the immense quantity demanded by the Lin family. Excellent. I shall promptly dispatch someone to deliver the materials required by Master Zhao to the talisman shop in the market, entrusting them to Manager Cheng of the Talisman Pavilion. Lin Yu exclaimed joyfully. As the shimmering aura emitted by the golden copper coin dissipated, the two quickly concluded their communication. The Lin family represented a formidable force in the realm of cultivation in Southern County. Was there a predicament necessitating such a substantial procurement of talismans? Otherwise, why would Lin Yu be so eager to seek my assistance? Zhao Ping'an mused, his eyes gleaming with profound insight. He harbored a premonition that this once tranquil Southern County was on the verge of being engulfed in a tumultuous storm of chaos and bloodshed. The following day, upon returning from tending to the medicinal garden, Zhao Ping'an encountered a tall figure awaiting him outside his residence. Master Zhao, it has been a while. Cheng Liang greeted him with a smile upon seeing Zhao Ping'an's return. Brother Cheng, you were sent by the Lin family, weren't you? Zhao Ping'an inquired with a smile. Indeed. This morning, a young lady from the Lin family dispatched someone to deliver this storage bag to you, specifically mentioning that I should convey her gratitude, Cheng Liang replied, producing a storage bag and handing it to Zhao Ping'an. Understanding that the bag contained the talisman crafting materials provided by the Lin family, Zhao Ping'an accepted it without hesitation. Master Zhao, may I be so bold as to inquire if you have accepted a talisman crafting task from the Lin family? Cheng Liang hesitated before asking, not immediately departing. I have indeed agreed to assist the Lin family in crafting a batch of talismans, Zhao Ping'an confirmed with a gentle nod. Previously, the Lin family had approached our talisman pavilion seeking a large order of custom-made second-tier talismans. However, due to the overwhelming quantity, and the pavilion's strict regulations against accepting such large orders, our shop had to refuse them on the spot. Cheng Liang seemed to grasp the situation, reflecting thoughtfully. The Talisman Pavilion adheres to stringent rules set by the sect, prohibiting the acceptance of large talisman orders for 2 primary reasons. 1. The concern that the volume may deter the pavilion's talisman's masters from completing them, and 2. The apprehension that it could disrupt the balanced talisman crafting operations of the pavilion. Talismans provided by the pavilion are prioritized for sect disciples, with any surplus available for sale in the market. Of course, while the pavilion and its affiliated shops avoid such large orders, There is no explicit prohibition against talisman masters like Zhao Ping'an taking on private commissions. Master Zhao, the Lin family's talisman needs are quite substantial, and to my knowledge, they are currently facing serious troubles, potentially even the threat of family annihilation. I am uncertain what sort of compensation the Lin family has offered you, but this endeavor carries certain risks, and you must exercise caution, Cheng Liang advised solemnly. His expression grave. The Lin family is in trouble? Brother Cheng, could you please share the details candidly? As Cheng Liang's demeanor suggested, he was not jesting. Zhao Ping'an felt a flicker of curiosity arise within him. It is no trouble to share. Cheng Liang continued with a grave tone. I have heard that the Inyang sect, which has been causing turmoil in the southern county, has set its sights on the Lin family's assets. This sect is a terrifying force of malevolent practitioners. Just a day ago, they annihilated the Frost Moon sect, shocking various factions. It is said that the county governor has come to visit our sword sect with the intention of forming an alliance to confront the Inyang sect together. The Inyang sect? Zhao Ping'an frowned slightly, realizing that this was not the first time he had heard mention of this malevolent force. The risk I speak of lies in the possibility that by the time you have crafted all the talismans, the Lin family may have already been eradicated, rendering them unable to offer any reward. Zhao Talisman Master, you must remain vigilant. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Cheng Liang stated, not lingering any longer, and departed from the medicinal garden. He was the proprietor of the Talisman Pavilion in the market at the foot of the mountain. And due to the ongoing disturbances caused by the Inyang sect in the southern county, the number of cultivators purchasing talismans had surged, making his business increasingly hectic. The Frost Moon sect, once a formidable rival to the Sword sect, had been obliterated by the Inyang sect. Was it possible that this malevolent force was backed by some formidable figure? Zhao Ping'an furrowed his brow, sensing that his premonition was indeed correct. The southern county was likely on the brink of a dreadful storm of bloodshed and chaos. Chapter 101. Additional funds regardless of what the future holds. My immediate priority remains to continue strengthening myself steadily. As long as I possess sufficient power, I shall be capable of confronting any threat. Moreover, with the protection of my sect, I can at least secure a measure of time for my cultivation. Zhao Ping'an took a deep breath and then entered the wooden cabin. He began to assess the materials for talisman making that Cheng Liang had delivered from the Lin family. It was evident that the Lin family had put considerable effort into this. The abundance of materials was enough to craft 200 to 300 middle-grade 6-hex talismans. Of course, the Lin family had anticipated the possibility of some failures in the crafting process, thus providing Zhao Ping'an with ample materials. According to his agreement with Lin Yu, Zhao Ping'an was to create no fewer than 100 6-hex talismans for the Lin family. Although these were merely middle-grade talismans of the second tier, producing over 100 would require several days of his time. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Ping'an extracted some of the talisman-making materials and began his work on the 6-hex talismans. His current proficiency in talisman crafting had already brought him close to the third tier, enabling him to create low-grade third-tier talismans with relative ease. Thus, the creation of 6-hex talismans posed little challenge. After about an hour, Zhao Ping'an had produced 3 6-hex talismans with almost no failures. At this rate, he estimated he could complete all the talismans within 3 days. He murmured softly to himself, then fully immersed his focus into the talisman-making process. If he could finalize this talisman transaction promptly, he would soon receive the promised reward from the Lin family, which would aid in enhancing his own strength. Boom! As Zhao Ping'an diligently crafted talismans for the Lin family, a secluded cave that had been closed for several years suddenly swung open. A slender figure emerged, walking steadily from within. His features were somewhat androgynous, yet strikingly beautiful, exuding a powerful and unsettling aura. Congratulations, Senior Brother Zio, on successfully advancing to the Foundation establishment stage. Several disciplined disciples waiting outside the cave stepped forward to offer their congratulations. Zio reigned in his formidable presence, smiled modestly, and responded, "You flatter me, brothers." One disciple unexpectedly mentioned the long-deceased Duan Wuyo, expressing a sense of nostalgia. Since Duan Wuyo's sudden demise, Elder Maple had been commanded by the Sword Master to investigate the matter, but the inquiry yielded no results. Following that incident, Duan Wuyo's disciple, Zio, declared his seclusion, and for nearly a decade, he remained within the cave until his recent breakthrough to the Foundation establishment stage. The untimely fall of my master remains my greatest regret. Should I uncover the mastermind behind it, I shall personally exact vengeance, Zio stated, his eyes shimmering with a flicker of resolve, his expression impassive. Truly worthy of Senior Brother Zio, who values loyalty and righteousness, they remarked in admiration. Upon hearing Ziyu's resolute declaration, several disciples of the Discipline Hall, who shared a closer bond with him, extolled his virtue. With Ziyu's successful ascension to the foundation establishment stage, his status within the discipline hall was bound to soar significantly, and their presence was a calculated effort to forge a closer connection with him. After half an hour of celebration in his honor, the disciples reluctantly took their leave. Humph, a mere gathering of opportunistic sycophants. They only came to congratulate me upon learning of my successful breakthrough, yet during my trials under Elder Maple's scrutiny, they kept their distance, fearful of being implicated. As I watched their retreating figures, a smile faded from my face, and I murmured coldly to myself, "Moreover, I have acquired such formidable puppet inheritance." A wicked smile played on Ziyu's lips, and with a mere thought, a tempest arose around him, two towering figures materializing behind him, exuding an eerie and malevolent aura. After the fall of Duan Wuyo, he had unearthed the clandestine legacy left behind at the discipline hall. Although he had claimed to be in seclusion over the years, he had been digesting this hidden inheritance. This time, not only had he successfully broken through, but he had also cultivated a certain puppet technique to a minor achievement. Even though he had just entered the foundation establishment stage, Ziyu was imbued with enough confidence to effortlessly vanquish cultivators of the same realm through his own means. "Master, I have gleaned some of the secrets you left behind. No wonder you targeted Zhao Ping'an from the medicinal garden on multiple occasions. If my conjecture holds true, he has likely obtained the blood sun grass, rumored to be capable of refining the nascent soul pill." Ziyu's gaze was deep, and he spoke softly to himself. "Rest assured, I shall accomplish what you could not. However, Zhao Ping'an is exceedingly peculiar. Even you could not best him, thus I must approach with caution. But fear not. I possess far greater acumen than you, master." Gazing up at the sky, he wore a wicked smile and declared, "Since there exist righteous sects in the world, there must inevitably be opposing dark sections." As his words lingered in the air, Ziyu vanished with a gust of wind, accompanied by the two newly crafted puppets. An hour later, Ziyu disguised himself as a frail scholar, arriving at the marketplace at the foot of the mountain. He eschewed the bustling shops and instead entered an inconspicuous tavern. The tavern appeared quite desolate, indicating poor business, with only a drowsy old proprietor seated at the counter. If memory served him correctly, this was the very contact point for the dark forces. Ziyu surveyed the tavern and strode directly inside. The king covers the earth. The tiger reigns supreme. He approached the old proprietor with a hint of uncertainty in his tone. The old man, previously drowsy, abruptly awakened at the sound of Ziyu's words, his eyes glinting with a piercing intensity. "The chrysanthemum bears the golden pestle." The old proprietor responded in a low voice. "I seek to kill a man and hope the proprietor can assist me." Confirming the secret code without a doubt, Ziyu spoke directly. The old innkeeper cast a glance at him but did not rush to respond. Instead, he waved his hand, and in an instant, the inconspicuous tavern was enveloped by a barrier formation, ensuring that no matter the commotion within, it would not attract the attention of the surrounding cultivators. This seemingly casual gesture sent a shiver down Ziyu's spine, revealing that the unassuming old innkeeper was a formidable cultivator in disguise. The Phantom Tavern specialized in the business of assassination. "Whom do you wish to eliminate?" After activating the formation, the old innkeeper inquired at a leisurely pace. He did not question Ziyu's background or identity. Any guest who could arrive here and decipher the secret code was recognized by the Phantom Tavern solely for their wealth, not their lineage, conducting business without delving into the intricacies of cause and effect. "The Sword Sect, Zhao Ping'an," Ziyu replied with an impassive expression. "A disciple of the Sword Sect?" The old innkeeper furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Ziyu before expressing some concern. Under normal circumstances, eliminating a disciple of the Sword Sect would pose little issue. However, with the county magistrate still residing in the mountains, the Sword Sect is on high alert, making this task exceedingly difficult and fraught with risk. "Are you unwilling to take the job?" Ziyu asked, somewhat displeased. "Humph. There is no task within the realm of South County that the Phantom Tavern dares not undertake," the old innkeeper retorted with a huff, adding, "What I mean is, while this task is not easy, it is certainly feasible. However what?" Ziyu raised an eyebrow, pressing for more. "It will cost more," the old innkeeper stated matter-of-factly. Ziyu was momentarily taken aback, but his face soon broke into a radiant smile as he replied without hesitation, "Deal." Chapter 102. The incident in the herb garden. As night fell, the entire herb garden was enveloped in darkness. "Brother Yu, in previous years, the gates of the herb garden required no guards. Why is it that recently Brother Danyu insists we, the menial disciples, must stand watch at night?" A somewhat youthful menial disciple grumbled, feeling the biting cold wind while his fellow brothers slept soundly in the deep of night. Anyone would be discontented in his position. "You've been a menial disciple in the herb garden for several years. Surely you understand? Remarked an older menial disciple with a serious tone. The governor of Nanjun has been at the sect these past few days. It's not just our herb garden, but the entire sect is under strict vigilance. Fine. If it weren't for the extra spirit stones I receive each month, I certainly wouldn't endure this. The younger menial disciple replied helplessly. As the two conversed, footsteps suddenly echoed from a distance. The older disciple looked towards the sound and saw a slender figure slowly approaching through the thick night. He donned a wary expression and called out, "Who goes there?" As he spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance with his companion, who activated the defensive formation at the gate. "Do not be alarmed, brothers. I am a disciple of the Discipline Hall, sent to inspect the security measures of the Sword Sect's various regions." Ziyu, with an air of calmness, stood before the herb garden gate, smiling. His garb, adorned with the insignia of the Discipline Hall, stood out prominently against the night. "Oh, it is a brother from the Discipline Hall." The older menial disciple sighed in relief, a sycophantic smile breaking across his face. These menial disciples of the herb garden were regarded as the lowest tier in the sect, while the disciples of the Discipline Hall held a distinctive status, viewed with a mixture of reverence and fear by the menial disciples. Soon, the protective barriers at the gate dissipated. "You two have worked hard," Ziyu remarked as he entered, his smile growing ever brighter. Not long ago, the sword master instructed all regions of the sect to bolster their defenses, ensuring that we present a favorable image to the governor during his stay. It seems the herb garden has adhered strictly to the sword master's orders, and I am quite pleased with your performance. Your praise, brother from the Discipline Hall, is undeserved. We are merely following orders, the two replied, their hearts swelling with pride. Their vigilance completely dissipated. However, just as their words faded, the previously amiable Ziyu suddenly revealed a glint of cold malice in his eyes. A surge of magical energy coalesced into a sharp, sword-like force, instantly piercing through the two menial disciples. You caught completely off guard. Their pupils dilated in shock as they swiftly lost their life force. Though the herb garden is protected by formations, my identity as a disciple of the Discipline Hall allows me to traverse it with ease. Ziyu smiled with satisfaction, then turned his gaze towards the vast medicinal garden, murmuring to himself, "The guardian of the medicinal garden is a nuisance. I merely need to distract her." As soon as the words left his lips, two towering puppets materialized behind him. He then stealthily approached a location within the garden that radiated an immense aura. Suddenly, the guardian of the medicinal garden, engrossed in her cultivation, sensed a hint of danger. Her eyes shot open, emanating a piercing light, and her form glided like a specter, evading the violent force that descended from above by several meters. The roof shattered, and the two formidable puppets crashed heavily to the ground, exuding an astonishingly fierce energy. How audacious! Trespassing into the medicinal garden and daring to attack me. Are you seeking death? The guardian of the garden exclaimed, her phoenix-like eyes narrowing. She noticed a shadow behind the two towering puppets, its figure obscured, coldly fixated on her. I have long heard of your exceptional prowess. Today, I shall ascertain your depth. The shadow declared with a cold smirk, channeling its power into the puppets, amplifying their already formidable strength as they surged towards the guardian. The explosion reverberated throughout the entire medicinal garden, a cacophony that startled all within. What is happening? Inside a wooden hut, Zhao Ping'an, who had been crafting talismans, was preparing to step outside upon hearing the distant explosions. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he heard a sound slicing through the air, drawing closer. The door burst open, and a bone-white claw, resembling a malevolent hand, lunged towards his brow with a venomous ferocity. The speed was blinding. In the blink of an eye, it was upon him. Fortunately, Zhao Ping'an possessed formidable spiritual awareness and sensed the anomaly immediately. Reacting with remarkable swiftness, he concentrated his life force into his right hand and unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! The claw was forcefully repelled, yet Zhao Ping'an felt a jolt through his body. Someone seeks your life. Comply and perish without resistance. A powerful figure clad in black, with a masked face, coldly intoned as he appeared in the courtyard. Who are you? Zhao Ping'an furrowed his brow, realizing through their brief encounter that this individual was exponentially more formidable than the previously encountered Duan Wui. The Phantom Tavern excels in murder and arson. Never inquiring about the reasons, the masked practitioner proclaimed before striking again. The bone claw sliced through the air, imbued with a terrifying surge of magical energy, capable of obliterating all in its path. The opponent's techniques were clean and unembellished. A single strike sufficed. Yet, this seemingly ordinary attack made Zhao Ping'an acutely aware of the imminent peril. The light of the talisman ignited. A second-tier superior talisman, the Tiger Roar talisman, stood firm against the claw. A spectral tiger emerged, its terrifying sonic waves colliding fiercely with the incoming claw. However, this stalemate lasted only a moment before black runes erupted from the claw, channeling inexhaustible secret powers that tore through the tiger's illusion, once again surging towards Zhao Ping'an. The masked figure let out a cold laugh, seemingly envisioning Zhao Ping'an's demise. He possessed an unwavering confidence, considering himself a formidable killer at the late stage of Foundation establishment. Even fellow cultivators of the same realm would likely struggle to escape death when faced with his lethal assault, let alone the individual before him. Phoenix Guardian Talisman. Zhao Ping'an realized that, given his cultivation level, he could not withstand the deadly strike head-on. Without hesitation, he retrieved a purple-gold talisman. In an instant, violet light soared into the heavens, with dense runes spreading across the sky, transforming into an impenetrable wall, standing firm before Zhao Ping'an. Bang! The bone claw, emanating black runes, shattered upon colliding with the violet runes. Puffed. The life-bound artifact disintegrated, and the masked assailant suffered a severe backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood. A third-tier talisman. The masked man was taken aback and immediately turned to flee, without a moment's hesitation. He was acutely aware that, with the protection of a third-tier talisman, even he could not inflict harm upon Zhao Ping'an. Can you really escape? Zhao Ping'an's expression turned icy as 3 Tiger Howl talismans shot forth, sealing off the masked man's 3 escape routes. 3 tiger shadows soared through the sky, and despite the masked man's formidable cultivation, he still felt a terrifying impact. Fortunately, in the critical moment, he conjured a robust magical barrier, preventing significant injury. Whoosh! Yet, Zhao Ping'an's assault was far from over. A flying sword streaked through the air like lightning, targeting the masked man's back. A flying sword? The masked man was momentarily astonished, swiftly extending 2 fingers, with magical energy swirling at his fingertips, managing to intercept the incoming sword. Observing this, Zhao Ping'an merely smirked with derision. Whoosh whoosh. In the next moment, several more flying swords attacked simultaneously from various angles. What the hell? The masked man's complexion changed drastically as he finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. Kaiyang Mirror. A silver-copper mirror materialized in his hand, reflecting dazzling celestial light that halted the onslaught of the flying swords. However, at that very moment, Zhao Ping'an had already closed the distance. His fingers clenched tightly, and boundless longevity mana surged forth, launching a powerful strike aimed directly at the masked man's face. He had already cultivated his physical body, and after breaking through to the 5th level of the longevity sword technique, his fleshly strength had multiplied several times. Now, empowered by the longevity mana, the force he unleashed was formidable enough to rival that of a pure-blooded ferocious beast. Instinctively, the masked man raised his hand to block. But in the next second, his entire arm shattered, a terrifying force propelling him several meters away, crashing through a thick courtyard wall before coming to a halt. 6 Swords Unite. Zhao Ping'an had no intention of holding back. As the longevity mana continued to circulate, he released the 6 flying swords from their constraints, merging them into a singular, towering sword, which he directed at the masked man's head. Over the years, he had thoroughly mastered the sword control technique, and the power he wielded now was undeniably terrifying. Mirror of the Universe. The injured masked man, in a fit of desperation, channeled his mana, causing the copper mirror to erupt with even more brilliant radiance, attempting to block Zhao Ping'an's lethal blow. Boom! The flying sword clashed violently with the mirror's light, and after a moment of stalemate, it was ultimately Zhao Ping'an who emerged victorious. The sword's intent pierced through the reflective surface, causing the bronze mirror to shatter. The masked figure, stripped of the protective charm, was unable to react in time and was beheaded in an instant by a single stroke of the sword. Chapter 103. Interrogation by the guard. At this moment, chaos reigned in the medicinal garden, with the attention of most of the miscellaneous disciples entirely focused on the location of the guard. Meanwhile, Zhao Ping'an's swift strike had felled the masked assailant, yet it went largely unnoticed. Approaching the lifeless body, Zhao Ping'an unveiled the black cloth concealing the face, revealing a countenance marred by scars and an ominous expression. I did not recognize this individual. Judging by the combat style and the ability to mask one's own aura, he appeared to be a formidable assassin. Who could have orchestrated such a scheme, employing such a presence to infiltrate the medicinal garden with the intent to eliminate me? Zhao Ping'an was perplexed. Since he had dispatched Duan Wui all those years ago, it stood to reason that no one would dare to target him again. Yet here he was, under attack by a late-stage Foundation establishment assassin. Had it not been for Zhao Ping'an's myriad of tactics and hidden strengths, any other disciple from the Sword Sect would have been swiftly annihilated. Nevertheless, He resolved to dispose of the body post-haste, lest it attract the attention of nearby disciples. Just as he prepared to move the corpse, a sudden halt ensued. His powerful spiritual senses detected someone approaching rapidly. Without a moment's hesitation, he dragged the masked figure's body and, in a single bound, concealed it within his wooden abode. Junior brother Zhao. A figure rushed into Zhao Ping'an's wooden house, and upon noticing the shattered wall, was instantly struck with alarm. Brother Wang, no need to shout. I am here. Zhao Ping'an emerged from the dwelling, his pallor suggesting a degree of frailty. Junior brother, are you all right? What just transpired here? Wang Kezi approached with urgency, concern etched upon his features. I was just attacked. Zhao Ping'an feigned weakness, his voice low. What? Wang Kezi's face blanched with fear as he positioned himself protectively in front of Zhao Ping'an, his demeanor strong and composed. Do not worry, junior brother. I am here to protect you. Brother Wang, there is no need for alarm. I managed to drive the assailant away with the talisman. Unfortunately, the individual was masked, and I could not discern his true identity, Zhao Ping'an mentioned, tinged with a hint of regret. Oh, is that so? Wang Kezi exhaled deeply, as though a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. By the way, Brother Wang, what brings you here? Zhao Ping'an inquired, pondering whether Wang Kezi's sudden appearance was merely a coincidence. I could not sleep this night, and took a stroll nearby. Suddenly, I heard a tremendous commotion, prompting me to rush over here, Wang Kezi explained, hesitating momentarily. I'm relieved to see you unharmed. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. As their conversation unfolded, the distant sounds of explosions ceased, and tranquility returned to the medicinal garden. Soon, news arrived that the guardian of the medicinal garden had been attacked by a mysterious assailant. Fortunately, the guardian was highly skilled and managed to repel the intruder. Upon receiving this news, Zhao Ping'an maintained a calm demeanor outwardly. Yet a flicker of doubt ignited within him. Why had both he and the guardian been targeted simultaneously while others remained unscathed? Was this an assassination attempt specifically aimed at him? As this thought crossed his mind, Zhao Ping'an sensed the gravity of the situation. After Wang the Lame helped Zhao Ping'an tidy up the disordered courtyard, he prepared to leave with a sense of relief. Junior brother Zhao, should you encounter any danger in the future, you must evade it if possible. Do not be reckless, Wang the Lame advised earnestly, his face etched with wrinkles. Yet his expression radiated genuine concern. Thank you for your reminder, senior brother, Zhao Ping'an replied with a slight nod. After watching Wang the Lame depart, Zhao Ping'an returned to the wooden house. He found no corresponding storage bags or spoils on the corpse of the masked man. Indeed, he was a killer. Only those who dwell in the shadows would refrain from carrying their possessions. Wait, what is this? At that moment, Zhao Ping'an noticed a small azure golden token hanging from the masked man's waist. The token seemed to meld seamlessly with his flesh, making it difficult to detect without careful examination. Zhao Ping'an scrutinized the token and recognized the familiar Taiji pattern engraved upon it. After pondering for a moment, he rummaged through his storage bag and quickly produced an identical azure golden token. Comparing the two, he found them to be of the same material and design. The first token had been obtained when he traveled to Jushian City to acquire a Foundation Establishment pill, after defeating a man in a straw hat at the Foundation Establishment stage. Now, possessing a second identical token, it became evident that the bearer was affiliated with the so-called Ghost Tavern. If his conjecture was correct, the Ghost Tavern was likely a clandestine and fearsome dark assassin organization. Zhao Ping'an's expression grew serious as he murmured to himself. In his previous life, he had encountered dark organizations composed of fearsome and desperate cultivators. Being targeted by them would certainly spell trouble. Naturally, such organizations would not resort to murder without cause, unless someone had promised substantial rewards for their actions. Who could it be that would go to such lengths to enlist the dark forces against him? Zhao Ping'an contemplated for a long time, but could not unearth the identity of the mastermind. Over the past decade, he had led a secluded life, rarely provoking enemies. By any reasonable logic, he should not have attracted the attention of the assassins. Never mind, let us dispose of this corpse first. Shaking his head, Zhao Ping'an dismissed further thoughts, carrying the body into the concealed space beneath the dry well. He then utilized his longevity magic to reduce it to fine powder, scattering it away. After completing this task, Zhao Ping'an returned to the wooden house to meditate and restore his magical energy. The night passed swiftly. At dawn, he received a summons from the guardian of the medicinal garden. The courtyard walls stood in a state of disrepair, bearing the visible scars of battle. Despite Wang the Lame's attempts to conceal the truth, the news could not be hidden. Zhao Ping'an, I have heard that you were assaulted last night. The guardian of the medicinal garden, unusually attired in a simple dress rather than her customary voluminous robes, revealed her graceful figure. Her skin was taut and fair, her features strikingly beautiful, and her lustrous black hair cascaded casually over her shoulders. With every movement, she emanated an aura of languid beauty. In response to the Guardian's inquiry, Zhao Ping'an confirmed, "Indeed, I encountered an assassination attempt last night, but fortunately, I was able to repel them with a talisman." Zhao Ping'an maintained an impassive demeanor, having already contemplated his words carefully. Although his current cultivation level was modest, his proficiency in talismans was exceptional, making his statement quite credible. "You repelled them with a talisman?" The Guardian's enchanting eyes sparkled as she fixed her gaze upon Zhao Ping'an, remarking softly, "It seems your expertise in talismans has significantly advanced. But did you know that I too was attacked last night, and the assailant was a mysterious cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage?" Chapter 104. The Decree of the Celestial Sanctum. Uncertain, the guard of the medicinal garden, with her bright phoenix-like eyes, gazed intently into Zhao Ping'an's. On the surface, her concern was evident, yet beneath lay an intent to probe Zhao Ping'an's capabilities. In response to the guard's inquiry regarding the assailant from the previous night, Zhao Ping'an replied with a calm demeanor. The masked assailant possessed a cultivation level reaching the later stages of qi refinement, if not beyond. Fortunately, I had a second-tier high-grade talisman for protection, which allowed me to narrowly escape disaster. His answer was quite reasonable. A second-tier high-grade talisman was indeed sufficient to contend with all cultivators below the Foundation establishment stage. A second-tier high-grade talisman? Upon hearing this, the guard's delicate face shifted slightly. Incredulity etched upon it as she asked, "Have you truly become a second-tier talisman master?" According to the ranking requirements for talisman masters in Nanjun, a first-tier talisman master must possess the ability to craft a first-tier high-grade talisman, while a second-tier talisman master must be capable of creating second-tier high-grade talismans to earn that title. Zhao Ping'an merely smiled in silence, tacitly acknowledging the implication. In truth, his mastery of talismans had already advanced to the cusp of the third-tier level. Now, revealing a higher level of talismanic prowess would garner him greater respect and support from the sect. Even if the guard had not inquired, he would have sought other opportunities to disclose his achievement of becoming a second-tier talisman master. A second-tier talisman master. There are hardly 2 or 3 within the sect. The guard exclaimed, "I did not anticipate that your talismanic skills have progressed to such heights over the years. I certainly did not misjudge you." Witnessing Zhao Ping'an's tacit acknowledgement, the guard inhaled sharply. She was acutely aware of the significance of a second-tier talisman master to the sword sect. It is worth noting that the sword sect, primarily focused on the inheritance of swordsmanship, has few talisman masters. Presently, the only second-tier talisman masters were Elder Chong, the chief talisman master of the Talisman Pavilion, and Lu Ninggran, who had recently ascended to that rank. Now, with Zhao Ping'an also becoming a second-tier talisman master, it implied that the oft-overlooked guard had nurtured a rare and precious second-tier talisman master for the sword sect, a feat worthy of being recorded in the sect's annals. "I too recently became a second-tier talisman master by fortunate chance. I had intended to report this to you after some time," Zhao Ping'an stated with composure. In reality, his mastery had already reached the level of a second-tier talisman master a decade ago, and he now stood on the threshold of the third-tier level. "I shall report this to the sect," she assured him. "A second-tier talisman master is exceedingly rare. I believe the sect will accord you the appropriate recognition, and it is even possible that they may assist in restoring your status as a formal disciple." The guard smiled brightly, her joy genuine. Although Zhao Ping'an's aptitude for cultivation was mediocre, his talent in talisman crafting was indeed remarkable. "Thank you, guard." Zhao Ping'an nodded in acknowledgement. His reaction was notably calm. Whether the sword sect would aid him in regaining his formal disciple status held little significance for him. Over the years, Zhao Ping'an had grown accustomed to life in the medicine garden. Returning to the sword sect might not offer the same sense of freedom and comfort. "By the way, I have heard that your relationship with Lu Ninggran is quite good?" The guard of the medicine garden suddenly inquired. Lu, the senior sister, once provided me with some guidance in talisman crafting, Zhao Ping'an replied honestly, albeit with a hint of confusion regarding the guard's sudden mention of Lu Ninggran. Lu Ninggran's background is not ordinary. I have heard that even the governor of Nanjun personally visited her. There are even whispers within the sect suggesting that her origins are quite extraordinary. If you have the opportunity, it would be beneficial for you to cultivate a closer relationship with her, as it can only bring you advantages, not drawbacks, the guard remarked with a hint of significance. The governor visited senior sister Lu? Zhao Ping'an was taken aback. The governor of Nanjun held a status comparable to that of the sword sect's leader, and yet had taken the initiative to visit a mere disciple. Could it be that Lu Ninggran truly possesses an extraordinary background? I am not privy to the details. The guard seemed to sense Zhao Ping'an's thoughts and refrained from revealing more. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping'an chose not to pursue the matter further. By the way, esteemed guard, do you recall any features of the assailant from last night? Zhao Ping'an hesitated for a moment before inquiring. The assailant who attacked him had been slain, yet the one who targeted the guard had likely escaped. He wished to uncover who had orchestrated the attack against him, hoping to glean some clues from the guard. Features? Let me think. The guard pondered for a moment, then his eyes brightened. I recall that the individual could manipulate 2 humanoid puppets, and their methods were rather peculiar. 2 humanoid puppets? Zhao Ping'an's expression grew serious, his demeanor shifting to one of gravity. He proceeded to inquire about several details, and perhaps due to his delight in Zhao Ping'an's achievement of becoming a second-tier talisman master, the guard answered his questions with great diligence. Half an hour later, Zhao Ping'an emerged from the guard's training chamber. The ability to manipulate puppets and escape effortlessly before the guard indicated that this individual must have some connection to the deceased Duan Wuya. Could it be that Duan Wuya had accomplices still within the sword sect? Zhao Ping'an pondered, his gaze gradually sharpening with resolve. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Regardless of who was orchestrating the plot against him, Zhao Ping'an would not rest until he uncovered the truth. He preferred to cultivate steadily and improve his skills. But if someone dared to provoke him, he would not show mercy. In less than half a day, the news of Zhao Ping'an becoming a second-tier talisman master rapidly spread throughout the sect. Is it true? The mediocre Zhao Ping'an has managed to become a second-tier talisman master? Such luck is indeed extraordinary. When Zhao Ping'an was demoted to a menial role in the medicine garden, we all believed his prospects were bleak. Yet he possesses such astonishing talent in talisman crafting. As the news spread, many disciples of the sword sect began to chatter animatedly. Over the years, Zhao Ping'an had maintained an exceedingly low profile, causing many formal disciples to nearly forget his existence. His father, Zhao Shidi, had now reached the rank of a second-tier talisman master. It is imperative that his status as a formal disciple be reinstated promptly. Within the grand hall of the sword sect, upon receiving the news, Li Yun did not immediately seek out Zhao Ping'an. Instead, she hurried to request an audience with the sword master. The sword master, a towering figure with an imposing demeanor, sat in the hall, lost in contemplation. He had received the report from the guardian of the medicinal garden and still found it somewhat unbelievable. The Zhao Ping'an, who had nearly faded from his sight, had astonishingly ascended to the rank of a second-tier talisman master, an occurrence almost unheard of in a century. While the sect had witnessed the emergence of second-tier talisman masters in the past, it was almost unprecedented for a mere servant of the medicinal garden to achieve such a status. Zhao Ping'an's mastery of talismans was indeed extraordinary. Yet I have heard that his current cultivation level remains at the 3rd layer of qi refinement, still far from the 4th layer. If his status as a formal disciple were to be restored, it would likely be met with skepticism. The sword master spoke slowly, his voice deep and serious. How rare is a second-tier talisman master? If his father does not assist him in regaining his status, it would be challenging to earn the respect of others. Li Yun argued vehemently in response. Child, you do not understand, the sword master replied, shaking his head, seemingly burdened by unspoken concerns. I am no ordinary disciple. I have already attained the foundation-building realm within the sect. Do you intend to deceive me with mere platitudes? Li Yun retorted, her frustration evident. I cannot fathom why it would be so difficult for you to help Zhao Ping'an reclaim his status as a formal disciple. Enough, my dear. Very well, take a look at this. The sword master, with a look of resignation, produced a golden decree, gesturing for Li Yun to examine its contents. This is the decree of the heavenly Xian sacred land. Li Yun recognized its origin at a glance, her expression shifting dramatically. The content of the decree stated. After reading the decree, Li Yun's countenance fluctuated between anger and disbelief as she exclaimed, "This is utterly intolerable. The heavenly Xian sacred land dares to meddle in our sword sect affairs, truly believing they can act with impunity." She cast the decree to the ground, barely restraining herself from trampling it in fury due to her father's presence. The open decree revealed its written contents, one of which explicitly forbade the sword sect from reinstating Zhao Ping'an, who had once aided a traitor of the heavenly Xian sacred land, as a formal disciple. Failure to comply would result in punitive action against the sword sect. This was not merely a decree, it was an overt threat. At that moment, Li Yun finally understood why the sword master had refrained from allocating more sect resources to cultivate Zhao Ping'an, despite recognizing his exceptional talent in talismans. Everything stemmed from this tyrannical decree of the heavenly Xian sacred land. The heavenly Xian sacred land remained an insurmountable mountain looming over the various cultivation forces in the southern county. In the present day, the sword sect has long since lost the capability to challenge the heavenly Xian. My father is reluctant to provoke the sacred land over a single disciple, placing the sect in grave peril. Yuner, we must prioritize the greater good. For now, we can only endure for Zhao Ping'an. The sword master sighed softly and spoke. His actions do not stem from weakness or folly, but rather from the overpowering influence of the heavenly Xian sacred land, which surpasses the current sword sect by tenfold, if not 100-fold. In the past, the heavenly Xian sacred land clandestinely supported the Frost Moon sect, nearly leading to the sword sect's demise. It was only due to the cunning stratagem of the Grand Elder Gu Changming, who feigned his own death, that the sword sect ultimately triumphed over the Frost Moon sect. Faced with such a formidable entity, it is already commendable for the sword sect to safeguard Zhao Ping'an. Should we insist on reinstating his status as a formal disciple? Who can fathom the lengths to which the heavenly Xian sacred land might go? Chapter 105. Let it be as the news of his ascension to a second-tier talisman master circulated. Several high-ranking elders from the sect dispatched their disciples to the medicinal garden within merely 2 days, seeking to cultivate a favorable relationship with Zhao Ping'an. Junior brother Zhao, I come bearing the congratulations of Elder Su Wan, who has sent me to extend his best wishes on your becoming a second-tier talisman master. This is a gift from Elder Su, a mid-grade magical artifact, the Tranquil Bell, which can enhance your cultivation efficacy, said a refined disciple who visited Zhao Ping'an, presenting him with a talisman. Greetings, junior brother Zhao. I am a direct disciple of Elder Yen, the head of the Scripture Pavilion. Upon learning of your advancement to second-tier talisman master, Elder Yen was exceedingly pleased and has sent me with 3,000 spirit stones to express his congratulations. Just as the disciple of Elder Su departed, another formal disciple arrived, courteously delivering his message. Zhao Ping'an accepted the offerings graciously, fully aware that despite his status as merely a servant disciple, his elevation to second-tier talisman master had already surpassed many formal disciples of the sword sect in terms of standing. The elder's envoys came to convey goodwill, clearly recognizing the potential in his talisman-making abilities. One does not strike those who offer smiles. Zhao Ping'an understood that to establish a stable foothold within the sword sect, it was imperative to nurture amicable relations with all parties. While it was unnecessary to seek out friendships actively, it was wise to avoid provoking any displeasure. Cultivating oneself is not an escape from worldly concerns, particularly within a sect as influential as the sword sect. Beneath its seemingly tranquil surface lies a web of factions, each elder representing a distinct power. Previously, Zhao Ping'an's status as a first-tier talisman master garnered mere glances of interest, lacking substantial recognition. However, having officially attained second-tier status afforded him the qualification to command a higher regard from the sect's elders, albeit this was merely a qualification. Otherwise, the elders would have come in person to congratulate him rather than sending their disciples. Master Zhao, congratulations. Just as Zhao Ping'an bid farewell to Elder Yan's disciple, a hearty voice resonated nearby. Turning towards the sound, he recognized a familiar figure, Cheng Liang, the head of the Talisman Pavilion. Brother Cheng, Zhao Ping'an greeted with a smile. Upon learning of your promotion to second-tier talisman master, I have come, as per my family's elders' instructions, to present you with a gift. Cheng Liang, a junior of Elder Cheng, the chief talisman master of the pavilion, declared as he retrieved a brocade box. As the box opened, a talisman brush radiating a gentle golden light emerged into Zhao Ping'an's view. A high-grade magical artifact talisman brush. Zhao Ping'an was taken aback, not anticipating such a precious gift from Cheng Liang. It was well known that high-grade talisman brushes were exceedingly rare, with few to be found throughout the entire sword sect. This is the golden light talisman brush, which enhances the quality of talismans crafted, Cheng Liang explained. Please accept this, Master Zhao. Cheng Liang said with a smile as he respectfully presented the golden talisman brush. Senior brother Cheng, your gift is far too extravagant, Zhao Ping'an replied. Though he was aware that this gesture stemmed from Elder Cheng's intention, he hesitated, reluctant to accept it. My elders have instructed me that if Master Zhao does not accept it, I shall face punishment upon my return, Cheng Liang continued, seemingly anticipating Zhao Ping'an's reluctance. Surely, you would not wish to see me suffer? Faced with this, Zhao Ping'an felt compelled to relent. In that case, I shall graciously accept it. He solemnly received the golden talisman brush from Cheng Liang's hands. Please convey my regards to Elder Cheng when you return, Zhao Ping'an added. Rest assured I shall. Cheng Liang nodded with a satisfied smile before departing. In the following half-day, a steady stream of congratulatory gifts arrived, from high-ranking elders to foundational disciples of the sect. Zhao Ping'an meticulously recorded the names of all who presented gifts, ensuring future correspondence. Cultivating one's spirit is not merely a matter of combat. It is also steeped in social intricacies. On this single day, the total of spirit stones received surpassed 10,000. Among the gifts were 3 magical artifacts, 1 superior-grade golden talisman brush, along with a medium-grade clear heart bell and a medium-grade cloud soul armor. Indeed, when one displays sufficient value, even complete strangers will seek to establish some rapport. Conversely, when one finds themselves in a state of mediocrity, even erstwhile friends may choose to disregard them. Zhao Ping'an sighed, reflecting on this reality. Junior brother Zhao, what are you pondering? At that moment, a graceful figure appeared outside the wooden cottage. Zhao Ping'an looked up to see Li Yun, standing elegantly with a smile directed at him. Senior sister Li, Zhao Ping'an exclaimed, somewhat surprised to see her. Are you astonished to see me? Li Yun teased, noticing his reaction. Her long, flowing black hair framed her delicate features, and her figure was statuesque, exuding an air of spirited elegance. It is not astonishment, but delight, Zhao Ping'an replied with an awkward smile, flattering her further. I had intended to visit you at Yunshao Peak, yet here you are, seeking me out in the medicinal garden. Humph, how dare you say that? Li Yun feigned annoyance. I only learned of your achievement in becoming a second-tier talisman master from others. Did you think so little of me, your senior sister, that you would not inform me personally? Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping'an quickly clarified, Senior sister Li, you jest. It was not my intention to withhold the news. I merely thought it a trifling matter unworthy of your attention. To Zhao Ping'an, revealing his status as a second-tier talisman master seemed a trivial affair. Very well, I shan't dwell on it, she replied. So, how has your day been? I trust you have received a multitude of congratulatory gifts? Li Yun let out a soft snort, followed by a light chuckle, and then inquired, ahem, just a little. Zhao Ping'an cleared his throat and replied, just a little? To my knowledge, the gifts you've received today amount to over 10,000 spirit stones alone. Li Yun rolled her eyes and retorted, you were once a person of admirable character. How have you become so slick? It seems I cannot hide anything from you, senior sister. Caught off guard by Li Yun's revelation, Zhao Ping'an offered an awkward smile, clearly embarrassed. Well, I came here specifically to congratulate you. However, I did not bring any gifts, Li Yun stated matter-of-factly. I am already immensely satisfied that you have come to speak with me, Zhao Ping'an replied, understanding her sentiment. Junior brother Zhao, you are becoming increasingly glib, Li Yun remarked, both exasperated and amused. I take that as a compliment from you, senior sister. Since you are here, I actually have a matter I would like to ask for your assistance with, Zhao Ping'an suddenly said, a spark of inspiration igniting in his mind. What is it? Please, do tell, Li Yun encouraged, gesturing for him to proceed. Zhao Ping'an did not hesitate, and briefly recounted the attack he had encountered in the herb garden. Such a thing occurred? I will certainly help you investigate this matter thoroughly, she said, her brow furrowing slightly. Thank you, senior sister, Zhao Ping'an replied with a smile. Do not thank me. Ultimately, it is the sect that owes you, she said with a hint of regret. Junior brother Zhao, although you have become a second-tier talisman master, the sect is still unable to restore your status as a formal disciple, Li Yun conveyed, her tone laced with sorrow. She had come primarily to inform Zhao Ping'an of this news. Although it was difficult to express, she felt compelled to speak. She braced herself for Zhao Ping'an's potential fury. It is of no consequence. My formal disciple status does not significantly affect me. Senior sister, there is no need for you to feel guilty. To her astonishment, instead of the anger she anticipated, Zhao Ping'an offered gentle words of comfort. Junior brother Zhao. Li Yun was taken aback, unsure of how to respond. It was in that moment she recognized that this seemingly mediocre disciple, Zhao Ping'an, possessed a unique disposition, one that was indifferent to fame and fortune, always uncontentious, harboring no grievances against the sect. Let things take their natural course, Zhao Ping'an said with a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Chapter 106. The breakthrough pill. He was aware that over the years, Li Yun had pleaded multiple times before the sword master to help him regain his status as an official disciple. However, Zhao Ping'an did not place much importance on the possibility of restoring his identity as a formal disciple of the sword sect. For him, it sufficed to remain within the sect and access ample resources for cultivation. Moreover, even if he could regain the title of an official disciple, it might not compare to the freedom and comfort he enjoyed in the medicinal garden. Junior brother Zhao, you feel remarkably different today, Li Yun remarked, her voice sincere. In any case, I thank you on behalf of the sect. Taking a deep breath, she continued, fully aware of the grievances Zhao Ping'an had endured at the hands of the sword sect, and that it was not a trivial matter. Here lies something entrusted to me by the sword master for you. Consider it a small compensation. You must accept it. Recalling something, Li Yun produced a palm-sized jade box. Wait until I leave to open it. She smiled sweetly, seemingly anxious that Zhao Ping'an might open it prematurely. Senior Sister Li. Zhao Ping'an hesitated, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Li Yun flashed him a radiant smile and soared into the sky on her flying sword, vanishing like a rainbow into the horizon. What could possibly be inside this jade box? Observing the box left by Li Yun, Zhao Ping'an felt a surge of curiosity as he slowly opened it. In the next moment, a delightful aroma wafted forth. Just a single whiff made every pore in his body open in comfort, causing his life force to flow involuntarily. He was somewhat astonished. Could such a fragrance truly elicit such a reaction? Was there perhaps a miraculous elixir within? As the wooden box was fully revealed, a crystal-clear pill appeared before Zhao Ping'an's eyes. The surface of the pill was adorned with intricate patterns, reminiscent of marks left by the Tao, emanating an extraordinary energy. Its translucent exterior, coupled with 10 tightly woven natural patterns, identified it as the breakthrough pill. Zhao Ping'an's eyes lit up as he recognized the origins of this pill. The breakthrough pill was, in terms of rarity, 10 times more precious than a foundation establishment pill. As its name suggests, it possesses formidable efficacy in breaking through cultivation bottlenecks. Whether for qi refinement or foundation establishment practitioners, consuming this pill would allow them to effortlessly surpass their previous limitations. It is no exaggeration to say that this is a true treasure. If auctioned, it would undoubtedly fetch no less than 40 or 50,000 spirit stones, if not more. Even foundation establishment practitioners would go to great lengths to seize it upon sight. Could this truly be the Sword Master's compensation for me? Or was Senior Sister Li merely using the Sword Master's name to bestow it upon me? Reflecting on Li Yun's departure, Zhao Ping'an could not help but speculate, particularly given the exceptional value of this pill. If he were the Sword Master, he would never bestow such a reward upon a mere servant disciple with only the cultivation of the third layer of qi refinement. Even if that disciple possessed the skills of a second-tier talisman master. It seems I now owe a debt of gratitude. Zhao Ping'an smiled gently to himself. Since the last time he elevated the Eternal Life Sword technique to the 5th level, the life force within Zhao Ping'an's body has experienced further growth, bringing him tantalizingly close to advancing to the late foundation establishment stage. Under normal circumstances, this final step might require 1 or 2 years, or even longer. However, with the acquisition of this breakthrough pill, Zhao Ping'an has effectively circumvented that lengthy process. Initially, he had intended to utilize the blood essence of the purple gold leopard to hasten this advancement after completing the transaction with the Lin family. Now, endowed with the more effective breakthrough pill, there is no need to delay for even a few days. Moreover, the assistance of the breakthrough pill will fortify Zhao Ping'an's ascension. With the pill in hand, he returned to the wooden cabin. The spirit gathering array was operating at its peak, and Zhao Ping'an sat quietly within, his profound life force ebbing and flowing relentlessly. Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed the pill whole. For Zhao Ping'an, no matter how precious the pill might be, its true value could only be realized when transformed into his own strength. The pill's potency surged within him, wild and ferocious, akin to an untamed beast rampaging through his body. Yet, he was well prepared. His life force circulated silently, converting that immense medicinal energy into his own power. In an instant, Zhao Ping'an's aura surged visibly as he broke through the bottleneck that had confined him in the mid-foundation establishment stage and successfully ascended to the late foundation establishment realm. A powerful momentum erupted from within him. At that moment, his dark hair billowed, and his already robust physique radiated a dazzling golden light, resembling a primordial deity in full bloom, enveloped by an overwhelming and transcendent aura. Fortunately, within the wooden cabin, the protective array he had set up prevented the energy from leaking out. Otherwise, even a mere hint of his life force would have sent shockwaves throughout the entire medicinal garden. The intensity of his aura raged for a full quarter of an hour. It was not until Zhao Ping'an expelled a breath of murky air that the wild fluctuations of his life force gradually subsided. The late foundation establishment stage. The sensation was remarkable. Not only had his life force seen a significant increase, but his spiritual consciousness had also amplified several-fold. With his current level of spiritual strength, he could rival an ordinary core formation expert. Zhao Ping'an reveled in the changes within him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Core formation experts refer to those of the golden core realm. At 38 years of age, achieving the late foundation establishment stage is an impressive feat. Although it may not compare to the rapid advancements of his previous lives, it is still considered exceptional among his peers in Nan County. Moreover, this achievement was accomplished while practicing the relatively slow-progressing Eternal Life Sword technique. Otherwise, the extent of his current cultivation would be unimaginable. Zhao Ping'an's eyes gleamed with depth as he murmured to himself. To put it into perspective, it has only taken him 10 years to progress from the initial foundation establishment stage to this late stage. Within that decade, climbing 2 minor realms in the foundation establishment phase would be enough to stir the entire sword sect if it were to be publicly known. Since the true realm has reached the late stage of foundation establishment, it is only fitting that one's apparent cultivation is appropriately elevated. Otherwise, one would indeed be branded as a cultivation failure. A smile graced his face as he manipulated his aura, making it appear as though his cultivation had diminished to the 4th level of qi refinement, albeit at its pinnacle. In the subsequent days, Wang Kezi and Daniel visited Zhao Ping'an to congratulate him on becoming a second-tier talisman master. The two had wished to extend their congratulations immediately upon receiving the news. But upon witnessing the numerous representatives from various sects and high-ranking elders presenting gifts, they deemed it inappropriate to intrude, arriving only at this moment. Their demeanor was markedly more reserved than before, as Zhao Ping'an's new status as a second-tier talisman master had created a significant disparity between them. Brother Wang and Daniel, although I have become a second-tier talisman master, I am still merely a humble servant in the medicine garden. Let us maintain our original friendship and not allow it to grow distant, Zhao Ping'an remarked with a smile, having noticed the subtle shift in their attitudes. Upon hearing his words, both men were taken aback yet delighted, nodding vigorously in agreement. On that day, feeling somewhat listless, Zhao Ping'an finally received a message from Li Yun. As the daughter of the sword master and a practitioner at the foundation establishment stage, she held a high status within the sect and quickly uncovered critical clues regarding the attack on Zhao Ping'an. It turned out that Duan Wuyo had a personal disciple named Ziyu, who had recently ascended to the foundation establishment stage. A glint of determination flashed in Zhao Ping'an's eyes, and a cold expression crossed his face. Now that he had identified the person who had targeted him, the subsequent actions would be considerably easier to undertake. He promptly retrieved a golden copper coin and infused it with longevity mana to contact Lin Yu, arranging a date for the talisman transaction with the Lin family. Soon enough, news of Zhao Ping'an descending the mountain the following day to complete the talisman transaction with the Lin family's daughter spread throughout the entire sword sect, both intentionally and unintentionally. Upon learning of this, Ziyu, who had been stationed in the discipline hall, could no longer remain still. He disguised himself and made his way back to the market at the foot of the mountain. Half an hour later, Ziyu found himself once again in the familiar tavern. Back again, are you? The old innkeeper recognized Ziyu at a glance, his expression darkening as though he was somewhat unwelcoming to the young man. Chapter 107. The art of soul-searching. The ghostly tavern was unwelcoming to you. The old proprietor's countenance was dark, his tone laced with a frigid edge. The previous agreement with Zio had resulted in the tavern losing a foundational assassin, and most critically, it had tarnished the establishment's reputation. I am willing to pay more. Zio appeared to be fully prepared. Before the old proprietor could utter another word, she spoke directly. How much more? Upon hearing the mention of additional funds, the old man's eyes brightened, and his demeanor softened considerably. As long as you can help me eliminate that individual, name your price, and I shall spare no expense to see this through. Zio's face radiated with a brilliant smile as she confidently replied. The ghostly tavern welcomes you. The old proprietor returned a smile, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor of rejection. As long as there were funds involved, all matters could be negotiated. The following day, as dawn broke, Zhao Ping'an had already informed Wang Kezi that he would not be tending to the herb garden, for there were far more pressing matters at hand. The time is nearly upon us, Zhao Ping'an mused, his gaze fixed upon the brightening sky, a profound smile gracing his lips. Clad in a robe of deep blue, he possessed a tall and well-proportioned physique, his skin taut and fair. Despite being 38 years of age, he appeared as youthful as an 18-year-old, showing no signs of aging. His eyes sparkled with depth and brilliance, each movement exuding an air of calm and transcendence. He stepped through the door, making his way beyond the herb garden without altering his appearance, heading down the mountain. An hour later, Zhao Ping'an emerged from the gates of the sword sect. The rendezvous point agreed upon with Lin Yu was situated a fair distance from the sect's gates, yet not excessively far. Thus, Zhao Ping'an ambled leisurely, unhurried in his journey. It seems I can no longer contain myself, he reflected just as he left the gates. With his formidable spiritual awareness, he suddenly sensed something amiss. As his words faded, a sharp sound pierced the air, and a black chain, shimmering with a dark golden hue, surged forth like a venomous serpent, striking towards Zhao Ping'an from an uncanny angle. The chain tightened, akin to a divine sword descending, imbued with potent waves of magical energy. Zhao Ping'an had anticipated this. With a casual step, he sidestepped the fierce assault effortlessly. As the dust settled, A figure materialized not far away. Zhao Ping'an, your reflexes are quite impressive, the masked individual sneered coldly, concealing their face. At last, you have arrived. Zhao Ping'an smiled upon seeing the figure, then continued, I have been awaiting you for quite some time. Esteemed brother from the Hall of Discipline. I have no idea what you are talking about, the masked person replied, astonished, before hastily denying it. If I am not mistaken, you are Zio, the direct disciple of Duan Wuyo, am I right? Why persist in this charade? Zhao Ping'an smiled faintly, continuing to assert his claim. Upon hearing this, the masked figure's expression turned grave, his tone darkening as he inquired, how did you ascertain my identity? Have you dispatched someone to investigate me? His demeanor fluctuated between uncertainty and trepidation, astonished that Zhao Ping'an was aware of his true self, and it seemed the latter had anticipated his arrival all along. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for he had made ample preparations. Have you come to avenge Duan Wuyo? Zhao Ping'an asked with keen interest after confirming the other's identity. One might say so. However, I am far more intrigued by the secrets you possess. A seemingly mediocre disciple of the medicinal garden. Yet you have caused my master's demise and dispatched a killer at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Zhao Ping'an, who exactly are you? Zio scoffed, demanding an answer. Who I am is beyond your right to know. Haha. Zio laughed derisively, taunting, I recognize your formidable prowess. Yet my presence here today signifies my absolute confidence in my ability to end your life. Such declarations are premature, Zhao Ping'an retorted with a smirk, then clapped his hands. In an instant, several overwhelming auras surged nearby, and figures streaked across the sky, materializing behind Zhao Ping'an. Do you dare to confront those who have aided our Lin family? You must possess an audacious heart. The leading girl, pure and beautiful, spoke with a chilling tone. Her delicate features and radiant skin revealed her as Lin Yu, the daughter of the Lin family. Following her were 3 cultivators, each exuding formidable fluctuations of foundation establishment stage power. Lin family cultivators? Zio's expression shifted abruptly upon the sudden appearance of Lin Yu and her companions, realizing the gravity of the situation. Miss Lin, your assistance is greatly appreciated. Zhao Ping'an expressed his gratitude. Master Zhao, it is our duty. You may observe how the Lin family subdues these scoundrels. Lin Yu replied with a charming smile before commanding her fellow cultivators, seize them. No sooner had she spoken than the 3 Lin family cultivators acted without hesitation. A bronze bell, the size of a palm, expanded into a small mountain, crashing down, while violet lightning cleaved the sky, igniting a fierce battle between the 3 Lin family cultivators and the 2 killers from the ghost tavern. Retreat. Zio, sensing the shifting tides of battle, promptly turned to flee. However, would Zhao Ping'an allow him to escape? Zhao Ping'an took a decisive step forward, utilizing the formidable recoil to pursue Zio. Upon witnessing Zhao Ping'an chase after Zio, Lin Yu felt a tightness in her heart, a surge of concern for Zhao Ping'an's safety, but it was too late to intervene. The two quickly traversed several miles, distancing themselves from the battleground where the Lin family cultivators clashed with the Spectre Tavern assassins. Seeing no one around, Zhao Ping'an unleashed his full potential, channeling his life force as it surged violently from the 4th layer of Qi refinement, rapidly ascending to the late foundation establishment stage. The terrifying energy fluctuations left Zio dumbfounded, his complexion draining of color in sheer terror. Exhibiting the prowess of the late foundation establishment stage, Zhao Ping'an advanced with lightning speed, closing the distance to Zio in an instant. Puppet technique. Sensing the overwhelming aura of death, Zio hastily summoned 2 towering puppets, attempting to impede Zhao Ping'an's advance. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a resounding explosion echoed as the seemingly formidable puppets disintegrated, failing to halt Zhao Ping'an in the slightest. With an impassive expression, Zhao Ping'an casually struck out his hand. His gathered energy manifested as a colossal golden hand, ruthlessly descending upon Zio's back. Spirit Jade Armor. Black Gold Lion Seal. Zio's pallor deepened as he desperately summoned 2 powerful artifacts, striving to defend against Zhao Ping'an's onslaught. However, for Zhao Ping'an, who had revealed his true strength, their efforts were utterly futile. As the golden hand crashed down, both artifacts shattered simultaneously, and Zio violently coughed up blood, the force shattering his internal organs, leaving him gasping for breath upon the ground. This was merely the result of Zhao Ping'an holding back. Otherwise, a single blow would have sufficed to obliterate him entirely. You are too weak. I find you exceedingly disappointing. Approaching the barely conscious Zio, Zhao Ping'an's expression remained unyielding. He had intended to gauge his own combat prowess against Zio's foundation establishment stage, yet the latter could not withstand even a casual strike, akin to crushing an ant beneath one's heel. You. Zhao, infuriated, spat blood once more, nearly losing consciousness. He had encountered humiliation before, but this was an entirely different kind of degradation. Tell me, how did you come to know about me? Zhao Ping'an inquired. The reason for his reluctance to annihilate Zhao being his desire to ascertain whether others in the sword sect were aware of his peculiarities. I will not speak. Zhao struggled to utter, resolute in his refusal to divulge any information, even at the cost of his life. If you refuse to speak, I have my ways of uncovering your thoughts. Zhao Ping'an shook his head, murmuring, I will have to resort to the soul-searching techniques from my previous life. As the words left his lips, he pressed his palm against Zhao's forehead. In an instant, Zhao's expression shifted dramatically, unleashing a heart-wrenching scream. A torrent of memories flowed into Zhao Ping'an's mind, drawn from the depths of Zhao's soul. This is the formidable power of the soul-searching technique, which allows one to effortlessly access the memories of others. However, its side effects are glaringly apparent. The individual subjected to the soul search endures excruciating torment until they ultimately perish. This method is indeed terrifying. Under normal circumstances, Zhao Ping'an would be reluctant to wield such a technique, but given the stubbornness of his opponent, he shows no mercy. The agonizing screams persisted for a full quarter of an hour, ceasing only after Zhu had lost all signs of life. So it was revealed that this individual had inherited the secret legacy left by Duan Wuyo, enabling him to transcend to the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, he possessed several valuable items. Zhao Ping'an retracted his hand and simultaneously removed the storage bag from Ziyu's body. Having completed these actions without hesitation, he produced a fire spirit talisman and incinerated Ziyu's corpse into ashes. Chapter 108. A bounty of harvests. As the ashes dissipated, Duan Wuyi's direct disciple, Zhao, vanished completely from the world. I do not provoke others, nor do I wish to be provoked. He hoped that in the next life, Zhao would not be so blind as to provoke those who should not be provoked. Zhao Ping'an shook his head and then departed with measured steps. The battle between several foundation-building cultivators of the Lin family and two assassins from the Phantom Tavern had come to a close. The three Lin family cultivators, despite sustaining significant injuries, managed to severely injure and repel the two assassins. Master Zhao, are you unscathed? Upon Zhao Ping'an's return, Lin Yu inquired with concern. Miss Lin, I am fine, Zhao Ping'an replied, though a hint of regret crossed his face. I simply failed to catch that person. He had intentionally kept this from Lin Yu. Otherwise, if she learned that Zhao, who possessed foundation-building prowess, had been effortlessly defeated, she would undoubtedly be astounded. After all, in the eyes of Lin Yu and the others, Zhao Ping'an still appeared to be merely a fourth-layer qi refining cultivator. Today's events owe much to your Lin family's assistance. Otherwise, I fear I would not have escaped with my life. Zhao Ping'an expressed his gratitude to Lin Yu. Upon realizing that Zhao from the discipline hall was targeting him, he had immediately contacted Lin Yu to request the aid of several strong members of the Lin family to confront the assassins from the Phantom Tavern. Otherwise, even Zhao Ping'an, with his considerable strength, would have found it challenging to navigate such a perilous situation. It is our duty. Assisting Master Zhao is an honor for our Lin family. Lin Yu replied with a radiant smile, intentionally seeking to deepen her connection with Zhao Ping'an. If she could cultivate a relationship with a second-tier talisman master, all of today's efforts would be worthwhile. In response to Lin Yu's flattery, Zhao Ping'an smiled knowingly. The two did not linger in idle conversation, but began the exchange of talismans. When Zhao Ping'an produced the 6 already prepared Xian talisman, Lin Yu and the foundation-building cultivators of the Lin family were visibly elated. Excellent. With these Xian talismans, our Lin family's overall strength will receive a significant boost, Lin Yu exclaimed, carefully storing the batch of talismans. Master Zhao, everything in here is what I promised you. Feel free to count them, Lin Yu said, taking out a blue storage bag with a smile. No need to count. I trust you, Miss Lin, Zhao Ping'an replied, accepting the storage bag with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's smile brightened even more. Miss Lin, I have a question. Why does the Lin family require such a large quantity of Xian talismans? Have you encountered some trouble? After the transaction was complete, Zhao Ping'an hesitated for a moment before asking. Well, Lin Yu's smile faltered for a brief moment, but she quickly regained her composure. It is permissible to inform Master Zhao. Our Lin family has indeed encountered difficulties and may be under scrutiny from the Yin-Yang sect. Thus, for self-preservation, we must procure a considerable amount of talismans to bolster the defensive capabilities of our family cultivators. Lin Yu spoke calmly, stating that this matter was not a secret. The current predicament of the Lin family was known to nearly every cultivation force in Nan County. Some factions took the opportunity to strike, while others merely watched from the sidelines. I see. Should there be any way in which Zhao can assist, Miss Lin? Please do not hesitate to ask, Zhao Ping'an replied after a moment of contemplation. The Lin family was affluent, and Lin Yu left a favorable impression on him. Thus, Zhao Ping'an sincerely wished for the Lin family to weather this storm. Zhao Master, your words alone suffice. Lin Yu said earnestly, touched by his offer. If the Lin family can successfully navigate this crisis, I shall personally visit the sword sect to pay my respects. At present, the Lin family faced imminent peril, and she was acutely aware of how many cultivators, who usually had ties with them, were now distancing themselves. Yet, Zhao Ping'an's willingness to extend his hand at this moment stirred a complex mix of emotions within her. However, she understood that the crisis the Lin family faced could not be alleviated by a single talisman master, so she did not dwell on it. Very well. Zhao Ping'an nodded gently. He then chose not to linger, bidding farewell to Lin Yu and the others before departing back to the sword sect. Miss, that Zhao Master is quite commendable. Despite knowing our family's plight, he is still willing to offer assistance. Such a kind-hearted cultivator is indeed rare in this world, remarked a foundation establishment cultivator from the Lin family as he watched Zhao Ping'an's retreating figure. Although his cultivation was slightly inferior, his courage to pursue a foundation establishment master alone was admirable, showcasing both spirit and kindness far beyond his peers. If the young lady holds any interest in him, it would be wise to engage with him more. What are you saying, Quanbo? Lin Yu's cheeks flushed as she responded with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Moreover, given the Lin family's current perilous situation, I hardly have the luxury to ponder such matters. Precisely because of our family's difficulties, the young lady should consider her future. The Lin family cultivator, referred to as Quanbo, advised with a gentle smile. Having watched Lin Yu grow up, he understood her feelings well. His earlier comment was merely a light-hearted probe, and Lin Yu's lack of aversion, coupled with her dismissal of romance amidst their troubles, indicated that she indeed harbored some affection for Zhao Ping'an. I shall not entertain you any longer, Lin Yu exclaimed, stamping her foot in a huff before turning away. This rare display of girlhood exasperation left the other Lin family cultivators exchanging knowing glances, each wearing a meaningful smile. Not long after, Zhao Ping'an returned to the medicinal garden. Inside the wooden house, he retrieved 2 storage bags, one filled with the spoils from defeating Ziyu, and the other as remuneration for the talismans Lin Yu had promised to craft. According to the soul-searching technique, Ziyu had inherited a considerable amount of secret treasures from Duan Wui, aside from the majority of valuables he had squandered during his breakthrough. This storage bag likely contained a wealth of items. Zhao Ping'an channeled a trace of his longevity magic and infused it into his storage bag. As the bag opened, his eyes sparkled with delight. The sound of clattering echoed as gleaming spirit stones appeared, piled high like a small mountain, emanating an astonishing wave of spiritual energy. 50,000 spirit stones. Zhao Ping'an's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated that Ziyu's storage bag contained such an abundance of spirit stones. It was evident that these stones were accumulated from Ziyu's acquisition of Duan Wui's secret legacy. Otherwise, as an ordinary disciple of the discipline hall, it would have taken him a century to amass such a quantity. Besides the spirit stones, Zhao Ping'an discovered several tomes within the storage bag that detailed the techniques of puppet mastery. These techniques bore a striking resemblance to those he had previously acquired from Duan Wui. While they might hold significant value for others, for Zhao Ping'an, they were merely trivial distractions. Suddenly, Zhao Ping'an's gaze sharpened as a jade box materialized before him. Upon opening the box, a blood-red orb, roughly the size of a thumb, came into view. The blood-red hue shimmered like jade, coalescing into a sphere. This was the Blood Flood Beast Dan. Zhao Ping'an recognized the item immediately. As the name implies, the Blood Flood Beast Dan is derived from the spirit beast known as the Blood Flood, containing the essence and vitality of the creature. For foundational stage cultivators, it possesses immense utility. Although it cannot compare to the barrier-breaking Dan previously gifted to Zhao Ping'an by Li Yun, it still offers significant enhancement to his cultivation. It is no exaggeration to say that this Blood Flood Beast Dan could fetch 20 to 30,000 spirit stones at auction. The Beast Dan's luster appeared somewhat dimmed, suggesting that a considerable amount of its essence had been expended. If Zhao Ping'an surmised correctly, Ziyu must have used this Dan during his breakthrough to the foundational stage, depleting some of its energy. No wonder, when he defeated Duan Wui, there were so few treasures found in his storage bag. It seems he had left behind a secret legacy, with most of the spirit stones and valuable items contained within. Regrettably, Ziyu squandered many precious items, leaving behind primarily spirit stones and this Beast Dan. Zhao Ping'an mused softly. Aside from the Beast Dan, Zhao Ping'an also discovered several artifacts within the storage bag, but they were all mundane low-grade tools, hardly worthy of his attention. After tallying the spoils obtained from defeating Ziyu, Zhao Ping'an opened the blue storage bag given to him by Lin Yu. An exquisitely crafted jade vial immediately caught his eye. Inside the vial was a drop of dark golden essence blood, radiating a heart-stopping aura. The essence blood of the purple gold leopard. Zhao Ping'an's gaze sharpened. The purple gold leopard is an exceedingly rare spirit beast, and its essence blood has immense benefits for cultivators. Though it is merely a single drop, the energy it contains should not be underestimated. Now that Zhao Ping'an had reached the late foundational stage, consuming the essence blood of the purple gold leopard in conjunction with the assistance of the beast Dan could potentially shorten his cultivation time significantly and enable him to advance towards the perfection of the foundational stage. With this thought, a smile crept across Zhao Ping'an's face as he carefully stored away the jade vial and the beast Dan. In addition to the precious blood of the purple gold leopard, the storage bag also contained a meticulously prepared sum of 10,000 spirit stones, along with 5 exquisite high-grade magical artifacts. These 5 artifacts are the Tiger Headblade, the Returning Scale Inked Jade Spear, the Coiling Dragon Sword, the 7 Stars Armor, and the Black King Cauldron. The quality of these artifacts far surpasses that of others in the same tier, and their cumulative value is even comparable to that of over 10,000 spirit stones. The Lin family truly exhibits a generous spirit. A smile graced Zhao Ping'an's face as he softly murmured. This time, Zhao Ping'an's harvest was abundant, alleviating his concerns about cultivation resources for the foreseeable future. Chapter 109. The attitude of the sword sect for cultivators. Innate talent is undoubtedly significant, yet the availability of cultivation resources holds equal importance. Take Zhao Ping'an's daily practice as an example. To sustain the spirit gathering array and enhance his cultivation speed, he must expend hundreds of spirit stones each day, amounting to 1,000 or 2,000 stones over the course of a month. Zhao Ping'an previously opted to become a talisman master due to the scarcity of this profession, which allows him to amass sufficient cultivation resources. Having just broken through, he required some time before utilizing the blood of the purple gold leopard and the blood flood dragon beast pill to achieve their maximum efficacy. After meticulously counting his spirit stones and magical artifacts, Zhao Ping'an pondered thoughtfully. Individually, the effects of the purple gold leopard's blood and the blood flood dragon beast pill do not compare to the barrier-breaking pill he had used earlier. However, their combined effects would undoubtedly rival or even surpass those of the barrier-breaking pill. Both treasures are rare and capable of enhancing cultivation efficacy, and Zhao Ping'an was reluctant to use them hastily, preferring to wait for a more opportune moment to unleash their full potential. From the recollections of that young man, he learned of the dark force known as the Phantom Tavern, which had a branch at the foot of the mountain in the market. This represented a significant threat that needed to be appropriately addressed. Zhao Ping'an recalled another crucial matter. Such assassin organizations are exceedingly secretive and undoubtedly possess numerous contingencies. If I were to personally confront them, the risks might outweigh the benefits, and my true cultivation level could be exposed. Nevertheless, the sword sect, with its long-standing legacy, would never permit a killer organization to harbor itself within its market. An epiphany struck him, leading to a suitable solution. The following day, the sword sect received an anonymous tip-off reporting that an assassin organization was concealed within the market at the foot of the mountain. The Phantom Tavern? It was a dark force with an extensive history. Their base was actually established within our sword sect's market. After reviewing the tip-off, an elder of the sword sect responsible for the market adopted an exceptionally grave expression and regarded the matter with utmost seriousness. Elder, it's merely a report. It could be someone spreading falsehoods. Our market mainly consists of legitimate shops, and we have never encountered any dark forces before, remarked a sword sect disciple dismissively. No, the content of this letter does not appear fabricated. Furthermore, the Phantom Tavern is an exceedingly mysterious assassin organization that has previously attempted to assassinate several powerful members of our sword sect. Whether this claim is true or false, I must personally verify it, the elder stationed at the market declared resolutely after taking a deep breath. That same day, the elder, accompanied by more than a dozen disciples, set out for the Phantom Tavern's hideout. Initially, many disciples regarded the matter with indifference, but upon arriving at the concealed tavern with the elder, they began to sense the gravity of the situation. Soon after, the elder of the sword sect engaged in a fearsome battle with the old tavern keeper, unleashing terrifying waves of energy that reverberated throughout the entire foot of the mountain. This clash was extraordinarily intense. Nearly all disciples brought by the elder were involved in the fray, resulting in the obliteration of the Phantom Tavern stronghold, though the sword sect also suffered the grievous injury of several disciples. Before long, the news spread like wildfire throughout the marketplace and even reached the farthest corners of the sword sect. The efficiency of the sect was indeed remarkable. My anonymous tip-off had barely been delivered when an elder personally took action to dismantle the Phantom Tavern's base, revealing the sect's profound disdain and apprehension towards such shadowy assassin organizations. Upon receiving the latest news, Zhao Ping'an pondered thoughtfully, murmuring to himself. In the days that followed, Zhao Ping'an rarely ventured outside. Aside from tending to the herb garden each morning, he remained within the wooden cabin, utilizing the assistance of the spirit-gathering array to diligently continue his cultivation of the eternal life sword technique. His life force grew increasingly profound and enduring, invigorating his vitality and strength. It is nearly time, he mused. Compared to a few days prior, his cultivation had become significantly more solid, allowing him to utilize the blood of the golden leopard and the blood serpent beast pill. On this day, Zhao Ping'an once again retrieved the blood of the golden leopard and the blood serpent beast pill. He hesitated no longer and activated his life force to refine the blood, transforming it into his own power. Simultaneously, he extracted the energy from the blood serpent beast pill, using his life force to further enhance his cultivation. Under the refining influence of his life force, the blood gradually dissipated, ultimately manifesting as a colossal phantom of the golden leopard. Although merely a specter, it emanated an aura reminiscent of a king of ferocious beasts, its fierce and savage energy surging deep into Zhao Ping'an's soul. This essence contained the domineering will of the golden leopard. For an ordinary foundation-building practitioner, such an overwhelming force could easily disturb the mind and lead to demonic deviation. Yet Zhao Ping'an's will was remarkably resilient and powerful, remaining entirely unaffected. With a mere glance, he shattered this intangible will, converting the energy contained within the blood into his formidable life force. Simultaneously, Zhao Ping'an urged the blood serpent beast pill with his energy, allowing its released power to merge with his physique. As time passed, his aura visibly intensified at an astonishing rate. Under normal circumstances, Zhao Ping'an had only recently entered the late stages of foundation building. Even with the aid of the spirit-gathering array and arduous training, significant advancement in cultivation was arduous to achieve. However, the situation was now different. With the assistance of the golden leopard's blood and the blood serpent beast pill, despite the elevated difficulty of cultivating the eternal life sword technique, he experienced a remarkable enhancement. The combined effects of the golden leopard's blood and the blood serpent beast pill were simply astounding. It is noteworthy that even a single one of these treasures, if casually presented, would incite a frenzied scramble among foundation-building practitioners. Now, with their effects compounded, their potency surpassed even that of barrier-breaking pills. A gentle golden radiance enveloped Zhao Ping'an's body, his longevity and magical prowess flourishing endlessly, elevating his aura significantly. In merely half an hour, he achieved advancements surpassing several years of arduous cultivation. While Zhao Ping'an utilized 2 treasures to enhance his cultivation, a momentous event unfolded within the Grand Hall of the Sword Sect, where numerous high-ranking officials and elite disciples had congregated. Esteemed members, I have summoned you here today to announce a significant matter, declared the Sword Master, his countenance stern and his gaze sharp as he surveyed all present within the hall. A momentous matter? Could it be? The attendees exchanged glances, each displaying a myriad of reactions, some filled with eager anticipation, others beset by unease, while a few furrowed their brows in thought. From this day forth, the Sword Sect shall forge an alliance with the Southern Counties government to jointly combat the Inyang sect, the Sword Master proclaimed, his imposing stature emanating an unparalleled aura, his words resolute. With the Sword Master's declaration, a wave of astonishment rippled through the assembly. Although the prefect of Southern County had previously sought the Sword Sect's assistance against the Inyang sect, many had presumed that the sect would remain indifferent. Thus, the Sword Master's decisive action took them by surprise. The Inyang sect wreaks havoc upon the world, inflicting suffering upon innocent lives and sowing discord throughout the land. While we, as cultivators, seek no worldly disputes, we cannot turn a blind eye to such tyranny. Fellow disciples, join me in vanquishing the Inyang sect. The Sword Master appeared to have anticipated their reactions, his voice echoing like thunder throughout the hall. We are willing to follow the Sword Master in eradicating the Inyang sect. Several high-ranking elders of the Sword Sect promptly voiced their unwavering support, affirming their allegiance in unison. Together we shall eradicate the Inyang sect. Together we shall eradicate the Inyang sect. As the elders expressed their stance, the remaining members of the Sword Sect quickly rallied, echoing their agreement. The fervent clamor surged like a tidal wave, resonating throughout the Grand Hall and beyond. On this day, the Sword Sect cast aside all hesitation. issuing commands that reverberated through the entire sect, solidifying their collaborative agreement with the prefect of Southern County to confront the Inyang sect. Of course, to persuade the Sword sect to take action against the Inyang sect, the prefect had made certain concessions, offering substantial benefits in return. Chapter 110. A Dreamer's Delusion. Within the rustic wooden cabin, Zhao Ping'an sat cross-legged amid the great spirit-gathering formation, his aura subtly intensifying. The longevity mana coursing through him not only grew increasingly refined, but also surged forth with relentless vigor. If earlier, upon his breakthrough to the late Foundation establishment stage, his mana resembled a ceaselessly flowing river, at this moment it was akin to a mighty dragon-like torrent. Both in quality and quantity, there had been a notable enhancement. Time slipped away unmeasured, and with the complete dissolution of the blood essence from the golden leopard and the blood flood beast Dan, Zhao Ping'an finally opened his eyes. His gaze was profound and luminous, akin to fathomless black holes. Any Foundation establishment practitioner who dared to meet his eyes would find their spirit easily unsettled. Alas, he was still a hair's breadth away from perfecting his Foundation establishment stage. Sensing the transformations within him, Zhao Ping'an spoke with a hint of regret. He had initially believed that with the aid of the golden leopard's blood essence and the blood flood beast Dan, he would seamlessly transition from the late Foundation establishment stage to its zenith. Yet, the outcome was less gratifying than anticipated. If it had been any other practitioner at the Foundation establishment stage, the assistance of such potent treasures would have effortlessly propelled them to a higher realm, possibly beyond. However, due to his cultivation of the eternal life sword technique, his progress within the Foundation establishment realm had become significantly more arduous compared to others. Even after exhausting both treasures, he still remained half a step away from achieving the peak of the Foundation establishment stage. Zhao Ping'an came to understand the underlying reason and reluctantly accepted this reality. His expression was calm. While he was not entirely satisfied with the result, he also did not feel particularly disheartened. At the very least, his strength had undeniably grown stronger than it had been not long ago, and with continued dedicated practice, it would not be long before he could shatter that thin barrier and reach the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage. Just as Zhao Ping'an concluded his training, he suddenly sensed a disturbance emanating from his storage bag. He casually retrieved a golden token, the identity insignia he had received upon becoming a talisman master in the Talisman Pavilion. This token served not only as a mark of identity, but also as a communication artifact, often used by the Talisman Pavilion to relay crafting missions to several talisman masters. A mission had been issued by the Talisman Pavilion to craft 50 mid-grade second-tier talismans of heavenly fire. Upon reviewing the details, Zhao Ping'an was taken aback. The Talisman Pavilion had unexpectedly announced a crafting mission, particularly for mid-tier second-grade talismans. It was noteworthy that in recent years, the environment within the Sword sect had been relatively safe and tranquil, and the frequency of tasks from the Talisman Pavilion had not been as intense as during the conflict with the Frostmoon sect. Furthermore, missions involving second-tier talismans had become exceedingly rare. Now, the sudden emergence of a substantial task for mid-grade second-tier talismans raised questions. Had something significant transpired within the sect recently? The Heavenly Fire Talisman was an offensive talisman. Even a practitioner in the later stages of chi refinement could unleash its power, posing a threat to those at the Foundation establishment stage. If the Symbol Pavilion intends to sell its wares in the market, it would not issue such a large number of talisman crafting tasks. Has something significant transpired within the sect during my days of cultivation? Zhao Ping'an mused quietly, refraining from hastily accepting the talisman crafting tasks and instead preparing to venture out to gather information. As the dawn light began to illuminate the sky, he picked up his broom and pushed open the door. Although he was now a revered second-tier talisman master, he still held the position of a humble cleaning disciple in the medicinal herb garden. Of course, it was not that the garden's overseer was unwilling to promote Zhao Ping'an. Rather, he took pleasure in retaining his role as a mere cleaning disciple and proactively requested to maintain this identity. Since he remained in the herb garden, Zhao Ping'an had no desire to seek any special treatment. Moreover, being a cleaning disciple allowed him ample freedom, as apart from his daily cleaning duties, he could freely arrange his time, enjoying a peaceful and leisurely existence. Ping'an. Just as Zhao Ping'an stepped outside, a familiar voice called out from nearby. He turned to see Wang Xiaozi limping towards him. Wang Xiaozi's face bore several new, distinct wrinkles, and amidst his once jet-black hair, conspicuous strands of white had begun to appear. His mediocre talent and advancing age had begun to show signs of wear from the passage of time. In contrast, Zhao Ping'an, despite being over 30 years of age, appeared remarkably youthful, with taut skin and handsome features, showing no signs of aging, and looking even younger than the average man. Senior Brother Wang, shall we clean together? Zhao Ping'an smiled, gesturing for Wang Qiaozi to join him in their duties. Certainly. I came today specifically to find you for cleaning. It has been rather dull working alone without someone to chat with, Wang Qiaozi replied with a grin, and the two walked side by side. As the sun rose, their designated cleaning area had become quite small, allowing them to complete their tasks swiftly. Senior Brother Wang, how has that boy Wang Chung been lately? Zhao Ping'an inquired about Wang Chung. Oh, he's doing well. He visited the herb garden last time and mentioned that his current master has taught him much about cultivation. I also heard him say that his master has entered seclusion. I believe he will soon become a foundation-building cultivator. Wang Qiaozi's face lit up with joy as he spoke of his nephew. That's wonderful, Zhao Ping'an smiled, sharing in Wang Cheng's happiness. It seemed that Tang Fian was indeed dedicated and responsible, a far superior mentor compared to Wang Cheng's first master. Zhao Ping'an resolved to seek out Tang Fian at an opportune moment to express his gratitude in person, as it was due to her goodwill that she had taken Wang Chung under her wing. By the way, Ping'an, a significant event has occurred within the sect recently. With a spark of interest, Wang Qiaozi casually mentioned the news he had just learned. Knowing that Zhao Ping'an had hardly left his residence in recent days, he speculated that Zhao might be unaware of it. Oh, do tell, Zhao Ping'an replied, intrigued. Zhao Ping'an felt a flicker of interest. Just yesterday, our sword sect reached an agreement with the local government of Nanjun to unite against the Yin sect, Wang Qiaozi said in a hushed tone. Collaborating with the local authorities to combat the Yin sect? Connecting this with the talisman-making task from the Talisman Pavilion, Zhao Ping'an suddenly realized why he had unexpectedly received a second-tier, medium-grade talisman assignment. Wang Qiaozi did not conceal anything. He recounted all he knew to Zhao Ping'an. Currently, there are rumors circulating within the sect that the governor of Nanjun promised substantial benefits to our sword sect in exchange for our cooperation against the Yin sect. It is indeed intriguing to ponder what kind of benefits could persuade the sword master to agree to collaborate with the local government. After all, if the sect were to engage in a war with the Yin sect, it would likely lead to a bloody catastrophe, resulting in countless casualties. Wang Qiaozi expressed his sentiments. Many years ago, when the sword sect battled the Frost Moon sect, countless lives were lost. Although victory was ultimately achieved, it came at a significant cost. Now, suddenly declaring a confrontation against the even more formidable Yin sect raises uncertainty about the outcome. Of course, such monumental matters are beyond the influence of a mere disciple like him. Wang Qiaozi could only reflect on his thoughts. The Yin sect has caused turmoil in Nanjun, and even if the sect refrains from intervening this time, it will inevitably have to take action in the future. I believe the sect's decision is indeed quite visionary, Zhao Ping'an remarked. While he seldom focused on external affairs, he had recently heard various individuals speak of the malevolence and cruelty of the Yin sect. This illustrates the grave threat such forces pose to the entire Nanjun region. Moreover, it is crucial to note that Zhao Ping'an had dealt with several malevolent factions in his past life. All malevolent sects harbor grand ambitions, and even if the sword sect were to remain aloof from the governor's request now, one day, when the Yin sect grows even stronger, the sword sect would surely not escape unscathed. Zhao Ping'an wished for peace within the sect, yet in the harsh reality of the cultivation world, maintaining a consistently peaceful and stable environment is, in essence, a mere fantasy. Chapter 111. The reaction of the Yin sect. Ping'an, you make a valid point. However, this is ultimately not a favorable situation. I have heard that the Yin sect possesses considerable power, and if our sect truly engages in battle with them, we will surely incur great costs. Wang the Lame sighed softly, his tone tinged with concern. Although he was merely a menial disciple in the medicinal garden, the repercussions of a fierce conflict between the sword sect and the Yin sect would inevitably reach even those in the comfort of the garden. It was reminiscent of the time many years ago when the sword sect clashed with the Frost Moon sect. The medicinal garden then also suffered significant upheaval, with many menial disciples dispatched to transport supplies, only to meet a tragic fate on the front lines. Indeed, it is not a promising development. Yet, what is meant to happen cannot be evaded. Zhao Ping'an concurred, his expression remarkably tranquil. News of the alliance swiftly spread throughout the entire southern county, with various factions of cultivators learning of the cooperation between the sword sect and the local government to combat the turmoil wrought by the Yin sect. How splendid! The sword sect boasts a long lineage. Although its influence has waned compared to a century ago, its foundation remains steadfast. With the sword sect collaborating with the southern county's government, they are sure to instill fear in the Yin sect. Many cultivator factions that have suffered under the tyranny of the Yin sect rejoiced upon hearing the news. However, the practitioners of the Yin sect are no mere rabble. Even the Frost Moon sect was effortlessly annihilated by them. Can a sword sect in decline truly contend with the Yin sect, even in concert with the Southern County's government? Unless the celestial Xian Holy Land intervenes, who in the entire Southern County can possibly suppress the current malevolence of the Yin sect? Some remained unconvinced, believing that the collaboration between the sword sect and the Southern County government would not only be ineffective against the Yin sect, but might even provoke their ire. The most formidable sect in the Southern County, the celestial Xian Holy Land, had yet to express any opinion, as if the matter bore no relevance to them. Provided the Yin sect does not threaten the interests of the celestial Xian Holy Land, they seem disinclined to involve themselves in this affair. Previously, the Southern County government had sought assistance from the celestial Xian Holy Land, but received no useful response. Meanwhile, deep within a dark mountain, a unique palace lay concealed. This was one of the vital strongholds of the Yin sect, the Black Mountain Hall. The county governor, Jiang Hong, has lingered at the sword sect for many days and has finally persuaded them to unite against us, the Yin sect. What are your thoughts on this matter? A figure within the hall spoke in a deep voice, inquiring. His stature was imposing, and his face was obscured by an eerie mask that appeared to oscillate between a smile and a frown, concealing his true visage. Humph. A mere fallen sword sect dares to challenge our holy sect. It is nothing short of self-destruction. Black Mountain's deputy sect leader. I suggest we abandon our plans to attack the Lin family and instead concentrate our efforts on obliterating the sword sect first, demonstrating to all the cultivators of the Southern County the might and terror of our Yin sect. A burly man stepped forward, proposing his strategy. Initially, had it not been for the alliance between the sword sect and the Southern County government against the Yin sect, they would have already commenced their assault on the Lin family. As long as the resources and territory of the Lin family are acquired, the Yin sect can further expand and strengthen itself. However, the plan has changed. It is indeed a reasonable assertion. If the sword sect dares to oppose us, we must make an example of them. As long as the heavenly Xian sacred land remains uninvolved, we, the Yin sect, shall have no fear and can sweep through all other cultivation forces in the Southern County. Someone voiced their agreement, expressing strong support for this proposal. The Yin sect, having developed and grown over the past few years, has amassed considerable power, and these wicked cultivators possess absolute confidence and tremendous ambition. Even the Frost Moon sect has fallen to our hands. What is the sword sect, which once contended with the Frost Moon sect? I propose not only to annihilate the sword sect, but also to eradicate the local government of the Southern County, instilling fear and submission among all cultivation forces in the region. Some even suggested launching simultaneous strikes against both the sword sect and the local government to achieve the goal of intimidation. Well, since everyone shares this sentiment, let us temporarily spare the Lin family and concentrate our efforts on the sword sect and the Southern County government. Noticing the unanimity of thought among the assembly, the vice leader of the Yin sect revealed a cold smile and made the final decision. Thus, the Lin family, initially targeted by the Yin sect, gained a temporary reprieve due to the collaboration between the sword sect and the Southern County's governor, Jiang Hong. 2 days later, the territories of the sword sect and the Southern County government were simultaneously subjected to active assaults by the wicked cultivators of the Yin sect, resulting in considerable losses. In response to such a formidable retaliation from the Yin sect, Governor Jiang Hong of the Southern County left the sword sect that day to return to the governor's office. Concurrently, over 100 disciples of the sword sect, led by several elders, accompanied Jiang Hong down the mountain to initiate the extermination of the Yin sect's wicked cultivators. Within a mere span of 10 days, aided by the Southern County government, the disciples of the sword sect consecutively dismantled several strongholds of the Yin sect, slaying dozens of their wicked members. The Yin sect, which had been causing unrest in the Southern County, suffered significant setbacks. Within a wooden hut, Zhao Ping'an grasped a talisman brush, his life force condensing at the tip, as he meticulously inscribed golden runes onto pristine talisman paper. His movements were fluid and precise, and in an instant, a talisman was swiftly completed, an intermediate-grade second-tier talisman, the Heavenly Fire Talisman. After some contemplation over the past few days, he ultimately decided to undertake the task of crafting the Heavenly Fire Talisman issued by the Talisman Pavilion. It was not out of a desire to labor for others, but rather due to the substantial reward for this crafting task, which could yield over 1,000 spirit stones upon completion. Although he currently possessed a considerable quantity of spirit stones, it was inevitable that they would be depleted one day. After all, merely maintaining the spirit gathering formation daily consumed several hundred spirit stones. If he did not earn more spirit stones, no matter how plentiful his current reserves, they would eventually run out. Zhao Ping'an's mastery of talisman crafting is truly remarkable, even when utilizing commonplace materials. His success rate in producing mid-tier second-grade talismans is astonishingly close to 100%. In just a few short days, he has managed to create 50 mid-tier second-grade talismans, specifically the Heavenly Fire talismans, during his leisure hours. Master Zhao, your efficiency is unparalleled. We hope you will contribute significantly to the talisman crafting tasks at the Talisman Pavilion in the future, as the rewards for completing these tasks are bound to increase. When the steward of the Talisman Pavilion received the Heavenly Fire talismans crafted by Zhao Ping'an, a joyful smile spread across his face, and he promptly handed over 1,000 spirit stones to Zhao. Other talisman crafters either lack diligence or procrastinate for extended periods, treating the talisman crafting responsibilities of the pavilion with utter indifference. This steward often finds himself engaged in thankless tasks to meet the crafting demands assigned by the sect. As the few talisman crafters are not individuals he can easily offend, I will do my utmost, Zhao Ping'an replied with a smile, then cautiously inquired, Steward Zhou, how is the current situation of the sect? Unlike Cheng Liang, who oversees the Talisman Pavilion shop at the foot of the mountain, Zhou Cheng, as a steward of the Talisman Pavilion, possesses a deeper understanding of the sect's circumstances. The outlook is not optimistic. Recently, the sect has placed considerable emphasis on our Talisman Pavilion, raising the standards for both the quantity and quality of the talismans. I have heard that the disciples descending from the mountain have suffered significant casualties in their encounters with the malevolent practitioners of the Yin Yang sect. Zhou Cheng candidly shared the information he had gathered. Master Zhao, among the talisman crafters at the pavilion, you are the most dedicated and responsible. We will need to rely on you even more in the future, Zhou Cheng said earnestly. As long as the rewards for talisman crafting are satisfactory, everything will be agreeable, Zhao Ping'an replied with a subtle smile. Chapter 112. Dragon Elephant Talisman. After bidding farewell to Zhou Cheng, Zhao Ping'an returned to the wooden cabin and infused the reward of over 1,000 spirit stones he had just received into the spirit gathering array. Compared to the previous array, the efficacy of the spirit gathering array had been magnified several-fold. However, the consumption of spirit stones was also substantial, with a monthly expenditure reaching up to 1,000 or 2,000 stones. Gazing at the array, Zhao Ping'an murmured to himself, the benefits of this array, which enhances cultivation efficiency, were significant. Without its aid, even with the use of precious elixirs and treasures, he might not have achieved his current level of cultivation. Of course, the depletion of resources from the spirit gathering array was considerable, prompting Zhao Ping'an to diligently complete his talisman-making tasks to earn more spirit stones. Recently, as the Sword Sect and the Yin Yang cult clashed, the demand for talismans in the Talisman Pavilion had surged, accompanied by generous rewards. Even the most ordinary talisman-making tasks offered rewards starting at hundreds of spirit stones, while those with slight difficulty could yield rewards in the thousands. Though Zhao Ping'an was now a second-tier talisman master and garnered attention from several higher-ups in the sect, he remained merely a lowly janitor in the herb garden, thus limiting the resources he could acquire through his disciple status. Earning spirit stones through the Talisman Pavilion was presently the most suitable method for amassing wealth. For who would ever complain about having too many spirit stones? At this moment, having recently broken through in cultivation and absent other opportunities, significant advancement seemed elusive. However, with the sect and the Yin Yang cult genuinely at odds, future circumstances would undoubtedly grow more intricate and perilous. He needed to enhance his protective measures. Zhao Ping'an pondered deeply. The third-tier low-grade talisman he had previously crafted, the Phoenix Spirit Protection Talisman, was primarily defensive in nature. Now, he could attempt to create an offensive third-tier talisman. After a moment's reflection, he recalled a type of talisman he had mastered in his past life. Given his current cultivation level, the most fitting talisman to attempt crafting was the Dragon Elephant Talisman. Like the Phoenix Spirit Protection Talisman, the Dragon Elephant Talisman also belonged to the third tier of low-grade talismans. However, its production difficulty surpassed the latter by more than a factor of 2. Moreover, the power of the Dragon Elephant Talisman was immense. Even a cultivator at the early stage of foundation establishment could wield it to enhance their combat prowess several times over. This was a fearsome, offensive talisman. If he could successfully create the Dragon Elephant Talisman, he could hold his own against even a golden core expert without resorting to the fruits of his past life. Zhao Ping'an spoke softly to himself, his eyes gleaming with determination. Without further hesitation, he retrieved high-quality talisman paper along with purple ink and cinnabar. After the last crafting session for the Phoenix Spirit Protection Talisman, he had consumed a considerable amount of materials, leaving him with less than 50 sheets of high-quality talisman paper and just half a box of purple ink and cinnabar. He wondered if these materials would suffice to forge a single dragon elephant talisman. If they proved inadequate, he would have to make another trip to the rare goods pavilion to procure more crafting materials. Zhao Ping'an intended to give it another try, buoyed by the successful experience of crafting a third-tier talisman previously. Today, he would attempt to create the third-tier talisman once more, hoping it would not prove as laborious as the first time. With a mindset of experimentation, Zhao Ping'an prepared the purple ink and cinnabar, spreading out high-quality talisman paper, while retrieving the white jade talisman brush. This brush not only enhanced the power of the talisman, but also significantly increased the success rate of its creation. Zhao Ping'an did not rush into the process. Instead, he closed his eyes in silence. The talisman-making skills from his past life, along with the techniques for crafting the dragon elephant talisman, swiftly emerged in his mind. After an indeterminate span of time, Zhao Ping'an suddenly opened his eyes, channeling his longevity magic. He grasped the white jade talisman brush with deft precision, beginning to sketch upon the pristine talisman paper. His movements were not swift and bore a hint of strain. Yet each rune was indelibly etched into the paper, emanating faint ripples of spiritual energy. In mere moments, the high-quality talisman paper was adorned with several runes. A sheen of perspiration appeared on Zhao Ping'an's forehead. His actions, seemingly simple, drew forth an unrelenting surge of longevity magic from within, akin to a flood breaching its dam. The inherent difficulty of crafting a third-tier talisman was already considerable, and even with Zhao Ping'an's late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, the consumption of magic was still substantial. Suddenly, the entire talisman paper ignited in flames, swiftly turning to ash and dissipating into the air. It was a failure. Indeed, creating the dragon elephant talisman was not a trivial pursuit. Compared to the phoenix spirit talisman, it demanded a more meticulous control of magic. Even a slight misstep could render all efforts futile. However, Zhao Ping'an did not feel disheartened. He merely reflected on the lessons learned from his recent failure. After a brief respite, he sat within the spirit-gathering array, fully restoring his magical energy before embarking on his second attempt. This time, Zhao Ping'an's demeanor became markedly more focused. His longevity magic flowed forth steadily and profoundly, allowing him to delineate complex and profound runes upon the immaculate talisman paper. The spiritual energy, though concealed beneath the drying ink, was deeply imprinted within the paper, ready to unleash an astonishing force at any moment. Holding a spirit stone, Zhao Ping'an replenished his magical energy while adjusting his breathing and state of mind. Just a few more runes remained to successfully craft the dragon elephant talisman. Yet, in the next moment, a tremor at the tip of the brush unleashed a terrifying force from the talisman paper, generating an intense heat that ignited the nearly completed talisman. Another failure. Alas, he was so close. Nevertheless, he reassured himself, "It's all right. It seems I have grasped the crux of the matter. With a few more attempts, I should encounter no significant issues." Taking a deep breath, he murmured to himself. In the following days, Zhao Ping'an utilized the remaining high-quality talisman paper and purple ink with cinnabar, persistently attempting to create the dragon elephant talisman. After over 30 failures, he finally succeeded in crafting his first dragon elephant talisman. The golden talisman radiated with astonishing waves of spiritual energy, hovering in mid-air. At last, he had succeeded. Fortunately, having prior experience in crafting the Phoenix Guardian talismans proved invaluable. Otherwise, even after countless failures, I might not have succeeded in creating this talisman. Zhao Ping'an's face broke into a smile. With this talisman in hand, his protective capabilities would undoubtedly be enhanced. By harnessing his cultivation at the later stages of foundation establishment, even a fully realized practitioner at the foundation stage might struggle to withstand the talisman's lethal strike. However, the exquisite talisman paper and the rare purple ink and cinnabar had been entirely depleted, rendering him unable to forge more dragon elephant talismans. Zhao Ping'an expressed a tinge of regret, stating that since the premium talisman materials were exhausted, he would have to wait until he could procure them from the treasure's pavilion in the future before contemplating the creation of additional dragon elephant talismans and other third-tier charms. Just then, a gentle and melodious voice suddenly floated in from outside, calling out, "Zhao Shidi, are you there?" Chapter 113, The Inheritance Jade Stone. The codex of the underworld mountain outside the wooden cottage, a striking figure captivated the attention of the passing disciples tending to the medicinal garden. It was a woman of exquisite beauty, her facial features perfectly sculpted. Clad in a delicate lavender gown, she possessed a tall, graceful stature, her skin smooth and fair, standing elegantly with an aura of remarkable grace and gentleness. "Senior Sister Lu?" Zhao Ping'an stepped out and immediately recognized Lu Ningran. He felt a flicker of surprise. not expecting Lu Ningran to seek him out in the medicinal garden. After all, it had been quite some time since they last met. "You seem surprised to see me here," Lu Ningran remarked, her sweet smile illuminating her face, her long, lustrous hair cascading like a waterfall, making her even more enchanting as she beamed. "Indeed, I am taken aback. The sudden visit from Senior Sister Lu is truly an honor. Moreover, it has been a long while since we last met, and I must say, you have become even more beautiful." Zhao Ping'an grinned, offering a compliment that was well received. "Every female cultivator enjoys hearing such flattering words," Lu Ningran replied, her smile growing brighter. "I had pressing matters to attend to recently, which is why I could only come today to congratulate you on becoming a second-tier talisman master. I hope I am not too late." "Not at all. It brings me great joy to know that Senior Sister Lu still thinks of me," Zhao Ping'an responded with a warm smile. "That is reassuring. This is a small token of my appreciation. Consider it a gift to celebrate your achievement as a second-tier talisman master." Lu Ningran casually produced a jade stone, presenting it to Zhao Ping'an with solemnity. The jade was translucent and radiant, its surface shimmering with a mystical glow, exuding an air of transcendence and ancient wisdom that surpassed ordinary spirit stones. "This is an inheritance jade stone." Zhao Ping'an's eyes widened in recognition. Unlike typical martial arts manuals, inheritance jade stones are exceptionally rare, often used by powerful cultivators to directly pass on their cultivation experiences or significant insights. Such treasures are exceedingly scarce, and even within the entire sword sect, few quality inheritance jade stones could be found. The fact that Lu Ningran casually retrieved one astonished Zhao Ping'an. He recalled the mention by the guardian of the medicinal garden that Lu Ningran might possess a noble lineage. As even the governor of Nanjun, Jiang Hong, sought her out. "You are quite knowledgeable to recognize this item," Lu Ningran remarked, slightly taken aback, as she had anticipated that Zhao Ping'an would not identify the inheritance jade stone. However, she dismissed this thought, assuming he had merely heard of it before. "Junior brother Zhao, within this inheritance jade stone lies an exceptionally valuable talisman inheritance. If you can comprehend its mysteries, you might glimpse the secrets of becoming a third-tier talisman master," Lu Ningran subtly advised, refraining from revealing the specific talisman inheritance contained within the stone. "Sister Lu, this item is so precious that I fear." Zhao Ping'an hesitated to speak. Many years ago, Lu Ningran had already gifted him 2 talismanic inheritances, which, although not significantly beneficial, had left Zhao Ping'an with a considerable debt of gratitude. Now, with another precious talismanic inheritance presented to him, he felt utterly astonished. To be fair, since Zhao Ping'an had become a talisman master, Lu Ningran had provided him with immense support. He did not wish to owe her too much, especially considering the complexity of her identity. Maintaining close ties might not be wise. "Do not worry," Lu Ningran reassured with a gentle smile. "This item is legitimate, given to me by an elder. I spent several years in seclusion contemplating it, but gained little in return. Bestowing it upon you is merely a way to ensure this inheritance does not go to waste." Sensing Zhao Ping'an's concerns, she offered this explanation. "Well then, I thank you, sister," Zhao Ping'an replied. Given her openness, he felt it inappropriate to decline any further and accepted the gift with grace. "I should return now," Lu Ningran said, her satisfaction evident as she prepared to take her leave after Zhao Ping'an accepted the jade inheritance. "Wait, Sister Lu," Zhao Ping'an suddenly called out, stopping her. Lu Ningran paused, a hint of confusion crossing her face as she inquired, "Junior brother Zhao, do you have something else to discuss?" "Sister Lu, there are rumors within the sect regarding your extraordinary identity. Even the former governor of Nanjun sought an audience with you," Zhao Ping'an said slowly after a moment's hesitation, carefully observing Lu Ningran's reaction. "Junior brother Zhao, I understand what you were trying to ask," Lu Ningran replied, her expression remaining gentle and her demeanor calm. "In due time, you will learn my true identity." With those words, she gracefully departed. "In due time?" Zhao Ping'an shook his head, pondering the futility of her statement. Although Lu Ningran did not disclose her true identity, her lack of denial regarding the governor's request indicated that she indeed possessed an extraordinary background. Upon returning to his wooden cabin, Zhao Ping'an scrutinized the jade inheritance. Unlike typical martial arts and inheritance texts requiring personal comprehension of their essence, this jade contained something entirely different. It was akin to a compendium of insights and experiences meticulously penned for the user to assimilate. What sort of talismanic inheritance could be deemed so invaluable by Lu Ningran? With a spark of curiosity, Zhao Ping'an infused the jade with his life force. Buzz. As his life force gradually permeated the jade, it became resplendent, illuminating the void with shimmering golden characters. "This is the Ming Mountain Talisman Codex." Zhao Ping'an's expression shifted, his tone growing solemn as he spoke each word deliberately. The Great Qin, established through martial prowess, boasts a long and illustrious history. Amidst this vast tapestry of time, numerous formidable sects of cultivation have emerged, among which the Ming Mountain sect stands prominent. 7 to 8 centuries ago, the Ming Mountain sect held sway over the entirety of Great Qin, its foundation deeply rooted in the art of talismans. With the most powerful inheritance being the Ming Mountain talisman canon, Zhao Ping'an could scarcely fathom that the jade stone bestowed upon him by Lu Ningran contained the very essence of the Ming Mountain sect's core talisman inheritance. Once at the pinnacle of its power, the Ming Mountain sect was mysteriously annihilated overnight by a formidable entity, leaving little of its legacy behind. From where did Lu Ningran acquire the Ming Mountain talisman canon? Despite Zhao Ping'an's calm demeanor, a ripple of curiosity stirred within him. He found himself increasingly intrigued by Lu Ningran's true identity and how she came to possess the core inheritance of a sect long gone. Moreover, from Zhao Ping'an's discerning perspective, the Ming Mountain talisman canon indeed possessed unique qualities that would greatly aid him in his pursuit of the art of talismans. Chapter 114. The Qi Transformation Talisman. It is settled then. Since she has bestowed upon me the Mingshan talisman canon, I shall accept it with peace of mind and engage in its study. Zhao Ping'an contemplated for a moment, promptly resolving to refrain from probing deeper into Lu Ningran's true origins. The Mingshan talisman canon is indeed exquisite. It appears merely as a transmission of talismanic knowledge, yet it directly points to the path of immortality. Should I manage to comprehend it, it would greatly benefit both my mastery of talismans and my cultivation practice. After a brief examination of the Mingshan talisman canon, Zhao Ping'an swiftly arrived at this conclusion. Without wasting any time, he began to diligently study the canon. Unlike the numerous talismanic legacies he had acquired in his previous life, the Mingshan talisman canon possesses unique attributes, transcending conventional talisman-making methods. It even holds the potential to transform the myriad elements of the universe into formidable talismans for battle. Of course, this represents the theoretical pinnacle of the Mingshan talisman canon, a level that even high-ranking talisman masters find exceedingly difficult to attain in normal circumstances. Nevertheless, it remains profoundly enlightening for Zhao Ping'an's current path of talisman mastery. After merely 2 days of studying the Mingshan talisman canon, Zhao Ping'an had garnered significant insights, resulting in a noticeable enhancement of his talismanic skills. He was even confident that with his current level of proficiency, if he were to attempt crafting a low-grade third-tier talisman, his success rate would surpass previous attempts by several percentage points. This is but one of the benefits derived from his study of the Mingshan talisman canon. Do not underestimate this change. Even a mere 1% increase in success rate represents a monumental improvement for a talisman master, allowing for substantial savings in materials and reduced costs. Meanwhile, as Zhao Ping'an immersed himself in the Mingshan talisman canon, Lu Ningran ventured into a secluded cave. The cave was shrouded in darkness, akin to an endless abyss, emanating a chilling and eerie aura. I have already gifted him the Mingshan talisman canon. As for how much he ultimately comprehends from it, that lies within his own fortune, Lu Ningran softly remarked, halting her steps 3 zhang from the cave's entrance. His talismanic skills are commendable. I believe that with the Mingshan talisman canon, he shall undoubtedly reach a new pinnacle in the realm of talismans. A clear and melodious voice resonated from within the cave. Are you so certain? Lu Ningran was taken aback, surprised that such a figure held Zhao Ping'an's potential in talismans in higher regard than herself. Indeed, I trust my judgment. After all, he was the one who saved me once. The person within the cave responded with unwavering certainty. Very well, Lu Ningran conceded, unable to refute the statement. Then she recalled an important matter and said, the Sword Sect has engaged in war with the Yinyang sect. Although they have established cooperation with the local government of Nanjun, the situation remains dire. The Holy Land continues to send people to secretly pursue you. It may not be safe for you to remain here much longer. Do you wish for me to leave? The person in the cave inquired. I have already met with Jiang Hong, the governor of Nanjun. In due time, I plan to return to the Wang residence to see what transpires. Lu Ningran sighed softly, stating her intentions. In the present era of the Great Qin, undercurrents swirl, making a return not necessarily a prudent choice. Within the cave, a faint voice resonates. I cannot remain indifferent. Lu Ningran's enchanting eyes, deep and contemplative, murmured, thus, you must depart before I leave the Sword Sect. With those words, she turned swiftly and exited, leaving no opportunity for the figure inside to utter another word. In the ensuing period, Zhao Ping'an devoted his primary focus entirely to the mystical mountain rune codex. His expertise in talismans ascended at a discernible pace. This was not to imply that the codex possessed extraordinary powers. Rather, it had illuminated many enlightening concepts for Zhao Ping'an. It is worth noting that in his previous life, Zhao Ping'an had already attained profound understanding in the art of talismans, possessing unique insights into the path of talismans. The emergence of the mystical mountain rune codex seemed to fill significant gaps in his prior knowledge, facilitating his remarkable advancements in this realm. The spirit-gathering array operated, drawing the surrounding celestial energies, which flowed ceaselessly into the wooden cabin. Inside, Zhao Ping'an maintained a tranquil demeanor, his longevity magic profound and extensive, gathering at the tips of his elongated fingers. Spirit manipulation rune. Zhao Ping'an inhaled deeply, and with a flick of his fingers in the void, a pale red rune suddenly materialized. The rune coalesced and remained intact, radiating powerful waves of spiritual energy. At that moment, Zhao Ping'an's fingertips transformed into genuine talisman brushes, fluidly etching runes. Ultimately, all the runes converged, forming a talisman forged from his magical essence. It is accomplished. Zhao Ping'an's eyes sparkled as he mused. This was the greatest achievement from his days of studying the mystical mountain rune codex, the ability to condense runes in the void without any talisman crafting materials. Relying solely on his own magical essence as the medium, the rune remained cohesive, its spiritual energy waves steady. Thus, this fire spirit rune, entirely composed of magical essence, should possess power comparable to that crafted with conventional materials. Identical in potency, yet devoid of the need for crafting materials, this method of talisman creation is rare and sophisticated. Nevertheless, with my current mastery of talismans, such runes can only sustain their form for half an hour and are confined to the first-tier level. Zhao Ping'an pondered thoughtfully. The spirit manipulation rune has its advantages, but also certain limitations. Of course, as Zhao Ping'an's proficiency in talismans continues to grow, the merits of this method will expand, and its shortcomings will be progressively refined. The guardian of the herb garden summoned all the miscellaneous disciples for a meeting. All herb garden disciples, please proceed immediately to the central square. Just as Zhao Ping'an had recently mastered the spirit manipulation rune technique, he heard a booming voice from outside. Upon hearing this announcement, the disciples resting in their quarters promptly emerged, not daring to delay in the slightest. Zhao Ping'an, with his formidable spiritual awareness, quickly sensed the situation outside. A meeting for the miscellaneous disciples? Could there be significant matters at hand? Zhao Ping'an furrowed his brow slightly, then rose abruptly, making his way outside. As he pushed the door open, he beheld nearly all the servant disciples around him hurrying towards the central square of the herb garden. Ping'an. A familiar voice rang out from a short distance away. Following the sound, Zhao Ping'an spotted the towering figure of Daniel. Daniel, what has transpired? Zhao Ping'an inquired. Daniel, the senior brother among the servant disciples in the herb garden, held a position just below that of the garden's overseer. His urgency in summoning the servant disciples for a meeting at the central square indicated that something significant had occurred. Ping'an, he spoke as he walked alongside, leaning in with a grave expression and a tone tinged with seriousness. Chapter 115, The Sect's Defeat. What has happened? Noticing the expression on Daniel's face, Zhao Ping'an raised an eyebrow and inquired once more. Ping'an, do you recall the recent events when our sect dispatched members to confront the malevolent practitioners of the Yin cult? Daniel did not conceal anything, revealing to Zhao Ping'an the alarming news he had just received. The sect's disciples who descended the mountain have suffered casualties exceeding half their number. The situation is dire. Although Zhao Ping'an possessed a calm demeanor, he could not help but feel a twinge of surprise upon hearing this news. Not long ago, the Sword Sect had forged an alliance with the local government of Nanjun to combat the chaos instigated by the malevolent practitioners of the Yin cult. Under the directive of the Sword Sect's higher-ups, a significant number of sect members had been dispatched to eradicate these evil practitioners. How could it be that only a short time had passed, and the Sword Sect's disciples had already suffered such grievous losses? Was the power of the Yin cult truly so formidable? Noticing Zhao Ping'an's astonishment, Daniel hastily added, "This information comes directly from the guard of the medicinal garden." The initial contingent of over 100 disciples had indeed vanquished many of the Yin cult's practitioners, achieving considerable success. However, mere days later, they faced a terrifying counterattack, nearly resulting in total annihilation, with several of the leading elders sustaining serious injuries. More urgently, the Yin cult had commenced their offensive, mobilizing various evil practitioners to encircle the Sword Sect. Consequently, the guard of the medicinal garden had received orders from the sect's high command to prepare healing elixirs and other supplies in anticipation of a bloody conflict. If this is true, Then we are indeed in a precarious situation, Zhao Ping'an remarked, his expression growing somber. If what Dainyu has reported is accurate, the strength of the Yin-Yang cult surpasses all expectations, even those of the Sword Sect's leadership. Just then, as the two conversed, a figure approached them swiftly from a distance. It was Brother Wang. Upon recognizing his familiar visage, Zhao Ping'an and Dainyu greeted Wang in unison. What is happening? Wang inquired in a hushed tone. He was unaware of the specifics, but knew that the medicinal garden rarely convened meetings unless significant matters were at hand. Thus he harbored a foreboding sense of dread. After a brief contemplation, Dainyu recounted the recent developments to Wang succinctly. Such a grave incident has occurred? Wang's expression shifted, and he urged Dainyu to lead the way as they hastened towards the central plaza. Under Dainyu's guidance, the trio soon arrived at the heart of the plaza. The guard of the medicinal garden presided over the assembly, announcing that heightened security measures would be implemented in the forthcoming period. Furthermore, she had mobilized over 20 miscellaneous disciples to form a team dedicated to the gathering and transportation of healing herbs. On this day, the once tranquil and serene medicinal garden sprang to life at the command of its overseer, resembling a machine operating at full capacity. The medicinal garden serves as a vital logistical support base for the Sword Sect. Its primary duty is to cultivate various spiritual herbs to supply the sect's practitioners. Notably, the healing herbs grown in the garden are of immense significance, capable of saving countless injured disciples. In the realm of cultivation, conflicts and battles are commonplace, rendering healing elixirs and treasures exceedingly valuable. Hence, during times of sect turmoil, the medicinal garden garners considerable attention from the higher echelons of the sect. The shifting dynamics within the sect imbued the atmosphere of the garden with tension. However, Zhao Ping'an and Wang Kezi, as mere janitorial disciples, remained largely unaffected. Particularly Zhao Ping'an, who, despite his humble role, received considerable respect and attention from the garden's overseers due to his status as a second-tier talisman master. Conversely, Dainyu, the senior disciple among the miscellaneous workers, became exceptionally busy after being summoned by the overseer following the conclusion of the assembly in the central square. Ping'an, when our sect clashed with the Frostmoon sect, many of our janitorial disciples perished. Now, with the sect facing defeat and the Yin-Yang sect targeting us, what do you think of the situation? Wang Kezi inquired. His mood darkened as they made their way back. It's hard to say. However, even if the sky were to fall, there would be someone to hold it up. Brother Wang, we need not worry excessively, Zhao Ping'an replied thoughtfully. He believed that since the Sword Sect had the audacity to forge an alliance with the governor of Nanjun, they must possess a certain level of confidence. No matter how formidable the Yin-Yang sect may be, could they easily annihilate the Sword Sect? Even if they had such power, the local authorities in Nanjun would likely intervene. I'm just concerned about Wang Chung. If the situation continues to deteriorate, will he be sent to engage in combat? His abilities are insufficient against the malevolent cultivators. Wang Kezi expressed his worries. Wang Chung is progressing rapidly in his cultivation, and with his master's protection, he should not be sent to the front lines, Zhao Ping'an reassured him. Let us hope so. Alas, may those cursed evil cultivators be taken away by the heavens. Wang Kezi sighed, his tone tinged with resignation. Zhao Ping'an smiled in silence at Wang Kezi's words. If a deity truly existed, how could there be so much injustice in the world? After parting ways with Wang Kezi, Zhao Ping'an returned to his quarters. The Sword Sect had scarcely established its alliance with the Nanjun authorities when it faced such a fierce counterattack from the Yin-Yang sect. It seemed their might was indeed formidable. Zhao Ping'an pondered whether the Sword Sect would withstand this brutal onslaught from the Yin-Yang sect. I must seize the moment to diligently enhance my abilities and protective measures. Only then will I possess the confidence to confront the uncertainties of impending dangers. After a moment's contemplation, he stepped into the grand array of gathering spirits, resuming his cultivation of the eternal life sword technique. In the subsequent days, the situation within the Sword Sect deteriorated rapidly, with alarming news continually reaching the medicinal garden. 7 days prior, the ominous Yin-Yang sect's green-faced protector launched an assault on the sect's stronghold in Jushin City, resulting in casualties among 7 or 8 official disciples. 5 days ago, several Foundation building period malevolent cultivators from the Yin-Yang sect attacked Elder Maple at the foot of the mountain, leading to the tragic demise of several of Elder Maple's disciplinary disciples. 3 days ago, the marketplace at the mountain's base was infiltrated by wicked cultivators from the Yin-Yang sect, resulting in the destruction of several shops and the murder of 2 disciples stationed there. A somewhat youthful servant disciple, with a somber tone, was sharing the news he had gathered with a few companions. Indeed, the Yin-Yang sect is truly terrifying. If this continues, will our sect face calamity? One individual expressed unease, whispering, What nonsense are you all babbling about? Hurry and get back to work. At that moment, a deep voice resonated. As an older servant, disciple reprimanded the group to disperse. Chapter 116. The sudden change. The spirit-gathering array was in motion, and the ethereal energy, invisible to the naked eye, surged in from all directions. At the heart of the array sat a figure, enveloped in a faint golden glow, resembling an immortal deity, exuding an aura of sanctity and formidable strength. The longevity magic flowed within Zhao Ping'an, deep and enduring, akin to a mighty river in relentless motion, yet as serene and profound as a still lake. Every inch of Zhao Ping'an's body radiated light. Even his hair appeared crystalline and translucent. His aura fluctuated between overwhelming vigor and elusive ethereality. Time slipped away unmeasured until Zhao Ping'an slowly opened his eyes. Two piercing beams of light slicing through the air like lightning. Since the last ascension of the longevity sword technique to its 5th tier, the challenge of cultivation had proven to be far more formidable than he had anticipated. Despite the assistance of the spirit-gathering array, after several days of effort, his longevity magic had scarcely increased at all. Zhao Ping'an murmured softly to himself, his tone remarkably calm, revealing no trace of disappointment. After all, the cultivation of the longevity sword technique was immensely challenging, with each subsequent stage demanding greater effort. In the near term, significant progress in his cultivation seemed unlikely. It appeared he needed to visit the Rare Treasures Pavilion to procure high-quality talisman-making materials and create more third-tier talismans to bolster his protective measures. Contemplating this, Zhao Ping'an slowly rose and walked towards the outside. Brother Zhao. Just as he reached the entrance of the herb garden, several attendant disciples were stationed there. Though Zhao Ping'an was merely a cleaning attendant, he was a second-tier talisman master and a well-known figure within the herb garden, prompting the attendants to greet him respectfully. I need to step out for a while to attend to some matters. I hope you can grant me passage, Zhao Ping'an explained with a smile, hoping the attendants would show leniency. The attendants exchanged glances, none daring to respond, as if burdened by an unspoken dilemma. The herb garden was under strict lockdown, and no one was permitted to leave without authorization. Just then, a sharp voice pierced the air. Zhao Ping'an turned towards the sound and saw two figures clad in official sect robes approaching, one male and one female. The man bore a refined countenance and a tall stature, his gaze towards Zhao Ping'an laced with disdain and condescension. The woman possessed an exquisite demeanor, her features strikingly beautiful, with fair skin, curiously observing Zhao Ping'an with her large eyes. Senior brother Zheng, senior sister Miao. Upon seeing the two individuals, several junior disciples displayed profound respect, fearful of inadvertently offending them. With a stoic expression, Zheng Yun merely nodded, acknowledging their presence in a cursory manner. This senior brother is Zhao Ping'an. Noticing the unfamiliar face clad in the formal attire of the sect, cautiously inquired, could there have been an incident in the herb garden during my days of cultivation? Do not concern yourself with my identity. Immediately, return whence you came. Otherwise, do not blame me for the consequences. Zheng Yun, disinterested in answering Zhao Ping'an's question, threatened him with an expression of disdain and a brusque tone. His inherent arrogance within the sect was exacerbated by his current assignment to guard the herb garden, leaving him particularly irritable. Upon hearing such insolence, Zhao Ping'an furrowed his brow but refrained from showing anger, instead responding with restraint, Senior brother, I wish to step out of the herb garden for a brief errand. I hope you can. Do you lack hearing? Did you not comprehend my previous words? Return at once. Zheng Yun interrupted Zhao Ping'an forcefully before he could finish his sentence. Senior brother Zhang, this is Zhao Ping'an. Observing Zheng Yun's unyielding demeanor towards Zhao Ping'an, several junior disciples felt compelled to intervene, as they were aware of Zhao Ping'an's rapport with Danielle. I care not whether he is surnamed Zhao or Wang. I have been commanded by Elder Maple Leaf to fortify the defenses of the herb garden. No one may leave without my permission. Clearly, Zheng Yun had not heard of Zhao Ping'an, sneering as he spoke. Perhaps he had indeed heard of Zhao Ping'an, but due to his privileged background and substantial connections, he dismissed Zhao Ping'an entirely. Zhao Ping'an, are you the second-tier talisman master from the herb garden? Although Zheng Yun did not recognize Zhao Ping'an, a nearby woman expressed surprise. Her graceful figure turned towards Zhao Ping'an, her eyes sparkling with interest. Miaoya, do you know him? Zheng Yun, displeased by the woman's reaction, instinctively questioned. I do not know him personally, but I have heard the name. In our sect, few are unaware of the newly promoted second-tier talisman master. As she spoke, Miaoya stepped forward to greet him. Zhao Junior brother, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Miaoya. Greetings, senior sister Miao. Zhao Ping'an replied, perceiving that Miaoya, unlike the male disciple beside her, was neither arrogant nor disrespectful. Merely a second-tier talisman master? Is that something remarkable? My father is a high-ranking elder of the sect. Should I take pride in that? Zhang Yun retorted mockingly, his facade of superiority faltering. Miaoya, however, paid him no mind and addressed Zhao Ping'an, Zhao Junior brother. We are here under orders to assist in guarding the herb garden. Without a command to watch over, no one may enter or exit freely. If you wish to leave for matters outside the garden, you must seek permission from the guards. She smiled sweetly, offering a kind reminder. In comparison to Zhang Yun, Miaoya conducted herself with far greater propriety. This was particularly true given that Zhao Ping'an was a second-tier talisman master. Had he been an ordinary disciple, the situation might have unfolded differently. In that case, I shall take my leave, Zhao Ping'an declared. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping'an did not insist further and prepared to turn away. It seemed that the medicinal garden had indeed undergone some changes in recent days, as even formal disciples of the sect had come to assist in bolstering security, making entry and exit less convenient than before. Wait a moment. I find you somewhat suspicious. There may be clandestine matters at play. I must search you. At that moment, Zhang Yun interjected, unwilling to let Zhao Ping'an depart so easily. He was visibly displeased to see Miaoya treating Zhao Ping'an with such regard and sought to make things difficult for him. Junior brother Zhang, you are being excessive, Miaoya remarked, her brows furrowing as she discerned Zhang Yun's ulterior motives, her tone laced with displeasure. Humph. The medicinal garden has been under lockdown for several days. Yet this person still wishes to leave today. Junior sister Miao, do not forget the purpose Elder Maple entrusted us with in the medicinal garden. Miaoya's defense of Zhao Ping'an only served to further infuriate Zhang Yun, who retorted coldly, surrender your storage bag. I shall conduct a search. Zhao Ping'an stood before Zhang Yun, his expression turning icy as he replied, do you truly believe that is possible? He had no desire for confrontation. Yet Zhang Yun's arrogance pushed him to the brink. Do you dare refuse? Zhang Yun sneered repeatedly. He was accustomed to being haughty and disrespectful, and today marked the first time he encountered someone who dared to stand up to him, especially a mere servant disciple. In his eyes, regardless of Zhao Ping'an's status as a second-tier talisman master, he was still an unremarkable servant disciple, incomparable to himself, a privileged heir of the sect. What if I refuse? Do you intend to teach me a lesson, senior brother Zhang? Zhao Ping'an responded in a calm tone, a mocking lilt in his voice. I shall indeed teach you a lesson. Zhang Yun's fury ignited, his fingers curling into a fist as he unleashed a strike imbued with the force of thunder and lightning towards Zhao Ping'an's face. This punch, though lacking in significant magical power, was as swift as lightning, arriving in an instant. Had it been an ordinary servant disciple facing such a blow, they would have likely been knocked to the ground. However, for Zhao Ping'an, it posed no threat whatsoever. With a deft sidestep, he effortlessly evaded Zhang Yun's fist while simultaneously releasing a talisman that landed on Zhang Yun's shoulder. Whoosh! In the next moment, flames erupted, catching Zhang Yun off guard as his garments were instantly ignited, even singeing his hair. In a critical moment, he hastily summoned his magical energy to extinguish Zhao Ping'an's fire spirit talisman. You seek death, Zhang Yun roared in uncontrollable rage. Channeling his magical energy as his aura surged dramatically, the power of his foundational stage erupting forth. Thud, thud. The several servant disciples present were immediately overwhelmed and collapsed to the ground under the weight of this terrifying presence. Although Zhang Yun is arrogant in demeanor, he possesses unparalleled talent. With the assistance of his father, he became one of the rare foundation-building cultivators among the younger generation of the sect several years ago. His arrogance is backed by genuine prowess. Junior brother Zhao, be cautious, Miaoya promptly urged, signaling Zhao Ping'an to flee swiftly. For even she could not easily deter the enraged Zhang Yun. Chapter 117. The suppression of talismans. Zhang Yun's eyes glinted with a chilling intensity, akin to a ferocious beast in the throes of rage, emanating an astonishing aura. With a single stride, the ground trembled violently, and countless fragments of stone erupted like a torrential downpour, overwhelming Zhao Ping'an with relentless force. Today, I shall teach you a lesson, Zhang Yun declared coldly, his aura surging with mystical energy, envisioning Zhao Ping'an's imminent distress and injury. He had already discerned that his opponent was merely at the 4th level of chi refinement. How could a second-tier talisman master possibly contend with him? Yet, in the face of such a formidable onslaught, Zhao Ping'an remained composed, even sporting a faint smile. Confronting a foundation establishment cultivator, he found that he need not employ his true cultivation level, even with his superficial 4th level of chi refinement. He could effortlessly wield talismans to counter the assault. With a casual flick, he unleashed a talisman, its golden radiance illuminating the air as if a blazing sun had emerged. This was a second-tier inferior talisman, the Sky Arrow Talisman. Previously, Even a sky arrow talisman crafted from ordinary materials posed a threat to typical Foundation establishment cultivators. However, this particular talisman was inscribed by Zhao Ping'an with a white jade talisman brush, its power rivaling that of a second-tier medium-grade offensive talisman. Boom! The talisman's force erupted, shattering all incoming debris, and its residual power surged towards Zheng Yun with unrelenting ferocity. A second-tier offensive talisman. Zheng Yun's expression darkened. He dared not underestimate the situation. Summoning a weapon-grade longsword, he infused it with his mystical energy, causing the blade to emit a faint azure glow, rapidly expanding into an indomitable sword aura, Blue Mountain Sword Chi. This was a formidable swordsmanship inheritance that Zheng Yun had mastered, capable of both offense and defense, wielding tremendous power. However, in the next moment, the seemingly unassailable sword aura was obliterated, as the golden light of the sky arrow talisman swept through, as if to shatter the very fabric of reality. How is this possible? Miaoya gasped in astonishment, her eyes wide. Is this the power of a second-tier talisman master? It is utterly terrifying. Her previous concerns for Zhao Ping'an were now replaced by apprehension for Zheng Yun's predicament. Damn it! Zheng Yun, in a state of panic, instinctively retreated while swiftly unleashing 11 sword auras in a desperate attempt to block Zhao Ping'an's sky arrow talisman. If it had been a sky arrow talisman drawn with a common brush, Zheng Yun's reckless measures might have sufficed. However, this was a talisman inscribed with a white jade brush, its might exceptionally formidable. The air was filled with continuous explosions as the 11 sword auras were successively shattered, and a streak of golden light, like a lightning bolt, struck Zheng Yun directly. In a critical moment, a layer of runes surfaced on Zheng Yun's skin, mitigating much of the damage. Nonetheless, the terrifying impact sent him crashing several meters away, landing in a most undignified manner. The duel concluded in mere moments. With just a single second-tier talisman, Zhao Ping'an had laid the arrogant Zheng Yun low upon the ground. This scene left both Miaoya and the attending disciples in utter astonishment. Senior brother Zheng, were you not going to teach me a lesson? Why are you now prostrate on the ground? Before Zheng Yun could rise, Zhao Ping'an approached him, looking down with derision. You! Zheng Yun was consumed with rage, ready to unleash a torrent of insults, but was rendered speechless in the next moment. In Zhao Ping'an's hand lay several talismans that had just inflicted harm upon him. Should Zhao wish, he could activate them at any moment, delivering a devastating blow or even obliterating him entirely. Zheng Yun felt a chill run down his spine, and remorse flooded his heart. Had he known of Zhao Ping'an's command over such formidable offensive talismans, he would have refrained from confrontation. Cough, cough. Junior brother Zhao, I was disrespectful earlier. I apologize to you here. We are all fellow disciples. There is no need for such serious contention, is there? Zheng Yun inhaled deeply, suppressing his fury, and forced a strained smile as he spoke. It was no jest. Merely one second-tier offensive talisman had nearly incapacitated him. And now Zhao Ping'an brandished multiple such talismans. Regardless of his usual arrogance, he had come to recognize the gravity of his situation. He was indeed brash, but not devoid of wit. Knowing someone had a machine gun aimed at his head, would he still feign bravado and dare them to pull the trigger? Oh, you did not say that just a moment ago. Zhao Ping'an toyed with the sky arrow talisman, his smile laden with meaning. He could extinguish Zheng Yun's life at will. Yet the latter's transgressions hardly warranted such a fate, especially considering his considerable background. There was no need for lethal force. Zhao merely intended to impart a profound lesson. Moreover, revealing the potency of the sky arrow talisman bore no psychological burden for him. After all, he was a second-tier talisman master, and possessing several offensive talismans capable of threatening foundation-building cultivators was nothing extraordinary. Was this not a standard proficiency for a talisman master of his level? A second-tier talisman master ought to possess the capability befitting their rank. If they could not even craft talismans that posed a threat to foundation-building cultivators, could they still be deemed a second-tier master? Junior brother Zhao, I was indeed blind to your prowess. I implore you to show mercy and forgive me this once. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Zheng Yun capitulated once more. He had always acted with haughtiness, rarely suffering setbacks. Yet today, he had fallen to Zhao Ping'an. Junior brother Zhao, I did not mean to offend. If only, Miaoya interjected, hoping Zhao Ping'an might show leniency. She understood that Zheng Yun's background was substantial, and should Zhao foster too much animosity, it would not bode well for him. Since senior sister Miao has spoken, I shall let today's incident pass. However, I did expend a low-tier talisman and a second-tier talisman, which is no small loss. Zhao Ping'an said, his gaze still cheerful as he looked at Zheng Yun. I shall compensate you for your talisman losses. Zheng Yun grit his teeth and replied, indeed, Senior Brother Zhang is quite generous. I have calculated the recently consumed talismans, and their total value amounts to merely 1,000 spirit stones. Brother Zhang, will you settle the payment immediately, or shall I write a promissory note for the time being? Zhao Ping'an eagerly awaited Zheng Yun's response. 1,000 spirit stones? Zheng Yun was both astonished and infuriated, even considering the rarity of the second-tier talismans. They surely could not be worth that much. It was evident that Zhao Ping'an was attempting to take advantage of him. What? Do you believe it is not worth it? Brother Zheng? Then let us continue our sparring. Zhao Ping'an shrugged, preparing to activate the remaining sky arrow talismans. Wait, can I not pay you? Reluctantly, Zheng Yun acquiesced. Soon, under the witness of Miao Ya and several junior disciples, Zheng Yun handed over 1,000 spirit stones to Zhao Ping'an. Brother Zheng, you ought to be more discreet in your dealings henceforth. Furthermore, should you wish to engage in further confrontations, I am prepared to oblige. However, you must be ready to provide even more spirit stones next time. With those parting words, Zhao Ping'an elegantly turned and departed. Zhao Ping'an Zheng Yun gritted his teeth, casting a fierce glare at Zhao Ping'an's retreating figure. I have encountered several talisman masters within the sect, yet I never anticipated that this brother Zhao's mastery of talismans had reached such an alarming level, capable of suppressing a foundation establishment cultivator with merely a second-tier talisman. Miao Ya pondered thoughtfully, murmuring to herself. Soon, the news of Zhao Ping'an's victory over Zheng Yun with a second-tier talisman spread swiftly throughout the medicinal garden and beyond. Zhao Ping'an, you have truly surprised me. Upon learning of this incident, the guardian of the medicinal garden not only refrained from pursuing the matter, but even wore a faint smile. The guardian remarked that while Zhao Ping'an had acted impulsively, according to the onlookers, it was Zheng Yun who had struck first. Nearby, Daniel felt a twinge of anxiety as he spoke in Zhao Ping'an's defense, worried that the guardian would hold Zhao Ping'an accountable for injuring Zheng Yun. Daniel, there is no need for you to plead on his behalf. The guardian shot a glance at Daniel, seemingly seeing through his thoughts. With a smile lingering on her lips, she continued, instructing him to relay her order. Henceforth, Zhao Ping'an may freely enter and exit the medicinal garden, and no one shall impede him. This Daniel was taken aback, astonished that the guardian not only chose not to hold Zhao Ping'an responsible, but also granted him the privilege of unrestricted access to the medicinal garden. It is worth noting that this is a particularly sensitive time, and bestowing such rights upon Zhao Ping'an signifies an extraordinary level of favor and regard. Chapter 118. The market's lull. Although the dispute between Zhao Ping'an and Zheng Yun has caused a certain degree of impact within the sect, it has not stirred significant waves. The entire sword sect currently exists in a state of heightened tension, ever ready to confront the impending onslaught of the Yin-Yang sect. At this moment, within the Grand Hall of the Sword Sect, a crucial meeting is underway, one that bears great significance for the future of the sect. According to reliable intelligence provided by the Southern County government, the Yin-Yang sect has mobilized the majority of its combat forces to our periphery, poised to launch an attack on our main stronghold, intoned an elderly man with a head of white hair, his voice deep and resonant. The atmosphere in the hall is profoundly serious. Aside from the sword master and senior elders, several exceptionally talented foundation establishment disciples, including Li Yun, are present. It is no exaggeration to say that those gathered in the hall today are either the absolute elite or the promising youth of the sect. The might of the Yin-Yang sect is even more formidable than we initially anticipated, not to mention their elusive leader, the vice leader Heishan, along with several formidable protectors under his command, possesses terrifying strength. Their numbers of foundation establishment practitioners far exceed ours. Moreover, the ordinary disciples of the Yin-Yang sect outnumber our common disciples by several folds. If the Yin-Yang sect truly dares to assault our mountain gate, our situation could prove far more perilous than when we were attacked by the Frost Moon sect, another high-ranking member remarked, analyzing the conditions of both sides. What is there to fear? Our sword sect has stood firm in Southern County for many years. If these evil practitioners dare to attack, we shall fight them to the death. I refuse to believe that our sword sect can fall into the hands of the Yin-Yang sect, declared an elder with a somewhat fiery temperament, his voice booming. Elder Yan, you have long presided over the scripture pavilion and should be well aware of the terror posed by the Yin-Yang sect. The previous elders who led hundreds of disciples down the mountain to assist the Southern County government in eradicating the evil practitioners of the Yin-Yang sect not only failed, but also suffered ambushes from several powerful adversaries, nearly leading to total annihilation. Another elder interjected, emphasizing the formidable nature of the enemy. There are numerous evil practitioners within the Yin-Yang sect, including several who surpass the foundation establishment stage. They are no ordinary force, And in terms of momentum, aside from the heavenly Xian Holy Land, few can rival them across the entirety of Southern County. A tall figure slowly spoke. It was Elder Ping'an. He had previously dismissed the threat of the Inyang sect. Yet recent encounters with several Foundation establishment practitioners had left him wounded and had resulted in the loss of several disciples, making him acutely aware of the danger. Do not bolster the enemy's morale. Your failures do not dictate mine. I perceive that you, Elder Ping'an, are simply afraid of death. Elder Yin scoffed, his disdain evident. You. Elder Ping'an's expression darkened at the remark, ready to retort. Enough, the sword master interjected, timely halting the brewing argument between the two. He possessed a resolute countenance and a tall, imposing stature, exuding an innate authority without the need for anger. The Inyang sect, with its menacing aura, sought to seize control of the sword sect, and the assembly must remain steadfast. If anyone harbors valuable suggestions, they are encouraged to voice them. As the sword master concluded his remarks, the attendees exchanged glances, most lacking any substantial proposals. Elder Su, you are specifically tasked with intelligence and communication. With the imminent threat at hand, do you have any viable solutions? Observing the silence, the sword master's gaze settled upon the composed Elder Su. The others also turned their attention to Su Wan, who suddenly found himself the focus of everyone's interest. Since the sword master has inquired, allow me to share my perspective. Elder Su stated calmly, stroking his beard. The Inyang sect poses a formidable threat, yet there exists a flaw. A flaw. The assembly stirred with intrigue, awaiting Elder Su's elaboration. This flaw lies within the Black Mountain Hall. Elder Su surveyed the crowd with a smile. The Black Mountain Hall is one of the most crucial strongholds of the Inyang sect, rumored to house various treasures and resources of the sect's malevolent practitioners. And it is also an exceptionally rare paradise. For years, the Southern County's officials and various smaller cultivation factions have failed to locate the Black Mountain Hall. Could Elder Su have discovered its whereabouts? A voice arose, posing the question. Elder Su, you have asked well. Su Wan smiled with satisfaction, stroking his beard as he continued. 3 days ago, with the assistance of an informant within the Inyang sect, we identified the location of the Black Mountain Hall. I dispatched several elite disciples to verify this information. With Su Wan's revelation, the previously tense atmosphere in the Grand Hall erupted into a cacophony of excitement. If Elder Su's claims were accurate, the Black Mountain Hall would undoubtedly represent a vulnerability for the Inyang sect. Most of their combat strength was concentrated around the sword sect's periphery, leaving the defenses of the Black Mountain Hall considerably weak. Should the sword sect manage to capture it, even if they could not completely vanquish the Inyang sect, they could mitigate the current crisis. Half an hour later, after extensive discussions, the leadership of the sword sect swiftly devised a corresponding strategy. They would deploy a contingent of elite fighters to evade the Inyang sect's surveillance and launch a direct assault on the Black Mountain Hall, dismantling the sect's formidable offensive. Unbeknownst to Zhao Ping'an, the sword sect had already made significant decisions to counter the attack from the Inyang sect. Upon returning to his residence, he learned that the guardians of the medicinal garden had granted him unrestricted access, prompting him to head straight to the market at the foot of the mountain. At the entrance of the medicinal garden, the miscellaneous disciples on duty did not dare obstruct Zhao Ping'an. They respectfully greeted him before allowing his passage. A second-tier talisman master capable of easily suppressing Foundation establishment cultivators would deter even the formal disciples within the sect from provoking him. The market appeared markedly desolate. Upon arriving, Zhao Ping'an noticed a significant decrease in both foot traffic and the number of shops. The news of the Inyang sect's assault on the sword sect has evidently spread throughout the sect and beyond, resulting in an unusual stillness in the marketplace. Zhao Ping'an, deep in thought, swiftly altered his appearance and aura before making his way to the Rare Treasures Pavilion. Li Daoist. Upon Zhao Ping'an's arrival at the Rare Treasures Pavilion, the innkeeper, Xiao Yun, greeted him with a broad smile, exuding warmth akin to that of a long-lost benefactor. Xiao innkeeper, I have come to procure some superior talisman paper and purple ink with cinnabar, Zhao Ping'an stated directly, laying bare his intentions. Certainly, my friend. Not long ago, we received a shipment of exceptionally high-quality talisman paper and purple ink with cinnabar, specifically reserved for you, Xiao Yun replied, his enthusiasm palpable. He then beckoned to a nearby attendant, instructing her, Xiao Han, please bring forth the items. In a short while, the enchanting attendant named Xiao Han presented the superior talisman paper and purple ink. Zhao Ping'an cast a brief glance and confirmed that, indeed, both the quality and quantity surpassed those of his initial purchase. The quality is commendable. How many spirit stones do you require? Zhao Ping'an inquired. Dear Daoist, to mention spirit stones feels rather ungracious. These materials are a gift to you, a token of our goodwill from the Rare Treasures Pavilion. Xiao Yun responded, his smile unwavering. One does not receive rewards without merit. Is it that the Rare Treasures Pavilion seeks my assistance in a matter? Zhao Ping'an inquired, casting a discerning glance at Xiao Yun. Your insight is keen, my friend. The Rare Treasures Pavilion is indeed facing a conundrum, and should you be willing to lend your assistance? Xiao Yun cautiously ventured. Chapter 119. Urgency. Do you wish for my assistance in crafting talismans? Zhao Ping'an remarked with a knowing smile, having discerned Xiao Yun's intentions at a glance. Indeed, Taoistly. Your astuteness is unparalleled. Nothing escapes your notice, Xiao Yun admitted with a sheepish grin. Pray, tell me more. If it concerns ordinary talismans, I would not mind producing a few for you, Zhao Ping'an mused, encouraging Xiao Yun to elaborate. Taoistly, would you be able to assist our establishment in creating a few gathering talismans? Xiao Yun inquired cautiously, noticing Zhao Ping'an's lack of opposition. Gathering talismans of the second tier? How intriguing, Zhao Ping'an replied, slightly taken aback. These talismans, as their name implies, are designed to gather the surrounding cold and eerie energies, serving as a type of auxiliary talisman. Though classified as second tier, they offer scant aid to ordinary cultivators. Why would Xiao Yun, the proprietor of the Rare Treasures Pavilion, require such talismans? Suddenly, Zhao Ping'an recalled the previous task of crafting soul-settling talismans for the Rare Treasures Pavilion, and a conjecture formed in his mind. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he smiled lightly and remarked, having assisted you in producing soul-settling talismans, are you now seeking my help for gathering talismans? Could it be that the Rare Treasures Pavilion is harboring some spectral entities? Upon uttering these words, Zhao Ping'an observed Xiao Yun's reaction, keenly noting every subtle change in his expression. Ah, Taoistly, you jest, Xiao Yun replied, his countenance shifting to one of seriousness. Our Rare Treasures Pavilion is engaged solely in legitimate business. We would never dabble in the nefarious. He continued earnestly, to be candid. This request for gathering talismans comes from a significant client who has entrusted us with this task. It is not for our own use. Should you agree to assist in their creation, the remuneration will undoubtedly satisfy you. His demeanor was earnest, his gaze resolute, and his tone sincere, suggesting he was not fabricating excuses. Yet, Zhao Ping'an remained unfooled by this facade. The origins of the Rare Treasures Pavilion were shrouded in mystery, hinting at matters both obscure and profound. Were it not for his desire for superior talisman paper and exquisite ink, he would have preferred to limit his dealings with them. Very well, I shall ponder this matter further. After some time, I will render my decision, Zhao Ping'an replied thoughtfully, opting to decline immediately. Understood. Taoistly, take your time. This endeavor bears only advantages for you, without a hint of detriment, Xiao Yun conceded, sensing Zhao Ping'an's reservations and refraining from pressing the issue. Thereafter, Zhao Ping'an departed from the Rare Treasures Pavilion, armed with premium talisman paper and exquisite ink. Before exiting the marketplace, he made several detours to ensure he was not being followed, and only then did he revert to his original appearance as he returned to the medicinal garden. Master, why not compel such an ungrateful individual to remain, transforming him into a talisman-making servant for our Rare Treasures Pavilion? After Zhao Ping'an's figure had vanished from sight, the enchanting attendant named Xiaohan appeared behind Xiao Yun, her tone laced with displeasure. Compel him to stay? Xiao Yun shook his head and remarked, this individual does not possess his original appearance, and his aura has also undergone a transformation. Even I am unable to discern his true strength. Should I act rashly, I may not be able to subdue him. Furthermore, his mastery of talismans is remarkable, undoubtedly indicating a noteworthy background. If we were to act impulsively and fail to suppress him, allowing him to escape, it would bring immense trouble to our Rare Treasures Pavilion. Innkeeper, you lack the confidence to subdue him? Yet you have surpassed the foundation establishment stage. Xiao Han expressed her astonishment, fully aware of the formidable prowess of her innkeeper. Xiao Han, there are countless talents in Nanjun, and even within this humble sword sect, there may be unfathomable figures in hiding. There are heavens beyond heaven, and people beyond people. The Rare Treasures Pavilion must strive to cultivate amicable relations with various capable individuals and must not offend others recklessly, Xiao Yun imparted with a hint of profundity. Very well, Xiao Han nodded, somewhat comprehending. Remember, if this person returns to the Rare Treasures Pavilion, we must make every effort to befriend him. We cannot afford to offend him. With this parting instruction, Xiao Yun retreated to his private chamber. After departing from the marketplace, Zhao Ping'an swiftly returned to the medicinal garden. Junior brother Zhao? Outside the wooden cottage, a graceful figure lingered for quite some time. Upon catching sight of Zhao Ping'an, she called out his name in a melodious voice. Zhao Ping'an raised his gaze, encountering the spirited and beautiful Li Yun. Her jet-black hair framed her fair and radiant skin, and her form-fitting attire accentuated her tall and lithe silhouette. It appeared she had been waiting here for a considerable while, as a glimmer of excitement sparkled in her eyes upon his return. "Senior Sister Li, what brings you here?" Zhao Ping'an approached her hastily, greeting her. He was aware that during this period, the formal disciples of the sect were preoccupied with matters concerning the Inyang sect. Under normal circumstances, Li Yun should have been too busy to visit the medicinal garden. "Are you surprised? Am I not welcome?" Li Yun shot a glance at Zhao Ping'an, countering his inquiry. "Of course, you are most welcome," Zhao Ping'an responded promptly. Who would dare to claim otherwise in her presence? After all, she was the daughter of the sect leader, possessing extraordinary talent among the younger generation of the sect. Offending anyone was unwise, but offending Senior Sister Li was out of the question. "Where have you just been?" Li Yun inquired with a charming smile. Having waited for some time, it was evident that Zhao Ping'an had been absent from the medicinal garden for a while. "I visited the marketplace at the foot of the mountain to procure some talisman-making materials," Zhao Ping'an replied candidly. As a second-tier talisman master, it was quite normal for him to acquire such materials. "During this period, you should remain in the medicinal garden and avoid wandering around," Li Yun advised earnestly. "Senior Sister, is it because of the Inyang sect? I have heard they intend to attack the sect," Zhao Ping'an tentatively probed. It seemed that throughout the entire sect, nearly everyone was aware of the impending assault by the Inyang sect on the sword sect. Li Yun, the daughter of the sword master and a foundational cultivator of her sect, was undoubtedly aware of the latest developments. The malevolent disciples of the Inyang sect had already descended upon the foot of the mountain. It would not be long before the sect faced a harrowing battle. "My purpose in coming here, in addition to urging you to exercise caution, is to bid you farewell," Li Yun declared with a serious expression. "Farewell?" Zhao Ping'an was taken aback and bewildered. Did Li Yun intend to depart from the sword sect at such a critical moment? "I have been ordered to descend the mountain to carry out a sect mission," Li Yun explained softly. "Is it very dangerous, Senior Sister?" Zhao Ping'an inquired further, noticing an unusual expression on her face. If it were merely a routine task, she would not have come to the medicinal garden to say goodbye. There is always danger. But if the mission is accomplished successfully, it may alleviate the crisis facing our sect, Li Yun replied, her gaze resolute. In her determination to resolve this crisis, she had disregarded the sword master's objections and volunteered to join other elite disciples in an assault on the Inyang sect's Black Mountain Hall. This venture could lead to glorious triumph or tragic demise. Thus, she had come to seek Zhao Ping'an for a final meeting. "Junior brother Zhao, my greatest regret is that I was unable to help you restore your status as a formal disciple. Regardless of what happens to the sect in the future, I wish you peace and success in all your endeavors," Li Yun said with a hint of regret in her tone. The inability to assist Zhao Ping'an in regaining his formal disciple status had long weighed on her heart, leaving her with a sense of guilt. "It's all right. I know you have done your utmost, Senior Sister. I mentioned before that you need not dwell on it," Zhao Ping'an replied with a light-hearted smile, encouraging her not to be burdened by it. "By the way, Senior Sister Li, take this talisman with you." Zhao Ping'an pondered for a moment, then retrieved a Phoenix Protection talisman and solemnly handed it to Li Yun. "This talisman is..." Li Yun, not being a talisman master, could not discern its grade, but she sensed that it was indeed extraordinary. "This talisman can protect you. Should you encounter danger, you can infuse it with your spiritual energy to activate its power. I hope you return safely," Zhao Ping'an said with a smile. "Thank you, Junior brother Zhao." Li Yun felt a surge of emotion, though she did not express it. She gazed deeply at Zhao Ping'an before soaring into the sky on her sword, her graceful figure swiftly vanishing into the vast expanse above. It seemed that the situation of the sect had reached a critical juncture. With a soft sigh, Zhao Ping'an returned to his wooden cabin. Chapter 120. The assault on Heishan Hall. After departing from the medicinal garden, Li Yun wielded her ethereal sword, Yunlingjian, and soared through the air. Instead of returning to Cloud Summit, she directed her path towards the entrance of the sword sect. The once tranquil gates of the sword sect were now bustling with a multitude of figures, numbering over 10. Each individual radiated an aura of formidable strength and vigor. Among them were the elite disciples of the sword sect, with even the weakest possessing a foundation-building initial stage of cultivation. The two elders at the forefront had reached the pinnacle of the foundation-building stage. "Greetings, Elder Yin and Elder Wang," Li Yun said as she gracefully dismounted from her flying sword and greeted the two elders with a respectful bow. "Everyone is present. Let us depart," one elder declared. Upon Li Yun's arrival, the two elders exchanged a glance and then summoned the remaining disciples to commence their journey. With a serious expression, Li Yun silently followed in the wake of the two elders. The group concealed their presence, swiftly exiting the Sword Sect's territory without alerting any onlookers. Atop the peak of the Sword Sect, a towering silhouette stood proudly amidst the swirling clouds, silently observing the departure of Li Yun and her companions. The resolution of this sect's crisis now rests upon your shoulders, the Sword Master murmured as the mountain winds howled around him. 2 days swiftly passed. Li Yun and her comrades stealthily navigated their way through the layers of ambush set by the malevolent practitioners of the Yin-Yang sect, ultimately reaching the periphery of the crucial stronghold, Heishan Hall. If the intelligence was accurate, the true location of Heishan Hall lay deep within the mountain ahead. Given the significance of this stronghold, the Yin-Yang sect would undoubtedly have established formidable defensive formations to thwart any intruders. It will be quite challenging for us to infiltrate further, Elder Yin remarked, his expression solemn. Although known for his fiery temperament, he displayed remarkable composure and calmness at this critical juncture. Not to worry. The fact that we have come this far is already a preliminary success. Allow me to handle the dismantling of Heishan Hall's defenses, Wang Shi replied, a confident smile gracing his features. He had been assigned to this pivotal mission due to his exceptional proficiency in formations, being the only elder within the Sword Sect adept in such arts. Very well, the task is yours. Do exercise caution, Elder Yin advised, nodding gravely. Under the watchful eyes of the Sword Sect disciples, Wang Shi swiftly concealed his form and advanced rapidly towards the looming mountain. Bang! Bang! Half an hour later, the defensive formations surrounding Heishan Hall erupted with a series of explosive sounds, crumbling and disintegrating. What is happening? Why are the formations collapsing on their own? Quick! Increase the vigilance. The peculiar occurrence alerted the malevolent practitioners guarding Heishan Hall, prompting them to rush out and inspect the state of the surrounding formations. Excellent. The outer formations have been breached. As long as we seize Heishan Hall, our mission will culminate in success, Elder Yin proclaimed, his eyes gleaming with determination. Disciples, follow my lead and charge forth. Kill. As soon as his voice fell, Li Yun and the elite disciples of the Sword Sect revealed their presence, emerging from the depths of the forest. An enemy attack. Quickly, prepare to confront them. Caught off guard, the evil cultivators guarding the Black Mountain Hall were startled and enraged, retaliating in haste. In an instant, dozens of cultivators of varying strengths surged forth. Though their individual prowess was lacking, their sheer numbers were formidable, creating an imposing spectacle. Swish! In the next moment, several of the foremost evil cultivators were caught unawares, pierced through by a powerful force, instantly transforming into lifeless corpses. The wicked and malevolent must be eradicated. Wang Shi revealed himself, casually waving his hand as several more waves of energy sliced through the air, claiming the lives of 7 or 8 more foes on the spot. Simultaneously, Yen Lai led the charge of numerous elite disciples of the Sword Sect, including Li Yun. As a multitude of Foundation establishment cultivators unhesitatingly unleashed their diverse abilities, their magical energies surged like a tempest as an array of mystical artifacts soared into the air, accompanied by piercing screams. In mere moments, dozens of the Yin-Yang sect's evil cultivators were reduced to ashes. Do not linger. Follow me toward the Black Mountain Hall. After dispatching these ordinary foes, Yen Lai signaled for everyone to follow closely behind. Along the way, they encountered sporadic resistance from the evil cultivators. Yet faced with the elite disciples led by the 2 elders, the adversaries had little chance to retaliate. In just a short while, another 10 or so evil cultivators had fallen, lifeless. Before long, they surged into a vast cavern, where a palace loomed deep within the mountainside. That was the Black Mountain Hall. Yen Lai's eyes gleamed with determination. If they could seize the Black Mountain Hall, the Sword Sect would be able to avert this crisis. Instinctively, he prepared to lead the charge. Indeed, it was the Black Mountain Hall. The Yin-Yang sect had left behind few formidable evil cultivators to guard this place. Today, they would surely conquer it. Wang Shi, too, felt a surge of excitement, his expression bold as he declared. He had just scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense and found little trace of powerful evil cultivators. The prior intelligence received by the Sword Master was accurate. The defensive forces at the Black Mountain Hall were alarmingly weak. Elder Yen, wait. Just as the 2 prepared to lead the charge, Li Yun keenly sensed something amiss. What is it? Yen Lai frowned, ready to admonish, but upon recognizing Li Yun as the speaker, he suppressed a flicker of irritation. It has been too smooth. Uncomfortably so. Li Yun's delicate face turned serious as she cautioned. She felt an unsettling disquiet. Even if the Yin-Yang sect had not stationed many defenders at the Black Mountain Hall, surely there should be a few Foundation establishment cultivators stationed here. Yet, from their arrival until now, The sword sect had encountered no resistance from a single Foundation establishment evil cultivator. With Li Yun's warning, Wang Shi also grasped the situation, murmuring, "It is indeed rather unusual." Thunder rumbled. Just as Wang Shi's voice faded, a deafening roar suddenly echoed overhead, and waves of dark, formidable energy cascaded down like scorching meteors. "This is bad. Quickly, take cover," Wang Shi shouted urgently. The crowd hastily maneuvered to evade the onslaught, yet the energy rained down relentlessly, dense and all-encompassing. Even cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage found it nearly impossible to escape unscathed. Bang! Bang! Two members of the sect were caught unawares, instantly struck by the dark energy, their bodies bursting apart like balloons. "We've fallen into a trap. Retreat, everyone, retreat!" Yin Lai exclaimed in panic, channeling his mana without regard for the cost. He summoned a powerful sword, unleashing a barrage of over 100 piercing lights to momentarily shield the group from the terrifying energy raining down, signaling everyone to hasten their retreat. However, it was already too late to escape. From the depths of the void, a chilling laughter rang out. And before anyone could exit the cavern, a colossal boulder crashed down, sealing off all avenues of escape. Simultaneously, the imposing gates of the Black Mountain Hall swung open, unleashing a throng of sinister cultivators, at least 100 in total. Most alarming was the aura emanating from the leaders at the forefront, far surpassing that of ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators, and rivaling even the two elders, Yin Lai and Wang Shi. Chapter 121. The Life-Saving Talisman. The protectors of the Yin-Yang sect, upon discerning the visages of the individuals before them, both Yin Lai and Wang Shi's expressions shifted dramatically, and they exclaimed in unison. Under normal circumstances, these formidable protectors of the Yin-Yang sect would be stationed at the periphery of the sword sect, and none could have anticipated their sudden appearance in this locale. "We come as guests. Today, you shall all perish." A green-faced man grinned ominously, launching an overwhelming assault with countless dark chains hurtling through the air towards the disciples of the sword sect. The green-faced protector. Yin Lai's countenance darkened as he swiftly intervened to counter the ferocious onslaught. However, in the next moment, the attacks of the other three Yin-Yang sect protectors ensued in rapid succession, and despite Yin Lai's profound cultivation, he found it challenging to withstand their ferocity. At a critical juncture, Wang Shi cast aside his hesitation and joined the fray, battling alongside Yin Lai against the formidable protectors of the Yin-Yang sect. Simultaneously, Li Yun and other disciples of the sword sect confronted the over 100 malevolent cultivators of the Yin-Yang sect, plunging the scene into utter chaos. In mere moments, casualties mounted on both sides, and amidst this tumultuous melee, only those with substantial foundational cultivation could hope to influence the tide of battle. The Yin-Yang sect had long come prepared. Not only did they boast numerical superiority, but among this cadre of malevolent cultivators were numerous foundational cultivators as well. Thus, despite the sword sect disciples' valiant efforts to resist, they could not avert the ensuing losses. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 disciples of the sword sect had fallen, and this grim tally continued to rise. Some sect members were gripped by an uncharacteristic panic, evidently unaccustomed to such dire predicaments. Just moments ago, their morale had soared as they anticipated a successful assault on Black Mountain Hall, unaware that the Yin-Yang sect had already discerned their intentions and laid a trap. Despair began to seep into the hearts of the sword sect disciples. Many entertained thoughts of retreat, yet they found themselves surrounded by the malevolent cultivators of the Yin-Yang sect. Where could one flee? Seek an opportunity to escape. Elder Wang and I will hold back the protectors of the Yin-Yang sect. Yin Lai's voice resonated with urgency as he recognized the perilous situation of his fellow disciples. The circumstances were precarious, and a moment's carelessness could lead to total annihilation. He and Wang Shi resolved to delay the protectors at any cost, striving to secure a sliver of hope for Li Yun and the others. "Everyone, follow me as we break through." Upon hearing Yin Lai's command, Li Yun's demeanor hardened. Her cloud spirit sword emanating a terrifying sword aura, obliterating several charging malevolent cultivators in a single strike. Her gaze, steely and resolute, exuded the gallant spirit of a female cultivator, rallying the previously panicked disciples around her. In an instant, chaotic spells surged, and various magical artifacts whirled through the air. As injuries and fatalities continued to escalate, "Junior Sisterly, there is an exit." Suddenly, a voice cried out in alarm. A disciple had noticed a hidden opening in the once smooth rock wall not far away. The exit was exceedingly concealed, yet it was inadvertently revealed when he struck it with considerable force using his magical abilities. Otherwise, it would have remained extraordinarily difficult to detect. "Quickly stop them." The malevolent cultivators of the Inyang sect surged forth, rushing to obstruct the escape of the sword sect disciples. I will hold them off. You must flee. Li Yun's beautiful eyes sparkled as she signaled the other sword sect members to enter the passage, positioning herself before the encroaching malevolent cultivators. She understood all too well that to preserve as many lives as possible, someone had to stand up. Otherwise, if the malevolent cultivators blocked the sole exit, everyone would undoubtedly perish. Upon witnessing Li Yun stepping forward to confront the malevolent cultivators, the remaining sword sect disciples cast grateful glances in her direction. This woman was the daughter of the sword sect's master. Capturing her would compel the master to surrender. Let us act together and subdue her, one malevolent cultivator exclaimed, having recognized Li Yun's identity. With that proclamation, the surrounding malevolent cultivators surged toward her in a frenzied assault. Ling Xiao's sword technique. Li Yun, without a second thought, summoned her magical power, causing the cloud spirit sword to unleash an overwhelming sword intent, striking forth with the force of a thunderclap against the malevolent cultivators. This blow was immensely powerful. Wherever the sword intent passed, even the most impervious boulders were instantly pierced and shattered. Several of the foremost malevolent cultivators were caught off guard, falling victim to the sword intent in an instant. However, the malevolent cultivators pressed on relentlessly, their numbers vast, including formidable foundational cultivators. The sword intent wreaked havoc for only a brief moment before it was swiftly dissipated. At that moment, many sword sect disciples had already entered the passage, nearly escaping entirely. A group of worthless fools. A cold snort echoed as a gaunt elder clad in gray appeared. He exuded an aura of icy malevolence, striking at Li Yun with a palm from afar. In an instant, the ground trembled, and a massive hand composed entirely of rock descended upon her. A seasoned foundational cultivator. Li Yun's delicate face paled as she sensed a profound danger. Yet, without hesitation, she resolutely wielded her sword. The cloud spirit sword sang as a beam of sword light surged forth, colliding heavily with the rock hand. Bang! With a resounding explosion, the sword light shattered within mere breaths, while the stone hand descended mercilessly. Before overwhelming strength, even Li Yun's formidable sword techniques appeared feeble. No, junior sisterly. The last few sword sect disciples to enter the passage turned pale at this sight, realizing it was too late to render assistance. Li Yun's heart raced. Was she truly to meet her end here? Just as she braced herself for death, she suddenly recalled the talisman Zhao Ping'an had gifted her not long ago. With a glimmer of hope, she hastily retrieved the Phoenix Guardian talisman, channeling her scant magical power into it. Buzz! In the next moment, the seemingly unremarkable talisman suddenly erupted with unprecedented fluctuations, a torrent of intertwined gold and crimson runes filling the void, forming an impenetrable barrier before Li Yun. At that instant, Li Yun could distinctly feel a celestial aura enveloping him, rendering him steadfast against any assault. The massive rocky hand, upon making contact with the runic barrier, was instantly shattered, while an overwhelming force of runes surged back towards the cloaked elder. Puff! The elder's complexion turned ashen, and he staggered back uncontrollably, each step leaving a clear imprint upon the ground. Third-tier talisman. The elder stared in disbelief at the runic barrier before Li Yun, seemingly unable to trust his own eyes. Is this the protective talisman gifted to me by junior brother Zhao? Not only did it withstand the attack of a seasoned foundation establishment cultivator, but it also inflicted harm upon him in return. It was only at this moment that Li Yun comprehended the immense power and value of the Phoenix Guardian talisman bestowed upon him by Zhao Ping'an. The runic barrier stood like an insurmountable chasm, separating Li Yun from the numerous malevolent cultivators. Sisterly, quickly come in. Seeing that Li Yun was unscathed and had temporarily thwarted the malevolent sect's advances, the recently arrived disciples of the sword sect beckoned for her to hurry into the passage. Regaining her focus, Li Yun swiftly darted into the passage, racing alongside her fellow sword sect disciples towards the exit. On this day, the sword sect's planned assault on the Black Mountain Hall met with utter failure, suffering the loss of 7 or 8 foundation establishment cultivators, while the 2 elder leaders who had led the charge had disappeared without a trace. Chapter 122. The evacuation list. Good news rarely travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire. Within the span of 2 days, the news of the sword sect's failed attempt to seize the Black Mountain Hall reached every corner of the sect, even reaching Zhao Ping'an, who remained in the medicinal herb garden. The sect's assault on the significant stronghold of the Inyang sect not only failed, but also resulted in the loss of numerous disciples. When senior sisterly mentioned descending the mountain for a mission, could it be related to this perilous endeavor? Zhao Ping'an pondered, realizing that Li Yun's farewell visit held a deeper purpose, as she had embarked on such a dangerous task. A hint of worry crossed his face. The sect had suffered heavy losses, and he was uncertain about Li Yun's fate. For Zhao Ping'an, Li Yun was one of the few individuals within the sect he genuinely cared for. She was the daughter of the Sword Master, possessing remarkable talent for cultivation. And with the third-tier talisman I previously gifted her, she should be safe from harm. However, with the Sword Sect's failure, the Inyang sect would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely, and a battle of life and death would soon engulf the Sword Sect. A spark of determination flickered in Zhao Ping'an's eyes as he murmured to himself, "Though I am not an official disciple of the Sword Sect, if the sect falls, where will I find safety?" Thus, he resolved to prepare additional talismans for protection. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Ping'an retrieved high-quality talisman paper and purple ink from the Rare Treasures Pavilion to continue crafting the third-tier inferior dragon elephant talisman. Previously, due to limited materials, he had only managed to create one dragon elephant talisman. Under normal circumstances, one such talisman would suffice for Zhao Ping'an. But given the current dire situation, no one could predict the absurdities that might unfold in the coming days. Thus, he needed to be well prepared. With unwavering focus, Zhao Ping'an meticulously drew intricate and unique runes on the high-quality talisman paper with a white jade talisman brush, as his life force converged at the tip of the brush. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the Sword Sect, an elderly figure knelt before the Sword Master. "Master, I was negligent and allowed myself to be deceived by false intelligence from the Inyang sect. We have lost 7 or 8 foundation-building disciples, and 2 elders are now missing. I bear the greatest responsibility for this failure," Elder Su said, his face etched with deep wrinkles and a somber tone. He never anticipated that the intelligence he had thoroughly verified would not only fail to grant the sect an advantage, but would also lead to severe losses among the elite disciples. If the Sword Master were to hold him accountable, he knew he could not escape the repercussions. This error in intelligence is not solely your fault, ultimately. It stems from the inaccuracies provided by the Southern County government. Furthermore, as the Sword Master, I too share the burden of this failure, the Sword Master replied. Taking a deep breath, "Please rise. We face a formidable enemy, and now is not the time for blame." Upon hearing this, Su's eyes reflected gratitude as he slowly stood. "Master, with Elder Yin and Elder Wang missing, it is highly likely they have perished. The recent operation's failure has inflicted significant losses upon our sect, and I have received credible intelligence that the Inyang sect will launch an attack on our sect within the next 2 days," Elder Maple reported solemnly. The situation for the Sword Sect was already perilous. With the failure of this mission, 2 senior elders have gone missing, and we have suffered injuries to 7 or 8 foundational disciples, severely depleting our sect's vitality. The Inyang sect will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to assault the Sword Sect. If we do not manage the situation effectively, the Sword Sect may face a genuine crisis of annihilation. "Do we have any news from the Southern County government?" The Sword Master inquired, his expression grave. Previous intelligence provided by the Southern County government had proven erroneous, resulting in the failure of the operation to seize the Black Mountain Hall. Now, as the Inyang sect prepares to strike, will the Southern County government continue to be ineffectual? I dispatched personnel to contact the Southern County government a couple of days ago, but there has been no definitive response. They merely advised us to withstand the Inyang sect's onslaught for the time being. Elder Maple replied with a heavy sigh, seemingly anticipating the Sword Master's question. "Jiang Heng." The Sword Master's mood fluctuated as he let out a heavy snort. "Never mind, we must rely on ourselves." Taking a deep breath, he decisively commanded, "Relay my orders. All disciples at the 6th layer of Qi refinement and above are to prepare for battle. As for the other disciples who have yet to fully mature, they are to be gradually relocated to the sect's secret stronghold." "Understood. We shall obey," the disciples responded in unison. The following day, as dawn broke, Zhao Ping'an felt a renewed sense of progress in his talisman-making skills. The success rate for crafting the Dragon Elephant talisman had increased by about 20% compared to before. Observing the 3 Dragon Elephant talismans before him, a satisfied smile graced his face. This was one of the fruits of his labor from the previous night. After numerous failures, Zhao Ping'an had successfully created these 3 third-tier talismans. The complexity of crafting third-tier talismans far surpassed that of ordinary ones, and achieving this in just one night filled him with pride. In addition to the Dragon Elephant talismans, Zhao Ping'an also produced several Phoenix Spirit Protection talismans, along with multiple useful second-tier talismans. Throughout the night, he crafted a total of 20 to 30 talismans. Even if the Sword Sect were to face a dire transformation, he believed that even without relying on his magical prowess, he could defeat formidable foes by bombarding them with these talismans. Insufficient strength? Let the talismans compensate. Ping'an. Suddenly, a voice called from outside, belonging to Dainio. Zhao Ping'an was taken aback. Daniel, now the senior disciple responsible for the herb garden, rarely sought him out at this hour. He carefully stored the talismans and opened the door, finding Daniel pacing anxiously at the entrance. Ping'an, you need to gather your belongings immediately. Without waiting for Zhao Ping'an to respond, Daniel hurriedly declared, I've just received orders from the herb garden's overseer. In preparation for the impending battle with the Inyang sect, the sect is beginning to transfer some promising disciples to secret strongholds. Your name is on the transfer list. Pack your belongings and come with me, Daniel said gravely, getting straight to the point. And what about you all? Zhao Ping'an furrowed his brow and inquired. Neither I nor senior brother Wang are on the transfer list. So we naturally must remain and share the fate of the medicine garden, Daniel replied with a bittersweet smile. The sect's secret stronghold has limited space, and the quotas allocated to the medicine garden are exceedingly few. Although he is deeply concerned about the impending battle, as the master brother of the miscellaneous disciples, he cannot avoid staying behind to protect the medicine garden. Despite Zhao Ping'an's relatively low cultivation level, his remarkable talent in talisman crafting has astonished the sect. Far from feeling jealousy over Zhao Ping'an's opportunity to enter the secret stronghold, Daniel wholeheartedly supports the sect's decision. Otherwise, he would not have rushed to inform Zhao Ping'an so early in the morning. Chapter 123. The enchanting sound of drums. Even many years ago, during the fierce battle between the Sword sect and the Frost Moon sect, there was no arrangement for the promising disciples to retreat to a secret stronghold. However, the leaders of the Sword sect have now implemented such a measure, clearly indicating their lack of optimism regarding the impending conflict with the Inyang sect. Zhao Ping'an pondered silently, realizing that while relocating to the sect's secret base might temporarily assure his safety, should the sect fall, evading the pursuit of the Inyang sect would remain an insurmountable challenge. Although he longed to continue his steady development, avoiding entanglement in the sect's power struggles seemed nearly impossible at this juncture. Moreover, within the medicinal garden, there were familiar faces like Wang Kezi and Daniel. How could he abandon them and seek refuge in the sect's hidden stronghold? Certainly, he was not one to be overly sentimental. Yet he was also not the type to discard friends in the face of danger. Ping'an, stop dawdling. Hurry and gather your things. I will take you to the entrance of the medicinal garden. Someone is already waiting there, Daniel urged, noticing Zhao Ping'an's silence and assuming he had reservations. I will not leave, Zhao Ping'an replied, his tone as placid as ever. You refuse to leave? Ping'an, do you not understand? The situation within the sect is exceedingly perilous. I have heard that the Inyang sect may launch an assault at any moment. Once the battle commences, our medicinal garden will inevitably be drawn into the fray, resulting in numerous casualties. Daniel insisted, his anxiety palpable. Daniel, there is no need to persuade me further. Please pass my spot to someone else. Though my cultivation is not formidable, my skills in talisman crafting are commendable, and I should be able to handle ordinary malevolent cultivators with ease. Zhao Ping'an stated with a serene smile. Daniel found it difficult to comprehend Zhao Ping'an's perspective, and seeing his resolute demeanor left him at a loss for how to continue persuading. Daniel, let us not discuss this any further. Have you heard any news about Sister Li? Zhao Ping'an signaled for Daniel to cease his urging and inquired about Li Yun. Daniel, being the senior disciple responsible for menial tasks in the medicinal garden, often interacted with formal disciples who came to harvest spiritual herbs, thus possessing a wealth of information. Are you referring to Sister Li Yun? Daniel asked, his expression shifting. Indeed, Zhao Ping'an confirmed with a nod. I have heard that a couple of days ago, she, along with other elite disciples of the sect, descended the mountain to launch an assault on a significant stronghold of the Inyang sect. Unfortunately, the endeavor was unsuccessful, and they fell into an ambush, suffering considerable losses. It is said that Sister Li also sustained minor injuries. Daniel relayed the information he had gathered succinctly to Zhao Ping'an. Minor injuries? That is a relief, Zhao Ping'an responded, his heart lightening at the news. Li Yun was among those he cherished most within the sect. Had she fallen to the hands of the malevolent cultivators, Zhao Ping'an would have been willing to pay any price to eradicate the Inyang sect completely. Ping'an, I know that you share a close bond with Sister Li. You should seek an opportunity to visit her, Daniel advised. Sister Li, within the sect, is surrounded by numerous admirers. However, as a fellow disciple, I still hold you in high regard, Daniel remarked with a cough. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping'an felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, aware that Daniel had misinterpreted his relationship with Li Yun. Yet, he chose not to elaborate, understanding that some matters are better left unspoken, allowing them to unfold naturally. Before long, Daniel took his leave. Currently, the sect faced urgent challenges, and the affairs within the medicinal garden had become increasingly intricate. As the chief disciple responsible for miscellaneous tasks, Daniel was required to attend to numerous responsibilities. Suddenly, a captivating drumbeat resonated through the air, permeating the entire medicinal garden. The rhythm was peculiar, seemingly infused with a hint of enchanting power. Despite Zhao Ping'an's robust mental acuity, he found himself momentarily entranced. This drumbeat was indeed strange. Furrowing his brow, he traced the sound to its origin, which appeared to be emanating from the direction of the sword sect's main gate. Bang, bang. At that moment, the doors of the nearby wooden huts swung open, and a throng of dazed, vacant-eyed disciples emerged from their abodes. Under the influence of the drumbeat, they moved like marionettes, aimlessly advancing towards the entrance of the medicinal garden. Simultaneously, not only the disciples of the medicinal garden, but also any with weaker mental faculties within the sword sect were similarly affected, behaving like puppets as they unconsciously surged towards the main gate. The entire sword sect was thrown into disarray, engulfed in chaos. Utilizing the drumbeat as a medium to manipulate the disciples from afar is a formidable mental technique. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhao Ping'an discerned the nature of this influence. Suddenly, he noticed a familiar figure amidst the throng of entranced disciples, charging towards the medicinal garden's entrance. Brother Wang. Zhao Ping'an's brow furrowed as he recognized the limping figure of Wang Kezi. Wang Kezi appeared dazed, hobbling through the crowd, completely devoid of awareness. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhao Ping'an swiftly intervened, seizing Wang Kezi before he could react and pulling him away from the surging mass. Get away! Wang Kezi struggled in resistance, summoning his magical energy to strike Zhao Ping'an, but the latter effortlessly evaded the attack. Zhao Ping'an produced a talisman, transforming it into 2 tiny paper balls, which he promptly placed into Wang Kezi's ears. As the influence of the drumbeat waned, Wang Kezi's once vacant eyes rapidly regained their clarity. Ping'an, why am I here? Wang Kezi exclaimed, astonished to see Zhao Ping'an before him. If his memory served him correctly, he should have been resting in his quarters. How had he suddenly arrived at this location? Zhao Ping'an offered a faint smile, inscribing the recent events upon the ground, which promptly enlightened Wang Kezi. Have these people gone mad? How dare they attack our formal disciples? Are they attempting to rebel? At the entrance of the medicinal garden, Zheng Yun and Miao Ye gazed in astonishment at the unbridled surge of servant disciples rushing towards them from all directions. Despite their fervent admonishments, the servant disciples appeared oblivious, launching a fierce assault against the two. Although Zheng Yun and Miao Ye possessed formidable strength, the overwhelming number of disciples compelled them to retreat repeatedly. These servants were under some form of remote control, intricately linked to the eerie drumbeats that stifled their movements. Miao Ye, quick to perceive the underlying issue, deftly summoned a crimson whip, which, under the impetus of her magical energy, transformed into a flurry of whip shadows, ensnaring the foremost servant disciples with unyielding ties. However, this measure proved insufficient, as the tide of incoming servants was simply too great. Just as the two found themselves struggling to cope, a voice imbued with a chilling clarity resonated through the air, and the guardian of the medicinal garden materialized seemingly from nowhere. With a graceful wave of her hand, a golden bronze bell manifested in her palm, emanating ripples of sound waves. These sound waves swiftly expanded, washing over the unconscious servant disciples. Thud, thud. The very disciples who had just been assaulting the entrance of the medicinal garden began to collapse one after another, succumbing to a deep slumber. In swift succession, a vast number of them fell to the ground. Chapter 124. Lin Yu's olive branch, the guardian of the medicinal garden, swiftly subdued the numerous unconscious servant disciples. Miao Ye and Zheng Yun both exhaled in relief. They had been ensnared by the enchanting drum sound, and I could only temporarily restrain their movements. The cultivator who had unleashed the drum sound was vastly more powerful than I could fathom. The guardian's delicate visage grew serious as she softly spoke. This. Miao Ye and Zheng Yun exchanged astonished glances. It was well known that the guardian was a seasoned foundational cultivator, and even she could not unravel the influence of the drum sound on the servant disciples. This only hinted at the terrifying prowess of the assailant. Beyond the medicinal garden, the senior elders of the sword sect also took action, suppressing the formally recognized disciples affected by the drum sound. The ominous drum sound, a remnant of the sword sect's former archenemy, the drum master. Within the great hall of the sword sect, the sword master slowly rose, casting his gaze beyond the confines of the sect. His eyes were profoundly deep, penetrating through layers of obstruction to rest upon a man drumming 100 miles away. This man, with long flowing black hair and bronze-hued skin, possessed an imposing and towering physique. As if sensing the sword master's gaze, the drum master ceased his rhythmic pounding. revealing a mocking smile as he spoke slowly. Sword Master, it seems you still remember me? Humph, a defeated foe of the sword sect. And yet you dare to show your face? The Sword Master scoffed, their consciousness clashing in an invisible duel, imperceptible to ordinary mortals. Times have changed. Hundreds of years ago, I nearly perished at the hands of your sect strong. Now, having joined the Inyang sect, my sole purpose is to utterly annihilate your sword sect and wash away the humiliation of the past. The Drum Master smiled coldly, his voice dripping with malice. The sword sect is unshakable. If it is war you seek, then let it be war. The Sword Master's voice resonated with unwavering resolve, akin to a divine sword unsheathed. Its brilliance dazzling. Very well, I hereby declare war on behalf of the Inyang sect. 3 days from now, on the night of the full moon, will mark the fall of your sword sect. His words echoed through the void, clear even across the vast distance of over 100 miles, reaching the Sword Master's ears. Simultaneously, all those affected by the drum sound in both the medicinal garden and the sect instinctively uttered in unison, 3 days from now, on the night of the full moon, will mark the fall of your sword sect. 3 days from now, anyone who dares to encroach upon the sword sect shall pay a heavy price. The Sword Master's voice was icy, a counterstrike that reverberated through the air, unwavering and persistent. As the drum sound gradually dissipated, the disciples who had been under its influence slowly regained their clarity. On this day, the sword sect faced its former mortal enemy. The Drum Master, who, representing the Inyang sect, issued a final ultimatum. Within the sect, nearly everyone became aware of this grave news. Ping'an, 3 days from now, on the night of the full moon, marks the official assault of the Inyang sect against our sword sect. Do you think we can withstand it? Wang Kezi asked anxiously, turning to Zhao Ping'an for reassurance. I believe we should be able to, came the cautious reply. After all, the sect had previously established a collaboration with the Southern County government. Even if the Inyang sect were to launch a massive offensive, the government could not simply stand idly by, could it? Zhao Ping'an hesitated for a moment, speaking with a hint of uncertainty. In his view, although the sword sect was a declining faction, it possessed a certain depth of heritage. The Inyang sect, while formidable, was ultimately a cult. If a true battle ensued, the sword sect should not be without the means to retaliate. Furthermore, with the Southern County government as backup, the Inyang sect might not be able to conquer the sword sect. I am not particularly worried about myself, as my talents are mediocre, and with age, my body grows increasingly feeble and useless. It is the matter of Wang Cheng that weighs heavily on my mind. Wang Kezi sighed softly, unafraid of death but deeply concerned for his nephew, Wang Cheng. How has Wang Cheng been faring lately? Zhao Ping'an inquired. With the sect in a state of emergency, that young man has been fervently declaring his desire to charge to the front lines against the malevolent practitioners. If it weren't for his master holding him back, I fear. Wang Kezi trailed off, his sighs echoing his worries. Youth, after all, is often characterized by fervor and rebellion, unaware of the perils of sect warfare. It is not just the chi refining practitioners who are at risk. Even those at the foundation establishment stage could easily become cannon fodder in such tumultuous times. His intentions are commendable, yet the current situation of the sect is undeniably perilous. In 3 days, on the night of the full moon, a dreadful battle is unavoidable. Zhao Ping'an's expression grew solemn as he spoke gravely. Indeed, it is likely to be even more brutal than the battle against the Frost Moon sect from years past. Wang Kezi replied, his face etched with worry. Brother Wang, if you truly concern yourself for Wang Cheng's safety, I have a suggestion. Noticing Wang Kezi's lingering apprehension, Zhao Ping'an suddenly recalled a recent visit from Daniel regarding the transfer to the sect's hidden stronghold. What suggestion do you have? Wang Kezi's eyes brightened with curiosity. Zhao Ping'an did not withhold information, briefly explaining the matter of the sect's secret stronghold. Wang Cheng's circumstances align with the criteria for transfer to the sect's stronghold. I shall speak with Daniel and arrange to grant him a spot. Zhao Ping'an pondered aloud. Ping'an, what about yourself? Wang Kezi asked, a hint of worry in his voice. I will certainly remain in the herb garden. I cannot abandon you all to flee for my own safety, can I? Zhao Ping'an jested. Ping'an, I sincerely thank you on behalf of that boy, Wang Cheng. Wang Kezi expressed his heartfelt gratitude, his tone earnest. Zhao Ping'an smiled faintly, then proceeded to seek out Daniel, requesting his assistance in transferring the spot to Wang Cheng. Daniel readily agreed. Initially, the sect had allocated only a handful of spots to the herb garden, and a minor adjustment would not contravene the sect's rules. Just as Zhao Ping'an returned to his quarters, an unusual disturbance emanated from his storage bag. The Lin family's communication artifact? Zhao Ping'an retrieved a copper coin. The very contact device gifted to him by Lin Yu, the esteemed daughter of the Lin family. Could it be that the Lin family has a new demand for talisman crafting? He hesitated for a moment before channeling a trace of magical energy. And soon the voice of Lin Yu resonated from the other end. Master Zhao, I have just received the latest news. The Yin sect has issued a declaration of war against your sword sect. How have you been lately? Lin Yu's tone carried a hint of concern for Zhao Ping'an's personal safety. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping'an felt somewhat taken aback. Surmising that the news of the Yin sect's formal declaration of war against the sword sect must have spread throughout the southern county, prompting Lin Yu's inquiry. Previously, due to the collaboration between the sword sect and the southern county government, the Yin sect had temporarily shelved their plans to deal with the Lin family, effectively serving as a shield for them. Miss Lin, I am doing well. Thank you for your concern, Zhao Ping'an replied with a smile, maintaining his usual composure and tranquility. Master Zhao, I have heard that the situation at the sword sect is not optimistic. Perhaps you should consider taking refuge at our Lin family for the time being? Lin Yu hesitated for a moment before expressing her thoughts. Zhao Ping'an's mastery of talismans was something she greatly admired, and the Lin family was in dire need of a talisman master. If she could seize the opportunity to recruit Zhao Ping'an, it would be a significant boon for the Lin family. Master Zhao, I am not urging you to abandon your sect in its time of peril. However, the Yin sect is indeed formidable. I have received reliable information that the southern county government, which had previously allied with your sword sect, is unlikely to muster the manpower needed to aid you against the Yin sect. Therefore, I implore you to make your plans accordingly. As she spoke, Lin Yu lowered her voice, offering this warning. The Lin family was well informed, having secured intelligence from various sources, and her decision to contact Zhao Ping'an was not made lightly. Miss Lin, is your information credible? Zhao Ping'an's heart sank. If what Lin Yu said was true, then the sword sect was indeed in grave danger. Absolutely. I have heard that the heavenly Xian sacred land is secretly intervening to obstruct the southern county government's support for the sword sect. Of course, this is merely hearsay. Lin Yu said cautiously. The mention of the heavenly Xian sacred land cast a shadow over Zhao Ping'an's expression, deep in thought. Miss Lin, I appreciate the information you have provided. I will consider it carefully. He took a deep breath, still not agreeing to Lin Yu's proposal. If he were to flee at this critical juncture, what would be the difference between him and a coward? In this life, although Zhao Ping'an wished to develop steadily, it did not imply that he intended to be a turtle hiding in its shell. With the insights gained from his previous life, he was still a formidable foundation-building practitioner. Despite his lack of deep emotional ties to the sword sect, he had familiar faces like Wang Kezi and Li Yun among them. Regardless, Zhao Ping'an would not stand idly by. Very well. Should you change your mind, feel free to contact me anytime. Lin Yu sounded somewhat disappointed, but refrained from saying more, promptly severing the connection. The matters concerning the southern county government were of great importance, yet as a mere servant disciple, he held little weight within the sect. This matter necessitates seeking an appropriate individual to inform the higher echelons of the sword sect. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Ping'an resolved to visit Li Yun at the Yunshao Peak. Chapter 125. The Curse of Black Mountain. What a fool. The sword sect is on the brink of destruction, and you still insist on remaining there. Do you intend to share the fate of the sect? As Zhao Ping'an made his way to Yunshao Peak, Lin Yu, who had just ended a communication, was stamping her delicate jade foot in frustration. Her skin was as white and translucent as snow, her hair sleek and ebony, adorned in a flowing lavender dress that accentuated her long and slender legs, exuding an extraordinary beauty and allure. Who could have provoked the ire of our Lin family's precious daughter? Upon hearing of Lin Yu's temper, someone entered the room, a graceful, voluptuous woman dressed in court attire. Aunt Bai. Upon seeing this refined lady, Lin Yu transformed into a docile kitten, greeting her sweetly. Who were you just in contact with? Is it that Zhao Fusher you mentioned before? The elegant woman noticed the golden copper coin with communication capabilities lying before Lin Yu and inquired with a gentle smile. It was him. Lin Yu did not conceal the truth and recounted the recent events succinctly. I truly wish to see for myself what kind of person can make our Lin family's daughter so concerned. If the sword sect can weather this calamity, I shall take you to meet him. How about that? The woman suggested with a slight smile. I wouldn't want to go. Lin Yu pouted, shaking her head resolutely, embodying the demeanor of a little woman. Ever since she officially became the heir of the Lin family, she appeared proud and aloof to outsiders, revealing such a side only in the presence of her father and Aunt Bai. Oh dear. Seeing Lin Yu's reaction, the woman shook her head gently, realizing that this little gem of the Lin family had likely fallen under someone's spell. Yunshao Peak, tranquil and elegant. Zhao Ping'an, seeking an audience with sisterly. Upon reaching the entrance of Li Yun's cave abode, Zhao Ping'an called out with a clear voice. Zhao Shidi, you have come. Please, Come in. The previously closed door of the cave opened, accompanied by Li Yun's voice, tinged with a hint of frailty. Upon hearing Li Yun's voice, Zhao Ping'an's heart sank. Dainio had been right. She was indeed injured, though he could not ascertain the extent of her wounds. Without hesitation, he entered the cave and beheld Li Yun. Sister Li, what has happened to you? Upon seeing the delicate figure before him, Zhao Ping'an furrowed his brow, nearly unable to believe his eyes. Li Yun's hair was unkempt, and she wore a simple dress that stripped away her usual spirited beauty, leaving her looking exceptionally weakened. Her finely featured face had lost its color, her lips pale, and the exposed skin revealed dark, twisting veins, as if writhing with life. Li Yun emanated a chaotic aura. Her spiritual energy fluctuated between strength and weakness. She sat upon an icy bed, seemingly using the intense cold to suppress some inner malevolence, appearing to be in considerable pain and distress. Just one glance revealed to Zhao Ping'an that not only was Li Yun injured, but she had suffered a grave spiritual wound, with a peculiar malevolence running rampant within her. What has happened? Previously, when Dainio mentioned Li Yun, did he not say that she had sustained only minor injuries? Zhao Shidi, do I appear unsightly at present? Li Yun opened her eyes. The once bright orbs now seemed somewhat dim. Not at all. Senior Sister Li is the most beautiful. Zhao Ping'an managed to force a smile in response. Ah, you always have such sweet words. Li Yun shot him a glance, and although her words suggested otherwise, a childlike satisfaction graced her face. Senior Sister, what happened to your injuries? I heard someone say you only suffered a slight wound, Zhao Ping'an inquired, taking a step closer. This injury is indeed minor, though it was perilously close to being fatal, Li Yun replied with a sweet smile, a hint of self-deprecation in her tone. The reason some in the sect claimed she was merely lightly injured was primarily due to the Sword Master's intent to prevent panic among the disciples. In reality, her injuries were quite severe. Senior Sister, what time is it? You still have the energy to jest? Zhao Ping'an retorted with a hint of annoyance. Well, I'm not dead yet, so why not share a laugh? Li Yun rolled her eyes at him. Then, as if recalling something of importance, she said earnestly, Zhao Shidi, I owe my survival to that third-tier talisman you gave me earlier. Without it, I would likely have perished in the Black Mountain Hall of the Yin-Yang sect. Her voice carried a trace of lingering fear. Subsequently, Li Yun did not withhold the details from Zhao Ping'an, recounting the incident when the elite disciples of the Sword sect were ambushed at the Black Mountain Hall. It turned out that, thanks to Li Yun's cover, most of the Sword sect disciples managed to withdraw safely. With the aid of the Phoenix Guardian talisman, she too had retreated with composure. However, unbeknownst to them, once they left the vicinity of the Black Mountain Hall, the Sword sect disciples faced renewed pursuit from the malevolent practitioners of the Yin-Yang sect. Under the siege of several Foundation establishment-level adversaries, Li Yun revealed a moment of vulnerability and was ensnared by the Black Mountain Curse. This curse was exceptionally malevolent, capable of eroding a cultivator's vitality and nearly impossible to dispel. Even when the Sword Master and several senior elders of the sect joined forces, they could not entirely eradicate the affliction's damage to Li Yun. The Black Mountain Curse, and even the Sword Master cannot break it? Zhao Ping'an furrowed his brow, taken aback by the severity of Li Yun's predicament. This curse originated from the hands of the deputy sect master of the Black Mountain Hall of the Yin-Yang sect. My father once said that unless the former falls, there is scarcely any other means of resolution. Li Yun's expression turned despondent. The Black Mountain Curse incessantly consumed her vitality. Although she would not perish in the short term, her cultivation would continuously decline. Once her cultivation was depleted, she would revert to being immortal, marking the end of her life. Zhao Shidi, do not worry about me. For the time being, I shall not perish. Your visit brings me great joy. Noticing the concerned gaze of Zhao Ping'an, Li Yun forced a smile and reassured him. By the way, have you received any notice regarding your transfer to the sect's secret stronghold? Li Yun inquired suddenly. Transfer to the sect's secret stronghold? Is this an arrangement made by you, Senior Sister Li? Zhao Ping'an replied, somewhat astonished. Indeed, Li Yun affirmed with a gentle nod. Given the current precarious situation of the sect, she believed that Zhao Ping'an possessed immense potential in talisman crafting, and it was imperative to preserve such promising seeds for the sect, with Zhao Ping'an being one of the prime candidates. Upon receiving Li Yun's definitive answer, Zhao Ping'an felt a tumult of emotions within. Despite his own frail state, she still worried for his safety. I have already been informed, Zhao Ping'an said, choosing not to disclose that he had transferred his quota to Wang Cheng, in order to spare Li Yun any further concern. That is good to hear. Junior brother Zhao, your skills in talisman crafting have surely advanced, haven't they? Had it not been for that third-tier talisman you provided, I fear I would have never returned to the sect. May I ask what it is called? Li Yun shifted the topic. After returning to the sect, she had consulted Elder Chung, the chief talisman master, who confirmed that only a third-tier talisman could possess such astonishing defensive power, capable of withstanding the assaults of several foundational stage evil cultivators simultaneously. Yet, she remained curious about the specific talisman Zhao Ping'an had gifted her. It is called the Phoenix Guardian Talisman, Zhao Ping'an replied earnestly. Observing Li Yun's frail yet resilient demeanor, a weight settled in his heart. Since his arrival at the Sword Sect, Li Yun had shown him considerable care, making her one of the few individuals he truly valued within the sect. What a beautiful name! Li Yun smiled softly, reminiscent of a flickering oil lamp, exuding a hint of mortality. Half an hour later, Zhao Ping'an exited Li Yun's cave dwelling. The Black Mountain curse is exceedingly difficult to unravel, he murmured calmly to himself. With no other means to break the curse, he resolved to seek an opportunity to eliminate the deputy leader of the Black Mountain faction of the Inyang sect. Zhao Ping'an's expression remained serene as he gazed into the distant sky, his eyes deepening with a cold intensity. On this day, the deputy leader of the Black Mountain faction remained oblivious to the formidable presence he had unwittingly provoked, thanks to the curse he had carelessly bestowed upon his subordinates. Chapter 126. An immediate confrontation at the entrance of the medicinal garden. Wang Xiaozi, accompanied by the sullen Wang Cheng, found Daniel. Brother Wang, you have arrived. Daniel greeted them with a smile upon noticing the duo. Wang Cheng, how can you be so impolite? You have yet to greet your uncle Daniel. Observing his nephew's silence, Wang Xiaozi's expression darkened slightly as he reprimanded him. Uncle Daniel, Wang Cheng lifted his head, forcing a smile. That's good enough. Brother Wang, do you wish to spend a little more time with Xiao Qingzi? If not, I shall take him to meet the elder responsible for transferring promising disciples of the sect. Daniel remarked with a gentle smile. Not long ago, Zhao Ping'an had relinquished his spot to Wang Cheng, prompting Daniel to summon Wang Xiaozi and his nephew to this location, preparing to escort Wang Cheng to the elder of the Sword Sect. There's no need. I've already conveyed everything necessary to this young lad, Wang Xiaozi replied, shaking his head. Uncle, I truly do not wish to go. I have no desire to be a deserter of the sect, Wang Cheng reluctantly spoke up. When Wang Xiaozi informed him of the transfer opportunity, rather than feeling elated, Wang Cheng was filled with resistance, believing he should not abandon the sect in its time of crisis. However, under his uncle's insistence, he could only acquiesce and accompany him to this place. You must go, regardless of your wishes. The situation is exceedingly perilous. You are the only hope of the Wang family, and you cannot afford to encounter any misfortune. Wang Xiaozi glared at him, rendering Wang Cheng momentarily speechless. Xiao Qingzi, your uncle is only looking out for your best interests. There are only a few transfer quotas allocated to the medicinal garden, and securing this opportunity is no small feat. Do not disappoint your uncle and Ping'an's good intentions, Daniel added in counsel. Very well, Wang Cheng acknowledged, realizing he could not resist any longer, ultimately choosing to comply and departing the medicinal garden with Daniel. On this day, it was not solely Wang Cheng. Other promising disciples on the transfer list were also discreetly departing the Sword Sect under the arrangements of the higher-ups. The purpose behind this was to serve as a precaution. Should the sect indeed fall to the Inyang cult in 3 days, at least some seeds of the sect could be preserved, preventing the complete severance of the Sword Sect's legacy. While a select few could leave safely, the majority remained behind to defend the Sword Sect. The Inyang cult's might was formidable. Not only did various factions of the southern region's cultivation powers harbor skepticism towards the Sword Sect, but many disciples and even higher-ranking elders within the sect shared a sense of foreboding. Amidst the swirling uncertainty, some newly joined disciples contemplated fleeing under the cover of darkness, but were swiftly apprehended by the guards stationed at the mountain gate. Of course, these incidents were mere trifles and did not disrupt the stability of the Sword Sect. 3 days passed swiftly, leading to the date the Inyang cult had chosen to assault the Sword Sect. A full moon hung high in the sky, its silvery light enveloping the entire Sword Sect. On the night of the full moon, if memory serves, it is the time when the Inyang sect is set to launch its attack. Inside the wooden cabin, Zhao Ping'an opened his eyes and murmured to himself. His gaze was profound and luminous, as if able to penetrate the essence of all things in the world. The flow of longevity magic enveloped Zhao Ping'an, exuding a deep and enduring aura. Since returning from Cloud Peak to the medicinal garden, he had remained almost confined to his quarters for 3 days. During this time, apart from continuing his training in the longevity sword technique, Zhao Ping'an also crafted several talismans, sufficient to confront the impending battle. With this thought, he slowly rose and made his way outside. Simultaneously, beyond the gates of the Sword Sect, the once desolate plain was now teeming with figures. densely packed like a black tide advancing slowly towards the sect. The ground trembled, resonating with the sound of drums echoing through the air. They have arrived. The forces of the Yin-Yang sect are upon us. The previously silent mountain gate was disrupted by the urgent voice of a sect disciple. The protective formation of the mountain gate shimmered with brilliance, nearly enveloping the entire sword sect, transforming it into an impregnable bastion. Disciples of the sect surged forth from all corners of the sword sect, gathering before the mountain gate. At the same time, the powerful elders of the sword sect emerged from their respective abodes, standing resolutely in front of the gathered disciples, akin to immovable mountains. Elder Su-Wan, Elder Maple Leaf, Elder Chung, and others. At the very moment the esteemed elders of the sword sect appeared, several formidable figures emerged from the ranks of the Yin-Yang sect's malevolent practitioners. Both men and women, all casting their gaze towards the disciples within the sword sect's gates. The 5 element guardians of the Black Mountain Hall of the Yin-Yang sect and 2 high-ranking protectors were nearly all present. Elder Su-Wan's expression grew grave as he beheld the overwhelming presence of those 8 figures, feeling the palpable pressure bearing down upon them. Today marked an unavoidable battle. Should the sword sect emerge victorious, it could restore its long-lost prestige. Should they falter, the consequences would be unimaginable. Elder Maple Leaf, with a solemn countenance, spoke in a deep voice, "Sword Master, will you not reveal yourself?" At that moment, dark clouds gathered in the sky, forming a towering and robust silhouette. It was a man clad in black, his hair disheveled, with bronze skin radiating a wild and untamed aura. The Drum Man, a former adversary of the sword sect. Upon recognizing his visage, Elder Su-Wan and the others changed their expressions, although they were aware that their old foe had allied with the Yin-Yang sect against them. Witnessing him in person was still somewhat beyond belief. Long ago, the Drum Man was a renowned powerhouse. Yet he had been severely wounded by a predecessor of the sword sect for his indiscriminate slaughter of innocent civilians and had fled. Now, after a century, he not only re-emerged but also aligned himself with the Yin-Yang sect to confront the sword sect. Drum Man, you have indeed come with the wicked practitioners of the Yin-Yang sect to meet your demise. A cold voice resounded from within the sword sect. Before anyone could react, the imposing figure of the sword master materialized before all the disciples. With a resolute countenance and piercing, icy gaze, his aura radiated with an intensity that rivaled that of the drummer opposite him. Today, we shall see who lives and who perishes, determined by our respective skills. The drummer sneered, exuding an air of confidence as though victory were already assured, even in the presence of the sword sect's leader. Very well, let us each reveal our prowess, the sword master replied, his expression stoic. Without further ado, he stepped forth from the sect's protective formation, addressing both his disciples and the sinister followers of the Yin-Yang sect with a commanding shout, "Come forth and battle." This was the essence of the sword master, a man of few words but formidable resolve, ready to engage in combat without hesitation. Chapter 127, Murder and Heart's Retribution. The sword master, with a resolute visage, donned a golden battle robe that fluttered with a commanding resonance, emanating an aura that stirred many of the malevolent practitioners from the Yin-Yang sect. His gaze, sharp and piercing, resembled a drawn sword aimed directly at the drum master. Despite sensing the sword master's overwhelming martial intent, the drum master remained unperturbed, a sly smile curving his lips. Today's battle is not merely a conflict between you and the sword sect. First, take a look at those behind me before deciding whether to strike. As his words fell, 2 prisoner carts were driven forward by the sinister practitioners behind him, each containing a frail figure. Elder Yanlai, Elder Wang Shi. Upon recognizing the figures within the carts, Elder Su-Wan and other high-ranking members of the sword sect gasped in shock. Some disciples of the sect grew increasingly agitated. Previously, the attack on the Yin-Yang sect's Black Mountain Hall had been led by Elders Yan Lai and Wang Shi, who, regrettably, fell victim to an ambush by the sect's malevolent forces. In their valiant effort to cover the retreat of the elite disciples, they had remained behind, their fates unknown. Unbeknownst to them, the 2 elders had indeed been captured by the Yin-Yang sect's nefarious practitioners. The sight of the 2 high-ranking elders confined like prisoners within the carts unsettled the disciples of the sword sect, causing their morale to plummet drastically. The sword master's expression darkened upon witnessing their plight. Yet, he betrayed no hint of surprise, as if he had anticipated this moment. As the leader of the sect, he swiftly comprehended the adversary's intentions. It was clear they aimed to use the 2 elders as leverage, compelling him and the sword sect to concede. Sword master, these 2 are esteemed elders of your sect. Do you not wish to rescue them? The drum master said with a glint of mischief in his eyes. Do you intend to threaten me with them? The sword master replied, his gaze icy. Not quite a threat. If your sword sect cannot even save its own elders, the world will surely mock you, the drum master retorted. However, I do not wish to take advantage of your predicament. I propose a fair exchange. Endure 2 of my strikes, and I shall release them. This posed a dilemma. The drum master's threat loomed large. Should the sword master endure those 2 strikes, he would likely suffer severe injury, if not death. Elder Feng Yi wore a worried expression, fearful that the sword master might acquiesce to the proposal. The sword master was the strongest of the sect, and should he be harmed, the situation would grow increasingly perilous. Yet, if he chose not to rescue the 2 elders, what would the other disciples think? The Yin-Yang sect is truly despicable, Elder Su sighed, his tone tinged with helplessness. The other elders of the sword sect shared a look of complex emotions. If they were in the elder's position, who would not wish for the sword master to come to their aid? The drum master executed a ruthless maneuver, striking at the very heart of his adversaries. Regardless of whether the sword master chose to rescue Yan Lai and Wang Shi, a significant peril loomed. Sword master, you need not concern yourself with us. The defense of the sect is paramount. As the drum master threatened their lives, Yan Lai gritted his teeth and bellowed. As an elder of the sect, he possessed a certain fortitude. Indeed, even if we must perish, we refuse to jeopardize the sect. Wang Shi, pale-faced, exerted every ounce of strength to echo the sentiment. Once you fall into the clutches of the Yin-Yang sect, even death will elude you. Attack! The drum master's icy glare commanded several malevolent disciples to advance, mercilessly assaulting Yan Lai and Wang Shi with fists and kicks. In full view of the sword sect disciples, the 2 were beaten to a pulp, unable to utter a single word. Despicable! How dare they insult our master? Charge forth, and let us battle these scoundrels of the Yin-Yang sect. The disciples under Yan Lai and Wang Shi's command, their eyes filled with rage, longed to storm out and engage in a life-and-death struggle with the evil practitioners. At this critical juncture, Elder Feng Yi and others intervened just in time. The sword master's expression fluctuated, torn between conflicting emotions. Ultimately, he steadied himself and declared solemnly, the sword sect shall not yield to any form of coercion. Weighing the consequences, he made the difficult choice to abandon the 2. The leader of the esteemed sword sect, unwilling to rescue an elder, was indeed cold-hearted. Upon hearing this, the drum master immediately launched into mockery. Deputy sect leader, it appears the sword sect is merely a facade of righteousness, harboring a cadre of cowardly souls. To so readily forsake their own elders, such a sect deserves obliteration. Indeed, a hypocritical and decayed sect, the guardians of the Yin-Yang sect chimed in with taunts. Within the formation, the sword sect disciples wore expressions of distress. Some flushed with anger, while others gripped their swords so tightly their knuckles turned white. The feeling was stifling. 2 words, frustrated. 3 words, exceedingly frustrated. Do not fall for their tricks. They aim to provoke us. A disciple in the Foundation establishment stage spoke up, his voice resonating like thunder, urging everyone to remain calm and not be ensnared by the Yin-Yang sect's machinations. Drum Master, spare your breath. If you possess the ability, face me in combat rather than resorting to petty tactics. The Sword Master stepped forward, directly exiting the protective array of the sect and advancing menacingly towards the Drum Master. Truly, as the leader of the Sword sect, his resolve was undeniable. At that moment, another figure materialized beside the Drum Master. It was a rugged man clad in a long black robe, exuding an ominous aura. The deputy sect leader of the Yin-Yang sect, He Shan. Upon seeing him, the Sword Master hesitated, a hint of gravitas finally breaking through his previously resolute demeanor. In addition to the Drum Master, the other deputy sect leader of the Yin-Yang sect had also arrived. It was said that he possessed strength beyond the Foundation establishment stage, wielding the prowess of the Golden Core realm. The situation has indeed taken a turn for the worse. Elder Maple's complexion darkened significantly, overwhelmed with profound concern for the sect's predicament. Upon hearing Elder Maple's words, the expressions of the other sect elders shifted, their hearts growing increasingly uneasy. Black Mountain paid no heed to the reactions of the Sword sect members. Instead, he gazed at the Sword Master with keen interest. Sword Master, I have long admired your esteemed reputation, he said with a grin. Just moments ago, the Drum Master proposed a suggestion, and now I wish to offer you one as well. If I recall correctly, your precious daughter recently fell victim to my Black Mountain curse. Should you be willing to endure 2 of my strikes, I can provide the antidote to the curse. Black Mountain spoke with a disarming smile, seemingly confident in his advantage over the Sword Master. The antidote to the Black Mountain curse? Indeed, the Sword Master felt a flicker of temptation. Li Yun had been afflicted by the curse of the sinister Yin-Yang sect. which was rumored to either claim the life of the deputy leader Black Mountain or require the secret antidote he concocted. Otherwise, no other means of resolution existed. Deputy leader Black Mountain. It seems the sword master is quite devoted to his daughter, remarked one of the sword sect elders, highlighting that the lives of the two elders paled in comparison to the value of his cherished daughter. Noticing the sword master's reaction, the drum master began to taunt him. Is what you say truly the case? The sword master disregarded the drum master's mockery, his gaze fixed intently on Black Mountain as he sought confirmation. He was not merely the leader of the sword sect, but also Li Yun's biological father. If enduring a strike from Black Mountain could yield the antidote to the curse, he felt it was worth the risk. Although the sword master typically appeared stern towards Li Yun, he was, in truth, exceedingly indulgent towards his beloved daughter. He had previously attempted numerous methods to dispel the Black Mountain curse afflicting Li Yun, and with the antidote now within reach, he could not resist the allure. Fortunately, Yin Lai and Wang Shi had been nearly rendered unconscious by the nefarious practitioners of the Yin sect. Otherwise, witnessing the swordmaster's current demeanor might have driven them to despair. Swordmaster, you mustn't. Elder Maple, the most composed of them all, quickly intervened. He understood the swordmaster's paternal affection, but if he were to recklessly endure a strike from Black Mountain, he could very well sustain grave injuries, leaving the sword sect's sole top-tier combatant severely compromised, thereby sealing the sect's fate. Chapter 128. Stalemate. Upon hearing the admonitions of Elder Maple and others, the swordmaster found himself in a profound inner turmoil, uncertain of how to proceed. Master, the power of the Black Mountain curse exceeds your imagination, one of the advisors cautioned. Noticing the swordmaster's hesitation, Heishan wore a smirk, then swiftly formed a hand seal. In the next instant, a harrowing scream echoed from the peak of Yunshao, where the sword sect resided. Inside the cave, Li Yun, who had been in a meditative state, suddenly fell victim to the intensified backlash of the Black Mountain curse. Dark veins rapidly spread across her body, enveloping her almost instantaneously. Simultaneously, her life force ebbed away, her complexion growing increasingly pallid, and most alarmingly, she had to endure excruciating pain in this moment. Even someone as resolute as Li Yun could not withstand the agony coursing through her body. Yinner, the sword master, with his formidable spiritual sense, immediately sensed his daughter's plight and could no longer maintain his composure. Could he truly bear to watch her perish in such torment? If you agree to receive one strike from me, I shall bestow upon you the antidote to the Black Mountain curse. Of course, should you possess the confidence to kill me, the antidote would be unnecessary. Heishan, the deputy leader of the Yin sect, seemed to have the sword master in a bind, speaking with a dispassionate demeanor. Despicable. The elders of the sword sect were incensed, their faces ashen, yet at that moment, none dared to dissuade the sword master further. Even Elder Maple, who had earlier considered intervening, fell silent, fully aware of the sword master's deep affection for Li Yun. Do not activate the Black Mountain curse anymore. I accept your terms. The sword master inhaled deeply, ultimately yielding to the pressure. He understood that even if he conceded, Heishan might not genuinely possess the antidote. Yet the glimmer of hope compelled him to take the risk. His love for his daughter had clouded his judgment. Excellent. Heishan's eyes gleamed with a predatory light. If he could severely injure the sword master, the sword sect would be doomed, and the Yin sect could seize the opportunity to annihilate this sect, instilling fear in all other forces across Nanjun. Father, you mustn't at that moment. Li Yun, within the cave, sensed the unfolding situation at the mountain gate and, using a fragment of her magical energy, attempted to convey a warning to the sword master. It is but a single strike, of no consequence. The sword master spoke with a resolute demeanor, calm and composed. As soon as he finished speaking, he lowered his defenses and approached Heishan. Heishan, the next move is yours. The instigator revealed a slight smile, nudging Heishan. Indeed, you all should observe closely, Heishan exclaimed, brimming with confidence, then took a step forward. In that instant, an overwhelming and powerful aura surged forth from Heishan's being, resembling a tempest sweeping across the land, enveloping everything in its wake. In the assembly, any cultivator beneath the foundational stage was rendered breathless by an unprecedented sense of suffocation under the weight of this overwhelming aura. Even the foundational disciples of the sword sect felt a constriction in their hearts. This was a surge of magical energy that transcended the foundational stage. Heishan clenched his fist tightly, the tumultuous magical power converging in his right hand, and then he unleashed a sudden, ferocious blow towards the sword master, who had dispelled all defenses. The heavenly gang strike. With a thunderous shout, he poured the majority of his strength into this single strike. aiming to severely wound the swordmaster in one fell swoop. The brilliance of his fist was dazzling, akin to a lightning bolt cleaving through the void. Bearing down with a formidable force, the swordmaster, elders Ping'an and Xuan, among others, gasped in alarm, filled with immense concern for the swordmaster. Confronted with such a fierce onslaught, the swordmaster inhaled deeply, his gaze unwavering and piercingly cold, not summoning even a trace of magical resistance, resembling an immovable mountain. Bang! Under the watchful eyes of all, the fist's radiance descended like a torrent, tearing through the swordmaster's robes, which were shredded to tatters. The swordmaster was propelled backward like a cannonball, soaring 100 feet away. He smashed through several massive boulders along his path, ultimately carving a trench dozens of meters long into the ground before finally stabilizing his form. Indeed, a strike from the mid-stage golden core was formidable. Yet, to use this to convey my message, it still lacked a certain force. The swordmaster's voice was somewhat hoarse as he spoke gravely. Very well. As expected of the sword sect's leader, to withstand my blow without faltering is truly commendable. Heishan was somewhat taken aback, yet his expression quickly returned to normal, unabashedly complimenting the swordmaster. Where's the antidote? The swordmaster, weary of idle chatter, directly demanded the remedy to dispel Li Yun's curse. Antidote. I merely stated I would retrieve it for you, but I never specified when. Once your sword sect has turned to ashes, I shall deliver the antidote to you. Seemingly anticipating the swordmaster's inquiry, Heishan burst into laughter, proclaiming, Swordmaster, it is a pity that despite your illustrious wisdom, you remain a fool who has been toyed with. The curse from Heishan has no antidote. The life and death of those afflicted lie entirely within the control of my esteemed companion, Heishan. You have been played for a fool. The instigator also sneered, taunting. The sword sect's leader is not as astute as he pretends. Perhaps we should cease calling him the swordmaster and instead refer to him as the foolish pig. With the two deputy leaders orchestrating the deception, it seemed that conquering the sword sect today would require little effort. The sinister cultivators of the Inyang sect erupted into raucous laughter, continuously mocking. The swordmaster's expression darkened to an extreme. Although he had prepared himself mentally during the prior compromise, the humiliation of being toyed with in front of everyone ignited an uncontrollable fury within him. Fight! He stepped forward, his formidable aura piercing the heavens, stirring a maelstrom of flying sand and stones. In that moment, the sword master resembled an enraged deity, his magical power surging violently. Enveloped in a protective aura, unleashing a terrifying wave that ravaged the entirety of the sword sect. You have already been injured. How can you hope to battle against us now? The vice master of Black Mountain cast a disdainful glance, concealing his own formidable aura as he faced off against the sword master. Simultaneously, the drum master advanced, unleashing a presence that matched that of the Black Mountain vice master. Two powerful cultivators at the golden core stage. Under ordinary circumstances, the sword master might have been able to confront them alone. However, having just endured a devastating blow from his opponent, could he truly withstand the combined might of the two vice masters of the Inyang sect? Elder Su's face was etched with concern. Should the sword master falter, the annihilation of the sword sect would become inevitable. The three golden core auras surged. Zhao Ping'an, making his way towards the medicinal garden's entrance, suddenly sensed the overwhelming forces and raised his gaze towards the mountain gate. It appeared that a conflict was about to erupt. With a profound look, Zhao Ping'an employed a secret technique to alter both his appearance and aura, swiftly darting beyond the medicinal garden's threshold. In that moment, his essence blended seamlessly with the world around him, rendering him invisible even to those at the Foundation establishment stage nearby. Thus, Zhao Ping'an effortlessly evaded all eyes as he exited the medicinal garden. Outside the mountain gate, three figures collided violently. The sword master remained fiercely dominant, unleashing a relentless assault even against the two vice masters of the Inyang sect. A surge of potent magical energy coalesced at his fingertips. With a swift motion, he unleashed a formidable sword aura that cleaved through the air like a divine weapon, projecting a formidable wave of sword energy that spanned 100 feet. The sword energy moved with the swiftness of lightning, obliterating all in its path. Do not hold back. End this swiftly. Black Mountain and the drum master exchanged glances and simultaneously countered. Black Mountain summoned a black gold, casually waving it to stir the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, manifesting a multitude of skeletons to obstruct the sword aura. The drum master, channeling his magical power, activated a large drum, producing a terrifying sound wave that surged towards the sword master. The area of conflict, stretching over 10,000 meters, transformed into a realm of death. Even the slightest release of energy sent a chilling aura of mortality that resonated deeply with the foundation establishment cultivators of both the Sword Sect and the Yin-Yang Sect. This was no mere sparring match. It represented a life-and-death struggle among their respective factions, where a moment's carelessness could lead to obliteration. MOU Sword. By Bow Sword Technique. Aware of the formidable power wielded by the two vice masters of the Yin-Yang Sect, the Sword Master dared not underestimate them. He summoned a powerful, the already formidable sword energy surged exponentially with the sword's enhancement. The sword energy cascaded like waves, each layer towering above the last, ultimately coalescing into a cataclysmic tide that surged towards Black Mountain and the Drum Master. Where the sword energy passed, towering trees were severed at the trunk, and even boulders the size of small mountains were reduced to rubble in an instant. Years of the Sword Master's inactivity had caused many in the southern county to forget his extraordinary cultivation and combat prowess. The way of the sword is one of slaughter. Cultivators of the sword in the same realm seldom encounter worthy opponents. Despite having endured a formidable strike from Black Mountain, the Sword Master exhibited unmatched ferocity, revealing his astonishing combat strength. Soul-locking chains. Enchanted drum sound. Sensing the imminent danger, Black Mountain and the Drum Master spared no effort, channeling their magical powers to unleash their most devastating techniques. Three distinctly different attacks collided with tremendous force under the watchful gaze of the crowd, triggering a cataclysmic explosion in the void. The terrifying shockwave radiated in all directions, causing even the disciples of the Sword Sect within the formation to feel the earth tremble beneath them. As the dust settled, the Sword Master stood resolutely with his sword, facing off against the figures of Heishan and Guterin from across the expanse. A grave concern arose. The Sword Master's hand was stained with blood. At that moment, the sharp-eyed Elder Maple noticed the crimson hue on the Sword Master's palm, indicating he had suffered significant harm in the recent clash. In a one-on-one confrontation, neither Heishan nor Guterin would pose a threat to the Sword Master. However, united in their efforts, coupled with the Sword Master's prior injury, they had managed to create such a precarious situation. You are but a shadow of your former self. Today, you shall pay with your life. Heishan proclaimed with a triumphant laugh, raising his flag once more to seize the opportunity to eliminate the Sword Master on the spot. Beside him, Guterin sneered repeatedly, fervently urging his magical instrument. The Sword Master staggered, retreating continuously, soon adorned with several gruesome wounds, one deep enough to expose bone, a sight both shocking and harrowing. As the Sword Master appeared on the brink of defeat, despair etched itself onto the faces of the elders and disciples of the Sword Sect. If even their strongest Sword Master fell, what future would remain for their sect? Die. Heishan and Guterin sent the Sword Master's magic sword flying, advancing with lethal intent from either side, determined to execute him before all the disciples. The demise of the Sword Master would spell the complete annihilation of the Sword Sect. Even in death, I shall take you both down with me. The Sword Master's expression was disturbingly calm, a glint of ferocity igniting in his eyes as he sensed Heishan and Guterin scheming against him. He too was calculating his response. Should he perish alongside them, the Yin-Yang Sect would lose its top-tier combatants, granting a glimmer of hope to the elders and disciples of the Sword Sect. This was one of the motives behind his choice to endure Heishan's attack. Everything he had done was a deliberate act of feigned weakness. Even had he not been injured, facing two equally matched adversaries made victory alone exceedingly difficult, and there was a risk they might escape. As the two approached, the Sword Master unleashed the remnants of his magical energy, his once towering figure swelling to the brink of explosion, akin to a balloon about to burst. Not good. He intends to self-destruct. Run. But it was too late. Heishan and Guterin had already reached the Sword Master, leaving no chance for escape. Their faces were etched with terror, utterly unprepared for the Sword Master's unwavering resolve to perish alongside them. The detonation of a golden core cultivator would be a force capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. In a radius of several miles, few could hope to escape unscathed. Just as the three were poised to meet their end, a figure radiating boundless celestial light suddenly emerged from the Sword Sect. In that instant, the fabric of space and time appeared to freeze, as if all existence had come to a standstill. Chapter 129. A cry for help as time stands still. Suddenly, a mysterious figure materialized, effortlessly wielding an unseen force that enveloped the Sword Master. The Sword Master's complexion shifted dramatically as he distinctly sensed the violent magical energy within him, which was on the verge of bursting forth, being subdued by an overwhelming power that left him no room to resist. His once swelling form returned to normal in an instant. while the assaults from Heishan and the drum Taoist were also nullified by this intangible force, causing both of them to emit muffled groans and spew blood from their mouths and noses before being hurled 100 yards away. As everyone regained their composure, they beheld the enigmatic figure standing before the Sword Master, having not only effortlessly neutralized the Sword Master's self-detonation, but also repelled the two deputy leaders of the Yin-Yang sect. Such formidable prowess. Who could this individual be? Could it be a hidden powerhouse of our sword sect? Elder Maple Leaf and the others exchanged astonished glances, their expressions a mixture of surprise and joy as they gazed at the suddenly appearing figure. This mysterious figure was none other than Zhao Ping'an, who had arrived just in time at the mountain gate, harnessing a portion of the power from his past life's Tao fruit. Enveloped in celestial radiance, Zhao Ping'an exuded an extraordinarily profound aura that permeated the surroundings, appearing as an inscrutable deity, instilling awe in all who beheld him. The Sword Master was utterly astonished, simultaneously speculating if this person might be a latent powerhouse of the sword sect. Yet, this thought was swiftly dismissed. As the leader of a sect, he was acutely aware of the current state of his order. Aside from the long-fallen Grand Elder from many years past, there were no dormant powerhouses to safeguard the sect. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to self-detonation to drag the two deputy leaders of the Yin-Yang sect down with him. Senior, you are. The Sword Master ventured cautiously, attempting to inquire. However, Zhao Ping'an offered no response, seemingly indifferent to his presence. His gaze, deep and luminous, swept across the many sinister figures of the Yin-Yang sect before settling on the visibly startled Heishan and the drum Taoist. Who is the deputy leader of the Yin-Yang sect? Heishan? Zhao Ping'an inquired, his expression inscrutable. He obscured his form with celestial light, deliberately altering his voice to sound hoarse and elderly, such that even those close to him would be unable to recognize him by tone alone. Upon hearing Zhao Ping'an's question, Heishan was taken aback and suspicious. After exchanging a glance with the drum Taoist, he hesitantly replied, I am Heishan, the deputy leader of the Yin-Yang sect. May I ask if you are a senior powerhouse of the sword sect? Having just witnessed Zhao Ping'an's effortless neutralization of the Sword Master's self-detonation and their own injuries, Heishan felt a sense of trepidation, hence his inquiry. If the sword sect truly possessed an undiminished ancient powerhouse, the Yin-Yang sect might find it challenging to fulfill their ambitions of obliterating this sect today. What business is it of yours whether I am of the sword sect? Zhao Ping'an discerned Heishan's ulterior motives with a scoff, then coldly declared, I seek only to slay you. If the others are wise, they should depart swiftly. I may spare their lives. He stepped forward, unabashedly revealing his fierce killing intent, directly locking onto the deputy leader of the Yin-Yang sect, Heishan. For Zhao Ping'an, it sufficed to confirm the identity of the individual as Heishan, the deputy leader of the Yin-Yang sect, without further superfluous dialogue. By eliminating this person, the Heishan curse-binding sister Li would be automatically lifted. Zhao Ping'an, his flowing hair billowing, his robust physique radiating an intense celestial aura, resembled a deity of exalted stature. Even a mere wisp of his unintentional energy sent shivers of fear through all present. Even Heishan, at the golden core level, felt a profound sense of dread upon being locked onto by Zhao Ping'an's murderous intent, experiencing an overwhelming sensation of suffocation. Such audacious words. Even if your cultivation surpasses both mine and that of the deputy leader of Heishan, it does not mean that we cannot contend with you together. Deputy leader Heishan, let us first eliminate this individual, and then we shall raise the sword sect to the ground. The dancer's gaze was icy, undeterred by Zhao Ping'an's imposing presence, as he timely suggested to Heishan, very well, regardless of your esteemed status in the sword sect, today we shall engage in battle. Upon receiving the dancer's counsel, Heishan steadied his resolve and bellowed. As his words echoed, the two aligned their spirits and struck with ferocity. Heavenly Gang's 3 styles. The demon drum resounds. The two mid-golden core powerhouses joined forces once more, their magical energy surging violently, unleashing terrifying black fists that tore through the void like a colossal mountain crashing down. Simultaneously, the sound of the drum solidified into tangible blades raining down from the skies, a torrent of sharp weapons descending upon their foe. Be careful, senior, the Sword Master warned. Although Zhao Ping'an had just demonstrated formidable strength, the Sword Master discerned that the former's cultivation level was significantly higher than his own, yet still within the bounds of the Golden Core realm. Although he did not succeed in self-detonation, his internal magical energy was in disarray, and he bore substantial wounds, leaving him with little combat strength as he could only watch Zhao Ping'an face the dual onslaughts of the Yin-Yang sect's 2 deputy leaders alone. Do these two mid-golden core practitioners of the dark arts truly believe that their alliance grants them supremacy? Zhao Ping'an scoffed disdainfully, then clenched his fist, unleashing a domineering strike. Though he had only drawn upon a fraction of his former life's Taoist essence, he was far beyond the capacity of two mid-golden core evil cultivators to withstand. One force breaks all techniques. Boom. The black fist energy erupted, shattering the blades forged from the drum's sound, utterly incapable of withstanding Zhao Ping'an's overwhelming attack. His fist surged forth like a roaring dragon, unrelenting as it hurtled towards Heishan and the dancer. In that instant, both men were seized by an indescribable terror, hastily retreating while simultaneously summoning their respective magical artifacts in a desperate attempt to defend themselves. The black golden flag expanded rapidly, transforming into a wall as sturdy as a fortress, promptly shielding Heishan. Countless skeletal phantoms erupted from the flag's surface, howling fiercely. A large drum materialized before the dancer, its surface vibrating violently, generating sound waves akin to tidal waves, continuously battering against Zhao Ping'an's oncoming fist. The two, without regard for their well-being, channeled their magical energy, causing their artifacts to unleash tremendous power. In the next instant, the black and golden artifact was torn asunder, and the resounding drum erupted with a violent tremor. A forceful punch swept through the defenses of the two deputy leaders of the Yin-Yang sect, sending them sprawling and causing them to spew blood profusely. They were hurled backward, carving a deep trench hundreds of feet into the ground, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Gasp! Whether it was the disciples of the Sword sect or the nefarious practitioners of the Yin-Yang sect, all were struck by a collective chill at the sight. The two deputy leaders of the Yin-Yang sect, each possessing a mid-tier golden core cultivation, had nearly been obliterated by Zhao Ping'an with but a single blow. Incredible. Powerful. Even the usually composed sword master found himself in utter astonishment, struggling to believe his own eyes. It was likely that even the Grand Elder Gu Changming, before his untimely demise many years ago, could not have effortlessly vanquished two golden core cultivators working in tandem. You may perish now. Zhao Ping'an addressed Heishan and the drum man from a commanding height. Who on earth are you? Heishan, pale and filled with dread, inquired. Having been easily defeated alongside the drum man, he realized that this person's strength was nearly unfathomable. There is no need for the dead to know too much. Zhao Ping'an raised his hand slightly, preparing to eliminate the two who had already lost their combat prowess. Master, save me. At that moment, Heishan, filled with unwillingness, suddenly cried out. In the next second, the clouds in the sky churned, forming a massive green hand, towering 100 feet, aimed directly at Zhao Ping'an to strike down upon him. Chapter 130. A chilling presence, a massive azure hand, inscribed with intricate runes, descended like a colossal mountain, emanating an overwhelming aura that left all present cultivators in sheer awe. Zhao Ping'an's gaze sharpened, sensing a hint of pressure. He retaliated with a powerful punch. His profound and enduring life force, even in a casual strike, augmented by the remnants of his past life's Tao achievements, transformed into an extraordinary force. Boom! The void trembled, and a terrifying shockwave radiated outward in all directions. The azure hand crumbled, revealing a hunched figure before the eyes of the onlookers. Clad in a black robe, the old man had withered skin and an exceptionally grotesque visage, yet his eyes were piercing and captivating. The master, upon the sudden appearance of the black-robed elder, both Heishan and the drum Taoist displayed expressions of unrestrained joy. We pay homage to the master, they exclaimed, and the other malevolent cultivators of the Yin-Yang sect were equally exhilarated, kneeling en masse before the black-robed elder. This man was none other than the leader of the Yin-Yang sect, known as the black-robed elder. The presence of the black-robed elder, the master of the Yin-Yang sect, sent a wave of trepidation through Jianzhu, whose expression turned grave. With both vice-masters of the Yin-Yang sect at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, one could only imagine the strength of the black-robed elder. His heart sank, worrying whether Zhao Ping'an could withstand such a formidable opponent. The elders and disciples of the Sword sect also felt their faces pale, anxiety creeping into their hearts. Impressive skills you possess, the black-robed elder proclaimed. Standing tall in the air, his gaze fixed condescendingly upon Zhao Ping'an. A smirk formed on his lips as he continued. I did not anticipate that the Sword sect harbored such a powerful existence. Were it not for my arrival, it seems there would be no one capable of contending with you. Since the passing of the esteemed Grand Elder Gu Changming many years ago, the Sword sect has seemingly lacked other formidable talents. Pray tell, who might you be? The black-robed elder's sharp eyes scrutinized Zhao Ping'an, as if attempting to see through him entirely. You lack the right to know, Zhao Ping'an replied, his expression unyielding and his tone flat. Let it be known, regardless of the presence of the Yin-Yang sect's leader or even a nascent soul-level being today, he must vanquish Heishan. Haha. The black-robed elder let out a hearty laugh, his tone laced with mockery. You are quite arrogant. Allow me to gauge your true depth. As soon as he finished speaking, the black-robed elder unleashed his formidable mana, a terrifying and overwhelming aura radiating from him. His silver hair billowed wildly, and a hint of murderous intent gleamed in his eyes. This immense pressure enveloped all present. In comparison to Heishan and the drummed Taoist moments ago, the mana fluctuations emanating from the black-robed elder were magnitude stronger. Thud, thud. Despite the protective formation of the sect, several weaker disciples of the sword sect found themselves incapacitated, collapsing to the ground under the weight of the black-robed elder's presence. Even many Foundation establishment cultivators swayed, struggling to maintain their footing. The peak of the Golden Core realm, the sword master was visibly shaken by the aura radiating from the black-robed elder. Can the elder withstand the Yin-Yang sect's master? The sword master secretly felt anxious. If Zhao Ping'an failed to withstand the Yin-Yang sect master, the fate of the sword sect would be doomed. If only the Grand Elder Gu Changming had not fallen. Perhaps he could have dealt with the Yin-Yang sect master. Alas, fate is merciless, and the Grand Elder cannot be resurrected. Not only was the sword master deeply worried, but other high-ranking elders and disciples of the sword sect also revealed expressions of concern. They implored the sect master to take action and eliminate this villain. The sect master, possessing unparalleled magical power, would surely be able to vanquish this nefarious rogue. Heishan and the drum player, witnessing the anger of the Yin-Yang sect master, voiced their support fervently. Although the two had just been easily defeated by Zhao Ping'an, they held unwavering confidence in the black-robed elder, whose strength far exceeded imagination. The disciples of the Yin-Yang sect were notorious for their wickedness, seldom yielding to one another, yet the black-robed elder could unite them, demonstrating his formidable and tyrannical power. With your mere existence, do you dare to measure my depths? You are but an ant. At that moment, Zhao Ping'an spoke again, gazing at the imposing black-robed elder with a hint of disdain and contempt. Such arrogance. Before all present, I shall personally sever your head, making you pay a heavy price for your words and actions. The smile vanished from the black-robed elder's face, replaced by a shadow of anger. Fully incensed by Zhao Ping'an's words, he immediately struck with overwhelming force, showing no intent to test the waters. Ripples surged through the void, and black runes emerged, intertwining to form a terrifying field that sealed off all of Zhao Ping'an's escape routes. Simultaneously, the black-robed elder summoned a black, the sect master's supreme magical artifact, the Black Water Sword. Upon seeing this sword, Heishan was taken aback. This was the sect master's most potent weapon of slaughter, and its summoning signaled a terrifying intent to kill, aiming to end Zhao Ping'an in one blow. The sword energy stretched for hundreds of feet, imbued with a chilling aura of annihilation, slicing through the endless sky, mercilessly targeting Zhao Ping'an's brow. This strike sent shivers down the spines of all present, overwhelming them with a strong sense of impending death. Yet, in the face of such a fierce attack, Zhao Ping'an remained utterly calm. Previously, he had merely borrowed a fraction of the power from his past life's Dao Fruit to deal with Heishan and the drum player. Now, facing the fully realized Golden Core level Yin-Yang sect master, he intended to demonstrate what true nascent soul level power entailed. Boom. Just as the sword energy was about to descend, a radiant celestial light erupted from Zhao Ping'an's body, resembling a resplendent and blinding sun. A terrifyingly potent aura surged from within him, dispersing the clouds in the distance and piercing through the vast expanse of sky. Under the overwhelming might of this force, the formidable sword energy was instantly shattered, and even the supreme artifact-level sword broke with a resounding crack. All present, including powerful figures like Heishan and the drum player at the Golden Core level, fell to their knees under this overwhelming aura. With a snap, as the supreme sword shattered, the black-robed elder, caught off guard, suffered a violent backlash and spat out a mouthful of blood. In the realm of the nascent soul, the elderly figure clad in black robes turned pale, gazing in disbelief at Zhao Ping'an, who exuded an aura akin to that of a deity. His voice trembled as he spoke. It dawned upon him why his opponent dared to label him as an ant. It was because he was indeed a formidable entity at the nascent soul stage. In the southern prefecture, no such powerful beings had emerged for a century, rendering them nearly mythical. A wave of regret washed over him. Had he known that such a presence resided within the sword sect, even 100 of his bravado would not have compelled him to lead an assault on the mountain. Flee! The realization struck him swiftly. He could not muster a single thought of resistance, only the desperate desire to escape this treacherous place. the black-robed elder transformed into a streak of lightning, abandoning the Black Mountain, the Drum Master, and all the sinister practitioners of the Inyang sect, hastily retreating towards the horizon. Yet, Zhao Ping'an would not permit him to escape unharmed. A disdainful snort echoed, akin to thunderclaps, and amidst the swirling clouds, a colossal golden hand, hundreds of feet in size, materialized from thin air, enveloping the fleeing elder despite his swift retreat. This is bad. The heavenly shield, the cloud heart armor. Filled with dread and urgency, the black-robed elder hastily summoned his protective artifacts, simultaneously burning his essence without hesitation to further augment his speed. However, in the next moment, the golden hand began to close, an overwhelming force cascading downwards. The two protective artifacts that stood before him shattered one after the other. A piercing scream reverberated through the air. Before the black-robed elder could elude his fate, the golden hand crushed him on the spot, transforming him into a mist of crimson that dissipated into the atmosphere. The esteemed leader of the Inyang sect, possessing the pinnacle of golden core cultivation, was slain before the eyes of all. At that instant, whether they were disciples of the sword sect or wicked practitioners of the Inyang sect, a chill coursed through their beings, rendering them almost speechless. The sword master stood agape, his throat constricted, barely managing to utter a single word, his tone laden with an indescribable astonishment. Chapter 131. Only after the battle did you show yourselves? The leader of the Inyang sect, cloaked in black, was met with disbelief. Black Mountain could scarcely trust his own eyes as he witnessed the enigmatic warrior from the sword sect effortlessly slay the sect's master without affording him a chance to escape. Stop dawdling. We must flee. The drum master reacted swiftly, producing a talisman and shattering it, enveloped in the glow of runes, transforming into a streak of light that darted away. This was his last resort. He would never have employed it unless faced with imminent peril. Shadow escape technique. Upon realizing the gravity of their situation, Black Mountain gritted his teeth and ignited his own essence, creating multiple afterimages that dispersed in all directions. The two vice masters of the Inyang sect, willing to spare no expense, unleashed their most potent means of escape, desperately attempting to elude disaster. However, if even the master of the Inyang sect struggled to flee, what chance did two severely injured vice masters stand? Zhao Ping'an snorted, a sound like thunder reverberating through the air. With a mere flick of his hand, he unleashed a strike, and two anguished cries echoed as Black Mountain and the drum master, still reeling from their attempted escape, erupted into a cloud of powder, dissipating into the ether. Harnessing the power of his previous life's Tao fruit, he momentarily ascended to the nascent soul realm, dispatching golden core cultivators with the ease of crushing ants. After vanquishing the two, Zhao Ping'an reached out with an ethereal grasp, collecting 3 storage bracelets into his palm, belonging to the black-cloaked elder, Black Mountain, and the drum master. The two vice masters of the Inyang sect had perished. Truly splendid. The elder's valor was unparalleled, rescuing the sword sect from its dire straits. At this juncture, the senior elders and disciples of the sword sect finally regained their composure, their faces alight with exhilaration, unable to suppress their jubilant cheers. Their gazes toward Zhao Ping'an were filled with fervor. They were all dead. The master and both vice masters had been slain. What were we still doing here? If we do not flee now, we shall meet the same fate. Run, quickly. In stark contrast to the sword sect disciples, the morale of the Inyang sect's nefarious practitioners crumbled, and they began to scatter in all directions. With the sect master and both vice masters easily extinguished by the mysterious warrior of the sword sect, they realized that even combined, they stood no chance against such power. If they did not flee now, when would they? Take care of the remaining ones yourselves. Feeling his life force rapidly deplete, Zhao Ping'an understood he could not maintain this state much longer. He left behind this parting remark to the sword master and others, then took a step forward, vanishing from their sight in an instant. Senior, the sword master had just regained his senses, yet the formidable figure had completely disappeared, along with the overwhelming aura that once enveloped him, as if he had never existed at all. Master, please give the order to pursue the nefarious practitioners of the Inyang sect. They are the cause of chaos in this realm. Elder Maple, feeling a sense of urgency, implored the sword master. At this moment, it is the most opportune time to eliminate the malevolent practitioners of the Inyang sect. Should these individuals escape alive, they would pose a latent threat to both the sword sect and the citizens of the southern prefecture. Thus, one must eradicate the roots of this menace. Fengye speaks the truth. I implore the sword master to issue a swift command. Elder Su, brimming with fervor, hastily echoed the sentiment. Convey my orders. All disciples of the sword sect must pursue the nefarious practitioners without mercy. Not a single one shall be spared. The sword master inhaled deeply and declared with unwavering resolve. As the leader of the sect, he understood the gravity of the moment and recognized that hesitance was not an option. He commanded the disciples to hunt down the Inyang sect's malevolent practitioners, ensuring that none would escape. Those who could join the Inyang sect are stained with the blood of countless innocents. Allowing them to roam freely would lead to catastrophic consequences. Kill, annihilate the wicked practitioners, and strengthen our sword sect. Show no mercy, strike as one. The disciples of the sword sect, harboring pent-up rage, surged forth like a tidal wave under the guidance of the elders, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing malevolent practitioners of the Inyang sect. The tide of battle shifted instantaneously. As the disciples launched their assault, the already demoralized practitioners could muster no semblance of resistance. The chase ensued, staining the land with blood. Aside from a few formidable practitioners who managed to escape through cunning means, the majority of the Inyang sect's followers fell to the onslaught of the sword sect's disciples. Swordmaster, several protectors of the Inyang sect have been vanquished. Of the hundreds of malevolent practitioners, only 3 or 4 have managed to flee. The rest have been eradicated. Elder Su and others continued to pursue the escaping practitioners, though the sword sect had also suffered losses, with over a dozen disciples perishing in the fray. An hour later, Elder Ping'an returned, bloodied and accompanied by a contingent of sword sect disciples to report back. Upon hearing the news, the sword master nodded in satisfaction and promptly instructed, Elder Ping'an, take a contingent of elite disciples and eliminate the key strongholds of the Inyang sect, including the Black Mountain Hall. Ensure your safety above all. Understood. Elder Ping'an's eyes gleamed with determination as he gathered a select group of disciples and swiftly departed. The tide of battle had been decisively turned. Had it not been for the intervention of that mysterious elder, the sword sect might have faced dire consequences. The sword master reflected on the recent turmoil, still feeling a tinge of trepidation. Who was that elder? Could it be a concealed master from a bygone era residing within the sect? Such a possibility loomed large in his mind. The presence of a nascent soul expert safeguarding the sword sect would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the ranks of even the heavenly profound Holy Land, should the news leak. Swordmaster, Zhang Heng has arrived with the officials of the southern prefecture to offer their support. Just then, a resounding voice echoed from the distance. The swordmaster turned to see a contingent of over 100 individuals swiftly approaching the gates of the sword sect, led by none other than the prefect of the southern prefecture, Jiang Heng. Prefect Jiang, the battle has concluded. Have you only just arrived to tidy up the aftermath? The swordmaster's expression darkened, dripping with sarcasm as he derided the latecomers. Jiang Heng, weary from his travels and clad in battle armor, upon hearing the taunts of the swordmaster, did not respond with anger, but rather with an awkward smile, stating, Swordmaster, it is not that the Southern County government has arrived late, but rather that we were intentionally obstructed by others. We truly find ourselves powerless in this situation. A hint of helplessness and apology tinged his tone. Previously, he had represented the Southern County government in forging an alliance with the sword sect to combat the Inyang cult. However, when the Inyang cult attacked the sword sect's mountain gate, the Southern County government failed to send reinforcements, leaving them in a position of culpability regardless of any explanations. In the gathering of Talon City, the Yun family merchant group had gathered 100 cultivators to assist the sword sect in their struggle against the Inyang cult. Before the sword master could further interrogate Jiang Heng, a resounding voice echoed from a distance. The ground trembled as a large number of cultivators riding spirit steeds arrived, their banner emblazoned with the character for Yun standing out prominently. The Lin family, a prominent cultivation family from the southern county, had come to offer their aid upon hearing of the sword sect's plight. Just as the Yun family cultivators made their entrance, another contingent arrived, this time from the Lin family, known for their considerable influence in the southern county. It was truly shameless for these factions to emerge now, having remained absent during the siege by the Inyang cult, only to seek recognition after the battle had been decided in favor of the sword sect. An elder of the sword sect, stationed at the mountain gate, snorted in displeasure, expressing his disdain. It was evident to all that these latecomers had likely been lurking near the sword sect long before the conflict began, unwilling to assist out of fear of the Inyang cult's might, and now, witnessing the sword sect's triumph, they feigned goodwill. Guests are to be welcomed, he instructed, allowing a few disciples stationed at the mountain gate to properly receive the various factions, including Jiang Heng from the Southern County government. The swordmaster, fully aware of the ulterior motives behind their timely arrival, chose to maintain a facade of decorum as the leader of the sect, avoiding open confrontation with these cultivation factions. He directed several disciples to attend to the guests, ensuring that even the mountain gate of the sword sect remained untouched by their presence. Jiang Heng felt a twinge of embarrassment, acutely aware of the sword master's dissatisfaction with him, yet he could only endure the moment in silence. Thus, the various factions, including the Southern County government, found themselves halted at the mountain gate of the sword sect, their awkwardness palpable enough to carve out a dwelling of considerable size. Chapter 132. Inventory of spoils in the heavenly Xian sacred land. Within an unnamed palace, an elderly man clad in white robes was meditating with his eyes closed when, suddenly, he coughed up blood, abruptly interrupting his cultivation. The demise of his puppet Dao body had occurred. The elder opened his eyes, revealing an expression of disbelief. His puppet Dao body, which had attained the pinnacle of the golden core realm, had been so easily vanquished. Could it be that an existence of the nascent soul realm had intervened? He found himself unsettled. The painstakingly nurtured Dao body had dissipated instantaneously, resulting in a fierce backlash against his soul. The white-robed elder, both astonished and enraged, hastily activated a secret technique to probe the truth behind the annihilation of his Dao body. Soon, his mind was flooded with shocking memories. The sword sect had an ancient nascent soul powerhouse stationed there. No wonder. The elder's complexion darkened considerably as he swiftly rose to exit the premises. In the medicinal garden, Zhao Ping'an skillfully evaded the attention of others and returned to his dwelling. As the power of his previous life's Dao fruit waned, he felt an overwhelming weakness, a side effect of the excessive consumption of his longevity power. The expenditure of his longevity power, aided by the Dao fruit from his past life, had far exceeded his expectations. His entire reservoir of power was nearly depleted. With a wry smile, Zhao Ping'an felt relieved to have eliminated the 3 golden core cultivators of the Yin-Yang sect. Otherwise, had he delayed further, he might not have been able to return to the medicinal garden. Unlike the previous occasion in the garden when he utilized the Dao fruit to eradicate Foundation establishment cultivators, this time Zhao Ping'an had drawn upon the Dao fruit's power for a comparatively extended duration, and moreover, he had borrowed power from the nascent soul level. Thus, the consumption of his internal longevity power was utterly terrifying. Based on his estimations, even with his late Foundation establishment cultivation, he could only harness the Dao fruit for a maximum of 15 minutes. Naturally, as his cultivation grew stronger and his longevity power became more robust, the duration for which he could utilize the Dao fruit would also extend. With this understanding, Zhao Ping'an ceased to ponder further and settled into the spirit gathering array, retrieving several spirit stones to replenish his power. However, at that moment, an unusual wave emanated from the longevity tower that lay dormant within Zhao Ping'an. Before he could react, a formidable force pulled his consciousness into the first layer of the tower's space. Has the longevity tower drawn me here again? Zhao Ping'an thought. Puzzled, his longevity sword technique had yet to make new progress. Under normal circumstances, the tower should not have drawn his consciousness into its space. Could it be that the recent use of the Dao fruit from his past life had induced some subtle change in the longevity tower? Just as Zhao Ping'an contemplated this, he suddenly noticed that the youthful statue representing the Dao fruit from his previous life had seemingly undergone a transformation. Approaching the statue, he began to scrutinize it closely, quickly detecting the new changes. He noticed that the appearance of the first Dao fruit had become increasingly vivid and clear, as if it were on the verge of complete resurrection. Moreover, the aura it emitted was unexpectedly more potent than what he had previously observed. It is noteworthy that when he elevated the Eternal Life sword technique to the 5th level, the first Dao fruit also underwent subtle transformations, its power growing significantly. Could it be that the essence of the previous Dao fruit enhances the strength of the current one? In other words, the previous Dao fruit possesses the potential for growth. There are 2 methods for enhancement. One is to elevate the technique, Eternal Life sword technique, while the other involves repeatedly harnessing the power of the previous Dao fruit. Zhao Ping'an pondered, speaking softly to himself. The Eternal Life tower had deliberately drawn his consciousness in, perhaps intending for him to realize this insight. Upon grasping this concept, Zhao Ping'an's eyes lit up. If this were indeed the case, it would signify that his previous Dao fruit had the potential to grow stronger. Just imagine, his prior Dao fruit was already that of a sword master at the nascent soul stage. If he could continuously improve through this life as cultivation, he could elevate the power of the previous Dao fruit to a higher echelon. At that point, he would not only possess the cultivation of this realm, but could also leverage the strength of his past life, resulting in an unimaginable amalgamation of power. Of course, it is not as if Zhao Ping'an could freely tap into the power of his previous Dao fruit. Each utilization significantly drained his magical energy. Once the power of the Dao fruit dissipated, he would find himself in a state of profound exhaustion. Should he be detected during this vulnerable period, it would pose a considerable danger. Thus, unless in a moment of utmost necessity, Zhao Ping'an would refrain from recklessly employing the power of his previous Dao fruit. Moreover, what he had just speculated still required future opportunities for verification. Nonetheless, even with such uncertainty, Zhao Ping'an felt a profound sense of satisfaction. It seemed as though the secrets of the Eternal Life Tower were gradually revealing themselves to him. He believed that as long as he steadily advanced in this life, reaching the pinnacle of high-level cultivators, he would undoubtedly uncover all the functionalities of the Eternal Life Tower. Eternal Life Tower, you are indeed wondrous and enigmatic. How astonishing it would be to unravel all your secrets. Zhao Ping'an mused with a smile. It was only after half an hour that Zhao Ping'an's consciousness finally withdrew from the space within the Eternal Life Tower. At this moment, his internal life force had been restored to a considerable extent, aided by the dual assistance of the Spirit Gathering Array and Spirit Stones. Next came the time to assess the spoils of war. He possessed the storage artifacts of a perfected Golden Core cultivator and 2 other Golden Core practitioners. One could only wonder what treasures lay within. Without hesitation, Zhao Ping'an retrieved 3 storage bracelets. Unlike ordinary storage bags, storage bracelets are a higher-tier spatial artifact, offering a more expansive storage capacity and greater convenience for use and transport. Zhao Ping'an first infused his life force into a black storage bracelet. This belonged to Heishan, the deputy leader of the Inyang sect, and was classified as a low-grade artifact. Space-type magical artifacts, despite being of inferior grade, possess a rarity that far surpasses that of ordinary mid-tier artifacts. The arduous process of forging such items renders them exceedingly precious in certain sects of cultivation. Even esteemed elders are often content with merely carrying storage bags, lacking even a respectable storage artifact of decent caliber. As the essence of longevity infused into the storage bracelet, black runes began to swirl and ascend from its surface, forcefully breaking the seals that bound it. Zhao Ping'an smoothly retrieved the items within, one by one. With a cascade of sounds, the first thing that caught his eye was a vast quantity of spirit stones, piled high enough to nearly fill half the wooden cabin. A staggering total of 130,000 spirit stones. It is no wonder that the deputy leader of the Inyang sect possesses such immense wealth. Zhao Ping'an's eyes gleamed with excitement. In addition to the spirit stones, several magical artifacts were extracted, among which was the black gold artifact used by Heishan in his duel with the Sword Master. 3 exquisite artifacts, each likely valued at no less than 10,000 spirit stones. Zhao Ping'an assessed the items, quickly discerning their worth. While magical artifacts vary in grade, top-tier artifacts are indeed a rarity, at least among the various cultivation factions in Nanjun. Subsequently, he retrieved several sinister cultivation techniques from the storage bracelet, all of decent rank but considered unorthodox, which Zhao Ping'an regarded with disdain. Just then, a particular item within the storage bracelet caught his attention. It was a jade box, ensconced with magical seals that prevented any probing of divine consciousness. Zhao Ping'an casually dispelled the surface seals and opened the jade box, only to be met with a blinding golden light that illuminated the entire cabin. Inside the box lay a golden spirit fruit, exuding an extraordinarily rich fragrance. The golden spirit immortal fruit. Zhao Ping'an was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a divine treasure to be hidden within Heishan's storage bracelet. Chapter 133. A glimpse of clarity for numerous cultivators. In addition to diligently honing their skills to elevate their cultivation, there exists the alternative of consuming elixirs and various rare, celestial treasures to enhance their prowess. The golden spirit fruit is one such treasure. This remarkable item can directly augment a cultivator's level, rendering it exceedingly rare even among those at the golden core stage. Its worth far surpasses the refined blood of the purple gold leopard and the beast Dan that Zhao Ping'an had previously consumed. With this fruit in hand, I can significantly shorten my arduous training period by several years, potentially allowing me to break through to the perfected foundation establishment stage ahead of schedule. A smile graced Zhao Ping'an's face, reflecting his deep satisfaction. He meticulously stored the golden spirit fruit, understanding that such a prodigious treasure must be utilized at the opportune moment to unleash its fullest potential. After taking stock of the items within the storage bracelet of Heishan, Zhao Ping'an retrieved the storage bracelet belonging to Gu Daoren. A flicker of anticipation surged within him. As the deputy leader of the Inyang sect, Gu Daoren's wealth ought to be considerable. With a subtle infusion of longevity mana, another azure storage bracelet ignited, revealing its contents one by one. The first items to catch Zhao Ping'an's eye were indeed a collection of spirit stones, albeit in a lesser quantity than those within Heishan's bracelet. just over 80,000 spirit stones. Gu Daoren, having recently joined the Yin-Yang sect as an old adversary of the sword sect, possessed comparatively modest assets. Zhao Ping'an felt no disappointment, continuing to extract other items. Besides the spirit stones, two magical artifacts emerged, one of which was the demonic drum previously wielded by Gu Daoren in battle. Though the drum's surface bore signs of wear from combat, it still emanated the aura of a top-tier magical artifact. The second item was a blood-red long knife. Classified as a superior magical artifact, Zhao Ping'an found himself somewhat speechless. The contents of Gu Daoren's storage bracelet seemed rather meager compared to those of Deputy Leader Heishan. Just then, an item emerged from the storage bracelet, capturing Zhao Ping'an's attention. It was a scroll, crafted from an unknown material, depicting a sword diagram that floated effortlessly in the air, exuding an aura of formidable sword intent that sent shivers down his spine. The sword diagram. Zhao Ping'an's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he approached to examine the object closely. It bore a striking resemblance to the sword diagram he had seen at the Rare Treasures Pavilion, yet the sword aura it radiated was even more potent. The surface of the sword diagram glimmered with a faint golden sheen, adorned with intricate, esoteric runes that intertwined to form complex formations. Even I cannot discern its true grade. This item is rather extraordinary. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Ping'an retrieved the sword formation he had acquired, and as the 12 flying swords materialized, they established a mysterious connection with the sword diagram. With a resonant hum, the runes from the sword diagram scattered, simultaneously activating the 12 flying swords, unleashing an overwhelming sword intent that compelled Zhao Ping'an to regard it with newfound respect. This sword diagram is indeed linked to the sword formation I obtained previously. Between the two, it seemed as if they were originally one entity. Zhao Ping'an's eyes sparkled with realization as he distinctly sensed that the sword formation, which he had previously manipulated, appeared to have doubled in strength under the resonance of the sword diagram. The sword energy that emanated forth surged violently, as if it sought to obliterate all existence. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the golden diagram automatically fused with the sword formation. The radiance of the golden light was blinding, and the 12 flying swords seemed to undergo a transformation, their aura suddenly intensifying significantly. Each sword bore a visibly distinct golden rune etched onto its surface. The golden sword diagram did not vanish. Rather, it seamlessly integrated into the sword formation, imprinting golden runes upon each flying sword. At that moment, the sword energy swelled dramatically, and the 12 flying swords resonated in unison. Their emitted fluctuations now several times stronger than before. Zhao Ping'an was taken aback, never anticipating that the sword formation would become so formidable with the aid of the sword diagram. Even a mere hint of sword intent emanating from it imposed a considerable pressure upon him. This sword formation was incomplete, and the accompanying sword diagrams were not limited to just one. In an instant, a bold conjecture took root in Zhao Ping'an's mind. With the fluctuations of the sword formation amplified several-fold, several flying swords, which he had previously mastered, began to subtly exhibit a tendency to break free from his control. Left with no choice, Zhao Ping'an had to channel his longevity magic once more to reforge several flying swords. Given his current cultivation level, he could only control 4 or 5 flying swords, while the others would require him to reach a higher tier of mastery before he could wield them. If he could acquire that sword diagram from the Rare Treasures Pavilion, this sword formation could grow even stronger. At that point, even with his foundational cultivation, commanding a few flying swords might pose a threat to those at the Golden Core stage. Zhao Ping'an resolved to obtain the sword diagram from the Rare Treasures Pavilion at all costs, for it would solidify this sword formation as one of his ultimate trump cards. After carefully storing the sword formation away, his gaze fell upon the last storage bracelet. This storage bracelet belonged to the master of the Yin-Yang sect. He believed the contents within would not disappoint him. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he hesitated no longer and infused a trace of longevity magic into it. Buzz. As the storage bracelet illuminated, a vast multitude of spirit stones began to pour forth, quickly filling the entire wooden house. It is worth noting that Zhao Ping'an's wooden house was quite spacious, underscoring the sheer quantity of spirit stones. A staggering 300,000 spirit stones. With a sweep of his formidable consciousness, Zhao Ping'an instantly tallied the exact number of spirit stones. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback. The master of the Yin-Yang sect, the old man in the black robe, must have slain countless cultivators to amass such a vast fortune in spirit stones. In addition to the spirit stones, Zhao Ping'an also retrieved a total of 8 exquisite magical artifacts, each of which boasted exceptional quality, valued at no less than 10 to 20,000 spirit stones. Furthermore, he discovered over a dozen premium cultivation techniques and even secret techniques belonging to various cultivation factions within the southern county. Without exaggeration, the mere existence of these profound techniques and secret arts could empower the elder in the black robe to establish a formidable lineage akin to a powerful sect of cultivators. Zhao Ping'an merely glanced at these arts, yet found himself utterly uninterested, for he possessed the extraordinary eternal life sword technique, rendering ordinary methods inconsequential in his eyes. Suddenly, Zhao Ping'an's brow furrowed as he stumbled upon a particularly unique manual. The heavenly profound Tao body technique had the capacity to enhance one's spiritual essence, and upon reaching mastery, it could even manifest a Tao body independent of the original self. A shiver ran down Zhao Ping'an's spine. If his observation was correct, this technique was indeed a powerful one from the heavenly profound sacred ground. Why, then, had it appeared in the possession of the deceased leader of the Inyang sect? It is important to note that the heavenly profound sacred ground stands as the mightiest sect in the southern prefecture, and even allied forces with them could not obtain their crucial techniques, let alone a practitioner of the dark arts. Furthermore, the implications of this technique, which could forge a Tao body distinct from the original, suggested an unsettling possibility. A foreboding thought crossed his mind. Could it be that the elder in the black robe, the deceased leader of the Inyang sect, was merely the Tao body of some formidable being? If this were the case, Zhao Ping'an's brow knitted tighter, as he recognized the gravity of the situation. Chapter 134. The three-pattern foundation establishing pill. I can only hope that my speculation remains mere conjecture. Otherwise, even if the sword sect successfully vanquishes the Inyang sect, they will still face an almost endless array of troubles in the future. Zhao Ping'an inhaled deeply, ultimately choosing not to ponder the underlying truths. On the surface, he remained just a humble cleaning disciple within the sword sect's herbal garden. Although he held the identity of a second-tier talisman master, he was still regarded as an ordinary disciple within the sect. Matters concerning inter-sect conflicts were beyond his capacity to investigate. Rather than dwell on such matters, it would be more prudent to focus his energy on personal cultivation. As long as his strength was formidable enough, regardless of the crises that may arise in the future, Zhao Ping'an could face the world's turmoil with a calm demeanor, safeguarding himself first and foremost. With this resolution, Zhao Ping'an regained his composure. He resumed his examination of the storage bracelet belonging to the elderly figure in the black robe from the Inyang sect. A golden brocade box emerged, even without being opened. A subtle yet enticing fragrance of elixir wafted towards Zhao Ping'an's nostrils. A medicinal pill. Zhao Ping'an's eyes sparkled as he swiftly dispelled the enchantments protecting the golden box. As the box opened, a pill, radiant like gold, appeared before him. The pill was entirely golden, adorned with 3 interwoven patterns, and the fragrant aroma instantly filled the entire wooden cabin. Fortunately, Zhao Ping'an had set up a barrier before assessing his spoils. Otherwise, the enticing scent could have enveloped much of the herbal garden. The foundation establishing pill. Upon seeing it, even the usually composed Zhao Ping'an could not suppress a rare expression of astonishment. The foundation establishing pill assists cultivators at the peak of the foundation establishment stage in enhancing their success rate of breaking through to the golden core realm. Its value far exceeding that of the ordinary foundation establishment pill by 100-fold or more. It is well known that the majority of cultivators at the foundation establishment stage, even after exhausting their lifetimes, may never ascend to the golden core realm. The divide is a formidable chasm. Even the most gifted individuals of ancient and modern times find it exceedingly challenging to condense a golden core purely through their own efforts. With the aid of a foundation establishing pill, the likelihood of successfully condensing a golden core is significantly increased, enabling one to truly become a golden core realm cultivator. Regrettably, this particular foundation establishing pill possesses only 3 patterns. At most, it can enhance the chances of a cultivator at the peak of the foundation establishment stage by 30% in their endeavor to condense a golden core. Should it have been a 5-pattern or even 6-pattern foundation establishing pill, such a rarity would be almost unheard of. Zhao Ping'an contemplated for a moment, revealing a hint of regret. Although the foundation establishing pill is rare, there are distinctions in quality, most notably reflected in the number of patterns it bears. The more patterns, the better the quality, and the greater the enhancement of the user's success rate in condensing a golden core. Nevertheless, even a 3-pattern foundation establishing pill, if word of its existence spread, would incite frenzied competition among countless cultivators at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. It is no exaggeration to say that the value of this foundation establishing pill surpasses that of the recently acquired golden spirit immortal fruit. Now, With my cultivation reaching the late foundation establishment stage, I am confident that it will not be long before I achieve the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. At that time, it would have been ideal to procure a higher quality essence-resolving pill. However, if such a find proved elusive, he would have no choice but to attempt a breakthrough with the one he currently possessed. Zhao Ping'an swiftly regained his composure. After a moment of contemplation, he carefully stored the essence-resolving pill. Upon conducting a brief tally, Zhao Ping'an discovered he had amassed 510,000 spirit stones, 12 exquisite magical artifacts, 1 golden spirit immortal fruit capable of enhancing cultivation, an essence-resolving pill to aid a perfected foundation establishment cultivator in breaking into the golden core realm, along with several other manuals on cultivation techniques. Although leveraging the power of his previous life's Dao fruit had slightly augmented the risk of exposing his secrets, the rewards were undeniably substantial. The resources garnered from this endeavor alone would suffice to alleviate any concerns regarding spirit stones and other necessities for decades to come. Most importantly, he had salvaged the sword sect and several of his well-meaning brother and sister disciples within the sect. Zhao Ping'an's gaze deepened as he reflected on the merits of his actions, deeming them quite worthwhile. In this life, he could cultivate steadily. However, if others were to bully him and he continued to remain indifferent, it would not align with his character. To be fair, the sword sect had not placed a significant emphasis on him. Yet, since his rebirth, his ability to develop safely to this point was indeed due to the sect's protection. Thus, assisting the sect occasionally, without revealing his secrets, fell within the realm of acceptability. Of course, should the sword sect provoke a true behemoth or a formidable cultivator of significant stature, Zhao Ping'an would undoubtedly transform into a swift escape artist, leaving others in the dust. Just as Zhao Ping'an finished counting his spoils, within the grand hall of the sword sect, the sect master was seated opposite Jiang Heng, the governor of Nan County. One was the master of the sword sect, and the other a high-ranking official, both regarded as prominent figures in the eyes of ordinary cultivators. Initially, the sect master intended for the disciples responsible for guarding the mountain to attend to Jiang Heng. However, the latter insisted on an audience, leaving no choice but to grant him entry. "I require an explanation," the sect master declared, his expression impassive and his tone icy. Were it not for their long-standing acquaintance, he would have relished the opportunity to reduce the individual before him to a mere shadow of his former self. Previously, they had agreed upon a cooperative alliance. Yet when the Inyang sect posed a threat, the Nan County officials feigned ignorance and failed to provide timely support, only to arrive belatedly after the matter had concluded. Was this not a betrayal of their comrades? They had promised to engage in collective efforts, yet when it mattered most, they vanished into thin air, only to later feign concern with excuses such as, "Apologies, I was delayed by traffic." Had it not been for the presence of the disciples at the mountain gate, the sect master would have been eager to draw forth his 500-meter divine sword and unleash his wrath upon Jiang Heng and his entire family. Even now, a tempest of anger brewed within him. The forces of the Nan County officials had been entirely obstructed by an elder from the Tianxian Holy Land. Jiang Heng, with a wry smile, explained the reasons for the delayed arrival of the Nan County officials. "This is the reason? At least concoct a more suitable excuse," the sect master retorted, casting a scornful glance at Governor Jiang Heng. Long before the Inyang sect prepared to launch an assault on the sword sect, he had learned that the Heavenly Xian Holy Land intended to prevent the Southern County government from intervening in this matter. Nevertheless, the sword master chose to place his trust in Jiang Heng, for behind the Southern County government loomed the formidable presence of the imperial court. No matter how powerful the Heavenly Xian Holy Land might be, would they dare to openly challenge the authority of the court? In addition to the members of the Heavenly Xian Holy Land, there were also subordinates of a significant figure from the court. Thus, after a moment of hesitation, Jiang Heng decided to reveal the entire truth. "Who?" the sword master inquired, his brow furrowing as he finally grasped the gravity of the situation. "Who else could it be but the one seated upon Yuntai Mountain?" Jiang Heng replied, his tone laced with bitterness. "It is he." The sword master's expression shifted subtly. Despite being the head of a sect, the news tightened his chest. The sword sect had waned from its former glory, which made him wary of the Heavenly Xian Holy Land, but that had merely been a caution. However, upon hearing Jiang Heng's words, he felt a genuine sense of dread for the first time. It was not that the sword master lacked ambition, but the identity of the powerful figure who sought to obstruct the Southern County government's support for the sword sect was overwhelmingly terrifying. Such a person, even with a casual stomp, could trigger tremors throughout the entire Qin Empire. That noble cannot remain in the sword sect any longer. Otherwise, the consequences of your sect's entanglements will be too great, I suggest you send him away swiftly, Jiang Heng proposed, noticing the change in the sword master's demeanor. Humph, are you worried about being implicated? The sword master retorted, understanding Jiang Heng's insinuation and letting out a cold scoff. Of course I am concerned. Are you not afraid? Jiang Heng shot back, his tone less than cordial. The sword master stubbornly wanted to retort, but ultimately held his tongue. Chapter 135. An unintentional scene in the blink of an eye. 2 days had passed since the news of the sword sect's triumph over the Inyang sect had spread far and wide. In every corner of Southern County, from the esteemed officials to the common folk, all were aware that the once dominant Inyang sect had crumbled. Most people expressed their approval with resounding applause, while many ordinary citizens celebrated with drums and gongs. The previous tyranny of the Inyang sect, which had mercilessly destroyed cities and taken lives indiscriminately, had left both cultivators and commoners with a profound hatred. Undoubtedly, the sword sect's victory had eradicated a significant threat to Southern County. Over these 2 days, the sword sect dispatched several capable elders to seize the important strongholds that once belonged to the Inyang sect, thereby acquiring vast amounts of cultivation resources. Moreover, this victory significantly enhanced the sword sect's prestige. Most crucially, insiders revealed that the sword sect's success was due to the presence of a formidable Yuan Ing realm elder within their ranks. This revelation sent shockwaves through various cultivation factions, even surpassing the astonishment at the sword sect's victory itself. Consequently, numerous cultivation forces expressed their eagerness to forge alliances with the sword sect. Some esteemed cultivation families even presented their most promising young disciples to join the sword sect. In addition, several wandering cultivators were drawn by the sword sect's newfound reputation, seeking refuge within its ranks. Within a mere 2 days, the entrance to the sword sect was thronged with aspiring young cultivators eager to join the sect. Inside the sword sect, from the high-ranking elders to the ordinary disciples, there was an air of elation akin to the joy of survival after a hard-fought battle. The sect had become more vibrant than ever, with many disciples exhibiting renewed vigor and enthusiasm. However, in stark contrast to the bustling outside world, the medicinal garden remained tranquil as ever. A seemingly weathered wooden cabin stood quietly in the courtyard. Within the spirit-gathering formation, a figure sat cross-legged like a statue, exuding a profound and enduring aura of magical energy. This was Zhao Ping'an, who was diligently practicing within his abode. He paid no heed to the clamor outside, as usual. Aside from tidying up the medicinal garden each morning, he devoted the majority of his time to cultivating the eternal life sword technique. It was unclear how much time had passed when Zhao Ping'an slowly opened his eyes. The difficulty of reaching the 5th level of the eternal life sword technique had exceeded his expectations. Even with the aid of the spirit-gathering formation, he found himself unable to make progress in such a short time. Zhao Ping'an shook his head slightly and murmured to himself, "It seems I must first consume that golden spirit immortal fruit, and once my cultivation improves, I shall see if it aids in enhancing my technique." As his words fell, Zhao Ping'an retrieved the golden spirit immortal fruit he had previously acquired. He did not rush to consume it. Instead, he took the time to adjust himself to an optimal state. After a quarter of an hour, Zhao Ping'an no longer hesitated and swallowed the golden spirit immortal fruit in one swift motion. As the essence of the golden spirit immortal fruit coursed through his body, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted, akin to a cataclysmic avalanche, sweeping through Zhao Ping'an's limbs and bones. This force was incredibly dominating. Without careful control, it could potentially rupture the physical form of a foundational stage cultivator. Despite Zhao Ping'an's formidable physique and prior training in the 9 turns golden body technique, he was still subjected to intense impact, with crimson streaks seeping through his skin, resembling a fragile porcelain artifact on the verge of shattering. Zhao Ping'an, wary of the situation, silently activated the eternal life sword technique, channeling its profound life essence to navigate the vast power within him. The life essence was both extensive and profound, and considering that his eternal life sword technique had reached the 5th tier, any meridians and flesh harmed by the energy of the golden spirit immortal fruit swiftly returned to normal as the life essence flowed through. In an instant, Zhao Ping'an's body radiated light, and the previously ghastly blood marks gradually faded away. Under his meticulous refinement and absorption, the ferocious energy transformed into life essence, further augmenting Zhao Ping'an's strength. In this state, his already potent aura visibly intensified. Previously, Zhao Ping'an's true cultivation had already reached the late foundational stage. Now, with the refinement of the golden spirit immortal fruit's energy, his momentum continuously surged, striving toward the pinnacle of the foundational stage. Boom. An hour later, Accompanied by a thunderous roar from within, Zhao Ping'an effortlessly broke through to the complete foundational stage. In that moment, his gaze sharpened, and he clearly sensed that his life essence had surged significantly beyond its previous limits. Not only in terms of life essence, but Zhao Ping'an's spiritual awareness had also grown more profound. Due to his reincarnation, Zhao Ping'an's awareness had already surpassed that of his peers. Even before breaking into the complete foundational stage, his spiritual awareness was already comparable to that of golden core realm beings. Now, with his cultivation officially reaching the complete foundational stage, the power of his awareness had multiplied several times, rivaling that of ordinary golden core cultivators. To validate this assumption, Zhao Ping'an focused his thoughts, and a vast expanse of awareness surged forth, instantly enveloping the entire medicinal garden. The garden was expansive, spanning over 1,000 acres, illustrating the sheer strength of Zhao Ping'an's awareness at this moment. Under the scrutiny of his awareness, every blade of grass and tree, even the ants scuttling across the ground, vividly appeared in Zhao Ping'an's mind. Suddenly, Zhao Ping'an's awareness detected a potent fluctuation of life essence emanating from a cave within the garden, a cave guarded by the keepers of the medicinal garden. Such intense fluctuations suggested that the guardian was attempting to break through their current limitations. Utilizing his awareness, Zhao Ping'an meticulously examined the situation within the cave. At this moment, his awareness could rival that of a typical golden core cultivator, while the garden's guardian was merely a seasoned foundational stage practitioner, leaving Zhao Ping'an unconcerned about being detected. In general, the strength of spiritual awareness varies. Typically, without the aid of secret treasures, cultivators with weaker awareness struggle to detect those with stronger awareness probing them. Due to the limitations of the opponent's spiritual sense, they were utterly oblivious to Zhao Ping'an's presence. Within the cave guarded by the medicinal garden, there lay a shimmering pool of water, exuding a rich aura of spiritual energy. In the midst of this ethereal setting sat a captivating figure, the guardian of the medicinal garden herself. At this moment, she was nearly devoid of clothing, her skin as pure and radiant as jade, and her alluring curves, accentuated by the mist, appeared even more enticing. Another failure. It seems my state of mind remains imperfect, which has hindered my progress into the late stage of foundation establishment. The guardian mused softly, a hint of regret gracing her delicate features. So white, so smooth. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Ping'an felt an involuntary twitch at the corner of his mouth, never anticipating to stumble upon such an exquisite sight. He truly did not intend to spy. His concern for the guardian's well-being had led him to this unexpected revelation. Unbeknownst to the guardian, someone was observing her through spiritual perception. She appeared somewhat flustered and swiftly submerged herself in the water, her enchanting figure quickly vanishing from Zhao Ping'an's awareness. It was truly unexpected. The guardian, who usually dressed so conservatively, possessed such a stunning physique. Zhao Ping'an promptly retracted his spiritual sense, muttering to himself. Fortunately, he was alone in the wooden cabin. Otherwise, should anyone discover that he had glimpsed the guardian's exquisite form, it could certainly incite a considerable uproar. Chapter 136. A blessing in disguise. My current spiritual awareness is now comparable to that of an average golden core practitioner. However, within the sect, one must exercise caution in utilizing this awareness, lest one inadvertently draw the attention of beings at the level of the sword master. After retracting his consciousness, Zhao Ping'an appeared contemplative, murmuring to himself. With the elevation of his realm, Zhao Ping'an remained true to his original aspirations, undeterred by his growing capabilities, and did not allow himself to succumb to arrogance or complacency. The myriad experiences of his past lives had afforded him a clear understanding of the harsh realities of the cultivation world. Not only are foundation establishment practitioners mere ants, but even golden core powerful beings are powerless against those truly formidable entities. Subsequently, he devoted another 2 days to solidifying his recently elevated cultivation. Just as Zhao Ping'an was stabilizing his power, a surge of formidable energy emanated from the cave dwelling atop Yanxiao Peak. Li Yun sat cross-legged, her flowing hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders, her posture upright and elegant. A faint purple luminescence enveloped her delicate skin. Her previously pallid complexion had transformed into a rosy glow, exuding an aura of strength that surpassed her earlier frailty. Congratulations, senior sister Li. Not only have you fully recovered from your injuries, but your cultivation has also advanced to the mid-foundation establishment stage, a woman remarked, her voice tinged with envy. Clad in a flowing azure dress, she possessed a tall and graceful figure, her skin radiant and supple, embodying a gentle demeanor that contrasted with Li Yun's spirited presence. This woman was none other than Tang Fian, the current master of Wangqing. Fian, I cannot thank you enough for the holy yuan pill you provided. Without it, I would not have been able to recover so swiftly, let alone further enhance my cultivation, Li Yun expressed sincerely, her beautiful eyes sparkling with gratitude. Such words are unnecessary. We are the closest of sisters. It is merely a pill. Besides, its effects are limited. It is primarily due to your fortuitous encounter that you have gleaned insights into breaking through your previous limitations after experiencing the influence of the Black Mountain Curse. Such talent is rare, perhaps unparalleled within the entire sect, Tang Fian playfully praised. Since the demise of the Black Mountain Vice Master from the Yin sect, the curse upon Li Yun had been lifted, allowing her to not only recover, but to make significant strides in her cultivation today. Your flattery is as sweet as honey. I wonder where you learned such compliments, Li Yun replied, her mood lifted, though she rolled her eyes, signaling Tang Fian to cease. Who else could it be? I learned it all from my dear apprentice, Wang Cheng, the very one Zhao Ping'an recommended, Tang Fian chuckled. Ah, I see, Li Yun said, enlightenment dawning upon her. She recalled that Wang Cheng had been recommended to her by Zhao Ping'an as a disciple, but she had gracefully declined and allowed Tang Fian to take him under her wing. Sister, the sword master is surely eager to hear of your breakthrough. Shall we notify him? Tang Fian inquired tentatively. Never mind. He has been exceedingly busy these past few days, attending to the aftermath of the Yin sect and negotiating with various prominent cultivation factions, Li Yun responded, shaking her head. Aware of the sword master's current preoccupations. Following the sect's victory over the Yin sect, numerous matters required attention, and in recent days, high-ranking officials from various forces had been visiting the mountain, necessitating the sword master's engagement with them. You raise a valid point, sister. By the way, our sect's triumph over the Yin sect can largely be attributed to that enigmatic nascent soul cultivator who intervened. Do you think this mysterious figure might be an old elder from our sect who has remained hidden? Tang Fian queried, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity. The students of the sect had been abuzz with speculation regarding the identity of the nascent soul cultivator who had aided the sword sect. Some posited that it was a reclusive elder, while others speculated it could be a hermit who had once benefited from the sword sect. I am uncertain. Ever since the great elder passed away many years ago, there have been no formidable cultivators lurking within our sect, Li Yun replied honestly, shaking her head. Just the other day, I inquired with my father, but he too could not elucidate the origins of this individual. Is that truly the case? Even the sword master is unaware of this person's background? Tang Fian exclaimed in astonishment. If even the sword master lacked knowledge about the origins of this nascent soul cultivator, it implied that the individual was even more mysterious than anticipated. Indeed, Li Yun's eyes sparkled as she continued. If I were to discover who this person is, I would certainly express my gratitude in person. Had he not intervened to slay the vice master of the Yin sect, I might have perished by now. As she spoke of that day, a shiver ran through her. The memory of the agony inflicted by the vice master's dark incantation was still vivid, causing her complexion to pale at the mere thought. It was no exaggeration to say that the intervention of that enigmatic nascent soul cultivator had saved her life, a debt of gratitude she could scarcely repay. In the southern region, the existence of nascent soul cultivators was almost a myth, their appearances as elusive as dragons. If I ever have the chance to meet him, I would seize the opportunity to become his disciple. That would provide me with a formidable ally, Tang Fian said with a playful smile. In the southern region, even golden core cultivators were considered exceptional, while those who transcended that realm were nearly legendary. Relying on others is no substitute for self-reliance. You too must be nearing a breakthrough, right? Once you become a foundation establishment cultivator, your status within the sect will be transformed. Li Yun redirected the conversation, inquiring further. Only one step remains. Yet it is this very step that proves exceedingly arduous without the aid of the foundation establishment pill. Tang Fian let out a soft sigh in response. She had initially believed that through her own diligence, she could transcend into the foundation establishment stage without relying on the pill, but reality dealt her a considerable blow. Despite secluding herself multiple times, she remained unable to take that final leap. The Tang family, which stood behind her, possessed considerable influence, yet the foundation establishment pill was a rare treasure, difficult to procure in a short span of time. There should still be a few foundation establishment pills within the sect. I will assist you in locating one in the coming days, Li Yun remarked thoughtfully, his tone earnest. Really? Senior Sister Li? Upon hearing this, Tang Fian's eyes sparkled with a mixture of astonishment and joy. She was acutely aware that the foundation establishment pills within the sword sect were exceedingly scarce, primarily held by the higher echelons of the elders. It was futile for her to seek one herself, but Li Yun was a different matter altogether. Would I deceive you? Li Yun replied with a playful blink of her beautiful eyes, smiling as she countered. Chapter 137. The Tao Fruit of Past Lives. Cultivating in this life, time flows silently, and youth fades swiftly. Before long, 15 years have passed once again. This marks the 35th year since Zhao Ping'an arrived at the medicinal garden. It is autumn, and the crimson maple leaves adorn the vast expanse of the garden. Within the wooden cabin, tranquility and harmony reign as always. Zhao Ping'an sits silently in the gathering spirit array, a faint golden light enveloping his body, rendering even his hair crystal clear. His longevity magic is profound and enduring, surging through his limbs and bones. With each cycle of energy, his vitality grows increasingly robust. Time, like a blade, brings forth signs of aging even in ordinary foundational cultivators, whose lifespans may stretch to 200 years. Yet, Zhao Ping'an, through the longevity-enhancing effects of the longevity sword secret, not only exhibits no signs of decline, but appears ever more youthful and vigorous. His flowing dark hair resembles an immovable statue, exuding an aura of tranquility and formidable strength. The gathering spirit array draws in the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Aside from a portion intercepted by the longevity tower, a steady stream continues to flow into Zhao Ping'an's body. After an indeterminate period, the golden light surrounding him suddenly surges, transforming him into a radiant sun that illuminates the entire cabin. The power of his longevity magic ascends, radiating a purer and more powerful aura. He has broken through the 6th layer of the longevity sword's secret. In this moment, he can distinctly perceive a remarkable transformation from within. After 15 years of dedication, he has finally ascended to the 6th layer of the longevity sword's secret. Zhao Ping'an smiles to himself, his voice tinged with a sense of relief akin to shedding a heavy burden. The difficulty of cultivating the longevity sword's secret has proven to be greater than he initially anticipated, particularly as the layers of the technique ascend. The challenge is escalating exponentially. At this moment, Zhao Ping'an can keenly sense that his longevity magic has become more refined, and his vitality surges with vigor, infusing his flesh, bones, and internal organs with a vibrant life force. His body appears to have undergone subtle changes. When he broke through to the 5th layer of the longevity sword's secret, the increase in physical strength was most apparent. Now, having advanced to the 6th layer, the vitality within him seems to have significantly enhanced. Zhao Ping'an carefully contemplates his transformation. A moment later, seemingly to validate his conjecture, he casually takes a magic sword and strikes his arm. In the next instant, the seemingly razor-sharp sword erupts with a resounding crack. Remarkably, Zhao Ping'an's arm emerges unscathed, showing no trace of injury. He raises an eyebrow and retrieves a superior-grade magic weapon, one of the spoils from earlier. At this moment, Zhao Ping'an channels a trace of longevity magic into the exquisite weapon, unleashing its astonishing power. The blade slices through flesh, instantly creating a grotesque wound on his arm. However, astonishingly, in the next second, the wound begins to heal at a visibly rapid pace. In but a fleeting moment, Zhao Ping'an's arm was restored to its original state, as if it had never sustained an injury. Such formidable self-healing capabilities. Is this the benefit derived from breaking through to the 6th layer of the eternal life sword technique? Compared to the initial breakthrough to the 4th layer, the vitality within me has surged to several times its previous strength. Zhao Ping'an's eyes sparkled with insight as he pondered aloud. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that this self-healing ability does not deplete any of the eternal life's magical energy. It stems solely from the vitality coursing through his being. Unlike magical energy, which is distinctly tangible, vitality is almost imperceptible yet exists within every cultivator. Possessing such extraordinary self-healing powers implies that Zhao Ping'an will henceforth be akin to an indomitable insect. As long as he does not suffer fatal harm, he can rapidly recover from injuries. Should other cultivators become aware of this, many jaws would surely drop in astonishment. Buzz. At that moment, a peculiar shift occurred within Zhao Ping'an's eternal life tower, drawing his consciousness into the realm of the tower. The space within the eternal life tower, was it drawn here again due to the breakthrough of the eternal life sword technique? Given his prior experiences, Zhao Ping'an maintained a composed demeanor. He observed a statue and 2 stone tablets standing not far away. The statue, a striking representation of a young man, exuded a commanding presence, with distinct and resolute features, and eyes that seemed to pierce the depths of existence, enveloped in an overwhelming aura of power. The vitality radiating from the first-generation Tao fruit had intensified beyond earlier manifestations. Zhao Ping'an immediately noted the changes in the Tao fruit from his previous life. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to infuse a wisp of eternal life magical energy into the statue. In the next instant, the statue appeared on the verge of full revival, emanating a terrifying aura of a swordsmanship master that nearly shook the very fabric of the eternal life tower. Moreover, this was merely a fragment of its essence causing such upheaval. One can only imagine the sheer magnitude of power that would be unleashed if the first-generation Dao fruit were to be fully activated. Zhao Ping'an's expression shifted as he realized that the momentum radiating from the Dao fruit had increased exponentially. This exceeds the fluctuations of the nascent soul realm. He was taken aback. After all, the pinnacle of his cultivation in his past life was merely a swordsmanship master, on par with the peak of the nascent soul stage. Yet now, the aura emanating from the Dao fruit of his previous life undoubtedly transcended the boundaries of the nascent soul realm. The first-generation Dao fruit has been enhanced. Could it be that my breakthrough to the 6th layer of the eternal life sword technique has rendered the Dao fruit more complete and powerful? This suggests that the Dao fruit from my past life possesses limitless potential for growth. Zhao Ping'an suddenly came to a realization, exclaiming in astonishment. Even during my previous breakthrough to the 5th layer of the eternal life sword technique, the most significant change was merely the ability to harness more power from the Dao fruit of my past life. However, achieving the 6th layer now enables the Dao fruit's power to strengthen. This is simply unimaginable. Just imagine, if I continue to advance in my cultivation, could it not mean that the Dao fruit from my past life will perpetually grow stronger? If the eternal sword technique were to ascend to the 7th, or even the 8th and 9th levels, how formidable would the fruits of the past life become? The fruits of the past life are cultivated in this existence. Eternal Tower. What astonishing secrets do you still conceal? Zhao Ping'an murmured to himself, attributing all of this to the Eternal Tower. At this moment, Zhao Ping'an finally comprehended that the Eternal Tower was even more extraordinary than he had imagined. Take the fruits of the past life, for instance. Now, simply enhancing the levels of the Eternal Sword technique or repeatedly harnessing the power of the fruits can amplify their strength. With this powerful trump card, Zhao Ping'an felt a profound sense of assurance regarding his future path in cultivation. Chapter 138. Attempting to condense the secrets of the Eternal Life Tower have surpassed my imagination. Although the Dao fruit from my previous life can enhance my abilities, making it my strongest trump card in this life, I must refrain from utilizing it unless faced with life and death situations. Otherwise, should the true top-tier powers of the cultivation realm discover my secret, the consequences would be dire. Though shocked, Zhao Ping'an quickly regained his composure. He understood well the adage that a common man is guilty of possessing a treasure. The more extraordinary the capabilities of the Eternal Life Tower, the more cautiously Zhao Ping'an needed to treat it. He must guard this secret diligently, otherwise it could invite calamity. Despite his considerable cultivation and strength at this moment, Zhao Ping'an was acutely aware that, in the presence of those renowned powers within the cultivation realm, he remained as vulnerable as an ant. Steady development was essential. The path of cultivation requires a grounded approach. Any misstep could lead to irretrievable ruin. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Ping'an chose not to linger any longer and withdrew his consciousness from the space within the Eternal Life Tower. The profound and pure essence of the Eternal Life Law, coupled with 15 years of cultivation, had solidified his Dao foundation remarkably. It seemed the time had come to attempt a breakthrough to the Golden Dan realm. Zhao Ping'an's eyes gleamed with determination as he spoke to himself. Since achieving perfection in the foundation establishment stage 15 years ago, his cultivation had stagnated. Now, with the Eternal Life Sword technique advancing to the 6th level, the once firm bottleneck finally showed signs of loosening. The gap between the perfect foundation establishment stage and the Golden Dan realm was but a step away. Yet, that step was unattainable for 99% of foundation establishment practitioners. Even with the advantage of his prior cultivation experience, Zhao Ping'an felt uncertain about successfully breaking through to the Golden Dan realm. The difficulty of advancing from foundation establishment to Golden Dan was exponentially greater than that of progressing from Qi refinement to foundation establishment. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Ping'an retrieved a wooden box containing one of the spoils he had previously acquired, the 3-patterned essence gathering pill. Gazing at the pill, which exuded a rich aroma, Zhao Ping'an's expression turned resolute. He did not rush to consume the pill. Instead, he swiftly set up a barrier formation. The commotion of breaking through from foundation establishment to Golden Dan was immense, and without proper preparations, it would be challenging to avoid alerting other cultivators in the herb garden. Once again, Zhao Ping'an chose the secluded dry well in the courtyard as the optimal location for his breakthrough. This spot was highly discreet, and with the barrier formation established outside, it could nearly prevent the leakage of spiritual energy. After an hour, he successfully arranged the corresponding barrier formation around the dry well. Sitting within the well's space, he silently adjusted his breath, preparing to take the essence-gathering pill in the best possible state to surge into the Golden Dan realm. This was an extremely perilous process. If successful, Zhao Ping'an would possess considerable strength even without relying on external means. However, failure could result in backlash, or worse, a fall in cultivation or even death due to going astray. In my previous life, I possessed the experience of condensing a Golden Dan, which can augment my success rate of breaking through by 20%. The 3-patterned foundational Dan, in turn, can enhance my success rate by another 30%. In this life, with my solid foundation in the Tao, my success rate can increase by an additional 10%. Zhao Ping'an's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he continued to muse. Calculating all this, my current success rate for breaking into the Golden Dan realm has already reached 60%. With this thought in mind, Zhao Ping'an finally ceased his hesitation and began to channel the eternal life mana throughout his being, striving toward a higher realm. The eternal life mana surged endlessly, emanating a profound and enduring aura, continuously circulating within Zhao Ping'an's extraordinary meridians and every fiber of his being. With each cycle of the small and large circulations, Zhao Ping'an's energy subtly intensified. Soon, his energy surpassed the perfect level of the foundation establishment stage, steadily advancing toward the true realm of the Golden Dan. Simultaneously, within Zhao Ping'an's dantian, an abundance of mana converged incessantly, ultimately transforming into a luminous energy point resembling a pearl. The purity and potency of the eternal life mana, combined with my solid foundation in the Tao, allowed me to manifest a false Dan even before consuming the foundational Dan. Noticing this development, Zhao Ping'an felt a twinge of surprise. It is important to note that for a typical cultivator at the perfect foundation establishment stage attempting to break into the Golden Dan realm, the process is generally divided into 3 steps. The first step involves several days, or even over half a month, of refining one's mana to ensure its purity, thus meeting the prerequisites for nurturing a Golden Dan. This step is crucial and often obstructs 70 to 80% of cultivators at the perfect foundation establishment stage. Some individuals, not to mention half a month, may spend months or even years trying to achieve the most refined state of their chaotic mana. Thanks to Zhao Ping'an's advancement of the Eternal Life Sword technique to the 6th layer, even without deliberately refining, his mana naturally reached the conditions for Dan condensation, saving him considerable time. The second step involves gathering the refined mana within the dantian to form an energy point, known as a false Dan. Although this step appears straightforward, it is fraught with difficulty. With the aid of his previous life-s experience, Zhao Ping'an effortlessly condensed the false Dan. As for the third step, it entails transforming the false Dan into a genuine, fully formed Golden Dan, a stage marked by significant challenges and considerable risks, where a slight misstep could lead to demonic deviation. As the false Dan began to form, Zhao Ping'an could distinctly perceive a slight turbulence in his eternal life mana. It resembled a once stable flow of water that, upon the formation of the false Dan, was subjected to some invisible force, resulting in a dramatic upheaval. Not only did the mana become tumultuous, but even Zhao Ping'an's spirit experienced a flicker of instability. It is worth noting that he is a person who has undergone reincarnation and recultivation, possessing a mental acuity far beyond that of ordinary individuals, yet he still felt the impact. Thus, the formidable resistance to condensing the Golden Dan can be readily imagined. Seizing the moment while he still retained clarity, he acted swiftly and consumed the 3-patterned foundational Dan. A surge of potent medicinal energy rose from his abdomen, aiding him in stabilizing both his spirit and mana. Concurrently, Zhao Ping'an activated the Eternal Life Sword technique, directing the Eternal Life mana to continuously reinforce the newly formed false Dan. Under the relentless surge of the longevity magic, what had merely resembled a pearl-sized point of energy began to undergo a remarkable transformation, subtly taking on the semblance of a true golden elixir. A faint golden sheen emerged on its surface, resembling a lustrous golden pearl, suspended within Zhao Ping'an's dantian sea of vital energy. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Ping'an's spirit jolted, realizing that he was but a mere step away from breaking through his current boundary. However, at that moment, an unexpected anomaly occurred. The seemingly stable faux elixir suddenly fractured, unleashing a tempestuous aura that wreaked havoc upon the dantian sea, causing what had been a relatively stable longevity magic to descend into chaos. This is dire. Zhao Ping'an's expression shifted, apprehensively acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Chapter 139. transformation. Zhao Ping'an's spirit was taught, if the false Dan were to shatter, he would face repercussions ranging from a backlash to a significant decline in his cultivation or even a descent into madness. At this critical moment, Zhao Ping'an channeled the Chongqing sword art, drawing forth the vibrant life force within him, which promptly mended the fissured false Dan. The enduring and profound essence of Chongqing magic, under his adept control, stabilized his Dantian's energy sea. This was a testament to Zhao Ping'an's profound cultivation and the benefits of his past life experiences. Otherwise, a typical cultivator at the peak of the foundation establishment stage would not only fail their breakthrough, but also suffer severe backlash under such circumstances. Zhao Ping'an's timely response spared him from enduring catastrophic Dao injuries. However, the impact had already caused him to miss the opportunity to transform the false Dan into a true golden Dan, leaving his cultivation stagnated at this juncture. He remained half a step away from the genuine golden Dan realm. Alas, it was a pity that he could not transmute the false Dan into the golden Dan. As the tempestuous energy subsided into tranquility, Zhao Ping'an let out a soft sigh, tinged with regret. Indeed, even with the advantages of his previous life's wisdom, the transition from the foundation establishment's perfection to the golden Dan realm proved to be a formidable challenge. Ultimately, the quality of the foundational Dan was insufficient to stabilize his Dantian energy sea and coalesce a true golden Dan. Zhao Ping'an reflected on the lessons learned from this failure. This setback in breaking through was not due to negligence, but rather the inadequacy of the three-pattern foundational Dan. Had he procured a Dan engraved with 5 or even 6 patterns, he would have had an 80 to 90% assurance of successfully reaching the golden Dan realm. His eyes gleamed with determination as he spoke resolutely. However, common foundational dawn were exceedingly rare. Even within the sword sect, such dawn were not to be found. Where could he possibly seek a foundational Dan of superior quality, one exceeding 5 patterns? Contemplating this, he found himself in a quandary. As dawn approached, signaling the arrival of a new day, Zhao Ping'an sighed softly, opting not to linger in the concealed space beneath the desolate well. With the failure of his breakthrough, remaining there served no purpose. Upon exiting the hidden space, he sensed a familiar aura approaching his wooden abode. It was Brother Wang. After a moment's hesitation, he took up his broom and opened the door. Not far off, a figure approached with a slight limp. Wang, the limping man, was somewhat gaunt, and his once sharply defined features bore several visible wrinkles. "Zhao Shidi, let us clean together," Wang said, breaking into a grin upon seeing Zhao Ping'an. "All right," Zhao Ping'an nodded, following closely behind Wang. For the past 15 years, they had maintained the routine of cleaning the herb garden together each morning. Much like when Zhao Ping'an first arrived at the medicinal garden, this daily ritual had become a steadfast habit for both of them over the decades. Of course, they no longer toiled as intensely as before. They only needed to tend to a few sections of the garden, while the majority of the work was entrusted to other junior disciples assigned to menial tasks. Now the two of us find ourselves considerably more at ease. Many areas no longer require our diligent cleaning, as there are other disciples to assist with the menial tasks. Over the years, the sect has welcomed numerous new disciples, and even our herbal garden has seen a steady influx of newcomers. To speak of the cleaning apprentices alone, there are already 5 or 6 among us. It seems that we have become the eldest among the cleaning apprentices, haven't we? Wang Kezi mused with a hint of nostalgia, his words flowing freely. Indeed, the herbal garden has become much livelier than before. There are many fresh faces, and I have scarcely managed to remember a handful of them. Zhao Ping'an replied with a faint smile, echoing the sentiment. "Ping'an, we have become seasoned veterans in the eyes of these newcomers. However, I increasingly feel a sense of helplessness with the passage of time. One cannot escape the inevitability of aging," Wang Kezi remarked with a touch of melancholy. In the past, he could sweep half the garden without breaking a sweat, yet now, after tending to just a small area, he finds himself needing frequent breaks, his vitality waning. "Brother Wang, you have recently broken through and are now a 5th-layer Qi refinement practitioner. Practitioners at this stage enjoy a lifespan of a century, and you are still in your prime. How can you speak of aging?" Sensing Wang Kezi's gloom, Zhao Ping'an offered words of comfort. "A century is but a fleeting moment, yet I have already passed the halfway mark. A person of my modest talent is destined to become a mere handful of dust." Wang Kezi sighed, shaking his head. When he first joined the sword sect, he was brimming with ambition, yearning for immortality. Now, after 4 or 5 decades, he finds himself adrift, lost in a haze of disillusionment. This is the life of most mediocre practitioners, devoid of any glimmer of hope for the future, ultimately fading into obscurity, leaving little trace behind. "Has that boy, Wang Cheng, been troubling you lately?" Upon hearing Wang Kezi's words, Zhao Ping'an set down his broom and inquired. Not at all. I merely felt contemplative, Wang Kezi replied, waving his hand dismissively. Speaking of which, I almost forgot about that lad. Just a few days ago, he passed the sect's second assessment and has now become an official disciple. In a few days, I plan to host a gathering, inviting you and Denyo to celebrate properly. At the mention of Wang Cheng, Wang Kezi's frown vanished, replaced by a proud smile. That is splendid news. I shall prepare some congratulatory gifts in advance. We must raise a toast or two. Zhao Ping'an's eyes sparkled with delight. Zhao Shidi, there is no need for gifts. Were it not for your assistance in helping him join Miss Tang's tutelage, how could he have achieved such remarkable progress and become an official disciple? We, as uncle and nephew, owe you our gratitude. How could we possibly accept your gifts? Wang Kezi insisted, gesturing for Zhao Ping'an to forego any preparations, as it would not only be an unnecessary expense, but also something they would not dare accept. I shall heed Brother Wang's words. Zhao Ping'an, well aware of Wang Kezi's temperament, refrained from disputing him and instead remarked, when the time comes, select some suitable items and discreetly present them to Wang Cheng. After all, Wang Cheng had grown up under Zhao Ping'an's watchful eye. Over the years, he frequently returned to the medicinal garden to visit both Wang Kezi and Zhao Ping'an, exhibiting a somewhat extroverted disposition, yet demonstrating profound filial piety towards his elders. It was precisely this quality that led Zhao Ping'an to recommend him as a disciple to Tang Fian in the first place. Wang Cheng did not disappoint the hopes pinned upon him by Zhao Ping'an and Wang Kezi, as he became an official disciple of the sect, surpassing the status of the miscellaneous disciples in the medicinal garden in terms of both potential and standing. Undoubtedly, his future achievements would eclipse those of Wang Kezi by several magnitudes. Half an hour later, while engaging in casual conversation, the two swiftly tidied up their designated area. As they needed to convey the news of Wang Cheng's official disciple status to Denyo, Wang Kezi soon parted ways with Zhao Ping'an. Suddenly, an unusual fluctuation emanated from Zhao Ping'an's storage bag, the identity token from the talisman's pavilion. Could it be that a new talisman crafting task had been issued? Zhao Ping'an retrieved a golden token, from which the peculiar energy was radiating. For over a decade, he had continued to take on talisman crafting assignments from the talisman's pavilion in his spare time, as no one would ever complain about having too many spirit stones. Furthermore, completing these tasks allowed him to enhance his talisman crafting skills. Presently, Zhao Ping'an outwardly held the rank of a senior second-tier talisman master. However, many years prior, he had achieved a breakthrough in his talisman crafting abilities, enabling him to produce mid-tier third-grade talismans, just half a step away from becoming a third-tier talisman master. In Nan County, the classification of talisman masters is particularly nuanced and precise. For instance, a first-tier talisman master is one who can create first-tier superior talismans and those of lower grades. Similarly, a second-tier talisman master is recognized as such only if they can craft second-tier superior talismans and below. The same principle applies to third-tier talisman masters. It is not sufficient for Zhao Ping'an to merely produce inferior and mid-tier third-grade talismans to be considered a third-tier talisman master. The title of third-tier talisman master signifies the ability to create nearly all types of third-tier talismans. Chapter 140. The sixth talismancer. After a brief moment of hesitation, Zhao Ping'an infused a trace of longevity magic into the talisman master token of the talisman pavilion, swiftly revealing a line of text. The talisman pavilion had issued a task for the creation of 8 third-tier inferior Thunderfire Sinister talismans, with a reward of 30,000 spirit stones. The golden token, representing the identity of a talismancer, soon unveiled its contents. Third-tier inferior talismans? Zhao Ping'an was somewhat taken aback, although the reward was exceedingly generous. If his memory served him right, this was likely the highest-level talisman crafting task the Talisman Pavilion had released in many years. It was worth noting that over the past decade, the Talisman Pavilion had experienced a significant improvement within the sect, with the tasks they issued steadily escalating in difficulty. However, previous tasks had only involved second-tier superior talismans. The sudden issuance of a task for third-tier inferior talismans was indeed peculiar. Moreover, as Zhao Ping'an understood, the Thunderfire Sinister Talisman was a third-tier inferior talisman with formidable offensive capabilities, its crafting complexity even surpassing that of the Dragon Elephant Talisman, which also belonged to the third tier. Additionally, a notification interrupted his thoughts. Congratulations to Wu Yuan for becoming the 6th Talismancer of the Talisman Pavilion. Master Wu would host a banquet tonight at the Talisman Pavilion, inviting all Talismancers to discuss the art of talisman crafting. Before Zhao Ping'an could further contemplate, the golden token illuminated another piece of information. The Talisman Pavilion had welcomed its 6th Talismancer. Zhao Ping'an was somewhat astonished. It was remarkable that, after so many years, the number of talismancers in the sect had remained so few, and now, suddenly, a new talismancer had emerged. Moreover, he had never heard of this Wu Yuan before. Was he a recent addition to the Sword Sect? Zhao Ping'an mused. Since the Sword Sect's victory over the Inyang cult over a decade ago, its reputation in the southern county had significantly risen, attracting many loose cultivators and descendants from various prominent cultivation factions to join the sect, thereby enhancing its strength. Never mind. He thought it unnecessary to dwell on this. Although he could effortlessly craft third-tier inferior talismans now, there was no need to accept this task from the Talisman Pavilion. After all, the spirit stones he had previously acquired were still unspent, and the newly arrived talismancer bore little relevance to him, rendering it unnecessary to heed his invitation. Zhao Ping'an shook his head, promptly stowing away the talismancer token, choosing not to dwell on the matter. His immediate priority was to visit the foot of the mountain market. Aside from selecting suitable gifts for that child in Wang City, he also aimed to gather information regarding the Jie Yuan Dan. With deep and bright eyes, Zhao Ping'an resolved to make another trip to the foot of the mountain market. The scale of the market had grown significantly, to the point that, in a certain sense, it had become a hallmark of the Sword Sect. Over the years, with the explicit permission of the Sword Sect's higher-ups, the foot of the mountain market had prospered remarkably, transforming from a modest market into a bustling small town. The disciples of the Sword Sect never engage in unscrupulous practices, placing great emphasis on cultivating a fair and just business environment. Consequently, both various factions of cultivators and unassociated rogue cultivators willingly come to the market to conduct trade or exchange resources. It is no exaggeration to say that the scale of the Sword Sect's market rivals that of the former gathering of Hero City. With this thought in mind, Zhao Ping'an chose not to linger any longer and made his way towards the entrance of the medicinal garden. Simultaneously, within the sect's talisman's pavilion, the steward Zhou Cheng was respectfully conversing with a young man. Master Wu, I have informed the other talisman's masters of your appointment as the 6th talisman master, as per your request. Zhou Cheng spoke with utmost reverence, his tone laced with a hint of flattery. As the steward of the talisman's pavilion, he had dealt with many within the sect. Yet few could elicit such a subservient demeanor from him. Excellent. You've done well, Xiao Zhou, the young man replied with a smile, his eyes gleaming with intelligence. I have long heard that besides Elder Cheng, several other talisman's masters within the sect possess considerable skill. This opportunity allows me to become acquainted with them and deepen our mutual understanding. As he spoke, a charming smile graced his lips, forming a delightful curve. Your mastery of talismans is remarkable, inching ever closer to the 3rd-tier talisman master level. Apart from Elder Cheng, I fear no one else in the sect can compare to your talents in this regard, Zhou Cheng aptly extolled. He was acutely aware of Wu Yuan's formidable background and his exceptional aptitude in talisman crafting, having nearly matched Elder Cheng in a contest on his very first day in the sect. Such a capable individual, endowed with a prestigious lineage, was not someone Zhou Cheng dared to offend lightly. Thus, he sought to ingratiate himself continuously. There are not many talisman's masters within the Sword Sect. Now that I have joined, I must strive to elevate the skills of a few masters in honor of the Sword Master. Otherwise, would it not belittle the talisman techniques of my Wu family? Wu Yuan declared, hands clasped behind his back, with an air of certainty. His intent in summoning the other masters for an evening gathering was not genuinely to discuss talisman techniques, but rather to assert his authority. Upon leaving the medicinal garden, Zhao Ping'an altered his aura and appearance, swiftly arriving at the market at the foot of the mountain. A vast array of shops filled the marketplace, bustling with cultivators traversing the streets. Are you still troubled by a lack of stamina? Are you distressed by an inability to satisfy your partner's needs? The complete restoration pill, 1, is worth more than 6. My family's ancestral super pill for vitality is priced at 200 spirit stones, helping you regain confidence and joy in your dual cultivation life. As Zhao Ping'an stepped into the market, a rather unsavory-looking rotund man approached, brandishing several pills and directly promoting his wares. Zhao Ping'an's lips twitched. Did he appear so frail? My friend, we are destined to meet. I shall offer you a discount. 1 complete restoration pill for only 150 spirit stones. The portly man smiled broadly. No need. Zhao Ping'an waved his hand, indicating that he had no such need. I gritted my teeth in pain. 120 spirit stones truly could not be bargained down. After all, I had finally encountered someone capable of engaging in dialogue. And the pill-peddling rotund figure hastily exclaimed. The aroma of herbs was mixed and muddled, and the surface of the pills gleamed dully. Not even a single spiritual herb could be deemed worthy. Such wares were better suited to deceive others. Observing his relentless persistence, Zhao Ping'an cast a glance at the so-called all-encompassing nourishment pill and spoke coolly. Ah, a connoisseur, I see. My apologies for the interruption. Discovered by Zhao Ping'an. The man forced a smile and swiftly melted into the crowd, quickly vanishing from Zhao Ping'an's sight. Once unbothered, Zhao Ping'an began to wander alone through the market, which had indeed undergone a remarkable transformation compared to before. Soon, he arrived at an imposing storefront, pausing briefly. The Rare Treasures Pavilion. Unbeknownst to him, he had returned to this establishment. Despite the passage of many years, the shop remained bustling with business, its entrance teeming with visitors, making it one of the largest establishments in the market. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Ping'an decided to enter. Masterly. Just as Zhao Ping'an stepped through the threshold, a stunningly beautiful woman suddenly exclaimed. Dressed in a light azure gown, her figure was elegantly curved, her skin pale and delicate, simply standing there. She stirred the hearts of the passing cultivators. Chapter 141. Revisiting the sword diagram as Zhao Ping'an observed the enchanting woman before him, he felt an eerie sense of familiarity. Yet her name eluded him. I am Xiao Han, formerly a maid at the Zhini Pavilion, and now the deputy manager. She approached with a warm smile, reminding him. Her features were exquisitely delicate, and her fashionable attire swayed gracefully as she walked, revealing her long, elegant legs, which drew the ardent gazes of the male cultivators around. Oh, I remember now. You used to be by Manager Zhao's side, Zhao Ping'an finally acknowledged, somewhat dazed. His previous impression of Xiao Han had been faint, and having not visited the Zhini Pavilion in the past 15 years, he failed to recognize her transformation from a graceful young girl into a woman of alluring charm and maturity. Masterly. It has been many years since your last visit to our Zhini Pavilion. The manager has always remembered you. Are you here to procure talisman materials? Xiao Han inquired eagerly, her enthusiasm evident, almost wishing to draw closer to Zhao Ping'an if not for the presence of other cultivators. I am merely here to select a few suitable gifts for a junior, Zhao Ping'an replied candidly. He had perused several shops in the market without finding anything fitting, hence his visit to Zhini Pavilion in hopes of fortune. Additionally, he harbored another intention, to ascertain whether the mysterious sword diagram, once hailed as the most precious item by Zhini Pavilion, had been purchased over the years. Gifts. You have come to the right place today. We have recently acquired a splendid collection of magical artifacts and rare treasures that will surely meet your satisfaction. Allow me to assist you in selecting them, Xiao Han proposed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. That would be much appreciated, Zhao Ping'an nodded in agreement. Masterly. This way please, she beckoned, leading him to the second floor. The Zhini Pavilion had expanded significantly, with a vast display of rare treasures stretching across 3 levels. The first floor housed common artifacts suitable for ordinary cultivators, while the second floor showcased more precious and rare curiosities. In stark contrast to the bustling first level, the second floor was considerably less crowded. Masterly. This item is the Langya Pearl, a superior-grade magical artifact that can both attack and defend. It is indeed a remarkable treasure. Xiao Han presented a dark jade-colored pearl at a counter. Superior-grade artifact? Zhao Ping'an glanced at it, losing interest. As Wang Cheng had just become an official disciple of the sect, gifting him a superior-grade artifact might not be prudent, as it could foster an undue reliance on powerful artifacts. Masterly. This item is the heavenly steel armor, crafted from the scales of the steel mountain beast. Even a Qi refinement stage cultivator can withstand a strike from a foundation establishment stage cultivator without succumbing, boasting formidable defensive capabilities. Xiao Han once again led Zhao Ping'an to another counter, introducing the array of talismanic armors displayed upon it. While defensive talismans certainly possess their merits, Zhao Ping'an shook his head. As a newly initiated disciple of the sect, he spent most of his time within the confines of the royal city and rarely faced life-threatening dangers. Thus, even if he were to receive a piece of talismanic armor, its utility would be minimal. His deliberate mention of the sword path was primarily to gauge Xiao Han's reaction. Sword path? Xiao Han's delicate brows furrowed slightly, a thought igniting within her mind, only to be swiftly extinguished. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, "Let me take you to explore further." There was no trace of impatience on her face. She promptly proceeded to introduce several treasures to Zhao Ping'an. Among them were formidable sword talismans, items that could aid in cultivation, and secret artifacts for protection. However, upon inspection, Zhao Ping'an expressed little satisfaction, which left Xiao Han in a state of concern. This enigmatic masterly had finally graced the Rare Treasures Pavilion with his presence, and she was determined to ensure his contentment. Otherwise, the chance to meet such a master again might be elusive. Despite the passage of many years, the Rare Treasures Pavilion's yearning for talismanic masters remained unabated. particularly for someone like Zhao Ping'an, whose expertise in talismans was profound and unfathomable. With this thought, Xiao Han's gaze grew resolute, and she spoke in a melodious tone. Master Li, there are still many remarkable items on the third floor. Allow me to show you. Perhaps you will find treasures that please you. Zhao Ping'an had anticipated this invitation, yet he maintained an outwardly composed demeanor, merely responding with a subdued acknowledgement. The third floor was spacious, adorned with only a few counters, each showcasing a collection of brocade boxes of varying sizes. Zhao Ping'an noted that the surfaces of these boxes were reinforced with powerful warning enchantments. Forcibly opening one would alert everyone within the rare treasures pavilion. Master Li, if your disciple practices the sword path, there are 2 items here that should be quite suitable for him. Among these was an ancient text on swordsmanship recently acquired by the pavilion, the Zhun Yao Jianlu. As soon as Xiao Han finished speaking, she personally retrieved a brocade box, dispelled the enchantment, and unveiled a golden tome of martial arts. The golden volume, made of an unknown material, appeared as smooth as animal hide and emanated an aura of antiquity and gravitas. Zhun Yao Jianlu? Zhao Ping'an regarded the tome with astonishment. Have you heard of this martial art, Master Li? Xiao Han inquired with a playful smile. Indeed, I have. It is one of the legendary sword arts once propagated by the sword sect, Zhao Ping'an responded. The Zhun Yao Jianlu is said to be a legacy left by a sword master from the sword sect over 1,000 years ago. Although it is somewhat fragmented, its power is extraordinary. However, due to its high cultivation threshold, few within the sword sect have been able to master it. If I am not mistaken, the version kept here at the Rare Treasures Pavilion is likely a handwritten copy, correct? Zhao Ping'an observed with certainty. As a disciple of the sword sect, he was certainly acquainted with this particular martial art. However, the rigorous cultivation prerequisites of such a swordsmanship lineage rendered it exceedingly rare for anyone within the sect to master it over the past few centuries. Indeed, it was a handwritten copy, yet it was worth a fortune. I believe that even if the younger generation of Masterly cannot cultivate it, they will find it immensely beneficial for their swordsmanship practice. Xiao Han felt somewhat embarrassed, having not anticipated Zhao Ping'an's awareness of this technique. Yet she earnestly recommended it in hopes of winning his favor. This method is far too demanding. It is unsuitable for my junior, Zhao Ping'an replied, shaking his head in outright rejection. Not only was this technique beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators, even those capable of practicing it might not experience significant benefits. I find the items in the treasure pavilion to be just so. If there is nothing suitable, I shall explore other shops. Zhao Ping'an feigned a light sigh, preparing to turn away. Masterly, please wait. At that moment, a clear voice called out to him. Zhao Ping'an turned to see a middle-aged scholar with a beaming smile descending from the upper floor. This individual was none other than Xiao Yun, the proprietor of the treasure pavilion. Over a decade had passed, yet Xiao Yun remained as composed and elegant as ever, his appearance unchanged in the slightest. The proprietor still exuded an air of mystery. Seeing you, Master, Xiao Han's face brightened, and she was about to summarize the recent events. I am already aware. There is no need for further explanation. I shall personally attend to Master Li, Xiao Yun said with a sidelong glance at Xiao Han, smiling. Understanding his cue, Xiao Han bowed slightly to Zhao Ping'an and departed without further delay. The treasure pavilion never disappoints its guests. Master Li, since you have made the effort to visit, I cannot allow you to leave disheartened, Xiao Yun continued, approaching Zhao Ping'an with a cheerful demeanor. If Master Li's junior is indeed practicing swordsmanship, we possess an unparalleled treasure that will surely satisfy. As he spoke, a golden wooden box flew effortlessly towards him from a distance, summoned by a mere gesture. Zhao Ping'an's gaze sharpened, recognizing this golden box as something familiar. If he was not mistaken, it contained the enigmatic sword diagram. Masterly, please take a look, Xiao Yun said, dispelling the restrictions around it, revealing a complex and profound sword diagram before Zhao Ping'an's eyes. The diagram shimmered with a faint azure light, crafted from an unknown material, smooth to the touch, emanating a terrifyingly sharp sword intent. Even without any magical force to animate it, that sword intent enveloped the surrounding area for dozens of meters. Even Zhao Ping'an, with his complete foundation establishment cultivation, sensed a hint of danger emanating from it. Chapter 142. Smooth acquisition. Though it was the second time Zhao Ping'an beheld this sword diagram, a ripple of emotion stirred within him. The aura emanating from this diagram was even more formidable than the one he had previously obtained from the storage bracelet of the drum player. Perhaps sensing the essence of this sword diagram, the 12 paired flying swords, which had been stored within his magical artifact, exhibited a momentary restlessness. Masterly, this formation diagram is an unparalleled treasure of our Rare Treasures Pavilion. Do you find it worthy of your discerning eye? Noticing Zhao Ping'an's silence, Xiao Yun ventured to inquire. A glimmer of keen interest flickered in his gaze, as he was acutely attentive to Zhao Ping'an's current reaction. This object appeared to possess a remarkable grade. With a notably rich aura of swordsmanship, it could indeed serve as a beneficial asset for my junior. Zhao Ping'an maintained a calm and objective demeanor, offering a measured appraisal without revealing excessive emotion or reaction. He consistently emphasized that it might be of use to his junior. Seeing Zhao Ping'an's indifferent response, Xiao Yun furrowed his brow slightly, though he quickly regained his composure. Since Master Li finds it satisfactory, I shall gift this item to you. A smile graced Xiao Yun's face, radiating generosity. Master Xiao, this is an extraordinary treasure from your rare treasures pavilion. Are you truly willing to part with it so casually? Zhao Ping'an expressed his surprise, though he swiftly collected himself and shook his head. Master Li, this item is indeed a treasure, but it has languished in the rare treasures pavilion for many years without encountering a fated individual. Rather than allowing it to gather dust here, it is far better to bestow it upon Master Li to assist your junior in grasping the sword path. Xiao Yun insisted on the gift, his fervent demeanor rendering it nearly impossible to refuse. Master Xiao, perhaps you should propose a price. Zhao Ping'an recognized that the other party had ulterior motives and spoke directly. The Rare Treasures Pavilion had kept this enigmatic formation diagram for years, and now, upon his casual mention, Xiao Yun was offering it freely. Any rational person would discern that he had other intentions. Since Master Li has made his intentions clear, I shall be forthright. It pertains to what I previously mentioned. The Rare Treasures Pavilion wishes to invite you to become our guest elder, granting you the highest privileges of the pavilion, in exchange for your occasional assistance in crafting talismans. Once Zhao Ping'an had elucidated the matter, Xiao Yun no longer hesitated and articulated his terms. Provided Zhao Ping'an agreed to become a guest elder of the Talisman Pavilion, the Rare Treasures Pavilion would readily present him with the formation diagram. Master Li, should you acquiesce, we can also provide you with a monthly supply of spirit stones and an array of excellent materials for talisman crafting. Seemingly apprehensive that Zhao Ping'an might decline, Xiao Yun sweetened the deal further. After speaking, he awaited Zhao Ping'an's response in silence. As I understand it, given the current scale of the Rare Treasures Pavilion, it should not be difficult to secure a talisman master. Why does Master Xiao hold such particular esteem for me? Zhao Ping'an pondered for a moment before posing his question. Master Li's insights are indeed astute. Although the Zhini Pavilion can presently engage ordinary talismans masters, it is exceedingly challenging to procure the services of an exceptional master such as yourself. In the past, Master Li's expertise in talisman crafting was already profound. One can only surmise that his skills have further escalated since then. Should the Zhini Pavilion cultivate a relationship with an individual who possesses the potential to ascend to a higher echelon of talisman mastery, it would undoubtedly constitute a most advantageous arrangement. Xiao Yun smiled, his delight unmistakable. Zhao Ping'an, disguised as Li Wu, possessed remarkable prowess in talisman crafting, and Xiao Yun sensed an extraordinary potential within him that far surpassed that of an ordinary talisman master. Given Zhao's high regard, it would be remiss of me to continue to decline. I shall temporarily accept the position of guest talisman master at Zhini Pavilion. Before Xiao Yun could express his joy, Zhao Ping'an added, however, I must stipulate one condition. Should I wish to resign from the position of guest talisman master in the future, I hope that you, Master Xiao, will not impose any difficulties. Rest assured, Master Li, at Zhini Pavilion, one may come and go as they please, Xiao Yun replied earnestly, his face aglow with a smile. This Zhini token represents our identity as guest talisman masters and facilitates our communication. Please accept it, Master Li. As he spoke, Xiao Yun produced a golden blue token and solemnly presented it to Zhao Ping'an. After scanning it with his spiritual sense and detecting no hidden dangers, Zhao Ping'an placed it into his storage artifact. That day, in pursuit of the enigmatic sword diagram, Zhao Ping'an ultimately acquiesced to Xiao Yun's request and became a guest talisman master at Zhini Pavilion. Half an hour later, under Xiao Yun's watchful gaze, Zhao Ping'an departed Zhini Pavilion, the sword diagram in his possession. Master, that sword diagram possesses significant provenance, and it was your bait for uncovering the old man's sword formation. To simply hand it over to Master Li seems rather hasty, remarked a striking figure who approached Xiao Yun immediately after Zhao Ping'an's departure. Xiao Han, for so many years, no one has come seeking that old man's sword formation. Rather than allowing this item to linger at Zhini Pavilion, it is better to transform it into a treasure to entice Master Li. Moreover, I could sense a flicker of interest from Master Li regarding that sword diagram. Xiao Yun replied with a knowing smile. I see now. Your foresight is truly commendable, Master, Xiao Han responded, paying a compliment. Henceforth, Master Li will be our guest talisman master. You must show him due respect. Additionally, contact the other party and inform them that we have a candidate capable of crafting talismans, and should any recent needs arise, they may reach out to us. Xiao Yan advised thoughtfully. Understood. I shall reach out immediately, Xiao Han replied, her eyes sparkling. With the sword diagram successfully acquired, Zhao Ping'an also needed to procure a suitable gift and gather information regarding the Jiuan pill. After leaving Zhini Pavilion and ensuring he was not being followed, he ventured to a secluded corner, employing secret techniques to alter his appearance before proceeding toward the opposite side of the market. He did not rush back to the herb garden, instead meandering through the marketplace. Before long, Zhao Ping'an's attention was captured by a mystical artifact known as the Tranquil Heart Pearl, which could enhance the cultivation efficacy of practitioners. He spent several hundred spirit stones to acquire it, intending it as a gift for the royal city. Subsequently, he wandered through the marketplace several more times, seeking information regarding the elusive Jiuan pill. However, much to his dismay, he found almost nothing of value. Zhao Ping'an felt no disappointment, for the Jiuan pill was extraordinarily rare, and even disciples from prominent sects of cultivation rarely heard of it, let alone the ordinary practitioners in the marketplace. As dusk settled, the flow of people in the marketplace gradually diminished. Zhao Ping'an decided against lingering any longer and made his way back to the herb garden. Chapter 143. Beyond perception, as the gentle evening breeze wafted through the air, a graceful figure stood quietly before Zhao Ping'an's wooden abode, drawing the attention of all. Clad in a flowing white dress, she exuded an elegance that was both striking and ethereal. Her long, black hair cascaded smoothly, and her bright, captivating eyes radiated charm, embodying a delicate and refined aura. Who is this senior sister? She is truly stunning, exuding an exquisite grace. How have I never encountered her before? Should I approach her? A few male disciples, newly inducted into the medicinal garden, huddled in a corner, discreetly stealing glances at the enchanting woman not far away. The path of immortality is long and arduous. Not all cultivators are devoid of emotions and desires, especially these impassioned young men who yearn for a beautiful female companion. Even some elders of the sword sect seek partners for mutual cultivation, let alone the ordinary disciples. Yulata Frog should abandon any thoughts of that senior sister. She is none other than the talisman prodigy of our sect, senior sister Lu Ningran. Do not presume that you, as mere servants of the medicinal garden, could ever be worthy of her. An older servant disciple passed by and solemnly warned the group. Is she really senior sister Lu, the renowned talisman genius of the sect? What brings her here? The male disciples were astonished. They had heard tales of Lu Ningran's prowess before even becoming servants in the medicinal garden. She was reputed to be the most gifted disciple in talisman crafting, having achieved the rank of a second-grade talisman master many years ago, with a status that rivaled some elders of the sect. What you do not know is that our senior brother Zhao Ping'an from the medicinal garden shares a good rapport with senior sister Lu. If I am not mistaken, she is here waiting for him. Now, disperse and return to your quarters to rest. With that, the older disciple ushered them away. Their conversation, of course, did not escape the notice of Lu Ningran, who remained poised and composed, unperturbed by their idle chatter. As the wind picked up, her patience waned, and just then, a tall figure approached from a distance. With distinct features, a strong physique, and bright, deep-set eyes, it was none other than Zhao Ping'an, returning from the market. Senior sister Lu. Zhao Ping'an exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Lu Ningran waiting by his wooden house. It has been quite some time, junior brother Zhao. You kept me waiting for an hour, she replied, her bright eyes fixed intently on him. I sincerely apologize. I was unaware that you would be visiting today. I had gone to the foot of the mountain market, which delayed my return until now. After so many years, senior sister, you have become even more beautiful. Truly resembling a celestial fairy, Zhao Ping'an remarked, his face tinged with embarrassment as he complimented her. He genuinely had no idea that Lu Ningran would seek him out. Otherwise, he would have ensured his timely return to the medicinal garden. Are you perhaps procuring materials for talisman crafting? Lu Ningran inquired, disregarding Zhao Ping'an's compliments. She instinctively assumed that Zhao Ping'an had ventured to the foot of the mountain market late in the evening to gather talisman materials, as searching for suitable materials is indeed a time-consuming and labor-intensive task for a talisman master. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping'an was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lu Ningran was aware of the existence of Zhini Pavilion. Could it be that she had also visited Zhini Pavilion to acquire talisman materials? This possibility was not far-fetched, considering that Lu Ningran was a second-tier talisman master with considerable talent in the craft. As her skills advanced, she would naturally require higher quality materials. Just as you surmised, I indeed went to procure talisman materials. Zhao Ping'an nodded, offering no further explanation. Lu Ningran's identity was enigmatic. Many years prior, the governor of Nanjun had ascended to the sword sect and had specifically sought an audience with her. The mere thought of a governor visiting her speaks volumes about her extraordinary background. Because of this, Zhao Ping'an had seldom taken the initiative to meet her over the past decade, and he was surprised that she had come to the medicinal garden today to seek him out. Might I inquire if you have come for some particular reason today? Senior Sister Lu? Zhao Ping'an asked with a smile. You haven't attended the gathering tonight hosted by Master Wu Yuan, the 6th Talisman Master of the Talisman Pavilion, have you? Lu Ningran responded, sidestepping his question. I am not acquainted with Master Wu, so there was no necessity to meet him. Besides, as a mere janitor in the medicinal garden, it would hardly be appropriate for me to attend, Zhao Ping'an reflected, offering his explanation. Wu Yuan, the scion of the current head of the Wu family, one of the most powerful cultivation families in Nanjun, had only recently joined the sect. Within a month of his arrival, he sought out Elder Chung to spar in talisman crafting, and the results of their contest were nearly even. He is narrow-minded and arrogant. Your absence from the Talisman Pavilion tonight will certainly be noted by him. You must exercise caution, Lu Ningran warned, as if she could read Zhao Ping'an's thoughts. Upon hearing her words, a ripple of unease stirred within Zhao Ping'an. Had Lu Ningran come all this way merely to caution him about Wu Yuan? In his view, even if he disregarded Wu Yuan's invitation, it should not provoke animosity. I shall be vigilant. Thank you for your warning, senior sister, Zhao Ping'an replied, though a trace of confusion lingered in his mind. It is getting late. I must take my leave, Lu Ningran announced as she prepared to depart. However, after taking a couple of steps, she halted abruptly and turned to Zhao Ping'an, asking, Zhao Ping'an, how far have you progressed with the knowledge from the Inheritance Jade Stone? The knowledge from the Inheritance Jade Stone? Zhao Ping'an's gaze sharpened, and he replied earnestly, I have yet to reach even 1/10 of its potential. The legacy contained within the Jade Stone undeniably refers to the Mingshan symbolic canon. Many years ago, Lu Ningran bestowed this Jade Stone upon Zhao Ping'an, granting him access to the Mingshan symbolic canon, which significantly enhanced his proficiency in talisman crafting, even enabling him to manipulate qi to transform symbols. Over the years, Zhao Ping'an has delved deeper into the study of the Mingshan symbolic canon, yet he has remained unable to ascend to a higher level, which is why he claims he has yet to reach even 1/10 of his potential. To truly comprehend the intricacies of that talisman legacy, one must seek a unique environment. If you are earnest in your pursuits, come to my cave abode in half a month, and I shall take you to a place that may provide assistance. Lu Ningran cast a profound glance at Zhao Ping'an before gracefully departing. Watching her elegant figure vanish, Zhao Ping'an raised an eyebrow and murmured to himself, her presence here tonight was not merely to remind me to be wary of the 6th Talisman Master, Wu Yuan, but rather to inquire about my progress with the Mingshan symbolic canon. Zhao Ping'an's gaze deepened. This senior sister Lu was becoming increasingly enigmatic, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Chapter 144, The Strengthening of the Sword Array. Sister Lu is quite concerned about my progress in cultivating the Ming Mountain symbol classic. Anticipating that I would reach a bottleneck in my training, she specifically sought me out. What is Sister Lu's true background? Why is she so invested in my development? Zhao Ping'an is somewhat curious about Lu Ningran's identity, yet he feels more inclined to maintain a respectful distance. Consider this. Even the esteemed prefect of South County must personally pay homage to Lu Ningran. It is evident that her origins are extraordinary. Even the common progeny of lords and nobles likely do not enjoy such privileges. After all, within the realm of Great Qin, a prefect is a genuine regional authority, wielding power that can rival that of certain foreign lords. Nevertheless, she likely harbors no ill intent towards me. Although I have made some progress over the years in cultivating the Ming Mountain symbol classic, I am still at the stage of qi manipulation and symbol transformation. However, compared to before, I can now produce ordinary second-tier symbols using my own magical energy, without relying on symbolic materials. Zhao Ping'an muses quietly, lost in thought. Regarding Lu Ningran's invitation to her cave dwelling in half a month's time, Zhao Ping'an remains cautious, preferring to deliberate further in due course. With measured steps, Zhao Ping'an returns to his wooden abode. The spirit-gathering array operates gently, drawing the surrounding spiritual energy from nature in a continuous stream. Instead of sitting down to meditate, he retrieves a golden wooden box and dispels the seals upon it. In the next moment, an array totem emerges, exuding a terrifying and formidable aura of swordsmanship. The surface of the array is interwoven with azure and gold sword marks, forming ancient and profound runes, enhancing the overwhelming energy radiating from this array. This sword diagram appears even more potent than the first one I acquired. Zhao Ping'an hesitates slightly before drawing out 12 flying swords. Buzz. Even without Zhao Ping'an channeling his magical energy, the 12 flying swords resonate with the aura of the second sword diagram, ringing melodiously. Each sword is enveloped in an astounding intent of the blade. The sword array formed by the 12 flying swords generates a powerful resonance with the sword diagram obtained from the Rare Treasures Pavilion. My conjecture has proven correct. This sword diagram, like the first, is integrated with the sword array. Zhao Ping'an's eyes gleam with realization. Strictly speaking, the golden sword diagram from the Drum Master and this azure array diagram are both fragments of a complete sword diagram. Just as Zhao Ping'an's thoughts conclude, a celestial azure light illuminates, and the sword diagram begins to automatically merge with the sword array. Golden and azure runes diffuse and intertwine in the void, forming a supreme force of order that continuously integrates into the 12 flying swords. The sounds of swords ringing rise and fall, and each flying sword undergoes a transformation, their auras surging dramatically, while a blue rune appears on the surface of each blade. In this moment, the sword energy surges and fluctuates, nearly shattering the entire wooden dwelling. Fortunately, Zhao Ping'an had previously set up a barrier array. Otherwise, such commotion would undoubtedly attract the attention of all the cultivators in the medicinal garden. The azure golden formation vanished, completely merging into each flying sword. Zhao Ping'an could distinctly perceive that, at this moment, the aura emanating from each sword was no less than that of a supreme magical artifact, and indeed surpassed the ordinary supreme artifacts. Compared to many years ago when he integrated the first sword diagram, the entire sword formation had become exponentially more powerful. At that time, when I first acquired this set of sword formations, each flying sword was merely a superior magical artifact. Now, after merging two sword diagrams consecutively, each flying sword had ascended to the rank of a top-tier, supreme magical artifact. If I were to discover more sword diagrams in the future and integrate them into the formation, to what extent could its power potentially escalate? Zhao Ping'an's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he mused. With the aid of this sword formation, even with merely perfected foundation cultivation, I could contend directly with ordinary golden core cultivators. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Ping'an spoke to himself in a solemn tone. The 12 transformed flying swords danced exuberantly around him, akin to fish gliding through water, bestowing upon him an aura of profound mystery, reminiscent of a true, unparalleled sword immortal. Although Zhao Ping'an felt elated by the enhancement of the sword formation, he quickly regained his composure. He did not squander any time, seizing this opportunity. He meticulously refined the entire sword formation once more to avert any potential awkwardness in wielding it. The strengthened formation exhibited a slight resistance, rendering the refinement process less than smooth. In the subsequent 3 days, Zhao Ping'an scarcely left his dwelling, employing his robust longevity mana to thoroughly refine the entire sword formation. The aura of swordsmanship surged, as Zhao Ping'an sat like a statue upon the ground, with the 12 flying swords suspended in midair. With a mere thought, 6 of the flying swords shot forth simultaneously, transforming into streaks of lightning that cleaved through the void. Where the swords passed, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth trembled violently, seemingly unable to withstand the terrifying sword intent. More than a decade ago, I could only manipulate 4 or 5 swords simultaneously. Now, I can command 6 with ease. Zhao Ping'an wore a satisfied expression, recognizing that the sword formation had significantly improved after integrating the second sword diagram, yet it had not become more difficult to control. Rather, it felt remarkably intuitive. Of course, this was chiefly due to Zhao Ping'an's prior breakthrough of the Eternal Life sword technique to the 6th level, rendering his longevity mana increasingly robust and pure, thereby allowing him to control an additional flying sword. In time, with the enhancement of his cultivation realm and the growth of his longevity mana, Zhao Ping'an believed that he would eventually master this sword formation completely. If I recall correctly, today marks the day of celebration for senior brother Wang Cheng's official discipleship. It is time to pay a visit to the two of them. Zhao Ping'an stowed the sword formation into his storage artifact, then donned the previously selected heart-purifying pearl, and made his way outside. To celebrate his nephew Wang Cheng's ascension to an official disciple, the limping Wang had spared no expense, organizing a reasonably grand banquet at the Joyous Gathering Pavilion within the sect. The Gathering Pavilion is a dedicated establishment of the Sword Sect where disciples can indulge in food and drink. While most cultivators are expected to maintain a heart free of desires, the Sword Sect has traditionally eschewed such rigid conventions, allowing a more relaxed approach. Moreover, given the intense competition among the sect's disciples, having a suitable venue for dining and drinking provides a welcome respite from their pressures. It is natural to ponder, Do cultivators not practice fasting? Indeed, those who achieve the level of fasting are advanced practitioners who require neither food nor drink. However, the majority of sect disciples are merely ordinary cultivators who still partake in the pleasures of nourishment. Cultivators are human, albeit possessing the ability to wield supernatural powers. It is only the truly transcendent beings of cultivation who have nearly transcended humanity, stepping into the realm of immortality, characterized by their detachment and otherworldliness. Junior brother Zhao, you have finally arrived, exclaimed Wang the Lame, who, upon spotting Zhao Ping'an, hurried forward to greet him. Today, Wang appeared remarkably spirited. The wrinkles on his face seemed diminished, and his demeanor had lost some of its previous weariness, exuding a newfound vitality. Brother Wang, I hope I'm not late? Zhao Ping'an jested. Not at all. You have arrived just in time. Come, follow me inside, Wang urged, taking Zhao Ping'an by the arm and leading him into the gathering pavilion. Chapter 145. Attending the celebration banquet in celebration of his nephew's formal acceptance as a disciple, the limping Wang expended nearly all his savings amassed over the years, reserving the entirety of the second floor of the joyous gathering pavilion. What was presented as a modest celebration actually featured a lavish arrangement of 18 tables, each laden with exquisite delicacies and fine wines. Scattered across these tables were a few individuals, predominantly the miscellaneous disciples of the herbal garden whom Wang had invited, companions with whom he and his nephew shared a cordial rapport during their time in the garden. Moreover, a number of formal disciples from various sects in Wang City, whom Wang had acquainted over recent years, were also present. Naturally, these two groups were seated separately, as their identities and statuses did not align. As Zhao Ping'an and Wang limped into the room, many eyes turned toward them. Wang Cheng, who had been attending to other guests, broke into a wide smile upon spotting Zhao Ping'an and hurried over. Brother Zhao, you have finally arrived, he exclaimed, his face beaming with delight. Unlike his address to others, he had always called Zhao Ping'an brother Zhao over the years, for the latter's appearance had not waned with time. Rather, he retained his handsome visage. In contrast, Wang Cheng had matured and grown more composed, shedding the vivaciousness of his youth, now exuding a compelling aura of confidence. At this moment, the subtle fluctuations of his spiritual energy surpassed those of Wang, having reached the 6th level of qi refinement. Over the past decade, under Tang Fian's guidance, Wang Cheng's progress and growth were evident. Well done, young man. Congratulations on becoming a formal disciple of the sect. You have not disappointed Brother Wang's expectations, Zhao Ping'an commended, patting him on the shoulder with a smile. Brother Zhao, I owe my achievements today to your past assistance, Wang Cheng replied, grinning widely. Come, please take a seat. He urged Wang to guide Zhao Ping'an to the main table. No rush. This clear heart pearl will aid in your cultivation. Consider it a token of my goodwill, Zhao Ping'an said, producing a prepared magical artifact to present to Wang Cheng. Brother Zhao, this. Wang Cheng hesitated, unsure whether to accept, glancing at his uncle, Wang. Ping'an, did I not mention before? Your presence today is gift enough. There is no need to bring anything. Wang furrowed his brow slightly and interjected. Brother Wang, it is only fitting. Wang Cheng has grown under our watch, and his becoming a formal disciple is a momentous occasion. Wang Cheng, do not refuse, accept it. Zhao Ping'an encouraged him to accept the gift. Since Ping'an has said so, then, Chenger, you should accept it, Wang sighed softly, ultimately conceding to Zhao Ping'an's wishes. Soon after, under Wang Cheng's arrangement, the two naturally took their places at the main table. Before long, Daniel, the elder brother of the miscellaneous disciples, arrived. Ping'an, Brother Wang, am I late? Not long after the two had settled down, Daniel arrived at the gathering. He remained his usual self. However, in recent years, the affairs of the medicinal garden had become increasingly complex, leaving him perpetually busy. Thus, his presence at Wang Cheng's celebration for officially becoming a disciple was a rare opportunity, snatched from his bustling schedule. Of course, he had not arrived late. Please, take a seat. It is quite commendable that you could carve out time from your busy life, Wang Kazi said with a sheepish smile, expressing genuine gratitude towards Daniel. You are right, Brother Wang. Yet, it has been ages since the three of us gathered. Given this rare occasion, shall we not indulge in a couple of drinks? Zhao Ping'an chimed in with a grin. All right. However, since I am the last to arrive, I must pour myself a drink as penance. Before Zhao Ping'an and Wang Kazi, Daniel never assumed the airs of a senior disciple in the medicinal garden. With a jovial demeanor, he raised his cup first. Zhao Ping'an noticed that the smile on Daniel's face seemed somewhat forced, hinting at underlying concerns. The trio, well acquainted with one another, quickly found themselves enveloped in an endless stream of conversation as the fine wine flowed. At that moment, More guests began to arrive for Wang Cheng's celebration. After a few rounds of drinks, Wang Kezi, concerned that Wang Cheng might struggle to handle the festivities alone, went to assist his nephew in welcoming the other guests. The second floor of the gathering hall soon erupted into a lively cacophony. I truly envy that lad, Wang Cheng. He has broken through to the 6th level of Qi refining and passed the sect's examination to become an official disciple. Had I not lost an arm, perhaps I too would have had the chance to become an official disciple of the sect, Daniel remarked, his smile fading as he gazed at the spirited Wang Cheng in the distance, a faint sigh escaping his lips. Although he was admired as the senior disciple among the various junior disciples of the medicinal garden, a position only subordinate to the garden's overseer, Daniel bore his own burdens. The loss of his arm had stunted his cultivation progress, creating a persistent source of distress. Daniel, is there truly no way to restore your lost arm? Zhao Ping'an inquired. Over the years, I have tried numerous methods, yet none have yielded any results, unless I were to procure a high-grade healing elixir. But such treasures are beyond the reach of one like me, Daniel replied with a self-deprecating smile. Even high-ranking members of the sect would struggle to obtain such elixirs, let alone a mere senior disciple of the medicinal garden. Common healing elixirs were utterly incapable of restoring his lost limb. Only in Zhao Ping'an's presence could Daniel unveil his sorrows. With anyone else, he would never reveal such vulnerabilities. Do not despair. I may have a solution that could assist you. Zhao Ping'an mused for a moment before suddenly declaring. Ping'an, do you truly have a way? You are not jesting with me, are you? Daniel's eyes sparkled with hope, fixating intently on Zhao Ping'an. His expression resembled that of a drowning man clinging desperately to a final lifeline. Come find me tomorrow evening, Zhao Ping'an instructed. Zhao Ping'an smiled mysteriously and confidently declared his intentions. His assurance in aiding Daniel stemmed from the unique attributes of his longevity magic. With his recent breakthrough to the 6th level of the longevity sword technique, the life force contained within his longevity magic had become increasingly formidable. Naturally, it was also due to the amicable relationship he shared with Daniel that Zhao Ping'an was inclined to attempt harnessing the longevity magic. Had it been anyone else, he would have been disinclined to intervene, as doing so would heighten the risk of exposing his own secrets. Seeing Zhao Ping'an's unwavering certainty, Daniel felt a surge of excitement and nodded vigorously. Just as the two were conversing, a graceful figure approached, calling out Zhao Ping'an's name. Upon raising his gaze, Zhao Ping'an beheld a woman of striking elegance. Clad in a flowing azure dress, her lithe figure exuded grace, her skin smooth and radiant, and her delicate features were exquisitely charming. Chapter 146. Aggressive. The young woman possessed a gentle demeanor, yet her every gesture exuded a subtle air of undeniable confidence. You are Senior Sister Li? Zhao Ping'an, taken aback by the striking transformation in both appearance and aura, inquired. What? Can't recognize me? Li Yun remarked. Rolling her eyes at Zhao Ping'an's reaction, her tone tinged with annoyance. Due to Tang Fian's absence, having returned to the Tang family and not yet resurfaced, she had entrusted Li Yun to attend the celebration banquet for her disciple, Wang Cheng. Li Yun had taken special care in her appearance today, so it was surprising that Zhao Ping'an failed to recognize her at first glance. Ahem. I truly did not expect Senior Sister Li to look so stunning today. I almost failed to recognize you, Zhao Ping'an replied sheepishly. Fian has matters to attend to and cannot be present at her disciple's celebration. Thus she entrusted me to come in her stead. As I am somewhat of a senior to Wang Cheng, it is only fitting that I present myself with a degree of solemnity, Li Yun stated, huffing lightly, though she chose not to dwell on Zhao Ping'an's oversight. She understood that her current appearance was indeed quite different from her usual self, and thus did not hold it against him. Ah, I see. Zhao Ping'an's expression shifted to one of realization. It was no wonder Li Yun was here, having come at Tang Fian's behest. Tang Fian was Wang Cheng's master, and as Li Yun was her senior, she could also be regarded as Wang Cheng's elder. Yunner, who are you conversing with here? Would it be too much trouble to introduce us? At that moment, a man approached Li Yun, addressing her in an overly familiar manner, his smile wide and inviting. Wu Yuan, I have told you countless times, do not refer to me in such a repulsive manner. We are not on such intimate terms, Li Yun replied, her brows furrowing in displeasure. It was evident that she held a strong aversion to this individual, instinctively stepping back to create distance between them. Wu Yuan? Zhao Ping'an pondered, slightly astonished. If memory served him correctly, he had just recently become the 6th talisman master of the Talisman Pavilion. Though surprised, Zhao Ping'an maintained his composure, while the nearby Daniel appeared increasingly uneasy, casting inquiring glances toward Zhao Ping'an. He was aware that Zhao Ping'an and Senior Sister Li shared a good rapport. So he found it unsettling that someone was addressing her so affectionately in public. Did this man harbor feelings for senior sister Li? Yinner, soon our Wu family will be allied with the sword sect. The sword master will certainly approve of our union. We are destined to become Dao partners. And my address towards you is merely to acclimate myself in advance. Despite sensing Li Yun's distaste for him, Wu Yuan remained unperturbed, continuing to smile. Do not indulge in fanciful thoughts. My father would never consent to such a marriage, and I would never agree to it, Li Yun countered, her brows furrowing deeper as she directly refuted him. You'll see in due time, Wu Yuan replied with a light chuckle, seemingly self-assured. By the way, is this your friend? As he spoke, Wu Yuan turned his gaze towards Zhao Ping'an. Noticing the mid-stage qi refining fluctuations emanating from him, a trace of disdain flickered in his eyes. Over the past decade, although Zhao Ping'an had genuinely reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, he maintained the facade of being at the fourth layer of qi refining, appearing even less impressive than Wang Kezi, and thus easily fell prey to others' contempt. I am Zhao Ping'an, honored to meet you, senior brother. Before Li Yun could utter a word, Zhao Ping'an rose and replied with neither servility nor arrogance. You are Zhao Ping'an? Wu Yuan raised an eyebrow, seemingly already familiar with the name. Humph. Previously when I invited several talisman masters from the talisman pavilion to gather, Zhao Shidi, you held yourself in such high regard that you completely disregarded my invitation. I expected you to be someone of note. Yet you turn out to be merely a fourth-layer qi refiner. Wu Yuan scoffed, overtly expressing his dissatisfaction. I was indeed unable to attend the gathering at the talisman pavilion due to pressing matters. I hope you can understand, senior brother. Zhao Ping'an remained composed, refusing to let anger take hold. He wished to avoid conflict, especially as it was a celebration banquet in the royal city. Master, why are you all still standing? Please, have a seat. At that moment, the royal city noticed the awkward atmosphere and hurriedly approached with Wang Kezi, addressing Li Yun and Wu Yuan. Yinner, let us sit at another table. To share a table with such ordinary disciples would be beneath our dignity. Wu Yuan cast a glance at Zhao Ping'an, then sought Li Yun's opinion. No, I will sit next to Zhao Shidi. You don't mind, do you, Zhao Shidi? Li Yun winked at Zhao Ping'an. Of course. I don't mind. Zhao Ping'an found it somewhat amusing, but felt unable to refuse Li Yun's request. Then I shall sit here as well. With that, Wu Yuan, somewhat insistent, took a seat, completely disregarding his earlier remarks about mingling with ordinary disciples being beneath their status. Ahem. Ping'an, you all sit. I will move to the side for a drink. Dainyu sensed the tension escalating and quickly relocated to a nearby table to drink. Wang City and Wang Kezi exchanged glances, both recognizing that something was amiss and refraining from further comments. In front of everyone, Zhao Ping'an, Li Yun, and Wu Yuan occupied the main table, while the others discreetly retreated to the sides. Li Yun seemed intent on using Zhao Ping'an to provoke Wu Yuan, engaging Zhao in conversation and treating Wu Yuan as if he were invisible. Zhao Ping'an understood Li Yun's intentions. Were it another woman seeking to use him as a shield, he would have undoubtedly refused. However, Li Yun had shown him considerable care, and since he found Wu Yuan rather displeasing, he was more than willing to cooperate. Witnessing Li Yun's almost sycophantic demeanor towards Zhao Ping'an and their friendly exchange, Wu Yuan, despite his exceptional temperament, could hardly contain his irritation, further exacerbated by his inherent pettiness and arrogance. Having long heard of your exceptional mastery in talisman crafting, Zhao, I propose that we engage in a friendly contest of our skills at this celebratory banquet for Wang's nephew. It would surely add a lively spirit to today's festivities. What say you, Zhao? As Zhao Ping'an conversed with Li Yun, Wu Yuan suddenly interjected, his voice drawing the attention of all present. Ping'an, pay him no mind. He is the heir of the Wu family's talisman arts, and his skills are indeed formidable. There is no need for you to engage with him. Li Yun, discerning Wu Yuan's intentions, recognized his aim to humiliate Zhao Ping'an before the gathered crowd. She would not allow Zhao to accept Wu Yuan's challenge. What? Are you afraid of embarrassment, Zhao? Or do you merely hide behind a woman like a coward? Wu Yuan's countenance darkened further at the sight of Li Yun defending Zhao Ping'an, fueling his desire to expose Zhao's weaknesses. Brother Wu, your expertise in talismans is truly remarkable. I, Zhao Ping'an, feel inadequate in comparison. Let us forego the contest, Zhao Ping'an replied with a smile, graciously acknowledging Wu Yuan's superiority, effectively silencing him. Wu Yuan's face turned an ashen hue, caught off guard by Zhao's strategic retreat. He found himself unable to retaliate, his expression darkening with frustration. With a surge of anger, Wu Yuan instinctively struck the sturdy table, causing it to splinter violently. The commotion silenced the previously lively second floor, all eyes now fixated on Wu Yuan. Wu Yuan, what are you doing? If you wish to leave, You may do so immediately without disrupting the atmosphere here, Li Yun admonished, her gaze fierce. She had initially attended the banquet at the behest of Tang Fian, and Wu Yuan's unwelcome presence only soured the occasion further. Zhao, today, I shall challenge you to a contest of talisman crafting. If you wish not to spoil this gathering, you would do well to comply. Otherwise, do not blame me. Ignoring Li Yun's warning, Wu Yuan stood, casting a cold glare at Zhao Ping'an. Realizing that further refusal would surely ruin the celebratory mood, Zhao Ping'an conceded. Understanding that rejecting Wu Yuan's challenge would be inconsiderate, since Brother Wu insists, it would be unkind of me to decline. However, a contest devoid of stakes is rather dull. If I win, I ask that you leave this place on your hands and knees. Zhao Ping'an rose slowly, his gaze steady as he spoke earnestly. And if you lose? Wu Yuan replied with a mocking smirk, countering the challenge. If I lose, I shall crawl out myself. Zhao Ping'an responded decisively. Excellent. Wu Yuan grinned, having anticipated Zhao's response. Chapter 147. The Red Sky Golden Spirit Talisman, Zhao Shidi. Li Yun's face reflected concern, as she felt that Zhao Ping'an's agreement to compete with Wu Yuan in talismanic arts was somewhat impulsive. While she held Zhao Ping'an's talismanic skills in high regard, Wu Yuan's audacity to issue a challenge suggested that his own mastery was formidable. However, given the current circumstances, even if Li Yun wished to intervene, it was already too late. Ping'an, Zhao Gu, Wang Kezi and his nephew, along with Daniel, displayed similar expressions of worry, fearing that Zhao Ping'an might face adversity. Fear not. I am well aware of my capabilities. Zhao Ping'an, sensing their apprehension, smiled slightly and spoke with conviction. Many years ago, he had already taken a step into the realm of the third-tier talisman master, and with more than a decade having passed, his skills had undoubtedly grown even more remarkable. Although Wu Yuan hailed from the esteemed talismanic lineage of the Wu family, Zhao Ping'an was confident that his own abilities were not inferior. Moreover, having been provoked repeatedly, and with the intent to disrupt the celebration banquet of Wang City, Zhao Ping'an was determined not to endure any further humiliation. The decision to engage in a contest of talismanic skills drew the attention of all the cultivators present, instantly heightening the atmosphere with tension. One was Zhao Ping'an, a second-tier talisman master and a servant disciple of the medicine garden, while the other was the prodigious Wu Yuan, who had recently joined the sect and boasted an illustrious lineage. To ensure fairness, they agreed to judge the outcome based on the quality of the talismans produced on-site, devoid of any embellishments, purely testing each other's talismanic prowess. Zhao Ping'an, you may go first. After all, I am a descendant of the Wu family. If I were to make the first talisman, you would have no chance at all. Wu Yuan declared confidently, gesturing for Zhao Ping'an to proceed. As the contemporary heir to the Wu family's talismanic tradition, he possessed unwavering confidence, believing that his skills were unparalleled throughout the entire southern county. Unless it was the esteemed Elder Chung from the Talisman Pavilion or the prodigious Lu Ningran from the sect, no one else could rival him in the realm of talismanic arts. Though Wu Yuan was boastful, he was also aware of Zhao Ping'an's capabilities. The latter's skills were commendable, but had yet to reach the domain of a third-tier talisman master. Thank you for your kind offer, Wu Shixiao. However, I am more eager to witness the talismanic prowess of a so-called descendant of a talisman family. Please, do go ahead. Zhao Ping'an replied with a calm smile. Humph, ungrateful. Since that is your choice, do not blame me for not giving you a chance. With his words barely leaving his lips, Wu Yuan wasted no time, promptly retrieving the necessary materials for talisman making from his storage artifact. The talisman brush, vermilion powder, and talisman paper were all present, and most importantly, these were all premium materials. Particularly, the talisman brush emanated an ancient and mystical aura, causing Li Yun's expression to shift as she sensed a powerful presence. This brush is a top-tier magical artifact, Li Yun remarked quietly, her eyes narrowing in recognition. Excellent observation, Yunner. This brush is known as the Silver Fox Talisman Brush, which enhances the success rate of talisman production. It is a treasured heirloom of the Wu family, Wu Yuan replied with a proud smile. Apart from the talismanic brush, the other materials, such as talisman paper and cinnabar, are exquisite and far superior to ordinary talismanic materials. Wu Yuan cast a provocative glance at Zhao Ping'an. Then his gaze intensified as he began to sketch on the pristine talisman paper with the Silver Fox talismanic brush. His breath was steady, and his magical energy was formidable, continuously emanating from the brush's tip. The Silver Fox talismanic brush shimmered with a subtle glow. With each stroke, it inscribed intricate and profound runes onto the talisman paper. Although Wu Yuan's movements appeared casual and effortless, Zhao Ping'an could sense that each stroke was imbued with the profound truths of talismanic arts. As expected from someone hailing from a prestigious talismanic family, his skills were indeed exceptional, having reached the level of a senior second-tier talisman master. Zhao Ping'an maintained a stoic facade while silently appraising the situation. At that moment, whether by design or a desire to flaunt his superior skills, Wu Yuan, empowered by his magical might, caused 2 more sheets of talisman paper to float forth. Remarkably, he was crafting 3 talismans simultaneously. The crowd gasped in astonishment, taken aback by Wu Yuan's unexpected display of prowess. Producing 3 talismans at once was a feat few senior talisman masters within the sect could achieve. Such an accomplishment required not only a high level of skill in talisman crafting, but also a remarkable control over one's magical energy. Although the onlookers were novices, they were nonetheless profoundly impressed by the spectacle. Even Zhao Ping'an, witnessing this scene unfold, could not help but acknowledge Wu Yuan's remarkable talent. The brilliance of the runes dazzled the eyes, illuminating the entire second floor, and as the spiritual light dissipated, the 3 talismans took form in unison. Each talisman radiated a faint purple glow, subtly exuding an astonishing aura. In that moment, all the disciples present could distinctly feel the formidable energy flowing within the 3 talismans. What powerful rune fluctuations! These were 3rd-tier talismans. Li Yun's face shifted slightly, and she couldn't help but exclaim. Previously, she had received a 3rd-tier inferior talisman, the Phoenix Guardian Talisman, gifted by Zhao Ping'an. Now, each of the talismans Wu Yuan crafted exhibited fluctuations no less potent than that of the Phoenix Guardian Talisman. Despite being the sect leader's daughter and having witnessed much, she was still taken aback. It was worth noting that even among the other talisman masters within the sect, crafting 3rd-tier talismans was no simple task, let alone producing 3 3rd-tier talismans in one go. Wu Yuan's mastery of talisman crafting surpassed her expectations by a significant margin. Indeed, these 3 were 3rd-tier inferior talismans. Moreover, there was more to come. A smile curled at the corners of Wu Yuan's lips as he softly intoned, 3 talismans unite. Boom. The 3 talismans erupted with a powerful surge of energy, shaking the entire gathering joy tower. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, the 3 talismans slowly merged, ultimately forming a dark golden talisman, radiating an aura several times stronger than that of the 3 individual talismans combined. A 3rd-tier middle-grade talisman, the Spirit Fire Gathering Talisman. Zhao Ping'an raised an eyebrow and spoke in a deep voice. After the fusion, 3 inferior talismans transformed into a single medium-grade talisman of the 3rd tier, a feat that even made Zhao Ping'an raise an eyebrow. This Spirit Light Fire Talisman is considered one of the more challenging types to craft, even among talismans of the same rank. To surpass Wu Yuan, Zhao Ping'an would need to create an even rarer medium-grade talisman of the 3rd tier or a superior-grade talisman of the 3rd tier. Zhao Ping'an, this is the talisman expertise of my Wu family. It is still not too late for you to concede. Wu Yuan, arms crossed and a sly smile on his face, gazed at Zhao Ping'an, seemingly confident in his victory. Having crafted a medium-grade talisman of the 3rd tier, Wu Yuan had already taken a step into the realm of 3rd-tier talismans. Junior brother Zhao, is there still a chance? Li Yunxiu's brow furrowed in deep concern. Wang Xiaozi and his nephew, along with Daniel, also wore expressions of worry for Zhao Ping'an. Wu Yuan's talisman crafting skills were astonishing. Even many bystanders could discern that his abilities were exceptional within the sect. Just the recent feat of merging 3 talismans into one was enough to astonish everyone present. Surrender? At these words, Zhao Ping'an chuckled softly. He looked at the smug Wu Yuan and said, Senior brother Wu, since you are so confident in your talisman skills, why don't we raise the stakes a bit? Oh, Wu Yuan's interest was piqued as he inquired, how do you propose to increase the wager? Quite simply, I propose an addition of 30,000 spirit stones. Zhao Ping'an smiled slightly and continued, if I win, not only must you leave the Gathering Joy Tower, but you must also hand over 30,000 spirit stones. Arrogance. Very well, I accept your challenge. Wu Yuan laughed in exasperation, believing Zhao Ping'an to be merely putting on a show. Junior brother Zhao, Li Yun was rendered speechless at this point. Zhao Ping'an not only refused to concede, but even raised the stakes. Did he truly believe he could surpass Wu Yuan? Wang Xiaozi and his nephew, along with Daniel, harbored similar thoughts but refrained from expressing them. The other disciples present regarded Zhao Ping'an with the incredulity reserved for a fool. However, Zhao Ping'an remained unfazed, quietly retrieving his talisman crafting materials. He then closed his eyes for a moment before picking up his talisman brush and began to inscribe. His movements appeared slow, a stark contrast to Wu Yuan's, yet each stroke left a clear imprint of runes upon the talisman paper. As the light of the runes continued to glow, The once pristine talisman paper was soon adorned with intricate and profound patterns. Though the patterns seemed chaotic, they formed an unseen connection, emanating a subtle, mysterious aura. Initially dismissive, Wu Yuan soon felt a sense of foreboding as he observed Zhao Ping'an's steady and powerful crafting motions. As time passed, beads of sweat began to form on Zhao Ping'an's brow. Buzz. In the next moment, as Zhao Ping'an completed his final stroke, the entire talisman paper erupted in a dazzling golden light, akin to a radiant sun. A tremendous wave of talismanic energy reverberated throughout the gathering joy tower, causing it to tremble violently. The golden talisman hovered in midair, emanating an aura that sent shivers of trepidation through the heart. This is the Qishao Golden Spirit Talisman. Upon sensing the intense fluctuations radiating from this talisman, Wu Yuan's expression changed dramatically, nearly exclaiming in astonishment. Although the Qishao Golden Spirit Talisman is classified as a mid-grade third-tier talisman, its crafting difficulty rivals that of an average high-grade third-tier talisman. The individual capable of creating such a talisman could even be compared to third-tier talismakers in certain aspects. Wu Yuan's emotions surged, as he could scarcely believe his eyes. How could someone within the modest Jian sect possess the ability to craft the Qishao Golden Spirit Talisman? Moreover, it was created by a mere outer disciple who appeared to be only at the mid-stage of Qi refinement. It is indeed the Qishao Golden Spirit Talisman. Li Yun was equally astonished, muttering in disbelief. Such a formidable energy, surpassing even that of the talisman Wu Yuan had just crafted by more than double. How could Zhao Ping'an possibly create such a talisman? Although Wang Kezi was an outsider, he too could perceive that the aura of the talisman crafted by Zhao Ping'an was significantly more potent than Wu Yuan's. The golden talisman suspended in the air resembled a decree bestowed by a deity, its subtle yet pervasive fluctuations instilling fear in the hearts of most disciples present. This was the manifestation of the unparalleled might of a top-tier mid-grade third-tier talisman. Should it be truly infused with spiritual energy, the mere force of its fluctuations would be sufficient to obliterate everyone present, including seasoned foundation establishment practitioners. Chapter 148. You may depart. The crafting of third-tier talismans presents a formidable challenge. Even seasoned second-tier talismancers struggle to ensure a successful creation on the first attempt. The Qishao Golden Spirit Talisman stands as one of the most arduous special talismans among the mid-tier third-tier talismans, its complexity rivaling that of a high-quality third-tier talisman in certain respects. If we consider Wu Yuan, who previously took a step into the realm of third-tier talismancers through the technique of merging 3 talismans into one, then Zhao Ping'an could rightfully be regarded as a quasi-third-tier talismancer with the Qishao Golden Spirit Talisman. This revelation explains the profound astonishment felt by those in attendance. I concede defeat. Despite a twinge of reluctance, Wu Yuan acknowledged his loss. His countenance was exceptionally grim, and a hint of defeat tinged his voice. Since becoming the inheritor of the Wu family's talisman lineage, he had never faced defeat in competitions against other talismancers. Yet today, he found himself bested by a mere janitor from the medicinal garden, someone he had previously looked down upon. Brother Wu, since you accept defeat, let us abide by the terms of our wager. Zhao Ping'an remarked with a faint smile. Zhao Ping'an, I can offer you 50,000 spirit stones, but this crawling out seems rather. Wu Yuan's lips twitched, hoping Zhao Ping'an would show him mercy. To crawl out before everyone would not only tarnish his own reputation, but also that of the entire Wu family. If I were to lose at this moment, would Brother Wu be willing to allow me a larger sum of spirit stones instead of crawling out? Zhao Ping'an retorted with a sidelong glance. Wu Yuan's face flushed crimson, leaving him speechless. Had he triumphed in this contest, he would undoubtedly have made Zhao Ping'an crawl out in humiliation before the crowd. There was no way he would show him leniency. Li Yun. As Zhao Ping'an persisted, Wu Yuan, in desperation, cast a pleading glance towards Li Yun. Junior brother Zhao, perhaps we should let this go, Li Yun interjected, considering Wu Yuan's status as the 6th talismancer of the Talisman Pavilion. The potential consequences of this incident spreading could be dire. Initially, Li Yun had no intention of intervening, but fearing the irreparable enmity that might arise between Zhao Ping'an and Wu Yuan, she hesitated for a moment before offering her counsel. Very well. I shall overlook this for Sister Li's sake, but the spirit stones must still be given. Zhao Ping'an contemplated and ultimately acquiesced to Li Yun's suggestion. Here are the 50,000 spirit stones. Wu Yuan, visibly relieved, produced a storage pouch and handed it to Zhao Ping'an before departing, his tail between his legs. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the once proud demeanor he had exhibited was nowhere to be seen. Ping'an, you are truly remarkable. With Wu Yuan's departure, Wang Kezi stepped forward, unable to contain his admiration. Brother Zhao, you are simply incredible, Wang Chung exclaimed with unbridled excitement, almost on the verge of cheering. Daniel, too, broke into a wide grin, having previously worried that Zhao Ping'an might lose to Wu Yuan. He was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. The competition left all present in complete admiration of Zhao Ping'an, with some official disciples from various sects approaching him in hopes of leaving a favorable impression. In an instant, Zhao Ping'an eclipsed Wang Chung, becoming the focal point of the gathering. It is no jest. A quasi-third-tier talisman master is highly sought after in both the sect and the southern prefecture, a status far beyond that of an ordinary second-tier talisman master. In response to the deliberate flattery from numerous official disciples, Zhao Ping'an had no intention of forming new alliances and merely let Wang the Lame and his nephew handle the interactions. Meanwhile, he found himself drawn into a corner by Li Yun. "Ah, Zhao Ping'an, you've truly improved in your talisman crafting skills. I was genuinely worried about you before. By the way, has your cultivation level also reached new heights?" Li Yun's eyes sparkled with curiosity, her gaze fixed intently on him. Her keen observation noted the subtleties of Zhao Ping'an's demeanor, having discerned something noteworthy from his recent contest with Wu Yuan. Upon hearing her question, Zhao Ping'an quickly realized that his recent success in crafting third-tier talismans without excessive mana consumption had aroused Li Yun's suspicions. After all, successfully creating third-tier talismans at the mid-stage of qi refinement was an extraordinary feat within the entire southern prefecture cultivation community. As the daughter of the sect leader, Li Yun's experiences far surpassed those of ordinary disciples. "It seems I cannot conceal my progress from you, senior sister. Indeed, I have made certain advancements in my cultivation over the years." As thoughts swirled in his mind, Zhao Ping'an intentionally amplified the aura of his mana, elevating it from the 4th layer of qi refinement to the pinnacle of the 5th layer, creating the illusion that he might soon break through to the 6th layer. "Humph. You're still hiding your true abilities from me. If I hadn't observed your match with Wu Yuan, where your mana surged with impressive stability, I might have overlooked it," Li Yun remarked with a roll of her eyes, a hint of irritation in her tone. Her annoyance stemmed from Zhao Ping'an concealing his progress not only from others, but also from her. For a long time, her greatest concern had been his cultivation advancement. She had even gifted him elixirs in hopes of aiding his growth. "Senior sister, please don't be upset. I had no choice in the matter," Zhao Ping'an hastily explained upon seeing her displeasure. "Forget it, I won't hold it against you. Everyone has their own secrets," she conceded, noticing Zhao Ping'an's awkwardness, which prompted her to burst into laughter. "I was just teasing you earlier. I'm genuinely pleased to see your progress. I knew you were the most understanding, senior sister." Zhao Ping'an replied sheepishly, eager to compliment her. "What about my beauty? Am I not lovely?" she playfully inquired. "Absolutely lovely. In our entire sect, it would not be an exaggeration to call you the most beautiful goddess," Zhao Ping'an quickly responded, his instinctive reply earning him a smile from her. "Well said." Li Yun nodded with satisfaction, then solemnly reminded, "Today, you triumphed over Wu Yuan in the competition, but you have also forged a grudge with him. The Wu family, to which Wu Yuan belongs, holds considerable influence throughout the southern prefecture. Even I find it difficult to confront them directly. You should exercise caution when encountering him in the future." "I understand," Zhao Ping'an replied, nodding. He then recalled the previous discussion about the marriage proposal between Wu Yuan and Li Yun and could not help but inquire, "Sister, what do you think about him? Are you referring to his request for my father's hand in marriage?" Li Yun chuckled lightly and replied, "I have no intention of becoming a partner with someone so arrogant." "Ahem, then what type of person does sister prefer as a partner?" Zhao Ping'an boldly pressed on. "Of course." Suddenly, Li Yun came back to her senses, cast a disapproving glance at Zhao Ping'an, and huffed, "I won't tell you. I think, if sister doesn't mind, you could consider someone like me. Though my cultivation level is not high, my proficiency in talisman crafting is commendable. If sister were to find a partner like me, at least you wouldn't have to worry about talismans in the future." Zhao Ping'an grinned and teased. "Go away." Chapter 149. Revenge on the same day, Brother Wang. "Do you think Ping'an and Sister Li make a good match?" In the midst of Zhao Ping'an and Li Yun's light-hearted conversation, Daniel leaned in close, lowering his voice to speak to the nearby Wang Kezi. "Of course they are a good match. Ping'an is handsome and charming, while Sister Li is both graceful and stunning. They are indeed a pair of talented individuals destined for each other," Wang Kezi replied, a smile spreading across his face, smoothing out the wrinkles that adorned it. "Hee. I have high hopes for Ping'an," Daniel teased, winking playfully. The celebratory banquet continued for quite some time, and Wang Kezi was in high spirits, nearly drinking himself into a stupor. After Li Yun took her leave, Zhao Ping'an also chose not to linger. After exchanging pleasantries with Wang Chung and his nephew, he bid them farewell. The night was illuminated by a radiant moon, and the evening breeze was gentle. Dressed in a flowing azure robe, Zhao Ping'an strode towards the medicinal herb garden. However, he had not ventured far when an inexplicable sensation gripped him. He quickened his pace, his figure swiftly vanishing into the shadows of the night. Suddenly, as Zhao Ping'an arrived at a secluded spot, a series of sharp, slicing sounds pierced the air. A barrage of dark iron chains soared through the night sky, propelled with an unstoppable force, transforming into lethal spears aimed directly at him. Zhao Ping'an seemed to have anticipated this, deftly shifting his position with remarkable agility, evading the deadly chains with ease. Clap, clap. Applause echoed in the air as a figure approached slowly. Tall and imposing, with a playful smile adorning his face, it was none other than Wu Yuan, who had previously lost to Zhao Ping'an in the talisman competition at the banquet. What is the meaning of this, Brother Wu? Zhao Ping'an inquired calmly, his demeanor unwavering. I, Wu Yuan, have never lost a contest of talisman skills since I embarked on my journey. Those who could defeat me are either non-existent or have met their demise. Wu Yuan's smile faded as he continued. You are the first and the last to humiliate me in front of an audience. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping'an quickly grasped the situation. Wu Yuan was deliberately waiting here to kill him. A disdainful expression crossed his face. He had initially overestimated Wu Yuan, for a mere contest of talismans had driven him to seek vengeance. Such narrow-mindedness was indeed pathetic. Zhao Ping'an was not taken aback, however. Individuals like Wu Yuan, born into the world of talismans and treated like royalty, had never faced defeat nor experienced humiliation. Being publicly vanquished by Zhao Ping'an using the very skills he prided himself on was unfathomable to Wu Yuan. This loss shattered his composure, prompting him to disregard the rules of the sword sect and attempt to assassinate Zhao Ping'an. It was not that Wu Yuan was foolish, but rather that his temperament dictated an immediate response to grievances. Being belittled by a mere servant of the medicinal herb garden was intolerable for someone of his noble lineage. This is the sword sect. Are you not afraid that the higher-ups will hold you accountable for this, Wu Yuan? Zhao Ping'an questioned, his gaze piercing. And what of the sword sect? Wu Yuan retorted. In the realm of cultivation, one must possess connections and a solid background. The reason I, Wu Yuan, was able to join the sword sect and easily ascend to the position of the 6th talisman master in the talisman pavilion is not merely due to the sword sect's appreciation of my innate talent in talisman crafting. The Wu family holds considerable influence within the Tianxian sacred land, and to put it bluntly, even if I were to eliminate a mere disciple like you, the sword sect would hesitate to confront me, let alone take action against a few formal disciples. This is the harsh truth. Enough of the trivialities. I will send you on your way now. Remember this lesson in your next life. Do not provoke those who are beyond your station. As these words fell, Wu Yuan swiftly unleashed his power, summoning over a dozen beams of talisman light that instantaneously sealed off all avenues of escape for Zhao Ping'an. This was a binding talisman, capable of isolating all magical fluctuations within several dozen meters. Simultaneously, Wu Yuan channeled his energy to conjure a dark chain, transforming it into a fearsome shadow that surged toward Zhao Ping'an's brow to deliver a fatal blow. He was not just a talisman master. His own cultivation had reached the foundation establishment stage. Wu Yuan's gaze was icy, his face marred with murderous intent. Although Zhao Ping'an possessed formidable skills in talisman crafting, his visible cultivation was merely at the peak of the 5th layer of qi refinement. How could he possibly stand against me? Yet, the next moment, reality swiftly contradicted him. Before the dark chain could strike Zhao Ping'an, the latter effortlessly pinched it between 2 fingers. With a casual tug, the seemingly resilient dark chain shattered instantly, and a terrifying force surged forth, leaving Wu Yuan's hands numb and causing him to stumble backward uncontrollably. Wu Yuan was both astonished and enraged. But before he could utter a word, Zhao Ping'an lunged at him like a phantom. Too fast. Panic gripped Wu Yuan's heart as he hastily summoned a flaming banner, conjuring a wall of fierce flames to shield himself. Bang! However, the fiery barrier was soon obliterated, as a single fist crashed into Wu Yuan's chest with overwhelming force. Under this tremendous power, his bones shattered, and he was sent flying like a broken kite. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a purple talisman on Wu Yuan's person ignited, absorbing much of the impact. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. You, concealed, your strength. Wu Yuan's complexion turned pale, his eyes wide with terror. You talk too much. Zhao Ping'an shook his head, then launched another punch. Even without invoking the longevity magic, the sheer force remained formidable. Wu Yuan, overwhelmed with fear, continuously activated purple talismans, forming an indestructible barrier around himself. These were mid-grade third-tier talismans, the Purple Guardian Talisman. As the heir of the Wu family's talisman legacy, while he might not pose a threat to Zhao Ping'an, he certainly possessed life-saving capabilities that far exceeded those of ordinary cultivators. Bang, bang. The punches struck like a mighty dragon. Yet they were still held at bay by the protective aura of the purple talismans. Not just one, but dozens. Zhao Ping'an furrowed his brow slightly, and with a mere thought, a flying sword materialized out of thin air. In a swift motion, akin to lightning striking without warning, it aimed directly at Wu Yuan's brow. The flying sword. Wu Yuan, gripped by an inexplicable terror, disregarded his injuries and, at all costs, summoned every ounce of his remaining magical energy. He unleashed all his defensive talismans, which transformed into layers of runic barriers, stacked one upon another, shielding him from the impending threat. In terms of life-preserving measures, even when faced with a genuine golden core realm powerhouse, Wu Yuan could rely on these talismans to endure for a fleeting moment. Zhao Ping'an's gaze turned slightly frigid as the life force within him surged, amplifying the sword's potency several-fold. In the next instant, the layers of runic barriers shattered, crumbling before the flying sword like mere tofu. The sword's radiance cleaved through the void, instantaneously piercing Wu Yuan's brow. Before Wu Yuan could comprehend the situation, his eyes dimmed in an instant, and he collapsed to the ground, becoming a lifeless corpse. The esteemed heir of the Wu family's talisman arts met his demise beneath Zhao Ping'an's blade. Chapter 150. The enhancement of physical power. Does one speak of influence? Of background, it is far more pertinent to discuss strength. Gazing at the frigid corpse of Wu Yuan, Zhao Ping'an shook his head, then promptly retrieved a fire spirit talisman, incinerating the remains into ashes. At that moment, Zhao Ping'an noticed a green ring glimmering among the ashes, which was Wu Yuan's personal storage artifact. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned it to him from a distance, then dispelled the surrounding talismanic seals, returning directly to the medicinal garden. Whoosh! Shortly after Zhao Ping'an departed, a figure suddenly descended from the heavens. It was a tall elder with a mane of silver hair. A battle had transpired here, and the air lingered with a faint aura of swordsmanship, whose ashes lay before him. The elder, named Mubai, was the senior brother of Elder Fengye and currently one of the core elders within the sect. Whoever dares to assassinate a fellow disciple beneath my very eyes shall be sought out, he declared, surveying the scene with a cold snort. At this juncture, Zhao Ping'an had successfully returned to his abode. He sat cross-legged, extracting Wu Yuan's storage artifact, preparing to inventory his spoils. As a descendant of the Wu family, he presumed the treasure would be substantial and hoped it would not disappoint. No sooner had he thought this than Zhao Ping'an unlocked the restrictions on the surface of the ring, gradually removing its contents. Clatter! The first thing to catch his eye was a pile of spirit stones, which were not mere ordinary stones, but rather a significant cache of medium-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones vary in quality, categorized as ordinary, medium-grade, high-grade, and supreme-grade. 100 ordinary spirit stones equate to merely 10 medium-grade ones. 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones. After a cursory count, Zhao Ping'an's face broke into a smile. Do not underestimate these 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones, for they are equivalent to a staggering 100,000 ordinary spirit stones. More importantly, with these medium-grade spirit stones, Zhao Ping'an's gathering spirit array could be enhanced. Previously composed of ordinary spirit stones, replacing them with medium-grade ones would yield a far superior effect. In addition to spirit stones, Wu Yuan's storage ring contained several artifacts: the light spirit armor, the dark chain, and the treasure cloud blade. Each of these artifacts was of notable quality, classified as high-grade. What is this? Zhao Ping'an's attention was drawn to a tome of techniques, specifically the Wu family's secret talismanic inheritance. The Wu family, a lineage of talisman masters, had persisted for centuries, if not millennia, and their survival is inextricably linked to this tome. A mere glance revealed to Zhao Ping'an that this Wu family talisman codex was extraordinary. Although it did not quite measure up to the Ming Mountain Codex gifted to him by Lu Ningran, it possessed its own unique merits. The talismanic technique, 3 talismans merge into one, previously utilized by Wu Yuan, originated from this very tome. This inheritance is indeed remarkable and will prove to be immensely beneficial to me. If one could draw upon the essence contained within, it would undoubtedly enhance my mastery of talismans. Zhao Ping'an carefully stored away the Wu family talisman manual, ensuring it would be convenient for his future studies. Beyond the manual, Wu Yuan's storage artifact held several unique martial arts tomes, yet they bore little significance for Zhao Ping'an. Surely, the esteemed heir of the Wu family possesses more than mere trinkets? Zhao Ping'an pondered, before resuming his examination of the other items within the storage ring. At that moment, a golden box captured his attention. The surface of the box emanated a fluctuating array of prohibitions, suggesting it contained something extraordinary. Zhao Ping'an's eyes sparkled as he concentrated his life force at his fingertips, effortlessly dispelling the surface restrictions with a mere touch. With a hum, the box opened, releasing a radiant golden light that illuminated the entire wooden cabin. Upon closer inspection, Zhao Ping'an discovered a crystal vial within the box, containing several precious drops of golden liquid. The dazzling brilliance emanated from this golden liquid. This substance is golden jade spirit essence. His tone tinged with astonishment. Golden jade spirit essence, birthed from the finest spiritual veins, is a treasure that can significantly bolster a cultivator's physical prowess. It is no exaggeration to assert that even an utterly untrained mortal, upon receiving the golden jade spirit essence for body refinement, could attain innate divine strength. Such a treasure is exceedingly rare. If this vial of golden jade spirit essence were to be auctioned, it would undoubtedly fetch a price exceeding 100,000 spirit stones, perhaps even more. Zhao Ping'an had previously practiced the 9 turns golden body technique to enhance his physical strength, but over the years, its effectiveness had been rather limited, leaving him at the second tier of mastery. Now, obtaining the golden jade spirit essence signifies an opportunity to advance the 9 turns golden body technique to the 3rd or even 4th tier, enabling a profound transformation of his physique and a remarkable enhancement of his abilities. With this thought, Zhao Ping'an hesitated not a moment longer and swallowed the golden jade spirit essence, silently invoking the technique's incantations. Treasures, no matter how exquisite, are but mere objects. Only through their timely conversion into one's own strength can they realize their true value. As the golden jade spirit essence entered his body, a searing warmth coursed through every inch of Zhao Ping'an's flesh and bone. His physique radiated light. Even his hair took on a lustrous sheen, his pores flaring open, and his blood surged with vigor. The initial stages of the 9 turns golden body technique required the assistance of medicinal baths to yield enhancements. However, upon reaching the 2nd tier, the aid of rare celestial treasures became essential for significant bodily transformation. This explains why, despite many years spent cultivating this physical technique, Zhao Ping'an had seen minimal progress. The golden jade spirit essence is an extraordinary rarity, providing transformative benefits for a cultivator's physique. With its aid, in less than half an hour, Zhao Ping'an's flesh grew more resilient, and even his bones experienced a degree of fortification. The 9 transformations of the golden body technique seamlessly advanced from the 2nd level to the 3rd, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of the 3rd level, poised for a potential breakthrough to the 4th. This remarkable progression was not solely due to the assistance of the golden spiritual essence, but also stemmed from Zhao Ping'an's years of diligent cultivation. Over an extended period, apart from dedicating his efforts to enhancing his cultivation, Zhao Ping'an would occasionally devote time to practicing the 9 transformations of the golden body technique. Without such commitment, the remarkable results he achieved today would have been elusive. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his limbs and bones, an almost infinite strength welling up within him. Even without tapping into the powers of longevity, a mere casual punch could pose a significant threat to foundational-level practitioners. However, Zhao Ping'an felt no hint of arrogance. Instead, he seized the opportunity to consolidate and adapt to his newfound physical prowess. It took him 2 days to thoroughly acclimate to the changes within his body. During this time, the news of Wu Yuan's assassination had spread throughout the Sword Sect, inciting immense fury among the upper echelons of the sect. They dispatched disciples from the law enforcement hall, led by Elder Fingya and Elder Mubai, to investigate the incident. Due to a prior conflict with Wu Yuan at a celebratory banquet, Zhao Ping'an was considered the prime suspect. 2 formidable presences descended upon the medicinal garden as Elder Fingya and Elder Mubai approached the wooden cabin where Zhao Ping'an resided. Exchanging glances, Elder Fingya stepped forward and in a voice that resonated like thunder, inquired, "Is Zhao Ping'an present?" The elders of the sect had come, undoubtedly due to Wu Yuan's demise. Without evidence, none could lay blame upon him. Inside the cabin, Zhao Ping'an slowly opened his eyes. The powerful aura of blood quickly dissipated, and his magical energy was restrained to the 5th layer of qi refinement. Concealing his true cultivation level, he then rose and made his way outside. Chapter 151. Initiating the array of the apothecary garden outside the wooden cabin, a considerable number of miscellaneous disciples had gathered. After all, it was an exceedingly rare occurrence for 2 elders of the sect to simultaneously descend upon the apothecary garden, specifically seeking out Zhao Ping'an. It is important to note that these 2 elders held considerable power and prestige within the sect. As the 2 waited with palpable impatience, the courtyard door slowly creaked open, revealing a tall figure, Clad in the distinctive hemp robe of a miscellaneous disciple, his physique was both slender and well-proportioned, and his brow bore an inscrutable depth that was hard to decipher. Upon encountering the two elders, Zhao Ping'an exhibited no signs of trepidation. However, he maintained a facade of utmost respect and humility. It is only natural that any ordinary miscellaneous disciple would be flustered in the presence of two esteemed elders, and even someone as composed as Zhao Ping'an had to feign such an appearance, lest he provoke suspicion. "Zhao Ping'an, do you know Wu Yuan?" Elder Maple inquired, his tone somewhat brusque, immediately pressing for answers. It was evident they had come from matters concerning Wu Yuan. Zhao Ping'an reflected inwardly. "I am somewhat acquainted with him, though we have only met once." After a moment's hesitation, he responded, "Humph, merely an acquaintance?" Elder Maple scoffed, stating, "Wu Yuan was recently slain, and you had a dispute with him at the gathering in the Joyous Pavilion 2 nights ago. We now consider you the prime suspect. Accompany us to the disciplinary hall." Elder Maple's tone was assertive, carrying an air of undeniable authority. Their personal arrival at the apothecary garden was predicated on two factors. First, Zhao Ping'an was no ordinary disciple, but a second-tier talisman master of significant standing. Second, the gravity of Wu Yuan's death necessitated that only those of appropriate rank be involved in the investigation. Elder Maple, while I did indeed engage in a friendly contest of talismanic skills with Wu Yuan that day, to suggest that I might have killed him is rather absurd. Don't you think? Zhao Ping'an replied with a composed demeanor. Moreover, my cultivation is modest. Even if I had a disagreement with Wu Yuan, how could I possibly have the capability to end his life? At that moment, Zhao Ping'an emanated a wave of spiritual energy, firmly situated at the 5th level of qi refinement. He had skillfully employed a secret technique to conceal his true cultivation level. Not even Elder Maple or Elder Mu Bai could discern his actual capabilities. Even the sword master present would find it challenging to uncover his genuine nature. This left Elder Maple momentarily speechless, as Zhao Ping'an's argument held a degree of validity. Indeed, while your cultivation may be modest, your proficiency in talismans is quite noteworthy. Furthermore, you are the only individual who has had a conflict with Wu Yuan during this period. It would be prudent for you to accompany us to the disciplinary hall." Elder Mu Bai interjected, his intent unmistakable. Regardless of whether Zhao Ping'an possessed the ability to harm Wu Yuan, he was now regarded as the primary suspect. The disciplinary hall, also known as the enforcement hall of the sword sect, wielded considerable authority. The death of Wu Yuan was of great significance, and a thorough investigation was imperative. "Is it possible for me to decline the invitation?" Zhao Ping'an's face displayed a look of distress as he inquired. He harbored no affection for the discipline hall. After all, the elder Duan Waya and his disciple Zio had once attempted to assassinate him. His concern did not lie in whether the discipline hall could uncover the truth, but rather in the daunting prospect of returning after visiting them. "Presumptuous. You, a mere menial disciple from the herb garden, dare to refuse cooperation in front of us?" Elder Maple's cold snort pierced the air, his gaze imbued with a hint of frost. Both he and Mu Bai were esteemed elders of the sect, and their personal summons of a lowly disciple to the discipline hall was an unprecedented occurrence. It was unthinkable that the other party would dare to defy them. "Elders, do you possess a decree from the sect leader?" Zhao Ping'an blinked, posing the question. "None." Elder Maple and Elder Mu Bai exchanged glances and simultaneously shook their heads. "Then do you have any concrete evidence?" Zhao Ping'an pressed further. "None," they replied, looking at each other in bewilderment before shaking their heads once again. "If my memory serves me correctly, according to the sect's regulations, I appear to have the right to refuse your request in the absence of a decree from the sword master or tangible evidence." Zhao Ping'an contemplated, speaking earnestly. Having spent many years in the herb garden, he was well aware of the sect's rules. This knowledge was precisely why he felt unperturbed upon learning of the two elders' arrival. As long as there was no proof implicating him in Wu Yuan's death, not even the sword master himself could convict him. Moreover, if it weren't for Wu Yuan's intent to kill him, he would not have been slain by Zhao Ping'an. Elder Mu Bai found himself at a loss and turned to Elder Maple for guidance. "Zhao Ping'an, I recognize your potential in talismans. Yet you must understand that even without evidence or the sect leader's decree, it is a trivial matter for the discipline hall to summon a disciple for investigation. Do not refuse hospitality only to invite punishment." Elder Maple's impatience was palpable as he puffed himself up, threateningly advancing. In his perspective, it was child's play to subdue a mere herb garden disciple. If the other party insisted on non-cooperation, he would not hesitate to leverage his superior status. With this thought in mind, Elder Maple stepped forward, his formidable foundational cultivation aura enveloping the area. "Elder Maple, are you intending to bully this insignificant menial disciple before the eyes of the other disciples?" Zhao Ping'an stood his ground, earnestly questioning. "You." Elder Maple's expression darkened, and he opened his mouth to respond, only to quickly close it again. He nearly fell into Zhao Ping'an's trap. Acknowledging the bullying of a menial disciple would only tarnish his reputation, turning any justification he had into folly. Just as both sides remained stalemated, a figure pushed through the crowd, breathless and perspiring profusely. It was Daniel, who had rushed over upon receiving the news. Daniel bowed respectfully to both elders, having encountered them before. "Ah, it is you." Upon seeing the imposing figure, Elder Maple's demeanor softened slightly. Recognizing that the individual was the chief disciple among the menial workers of the apothecary garden, responsible for its guardianship. Elder Maple, known for his adherence to propriety, was esteemed for his exemplary conduct among the menial disciples and had never engaged in any unlawful activities. Was there perhaps a misunderstanding at play? As he spoke, the imposing figure, Daniel, stepped forward, presenting a storage bag containing over 1,000 spirit stones to Elder Maple. After a brief inspection of the stones within, Elder Maple's expression thawed, yet he remained resolute in his intentions, stating, "In light of your presence, I shall not make things difficult for this individual. However, he undoubtedly harbors substantial suspicions and must accompany us to the discipline hall today. I advise you to step aside." As his words echoed, Daniel was pushed back by an unseen force. Ping'an. Daniel's face was etched with helplessness, yet he felt powerless at that moment. "Zhao Ping'an, you must go to the discipline hall today, whether you wish to or not. Should you continue to resist, do not blame me for taking action against you." Elder Maple was determined to forcibly take Zhao Ping'an with him. Zhao Ping'an raised an eyebrow. Realizing the other party was insistent on his attendance at the discipline hall, he hesitated. Should he resist, he risked exposing his own strength. Yet allowing himself to be taken could easily lead to his manipulation later. Preposterous. Just as Zhao Ping'an found himself in this quandary, a sharp voice resounded throughout the apothecary garden. "To take away a menial disciple of the apothecary garden, you must first seek my consent." An impressive figure descended from the sky, her powerful descent fracturing the ground beneath, creating a web of cracks. She was a stunningly beautiful woman, clad in a flowing robe. Her long, lustrous hair cascading gracefully, and her captivating eyes shimmering with brilliance. "Ah, the guardian has finally arrived." Upon seeing her, Daniel exhaled a sigh of relief. His delay had been due to the necessity of informing the guardians of the apothecary garden about the arrival of the two elders. Most of the time, the guardians were in seclusion, and worried that she might not arrive in time. He had hurried to intervene. The guardians of the apothecary garden, Elder Maple and Mu Bai, exchanged glances, their expressions hardening in unison. "Maple, Mu Bai, do you presume I am inconsequential? In the absence of concrete evidence, how dare you come to my apothecary garden to seize individuals? Who has granted you such audacity?" The guardian's countenance was as frosty as ice. Her piercing gaze fixed upon the two men, her voice cold and unwavering. "If you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, none of you shall leave this place." Activate the grand array of the apothecary garden. Chapter 152. The impressive guardian. The entire medicinal garden trembled, golden runes enveloping the air and shrouding the area in their brilliance. In this moment, even the Elder Ping'an and Elder Mu Bai felt a profound tension, overwhelmed by an unprecedented pressure as they sensed the formidable energy of the formation. It is known that in recent years, the Sword Sect has enhanced its strength, continually fortifying the various formations, particularly the grand formation surrounding the medicinal garden, which now rivals the sect's protective arrays in terms of power, having increased tenfold compared to before. Now that the guardian of the medicinal garden has activated the great formation, it is not merely a matter of the two elders possessing foundational cultivation. Even those at the golden core stage would find it exceedingly difficult to break through the confines of the formation in a short span of time. "Guardian, have you lost your mind?" Elder Ping'an exclaimed, a mix of shock and anger evident in his voice. He truly did not expect the guardian to reveal such power upon arrival. Who could withstand such force? "I believe it is you who have lost your sanity." The guardian retorted fiercely, "You dare to rampage through my medicinal garden without my permission. Do you truly think I am so easily trifled with?" Under the augmentation of the medicinal garden's great formation, the guardian's aura surged. A faint celestial light enveloped her tall, lithe figure, rendering her akin to a divine being descended upon the mortal realm, instilling fear in all who beheld her. Her gaze was sharp, causing the two elders to feel a sense of trepidation. "You." Elder Ping'an, acutely aware of his own shortcomings, found himself at a loss for words. According to sect regulations, even if Zhao Ping'an had committed heinous acts, they were still required to inform the guardian of their intent before attempting to apprehend anyone within the medicinal garden. Furthermore, they currently lacked solid evidence to substantiate their claim that Zhao Ping'an was responsible for Wu Yuan's demise. "Guardian, while we may have erred, Is it truly necessary to activate the great formation of the medicinal garden? Mubai hastily interjected, forcing a smile in an attempt to mediate the situation. Observing this scene, Zhao Ping'an marveled at the significance of strength. In the face of the guardian empowered by the medicinal garden's formation, the two elders had lost their earlier bravado, appearing as timid as frightened pups. Of course, had Zhao Ping'an been willing to risk exposing his own secrets and reveal his true strength, he could have easily subdued the two. Yet, such actions would not resolve the predicament, but rather incite unrest within the entire sword sect. The guardian is indeed impressive. Nearby, Dainyu silently gave a thumbs up, recognizing the prowess of their guardian, whose mere presence had stripped the elders of their arrogance. Now you realize that everything can be negotiated? It is too late. With her captivating phoenix eyes, the guardian coldly declared, "It has been a while since I have sparred with the elders of the sect. Today, I shall engage in a proper contest with the two of you. Are you truly intent on making a move? We are elders of the sect, and if this escalates, the sword master will hold you accountable. Can you bear the consequences?" Elder Fingye's face turned ashen as he attempted to invoke the sword master to impose restraint on the guardian. He was acutely aware of the guardian's temperament. If she truly unleashed her power, aided by the medicinal garden's formation, it was entirely possible that the two of them would be trapped here. Enough of this nonsense. If I do not teach you two a lesson today, you would dare to come to my medicine garden to take someone away. And next time you would presume to seize medicine from my garden. As soon as the words left her lips, the guardian of the medicine garden struck with formidable force. The array surged with vibrant energy, amplifying her aura to its zenith. With a casual wave of her hand, she unleashed a colossal golden hand, akin to a small mountain. Pressing down towards the two elders, the surface of the golden hand shimmered with intricate patterns of order, faint yet perceptible, pulsating with the energy of thunder. Let us strike together. Witnessing the terrifying might of the guardian, Elder Fingye and Elder Mubai exchanged glances before launching their own assaults in unison. Elder Fingye summoned a sword imbued with an intense aura, cleaving through the void towards the golden hand with fierce determination. Meanwhile, Elder Mubai unleashed his fists, which glimmered with a verdant light, resembling a radiant rainbow tearing through the firmament. As esteemed elders of the sect, their powers had notably increased, particularly Elder Mubai, who had attained the late foundation establishment stage, while Elder Fingye was not far behind, merely slightly inferior. Understanding the daunting strength of the guardian, they did not underestimate her, exerting 7 to 8 parts of their power in tandem. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the sword was sent flying and the fist's light shattered. Utterly incapable of withstanding the golden hand's onslaught, their expressions shifted dramatically as they hastily summoned their full magical energies for defense, donning protective runes and summoning magical artifacts. Observing this, the guardian merely smirked disdainfully, her gaze sharp as a blade, and pressed down with her pristine white palm. In an instant, the power of the golden hand surged dramatically, unleashing terrifying bolts of lightning that pierced through their protective measures, sending them careening backwards, bloodied and battered. With a single strike, both sect elders were vanquished. The surrounding disciples were left in shock, unable to fathom the true extent of their guardian's prowess. Zhao Ping'an's expression turned serious as he mused. Over the years, the array of the medicine garden has been significantly strengthened, though bolstered by the array's power. The guardian's own cultivation has improved immensely since the past. If I am not mistaken, she has reached the late foundation establishment stage, merely a step away from perfection. Indeed, as if to validate Zhao Ping'an's suspicions, the defeated Elder Fingye, filled with astonishment and rage, incredulously addressed the guardian. "You have broken through to the late foundation establishment stage." Humph. The guardian merely scoffed in response, choosing not to strike again. After all, they were sect elders. If she went too far, the sword master might hold her accountable, rendering her justified stance moot. The prowess of the guardian of the medicine garden is astounding. Today, we submit, Elder Mubai, displaying greater wisdom, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and conceded. "Are you not leaving? Do you wish to linger for an invitation to dine?" The guardian cast a cold glance at the two, her voice icy. "Farewell." Upon hearing this, Elder Mubai hastily pulled the grim-faced Elder Fingye along, retreating from the medicine garden in a somewhat disheveled manner. "Guardian of the medicine garden, you may protect him for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Today, we are powerless against you, yet the Wu family behind Wu Yuan will certainly not let this matter rest." Elder Maple's countenance was grim, yet he spoke in a subdued tone. The purpose of their personal visit to the medicine garden was not solely to uncover the truth. Primarily, they sought a scapegoat to appease the wrath of the Wu family. Although the guards of the medicine garden had disrupted their plans, the matter was far from resolved. "Let them come. I shall see who dares to act recklessly within the garden," he asserted. The guards of the medicine garden, unfazed, responded with an expressionless demeanor. Elder Maple, filled with indignation and urgency, ultimately refrained from uttering further words, being forcibly led away by Elder Mubai. As the two departed, tranquility once again enveloped the medicine garden. With the guards restoring order, everyone disperse, the guards commanded, noticing the disciples still congregated nearby. In the medicine garden, her words were law. The gathered disciples hurriedly vacated the area, not daring to linger. You follow me, the guards instructed, casting a glance at Zhao Ping'an. Ping'an, Daniel, who had yet to leave, felt a twinge of concern upon seeing the guards take Zhao Ping'an away. I am fine, Zhao Ping'an reassured him with a gesture. He then obediently followed the guards. Daniel, where is Zhao Shidi? Just as Zhao Ping'an departed, a figure stumbled forward. It was Wang Kezi. His mobility was somewhat impaired, and upon learning of Ping'an's predicament, he hastened over, albeit arriving too late. Wang Shixiang, Ping'an just left with the guards. Daniel recounted the recent events succinctly. How could this have happened? Zhao Shidi is of noble character. He could never be the perpetrator of Wu Yuan's demise. Wang Kezi lamented, a hint of guilt in his voice. It is our fault. Had we known such an incident would unfold, we should not have invited Zhao Shidi to the gathering at Zhuhuanlu, thus avoiding the altercation with Wu Yuan. Wang Shixiang, do not say that. I believe the guards do not intend to blame Ping'an. Rather, they may have some important matters to discuss. However, the sect will likely not let this matter rest easily. I have inquired previously, and Wu Yuan's background is quite formidable. Even if Ping'an is innocent, he cannot escape the suspicion cast upon him as the primary suspect. Daniel replied with a soft sigh. This matter is grave. Perhaps I should ask Wang Chung to seek assistance from Sister Li Yin? Wang Kezi suggested, his brow furrowed in thought. Sister Li is the sect leader's daughter. If she intervenes, Ping'an's situation might improve. Daniel pondered this and responded earnestly, very well. I shall take action at once. Wang Kezi nodded, then limped away with determination. Chapter 153. Temptation Master, are we to settle this matter just like that? Elder Maple, visibly discontent, inquired of Elder Mu Bai after they had exited the medicinal garden. He was acutely aware that failing to return with Zhao Ping'an to investigate Wu Yuan's demise would certainly incite the Wu family, a prominent faction within the realm of cultivation, to pursue the matter relentlessly. Although the Wu family was not the strongest sect in Nanjun, it wielded considerable influence due to its status as a talisman family, maintaining extensive connections with various cultivation forces. Most importantly, the Wu family boasted a seasoned talisman master serving as an elder in the revered Tianxian sacred land. The most formidable cultivation sect in Nanjun years ago, the Tianxian sacred land discreetly supported the Frost Moon sect, nearly driving the Sword sect to the brink of annihilation. The once mighty Yin-Yang sect terrorized all of Nanjun and dared to strike against the local authorities. Yet they never dared to challenge the Tianxian sacred land, illustrating the latter's fearsome reputation. Should the Wu family choose to pursue the matter and leverage their connections to suppress the Sword sect, the latter would find itself in a perilous situation, far more dangerous than its previous conflicts with the Frost Moon sect or the Yin-Yang sect. This urgency compelled the two to take matters into their own hands and seek out Zhao Ping'an. They had their own motives. If they could uncover the truth, it would be ideal, but if not, at the very least, they could provide a scapegoat to placate the Wu family's wrath. Alas, the guards of the medicinal garden seem intent on protecting Zhao Ping'an, clearly recognizing his potential in talismans. This matter has exceeded our expectations. It is best to defer to the sword master. Elder Mu Bai sighed, expressing his resignation. Elder Maple pondered for a moment before eventually nodding in agreement. The great hall of the medicinal garden, a recently constructed architectural marvel, exuded grandeur and splendor. With no outsiders present, the guard addressed Zhao Ping'an directly. Tell me, did you truly slay Wu Yuan? Her voice was soft yet penetrating, her bright eyes seemingly capable of piercing through Zhao Ping'an's very essence. In response, Zhao Ping'an, displaying a look of helplessness, replied, I did have a confrontation with Wu Yuan, but at my current level of cultivation, it would be a feat just to avoid being killed by him, let alone to take his life. His outward cultivation was merely at the 5th level of qi refinement, concealed by secret arts. Even if the guard harbored suspicions, she could not discern his true level of ability. Upon hearing Zhao Ping'an's words, the guard became enlightened, realizing that Zhao Ping'an's cultivation was indeed at the 5th level, while Wu Yuan, a prodigy of the Wu family, possessed foundational cultivation. It was indeed an arduous task for Zhao Ping'an to slay someone of Wu Yuan's caliber, unless he was concealing his true strength. Are you speaking the truth? She asked, casually placing a delicate hand on Zhao Ping'an's shoulder. Though Zhao Ping'an maintained a calm facade, a tightening sensation gripped his heart as he distinctly felt a peculiar force coursing from the guard's hand into his body. She was testing the authenticity of his strength. To become the steward of the medicinal garden, one must possess considerable capability. It would be unwise to take Zhao Ping'an's word at face value. However, Zhao Ping'an remained utterly unperturbed. Not even the most rigorous probing by the sword master could unveil his secrets. Every word spoken by the disciple was truthful, devoid of any deceit. Zhao Ping'an responded with utmost righteousness. The steward observed Zhao Ping'an's demeanor while subtly probing his internal magical fluctuations, yet she detected no anomalies. With a composed expression, she retracted her hand and remarked, "In that case, I shall place my trust in you." After her examination of Zhao Ping'an, her countenance softened considerably. "Do you know why the Fingya brothers have come to the medicinal garden in search of you?" she inquired. "It is because the two elders suspect me to be the culprit, hence their personal visit," Zhao Ping'an pondered before responding. "It is not as simple as that. If they merely suspected you, they could have sent disciples from the discipline hall. Why go to the trouble of having two elders approach you?" The steward scoffed softly, her tone laced with insight. "I know them all too well. With Wu Yuan's demise, the sect must appease the Wu family's wrath. Even if they lack clarity in their investigation, they will surely find a scapegoat to quell the Wu family's anger." At this juncture, the steward cast a glance at Zhao Ping'an. "Are you suggesting that the two elders intend to hand me over to the Wu family?" Zhao Ping'an furrowed his brow, tentatively inquiring. "Indeed. Otherwise, why would they come in person?" The steward nodded gently. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping'an's expression darkened. It appeared he had underestimated the Fingya brothers, not anticipating that they sought to deliver him to the Wu family for judgment. Fortunately, he had the steward's protection. Otherwise, his situation would have been dire. "Thank you, steward." Zhao Ping'an inhaled deeply, addressing her earnestly. "There's no need for such formality. You are one of mine in the medicinal garden. If you are easily manipulated, it would reflect poorly on my authority," the steward retorted with a sidelong glance. She, too, was a prominent figure within the sect. If her subordinates were to be mishandled, how could she maintain her standing in the sect? Thus, it was not solely Zhao Ping'an's potential and talismans that motivated her protection, but also her desire to preserve her own reputation. Nevertheless, the matter was far from straightforward. Setting aside the Fingya brothers, the Wu family would not simply relent. For the time being, remain within the medicinal garden and avoid unnecessary outings, the steward advised earnestly. "Understood," Zhao Ping'an nodded, acknowledging her guidance. He sensed that the steward's doubts had dissipated, and her tone now bore a rare hint of concern. Recalling the moment when he inadvertently glimpsed her delicate form, he felt a surge of embarrassment, though he quickly regained his composure. A quarter of an hour later, Zhao Ping'an exited the main hall of the medicinal garden. "Under the protection of the apothecary garden's watchful guardianship, I should remain untroubled for the time being. However, should the sword sect falter under pressure and truly consider handing me over to the Wu family for resolution, the situation would become rather precarious. If that were to occur, the sword sect would no longer be worth my continued presence. I could simply depart without hesitation." Zhao Ping'an's gaze deepened as he murmured to himself. Before long, Zhao Ping'an returned to his abode. The immediate priority was to gather information regarding the essence-gathering pill. Since there were no rumors regarding the pill in the sword sect marketplace, he would have to rely on the Lin family for assistance. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Ping'an retrieved a golden copper coin, the very communication artifact bestowed upon him by Lin Yu. With a surge of longevity mana infused into it, the coin emitted a soft golden glow. "Master Zhao," a melodious and enchanting voice resonated from the other end, tinged with a hint of excitement. "Miss Lin, I require your assistance with a matter," Zhao Ping'an stated directly, bypassing any idle chit-chat. "Please, speak freely. I shall assist Master Zhao to the best of my abilities." Lin Yu responded. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping'an's expression brightened with satisfaction as he proceeded to inform Lin Yu of an elder in her sect who needed information on the essence-gathering pill. This was merely a fabricated pretext to prevent Lin Yu from suspecting his true level of cultivation. Chapter 154. Crafting Third-Grade Superior Talismans. Rest assured, Master Zhao, I will certainly gather information regarding the Jiuan pill, came the gentle voice of Lin Yu through the communication artifact. At this moment, she was clad in a diaphanous veil, her long, exquisite leg elegantly poised, exuding an air of mature allure. Over the years, Lin Yu had firmly established herself as the heir of the Lin family, capable of commanding a significant portion of its resources. Not only was she confident in her ability to acquire news about the Jiuan pill, but she also felt assured about obtaining information on even rarer treasures. Within the southern region, the Lin family's influence was considerable, and importantly, they possessed various enterprises across different locales, which granted them an exceptional intelligence-gathering capability. Very well. Zhao Ping'an nodded, preparing to terminate the communication. Wait, Lin Yu swiftly interjected, her voice imbued with a charming softness. Since we've managed to connect, can't we indulge in a conversation? Her beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of expectation. Over the years, had it not been for the heavy responsibilities of the Lin family, she would have relished the opportunity to visit the sword sect and meet Zhao Ping'an again. Ahem. Miss Lin, let us converse in depth once you have procured the pertinent information. Zhao Ping'an coughed lightly, and before Lin Yu could respond, he promptly ended the connection. What a fool! Lin Yu exclaimed in frustration, rising abruptly, her sheer dress slipping slightly to reveal her alluring collarbone. She pursed her crimson lips. After all, she was the esteemed young lady of the Lin family, and she had taken the initiative to propose a conversation to deepen their rapport. Who could have anticipated such an unappreciative response? Humph, very well. When we next meet, I shall ensnare your heart. I am no longer a mere girl, but a beautiful, mature young lady of the Lin family. Standing before the mirror, admiring her stunning figure, Lin Yu comforted herself, resolving to pursue her intention. Meanwhile, after severing the connection, Zhao Ping'an pondered. The Lin family's influence in the southern region is significant. If they take charge of seeking the Jiuan pill, results are likely to materialize swiftly. During this interval, I must continue to enhance my own abilities, ideally advancing to the rank of a true third-grade talismancer. His eyes gleamed. The prestige of a third-grade talismancer was immense, and even within the entirety of the southern region, such individuals were exceedingly rare. Should he attain this status, Zhao Ping'an standing within the sect would experience a remarkable elevation. Consequently, who would dare to target him over the incident involving Wu Yuan? To ascend to the rank of a third-grade talismancer, one must create third-grade superior talismans. Given my current proficiency in talisman crafting, I should be able to attempt it. With this thought in mind, Zhao Ping'an began to gather his materials: premium talisman paper, purple ink, and cinnabar. Ever since he became a guest elder at the Rare Treasures Pavilion, he had never faced a shortage of crafting materials, and the quality provided by the pavilion was commendable. This, in turn, had significantly reduced his talisman crafting costs. In contemporary times, Zhao Ping'an's mastery of talismans has far surpassed his previous capabilities. However, he still falls short of becoming a true third-tier talisman master. The crux of the matter lies in his inability to create a top-quality third-tier talisman. Within the confines of Nanjun, the hierarchy of talisman masters is rigorously defined. Only those who can produce a top-tier third-tier talisman are deemed worthy of the title. In my past life, I possessed considerable knowledge of top-quality third-tier talismans. Furthermore, having inherited wisdom from the Baiyu talisman brush, my understanding of the varieties of top-quality third-tier talismans has expanded significantly. Yet, given my current cultivation and state, the most suitable endeavor for me is to attempt the creation of a pure yang talisman. Zhao Ping'an's eyes sparkled with intensity as he murmured to himself. The pure yang talisman is a top-tier third-tier talisman, renowned for its formidable offensive capabilities. This talisman can channel the pure yang energy of the heavens and earth, unleashing cataclysmic power. Even those at the foundational stage could pose a threat to cultivators of the Golden Core realm when wielding this talisman. Naturally, while it may pose a threat, a Golden Core master would not confront such a talisman head-on. After all, no one is foolish enough to do so. This serves to illustrate the astounding might of the pure yang talisman. Zhao Ping'an did not rush into crafting the talisman. Instead, he silently reflected on the method of its creation that lingered in his mind. After approximately half an hour, he suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharpened and compelling. Grasping the Baiyu talisman brush, he began to fluidly sketch upon the exquisite talisman paper. The essence of longevity circulated, converging at the tip of the brush, where it traced complex and profound symbols on the surface of the talisman paper. Each symbol seemed to encapsulate the fundamental truths of the universe, emanating an unsettling resonance. Buzz. In the next moment, the brush momentarily faltered, and before Zhao Ping'an could react, the entire sheet of talisman paper ignited, reducing to ashes in an instant. His first attempt had met with failure. Indeed, the challenge of crafting a top-tier third-tier talisman was far greater than he had anticipated. Zhao Ping'an took this outcome in stride, retrieving a dozen mid-grade spirit stones to replenish his recently expended essence of longevity, and adjusted his state anew. After roughly another hour, Zhao Ping'an took up the brush once more, endeavoring to create the pure yang talisman again. This time, he slowed his movements, exercising greater finesse in his control over the essence. Each stroke he made consumed considerable reserves of his profound essence of longevity, with the expenditure required for crafting a third-tier talisman proving even more taxing than that of a life-and-death battle. This exorbitant consumption elucidates why third-tier talisman masters are so rare. The originally pristine surface of the talisman paper, as the Bayou brush continued to delineate, soon bore over half of the symbols. Yet at that moment, the light of the symbols dissipated, and the entire sheet of talisman paper ignited once more. Another failure. Zhao Ping'an set down the Bayou brush, a contemplative expression gracing his features as he softly murmured, "I always feel as though something is lacking." For several days hence, Zhao Ping'an remained sequestered within his abode, tirelessly attempting to craft the top-quality third-tier talisman. During this period, he endeavored numerous times, wasting dozens of sheets of exquisite talisman paper in the process. The closest he came to success was when the symbols nearly covered the entirety of the talisman paper. Yet, in the final strokes, he faltered once again. It is not that Zhao Ping'an lacks proficiency in the art of talisman crafting. Rather, the creation of high-grade third-tier talismans is tenfold more challenging than that of their mid-tier counterparts, if not more. Inside the wooden cabin, Zhao Ping'an gazed at the talisman paper that had once again ignited rapidly, slowly setting down his jade talisman brush. It still eludes me. It appears that ascending to the rank of a third-tier talisman master is far more arduous than I had envisioned. He sighed softly and spoke. In order to continue advancing my skills in talisman crafting, I must seek the assistance of senior sister Lu. Zhao Ping'an recalled the words Lu Ningran had previously shared with him, suggesting that if he wished to further his studies in the Mingshan Talisman Classic, he could seek her aid. At that moment, an unexpected disturbance emanated from his storage artifact. Could it be that there is news from Linyu? Zhao Ping'an retrieved a golden coin, hesitated for a moment, and then infused it with his own magical energy. Talisman Master Zhao, I have gathered information regarding the Jiyuan pill. Came Lin Yu's melodious voice from the other end. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping'an's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed, Miss Lin, please elaborate. Chapter 155. The ancient realm of Kuan Yuan. The Lin family's capability to gather intelligence astounded Zhao Ping'an more than he had anticipated. Initially, he believed it would require 10 days to half a month to receive any feedback. However, within merely a few days, Lin Yu conveyed the news. Perhaps sensing a hint of urgency in Zhao Ping'an's tone, Lin Yu deliberately kept him in suspense, teasingly stating, Master Zhao, these past few days, in my quest to uncover information about the Jie Yuan Dan, I have scarcely eaten or slept. I have grown quite haggard. Now that I have the news for you, how do you intend to express your gratitude? With a playful blink, Lin Yu added, well, Zhao Ping'an felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, slightly taken aback, but quickly realized Lin Yu was jesting. He inquired, how would Miss Lin like me to show my appreciation? Perhaps I could craft a few high-quality talismans for the Lin family at no charge? Forget about the talismans. Master Zhao, do come to the Lin residence next time you have the opportunity, Lin Yu said, her heart leaping with joy as she proposed this idea. Very well, Zhao Ping'an replied without a second thought. Just make sure you keep your word, Lin Yu said, her spirits lifted, her already charming visage becoming even more radiant. I assure you, I am a man of my word. Zhao Ping'an smiled, pondering how long it might be until he had another opportunity, perhaps a year, or even a decade, or a century. Now, Miss Lin, please enlighten me about the Jie Yuan Dan. Zhao Ping'an prompted. Master Zhao, I have two pieces of information regarding the Jie Yuan Dan. The first is that within the alchemy hall of the Heavenly Xian Sacred Ground, there are several Jie Yuan Dan prepared for the elders and elite disciples of the sect. Lin Yu began after a moment of contemplation. The Heavenly Xian Sacred Ground is a colossal entity within the southern prefecture, boasting a renowned alchemy hall staffed by master alchemists. Not long ago, one such alchemist successfully refined several high-quality Jie Yuan Dan. Heavenly Xian Sacred Ground? Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping'an shook his head and replied, perhaps you should share the second piece of news. That would be a jest. Even if the Heavenly Xian Sacred Ground possesses Jie Yuan Dan, they are exclusively for their disciples and would never circulate to the outside world. Anyone daring to covet what belongs to the sacred ground is essentially courting death. The second piece of information is that not long ago, the Kuan Yuan ancient realm emerged in the southern prefecture. It is said that someone encountered a hall of elixirs within, boasting a complete array of medicinal concoctions, including the Jie Yuan Dan, Lin Yu softly spoke. However, the Kuan Yuan ancient realm has a notorious reputation for its perilous nature, manifesting once every 50 years and drawing countless cultivators seeking opportunities. Yet, the chances of survival for those who enter are exceedingly slim. In comparison to other regions, the southern prefecture lacks favorable conditions in terms of spiritual energy and geography, with the only noteworthy aspect being the Kuan Yuan ancient realm. Yet, each time it opens, it is accompanied by bloodshed and turmoil, claiming the lives of innumerable cultivators. The Kuan Yuan ancient realm? Zhao Ping'an's gaze sharpened, He had indeed heard this name before, associated with a realm teeming with peril and opportunity, a mysterious cave of wonders. The master of talismans Zhao, during the last opening of the Kuan Yuan ancient realm, witnessed over 10,000 cultivators from various sects enter its depths. Yet merely 100 emerged alive. If your esteemed elder is not in urgent need of a Yuan Dan, I would advise waiting a while longer. There is no necessity to venture into such treacherous territory, Lin Yu earnestly cautioned. The dangers within the Kuan Yuan ancient realm were manifold during its last emergence. The Lin family had dispatched a dozen elite members to seek treasures, yet none returned, a haunting memory that lingered among the cultivators of the Lin family. Understood. I shall report this matter to my elder and urge him to deliberate with caution, Zhao Ping'an replied after a moment's contemplation. Well then, that is reassuring. Master Zhao, do remember to visit the Lin family next time, Lin Yu mustered her courage to say, her voice tinged with a hint of shyness. After uttering those words, her cheeks flushed, and she awaited Zhao Ping'an's response with bated breath. For her, as the eldest daughter of the Lin family, uttering such sentiments felt quite embarrassing, akin to a little girl beseeching an adult for a candy, filled with a touch of anticipation. Zhao Ping'an was not devoid of warmth. He sensed the unusual undertone in Lin Yu's words. To avoid disappointing her, he responded with a smile, certainly. Though his reply was but a single word, it elicited a radiant smile from Lin Yu, enhancing her beauty further. Soon, their communication came to an end. The information provided by Lin Yu was likely credible. The Tianxian Holy Land possessed Yuan Dan, yet it was not wise to covet from them, as they were a formidable force at the level of a holy land in the southern county. Even with the power derived from his past life as Dao fruit, he could not provoke such a colossal entity lightly. As for the Kuan Yuan ancient realm, fraught with dangers, he possessed several trump cards, making the risk worth taking. Should he acquire a higher quality Yuan Dan, he would be well equipped to advance to the Golden Core realm, significantly enhancing his strength and instilling genuine confidence. A glimmer of determination shone in Zhao Ping'an's eyes as he spoke to himself. However, before embarking on his journey to the Kuan Yuan ancient realm, he felt the need to consult with Lu Ninggran, if she could indeed assist him in elevating the Mingshan talismans to a new echelon. Transitioning to a third-tier talisman master would be a seamless endeavor. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Ping'an resolutely exited, setting his course for Lu Ninggran. Ningxiu Peak was the location of Lu Ninggran's abode. The environment here was serene, and defensive formations surrounded the perimeter, without Lu Ninggran's consent. Even the highest-ranking elders of the sect could not approach. What an astonishing array! It does not bear the hallmark of the Sword Sect's formation masters. Zhao Ping'an marveled as he stood at the foot of Ningxiu Peak, gazing at the grand formation enveloping the mountain, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure. His spiritual awareness far surpassed that of his peers, even rivaling ordinary Golden Core cultivators, allowing him to discern the extraordinary nature of this formation at a glance. Previously, when visiting the peak of Yunshao, Zhao Ping'an had sensed the presence of an array's aura. However, in comparison to the formidable strength of the formation here, it was evidently a mere shadow of its true power. Junior brother Zhao, please come up, called a melodious and ethereal voice from atop Ningxiu Peak. As Lu Ninggran detected Zhao Ping'an's arrival, the once astounding fluctuations of the array gradually subsided, revealing a passage that allowed for easy access. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Ping'an strode confidently into the opening. Along the way, he was greeted by a picturesque landscape, with the shaded path adorned with vibrantly cultivated flowers. A delightful array of colors. It was only upon reaching the summit that Zhao Ping'an finally laid eyes on Lu Ninggran. At that moment, she was clad in a gown of pristine white, her legs elegantly long and straight, her skin as fair and delicate as snow, resembling a celestial being amidst the clouds, exuding an aura of divine elegance. Chapter 156. Uncontrollable greetings, Sister Lu. Today, you appear even more exquisite, with skin as fair and delicate as snow and a figure that captivates the senses, resembling a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Upon seeing Lu Ninggran, Zhao Ping'an's eyes sparkled, and he immediately offered his compliments. What woman cultivator does not relish praise? However, this was not mere flattery. Zhao Ping'an had a request of Lu Ninggran today, and thus, it was only fitting to speak sweetly. Would he dare approach her with, "Hey, lass, you look quite lovely. Assist me in deciphering the Ming Mountain Sutras?" He could easily imagine being sent tumbling down the Ningxiu Peak for such a remark. Despite recognizing Zhao Ping'an's intentions, Lu Ninggran found herself charmed, letting out a soft chuckle as she replied, "I used to think you were quite eloquent, but now, I find your words a tad too slick. Does sister not favor a bit of charm? If so, I could adopt a fresher, simpler demeanor." Zhao Ping'an teased with a grin. Spare me, just you? Lu Ningran shot him a bemused glance before continuing. You must be here for the Ming Mountain Sutras. Am I correct? Indeed, Zhao Ping'an admitted candidly. Have you truly cultivated to such a level? Lu Ningran inquired, her beautiful eyes shimmering with curiosity. Without further ado, Zhao Ping'an summoned his longevity magic, using his finger as a brush to inscribe a second-tier talisman in the air. The runes shimmered with energy, swiftly forming a talisman that radiated an astonishing wave of spiritual aura. Qi Manipulation Talisman. And you have achieved the ability to craft second-tier talismans through this method. Zhao Shidi, your mastery of talismans is truly remarkable. Witnessing this scene, Lu Ningran could not help but express her admiration. She had initially thought Zhao Ping'an would only reach the level of Qi Manipulation Talisman with the Ming Mountain Sutras, which would merely allow him to condense a first-tier talisman using magic. Yet now, he could create second-tier talismans with his own magical energy, a potential that surpassed her expectations. Sister Lu, please refrain from praising me. I have been at an impasse with the Ming Mountain Sutras for some time, with no progress whatsoever. I humbly seek your assistance. Zhao Ping'an said earnestly. I have mentioned before that once one reaches a certain stage with the Ming Mountain Sutras, unique environments are necessary for further cultivation. If you are determined to continue your study of this talisman heritage, I shall take you to such a place for a trial. Lu Ningran considered thoughtfully before speaking softly. However, you must brace yourself. That location is fraught with peril, and a moment's carelessness could lead to your demise. At this, Lu Ningran awaited Zhao Ping'an's response in silence. Intrigued, Zhao Ping'an inquired, Sister, might you enlighten me on the nature of this place? He had resolved to venture to the Kuan Yuan ancient realm. And if the location Lu Ningran spoke of was far removed from it, then even if he wished to delve deeper into the Ming Mountain Sutras, he would have to set aside his aspirations for the time being. In the face of urgency, he earnestly hoped to obtain the Qi gathering pill soon, allowing him to elevate his cultivation to a higher realm, the Kuan Yuan ancient domain. The next moment, Lu Ningran's response astonished Zhao Ping'an. The place she mentioned was, in fact, the Kuan Yuan ancient domain. Kuan Yuan ancient domain? Are you suggesting that in order to comprehend the Mingshan talismans at a deeper level, I must enter the Kuan Yuan ancient domain? Zhao Ping'an inquired, slightly taken aback, seeking confirmation. Precisely, Lu Ningran affirmed. The Kuan Yuan ancient domain is one of the ancient sanctuaries left behind by the long-extinct Mingshan sect. Within it lies a unique set of talismans, which can only be fully understood through the environment there. Lu Ningran succinctly shared her knowledge with Zhao Ping'an. He was somewhat surprised, never anticipating that the Kuan Yuan ancient domain was linked to the vanished Mingshan sect. Are you willing to accompany me? Lu Ningran asked, her eyes sparkling, not allowing Zhao Ping'an any time to ponder. Of course, I am willing. Zhao Ping'an replied without hesitation. Originally, he had intended to venture to the Kuan Yuan ancient domain to obtain the Qi gathering pill. And now learning that it could aid his understanding of the Mingshan talismans made the journey all the more imperative. Excellent. Upon receiving Zhao Ping'an's response, Lu Ningran smiled charmingly, her captivating aura rendering him momentarily spellbound. Meanwhile, as Zhao Ping'an lingered at Lingxi Peak, a distinguished guest graced the Sword Sect's Grand Hall. The visitor was an elderly man with flowing silver hair, adorned in a resplendent golden robe, his imposing stature radiating an aura of authority. Swordmaster, I come on behalf of the Wu family to negotiate. The perpetrator who killed Wu Yuan must be dealt with by our Wu family personally. The silver-haired elder's voice was deep, his penetrating gaze fixed upon the silent swordmaster. Wu Hai, the sword sect deeply regrets Wu Yuan's demise. Yet this matter is still under investigation, and the culprit has yet to be apprehended. I implore the Wu family to grant us a little more time, the swordmaster said after a brief silence. Wu Hai, the Wu family's elder, had rushed here upon learning of Wu Yuan's death at the sword sect, demanding a satisfactory explanation. Humph, I have already inquired thoroughly, and the prime suspect in Wu Yuan's murder is a mere servant disciple from the medicine garden, named Zhao Ping'an. Swordmaster, I urge you to hand over that individual for my handling. I will even resort to soul-searching techniques to uncover the truth behind the murder of our Wu family's direct lineage. Wu Hai insisted aggressively, directly demanding Zhao Ping'an's surrender. Upon hearing this, the swordmaster's expression shifted. How did Wu Hai become aware of Zhao Ping'an's existence? His gaze turned icy as he swept over the silent Elder Fengya and Elder Mubai in the hall, refraining from immediately addressing their indiscretion due to the inappropriateness of the occasion. Taking a deep breath, he explained, Zhao Ping'an does indeed hold certain suspicions, but he is merely a fifth-tier Qi refining servant disciple. Even if he had a motive, he lacks the strength to kill Wu Yuan, and this matter requires thorough investigation. Swordmaster, Are you refusing my request? Wu Hai's expression darkened as he questioned. Although the Wu family is not particularly powerful in the southern prefecture, we possess extensive connections through our friends. If we truly decide to take action, can the sword sect remain so tranquil? He demanded the surrender of Zhao Ping'an, asserting that the Wu family would investigate the matter personally. Otherwise, do not blame us for severing ties. Wu Hai's voice reverberated like thunder, shaking the entire hall. With a member of the Wu family having perished at the sword sect, it was already exceedingly reasonable that they had not immediately pursued accountability. Now, with the sect master refusing to hand over the suspect, Wu Hai's fury was entirely justified. The sect master furrowed his brow. Aware that the sword sect was indeed at fault, yet he mustered the courage to respond. Wu Hai, this matter requires thorough investigation. The sword sect will certainly provide you with a satisfactory explanation. I hope you can grant us a few more days. Unacceptable. Wu Hai coldly shook his head in refusal, stating, I make this clear today. If Zhao Ping'an is not surrendered within 3 days, the Wu family shall become bitter enemies of the sword sect. You should weigh what is more significant, one disciple or the sect itself. With that harsh declaration, Wu Hai turned on his heel and departed. As Wu Hai exited the hall, the sect master's countenance darkened. Should the Wu family truly decide to take action, it would pose a significant dilemma for the sword sect at this juncture. As Wu Hai had articulated, while the Wu family's power might not be formidable, their extensive network of connections was the most daunting aspect. If a rift were to form with the sword sect, their situation would undoubtedly become dire. You two have quite the audacity. Who divulged Zhao Ping'an's identity as a suspect to Wu Hai? The sect master, in a foul mood, directed his ire towards Elder Fingya and Mu Bai, demanding an explanation. Respected sect master, it was not us who leaked the information. Rather, the Wu family acquired it through other means, entirely unrelated to us, they hastily retorted, exchanging glances before kneeling in defense. Lacking concrete evidence, even if the sect master suspected them of disclosing information, he had little recourse against them. Moreover, both understood that the importance of a disciple paled in comparison to that of the sect. Fools, you are stripped of your status as elders. Effective immediately. You will report to the scripture pavilion to organize the martial arts tomes. The sect master saw through their subterfuge and reprimanded them sternly. They trembled in disbelief, unable to fathom such severe punishment for the sake of Zhao Ping'an. We obey. Ultimately, under the sect master's formidable authority, they complied and left the hall in disgrace. The Wu family's aggressive stance indicated that preserving Zhao Ping'an would not be a simple endeavor. The sect master felt a headache coming on, contemplating the situation before murmuring, there is but one course of action left, to send him away to evade this storm. In the world of martial arts, one is often not in control of their own fate. He understood that to sever ties with the Wu family over a single disciple would entail a grave cost. However, if a disciple is merely offered up to appease the wrath of the Wu family, the integrity of the sword cultivators of the sword sect would be irrevocably tarnished. In pursuit of a solution that accommodates both sides, he resolved to discreetly relocate and safeguard Zhao Ping'an. At the very least, it would allow them to evade the current turmoil, and once the Wu family has lost track of him, the sword sect could then provide an appropriate compensation, potentially bringing a peaceful resolution to the matter. As the leader of a sect, he cannot unilaterally dictate every decision. At times, one must consider the broader implications, necessitating certain compromises. This encapsulates the notion that in the world of martial arts, one's autonomy is often compromised. Chapter 157. Secret departure. An hour later, Zhao Ping'an finally departed from Ningxi. The reason for his prolonged stay was not only to discuss the timing and details of their journey to the Kuan Yuan ancient realm with Lu Ningran, but also because Lu Ningran took the opportunity to show him around the breathtaking scenery of Ningxi. With such picturesque views and the presence of a beautiful companion, Zhao Ping'an naturally lingered a while longer. As Lu Ningran watched Zhao Ping'an's retreating figure, her silence spoke volumes. Her bright eyes held a glimmer of contemplation, yet a cool voice suddenly resonated within her. This individual is rather unique. Are you not concerned about his potential hostility towards you when you invite him to the Kuan Yuan ancient realm? In response, Lu Ningran merely smiled gently and replied, with you by my side, who would dare to act against me? I appreciate that sentiment. When you speak, do so more often next time. The mysterious voice echoed once more from within her. Very well, Lu Ningran responded, her smile radiant and enchanting. As Zhao Ping'an returned to the medicinal garden, he was confronted by a man blocking his path. The individual wore the distinctive attire of a formal disciple of the sect, and his once handsome face now bore a chill demeanor. Zhao Ping'an, he spoke coldly, his tone laced with animosity. It's you, Zheng Yun. Zhao Ping'an recognized him as the individual he had previously clashed with. Years ago, Zheng Yun and Miao Ye had been assigned by Elder Fengye to assist in guarding the medicinal garden, where a confrontation had occurred between him and Zhao Ping'an, resulting in a thorough reprimand for Zheng Yun. "You remember me. Your memory serves you well," Zheng Yun said with a scowl. "I've come to inform you that the matter concerning Elder Fengye is far from over. I am aware that I am not your match, but Elder Fengye is my master. I shall seek revenge for him when the opportunity arises." "Far from over? What has happened to him?" Zhao Ping'an was taken aback, a look of confusion crossing his face. "Do not feign ignorance before me. Elders Fengye and Mu Bai have been stripped of their titles by the Sword Master due to your actions. Had it not been for you, they would not have fallen into such disgrace." Zheng Yun seethed, his face a mask of fury. As a disciple of Elder Fengye, he felt compelled to confront Zhao Ping'an upon learning of the severe punishment inflicted on his master. "Wait, you need to clarify the situation for me," Zhao Ping'an interjected, unwilling to be unjustly blamed, and motioned for Zheng Yun to explain the circumstances. Realizing that Zhao Ping'an's confusion was genuine, Zheng Yun recounted the encounter between the Wu family's elder and the Sword Master, as well as the subsequent harsh punishment meted out to elders Fengye and Mu Bai. "Zhao Ping'an, it must have been you who reported to the Sword Master. Otherwise, how could Elder Fengye have faced such punishment?" Zheng Yun accused, his hostility evident. "I care not whether you believe me, but the punishment of Elder Fengye has little to do with me," Zhao Ping'an retorted dismissively. He had neither the time nor the inclination to seek out the Sword Master to lodge complaints, and even if he had, it was unlikely that the Sword Master would act against the two elders on his behalf. In Zhao Ping'an's perspective, it was likely that the two elders had disclosed the identity of the suspect to the Wu clan, leading to severe punishment from the Sword Master. To put it bluntly, he had become a thorn in the Wu family's side due to Fengye and the other, positioning himself as a victim in this predicament. "Is it truly not your doing?" Upon observing Zhao Ping'an's demeanor, Zheng Yun's anger dissipated somewhat, yet skepticism lingered. "I have never sought an audience with the Sword Master. Do you truly believe I would have the opportunity to report my grievances?" Zhao Ping'an scoffed, countering the inquiry. Upon reflection, Zheng Yun considered that if Zhao Ping'an's assertion held any truth, then perhaps he was indeed uninvolved. The realization left Zheng Yun feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Recognizing that he had hastily confronted Zhao Ping'an without grasping the full circumstances. "Ahem. I was indeed rash earlier. If this matter bears no relation to you, I offer my apologies," Zheng Yun stated, clearing his throat. Although he typically acted with arrogance within the sect, facing Zhao Ping'an, who had once bested him, he dared not express any disdain. His previous anger had clouded his judgment, prompting him to hastily confront Zhao Ping'an with harsh words, and now, having regained his composure, he felt a sense of trepidation. "Well then, let us avoid such reckless behavior in the future. Otherwise, I may find it necessary to seek you out for further sparring," Zhao Ping'an remarked with a smile that was not quite a smile. At this, Zheng Yun's expression stiffened, and he quickly forced a laugh. "There will certainly be no next time." With that, he departed like a jester, his demeanor deflated. It seemed the situation had grown somewhat precarious. The elder of the Wu clan had already arrived at the sect, and Fengye had prematurely revealed the identity of the suspect to him. The Wu family would undoubtedly not let this matter rest. However, unexpectedly, the Sword Master appeared to have chosen to protect him for the time being. Otherwise, he would have been delivered to the Wu clan for retribution by now. Contemplating this, Zhao Ping'an smiled to himself, remarking, "It seems the Sword Sect is still worth my continued presence. At least the Sword Master is not one to abandon his disciples for the sake of the sect." According to his conjecture, the Sword Sect would likely choose to defend him in the short term. Without lingering further, Zhao Ping'an returned directly to his wooden abode. Shortly after his return, Daniel arrived with orders regarding the guardianship of the medicinal garden, informing him that the sect had arranged for him to relocate to a secret stronghold at the foot of the mountain, as the Sword Master wished for him to temporarily avoid the current turmoil. "Ping'an, the situation is dire. The Wu family's influence is formidable, and the sect hopes you can lay low for a while until matters settle before returning." Daniel explained the intricacies of the situation, urging Zhao Ping'an to comply with the sect's decision. He was genuinely concerned for Zhao Ping'an's safety, hence his insistence. "Daniel, please relay to the guards that I shall temporarily leave the medicinal garden shortly, but I will not be heading to the sect's secret stronghold." Zhao Ping'an pondered for a moment before responding. Even without the sect's arrangement, he intended to secretly depart with Lu Ningran to the ancient Kuan Yuan realm in 2 days. This, Daniel found himself in a quandary. "Rest assured, I have my own plans," Zhao Ping'an assured him. Zhao Ping'an smiled faintly and spoke with conviction. "All right, Ping'an, you must pay attention to your safety. Do not cause concern for me and Brother Wang." After saying this, Daniel decided to follow Zhao Ping'an's instructions and return to the medicinal garden to report. Although my cultivation level has reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage, venturing into the Kuan Yuan ancient realm will undoubtedly be fraught with peril, necessitating ample preparation. At the very least, I need to craft more third-tier talismans for unforeseen circumstances. Once Daniel departed, Zhao Ping'an began to create third-tier talismans once more. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. The wooden door creaked open, revealing Zhao Ping'an in casual attire, who stepped out without drawing the attention of the other disciple servants, making his way toward Ningxiu Peak. You've arrived. Within Ningxiu Peak, Lu Ningran had been waiting for quite some time. Today, she donned a long robe that accentuated her graceful figure, radiating an aura of exquisite beauty. Senior Sister Lu, I apologize for the wait. I am prepared and ready to depart at any moment, Zhao Ping'an said with a smile. Then let us set off. As soon as the words left her lips, Lu Ningran summoned a flying boat. The vessel measured 3 zhang in length, hovering in midair, exuding a powerful wave of spiritual energy. A superior flying artifact, Zhao Ping'an remarked, his eyes lighting up. Lu Ningran effortlessly produced the exquisite flying artifact, demonstrating her considerable resources. It was known as the Qingling flying boat, capable of covering vast distances in a single day while concealing our presence. The two ascended aboard the flying boat, traversing the void, swiftly leaving Ningxiu Peak and secretly heading beyond the Sword Sect. On a towering mountain peak, the Sword Master gazed at the flying boat departing from the Sword Sect's entrance and turned to a striking woman beside him. Aren't you going to see him off? What is there to send him off for? With His Highness accompanying him, he should be more than pleased, Li Yun replied with a light huff. Indeed. The Sword Master glanced at his daughter, sensing a hint of bitterness in her tone. He shook his head and continued. The Wu family will not easily let this boy go. His temporary departure from the Sword Sect is, in fact, a good thing. Moreover, I have sealed this information, and I trust the Wu family will not learn of it too quickly. Father, when Wu Yuan came to our Sword Sect, do you truly believe the Wu family sought genuine friendship with us? Li Yin suddenly inquired. Of course not. It was likely to allow Wu Yuan to investigate the mysterious senior who remains concealed within our Sword Sect, a figure at the nascent soul stage, the Sword Master replied, his gaze deepening. Regrettably, even after all these years, I have been unable to uncover a trace of that senior. Chapter 158. Ambush. The speed of the flying vessel was remarkable, yet its stability was surprisingly comforting. A shimmering barrier of formation was unfurled across its surface, shielding the two individuals from the gusty winds that threatened to disrupt their appearance. Lu Ningran, with her bright eyes and pearly smile, possessed skin that was delicately luminous, her flowing hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders. Zhao Ping'an was in close proximity, able to catch a faint whiff of her subtle fragrance. Senior Sister Lu, I have a question, though I am uncertain if I should voice it, Zhao Ping'an said, seizing the opportunity. Unsure whether to ask or not. Then perhaps it is best you refrain, Lu Ningran replied, her tone playfully light as she blinked her beautiful eyes. Zhao Ping'an felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. It was the first time he had witnessed this playful side of Senior Sister Lu. It seemed that after departing from the Sword Sect, she had undergone a slight transformation, her previously serene and graceful demeanor now tinged with a hint of charming vivacity. Of course, this could very well be Zhao Ping'an's misperception, given his limited acquaintance with Lu Ningran. I was merely jesting. Feel free to ask whatever is on your mind, Lu Ningran said, letting out a soft laugh upon noticing Zhao Ping'an's awkwardness. Why do you choose to assist me? Zhao Ping'an pondered for a moment before asking earnestly. Since their introduction, Lu Ningran had not only gifted him several invaluable tomes on talisman crafting, but had also brought him to the Kuan Yuan ancient realm, intending to utilize the talisman hall within to aid him in comprehending the Ming Mountain Talisman Classic. Initially, it could be said that Lu Ningran admired his potential in talisman crafting, but her current unwavering dedication surpassed the bounds of typical camaraderie among peers. Certainly, Zhao Ping'an did not possess the vanity to believe that Lu Ningran's generous support stemmed from a romantic infatuation with him. As a prodigy in talisman crafting within the Sword Sect, her discernment was undoubtedly acute. Although he considered himself somewhat charming, he was well aware of his own standing. If it were not affection that motivated her, then Lu Ningran's relentless assistance in advancing his study of the Ming Mountain Talisman Classic must be driven by ulterior motives. Junior brother Zhao, if I were to claim my reason for aiding you is that I have developed feelings for you, would you believe me? Lu Ningran replied softly, as if anticipating his inquiry. I would not. Zhao Ping'an shook his head. Why not? Lu Ningran blinked, her expression one of curiosity. If you truly liked me, why would you deliberately maintain a distance? The vessel is not particularly spacious, yet you keep half a foot away from me. Are you afraid I might devour you? Zhao Ping'an shot her a sidelong glance, his tone tinged with exasperation. You are quite perceptive, Lu Ningran said, a hint of embarrassment creeping into her smile. Do I appear foolish? Zhao Ping'an muttered. Actually, my intention in bringing you to the Kuan Yuan ancient realm was not solely to assist you in comprehending the Ming Mountain Talisman Classic. I have my own reasons as well. I must venture into the Kuan Yuan ancient realm to seek a crucial item. Lu Ningran's delicate visage bore a solemn expression as she earnestly explained. In other words, inviting me to accompany you to the Kuan Yuan ancient realm is merely a matter of convenience, correct? You may interpret it as such, Lu Ningran affirmed with a nod. Very well, I appreciate your kindness, Zhao Ping'an replied, his face etched with a frown. There is no need for gratitude. We are all disciples of the same sect, and it is only natural for us to assist one another. Lu Ningran smiled radiantly, her beauty captivating. By the way, junior brother Zhao, I have a question for you as well. At that moment, Lu Ningran appeared to recall something, her tone cheerful. Please, do proceed. Zhao Ping'an gestured for her to continue without hesitation. Who do you think is more beautiful, me or senior sister Li? Upon finishing her inquiry, Lu Ningran blinked her enchanting eyes, earnestly gazing at Zhao Ping'an, patiently awaiting his response. Senior sister Lu, both you and senior sister Li are revered figures within our sect, each possessing unique allure and charm. Your beauty transcends mere appearance, exuding a gentle and captivating aura. As for senior sister Li, she is not lacking in looks either, radiating a spirited and valiant demeanor. With that, Zhao Ping'an continued in earnest. Thus, both of you are stunning. However, if a comparison must be made, who do you believe is more beautiful, myself or senior sister Li? Lu Ningran, like a curious child unrelenting in her inquiries, pressed on. Zhao Ping'an's lips twitched, yet he ultimately took a deep breath and earnestly declared, You are the most beautiful. He silently apologized to senior sister Li within his heart. One must bow their head when under a roof, especially as he was aboard Lu Ningran's flying vessel. A different response could lead to being unceremoniously cast aside. This is what you have said. I just happened to use this spirit jade to record your words, Lu Ningran said playfully, producing a piece of purple spirit jade. With a flicker of her magical energy infused within it, Zhao Ping'an's words replayed verbatim. Senior sister Lu, what do you mean by this? Zhao Ping'an felt a sudden jolt of concern, sensing impending trouble. Should you ever provoke my ire, I shall present this to Li Yun for her amusement, Lu Ningran quipped, securely stowing the purple spirit jade. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping'an was left utterly speechless. After all the effort, he had unwittingly exposed his vulnerability. If Li Yun were to hear the contents recorded within the jade, he feared she would tear him apart upon their next encounter. Senior sister Lu, this is rather unfair. One must uphold integrity, Zhao Ping'an said with righteous indignation. Therefore, return the spirit jade to me. Let us forego these antics and remain harmonious as fellow disciples. Clearing his throat, Zhao Ping'an pressed on, trying to maintain his composure. I shall not return it. Lu Ningran turned her head, ignoring Zhao Ping'an entirely. A woman's heart is as inscrutable as the depths of the sea. Indeed, I have not been deceived. Zhao Ping'an mused inwardly, resigned to accept this reality. The flying vessel moved swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, they had exited the bounds of the sword sect. As half a day passed, the two travelers boarded a flying vessel and arrived in an unfamiliar territory, where the undulating mountains starkly contrasted with the region of the sword sect. This was the northernmost point of the southern prefecture, and also the location of the Kuan Yuan ancient realm. We shall reach the Kuan Yuan ancient realm in less than an hour, Lu Ningran gently reminded. No sooner had she spoken than the entire flying vessel jolted violently. From the surrounding mist, dark chains suddenly pierced the air, akin to tentacles ensnaring the vessel and preventing any further advancement. This is not good, Lu Ningran's delicate face paled. Zhao Ping'an furrowed his brow, sensing an unseen attack. Even he had not detected it in advance, indicating the assailant's formidable cultivation. The black chains wrapped around the vessel, and black runes began to rise, compressing the defensive formations on its surface. Despite Lu Ningran's desperate efforts to maneuver the vessel, she could not break free from the constraints of the chains. The vessel was swiftly dragged downward towards the ground. In a critical moment, Lu Ningran produced a talisman, unleashing a remarkable surge of spiritual energy that enveloped both herself and Zhao Ping'an, shielding them from the impending impact. Who could it be? Lu Ningran's expression turned frosty as she scanned the surroundings, yet found no trace of any figures. Zhao Ping'an maintained a facade of calm, yet employed his powerful spiritual sense to survey the area, prepared to act at a moment's notice. Boom. At that instant, 8 overwhelming auras emerged from the mist. transforming into terrifying phantoms that converged upon the two. "There are 8 Foundation establishment practitioners," Lu Ningran observed, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. The 8 figures descended directly from the sky, sealing off all escape routes for the two. Chapter 159. The other side of Lu Ningran. The Wu family's assassins, under orders, sought to eliminate Zhao Ping'an. Those who dared to intervene would face ruthless consequences. 8 shadowy figures clad in dark attire, their faces concealed by black veils, revealed only their chilling, cold gazes. Zhao Ping'an raised an eyebrow, surprised that the Wu family had acted so swiftly against him. How did they discover his whereabouts? Was it possible that someone from the Sword Sect had divulged his location? The 8 assassins, all possessing advanced foundational cultivation, would have been no challenge for him in the past. However, with Lu Ningran by his side, Zhao Ping'an hesitated to reveal too much of his true power, placing him in a difficult predicament. "Senior Sister Lu, these assassins from the Wu family are here to hunt me down due to Wu Yuan's death. I will hold them off. You should take this opportunity to escape," Zhao Ping'an stated, stepping protectively in front of Lu Ningran after a moment's contemplation. His intention was not to boast, but to ensure Lu Ningran's safety, allowing him to unleash his full strength against these adversaries. "Junior brother Zhao, I am aware of the circumstances surrounding Wu Yuan's demise. The Wu family has acted recklessly without solid evidence against you. If I were to leave now, it would be a betrayal of our camaraderie. Besides, I am quite capable of dealing with these individuals." Lu Ningran misinterpreted Zhao Ping'an's intentions and responded with a smile. "Listen well, I care not for your affiliations. Withdraw now, or you shall face my merciless wrath," Lu Ningran declared coldly to the surrounding Wu family assassins, not waiting for Zhao Ping'an's reply. "Such arrogance! You dare to disregard the Wu family as assassins?" A disdainful scoff echoed as Lu Ningran finished her words. Zhao Ping'an and Lu Ningran turned towards the source of the sound, spotting a figure approaching from the horizon. With each stride, he covered an impressive distance and soon stood before them. This was a middle-aged man adorned in luxurious garments, elegantly fanning himself with a golden paper fan. His every gesture exuded an air of grace, yet a disquieting aura lingered about him. "Greetings, Third Elder." The 8 formidable Wu family assassins bowed respectfully upon the man's arrival. The elder of the Wu family. Zhao Ping'an's brow furrowed, realizing that, in addition to the 8 powerful assassins, the Wu family had dispatched a family elder to eliminate him. For any other disciple of the Sword Sect, this scenario would spell certain doom. "Are you the one who killed Wu Yuan?" Zhao Ping'an. Wu Feng inquired coolly, folding his fan and fixing his gaze upon Zhao Ping'an. "Did you witness me slay Wu Yuan with my own hands?" Zhao Ping'an responded, maintaining his composure in the face of the Wu elder's scrutiny. "That is inconsequential. The Wu family has deemed you the murderer, thus you are the murderer. A mere insect like you is expendable. The Wu family may eliminate you at will, for you lack significant backing and formidable strength. Your demise here is inevitable." Wu Feng shook his head disdainfully, adopting an air of superiority as he spoke. "Do not presume that Zhao Ping'an, merely a menial disciple of the Sword Sect, can escape once the Wu family has set its sights upon him. Even a formal disciple would find it nearly impossible to evade our grasp. Furthermore, the Wu family is undeterred by the prospect of the Sword Sect severing ties over this matter. Our connections and foundation possess the capacity to intimidate them." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping'an found the situation somewhat amusing. It was evident that his opponent was overly confident in his assumptions. Is it customary for members of the Wu family to indulge in such meaningless chatter? Before Zhao Ping'an could retort, Lu Ningran, standing nearby, could no longer contain herself. With a slight furrow of her brow, she addressed Wu Feng with irritation. "If you wish to fight, then let us fight, rather than prattling on." Zhao Ping'an suddenly realized that Lu Shiji had quite the commanding presence. He cleared his throat, his impression of Lu Ningran deepening yet further. "Who might you be?" Wu Feng finally took notice of Lu Ningran. He scrutinized her, but unlike Zhao Ping'an, who emanated the aura of a 5th-level Qi refinement practitioner, Lu Ningran appeared devoid of any discernible energy, resembling an ordinary person. "Mind your own business," Lu Ningran replied dismissively, casting several talismans that transformed into dazzling bolts of lightning, hurtling toward Wu Feng. "Suppress them for me. I shall make them wish they were never born." Wu Feng commanded the assassins from the Wu family. "Understood." The 8 assassins responded in unison, launching their formidable attacks. Their mana surged as they unleashed their most potent strikes, wielding their weapons with ferocity. The sounds of blades clashing resonating through the air as they confronted the incoming talismans. However, in the next instant, all their weapons shattered into fragments. Despite the seemingly modest force of Lu Ningran's talismans, their destructive power was overwhelming. The lightning, akin to a sword cleaving through the heavens, obliterated all obstacles in its path and surged toward the assassins with relentless might. At this moment, the assassins were struck with a profound realization that they had encountered a formidable adversary. They hastily channeled their mana to execute their strongest counterattacks. Retreat. That is a third-tier mid-grade talisman, the Heavenly Thunder Talisman. Wu Feng suddenly exclaimed, alerting the 8 assassins to disperse. He recognized the origin of Lu Ningran's talisman, a powerful offensive talisman among the third-tier mid-grade talismans. Once activated, it could summon 1% of the power of Heavenly Thunder. And any cultivator below the perfected foundation establishment stage who attempted to withstand it would find themselves utterly annihilated. Yet, it was evident that Wu Feng's warning came a moment too late. Bang, bang. The 3 assassins at the front barely managed to activate their protective energy shield before being struck by the bolts of lightning, disintegrating into a mist of blood. The remaining 5 assassins, witnessing this grim fate, turned pale with fear and retreated with all haste. However, their speed was no match for the swiftness of the lightning. Boom. Just as they were on the brink of demise, a dark golden talisman shot forth, erecting a formidable energy barrier that enveloped the remaining Wu family assassins. Wu Feng had intervened just in time. The third-tier defensive talisman indicated that their opponent was also a talisman master, and quite an accomplished one at that. Zhao Ping'an's gaze sharpened. The Wu family truly deserved their reputation as a family of talisman masters, for even a casual elder possessed an extraordinary mastery of talismans. This is a mid-grade third-tier talisman, the Golden Guardian Talisman. Let us see how your talismans can surpass mine, Wu Feng provocatively scoffed. Is that so? Lu Ningran responded with a serene smile, seemingly unfazed. Suddenly, a thunderous impact resonated as the electric force collided with the energy barrier formed by the Golden Guardian Talisman. Despite the force being formidable, it could not breach the barrier. However, at that moment, Zhao Ping'an sensed something unusual. Amidst the dissipating electric light, there emerged a tiny purple talisman. It was a superior-grade third-tier talisman, the Purple Extreme Flowing Fire Talisman. Zhao Ping'an's pupils contracted as he recognized the origin of the talisman. He glanced at the composed Lu Ningran beside him and suddenly realized that this prodigy of the sword sect had already ascended to the level of a third-tier talisman master. Even though Zhao Ping'an was usually calm and collected, he could not hide a hint of astonishment. Junior brother Zhao, I told you before, I am quite powerful. Lu Ningran said softly, a sweet smile gracing her lips upon noticing his gaze. Senior sister Lu, I sincerely mean it. You are truly stunning at this moment. Zhao Ping'an replied earnestly, his expression serious. Boom. The purple talisman unleashed its fury, flames erupting like a terrifying sea of fire, instantly shattering the energy barrier of the Golden Guardian Talisman and enveloping the remaining Wu family warriors. Their screams echoed as, in a mere instant, the remaining Wu family warriors were reduced to ashes. A third-tier talisman master? You are a third-tier talisman master. Wu Feng's expression paled. His gaze towards Lu Ningran now tinged with fear. Only now did he realize the gravity of the situation. Too late. In this world, merely boasting of power and background was of little value. One must possess the skill to fight. Lu Ningran cast him a disdainful glance, then manipulated the superior-grade third-tier talisman to unleash an even more terrifying force, directing it straight at Wu Feng. The flames blazed fiercely, and the overwhelming heat made even Zhao Ping'an, standing several meters away, struggle to endure. Fortunately, at this critical moment, the flow of his life force brought a refreshing coolness, allowing him to withstand the searing sensation. Wu Feng, however, was not so fortunate. He roared with all his might, activating all his defensive talismans while recklessly channeling his own mana to summon various magical implements in a desperate attempt to withstand the terrifying power of the talisman. Wu Feng's strength was formidable. It was only now that he revealed his full cultivation at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Yet, in the face of the superior-grade third-tier Purple Extreme Flowing Fire Talisman, he found himself struggling significantly. His once majestic robes had turned to ash, leaving him clad only in a pair of red shorts, his body charred black. Nearly all his defensive talismans and magical implements had been exhausted. This exemplified the terrifying nature of a third-tier talisman master. The potency of a superior-grade third-tier offensive talisman far surpassed that of a mid-grade third-tier talisman by tenfold or more. Even a cultivator at the peak of the foundation establishment stage faced near certain death when confronted with such power. Had Wu Feng not been a talisman master, merely possessing the full cultivation of the foundation establishment stage, he would have likely been reduced to cinders by the flames long ago. Yet, despite this, Wu Feng was severely burned, his skin charred and damaged. I will fight you all. enduring the searing flames of the purple extreme fire talisman. Wu Feng's hair fell in disarray, his body blackened, yet he emanated an aura of terrifying desperation. At the same time, he sported a strikingly flamboyant pair of red shorts. Faced with the frantically charging Wu Feng, Lu Ningran rolled her eyes and promptly retrieved a second purple extreme fire talisman. The family head has summoned me for dinner. We shall spar another day. Wu Feng's face turned pale, and without hesitation, he turned to leave. His previous frenzy now replaced with a sense of humiliation. I'll escort you back for dinner. Lu Ningran activated the second purple extreme fire talisman. Zhao Ping'an observed this with a sense of cruelty. He had resolved that, henceforth, he must never offend Lu Ningran. This seemingly gentle and demure senior sister Lu was, in reality, a formidable individual. Ah! Wu Feng screamed in agony, his body having been scorched beyond recognition. In a critical moment, he gritted his teeth and summoned a blood-colored jade seal, transforming into a flickering light that vanished beyond the horizon. He runs quite fast. However, after enduring the purple extreme fire talisman, it would take 1.5 years of recuperation to restore his vitality, Lu Ningran remarked softly. Cough. Not only does he run swiftly, but his red shorts are also quite eye-catching, Zhao Ping'an added with a cough. Zhao Ping'an. Lu Ningran's cheeks flushed, and she playfully struck Zhao Ping'an with a fist. Her seemingly soft pink fist was infused with unimaginable strength. Bang! Caught off guard, Zhao Ping'an had no time to react before he was sent flying, crashing headfirst into the ground. Help! Me, please! Zhao Ping'an felt a sense of suffocation and urgently sought rescue. A myriad of expletives filled his mind. When had this senior sister Lu become so powerful? Could it be that she was not merely a third-tier talisman master, but also concealed an extraordinary level of cultivation? Zhao Ping'an deemed this highly probable, for up until now, he had been unable to discern Lu Ningran's true level of cultivation. It seemed she possessed astonishing treasures that blocked his spiritual probe. Oh dear, I didn't control my strength well. My apologies, Lu Ningran chuckled, swiftly pulling Zhao Ping'an out as if he were a mere turnip. Upon seeing Zhao Ping'an, covered in mud and appearing somewhat disheveled, Lu Ningran could not help but burst into laughter. Chapter 160. Do you love me? I nearly met my demise from your fist. Zhao Ping'an brushed off the dirt from his body, expressing his annoyance. It was fortunate that his physical constitution was robust. Had it been an ordinary disciple at the Qi refining stage, they might have perished from Lu Ningran's recent blow. I shall exercise more control over my strength next time. Consider the storage artifacts left by those Wu family assassins as my compensation to you. Lu Ningran blinked, then summoned several storage artifacts into Zhao Ping'an's reach with a flick of her wrist. Although all the Wu family assassins had fallen, their storage artifacts had been preserved, serving as a modest trophy of war. This seems inappropriate. Zhao Ping'an hesitated, feeling somewhat guilty for not expressing gratitude to Lu Ningran, especially since she had resolved his troubles. Do not concern yourself. Take them as you wish, Lu Ningran replied with a charming smile, exuding an air of authority. Faced with her insistence, Zhao Ping'an found it challenging to decline further. The 8 Wu family assassins were all seasoned cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage, and undoubtedly, their storage artifacts contained considerable wealth. Zhao Ping'an had set up a spirit gathering array in his residence, consuming hundreds of spirit stones daily, leading to a substantial monthly expenditure. A significant portion of the spirit stones he had acquired years ago had already been invested in his array and personal cultivation. Hence, the more resources he could gather, the better. Moreover, he intended to advance to the golden core stage in the future, and there was still room for the spirit gathering array to be modified and upgraded, necessitating even greater resources. As cultivators advanced in their realms, their consumption of resources escalated, creating an ever-growing demand for cultivation materials. This was also the reason why Zhao Ping'an was willing to remain within the sect. Senior Sister Lu, when did you become a third-stage talismancer? There was no hint of it within the sect before. He inquired. If the higher-ups in the sect were to learn of this, they would surely be astonished and delighted. After securing the storage artifacts of the Wu family assassins, Zhao Ping'an spoke slowly. While second-stage talismancers were indeed rare, a third-stage talismancer in the southern county was an extraordinary occurrence. Nearly a century had passed since the last one emerged. Furthermore, the difficulty of advancing from a second stage to a third-stage talismancer was akin to the challenge of a perfect Foundation establishment cultivator breaking through to the golden core stage, and perhaps even more arduous. This explained why, despite Zhao Ping'an's prior experience with talisman cultivation in his previous life, he still found it difficult to easily ascend to the rank of third-stage talismancer. I had not the chance to inform the sword master and the others before I brought you along, Lu Ningran explained with a gentle smile, deliberately vague in her details. Zhao Ping'an chose not to pry further. Everyone harbored their own secrets, and excessive curiosity could prove detrimental. Moreover, given Lu Ningran's already mysterious background and her remarkable talent for talismans, her ascent to third-stage talismancer elicited little surprise from him. After the brief interlude involving the ambush by the Wu family, the two resumed their journey aboard the flying vessel, albeit with heightened vigilance. Who could tell if the Wu family had additional schemes in store? After 2 hours, the vessel's speed gradually decreased. In the distance, several majestic mountains loomed, exuding an ancient and profound aura. Nestled among these peaks lay a vast plain, where a colossal formation pulsed with surging and astonishing energy waves. They had finally arrived. This was the entrance to the Kuan Yuan ancient realm. Lu Ningran's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she softly reminded him. Subsequently, the vessel descended slowly. At the formation's entrance, a throng of figures had gathered. As Zhao Ping'an and Lu Ningran landed, they instantly captured the attention of many. In that fleeting moment, Zhao Ping'an distinctly sensed at least a dozen varying strengths of spiritual awareness sweeping over him and Lu Ningran. Lu Ningran seemed to perceive these audacious gazes as well. Her delicate brows furrowed momentarily before she quickly regained her composure. "Stop here," an expressionless elder intercepted them as they approached the formation's passage. Zhao Ping'an noted that this elder was no ordinary individual, clad in a robe of azure and gold, with a waist token inscribed with the emblem of the Dao Palace. Lu Ningran appeared to have anticipated this, effortlessly producing 2,000 spirit stones and courteously handing them to the elder. "The formation will activate in half an hour. Please wait nearby and refrain from causing any disturbances, lest you forfeit your eligibility to enter the Kuan Yuan ancient realm," the elder stated blandly after receiving the spirit stones. Before turning away to quietly sit on a mat beside the formation. "Senior Sister Lu, who is this person?" Zhao Ping'an inquired, a hint of astonishment gracing his features. "This individual is a powerful figure from the Dao Palace, designated to oversee the Kuan Yuan ancient realm. It is said that when the Kuan Yuan ancient realm first emerged, it incited fierce competition among numerous cultivation factions in the southern county, even drawing the involvement of the Tianxian sacred ground. Subsequently, the Dao Palace intervened, dispatching personnel to manage the area, thus significantly curtailing conflicts and bloodshed. In exchange for entry into the Kuan Yuan ancient realm, every cultivator must pay a certain number of spirit stones to the Dao Palace's guardians," Lu Ningran elucidated, her eyes sparkling with insight. "It sounds as though the Dao Palace wields considerable power," Zhao Ping'an remarked, his gaze flickering thoughtfully. "Indeed, the Dao Palace is the foremost lineage in the Great Qin. Although the Tianxian sacred ground may command respect in the southern county, before the Dao Palace, it is merely a slightly more formidable sect." Lu Ningran replied with a knowing smile. "Senior Sister Lu, I have not heard of any of this in my previous sect. You seem quite informed about the Dao Palace." Zhao Ping'an observed, a hint of intrigue in his tone. "I learned it from others," Lu Ningran winked. "By the way, Zhao Shidi, once we enter the Kuan Yuan ancient realm, it will become exceedingly perilous. One must not only be vigilant of the innate beasts dwelling within, but also remain wary of other cultivators. For the act of killing and seizing treasures within this realm is nearly unrestrained." Lu Ningran contemplated this and cautioned Zhao Ping'an. "The Kuan Yuan ancient realm is fraught with peril, and the most formidable threat arises from the cultivators themselves. With my senior sister by my side, I am confident I will remain unscathed," Zhao Ping'an replied with a smile, playfully deflecting her concerns. "Ultimately, one must rely on oneself. Should we become separated, it would spell danger." Lu Ningran rolled her eyes and jested. "Then I shall cling tightly to my senior sister's beautiful leg to avoid getting lost." Zhao Ping'an said this rather shamelessly. "You." Lu Ningran found herself at a loss for words. Then with a serious tone, she remarked, "Put aside other locations. Even the cultivators in this vicinity warrant your constant vigilance. Some possess such strength that even my talismans would be ineffective against them. For instance, those two over there." Lu Ningran directed her gaze towards a pair not far off, a handsome young man and a charming young woman. They stood casually, yet no cultivator dared approach, leaving a wide berth around them. Following Lu Ningran's gaze, Zhao Ping'an's expression shifted slightly. He observed the petite and lovely girl, who, with a melodious and crisp voice, asked the young man beside her, "Do you love me? Do you love me?" As she spoke, she repeatedly stabbed a sharp dagger into the young man's chest. Blood gushed forth, yet the young man's physique was extraordinarily unique, allowing his wounds to heal almost instantaneously. Even Zhao Ping'an, typically unfazed, felt a twinge of astonishment at the sight. Chapter 161. A small trial of skills. Imagine, If you will, a sweet and charming young maiden, wielding a sharp dagger. As she affectionately inquires of her victim, "Do you love me? Do you love me?" What a striking tableau this paints. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the occasion, and were Zhao Ping'an not so composed, one might have been compelled to exclaim in astonishment. Most captivating, however, was the young man, who, despite being stabbed multiple times and bleeding profusely, displayed no semblance of pain, his wounds visibly healing at an astonishing pace. "Dear girl, cease your antics. This is not our sect. Your playful behavior may frighten those around us," he admonished, his expression a blend of exasperation and affectionate indulgence. "Humph, if they are frightened, so be it. Do they not have the right to express their feelings?" she retorted, extending her tongue to lick the bloodied edge of the dagger. "Senior Sister Lu, they are." Zhao Ping'an raised an eyebrow, glancing at Lu Ningran beside him. "If I am not mistaken, they must be the peculiar brother-sister duo from the heavenly Xian sacred ground. The male is named Hao Jian, and the female, Zhenda," Lu Ningran replied softly. "When one reads their names together, does it not evoke a sense of humor?" Zhao Ping'an remarked, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Humor?" Lu Ningran blinked her beautiful eyes, a look of confusion crossing her face. "Quite the cheeky pair." Zhao Ping'an coughed lightly, offering a gentle reminder. Uffed. At this, Lu Ningran burst into laughter, unable to contain herself. Her junior brother Zhao's imagination was truly boundless. She had never considered such a notion. "Junior brother Zhao? Do not underestimate these two. It is said that among the younger generation of the heavenly Xian sacred ground, they are exceptional, particularly Hao Jian, who possesses a unique physique and an extraordinary self-healing ability," Lu Ningran stated with a measured tone. "I see that." Zhao Ping'an nodded, acknowledging her words. "This brother-sister duo from the heavenly Xian sacred ground is indeed a peculiar pair. Senior brother, while others keep their distance from us. Why are they so fixated on us?" Zhenda observed Zhao Ping'an and Lu Ningran from a distance. Other cultivators tended to avoid their seniors, daring not to even cast a glance in their direction. Only Zhao Ping'an and Lu Ningran dared to scrutinize them, thus drawing their attention. One is a cultivator at the 5th level of qi refinement, while the other conceals her cultivation with a magical artifact. Quite intriguing, Hao Jian mused, his gaze sharpening as it fell upon the stunning Lu Ningran. "She possesses remarkable beauty. Should the opportunity arise when we enter the Kuan Yuan ancient realm, I might consider her as my dual cultivation partner." "Huh, is my presence not enough for you, man?" Zhenda remarked, a hint of jealousy creeping into her tone as she pouted. "Of course not. The more beautiful women, the better. Besides, you are well aware of my cultivation method," Hao Jian replied, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. "Humph. If we encounter her in the Kuan Yuan ancient realm, I shall be the first to slay her, denying you any chance to act. As for the man beside her, he appeared delicate and fair, and I intended to subject him to a thorough torment." Zhenda spoke with a displeased tone, laced with a hint of chilling malice. "Let us see whose luck prevails," responded Hao Jian, seemingly unfazed, with a light chuckle. Zhao Ping'an remained oblivious, unaware that he and Lu Ningran had inadvertently caught the attention of this peculiar pair of master and sister. The Kuan Yuan ancient realm formed a distinct celestial domain, activating its portal array only after gathering a sufficient number of participants. While Zhao Ping'an and Lu Ningran awaited, numerous others gradually arrived in the vicinity. Among them, a rotund man clad in luxurious attire drew Zhao Ping'an's interest, not due to any particular trait, but because he was accompanied by over 30 followers, each radiating formidable magical energy. The ostentatious display of bodyguards surrounding this wealthy individual commanded the attention of all the cultivators present. Soon, half an hour passed, and the elder from the Dao Palace, who had been seated on a cushion, rose and spoke solemnly to the gathered crowd. "All cultivators who have paid the requisite spirit stones, please step onto the teleportation platform to initiate the transfer. Remember, the Kuan Yuan ancient realm is fraught with peril should you find yourself in danger. You may exit through the nearest teleportation portal at any time." As his words fell, the elder summoned his immense magical power, activating the entire teleportation array. Waves of energy surged, and a colossal beam of light tore through the sky, vanishing into the depths of the clouds, its overwhelming presence causing the onlookers to feel a tremor of apprehension. Zhao Ping'an and Lu Ningran stepped onto the teleportation platform, along with other cultivators who had paid their spirit stones. The platform was vast, capable of accommodating up to 100 individuals for each transfer. "Teleportation, commence," declared the Dao Palace elder, slapping his hand down. The platform shuddered violently as powerful energy enveloped everyone in an instant. In the blink of an eye, before Zhao Ping'an could fully comprehend the situation, He felt the world spinning around him. This sensation lasted several breaths, and when he regained his senses, he found himself in the heart of a lush, verdant forest. We've arrived. We have been teleported to this area, separated from the others. Lu Ningran spoke softly beside him. The teleportation array operated at random, occasionally transporting groups of 3 or 5 to the same location, while at other times, a solitary cultivator could be sent to a different part of the Kuan Yuan ancient realm, resulting in an element of uncertainty. Fortunately, she and Zhao Ping'an had not been separated and had both been teleported to this forest. In the distance, a magnificent palace floated in the void, and even from afar, one could sense the ancient and weathered aura emanating from it. Suddenly, before Zhao Ping'an could examine his surroundings in detail, a deep growl echoed nearby. In the next moment, the ground trembled violently as a colossal creature barreled through the towering trees, charging toward Zhao Ping'an and Lu Ningran at an alarming speed. As Zhao Ping'an focused his gaze, he beheld a beast towering 4 to 5 meters, entirely white, with long limbs, fangs, and sharp claws, a demon beast from the ancient mirror. Moreover, she possessed the realm of foundational cultivation. Lu Ningran's gaze sharpened as she prepared to retrieve a talisman. However, Zhao Ping'an was a fraction quicker, unleashing a talisman that sliced through the void, transforming into a formidable beam of golden light that struck fiercely at the beast. The creature sensed the impending peril and instinctively raised its paw to counter. Yet, in the next instant, the golden light obliterated the beast's claw with ease, subsequently cleaving its massive body in two without losing momentum. This was a second-tier inferior talisman, the Heavenly Arrow Talisman. Furthermore, it was crafted by Zhao Ping'an using a white jade talisman pen, its potency surpassing that of other talismans of the same rank by several fold, rivaling the might of a second-tier middle-grade offensive talisman. A second-tier talisman? Witnessing this scene, Lu Ningran was somewhat astonished. Had Zhao Ping'an summoned a third-tier inferior talisman to vanquish the beast, she might not have been surprised. It is worth noting that the monsters within the Kuan Yuan ancient realm possess exceptional advantages, their defenses far exceeding those of cultivators of the same rank. Zhao Ping'an's ability to slay it with a second-tier talisman spoke volumes about his mastery of talisman crafting, proving to be far more formidable than she had anticipated. Chapter 162. Entering the symbol hall. Zhao Shidi, your mastery of talismans appears to be even more formidable than I had anticipated, Lu Ningran remarked with a gentle smile, her beautiful eyes sparkling. My humble skills in talismans are merely trifles in the presence of Senior Sister Lu. They may suffice against ordinary beasts, but against truly formidable ones, I fear I would struggle, Zhao Ping'an replied modestly. Senior Sister Lu, where shall we head next? Zhao Ping'an inquired once more. Naturally, we shall proceed to the symbol hall. Do you see the ancient palace suspended in the air yonder? If my conjecture holds true, it is one of the 6 ancient halls within the primal realm. Whether it houses the talismanic scriptures, however, remains to be seen, contingent upon our fortune, Lu Ningran said, gazing at the majestic palace floating in the distance. Without further delay, the two of them steered their flying vessel towards the aerial palace. Along the way, they encountered several assaults from demonic beasts, but fortunately, these creatures were no more than mid-stage foundation establishment level, making them manageable. An hour later, Zhao Ping'an and Lu Ningran finally arrived at the ancient palace suspended in the sky. It was even more grandiose than they had imagined, exuding an aura of ancient desolation. The symbol hall. Lu Ningran's eyes lit up as she recognized the origin of this ancient palace, which was precisely what they had set out to find. Is this truly the symbol hall? Zhao Ping'an expressed his surprise. He had not expected to discover the symbol hall so soon after entering the Kuan Yuan ancient realm. It seemed almost too fortuitous. You are indeed fortunate, Lu Ningran remarked, casting a glance at Zhao Ping'an. The symbol hall is one of the 6 ancient halls, and each time the Kuan Yuan ancient realm manifests, its location changes. Some talisman masters take 10 days or even half a month to locate it. Yet we have been transported near the hall. This is an extraordinary stroke of luck. A bronze gate loomed before Zhao Ping'an and Lu Ningran. Zhao Ping'an noticed that towering, ancient human-like statues flanked the entrance, and at their feet lay heaps of skeletal remains of cultivators, radiating a chilling aura of resentment. Senior Sister Lu, how shall we gain entry to this symbol hall? Zhao Ping'an asked softly, sensing that entering the hall would not be as simple as he had imagined. Naturally, we must undergo the hall's trials. Zhao Shidi, from here on, you must rely on yourself, Lu Ningran said with a graceful smile, gesturing for him to proceed alone. As a third-tier talisman master, she saw no need to enter the hall and leverage its peculiar environment to enhance her skills. Senior Sister Lu, perhaps we should enter together. Without you by my side, I feel a lack of security. Zhao Ping'an coughed lightly and expressed, in the path of talisman mastery. You must tread your own journey. If I intervene too much, it may cultivate a sense of dependency in you. Rest assured, there is no danger ahead. Lu Ningran assured him with a meaningful glance, her voice imbued with sincerity. Is that truly the case? Indeed. Upon hearing Lu Ningran's unwavering assurance that there was no danger, Zhao Ping'an finally steeled himself to approach the bronze door. Suddenly, as he drew near, it seemed he had triggered some sort of mechanism. The formerly lifeless and frigid statues came to life, exuding an overwhelming and terrifying aura. The ground trembled violently as the statues awakened and charged at him with murderous intent. Senior Sister Lu, did you not say there would be no danger? Zhao Ping'an's lips twitched as he turned to Lu Ningran behind him. Fear not. It is merely a small trial. Brother Zhao, if you vanquish these statues, you shall gain entry to the symbol hall. Do your best. Lu Ningran's voice echoed from behind, her tone lighthearted and unperturbed. Do my best. What nonsense. Zhao Ping'an cursed inwardly. Had it not been for the blocked retreat, he would have turned and fled. Now that we are here, you ought to reveal your true capabilities, Lu Ningran remarked, observing Zhao Ping'an's retreating figure with a knowing smirk. Her astuteness had already led her to perceive that Zhao Ping'an was not as simple as he appeared. Yet, throughout their journey, he had deliberately concealed his true prowess, making it difficult for her to discern his actual strength. However, at this moment, facing the trial at the entrance of the symbol hall, she believed Zhao Ping'an would have to unveil his true cards. Otherwise, even an ordinary foundational cultivator would struggle against such a multitude of humanoid statues. Are you not afraid he might perish here before even entering the symbol hall? A mysterious voice echoed within Lu Ningran. If he cannot even pass the entrance trial of the symbol hall, dying here would be a blessing in disguise, she replied with a soft chuckle, unfazed. She had faith in her judgment. Zhao Ping'an was far more complex than he seemed. Meanwhile, Zhao Ping'an was too preoccupied to notice the change in Lu Ningran's expression, as he had already been completely encircled by the statues. Each statue towered 3 to 4 meters high, emanating a pressure that rivaled foundational cultivators. With a dozen of these statues, even a seasoned foundational cultivator might find themselves in dire straits. Seeing this, Zhao Ping'an narrowed his eyes and swiftly retrieved a purple talisman. As he infused it with a strand of his life force, the talisman radiated a brilliant light, conjuring a vibrant energy barrier that enveloped him entirely. Just as the energy barrier took form, the statues unleashed their merciless assault. The ground shook with resounding impacts, yet the formidable attacks could not breach the protective barrier, leaving Zhao Ping'an utterly secure. A third-tier low-grade talisman, the Phoenix Spirit Protection Talisman, Lu Ningran observed from a distance, her beautiful eyes narrowing in recognition. While it was indeed a powerful third-tier defensive talisman, it could only provide self-protection and would make it challenging to enter the symbol hall. Intrigued, she anticipated how Zhao Ping'an would proceed next. Under her watchful gaze, Zhao Ping'an remained composed and calmly retrieved a second talisman. The light of the talisman surged explosively, and in an instant, an ethereal dragon elephant emerged, soaring into the sky. Zhao Ping'an felt his physical strength surge, and with a sudden, forceful punch, he struck out. With a thunderous force akin to the might of a tempest, the fist surged towards the humanoid statue before him. The ground shook as statues shattered into countless fragments. Utterly incapable of withstanding such overwhelming power, utilizing a low-grade third-tier talisman, the Dragon Elephant Talisman, Lu Ningran was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Zhao Ping'an would resolve the onslaught of the statues so effortlessly with merely 2 low-grade third-tier talismans, without even employing a single mid-grade talisman. Her perception of Zhao Ping'an's mastery of talismans was profoundly altered. Let us proceed. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Ping'an transformed into a fleeting shadow, evading the relentless assault of the statues as he propelled himself towards the bronze gate. The gate swung open automatically, as if to welcome Zhao Ping'an's arrival, signifying that he had successfully passed the entrance trial of the Talisman Hall. In a swift motion, Zhao Ping'an vanished into the depths of the Talisman Hall. Chapter 163. The Anomaly of the White Jade Talisman Brush. Here lies the Talisman Hall. As Zhao Ping'an regained his senses, he found himself in an expansive space, the ground paved with smooth azure stone slabs, reflecting his somewhat blurred silhouette. He surveyed his surroundings, appearing outwardly composed, yet inwardly vigilant. Buzz! At that moment, Zhao Ping'an suddenly sensed an unusual movement emanating from his storage artifact. Before he could react, a pristine white talisman brush unexpectedly emerged from his storage. Exuding an aura of ancient and profound mystique, it was the very white jade talisman brush he had previously acquired. The white jade talisman brush. Zhao Ping'an felt a surge of surprise. Could this talisman brush be connected to the talisman hall in some way? As if to affirm his speculation. The moment the talisman brush floated mid-air, the tranquil and spacious talisman hall seemed to be directly stirred. Every corner of the talisman hall, the floor, the walls, the eaves, revealed intricate golden runes. Each rune appeared to possess a life of its own, swirling towards Zhao Ping'an, or rather, toward the white jade talisman brush. Suspended in the air, the talisman brush radiated a gentle luster, continuously absorbing the runes within the hall, its already unique and formidable aura visibly intensifying at an astonishing rate. Witnessing such a peculiar scene, Zhao Ping'an's eyes glittered as he murmured, "This talisman brush indeed has an extraordinary origin. It is absorbing the runes of the hall." Seemingly undergoing a transformation, his emotions were somewhat complex. He had just entered the talisman hall. Yet before he could utilize this unique environment to cultivate the Ming Shan Talisman Classic, the white jade talisman brush had preempted him. Furthermore, the brush's behavior was unexpectedly beyond his control. Fortunately, the talisman brush posed no threat to Zhao Ping'an. It merely continued to absorb the runes that filled the hall, as if seeking to harness the power of this place for some enhancement. The runes flowed like an inexhaustible river, continuously infusing into the white jade talisman brush. In an instant, the once entirely white talisman brush was enveloped in golden runes, transforming it into a resplendent golden brush from afar. Previously, when Zhao Ping'an had first obtained the white jade talisman brush, it emanated an aura suggestive of a superior artifact. Yet now, the fluctuations it produced entirely surpassed that level, reaching the realm of an exceptional artifact, and its energy continued to ascend. The white jade talisman brush was a treasure I had inadvertently acquired, possessing the ability to enhance the power of talismans. Now, it resonated with the entire talisman hall, drawing strength from this place. According to Senior Sister Lu, the Kuan Yuan ancient realm has an inseparable connection with the Ming Shan sect. Could it be that the white jade talisman brush originated from the Ming Shan sect? With this thought, Zhao Ping'an's eyes sparkled with clarity, convinced that his hypothesis was likely accurate. In any case, this was a fortuitous turn of events for him. The white jade talisman brush, with its ability to amplify the power of talismans, was sure to undergo new transformations following this enhancement. The specifics remain elusive to Zhao Ping'an, particularly as the Baiyu Fu Bai has slipped beyond his grasp. Having finally entered the Fu Hall, he cannot idly watch as the Baiyu Fu Bai undergoes transformation. While he remains inactive, he resolves to explore the potential of cultivating within the Ming Shan Fu Dian. Perhaps it will yield unexpected benefits. With this thought, Zhao Ping'an shifts his focus away from the Baiyu Fu Bai's changes and sits cross-legged, silently channeling the Ming Shan Fu Dian. A hum resonates through the hall, perhaps in response to Zhao Ping'an's cultivation of the Ming Shan Fu Dian. The entire Fu Dian trembles slightly, as golden runes that had been flowing towards the Baiyu Fu Bai alter their course and rush towards Zhao Ping'an. The runes are densely packed, each seeming to harbor a unique energy, and as they merge into Zhao Ping'an's being, he instantly perceives an elevation in his understanding and insights into the path of talismans. Indeed, Lu Shiji was correct. This Fu Hall can assist in enhancing my talismanic skills. Zhao Ping'an's eyes gleam with excitement as he immerses himself fully in this experience. Each golden rune acts like a missing piece, significantly enriching his comprehension of talisman crafting. It is akin to a once confused student receiving guidance from esteemed masters, illuminating his path in the realm of talismans. With the aid of the runes in the Fu Hall, Zhao Ping'an's previously stagnant progress in the Ming Shan Fu Dian begins to show signs of breakthrough. Before long, an hour has passed. Zhao Ping'an finds himself enveloped in golden runes, and from a distance, he appears as a deity in the throes of awakening, exuding an ethereal and ancient aura. Suddenly, his eyes snap open, and with a finger as his brush, he begins to inscribe talismans in the void. His movements are fluid, as if he is gliding through water. And soon he has created a talisman forged entirely from condensed magical energy, a second-tier superior talisman, the Tiger Howl Talisman. With a mere thought, the talisman erupts, and the phantom of a white tiger envelopes the heavens, issuing a deafening roar. Indeed, as Zhao Ping'an observes this spectacle, a smile graces his face. Previously, he could only conjure ordinary second-tier talismans through the technique of qi manipulation into talismans. However, now, with his enhanced skills, he can effortlessly produce superior second-tier talismans. Moreover, his mastery of talismans continues to grow steadily. Should he manage to utilize the Ming Shan Fu Dian to summon third-tier talismans, he would genuinely ascend to the ranks of a third-tier talisman master. At that point, with the right materials, he could also craft superior third-tier talismans. Zhao Ping'an's confidence surges as he plunges back into the study of the Ming Shan Fu Dian. Meanwhile, outside the hall, Lu Ningran furrows her brow and coldly addresses an unseen presence in the void. Since you have arrived, why linger in the shadows? As soon as her words fell, a tall figure abruptly emerged from the void. It was a man clad in white, his face like jade, exuding an air of elegance and detachment. With every gesture, he radiated an otherworldly grace. Initially intending merely to glimpse the prince from afar, he was unexpectedly noticed. The white-clad man smiled faintly, appearing amiable, yet his gaze upon Lu Ningran held an imperceptible chill. Since I departed from the sword sect, you have been lurking nearby, only revealing yourselves now. Have you finally succumbed to impatience? Lu Ningran asked coldly, not deceived by his outward demeanor. We merely seek to ensure your safety, your highness. After all, you are of invaluable worth. Any misfortune could unleash a dreadful storm, the white-clad man replied, maintaining his smile while concealing his true intentions. To speak so grandly, even while plotting my demise, if I am not mistaken, you must be one of his subordinates, Lu Ningran remarked, casting him a sideways glance. Indeed, your highness is astute. Since you have deduced the truth, it would be prudent to accompany us away from this ancient realm, for danger lurks everywhere here. The white-clad man said with a grin, finally shedding his pretense as he stepped toward Lu Ningran. Behind him, a dozen figures materialized simultaneously, advancing menacingly towards Lu Ningran. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, yet she displayed no hint of fear, staring coldly at the approaching figures. In the next moment, a surging and formidable wave of magical energy surged forth, transforming the area into a terrifying battleground. Chapter 164. Third-rank talismancer within the ancient and profound talisman hall. A solitary figure sat in meditation, resembling a statue. Surrounding him, runes continuously flowed into his being, augmenting the aura that enveloped him with remarkable vigor. Each golden rune encapsulated a unique understanding of talismanic principles, assisting Zhao Ping'an in deepening his comprehension of the Ming Mountain Talisman Classic. His mastery of talismans experienced a transformative elevation. Time eluded him, and suddenly, a tremor coursed through Zhao Ping'an's body, causing the talismanic energy he radiated to surge dramatically. At that moment, he slowly opened his eyes. Zhao Ping'an's gaze reflected countless runes as he murmured, "The Ming Mountain Talisman Classic is even more profound than I had imagined, bestowing upon me an unprecedented advancement in my talismanic path." As if to validate his conjecture, the essence of longevity coalesced at his fingertips, and Zhao Ping'an effortlessly sketched talismans in the void. Without the aid of any talisman-making materials, each stroke he made appeared deliberate, yet flowed seamlessly. In an instant, a spirit talisman emanating violet light took shape, its aura unmistakably that of a third-rank talisman. The Qi Manipulation Talisman, a third-rank talisman. I am now a true third-rank talismancer. Were I to utilize talisman-making materials, I would possess absolute confidence in crafting superior third-rank talismans. Zhao Ping'an's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. This was a manifestation of his cultivation of the Ming Mountain Talisman Classic to a higher echelon, facilitated by the unique environment of the Talisman Hall. Moreover, beyond the Qi Manipulation Talisman, the next level of the Ming Mountain Talisman Classic is the Thought Manifestation Talisman. Astonishingly, it requires no physical movement. It relies solely on one's mental energy to coalesce into a talisman. Should he reach that realm, the implications would be extraordinary. Zhao Ping'an's gaze deepened as he spoke solemnly. The next stage beyond the Qi Manipulation Talisman is the Thought Manifestation Talisman. This is a tantalizing realm of talismanic artistry. Imagine if, in the future, Zhao Ping'an could conjure hundreds of second-rank talismans, or even fearsome third-rank talismans, merely by the power of his thoughts without lifting a finger. What a spectacle that would be! It would rival that of a human nuclear bomb. The rarity and uniqueness of talismans stem from their ability to harness the forces of heaven and earth through runes and talisman papers. The Qi Manipulation Talisman from the Ming Mountain Talisman Classic is already extraordinarily impressive, yet the Thought Manifestation Talisman is a true rarity in the world. What kind of sect is the Ming Mountain sect? The path of talismans here is even more rare and precious than many talisman sects I encountered in my previous life. I am grateful for the assistance of this talisman hall. Otherwise, had I followed the conventional path of cultivation and understanding, it would have been exceedingly difficult to glimpse higher realms of talisman mastery. The Ming Mountain Talisman Classic truly stands out as the legacy of the Ming Mountain sect. Zhao Ping'an smiled softly and mused. Where has that white jade talisman brush gone? At that moment, Zhao Ping'an noticed that the white jade talisman brush which had been absorbing various runes within the talisman hall, had vanished without a trace. Could it be? A bold idea suddenly struck him as he attempted to summon his essence of longevity. Buzz. In the next moment, a radiant golden talisman brush materialized from Zhao Ping'an's flesh, revealing itself to be the white jade talisman brush that had resonated with the talisman hall earlier. It turned out that while Zhao Ping'an was cultivating the Mingshan Talisman Classic, various runes had been absorbed, allowing the white jade to penetrate his body. What exactly are you? Could you be a treasure lost by the Mingshan sect? Zhao Ping'an scrutinized the white jade talisman brush, although its emanating spiritual energy resembled that of a top-tier magical artifact. He was acutely aware that this object far exceeded such classifications. Nonetheless, since you are willing to remain, then you shall truly belong to me. Zhao Ping'an contemplated for a moment before solemnly stowing the white jade talisman brush away. This talisman brush must possess a unique origin. Yet now is not the time for him to investigate or explore it. Regardless of whether the white jade talisman brush was a treasure of the Mingshan sect, as long as it was in his possession, it was undoubtedly his. It was time to leave. Remaining here held little significance. Zhao Ping'an cast a glance back at the talisman hall before striding toward the exit. He had harnessed the unique environment here to elevate his cultivation of the Mingshan Talisman Classic to a higher level. It would be challenging to gain further insights into the path of talismans by staying any longer. Furthermore, Zhao Ping'an had a crucial task in the Kuan Yuan ancient realm, to locate the alchemy hall and procure higher quality Ju Yuan pills. If he lingered too long, he risked others seizing the opportunity to enter the alchemy hall and snatch the pills away, resulting in a significant loss for him. Swish. Soon, Zhao Ping'an reappeared outside the talisman hall. The once flat expanse outside had transformed into a desolate ruin. A horrific battle had transpired here not long ago. Sister Lu. Zhao Ping'an's expression shifted, and a foreboding sense crept into his heart. Furrowing his brow, he promptly released his divine sense, comparable to that of a golden core stage cultivator, to survey the surroundings. To the northwest. In no time, Zhao Ping'an detected an anomaly, and in the next instant, his figure vanished from the spot. In a valley, a tall woman with flowing black hair cascading over her shoulders and fair, delicate skin gazed coldly ahead. There, 7 or 8 figures were slowly closing in, each exuding an aura capable of instilling despair in seasoned foundation establishment cultivators. Lu Ningran's once elegant garment was torn in several places, her body marred with conspicuous bloodstains. Some from enemies and others her own. Your Highness, I truly did not expect that you not only became a third-tier talisman master, but that your actual cultivation level has also reached a senior foundation establishment stage. Alas, you have been cornered here. You have no path of retreat left. A young man in white grinned, his gaze towards Lu Ningran laced with fervor. Previously, while Lu Ningran was at the Sword Sect, she enjoyed the protection of many formidable cultivators, but upon entering the Kuan Yuan ancient realm, she lost all support. If they could capture Lu Ningran today, it would be a significant achievement, and the loss of a few lives would matter little. Enough of this idle chatter. Today, you few are not qualified to force me into a corner. Lu Ningran gently shook her head, and then produced several talismans, launching them towards the white-clad man and his companions. These were high-grade third-tier talismans, the purple extreme flowing fire talismans. There were 5 in total, and even a fully realized foundation establishment cultivator would find it daunting to withstand such fearsome offensive talismans. However, the white-clad man and his associates appeared utterly unfazed. One among them, with an air of indifference, unleashed a striking sword light that cleaved through the purple extreme, flowing fire talismans, effortlessly slicing them in half with a force akin to thunder. Simultaneously, several figures lunged forward, unleashing chains of order that soared into the air at oddly intricate angles, encircling Lu Ningran. It was not that Lu Ningran lacked strength, but rather that the remaining 7 or 8 individuals possessed terrifying prowess, each bearing secret treasures that rendered them impervious to the threat of the talismans. Particularly, the white-clad man had yet to reveal his hand, his strength inscrutable and profound. Since the purple extreme flowing fire talismans proved ineffective, Lu Ningran resolved to let them experience something else. Her beautiful eyes turned cold as she summoned a magical artifact, transforming it into a beam of golden light that tore through the heavens, aimed at the assailants rushing towards her. Unperturbed, they countered, yet in the blink of an eye, the golden light, swift as lightning, rent their protective artifacts asunder, resulting in instant fatalities. 5 individuals plummeted from the sky, lifeless corpses. As the golden light gradually dissipated, it revealed a blue flying sword, emanating terrifying fluctuations, hovering above Lu Ningran's head. the blue rain sword. Upon witnessing this flying sword, the expression of the white-clad man shifted subtly. He had initially presumed that Lu Ningran's trump cards had been nearly exhausted after several rounds of combat, only to be taken aback by her possession of such a formidable weapon. This sword may have been unfamiliar to others, but he recognized it well. It had once belonged to a high-ranking cultivator, infamous for slaying countless golden core and even nascent soul entities. "You should leave now while you still can," Lu Ningran declared, her complexion slightly pale. The invocation of such a lethal artifact had drained over half of her mana, which was precisely why she had withheld it until now, as its usage exacted a tremendous toll on her energy. Chapter 165. Fleeing when outmatched. This sword is indeed remarkable, yet your cultivation is insufficient to unleash its true power. It would be prudent for you to accompany us. The man in white fixed his gaze on Lu Ningran for a moment before shaking his head and speaking. Upon hearing this, a cold light flickered in Lu Ningran's beautiful eyes, and the blue rain sword above her head vanished in an instant. Before the remaining shadows in the arena could react, they were pierced through by a swift beam of sword light. In the blink of an eye, only the man in white remained. Lu Ningran gasped for breath. A pallor crept across her exquisite face, for the blue rain sword had demanded an exorbitant toll on her magical energy. At that moment, she was left with barely 20% of her power. Whoosh! The blue rain sword flashed once more, disappearing from sight. In the next moment, the man in white felt a tightening in his chest as he beheld a beam of sword light hurtling towards his brow with astonishing speed. He bellowed, and from the expansive sleeves of his robe, a sword resembling a darting fish shot forth, shimmering with a chilling brilliance, colliding violently with the blue rain sword. Clash! The two blades met with a shower of sparks, and a powerful wave of energy radiated outward in all directions. The man in white stood firm, his magical energy surging forth, exuding an aura so formidable that it transcended the Foundation establishment realm. He was at the Golden Core stage. Lu Ningran's complexion grew even paler. Although she had anticipated this, the overwhelming aura emanating from the man still left her breathless. The blue rain sword was indeed formidable. Yet her opponent was a Golden Core cultivator, and her magical energy was nearly depleted. Without resorting to other hidden cards, it would be exceedingly difficult to continue resisting him. Before she could contemplate her next move, the man in white urged his flying sword toward her, causing the air to tremble and ripple visibly. Lu Ningran's expression hardened with resolve as she swiftly retrieved a pill and swallowed it, her previously exhausted magical energy rapidly replenishing. The blue rain sword sliced through the air like a bolt of golden lightning, clashing again with his flying sword. The two blades engaged in a fierce struggle, the resulting sword energy shattering the surrounding stones into powder. Observing this, the man in white's expression darkened, and he casually summoned a massive purple seal, the mountain-subduing seal. With a soft command, the purple seal transformed into a towering mountain, descending with an overwhelmingly forceful momentum. In an instant, Lu Ningran felt her limbs grow heavy. Even the portion of magical energy she had just regained seemed to cease functioning, as if she were pinned in place. "Surrender willingly," the man in white remarked with an air of confidence. Although Lu Ningran was shielded by the blue rain sword, she still could not contend against his absolute strength. The chasm of their cultivation levels was insurmountable. Of course, had they been at the same level, the man would find it difficult to match Lu Ningran, for she had yet to unleash the blue rain sword's true might. Otherwise, even with his considerable power, he would be forced to flee. "Do you require my assistance?" A cool and enigmatic voice resonated within Lu Ningran as she reached her limit. "Very well." After a moment's hesitation, she readily acquiesced. In the following moment, Lu Ningran's aura surged dramatically, propelling her from the seasoned Foundation establishment realm directly into the perfected stage of Foundation establishment, ultimately shattering her bottleneck and ascending into the early phase of the Golden Core realm. What transpired? The man in white was taken aback. With the aid of a mysterious entity within her, Lu Ningran, having temporarily entered the Golden Core realm, felt an overwhelming surge of power enveloping her body. She summoned the blue rain sword, launching it towards the man in white with unbridled force. The sword's radiance intensified, magnified several-fold compared to before, sending tremors through the air. Merely a wisp of the sword's aura shattered the surrounding boulders. The man in white, filled with dread, hastily summoned a violet seal to defend himself, while a silver Dao armor manifested around him, attempting to thwart this lethal strike. Bang! The violet seal vibrated violently, its surface losing luster as a beam of sword light pierced through it. The blue rain sword, an unstoppable force, crashed heavily against the man's Dao armor, which, despite its formidable appearance, could not withstand even a moment of resistance. As the sword's edge swept across, the man in white did not even have time to emit a cry before he was obliterated into a mist of blood. One strike to end his life. With the formidable adversary vanquished, Lu Ningran exhaled a sigh of relief, as if a great burden had been lifted. However, the borrowed power within her began to recede like a receding tide, and her aura reverted to the late stage of foundation establishment. My soul has yet to recover sufficiently. I cannot lend you my strength again for the time being. Depart quickly from this place, the mysterious voice echoed within her. Understood. Lu Ningran nodded slightly, preparing to turn away. But at that very moment, a silver chain tore through the void at an odd angle, hurtling toward Lu Ningran with lethal intent. Sensing the danger, she summoned a jade armor to shield herself just in time. Yet even so, her right shoulder was grazed by the chain, leaving a gruesome wound. Hee. I never anticipated that after lying in wait until this moment, I still wouldn't be able to heavily injure you. Your Highness, you truly possess quite a few hidden trump cards. A cold, mocking voice echoed through the air as a figure emerged from the distance. It was a young man with a delicate visage and piercing, icy eyes, observing Lu Ningran with the gaze of a predator eyeing its prey. It's you, a member of the Zhao family. Lu Ningran's heart sank as she recognized his face. It turned out that the adversaries she had just faced were all from the Zhao family. Remarkable, Your Highness, that you still remember me. I find your beauty quite appealing. It would be wise not to resist or struggle unnecessarily. Surrender willingly, and all will be well. The young man, exuding an unsettling softness, threatened coldly. Dream on. Lu Ningran retorted sharply, ready to command the blue rain sword against him. Clang. To her astonishment, the blue rain sword lost control and fell to the ground before it could travel a few meters. What is happening? My power. Lu Ningran gasped in horror, sensing her magical energy dissipate as if it had vanished into thin air, and peculiarly, a searing heat began to build within her body. I certainly am not as foolish as those wretched individuals. A touch of the powder of the mimosa has been applied to the chains. It will not only render you devoid of magical power, but will also briefly strip you of your sanity. Do you fancy it? This was specifically prepared for you. The young man smirked with pride, disdain dripping from his voice. Since he had chosen to act, his intent was not merely to subdue Lu Ningran, but to claim her entirely. Despicable and shameless. Lu Ningran seethed with rage, yet felt utterly powerless. Yet her body felt weak and peculiar. Here I come. Surrender all that you have, the young man said, his face adorned with a sinister softness as he slowly approached Lu Ningran. Damn it! Lu Ningran bit her crimson lip, clutching a golden talisman in her hand. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Dozens of talismans shot forth. Each talisman emanated an astonishing aura of spiritual energy, appearing behind the young man. The young man sensed this and swiftly retaliated with a strike of his palm. His immense magical power transformed into a colossal hand of energy. Obliterating the dozens of talismans in an instant. It is important to note that these were no ordinary talismans. They were mid-grade third-tier offensive talismans, and their combined might far exceeded that of a single high-grade third-tier offensive talisman. Yet, this formidable assault was effortlessly dispelled by the opponent. At that moment, a figure materialized before Lu Ningran. He was tall and powerful, with a handsome visage and deep, bright eyes. It was Zhao Ping'an, who had just broken through to the rank of third-tier talisman master. Junior brother Zhao. Upon seeing Zhao Ping'an, Lu Ningran was filled with astonishment and joy. However, her expression quickly turned anxious as she warned, Junior brother Zhao, you must leave at once. He is from the Zhao family, possessing at least initial or even mid-phase golden core cultivation. You are no match for him. Golden core cultivator? Zhao Ping'an felt a moment of clarity. No wonder so many talismans posed no threat to him. I cannot retreat. Anyone who dares to thwart my plans must perish here. As he spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Fan's fingers splayed wide, shaking the void with a thunderous roar as a colossal hand of energy. This strike would undoubtedly be fatal for anyone below the Golden Core realm. Faced with such a terrifying assault, Zhao Ping'an understood that concealing his true cultivation would be tantamount to courting death. No longer hesitating, disregarding Lu Ningran's astonished gaze, he summoned his genuine strength and launched a powerful attack at the perfected foundation establishment stage. With the sound of swords ringing, 6 flying swords erupted from Zhao Ping'an's sleeve. 6 flying swords erupted from Zhao Ping'an's sleeve, striking at the energy hand from bizarre angles. Bang! Bang! The first 3 swords were deflected. Yet the latter 3 managed to briefly withstand the energy hand, with several talismans affixed to their hilts. Activate! Zhao Ping'an called forth his life-prolonging magic, directly igniting the talismans. Causing the energy to surge wildly. As the dust settled, the energy hand conjured by Xiao Fan lay in tatters. It turned out to be a little mouse at the perfected foundation establishment stage. Xiao Fan, filled with rage, raised his fist and struck out. His overwhelming force resembling a comet plummeting to the earth, crashing heavily toward Zhao Ping'an. Zhao Ping'an felt a chill in his heart and once again activated his sword formation, this time summoning an additional flying sword, resulting in a total of 7 swords unleashed simultaneously. At the same time, he took out a third-tier low-grade talisman, the Dragon Elephant Talisman. This formidable talisman, though only of the third tier, could temporarily grant its wielder the strength of a dragon and elephant, significantly enhancing their power. The flow of dragon elephant strength surged, causing Zhao Ping'an's aura to swell remarkably. The 7 flying swords, propelled by Zhao Ping'an's full might, unleashed a terrifying and astonishing sword energy. Boom! The clash between the fist force and the sword energy was intense. The 2 distinct energies held their ground for but a moment before the 7 flying swords were violently repelled. This was not due to Zhao Ping'an's lack of strength, but rather the overwhelming might of his opponent, a true Golden Core realm expert, whose cultivation undoubtedly resided in the mid-Golden Core stage, if not even deeper. Junior Sister Lu, we must leave. Realizing he could not contend with such power, Zhao Ping'an hastily scooped up Lu Ningran and, commanding the 7 flying swords, turned to flee. Do not even think about escaping. Xiao Fan's expression turned icy. How could he let the captured duck fly away? He soared into the air, pursuing fiercely, unleashing countless silver chains that nearly sealed half the sky. Yet, Zhao Ping'an seized the moment, utilizing the gap before the silver chains could catch up, transforming into a streak of light and fleeing with Lu Ningran. In the art of escape, Zhao Ping'an would humbly admit to being second, as few would dare claim the first spot. Damn it, who are you? Xiao Fan demanded sharply. Hearing Xiao Fan's inquiry from behind, Zhao Ping'an's mind raced, and he called out loudly, the Wu clan, Wu Feng. As his words fell, his speed surged dramatically, vanishing swiftly into the distance. The Wu clan, Wu Feng. Xiao Fan's expression darkened to an extreme, meticulously committing this name to memory. He vowed to annihilate the entire Wu clan, those who dared to disrupt his plans, regardless of their status as a cultivation family, must be eradicated completely. Unbeknownst to the innocent members of the Wu clan, Zhao Ping'an's impulsive actions would soon bring upon them an unimaginable catastrophe. Chapter 166. The Art of Detoxification. Zhao Ping'an expertly maneuvered the flying sword, exerting his full strength with the perfected cultivation of the foundation establishment stage. With great haste, he swiftly departed alongside Lu Ningran. His profound and enduring longevity magic allowed him to command the flying sword to reach unprecedented speeds, covering over 10 miles in just a brief moment. To evade the pursuit of the formidable Golden Core expert, Zhao Ping'an spared no effort in channeling his longevity magic, only gradually slowing down after traversing several dozen miles. The exertion of the flying sword took a considerable toll on his longevity magic, and sensing that his reserves were dwindling, Zhao Ping'an utilized his spiritual consciousness to locate a concealed cave nearby, where he took refuge with Lu Ningran. To ensure their safety, he quickly set up several isolation formations upon entering the cave, rendering it exceedingly difficult for any pursuer to detect their presence even if they drew near. Once everything was in place, Zhao Ping'an cautiously lowered his guard. Sister Lu, how are you faring? As he regained focus, Zhao Ping'an noticed that Lu Ningran was in a troubling state. She felt feverish, her once pristine skin now tinged with a delicate blush, and her eyes appeared somewhat dazed. I feel so hot, Lu Ningran murmured, seemingly enduring great agony. Drawn by Zhao Ping'an's masculine aura, she unconsciously leaned closer to him. Lu Ningran was statuesque, with long, straight legs and exquisite features that radiated an enchanting beauty. Sister Lu, could it be that you were poisoned? Zhao Ping'an raised an eyebrow, instinctively stepping back to maintain some distance. He observed the wounds on Lu Ningran, from which dark blood oozed, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. Junior brother Zhao, I feel so hot. Lu Ningran bit her crimson lip, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her breath becoming erratic as she struggled to articulate her words. It was as though she was battling an overwhelming impulse, reaching her limits of restraint. I shall assist you in tending to your wounds. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhao Ping'an stepped forward, intending to help Lu Ningran clean her injuries. However, at that moment, Lu Ningran's brow furrowed tightly, and with a soft whimper, she lunged uncontrollably toward Zhao Ping'an. In the next heartbeat, her scorching, delicate form collided with his embrace. Lu Ningran writhed against him, as if seeking to merge her essence with Zhao Ping'an's very being. Sister Lu, please conduct yourself. Zhao Ping'an felt an intense heat rise within him. He was no sage, and who could remain composed in the presence of such a captivating woman? He silently channeled the longevity sword technique, striving to quell the fervor surging within him. Junior brother Zhao, please help me. Lu Ningran, nearly devoid of rationality, clung to him with an urgency akin to that of an octopus ensnaring its prey. Zhao Ping'an found himself in a perplexing predicament. If he employed his longevity magic to push Lu Ningran away, he risked causing her harm. Yet if he did nothing, dire consequences loomed. He attempted to extricate himself from her feverish embrace, but rather than succeeding, his efforts only fueled her fervor further. Zhao Ping'an felt somewhat speechless, realizing that Lu Ningran's actions were not of her own volition, but rather a result of some intoxicating poison inflicted by a powerful figure of the Golden Core realm. He hastily channeled his life-extending magical energy into Lu Ningran, hoping to momentarily suppress the toxins within her. Yet, despite the miraculous nature of his energy, it failed to quell the desires surging within her. Instead, it seemed to provoke her further, prompting Lu Ningran to begin tearing at Zhao Ping'an's outer garments. This situation had become troublesome. Shaking his head, Zhao Ping'an forcefully pushed Lu Ningran away, preparing to seek alternative methods to address her condition. Although he held a favorable impression of her, their bond was primarily one of camaraderie between senior and junior disciples. Engaging with her while she was in a state of irrationality was something he could not morally justify. Thus, he decided to retreat from the cave and maintain a safe distance. Suddenly, a terrifying force erupted from Lu Ningran's body, overwhelming the cave and immobilizing Zhao Ping'an in place. Stunned, he found himself bereft of any means to resist. This was a disaster. If he were overwhelmed, how could he face the world afterwards? He attempted to summon his life-extending power, but to no avail. He even tried to communicate with the life extension tower, yet it was futile. In the next moment, Lu Ningran's fervent form lunged towards him once more. Garments were torn asunder, both his and hers. Soon, a harrowing battle unfolded within the dim cave, lasting a full day and night. Only when Zhao Ping'an felt utterly exhausted and Lu Ningran had fully unleashed her pent-up desires did tranquility finally return. On the following day, as the sun began to rise, golden rays cascaded into the cave. Zhao Ping'an awoke slowly, feeling an overwhelming fatigue, far exceeding that of enduring several life-and-death battles. As he opened his eyes, a chill coursed through him, for a cold blade was pressed against his throat. Lu Ningran, wielding the blue rain sword, glared at him with a countenance devoid of warmth. Lu, senior sister, what are you doing? Zhao Ping'an stammered, a hint of guilt creeping into his smile. Did she intend to deny their previous night of passion? After a night of intimacy, she now sought to take his life? Were women truly so capricious? To ruin my purity, you must perish. Lu Ningran's voice was frigid, lacking the elegance and gentleness she once possessed, laced with an undercurrent of menace. This is unjust. Zhao Ping'an exclaimed, eager to defend himself. I did nothing yesterday. It was you, but he quickly noticed Lu Ningran's expression growing ever colder, and he swallowed his words, refraining from further explanation. In silence, the two stood in a tense standoff, the passage of time becoming uncertain. Clang. After a quarter of an hour, the blue rain sword clattered to the ground as Lu Ningran pressed her lips together, ultimately choosing not to strike. Observing this, Zhao Ping'an felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders, releasing a sigh of relief. The events of yesterday must remain a secret, otherwise, your life is forfeit. Lu Ningran's delicate features shifted, ultimately culminating in a soft sigh as she spoke. She understood that in the circumstances of the previous day, Zhao Ping'an too was a victim. I, Zhao Ping'an, swear by the heavens that I shall not disclose yesterday's events to any third party. Should I do so, may I be struck down by divine retribution. Zhao Ping'an immediately made his vow, without a hint of hesitation. As soon as his words left his lips, the previously clear sky was suddenly filled with the ominous rumble of thunder. This was no ordinary oath. It was a celestial vow resonating with the heavens. And to contravene, it would invite divine punishment. Hearing this, Lu Ningran's gaze upon Zhao Ping'an softened, losing some of its initial chill. Sister Lu, about yesterday. Do not speak of it again. She interjected before Zhao Ping'an could continue, a fleeting expression of indignation crossing her exquisite face. Zhao Ping'an could indeed remain silent. He wished to express that regardless of their desires, they had forged a substantial connection, and if Lu Ningran were amenable, he would take responsibility. I know what you wish to say. However, it is best that we do not entangle ourselves further. The burden may prove too great for you to bear. and even the entire sword sect would find it insufferable. Lu Ningran's eyes sparkled with understanding, as if she had pierced through Zhao Ping'an's thoughts, her voice gentle yet firm. I understand. Zhao Ping'an's heart tightened, and he nodded in agreement.